Chapter 1, A Gentleman Takes Revenge, Not Even Overnight. Jianhai City, First Awakened High School. Thank you, senior. A freshman girl who had just registered for high school looked at the handsome face of the senior in front of her, blushed, and sincerely said thank you. Ding, helping others brings joy, good person points plus 10. With this thank you, a system notification sounded in Li Xian's mind, and he nodded in satisfaction. Li Xian stretched out a hand in front of the junior student. You're welcome, pay up. The female student was confused. Huh? What do I need to pay? Seeing that his junior didn't understand, Li Xian thought she was trying to renege on her debt and immediately became anxious. What, you think you can get something for free? It's so hot, it's not easy for your senior to show you around campus. 100 yuan, no bargaining. The kind-hearted junior then realized that although the senior was tall and handsome, he was wearing cheap clothes from street vendors. Especially since the other person's short-sleeved shirt was faded from washing, it was clear that their family was struggling financially. The younger female student thought to herself, the senior really put a lot of effort into introducing the school to me. Just now he was even sweating in this hot weather. Ultimately, under Li Xian's lewd gaze, something beautiful seemed to shatter in the junior's heart. She pulled out a 100 yuan bill, tears streaming down her face, and ran towards the stairs. However, this scene was observed by someone with ulterior motives. Li Xian carefully put the banknotes away. He really needed the money. His parents never returned after participating in the exploration of another dimension 10 years ago, and he also has a sick younger sister who needs to be taken care of. The most important point is that the system doesn't stipulate that he can't accept a fee after helping others. Li Xian summoned the system in his mind. Ever since he accidentally broke the jade pendant his parents left him while taking a shower a while ago, something has been stuck in his head. It was two fish exactly like the jade pendant, one white and one black, biting each other's tails. He was also given a system where he could earn good person points by receiving thanks. He specifically asked his sister to confirm that he was the only one who possessed this system. Today, Li Xian finally collected the 100 points required by the system, allowing him to use the system's first function. He summoned the system in his mind and selected the option, Yin-Yang Reversal LV1, from the Inherent Skills menu. Skill detected, Blessing Bronze, modifiable. Applies a minor blessing effect to the target. You can change the blessing to a reverse blessing. Note, modifying bronze level skills requires 100 good deeds points and cannot be changed. Should we make changes? When a creature dies in another dimension, there is a chance that a spirit pearl can be extracted from its body. An awakened person can absorb it and gain skills from it. Among them, the blessing skill is widely regarded as one of the most useless skills. Not only is the skill level only bronze, but the blessing effect is also as weak as the skill description says, making it practically useless. You can't exactly say to a creature from another dimension, I wish you a long and healthy life, while you're fighting it out, can you? Li Xian had absorbed the blessing skill a long time ago. He had initially wanted to try and cure his sister's illness because the Blessed Spirit Orb contained a medical skill, but unfortunately he was unable to learn it. Li Xian thought, a reverse blessing? That sounds interesting. Driven by curiosity, he chose yes. The next second, the system notification appeared, skill modification complete. Blessing Bronze LV1, upgradable, applies a minor reverse blessing effect to the target. Skills can be upgraded? Li Xian was immediately drawn to the system notification. You must understand that in this world, no matter what quality of skill you absorb, you cannot change it, let alone upgrade it. Therefore, every awakened one places great importance on the selection and combination of skills. He clicked on the upgrade option and found that all he needed was one identical spirit orb or 100 good points. That's not bad. Does that mean I can keep upgrading my blessings? Li Xian felt a pang of emotion as he walked towards the classroom. Hey, Li Xian, come here for a second. Just as Li Xian reached the vicinity of the stairwell, he was stopped by a classmate at the corner. Lin Hai? What do you want me for? The person who called out to him was Lin Hai, who sat next to Li Xian in the class. Lin Hai is a petty hoodlum. He is rich and powerful at home, but he is lazy and doesn't know anything. He likes to bully his classmates and cause trouble. Sometimes he would cause trouble for Li Xian, but Li Xian always ignored them. Hey, come here for a second, I have something to tell you. Li Xian frowned slightly, but because Lin Hai was quite polite, he walked over. When Lin Hai saw Li Xian walk up to him, he smiled obsequiously and said, My dear deskmate, after registration comes the monthly exam. Can I copy the answers to the academic exam? No way, Li Xin refused outright. Lin Hai pleaded, well, last semester, I got the lowest score in the whole school in my academic subjects, and I was stuck at home for the entire summer vacation. My family also said that if I don't do well on this monthly exam, they will send me to a cram school for my senior year of high school. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Li Xin refused again and turned to leave, but Lin Hai grabbed his wrist. Li Xin, what about our friendship as deskmates? Li Xin thought about it seriously for a moment, yes, but not many. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai's expression immediately changed. What, you think you're so great? Do you believe I'll tell the homeroom teacher about how you made that junior girl cry just now? Li Xin glanced at Lin Hai's burly appearance and shrugged, go ahead, you don't know that junior anyway, so you can see who the teacher believes. Li Xin. Lin Hai was about to explode in anger when he tightened his grip on Li Xin's hand, as if he was about to use a skill. Hey, the rules in Dragon Kingdom state that awakened ones can't use their skills to hurt others. Do you want to go to the Awakened Ones Administration Bureau for tea, or do you want to have coffee with the head of the class? Li Xin quickly reminded him. Then come with me to the training ground for a one-on-one duel. I'm not going. Then you copy the answers. No. Then I'll tell the teacher you made the female student cry. Lin Hai's voice grew louder with each sentence, and Li Xin looked at him with the eyes of someone who was mentally challenged, saying indifferently, go ahead. Lin Hai felt like he was being played like a monkey, and he was so angry that his whole body glowed red, which was a sign that he was about to unleash his berserk skill. Li Xin tried to free his wrist from his grasp, but found he couldn't move it at all. Seeing that Lin Hai was about to suddenly attack, Li Xin shouted at the top of his lungs. Murder! Help! Someone's killing someone here. Lin Hai? Who wants to kill you? I just want to teach you a lesson. Li Xin's voice was just as loud as Lin Hai's, and his exclamation immediately attracted the attention of people not far away. Lin Hai, what are you doing? Turn off your berserk skill and let go of my hand. Li Xin's homeroom teacher had just reached the stairwell when he heard a pig-like scream for help. He rushed over and saw this scene. Lin Hai was scolded and quickly let go of her hand, lowering his head. That teacher, Lin Hai was about to explain when Li Xin interrupted him. Well, Lin Hai and I were just messing around. Lin Hai was stunned again, what? He never expected that Li Xin would speak up for him. The homeroom teacher asked skeptically, really? Li Xin nodded, absolutely true. You'll see if you don't believe me. After saying that, Li Xin reached out and put his arm around Lin Hai's shoulder, but it was just a brief touch. He then whispered in Lin Hai's ear, just say thank you. Lin Hai nodded silently, moved, and whispered, thank you, Li Xin. Ding, helping others brings joy, good person points plus 10. Seeing that the two didn't seem to have any conflict, the homeroom teacher urged, hurry up and come to the classroom to register, the exam is coming up soon. Teacher, wait a minute. Li Xin called out to the teacher, suggesting. I happen to have the blessing skill, and I want to give Lin Hai a blessing at the beginning of the semester. Li Xin chuckled to himself, the rules forbid using skills to hurt others at will, but they don't say that you can't use skills to bless others. He turned to Lin Hai and said sincerely, I wish Lin Hai that he won't fall down later. Lin Hai? Head teacher? The blessing skill may not be very useful, but who uses their blessing skill like this? And what kind of nonsense is this blessing you're giving? As Li Xin recited the blessing, he clearly felt that the spiritual energy in his body immediately decreased by nearly a quarter. He understood that the blessing had taken effect. Previously, when he used the blessing, he could hardly feel the consumption of spiritual energy, but this time it actually used up nearly a quarter of his spiritual energy. After a moment's thought, Li Xin concluded that the world was too full of suffering, and no matter how good one's wishes were, they could not be fulfilled. However, by offering reverse blessings, every wish would come true. Although Lin Hai found it strange, he didn't pay much attention to it. He nodded in agreement and then walked towards the stairwell. Suddenly he tripped over his own feet, lost his balance, and fell forward. As an awakened being, Lin Hai quickly regained control of his body to avoid falling face first into the mud, but... Smack! With a crisp sound of his knees hitting the ground, Lin Hai knelt down in front of Li Xin. Head teacher? Why did you kneel down to thank Li Xin after he just gave you a blessing? Li Xin was secretly pleased, but on the surface he had to pretend to be surprised. It's not even the new year yet, why are you giving such a grand greeting? Li Xin said it, but he didn't reach out to help Lin Hai at all. Just kidding, a gentleman takes revenge, not even overnight. I'll say it 10 more times in chapter 2. Senior year of high school is always so stressful. Li Xin followed behind the homeroom teacher back to the classroom to register. The homeroom teacher walked to the podium, went through the registration process, and then brought out a stack of test papers and placed them in front of him. The homeroom teacher cleared his throat. Before the exam, I still have to say that this monthly exam is of great importance to everyone, as it directly affects the class assignments for the entire senior year. Most of the students in our class 8 are less gifted. Although the chances of being reassigned to the top class are slim, I hope everyone will take today's academic exams seriously. Your high scores in academic subjects during the college entrance exam will naturally boost your overall grades, making it easier to get into university, and then work in a research institute after graduation. The homeroom teacher rambled on until the exam was almost over, at which point he finally stopped his incessant chatter. The exam lasts 2 hours. Let's begin. While the exam papers were being passed around, Li Xin secretly turned his head and whispered to Lin Hai, who was sitting next to him. Hey Lin Hai, I hope you get everything you wrote today right. Lin Hai? Academic subjects were not difficult for Li Xin. He was able to get into this high school entirely because of his high scores in academic subjects. Li Xin finished the exam in 1 hour, and then spent the rest of the time idly practicing his skills at his seat. The homeroom teacher on the podium was already used to this scene. Who can blame Li Xin for consistently ranking first in the entire grade in academic subjects? The homeroom teacher thought regretfully, if Li Xin's awakened talent level were a little higher, he probably wouldn't have had any problem getting into a top university. Li Xin closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, feeling the surrounding spiritual energy slowly entering his body, gradually tempering his body and spirit. This is the only way to improve one's strength when there is no way to obtain a spirit orb. Li Xin enjoys this process very much, and these past few days he has been entering a state of cultivation whenever he has free time. According to his estimate, he should be able to break through the bottleneck of Bronze 2 today and reach Bronze 3. With 3 minutes left before the first exam ended, Li Xin opened his eyes, walked to the podium, and handed in his paper. The homeroom teacher kindly reminded Li, this monthly exam is very important. Are you sure you don't want to check it again? Li Xin smiled and said, no need, teacher, I'm confident. After he finished speaking, he began to leave early, heading towards the restroom, leaving a room full of students whispering among themselves. Student A, look, Li Xin is just putting on an act again. So what if he gets good grades in academic subjects? Student B, yeah, his talent is even worse than mine. I heard that Lingtu can only equip 5 skills. He'll have a hard time in tomorrow's practical exam. Student C, it's hard to say. Maybe he can beat the people in the top class with his E-level talent, haha. Lin Hai nodded, that makes sense, so what should we choose for the third multiple choice? Holy crap, you've only gotten to the third question? Quiet down, just do your own thing. There were 2 exams in the morning, one was a comprehensive cultural test, and the other was on extra-dimensional creatures and skills. Although this is an awakened school, basic education in the Dragon Kingdom remains important. The country doesn't want to cultivate students whose brains are all muscles, who even need a calculator to do the multiplication table. Before the next exam, Li Xin returned to his seat and gave Lin Hai the same blessing. Li Xin finished the test paper in 1 hour and continued meditating. Suddenly, he felt a faint click sound coming from inside his body. Immediately afterwards, his body became like a vortex, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The commotion immediately caught the attention of the homeroom teacher. Is a breakthrough about to happen? The homeroom teacher was stunned. She had never heard of anyone breaking through during the exam period. She quickly shouted, don't disturb Li Xin, do your own questions. But the students around him were no longer focused on the exam, they were all like curious children, glancing at Li Xin every now and then. Hey, how long does it take you to break through? 5 minutes. Why did it take him so long? Yeah, 10 minutes have passed, they should have broken through long ago. Wow, this doesn't make sense. The students below were buzzing with discussion until the homeroom teacher called for quiet again. The extraordinary phenomenon lasted for more than half an hour. With the exam about to end, the students sitting next to Li Xin couldn't wait any longer. Hey Lin Hai, why do I have a feeling that Li Xin is just putting on airs? Zhang Wei, who was sitting in the same row as Lin Hai and Li Xin, asked Lin Hai in a low voice. This person is Lin Hai's good friend, and they formed a duo in class 8. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and then whispered, "I've been thinking about what you told me during break and it seems a bit suspicious, like Li Xin did it on purpose." Lin Hai nodded, "I think so too. I was clearly about to hit him, but he actually spoke up for me. And how come I tripped up right after he gave his blessing? That's too much of a coincidence." Zhang Wei's eyes darted around, and he said with a mischievous grin, "How about this, you quietly pull Li Xion's stool out now and see how he reacts." Lin Hai's eyes lit up, "Okay." While the homeroom teacher was looking down, Lin Hai quickly reached out and pulled his hand away from Li Xion's stool leg. Lin Hai, Zhang Wei, holy crap. Contrary to their expectations that Li Xian would fall over, he instead sat firmly in mid-air with his buttocks dangling. Just then, the breakthrough phenomenon ended, and Li Xian opened his eyes to see Lin Hai's hand still gripping the bench leg. At the same time, he felt that there was nothing under his buttocks, so he quickly stood up. "Good afternoon, Li classmate, haha." Lin Hai was embarrassed and didn't know what to say, but he forced a greeting. Li Xian knew what had just happened at a glance, and without saying a word, he raised his hand. "Teacher, someone is causing trouble." In an instant, all the students' eyes were drawn to it. The homeroom teacher looked up and saw Li Xian standing there and Lin Hai holding a stool leg in his hand. Suddenly, an inexplicable anger surged up in his heart. "Lin Hai, what are you doing? Quickly return the chair to Li Xian and apologize." Seeing his homeroom teacher get angry, Lin Hai sheepishly put the chair back in its place and lowered his head in apology. "I'm sorry." Li Xian became interested upon hearing this. No need. We're classmates, a simple thank you is enough." "Lin Hai, thank you?" Lin Hai was stunned, everyone else in the classroom was stunned, and Zhang Wei was even more stunned. How come there are actually people who get bullied and then have to say thank you to the bully? Li Xian replied seriously, "That's right. I taught you not to cause trouble by almost interrupting my breakthrough. Otherwise, you'll not only hurt your classmates but also anger your teachers. Shouldn't you thank me?" Lin Hai suddenly felt that Li Xian's words made some sense. "Well, thank you." Li Xian smiled, but after waiting for a long time, no system notification came to his mind. Li Xian thought for a moment and said, "Don't use a rhetorical question tone, say it again." "Thank you, Li Xian." Ding, thank you received, plus 10 good guy points. "Not enough, say it 10 more times." "Lin Hai?" Lin Hai was baffled, but since the homeroom teacher didn't stop him, he had no choice but to continue, forcing himself to speak. "Thank you, Li Xian." Ding, thank you received, plus 10 good guy points. Li Xinshin sat back down on the stool, satisfied. "You're too kind. I also wish you won't get last place this time." He clenched his fist and took the opportunity to sense the amount of spiritual energy within his body. Is this a breakthrough to Bronze 4 in one go? Previously, when I was in Bronze 2, a blessing would use up a quarter of my spiritual energy, but now it only takes 1/5. Li Xian chuckled to himself. This gave him a better grasp of tomorrow's practical lesson. Li Xian decided not to stay in the classroom any longer, picked up the test paper and walked to the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher was also curious about the student's breakthrough and asked in a low voice, "Li, what level are you in Bronze now?" Li Xian grinned, held up 4 fingers, and then strode away, leaving behind a bewildered teacher and classmates. "Hey, did you see how many fingers Li Xian held up just now?" 4. How is that possible? Wasn't he Bronze 2 just a couple of days ago? Is there anyone who can break through 2 levels at once? Oh no, I was so focused on looking at Li Xian that I haven't even finished half of the test. Wow, me too. Oh no, I'm definitely going to do badly on this monthly exam. Lin Hai, what should I write for the third fill-in-the-blank question? Holy crap, how come you're only on the third question again? Chapter 3, I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Li Xian earned 100 yuan and 130 good guy points today, and he was in a very good mood. He decided to splurge at the farmer's market first before going home. Brother, you're back. Li Nianer, who was sitting on the sofa, ran enthusiastically to Li Xian when she saw him open the door. Li Xian nodded and hummed in agreement, then reached out and patted the other person's head gently, saying, "Are you hungry? I'll make you scrambled eggs with tomatoes later." Li Xian picked up the bag in his hand and shook it. Wow! My brother is so nice. When Li Nianer heard that it was her favorite dish, her face lit up with joy. Then I'll go wash the rice first. She skipped towards the kitchen. Looking at his younger sister's thin figure, Li Xian suddenly felt a lump in his throat. As her older brother and Lin Yanner's only support, he had no idea what illness his sister had, only that she would inexplicably fall into a coma whenever she had an attack. Since Lin Yanner first fell into a coma at the age of 10, it initially happened every few months, but later became more and more frequent, and now she may fall ill at any time. In recent years, Li Xian has taken her around to inquire about and seek medical treatment, which has not only exhausted the savings left by his parents, but also borrowed a lot of money. Li Xian took her to see so many doctors, but in the end, he only received one consistent response. Known medical skills and human medical technology are completely unable to diagnose her illness, let alone provide any treatment. Lin Yanner can only control her condition by taking some medications. To prevent her from fainting outside, Lin Yanner's activity space is limited to this home. She can only study at home by reading textbooks and cannot even go to school, let alone make friends. Li Xian took a deep breath, concealing his emotions and putting on a smile. There's not much rice left, just a little bit will be enough for the two of us. At the dinner table, Lin Yanner didn't have a big appetite, she was full after just a couple of bites. Seeing that his younger sister had finished eating but hadn't left, instead playing on her phone, Li Xian suggested. Yanner, how are you doing with your junior high school courses? Let me test you. Lin Yanner quickly shook her head. No, brother, let's talk this out. Li Xian frowned. Didn't you see it? Lin Yanner patted her chest confidently again. No, I watched it very carefully. Really? What's the next line after an old horse in its stall? Still harboring wicked intentions? Li Xian? A hero in his twilight years? Still a boy? Li Xian, me. Seeing that Li Xian was about to lose his temper, Lin Yanner quickly explained, Oh brother, I haven't seen this one yet, please choose another one. Li Xian calmed himself down. Very well, do courtesans not know the sorrow of a fallen nation? Karaoke again tonight? Good heavens! Li Xian exclaimed inwardly, wow. I shouldn't have bought you a phone. Don't you study all day, just watch videos that make your hands shake. Lin Yanner wanted to explain further. Oh, brother. Stop. Why don't you go to the brothel to listen to music? Now go read your book. Li Xian unceremoniously sent his sister back to her room to read, while he sat at the dining table lost in thought. Putting aside the fact that he still owes money to others, it's difficult for him to make ends meet and cover medical expenses with the money he earns from working. Li Xian scratched his head. Where else can I get money? Oh, right, the monthly exam. The school attaches great importance to this exam. Not only will students be reassigned to classes based on their academic performance, but if they achieve the highest overall ranking, the school will reward them with 10,000 yuan in cash and a silver-level spirit pearl. Most importantly, test takers can also enter lower-level alternate dimensions free of charge, and the spirit orbs obtained there belong to them. These can all be sold for money. In the past, Li Xian would never have considered this matter. Nowadays, children who receive external guidance at the age of 16 and successfully awaken will have their spiritual maps activated within their bodies. Each person's spirit map is different, and the talent level is rated according to the number of skills that can be inlaid on the spirit map. His previously awakened spirit diagram only had 5 skill slots and a rating of only E. However, after the spirit diagram can be transformed into Yin Yang Pisces, it can directly unlock 20 skills. Li Xian himself couldn't figure out what level of talent he was at. You know, the most talented people in their school were only 15, and they were rated as S-level talents. He has now risen to Bronze 4, and with his academic performance, he has a chance to make a comeback. With this in mind, Li Xian had a new direction. Because of the exam this morning, he didn't have to go to school in the afternoon. After finishing his meal, he went to the convenience store where he worked. Li Xian greeted his colleagues from the previous shift and then sat down at the cashier. Not long after, a young man wearing a baseball cap came into the store and went straight to the counter. Give me a pack of cigarettes, the young man said. Li Xian looked up and recognized the other person at a glance. Hey, isn't this Lin Hai? Is it just a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road or something? Li Xian pondered for a moment, then replied in a righteous and indignant tone. Sorry, minors are not allowed to smoke. He casually picked up a few more lollipops from the counter. Let's buy some candy. No, I'm an adult, I don't want candy. You, Li Xian? You're working here? Lin Hai then recognized Li Xian and looked surprised. Li Xian nodded with a professional fake smile, then please show me your ID card. Lin Hai? Who carries their ID card when they go downstairs to buy cigarettes? I didn't bring it, but I'm definitely an adult now. Don't you know my birthday? I don't know and I don't care. Please show your ID if you want to buy cigarettes. I didn't bring it. We're deskmates, can you be lenient? Lin Hai's tone softened. Li Xian refused again. Sorry, minors can't smoke. Buy candy instead. Lin Hai got furious, picked up the candy in front of him, and threw it into Li Xian's arms, yelling, "Damn it! I'm thanking you." Ding, thank you received, plus 10 good guy points. Li Xian? Is this for real? Li Xian stared into the other person's eyes, a barely perceptible wicked smile appearing on his lips. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Lin Hai was taken aback for a moment, then said, I said, thank you. Ding, thank you received, plus 10 good guy points. Li Xian chuckled happily, my hearing isn't good, could you say it again? No, you. Lin Hai was furious and shouted at Li Xian. Li Xian, thank you so much. If you won't sell it here, I'll buy it somewhere else. Bite. As the system voice in his mind sounded again, Lin Hai had already reached the door. Before leaving, he turned back and yelled at Li Xian, you just wait. If I don't do well on this monthly exam, neither will you. Li Xian pretended not to hear and instead cheerfully said goodbye to the other party. Take care, come again next time. After Lin Hai left, Li Xian looked at the system panel and saw that the good points had accumulated to 150, and thought to himself. I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Just as Li Xian was feeling smug, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded on the street outside. Alert, spatial fluctuations detected, an alternate dimension entrance has been created. Residents in the vicinity are requested to evacuate immediately. Alarm! What's going on? Li Xian rushed out the door and saw a spatial rift appear in the middle of the street. A pair of dark green arms emerged from the crack, their palms gripping the body of a passerby tightly. A baseball cap lay at the feet of a passerby. With the help of the light, Li Xian quickly saw the face of the person who had been captured. Lin Hai? Chapter 4 was well done this time, don't do it again next time. Since the appearance of extra-dimensional space on Earth more than 20 years ago, humanity has begun the process of resisting the invasion of extra-dimensional creatures. However, thermal weapons become ineffective once they enter another dimension, leaving humanity only able to defend passively and unable to conduct in-depth exploration. The crisis also brought about a new era. Global spiritual energy is beginning to revive, and awakened individuals are gradually emerging among humanity, awakening to spiritual diagrams that allow for cultivation. Furthermore, skills can be acquired by obtaining spirit orbs dropped by killing creatures from other dimensions. Since then, various countries have organized their own armies to explore other dimensions, and some have even mastered methods to close them off. In the Dragon Kingdom, some low-danger areas far from human habitation, as well as some alternate dimensions with scarce resources, have been preserved. In recent years, the frequency of the emergence of new and unusual spaces has been decreasing. Li Xian never expected that he would encounter a new and different space, right next to the convenience store where he worked. Based on his knowledge of extra-dimensional creatures, he was able to determine that it was a green-skinned orc simply by looking at the shape of that arm. He exclaimed inwardly, if even the outer layer is filled with silver-level creatures, then what level must the creatures in the inner layer of this alternate dimension be? Gold? Or even more? As time went on, the spatial rift grew larger and larger, and the owner of that arm slowly revealed his true form. The other person was nearly 3 meters tall, with dark green skin, and animal skin wrapped around his waist, two fangs several centimeters long protruding from his mouth, one large hand gripping Lin Hai's neck, and the other holding a stone axe. Passers-by were screaming and trying to get away from the beast man, but Lin Hai, who was being tightly strangled, had no strength to break free. Damn it! Li Xian quickly estimated the distance between here and the Awakened One's administration bureau, and it would take him about 5 minutes to get here. In other words, after rescuing Lin Hai, he needs to find a way to buy himself another 5 minutes. As Li Xian was pondering, he suddenly heard the orc let out a roar. Lin Hai was slammed heavily to the ground, while the orc raised his axe above his head, about to strike. Damn it, I don't care anymore. Li Xian gritted his teeth and roared at the orc from a distance of more than 10 meters. I hope you hit the bullseye 100% this time. Unable to stop the orc's actions, he could only try his luck with a reverse blessing, as a last resort. As soon as he finished speaking, the orc's axe sliced through the air and swung heavily at Lin Hai, who was already paralyzed with fear. Ah! Lin Hai cried out in despair, closing his eyes and no longer daring to look at the other person. Bang! The axe struck the ground with a crisp sound, finally landing less than 2 centimeters away from Lin Hai. The orc asked in confusion. Silver-level creatures all possess a certain degree of intelligence. He felt his movements being interfered with by some force, which forcibly shifted the trajectory of the axe slightly. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he saw a human rushing towards him. The orc's attention was drawn, and he roared at the newcomer. It's done? Li Xian felt that nearly a third of the spiritual energy within his body had decreased, and he was filled with emotion. The cost of this blessing is actually related to the strength of the target being cast the spell on? But there was no time for him to think things through. He had to get Lin Hai to safety as soon as possible. Lin Hai! Li Xian shouted. Lin Hai heard the voice, turned around and saw that it was Li Xian who had come. Are you fucking scared out of your wits? Run for your life! Lin Hai was jolted awake by the scolding. After realizing what had happened, he quickly got up and ran towards Li Xian. Seeing this, the orc was not about to let the other party off easily. He swung his axe and was about to swing it at Lin Hai's back. Seeing Lin Hai running around like a fool, not even bothering to hide, Li Xian was genuinely worried. He seized the opportunity and activated the blessing again just as the orc's axe was about to slip from his grasp. Damn it, I hope you hit the bullseye this time. Lin Hai? Are you trying to save me, or are you using me as a tool to kill someone? The blessing took effect, and some invisible force altered the orc's actions the instant he struck, causing the axe's trajectory to deviate. The spinning axe grazed Lin Hai's arm and slammed heavily into the ground. This startled Lin Hai, who quickened his pace and caught up with Li Xian in just a few steps. Brother Li, thank you so much. I never expected you to come and save me. Lin Hai grabbed Li Xian's hand, thanking him profusely with tears streaming down his face, and even started calling him brother. Ding, sincere thanks received, plus 100 good person points. Li Xian nodded calmly. It's alright, I just didn't want you to die so painfully. Lin Hai? Look at you, is this how a human being speaks? Li Xian didn't say anything more, his gaze turning to the orcs not far away. The latter had already picked up the axe from the ground, his red eyes fixed intently on the two of them. Li Xian knew that they had been targeted by this orc. They definitely can't win in a fight even with Lin Hai. They probably wouldn't be enough to defeat the orcs. Should we run? Li Xian glanced at the orc's two strong calves. Can they really outrun this orc? Just as Li Xian was considering whether to split up and run, the scene before him made his pupils dilate. Several more green-skinned orcs emerged from the entrance to that alternate dimension. 1, 2, 3 counting the first one, there were now 4 orcs standing opposite Li Xian, staring at the two of them from afar, each holding a different stone weapon. Li Xian immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing this, Lin Hai gasped, "Hiss, Brother Li, what do we do? Run? Run? I don't think we can escape." Li Xian's hands were sweaty with nervousness, but his mind remained calm as he thought. Once targeted by 4 silver-level creatures, the 2 bronze-level players probably have little chance of escaping. This is the city center. No one can say for sure whether any orcs will come out of the entrance. If one of them were to sneak into a nearby residential building, it would be a nightmare for ordinary people. Therefore, they had to hold off the 4 orcs. Li Xian whispered his idea to Lin Hai, who was so frightened that his legs almost gave way. No, you're going to fight them head-on? Yes, and you're with us too. Lin Hai pointed to his own nose. Me? Why? Li Xian said calmly, if you run away, I will definitely tell the school about this before I die. I'll say that you abandoned the classmate who saved you. Let's see if you can still get by then. Forehead. Li Xian's voice turned cold as he continued, and do you think you can escape? Upon hearing this, Lin Hai subconsciously glanced at the 4 ferocious-looking orcs and reluctantly assumed an attack stance. He knew Li Xian was right, he didn't have any skills that could improve speed. Even if he runs now, he'll probably be caught and killed in less than a minute. Lin Hai sighed inwardly, his gaze hardening as he replied to Li Xian without turning his head, Brother Li, I really thank you. Bite. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Li Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. Hold on for 5 minutes, someone will definitely come to rescue us in 5 minutes. I'll fight you to the death. 2 minutes later. The red light around Lin Hai gradually faded. He weakly supported himself on the ground with his hands, spat out the blood foam in his mouth, and endured the pain to ask, "Brotherly, are we going to die here?" They were told it would be 5 minutes, but the two of them couldn't even last 2 minutes. Li Xian was also in a bad mood. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he had forcibly used a blessing to dodge the attack, leaving him with very little spiritual energy. This left him feeling weak all over, and his head was still throbbing slightly. Looking at the 4 orcs closing in, Li Xian felt a sense of despair. He put his hands behind his back, gathered the last bit of spiritual power, and a bolt of lightning accumulated in his palm. This is the second bronze skill he has absorbed, Chain Lightning. Previously, when there were only 5 skill slots, Li Xian only absorbed 2 skills, and planned to save the remaining 3 for silver or gold skills later. Li Xian calmly whispered to Lin Hai, "I'll use my skills to hold off these orcs for a bit, then you can take the shortcut and run away." He paused for a moment, then continued, "By the way, I'm considered a good citizen, so remember to help me get more compensation for my sister." "Brotherly, you. Stop talking nonsense. Whether you can escape or not is up to you." As they spoke, the orc carrying the stone axe was already within arm's reach. Without further hesitation, Li Xian unleashed a burst of lightning from his hand, stood up, and unleashed his skill. "Run!" He roared at Lin Hai without turning his head. However, the level difference between the two sides was too great, and the lightning chain did not cause much damage. It only has a slight paralyzing effect, temporarily halting the orc's movements. As the lightning subsided, the orc angrily raised his axe and smashed it down on Li Xian's head. This time, it's probably really over. Li Xian muttered to himself, glanced at Lin Hai who had run away, and closed his eyes resignedly. Put! With the sound of a sharp blade slicing through a body, a spurt of hot blood sprayed onto Li Xian's face. The expected death did not occur, and Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. Under the lamplight, as a headless orc fell backward, he saw a tall, short-haired woman with a long sword in her hand, lighting a cigarette for herself with her back to Li Xian. "Phew, they won't even let us rest during our rare holiday." After saying that, the woman turned to look at Li Xian and said, "Hey, kid, you're very brave. You did well this time. Don't do it again next time." Li Xian? Chapter 5, Practical Exam begins. The remaining 3 orcs, seeing their companion die, roared angrily at the woman and charged forward with their weapons. The woman remained calm and composed, twirling her sword with a flourish. "You guys are a bit noisy." The woman's voice was cold and clear, and a spiritual map appeared behind her. This is how an awakened being performs when they unleash their full power. As the spirit map lit up, Li Xian was immediately stunned. The spirit diagram was shaped like a long sword, with a total of 14 skill slots, 7 of which were already lit up, flashing with different colored lights. 1 bronze skill, 2 silver, 2 gold, 1 platinum, and 1 diamond skill? Li Xian was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth, wondering in his heart what the woman's identity was. It's important to know that diamond-grade spirit pearls are practically priceless and unavailable. Moreover, absorbing skills from spirit orbs is not something that can be done in one go. For example, Li Xian used 3 spirit orbs to successfully absorb the lightning chain skill. Li Xian analyzed that this woman should have an official background and be at least a diamond-level expert. While he was pondering, his opponent must have used some kind of skill to increase their speed to the point of being invisible, instantly beheading all 3 orcs. The woman shook the blood off the sword, turned to look at him, and said, "Hey kid, I'll tell the management bureau about you blocking the way here. You're done here. Go home." After saying that, the woman walked into the entrance to the alternate dimension without looking back. "No, you, sigh." Li Xian gave a bitter smile. He had originally wanted to ask if there was any bonus or anything, but then he thought that it was good enough that he had survived. He called the store manager, informed him of the situation, and then closed the store door. When Li Xian returned home, his younger sister was already asleep, so he went back to his room and fell into a deep sleep. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Li Xian packed food and water for the next few days, along with a commonly used dagger, into his bag, gave his sister a few instructions, and then went to school. Several buses were parked at the school gate, all of which were used to transport students taking the exam this morning. Li Xian found the number 8 bus and got on. He heard the students on the bus whispering about what happened last night. "Hey, did you see the news this morning? Last night, a gold-level alternate dimension suddenly appeared in the city center." "No way, a gold-level alternate dimension? How many people must have died last night?" "It's true. Our house is nearby. When we saw a silver level orc coming out of the entrance, my whole family was too scared to come out of the house. I have something to tell you, but you have to keep it a secret. You tell me, you tell me. It was my uncle from the administration bureau who told me that a military officer on leave happened to pass by last night and shattered the core of that alternate dimension, which prevented the situation from escalating further. Ignoring the comments from his classmates, Li Xin walked straight to an empty seat in the back row. Zhang Wei and Lin Hai were sitting in the empty seats in front of them. Zhang Wei, like the other classmates, enthusiastically recounted what happened last night, while Lin Hai kept his head down as if he couldn't muster any energy. When Li Xin passed by them, Lin Hai finally raised his head blankly. Brother Li, you're not dead? Lin Hai pointed at Li Xin in astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. Pa, you're the one who's dead. Li Xin rolled his eyes at the other person, put down his bag and weapons, and sat down behind them. Lin Hai got up and sat down next to Li Xin, quietly asking, Brother Li, how did you survive last night? I was thinking of going to the morgue to claim your body after the monthly exam today. Li Xin? Li Xin slapped Lin Hai on the back of the head. If you can't speak properly, shut your mouth and go rest in front. You have an exam soon, so don't bother me. Okay. Seeing that Li Xin didn't want to talk, Lin Hai had no choice but to awkwardly return to his seat. This left Zhang Wei, who was standing to the side, completely bewildered. Why should my own brother call Li Xin brother? The key point is that after being rebuked, he didn't say anything and just obediently sat back down? While Zhang Wei was still wondering, the homeroom teacher got into the car and started taking attendance. Qin Hanin. Arrive. Yi Wan. Arrive. Everyone's here, let's go. Several buses drove in a grand procession to their destination. Li Xin closed his eyes in his seat, browsing the system in his mind. I collected 160 good points yesterday, but I haven't figured out how to use them yet. Now I have some time to think about it properly. Li Xin clicked on the Yin-Yang Reversal option. Skill detected, Lightning Chain Bronze, modifiable. Releases a chain of lightning, damaging the target and potentially linking up to 2 targets, inflicting a mild paralysis effect. The damage can be changed to healing. Note, modifying bronze level skills requires 100 good deeds points and cannot be changed. Should we make changes? Li Xin stared blankly at the system notification. Holy crap! This damage turned into healing? Healing skills are extremely rare, and even if there are healing spirit orbs to absorb, the chance of absorbing them is very low. Li Xin thought for a moment, is this electrotherapy? He chose yes. The next second, the system notified that the skill modification was complete, and the words LV1 upgradable appeared after the skill. Li Xin was increasingly looking forward to today's practical exam. There is only one other dimension near Zhanghai City, where he obtained his blessing in lightning chain skills, and where this exam will be held. Around noon, the bus stopped in a mountainous area in the northern part of Zhanghai City. The entire grade of students gathered on a hilltop, from which they could see the crack in the entrance to another dimension not far away, as well as the soldiers' camp near the entrance. The grade head took the microphone and walked to the podium that had been prepared in advance. Ahem, good afternoon, everyone. The grade head cleared his throat and began the pre-exam pep talk. This monthly exam is very important for all of you, so please take it seriously. The exam rules are similar to the college entrance examination. We prepared 90 red flags and inserted them into this alternate dimension in advance. To ensure fairness, the team formation for this exam has been adjusted. Students from the first 4 classes and the last 4 classes have been shuffled and reorganized into teams of 4 by drawing lots. The teams will be ranked according to the number of red flags they collect. These words sparked a flurry of discussion among the students below the stage. Students in the top classes began to complain about the unfairness and did not want to team up with students from the lower classes. The students in the classes behind were secretly delighted, thinking that they might be able to latch onto a powerful figure this time. Quiet, the grade head shouted, and continued. After the team draws lots, each team selects a captain and goes to the front to collect their team number plate and 4 signal flares. Each time you get an opponent's number card, it counts as 2 red flags and is added to your total score. Remember, only stay on the outer perimeter of the alternate dimension. Do not venture into the depths. If you encounter any life-threatening danger, release a signal flare. The teacher will arrive at your side to rescue you immediately. At the same time, it will be considered as a cancellation of your exam score. The exam will last for 2 days. Please gather here at 12 noon the day after tomorrow. teams that do not arrive will have their scores invalidated. Did you understand? Clear. Alright, please go to your homeroom teacher to draw lots. Li Xian stood at the back of Class 8's line, watching as each student drew lots with their homeroom teacher and then asked around who would be on their team. He also began to wonder who he would team up with. In no time, the drawing of lots and registration were completed, and the grade director held up a microphone to divide the students into teams according to their numbers. Team 88, Yang Kiki, Pan Shan, Lin Hai, Li Xian. Zhang Wei, who had been watching the numbering process closely, gasped when he heard the group assignments. Wow, what incredible luck did Li Xian and Lin Hai have? They were actually grouped with the only student in the entire school with S-level talent? Li Xian and Lin Hai were also surprised and exchanged glances. We just experienced death together last night, and today we were even assigned to the same group for the exam. Chapter 6, Don't say you're polite, say thank you. Brother Li, isn't this a coincidence? We were actually assigned to the same group. Lin Hai instinctively hooked his arm around Li Xian's shoulder and chuckled. Li Xian looked disgusted, but instead of pushing his arm away, he walked directly off the stage. At this moment, a man and a woman were already waiting for them there. Li Xian couldn't make sense of the names just by hearing them, but he remembered who they were after seeing them. These two are very famous at school. The boy's name is Pan Shan. He is the class monitor of Class 1 and his overall academic performance has consistently ranked in the top 10 of the grade. The girl's name is Yang Kiki, and she is a regular in the top 3 in overall academic performance. With her pure and lovely temperament and outstanding appearance, especially her long silver hair, coupled with her S-level awakened talent, she captured the hearts of countless male students. As soon as Li Xian and Lin Hai walked up to Yang Kiki, they immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding classmates. Li Xian pretended not to hear and introduced himself in a generous manner. Hello, I am Li Xian from Class 8. Hello, I am Lin Hai from Class 8. Pan Shan, ignoring Lin Hai, stared at Li Xian and sneered. TCH, you're Li Xian, the one who always gets perfect scores in academic subjects? You're really lucky this time. Lin Hai panicked upon hearing this. After all, Li Xian had risked his life to save him last night. Lin Hai knew that no matter how bad he was, he couldn't stand by and watch the person who saved him be talked about like that by others. He pointed at Pan Shan's nose. What kind of attitude is that? Pan Shan rolled his eyes. Who do you think you are, speaking here? You're a slacker from Class 8. You. Lin Hai trembled with anger. Alright, stop arguing. We still have to take the exam together as a team later. Yang Kiki stepped forward and pulled the angry Lin Hai back. Li Xian suppressed his anger and calmly pressed down on Lin Hai's arm. Li Xian has encountered many people who look down on others over the years. Especially the students in these top classes, they are very arrogant. Li Xian gets angry every time he encounters one. It's not worth it. He knew that the most important thing right now was the exam, and he didn't want to make any enemies before entering the exam hall. As for entering the alternate dimension, Li Xian coughed lightly and put on a smile. Brother Pan is right, I really did have good luck this time. I'll need your help to take care of me later. Brother Li, you, sigh. Seeing Li Xian suddenly back down, Lin Hai sighed and silently stepped aside. Yang Kiki was also somewhat disappointed by Li Xian's actions. In her mind, this boy had absolutely no arrogance. Humph, that's more like it. Pan Shan continued, then I'll be the team leader, and you don't have any objections to taking the number plate, right? No, Li Xian quickly echoed, then kicked Lin Hai again. Lin Hai said impatiently, no. Yang Kiki said she didn't care. Seeing that the three of them agreed, Pan Shan nodded in satisfaction. After you two go in, stick close to me and Yang Kiki, and try to get a good ranking. Maybe we can get you into a better class. Okay, I'll do as Brother Pan says. The team division was completed quickly, and the grade director returned to the stage to give final instructions. Dear students, please stay on the periphery of the alternate dimension and do not venture into it. If you encounter any life-threatening danger, be sure to send out a signal flare immediately. The monthly exam is now officially starting. Each team will enter in order of their number. As the monthly exam was announced to begin, the 96 teams lined up one by one at the entrance to the alternate dimension. When it was almost time for number 88, Li Xian sensed a faint but palpable hostility coming from behind him. He turned his head and glanced casually behind him, only to find a female classmate with a high ponytail staring at them. Xia Qingya? After seeing the other person's face clearly, Li Xian realized that the hostility was not directed at him, but at young Kiki. Yang and Xia are both students in the same class, and they are quite capable, so they consider each other as rivals. Li Xian didn't take it seriously and followed the others into the entrance to the alternate dimension. After a moment of dizziness, they found themselves in a soldier's camp. Although this alternate dimension is not very dangerous, the Dragon Kingdom still sent awakened troops to guard it. The surrounding area is a precipitous mountain peak, which is said to have been built by a powerful player using his skills to create a natural barrier that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Beneath their feet lay a primeval forest, inhabited by a large number of extraterrestrial creatures. Come with me. Pan Shan glanced around at the surroundings and then beckoned the group to descend the mountain via a mountain path. Li Xian and Lin Hai lagged behind. Lin Hai seemed to be deliberately avoiding him, but Li Xian didn't say much. The silence lasted for a long time until they left the mountain peak, when young Kiki suddenly blurted out, "Look, the red flag." Following the direction she pointed, everyone saw a bright red flag planted in the canopy of a tree not far away, with several alien creatures beneath it. Everyone was overjoyed. This luck is incredible. There are 3 white monkeys and 2 long-tongued gorillas. They're not a big threat, but we should still be careful. Pan Shan recognized the creatures and warned everyone to be careful. A few people whispered in agreement and slowed their pace as they approached the red flag. As the creatures drew closer, Li Xian felt a surge of excitement. The blessing skill comes from the white monkey spirit orb. I didn't expect that the skill could be upgraded so soon after I entered. Brother Pan, what should we do? Li Xian asked calmly in a low voice. Pan Shan ignored Li Xian and turned to look at young Kiki. Yang, why don't you go first? Okay. Young Kiki didn't stand on ceremony and summoned the spirit map behind her. It was a spirit map shaped like a snowflake, with 4 out of 15 skill slots glowing with the light of skills. 1 bronze, 2 silver, and 1 gold. This can be described as an exceptionally high skill set for Li Xian at his age. Li Xian currently only has 2 bronze skills, while young Kiki actually has a gold skill, making Lin Hai, who was following behind, extremely envious. Young Kiki raised her hand, her skill casting fully charged. The temperature around the 5 creatures plummeted, and ice shards formed a vortex that enveloped them. Silver skill Ice Spin Spell. One of the ice-based crowd control skills targets that touch the ice shards will suffer low temperature damage. Yang Kiki's hands moved without stopping, and several ice spears gathered above her head. Silver skill Ice Spear Technique. She pressed her wrist down, and the ice spears sliced through the air, hurtling towards the 5 creatures. Puff, puff, puff. The poor creatures from another dimension didn't even have time to react before they were pierced through by the ice spears and died instantly. Young Kiki, who had unleashed 2 skills, was not out of breath or red-faced, and had more than enough spiritual energy in her body. This scene left Li Xian and Lin Hai stunned, and they both gave young Kiki a thumbs up. Yang, you're amazing. Li Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Young Kiki tucked her silver white hair behind her ear, a blush rising on her fair face, and whispered, "Thank you." Ding, you have received thanks. Good points plus 10. Li Xian, wow, you can do that? Ahem, Yang, I'm not bragging, but with you and our team, we're practically invincible in this alternate dimension. Getting first place is as easy as drinking water. Li Xian then added another compliment. You're too kind. Don't say you're welcome, just say thank you. Yang Kiki, thank you. Ding, you have received thanks. Good points plus 10. Honestly, Yang, you're so beautiful and talented, you truly deserve to be our school's undisputed beauty queen. Li Xian, you're exaggerating. Don't say it's too much, just say thank you. Thank you, thank you. Bite. The two exchanged several words before Pan Shan, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up to stop them, and that's when they finally stopped. Li Xian looked at the 120 good points in the system and couldn't stop smiling. He quickly ran to the treetop, took down the red flag, and then came to the corpses of several creatures. Undeterred by the filth and disgust, he took out his dagger and began to dig out the spirit pearls. With good luck, Li Xian eventually unearthed 2 white monkey spirit pearls and 1 long-tongued orangutan pearl. He deliberately didn't wipe the blood off his hands, and carried the spirit orb and the red flag to his teammates. Brother Pan, classmate Yang, do you want these bronze spirit orbs? Yang Kiki merely glanced at it and waved her hand dismissively. Pan Shan also felt that there was no point in taking the bronze spirit orb. If he were to absorb another useless skill, he would be in a real bind. He snatched the flag from Li Xian's hand and said generously, "Take it." "Okay, thank you all." "Lin Hai? You haven't asked me yet, have you?" Li Xian happily put the spirit pearl into his pocket, planning to take it out and absorb it later when he rested. He was still looking for an opportunity to go solo. Now it seems like there's no point in even trying. Li Xian looked at young Kiki with the same gaze one would give a lamb to the slaughter. He then looked at Pan Shan, who was definitely a typical working-class person. Chapter 7, No, it's level 3. The group set off again. Along the way, they encountered another red flag and had 3 conflicts with alien creatures, all of which were resolved by young Kiki and Pan Shan. Li Xian was responsible for retrieving the red flag and the spirit pearl, and incidentally taking advantage of young Kiki, while Lin Hai was responsible for doing nothing. The outer perimeter of this alternate dimension was mostly inhabited by bronze-level creatures. The group didn't encounter any dangers and didn't meet any other team members either. 2 hours later, they found a secluded spot with a good view and took a break. Li Xian took the opportunity to hide to the side and began to absorb the spirit pearl. He pulled out a full bag of spirit beads from his pocket, counting them: 12 from white monkeys, 4 from long-tongued gorillas, and 5 from electric bats. Li Xian first crushed the first white monkey spirit pearl in his hand, and the spiritual energy contained within it began to be released. He quickly closed his eyes and began to absorb it. Blessing Bronze LV1 detected, meets upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade? Li Xian's heart lit up. Here it comes. Yes. The next second, the system notified that the upgrade was complete, and the skill name changed to Blessing Bronze LV2, upgradable. Is that really possible? Before Li Xian could finish his excitement, the system notification sounded again. Skill, Holy Light Bronze has a reversible modifier detected. The absorption conditions have been met. Should it be absorbed? Li Xian? Although the Holy Light skill is a bronze skill, it is a healing skill, and many people have tried to absorb it but failed. This system can absorb it directly? Li Xian did not hesitate and chose yes. Skill modifications complete. Holy Light Bronze LV1, upgradable, releases a beam of light that burns the life force of targets within its range. This turns healing into burning, turning a healing skill into a damaging one? What shocked him even more was that the Holy Light and Blessing skills only occupied 1 skill slot. With those 20 skill slots, he could absorb 40 skills. Cool. After absorbing the first spirit pearl, Li Xian couldn't wait to repeat the previous steps. This continued until all 12 white monkey spirit pearls were absorbed. Li Xian quickly checked the system. Blessing Silver LV0, upgradable, applies a weaker reverse blessing effect to the target. Holy Light Silver LV0, upgradable, releases a beam of light that burns the life force of targets within its range. It really turned into silver. Li Xian watched as the bronze light of the first skill slot in the spirit diagram turned silver, and he was overjoyed. After calming down, he read the skill entries again. Has it changed? Li Xian clearly remembered that the holy light was the same as before, but the blessing words changed from faint to weaker. Although they were all still very weak, he knew that the difference between being slightly weak and being relatively poor was not just a little bit. Soon, Li Xian discovered another problem. Why does it show LV0 after the upgrade? Curious, he clicked on the upgrade requirements and discovered that previously only 1 white monkey spirit pearl was needed, but now it required 10 pearls per upgrade. So, wouldn't it require 100 stones to upgrade to gold level? Li Xian stared blankly at the Blessing 310 and Holy Light 210. He then looked at the remaining spirit orb in his hand and suddenly realized something. Should I absorb more bronze and silver skills in the future? In any case, the number of bronze spirit pearls is enormous, and as long as Li Xian is willing to put in the effort, he can obtain a great many. After absorbing the white monkey's essence, he began absorbing the electric bat spirit orb, from which the lightning chain skill originated. Lightning chain bronze LV1 detected, meets upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. After absorbing 5 electric bat spirit orbs, the lightning chain reached bronze level 6. There was no notification this time that I could absorb new skills. Li Xian pondered for a moment. I remember that the electric bat spirit orb has a skill called gliding slash. Is it because there is no reversal attribute that it cannot be learned? Li Xian was not disappointed, on the contrary, he thought it was very good. This way, when you absorb spirit orbs to level up, you won't have to worry about getting unwanted skills. After absorbing so many spirit orbs in one go, Li Xian vaguely felt that he was close to reaching the 4th level of bronze. He took out the long-tongued ape spirit pearl and tried to absorb one, but still no system notification came. Li Xian calmed himself down and crushed and absorbed all the remaining spirit orbs. As he absorbed the spiritual power of the last spirit pearl, a crack sound came from his body. Li Xian's body was like a vortex, absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings. Another breakthrough? Lin Hai covered his mouth in disbelief upon seeing this. Pan Shan and Yang Kiki also sensed the extraordinary phenomenon of the breakthrough and both looked at Li Xian. Quick, protect Li Xian. Without saying a word, Yang Kiki ran to stand guard beside Li Xian. Awakened individuals are most vulnerable during their breakthrough process. If they are disturbed, it is very likely that the breakthrough will fail, and it will be difficult to break through again. Seeing this, Pan Shan and Lin Hai stood together to protect Li Xian. Even if they don't like each other, they are still classmates and don't have any deep-seated hatred. They can still offer Li Xian this much help. The extraordinary phenomenon of Li Xian's breakthrough continued, and Yang Kiki asked Lin Hai curiously, "Lin Hai, why did you just say that you broke through again?" Lin Hai explained, "Well, it's because Brother Li just broke through to Bronze 4 during his academic exam yesterday." Yang Kiki and Pan Shan exclaimed in unison, "Huh? Isn't Li Xian's awakened talent particularly low, which is why his level increases very slowly? Even if they absorbed more than 10 spirit orbs, how could a contestant with low talent possibly level up twice with such a low absorption and conversion rate?" With these doubts in mind, the group waited until Li Xian finished his breakthrough. "Brother Li, you're awake? Are you at Bronze V yet?" Lin Hai was the first to lean over and ask as soon as he saw Li Xian open his eyes. Li Xian clenched his fist, sensing the amount of spiritual energy within his body. "Yeah, Bronze V." "Hiss." Lin Hai gasped. Pan Shan suddenly felt a sense of displeasure. He was stuck at Bronze 7 for almost half a year, but this slacker from Class 8 in front of him has already reached Bronze 5. Pan Shan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Li Xian, I heard from Lin Hai that you leveled up twice a day?" Li Xian vehemently denied it. "No, it's level 3. I was only Bronze 2 the day before yesterday." Upon hearing this, Pan Shan quickly asked, "How did you do that?" Li Xian thought about it seriously. "Perhaps I have a disease that makes me advance in rank after every exam?" Yang Kiki, pfft. Pan Shan? Look at yourself, are you even speaking human language? Let's go. Seeing that the other party didn't want to talk, Pan Shan's pride as an excellent student prevented him from pressing further. Without giving Li Xian a chance to rest, he urged the group to set off. On the way forward for Squad 88, a group of people were crouching in the treetops, and a red flag was planted on a mound of earth not far from them. "Hey Lao Tang, we've been squatting here for so long our legs are numb, why haven't we seen anyone yet?" a student with a pointed face complained. The student named Lao Tang raised a finger and put it to his lips to signal for quiet. "Sho, don't worry, since there's a red flag here, someone will definitely take the bait." Suddenly, one of the team members with reconnaissance abilities warned, "Someone's coming this way." Old Tang's eyes gleamed. "What did I say? Get ready to rob them." Chapter 8, Who has a stomach ache? The alien space in Jianhai City is very large. At this point, almost 3 hours had passed since they entered the alternate dimension, and Team 88 was still wandering around in the woods. Seeing that everyone was not very vigilant, Li Xian reminded them, "Brother Pan, shouldn't we be a little more careful?" Pan Shan scoffed, "What's there to be careful about? The troops have already cleared out most of the powerful creatures around here." Upon hearing this, Li Xian said nothing more and slowly followed behind the two, pulling Lin Hai along with him. "Brother Li, what's wrong?" Lin Hai asked in a low voice. "It's nothing, I just felt this road was too quiet, I guess I'm being paranoid," Li Xian explained casually, and then didn't say anything more. The group walked a little further, and the red flag planted on the mound of earth came into their view. "Red flag." Pan Shan pointed happily at the flag, gesturing for Li Xian to fetch it. Li Xian shrugged, and just as he was about to approach, he realized with alarm that there were no living beings near the red flag. No way. Given the school's track record, how could they let a candidate get the red flag so easily? He slowed his pace, his eyes fixed on the mound of earth. The mound was flat, and the soil on top looked freshly turned over, its color much darker than the surrounding soil. Li Xian realized that this was very likely a trap. Ouch. Li Xian pretended to have a stomachache, clutching his stomach and crying out. "Li Xian, what's wrong?" Yang Kiki stepped forward to help Li Xian and asked with concern. "It's nothing, it's just that my stomach suddenly hurts." After saying that, Li Xian looked pitifully at Pan Shan. Brother Pan, why don't you go get it for me? I need to go to the toilet. You're such a busybody. Pan Shan rolled his eyes at Li Xian with disdain, and walked towards the red flag without thinking much of it. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Xian pulled Yang Kiki and Lin Hai to hide behind. Yang Kiki was a little confused. Li Xian, what's going on? Before Li Xian could answer, an explosion suddenly came from the red flag area. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Pan Shan was thrown backward from the thick smoke of the explosion. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to activate his defensive skill just before the explosion, which barely blocked some of the damage. But the massive explosion still caused Pan Shan to cough up a mouthful of blood. It was definitely a trap. Li Xian looked at Pan Shan's disheveled appearance and forced himself not to laugh. Before the group could react, 4 figures darted out from the treetops. After landing, Old Tang glanced at the scene and said regretfully, "It's a pity that only one was blown up." The boy with the pointed face and monkey-like features chimed in, "That's right, I shouldn't have bothered with all this effort." Pan Shan recognized Tang Zhang, who was in the same class, and angrily clutched his chest, demanding, "Tang Zhang, you fucking played dirty tricks? What, my class representative? All's fair in war, don't you understand that?" Tang Jingyi replied righteously. "You!" Pan Shan was so angry that he coughed up blood. The man with the pointed chin and monkey-like face glanced behind Pan Shan and his eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, I didn't expect school beauty Yang to be here too." Yang Kiki assumed a fighting stance but didn't say much. "Who are these people?" Li Xian suddenly walked up to Yang Kiki, pointed at the 4 people and asked them a question, which startled Yang Kiki. Your stomach doesn't hurt anymore?" Li Xian looked bewildered. "Stomach ache? Who has a stomach ache? You need to go get some medicine right away." Yang Kiki rolled her eyes, then patiently introduced, "Okay, the one at the front is Tang Zhang from class 1, bronze level 7. The one who spoke just now was Ho Jia from class 2, bronze level 6. I'm not familiar with the other 2 either." Ho Jia, with his pointed face and monkey-like features, looked at Tang Zhang and asked, "Old Tang, shall we still rob it?" Tang Zhang didn't take it seriously. "What's there to be afraid of? There are 4 of us." On the other side, only Yang Kiki is capable of fighting. The rest are 2 academic failures and a cripple. Pan Shan became even angrier upon hearing this. "Crippled? Then I'll show you just how powerful a cripple really is." Pan Shan forced himself to suppress the chaotic spiritual energy surging within his body to activate the spiritual diagram and unleash a silver-level defensive skill. Vines continued to grow from Pan Shan's spiritual image, enveloping his body. Silver skill wood armor. The moment the skill was displayed, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. After Pan Shan finished doing all that, he shouted without turning his head, "Yang Kiki, help me." The air was somewhat still. "Yang Kiki, where is my helper?" Seeing that no one responded, Pan Shan turned around, about to call out again, but there was no one behind him. While everyone's attention was on Pan Shan, Li Xian carried Yang Kiki, who had been knocked unconscious by a hand chop, and pulled Lin Hai along, quietly running more than 10 meters away. Li Xian ran while looking back, and when he saw that Pan Shan and the others had spotted him, he quickly shouted, "Go for it, brother Pan. I'm giving you a chance to prove yourself." "You're welcome. Old Tang, don't chase us. The license plate and the red flag are with Pan Shan." After saying that, Li Xian quickened his pace and disappeared in a flash, leaving Pan Shan, who was gritting his teeth, standing there dumbfounded. "Damn it, Li Xian. Put." Li Xian didn't dare to linger for a moment, and only shook Yang Kiki awake after confirming that she was safe. Yang Kiki slowly woke up, clutching the back of her neck, only to hear Li Xian panting and complaining. "Oh my goodness, you need to lose weight." Yang Kiki suddenly perked up, ignoring the fact that she had been knocked unconscious by Li Xian and carried all the way, her fair face turning bright red. You're the fat one." Li Xian shrugged, having gained nothing, and leaned against the tree trunk to rest. After standing there for a while, Yang Kiki walked up to Li Xian and asked, "Li Xian, why did you leave Pan Shan alone?" Without even thinking, Li Xian replied bluntly, "How much of a chance do you think we have? And even if we win, what will be the price we have to pay? It's only the first day of the exam." This question stumped Yang Kiki. Lin Hai, who had been silent until now, interjected, "But brotherly, we're 1 person short, and we've lost our number tags. How are we going to take the exam?" Li Xian chuckled, don't panic, I have a plan. 1 hour later. Yang Kiki pointed incredulously at the hordes of alien creatures and Lin Hai, who was running at the very front. Li Xian, is this the plan you were talking about? Li Xian looked puzzled. Yeah, what's wrong? At this moment, Lin Hai saw Li Xian and the other person in his field of vision and desperately shouted for help. Help, brother Li! I'm really going to die this time. Li Xian replied, don't be afraid, activate Berserk, and you'll be able to run faster. Damn it! Lin Hai cursed aloud, but his body obediently activated its Berserk mode. Li Xian glanced at the 40-odd bronze-level creatures behind Lin Hai, a slight smile playing on his lips. Yang Kiki, it's up to you now. Yang Kiki resisted the urge to glare at him, got into position, and one ice spear after another appeared in front of her. As the monster horde drew closer, more than 30 ice spears had already been condensed. Yang Kiki summoned so many ice spears in one go that it almost drained the spiritual energy from her body. Li Xian counted the distances from the side, and when all the creatures were within attack range, he shouted excitedly, now! Go! Under Yang Kiki's control, each ice spear precisely pierced the chests of those alien creatures. Puff puff puff. The sound of ice spears piercing the bodies of those creatures was incessant, instantly eliminating most of them. The remaining 10 or so realized what was happening, but it was too late to run away. Before anyone knew it, Li Xian had already charged forward with a dagger in hand. I hope you don't slip. Thud. A white monkey fell to the ground. Li Xian slashed his neck with a dagger, killing him instantly. I hope you don't run into a tree. Bang. Another white monkey crashed into the book, Seeing Stars. Li Xian was passing by and took care of it casually. These creatures were terrified by the attack just now and had no will to fight. They didn't even put up a fight against Li Xian and just wanted to run away as quickly as possible. A few minutes later, Li Xian looked at the corpses of white monkeys and long-tongued gorillas scattered on the ground and harvested the spirit pearls with satisfaction. Well done, 3 or 4 more times and you'll be good enough, Li Xian praised the two. Yang Kiki and Lin Hai, who were still sitting on the ground, jumped up when they heard this. What? You're coming again? Meanwhile, inside the camp at the entrance to the alternate dimension, the teachers in charge of ensuring the safety of this exam sat together. Old Zhang, which squad do you think will be the first to use a signal flare for rescue? A skinny old man asked Mr. Zhang, the homeroom teacher of Class 8, with a grin. Old Zhang looked at the Class 7 homeroom teacher who had spoken to him, a puzzled expression on his face. How would I know? The homeroom teacher of Class 2, who was sitting next to him, snorted coldly, is that even a question? It's definitely from your Class 8. Old Zhang immediately objected, how dare you talk like that? Why can't they be from your honors class? What kind of students are in the honors class? How are they compared to your Class 7 and Class 8? Don't you know that, Comrade Zhang? The homeroom teacher of Class 2 said sarcastically, then turned to look at the homeroom teacher of Class 1 beside him. Just as the latter was about to speak, a signal flare flew into the sky, emitting a piercing shriek. Several teachers glanced at it one after another and rushed toward the location of the signal flare without the slightest hesitation. The class teacher was the fastest to arrive. When the others arrived, they saw him staring at the student sitting on the ground with a bruised and swollen face. Pan Shan? Chapter 9, I thank you on Zhang Wei's behalf. The night in this alternate dimension is as quiet as still water. Lin Hai shrank further into the haystack and asked reluctantly. Brother Li, are we really going to do this? Yeah, Li Xian, isn't that too risky? Yang Kiki chimed in. Li Xian pointed to the camp not far away. What are you afraid of? They are at their most exhausted now. If we don't act now, when will we? Lin Hai muttered softly, but we're tired too. Li Xian was puzzled, tired? Why am I not tired at all? Nonsense, I've been pulling the monsters these past 2 days while Coco does the damage, and you've been picking up the scraps. How could you possibly get tired? Upon hearing this, Yang Kiki nodded vigorously in agreement. The two, who had been exploited by Li Xian, began to address each other as brother and sister as they went through thick and thin together. From the afternoon before yesterday until today, as long as the two of them recovered their spiritual power, they were sent to lure and kill monsters. They claimed that Li Xian was giving them special training. Lin Hai was indeed faster, and Yang Kiki's skills were more accurate, but whenever I saw Li Xian happily collecting the spirit orbs, I always felt like I was working for him for free. At that moment, Li Xian slapped Lin Hai on the back of the head. You talk too much. I'm already being lenient by not making you two thank me. Besides, do we still need our exam results? When it comes to exams, the two of them have to hold back, no matter how unwilling they are. Having reached a consensus, the three of them stealthily made their way towards the camp. It was called a campsite, but in reality, it was just a small team of examinees finding some dry grass, lighting a campfire, and making do with sleeping outdoors. At this time, the three candidates had already fallen asleep, leaving only one male student to keep watch by the campfire. As Li Xian said, after a day and a half of hard work, all four members of their team were exhausted, and three of them were injured. However, they did quite well, finding a total of 4 flags, defeating 2 teams, and obtaining 2 number plates and 3 flags. If each flag counts as 1 point, then they have 9 points now, which is already a very good result. Li Xian and his 2 companions approached stealthily and took a closer look. Isn't this a coincidence? It's Zhang Wei, my brother. Come, have a taste of my heartfelt blessings. At a suitable distance, I quietly offered my blessings to Zhang Wei. I hope you have plenty of energy tonight and aren't sleepy at all. 1/3 of the spiritual energy was immediately consumed, and the reverse blessing took effect. The power and applicability of a silver LV7 blessing are incomparable to those of a bronze one. Similarly, the consumption of spiritual energy is even more terrifying. After a day of secretly experimenting on Lin Hai, Li Xian discovered that the previous blessings only had effects on actions such as tripping or slipping. Now it can affect a person's physiological state, such as making someone who is trying to stay sleepy unable to stay awake, or making someone who needs to go to the toilet unable to hold it in. Unfortunately, if it exceeds this range, the blessing will not take effect at all. Hearing Li Xian say this, Yang Kiki was about to ask a question when Lin Hai suddenly recalled his past experiences and asked before she could. Haley, is your blessing cursed? Li Xian glared at him. How can you talk like that? This is a sincere blessing, okay? As they spoke, Zhang Wei, sitting by the campfire, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He shook his head twice, but the drowsiness wouldn't go away, and he soon fell asleep. It's done. Seeing this, Li Xian waved to the 2 men and began to act. Lin Hai was in charge of keeping watch, Yang Kiki was in charge of guarding, and Li Xian tiptoed to the team and began to rummage through their spoils. Hey, flag, take it. Here's the number plate, take it. Oh, there are a few more backpacks, containing signal flares, water, food, and spirit orbs. I'll take them all. Li Xian was ruthless, taking whatever he could find. In no time, he returned to his teammates with bags and packages hanging on his back. Lin Hai and Yang Kiki looked at Li Xian as if they were seeing bandits entering a village, determined to leave no trace of him. Li Xian looked at the 2 people who were standing there in a daze, with an admiring look in his eyes, and quickly gestured to them. I'm outta here. Once they reached a safe area, Li Xian rummaged through several bags, leaving behind the spirit orb and the signal flare, and giving everything else to Lin Hai. Brotherly, we have no use for these things, why take them? We should leave some for Zhang Wei instead. Lin Hai was puzzled, but he wanted to say a few words for his good brother Zhang Wei. Li Sini said sternly, think about it, if they wake up and find that the flag and number tags are missing, wouldn't they be furious? Wouldn't they beat Zhang Wei up? If we take all their food now, won't those guys run out of strength after a while of hammering? Tell me, am I doing a good deed for Zhang Wei? Lin Hai? Yang Kiki? Lin Hai was speechless. Brotherly, you're such a good person. I thank you on Zhang Wei's behalf. Ding, good deeds have been recognized, good deeds points plus 20. Li Xian's face lit up with joy. Right? I think so too. Yang Kiki, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly seemed to realize something and asked. Hey Li Xian, you stole their signal flare. What if they get into danger? Li Xian pounded his left palm with his right hand, suddenly realizing, that makes sense. Then he looked at Lin Hai. Lin Hai, go back to the camp and release all 4 signal flares. Lin Hai, huh? More than 20 minutes later. Li Xian looked at Lin Hai, who was running towards them panting, and at the 4 signal flares rising into the sky in the distance. He slung the backpack he had picked up from the camp over his shoulder. Let's go, to the next one. At the same time, more than 10 proctors arrived near the signal flare. Hurry up. This time, 4 signal flares were fired simultaneously, which means an entire squad is in danger. Who could be in danger in the middle of the night? Can't a person get a peaceful night's sleep? Don't complain, we'll be there soon. The group rode at full speed and hurried to the camp. I saw a classmate whose head had been beaten up by the campfire, and 3 teammates sitting nearby, panting heavily. The head teacher of the first class asked in confusion, "Why did you fire signal flares?" They were neither attacked by a large number of alien creatures nor engaged in combat with other teams. And judging from the situation, it seems that the one with a bruised and swollen face was beaten up by his own teammate. All the teachers were puzzled. But the 4 squad members remained silent, seemingly unwilling to mention that their camp had been raided in the middle of the night. This will likely leave an even worse impression on the teacher. When the class teacher saw that several students were unwilling to talk, he did not press them further. "Let's go back to the entrance with us." On the way back, the teachers were not as fast as they had come, but they safely brought the 4 students to the entrance. "Take a break." Old Zhang, the homeroom teacher of Class 8, walked over to several students and handed each of them a cup of hot water. Awakened individuals recover much faster than ordinary people. Their injuries are mostly superficial, so there's no need to worry too much. Even Zhang Wei, who was the most seriously injured, can recover in about 1 or 2 days. Just as the teachers were preparing to return to their respective places to rest, 4 more dazzling signal flares streaked across the distant sky. Holy crap! Who is it now? That night, the proctors stayed up all night, running around to 4 different places and managing to bring back 16 students. Now they were wide awake, afraid that as soon as they fell asleep, another signal flare would appear somewhere. That night, the students, unaware of what had happened, were all awakened from their dreams and stood guard vigilantly in the camp, thinking that some danger was watching them. That night, after working for several hours, Li Xian and his team calculated that there were still more than 4 hours until dawn. Go to sleep, you need to get enough sleep so you can get some work done tomorrow morning. Chapter 10, This Kid's Blessing is Poisonous. On the last day of the monthly exam practice class, Li Xian woke up the 2 who were still sleeping. "Get up, let's do one last big job." After last night's hard work, Li Xian and his team now have 9 flags and 7 number plates, for a total score of 23 points. Based on past experience, Li Xian believed that by this time, the weaker teams would have been eliminated, leaving about half of them. That means there are still more than 40 teams. Li Xian, along with the 2 others, had been lying in ambush on the mountain peaks near the entrance to the alternate dimension for some time. There is a necessary path here, which is the convergence point of all the mountain routes, about 500 meters away from the entrance. The road is flanked by steep cliffs, making it ideal for ambushes. Li Xian chose a location, and the 2 of them hid with him. Li Xian pointed around and explained his next plan. "Do you see these large rocks? I'll personally lead the way and lure them here later. Lin Hai, when you have the chance, throw stones at them and protect young Kiki." "Can you do it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hai was relieved that he wouldn't have to sell his body, and Lian Sheng agreed. "Brother Li, no problem, I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Seeing this, Li Xian looked at young Kiki again and said, "Young Kiki, you are in charge of long-range firepower. Don't hold back." Oh. Young Kiki appeared calm on the surface, but inside she felt an inexplicable excitement. As a good student, she used to focus on finding flags when participating in interdimensional combat classes, and would only consider taking action when she encountered other teams. She never took the initiative to cause trouble. But from last night until today, she has been actively causing trouble for others, just like a naughty child. This gave young Kiki an experience she had never had before. Li Xian stretched out one hand, palm down. The other 2 then extended their hands and placed them on top in turn. "Come on, let's strive for first place." "Go for it." 2. After making his preparations, Li Xian slipped to the bottom of the cliff and patiently waited for the first prey of the day to take the bait. They were lucky. Before long, a full squad of 4 appeared in Li's field of vision. "Hey Lao Tang, are we really going to go back so early?" Ho Jia looked like he hadn't woken up yet. Tang Zhang rolled his eyes at the other person. "Nonsense, what if there's an ambush along the way? Wouldn't all our efforts over the past 2 days have been wasted?" The girl next to Tang Zhang chimed in, "Hey Tang, you're just too cautious. What kind of squads would deliberately ambush us for no reason?" "That's right. Besides, our team isn't bad. Even if we encounter someone with bad intentions, we can hold our own," the last male student chimed in. After spending 2 days together, they had become familiar with each other. They could tell that Tang Zhang was a man of considerable strength, but also a cautious one. Tang Zhang did not refute this, but said calmly, "Sai, we didn't get a good rest last night, and we're not in good shape today. We should be careful." The group continued toward the entrance to the alternate dimension. Not far away, Li Xian recognized the group as the same team that had set the trap on the first day. What a coincidence! Li Xian couldn't help but sigh to himself, and then a plan formed in his mind. When they were less than 50 meters apart, he jumped out from behind a rock and shouted, "You scoundrels, I'll fight you to the death." After saying that, Li Xian forcefully threw the stone in his hand at Tang Jiang. Suddenly, a person jumped out, startling Tang Jiang and the others, who instinctively tried to dodge. But when they realized it was a rock that was coming at them, the agile Hojie grabbed it in one swift motion. Tang Jiang recovered his senses, recognized Li Xian, and his initial anxiety subsided. He then asked with interest, "What's wrong, Li Xian? Are you alone?" Li Xian snorted coldly, "You have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for your scheme to eliminate Brother Pan, our fighting strength would have been greatly reduced. Yesterday we were in danger. My 2 teammates were eliminated while covering for me, and now I'm the only one left. I must avenge this, no matter what." Li Xian's expression was like that of a wronged woman as she spoke fiercely. Tang Jiang looked around and indeed did not see Yang Kiki. Coupled with Li Xian's passionate performance, he couldn't help but believe it a little. I really didn't expect that someone as talented as Yang Kiki would be eliminated. Tang Jiang sighed, then looked at Li Xian. "Li Xian, why are you doing this? It's just an exam, why do you have to come out and get beaten up by us? Wouldn't it be better to just stay hidden until the exam is over?" Hypocrites. I wonder what you 4 are good at besides sneak attacks. You cowards, come and fight me one-on-one if you dare. Li Xian got into a fighting stance and retorted without any politeness. Hojie, who has a short temper, gritted his teeth in anger when he heard Li Xian's provocation. A one-on-one fight? I think this kid's just asking for trouble. Let's teach him a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Hojie took a step forward and rushed towards Li Xian. Seeing that the bait had been taken, Li Xian rolled his eyes at Hojie and ran away. Tang Jiang couldn't stop Hojie, so he could only say to his other 2 teammates, "Keep up, let's finish this quickly and don't waste any time." Hojie was very fast, and he caught up with the 50-meter gap in just a few seconds. "Kid, I'll teach you a lesson for being arrogant." As he spoke, Hojie had already come up behind Li Xian and reached out to grab him from behind. At the critical moment, Li Xian calmly turned to Hojie and offered his blessings. "May you walk without tripping." Hojie? Before he could react, he tripped over his own feet and fell face first into the mud with a thud. Damn it! Hojie raised his head and cursed angrily. Taking advantage of this moment, Li Xian ran more than 10 meters away. Tang Jiang and the others who arrived helped Hojie up, asking him with concern, "What happened?" Just as they saw Hojie about to succeed, Li Xian turned around and said something, and then Hojie fell to the ground. "Pa, this kid's blessing is poisonous." Hojie spat out the dirt and sand from his mouth and said angrily, "Chase him. We have to beat this kid to a pulp." The group gave chase again, but after a short while, Li Xian suddenly stopped running. "What, can't run anymore?" Hojie stopped and mocked. Li Xian smiled but didn't say anything, and waved his hand. The next second, a rumbling sound came from the cliffs on both sides. Tang Jiang and the others looked up and saw large rocks rolling down from the mountaintop. Ambush? Tang Jiang was startled and prepared to evacuate. Hojie glanced at the falling stones, confident in his speed the stones posed no threat to him. "Kid, I'm going to beat you up today." Hojie roared and leaped forward. Li Xian remained calm and composed, looking at Hojie and saying calmly, "I hope you don't trip while walking." Smack! Hojie has once again met his demise. Damn it! Hojie cursed as he stood up. "May you walk without tripping." Smack! Holy crap! Hojie felt his face was bruised from the fall, and his anger surged. Tang Jiang and the others looked at Hojie, who had fallen twice, and were puzzled. This kid's blessing skill is really a bit poisonous? Tang Jiang had no idea how many people were lying in ambush on the cliff, and the thought of retreating began to cross his mind. As the rocks drew ever closer, he glanced at Li Xian and noticed that the latter's face had turned pale. Tang Jiang recognized that this was a sign of depleted spiritual energy. He shouted to Hojie, "Hojie, the enemy is out of spiritual power, attack." Tang Jiang reminded him, and Hojie also noticed Li Xian's current state, which made him overjoyed. "Kid, let's see how you can give blessings without spiritual power." After saying that, Hojie got up and charged forward again. Li Xian's face was pale, but his expression showed no fear whatsoever. He stood still, shrugged, and silently took out a bronze-colored spirit bead from his pocket. Who said I don't have spiritual power? After saying that, Li Xian crushed the spirit pearl, and the spiritual power contained within it immediately poured into his body. Li Xian felt his spiritual energy rapidly recovering, and felt helpless. The blessing is indeed useful, but it's too expensive. To Hojie's astonishment, Li Xian took out another spirit pearl and crushed it. He then pointed at Hojie and Tang Zhang. I sincerely hope you two won't trip and fall while walking. Smack! Smack! Damn it! Chapter 11, You Need to Act More Fierce. Chapter 11. Lin Hai's stone throwing skills improved, and it seemed that he was about to throw all the large rocks on the mountain. Yang Kiki stood on the cliff face, her skills ready at any moment. The other two members of Tang Zhang's team, seeing Tang Zhang and the others fall, gritted their teeth and shielded them from the falling rocks. At this moment, even Tang Zhang, who was usually quite naive, realized that he had been tricked. Li Xian, you're asking for death. Tang Zhang and Hojie both stood up angrily. Noisy. Li Xian took out 2 more spirit pearls and continued to bless Tang Zhang and Hojie. In an instant, the 2 of them fell to the ground as soon as they got up, unable to even summon the spirit map properly. After falling several times, Hojie got angry and had a sudden idea, damn it, I'm not getting up. Hojie simply lay down on the ground and crawled on all fours to approach Li Xian. In this way, he was like a big worm, but much slower. Seeing this, Li Xian remained calm, anticipated the opponent's route, and waved his hand. A beam of light, 2 meters thick, fell from midair and landed precisely on Hojie. Ah! The burning pain caused Hojie to curl up into a ball, letting out painful howls. 2 seconds later, the beam of light faded, leaving Li Xian standing there in disbelief. This was the first time he used the reversed holy light, and it was this powerful? Tang Zhang, lying on the ground, stared at the dissipating pillar of light, his mind filled with questions. Is this holy light? That huge, thick beam of light, is it definitely holy light? Holy light isn't a healing skill, so would someone enveloped in a beam of light feel warm and comfortable? Why did Hojie scream so pitifully? You little brat. Ah! Hojie, his eyes red and tears streaming down his face, had barely uttered a few words when Li Xian raised his hand and unleashed another beam of holy light. Looking at Hojie, who was groaning in pain, Li Xian grinned mischievously and asked with concern. You're speaking a bit loudly, are you hard of hearing? Come on, the holy light package cures all diseases. As Hojie and the others watched the second beam of light disappear, he was about to burst open and curse, what the hell? Ah! Li Xian ignored it, took out the spirit orb from his pocket with one hand, and used the other hand to seamlessly connect the skill. For a moment, Hojie's screams, bathed in holy light, echoed throughout the mountain in this alternate dimension. 1 minute later, Hojie lay motionless on the ground, tears streaming down his face. At this moment, the already thin man seemed to have lost even more weight, looking listless like a little old man. Li Xian stepped over Hojie, crushed another spirit pearl in his hand to replenish his spiritual power, and walked towards Tang Zhang. Tang Zhang looked at Li Xian with a hint of fear in his eyes, and a thought of retreat crossed his mind. He glanced back and saw that the passage behind him was blocked by stones, and his 2 remaining teammates had somehow been frozen into 2 ice sculptures. Tang Zhang tried to stand up and questioned in a deep voice. Li Xian, aren't you afraid of absorbing unwanted skills by consuming spirit orbs so recklessly? Li Xian didn't know whether to agree or not. What a joke, how could someone as unlucky as me absorb a skill? Forehead. While Tang Zhang remained silent, Yang Kiki and Lin Hai had already come down from the cliff and arrived at Li Xian's side. Enough with the small talk. Do you want to hand over the stuff without suffering, or should I make you faint so you can get it yourself? Li Xian raised his hand, his holy light skill poised to be unleashed. Tang Zhang glanced at his teammates who had lost their fighting ability, then at Li Xian and the other 2, and sighed helplessly. Okay, here you go. Tang Zhang reluctantly took out his backpack and handed over all the money he had earned in the past 2 days to Li Xian. Li Xian took the bag but showed no intention of letting him leave. Tang Zhang was somewhat annoyed by this. Li Xian, what else do you want? Huh? Don't you have to say thank you? Thank you? Yes, look. Li Xian cleared his throat. Did you realize your shortcomings from this encounter? Tang Zhang thought about it and realized that he had indeed been too arrogant at the beginning. He then nodded and said, yes. Secondly, as the person in charge of the team, Didn't you realize you couldn't control your teammates? If you had stopped Hojia from the beginning and been more cautious, wouldn't you have avoided falling into my trap? What should I do? What he said seems to make a lot of sense. Tang Zhang thought to himself, but responded verbally. That settles it then, say thank you, Li Xin said matter-of-factly. Well, thank you, Li Xin. Ding, helping others recognize their shortcomings earns gratitude and 10 good person points. Li Xin smiled knowingly, look, even the system says I'm helping others. I really am a good person. Alright, let's go. Li Xin had Yang Kiki remove the ice from the two people, and the two of them, along with Tang Zhang, carried Hojia and headed towards the entrance. Once they were out of sight, Yang Kiki couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, Li Xin, you were so cool just now. I was terrified when I saw Hojia almost chasing you. Lin Hai chimed in, yes, Coco almost rushed down to save you just now. Li Xin touched his nose and chuckled, that was a close call, wasn't it? He then pointed to the pile of stones in the forest and said, go, turn those stones into a wall. We'll build a toll booth here today, and we'll collect from every person who comes. Okay. Lin Hai worked with great enthusiasm and quickly built a stone wall that was nearly 2 meters high and more than 1 meter wide. Taking this opportunity, Li Xin sorted through his existing spoils of war. Tang Zhang's team was indeed well off, with 4 number plates and 11 red flags. They must have been plotting against us these past few days. No wonder they left so early, they're probably afraid of retaliation. With his previous loot added to his tally, Li Xin now has 42 points. With this score, making it into the top 3 shouldn't be a problem. Tang Zhang's bag also contains several spirit pearls, which made up for Li Xin's previous consumption. Yang Kiki approached Li Xin, who was grinning foolishly, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Xin, is there anything special about your skills? She just saw Li Xin unleash the Holy Light skill on Hojia. That skill, which was clearly intended to target the wound, turned into a beam of light nearly 2 meters thick in Li Xin's hands, and even made the latter scream in pain. Upon hearing this question, Li Xin was immediately embarrassed. But then he thought that as long as he continued to use his skills in front of others, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. After pondering for a moment, Li Xin had an answer. He replied softly, well, it's not really a secret, it's just that I suddenly awakened an innate skill. Yang Kiki was taken aback. What? You've awakened a unique skill? Among the current awakened, only those who reach the platinum level will awaken their inherent skills. That's because each person's spiritual chart is different, and different abilities are awakened accordingly. This is why people say that platinum is a watershed moment. Only when they reach the platinum level do awakened ones truly become powerful. But for someone like Li Xin, who can awaken his inherent skills during the Bronze Age, it's practically unheard of. Seeing that Yang Kiki didn't believe him, Li Xin added, it's true, don't you believe me? I named my unique skill Yin Yang Reversal, which can reverse skill effects. Hiss. Yang Kiki gasped, and at the same time, she realized why Li Xin's Holy Light and Blessing skills were different from the original. She thought to herself, if what Li Xin said was true, then if he absorbed some specific skills and then reversed the situation, wouldn't he be incredibly powerful? Thinking about this, Yang Kiki became curious about something else. Li Xin, may I ask how many skill slots you still haven't used? Li Xin was taken aback, wondering why the other party was suddenly asking this question. After thinking about it, he decided to keep the Yin-Yang Pisces spirit diagram a secret. There are 3 more. As he spoke, Li Xin displayed the spirit diagram he had seen earlier. There are a total of 5 skill slots, 2 of which are lit up and are currently shining with a bronze light. Fortunately, he could switch back and forth between the original spirit map and the system, which allowed him to temporarily conceal the matter from the system. That's not right. I heard from Lin Hai that you also have a lightning chain skill. How come you only have 2 activated? Yang Kiki asked, puzzled. Li Xin smiled awkwardly, oh, this is a dual skill in 1 bead. Yang Kiki? This time she was really stunned. She had only heard of the saying 1 bead, 2 skills once before. How lucky would one have to be to obtain it? Yang Kiki looked at her classmate. Although he only had 5 skill slots, she had a feeling that his future would be extraordinary. Fearing that Yang Kiki would continue asking questions, Li Xin quickly changed the subject, that classmate Yang Kiki. No, just call me Coco. Yang Coco smiled warmly. Okay, fine. Li Xin didn't dwell on it and continued, when the people come later, you have to act a bit fierce. Be fiercer? Young Kiki was a little confused, so she tried to furrow her brows and open her mouth wide. Is that so? Yes, that's the feeling, be even fiercer. Oh, whoa. Great, when someone comes later, if I say I'm being mean to him, you just howl. Oh, whoa. Chapter 12, Others Fight and Talk Trash, While You Unleash the Roar of a Dragon? Chapter 12. Li Xian, with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, lay leisurely behind the stone wall, enjoying the sunlight from the other dimension. A while later, Lin Hai rushed over in a panic. Brother Li, we have a job. Li Xian stood up and said dismissively, what's the panic? Come on, let's go take a look. The two men's bandit-like conversation made young Kiki roll her eyes. Not far away, a small team of 3 walked towards the stone wall. The group looked quite disheveled, with their clothes torn and various injuries. With one person also missing, it's clear they've encountered a significant conflict in the past 2 days. Bai Yi, how's your injury? A cute girl among the 4 asked the leader with concern. I feel much better. I'll get some rest when we get to the camp. Bai Yi replied gently on the surface, but a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as Xiaoqing's image appeared in his mind. If they hadn't encountered the opposing team, they wouldn't have hidden away to heal their injuries so early. Bai Yi prided himself on his abilities, having consistently ranked 3rd in his grade in practical exams throughout his 2 years of high school. Unfortunately, Xiaoqing and Yang Kiki always took 1st and 2nd place. Xiaoqing, in particular, has seen her strength increase dramatically in just one summer vacation. Bai Yi couldn't understand how a woman could have mastered such superb swordsmanship. Moreover, in this kind of team exam, he actually abandoned his teammates and acted alone. If the other party hadn't held back, that sword strike would probably have killed him. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, he abandoned one of his teammates to delay Xiaoqing, allowing the 3 of them to escape. The group turned a corner and arrived not far from the stone wall. Huh? When did a stone wall get built here? Bai Yi asked in confusion. Another male team member shook his head, I don't know, it wasn't there when we set off. Just then, a loud voice came from the stone wall. This mountain is mine, this wall is mine, if you want to pass, leave your toll. Li Xian stood on the stone wall and shouted to Bai Yi and the others, with Yang Kiki and Lin Hai standing on either side of him. Bai Yi was about to say something about how a mere brat dared to block his way, but he stopped himself from speaking. Yang Kiki? Why is she here too? Bai Yi was taken aback. That head of silver hair was so distinctive that even from a distance, Bai Yi was certain that Yang Kiki was in that group. Seeing someone blocking their way, the cute girl anxiously asked Bai Yi, what do we do now? Damn it, I just managed to avoid Xiaoqing, and now I've run into Yang Kiki. Bai Yi lamented to himself why he was so unlucky. Let's go talk to them first and see if they can let us through directly, Bai Yi decided, then added. Remember, don't let them see that we're injured. After saying that, Bai Yi took the lead and strode towards the stone wall. Yang Kiki, you are Li Xian? Bai Yi greeted Yang Kiki politely, while also recognizing Li Xian in the middle. Li Xian? That Li Xian who gets 1st place in academic subjects but flops in combat? The male teammate next to him frowned. Although he was a student in class 6, he didn't value the top grades as much as Bai Yi did. But he had heard of Li Xian's great reputation. What a joke! These days, anyone can take a toll, he said sarcastically to Li Xian. Lin Hai got angry when he heard this, you brat, how dare you talk like that? Li Xian reached out to stop Lin Hai, and sneered, what, do you think we're a pushover just because we're not showing our teeth? Coco, yell at him. Oh whoa! Bai Yi and the other 2? Listening to Young Kiki's childish voice, they felt utterly bewildered. Others talk trash before they fight, but you unleash a dragon's roar? Seeing the 3 of them stunned, Li Xian assumed they were scared and said with a wicked grin. Now you're scared? Hurry up and leave your things here, or don't blame us for being impolite. Seeing that negotiations were failing, Bai Yi hardened his heart and said, let's go, let's not be polite with them. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yi launched the first attack on Li Xian, charging forward with explosive speed. The boys in class 6 faced off against Lin Hai, while the cute and gentle girls had to deal with Yang Kiki. A spiritual diagram appeared behind Bai Yi, and his silver skills shone brightly. The next moment, several vines sprouted from the soil, rushed up the stone wall, and tried to trap Yang Kiki's ankles. That's right, his primary target is still Yang Kiki. As her classmate, Bai Yi knew that Yang Kiki was skilled in ranged attacks and not very good at close combat. At the same time, he judged that among the three opponents, Li Xian was the weakest in combat. He handed Yang Kiki over to his teammates and used his skills to trap the opponent. If he could hold out for a moment, he could break through the defense and reach the entrance smoothly. Caught off guard, the vine still managed to trap her ankles and climb up her body. Li Xian stood there like a fool, not even flinching from Bai Yi. It's done? In Bai Yi's view, everything was going so smoothly. Li Xian didn't even lift his eyelids, and slowly said to him, "You're going so fast, I hope you're careful not to fall." Bai Yi thought Li Xian was really stupid, actually thinking of using the blessing skill at this time. "Don't worry, I'll knock you out right now." Bai Yi retorted without hesitation, but suddenly tripped over his own feet and, just as he was about to reach the stone wall, his body went out of control and crashed into it. Bang! After a crisp sound, Bai Yi's head slammed solidly against the rock. When Bai Yi looked up, blood was streaming from his nose, and he also knocked out half of his front tooth. Damn it! Bai Yi covered his face and suddenly felt a blinding white light shine above his head. Immediately afterwards, he was enveloped in holy light. Bai Yi felt the light burning his body from the outside in, causing his strength to continuously drain away. Bai Yi couldn't help but let out a scream. After the scream subsided, the white light dissipated, giving Bai Yi no chance to catch his breath before another beam of white light fell. After several attempts, Bai Yi was in tears and nosebleeds, and collapsed to the ground. He turned his head blankly and saw that Yang Kiki had broken free of her restraints at some point, and her teammates who had been fighting her had turned into ice sculptures. Lin Hai and his other teammate were still exchanging blows, but the latter was injured and had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. It's estimated that the outcome will be decided soon. Li Xian never moved from his seat, smiling as he looked at Bai Yi. "So, do you submit or not?" "I'll submit? Submit my ass." Bai Yi roared at Li Xian with a strength that seemed to come from nowhere. "If Xiaoqinga hadn't targeted us and injured me, do you really think you could beat me, you piece of trash from Class 8? Li Xian narrowed his eyes. He was genuinely annoyed by these words. "Okay, I'll heal your injuries, and then we'll play another round." As he spoke, Li Xian gathered electricity in his hand, preparing to unleash a reverse lightning chain on Bai Yi. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps in the distance interrupted his movements. Li Xian looked up and his gaze froze. A tall female student with a high ponytail held a long sword in her hand, and a spiritual map was slowly unfolding behind her. "Xiaoqinga? What's she doing here now?" Chapter 13, Battle against Xiaoqinga. Li Xian had spoken with Yang Kiki about Xiaoqinga and was told that she was a sword-practicing fanatic. According to Yang Kiki's understanding, Xiaoqinga's family is a family of swordmasters in Zhanghai City. They have been practicing swordsmanship since their ancestors and it has been passed down to Xiaoqinga. It is said that this person has an extremely high talent for swordsmanship. After becoming an awakened one, her family even collected some spirit beads from all over the country that could complement her swordsmanship. Li Xian asked Yang Kiki who was stronger, her or Xiaoqinga. After some thought, Yang Kiki concluded that if Xiaoqinga got close to her, she would definitely lose, but if she could create a safe environment for attacking, then Xiaoqinga would definitely lose. At this moment, Xiaoqinga remained silent, approaching step by step, her eyes fixed on Yang Kiki. Lin Hai, who was still fighting, stopped and returned to Li Xian, asking in a deep voice, "What should we do? Should we fight?" Li Xian also felt his scalp tingle under the invisible aura emanating from the other party. Is there any other option besides fighting? Li Xian then looked at Yang Kiki and handed her the backpack containing the red flag and number tag. "Lin Hai and I will do our best to stop her. Coco, you're in charge of unleashing your full power. If we fail to stop you, just run." Yang Kiki nodded. "Oh, I understand." After doing all that, Bai Yi and the boy from Class 6 had already slipped away. However, Li Xian didn't pay attention to it and focused all his attention on Xiaoqinga. As the other party drew closer, Li Xian shouted out his tongue-twisting words, "This mountain is mine, this wall is mine, if you want to pass, leave your toll." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinga paused, glancing slightly at Li Xian. Their eyes met. This was the first time Li Xian and Xiaoqinga had ever looked into each other's eyes. Li Xian read a hint of confusion and curiosity in her eyes, but not disdain. Xiaoqinga took off her backpack, placed it beside the cliff, and continued forward. With the two sides less than 20 meters apart, Li Xian knew he couldn't wait any longer. Superior. He and Lin Hai jumped down and ran towards Xiaoqinga. Yang Kiki waved her hands, and several ice spears were ready to be fired. Lin Hai activated his berserk mode, moving slightly faster than Li Xian. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Xiaoqinga and took to the air. Xiaoqinga stopped and gripped the sword hilt with her other hand. The next moment, the 3-foot sword was drawn. Lin Hai sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the cold light, and goosebumps rose all over his body. But now there is no turning back. He raised his fist and slammed it into the other man's face. Faced with this attack, Xiaoqinga remained expressionless, simply sidestepping to avoid the fist in front of her. Then, she casually raised the tip of her sword and thrust it toward Lin Hai's shoulder. "I wish you a 100% success rate." Li Xian's voice rang out at the right moment. Xiaoqinga was bound to be hit by the sword, but she deviated slightly when she struck, and the blade grazed Lin Hai's shoulder. Xiaoqinga made a questioning sound, and then kicked Lin Hai in the stomach, sending him flying. The next second, several ice spears streaked across the sky and attacked her, and Xiaoqinga instinctively dodged. "I hope you don't fall right now." Xiaoqinga glanced at Li Xian again with a puzzled look, then tripped over her own feet and fell forward. Seeing this, Li Xian felt smug. No matter how strong you are, everyone is the same in front of blessing. But what the other party did next made his pupils shrink involuntarily. Xiaoqinga lightly touched the ground with the tip of her sword, using the blade as a fulcrum to stop herself from falling. The long sword hummed, and just before the ice spear was about to fall, she leaped backward, narrowly avoiding it. Looking at her textbook perfect emergency response, Li Xian couldn't help but want to applaud her. He stood there, pulled out a dagger, silently crushed a spirit pearl, and calmly looked at Xiaoqinga. This was their second eye contact, and at that moment, Li Xian had only 2 words in his mind. Troublesome. And it's extremely difficult to handle. In those few moves against Xiaoqinga, the opponent relied entirely on swordsmanship and movement, without even using a single skill. Li Xian glanced at the spirit diagram behind her, where 13 skill slots were linked together to form a long sword, with 1 yellow, 2 silver, and 1 bronze gleaming among them. According to young Kiki, both she and her partner had 3 skills in their second year of high school. Presumably, that golden skill was absorbed during the summer vacation, just like young Kik's. At this moment, for the first time, Xiaoqinga's eyes revealed a genuine respect for Li Xian, as if she acknowledged Li Xian's strength. The atmosphere was slightly silent. After a moment, Li Xian shouted without turning his head. "Lin Hai, retreat. Young Kiki, find an opportunity to unleash your full power." At the same time, Xiaoqinga moved. In the spirit diagram, a bronze skill and a silver skill flashed one after the other. Her feet seemed to be surrounded by a persistent breeze, which suddenly increased her speed, while the sword was wrapped in a circle of red light. Bronze skill Wind Surge increases the target's movement speed. Silver skill Increased Damage increases weapon damage. Xiaoqinga strode forward, unleashing a 3-hit combo with a long rainbow. "I wish you a 100% success rate." At the critical moment, Li Xian held the dagger in front of him and released a blessing. This almost depleted his spiritual energy. The 3 consecutive attacks arrived in an instant. The sound of air being torn apart exploded in Li Xian's ears, but they failed to harm him in the slightest. Xiaoqinga continued moving without stopping, as if she knew this would happen. As she sheathed her sword, she threw a punch at Li Xian's abdomen. Bang! His seemingly slender arms unleashed astonishing strength, sending Li Xian flying 2 or 3 meters with a single punch. Hiss! Li Xian gasped in pain. He didn't stop there. He waved his hand in midair, and holy light instantly fell from above Xiaoqinga's head. However, the other party vaguely sensed danger when Li Xian raised his hand and dodged to the side before the pillar of light enveloped her. The 2-meter-thick beam of light only grazed Xiaoqinga's arm. The burning sensation vanished in an instant. Xiaoqinga nonchalantly shook her arm and continued her assault. "Damn, are they trying to kill us?" Li Xian cursed inwardly, then crushed another spirit orb and continued to offer his blessings before the opponent could make a move. In a short time, they went back and forth for several rounds. Xiaoqinga was able to dodge the holy light attacks with her agile movements every time, and also avoid young Kik's attacks along with them. Li Xian, thanks to the blessing, was not injured by the sword, but he would occasionally get punched or kicked. But he kept Xiaoqinga firmly under control, preventing her from getting close to the stone wall. Young Kiki watched this scene from a short distance away, feeling anxious. She didn't know what Xiaoqinga had done during the summer vacation, but she was definitely stronger than before. "Do we really have to use that move?" Young Kiki muttered to herself. She had only recently acquired the golden skill, which she had originally planned to save for the upcoming battle exam to give Xiaoqinga a surprise attack. Xiaoqinga had the same idea. Although she couldn't hit Li Xian for the time being, she held back and didn't use her golden skill. In one exchange, Li Xian used his dagger to block the opponent's sword strike, using the recoil to pull himself away. Coco, Ice Whirlwind Spell. He shouted without turning his head, and young Kiki immediately understood. The swirling ice shards circled around Xia Qingge, temporarily immobilizing her, allowing Li Xian to take the opportunity to run back. He leaped up the stone wall, panting heavily, and called out, "I'm outta here, I can't beat them." His spiritual power can be replenished countless times thanks to the abundance of spiritual pearls, but his physical strength is lacking. Looking at Xia Qingge, she remained completely calm and composed, indicating that her physical condition was far from ideal. Li Xian felt that fighting Xia Qingge was a double test of physical and mental strength, and he could not relax for a moment. It was more tiring than running a marathon. Li Xian and his two companions ran towards the entrance camp, which was 500 meters away. After running for a while, Li Xian looked back. They discovered that the ice spin curse only held Xia Qingge back for a moment before being broken. At that moment, the other side was rushing towards them at high speed. "What grudge do you hold against me? I wish you won't fall while running." Li Xian turned around and left a blessing, which made Xia Qingge stop in her tracks. Watching Li Xian and the others about to reach the finish line, Xia Qingge remained silent, quietly sheathed her sword, turned around, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and walked towards the entrance. Li Xian ignored the other person's actions and ran to the proctor's side as fast as he could. When he saw his familiar homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, he was overwhelmed with emotion. "Teacher, I'm handing in my paper." Chapter 14, Poor Lin Hai. Zhang Huaigua, the homeroom teacher of Class 8, looked at the boy in front of him with a surprised expression. Okay. Li Xinqing excitedly emptied the red flag and number plate from his backpack, and the teacher in charge of registration began to check them on the spot. Team 88, 1 red flag equals 1 point, totaling 42 points. Are there only 3 of you left on your team? Yes. Li Xian answered calmly, then took out 3 and used signal flares. 42 points? Zhang Huaigua, who was watching Li Xian's team score from the side, was genuinely shocked. This score is considered quite high in previous interdimensional practical exams. Old Zhang, not bad, those 2 students from your Class 8 really got a powerful backer. Ma Xiangdong, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, suddenly said this behind Zhang Huaigua. The implication is that Li Xian and Lin Hai were lucky enough to draw young Kiki as a good teammate. Moreover, when he said this, he didn't try to hide it from Squad 88 at all, and because his voice was quite loud, Li Xian and the others heard it all. Lin Hai's straightforward nature immediately surfaced, and before Zhang Huaigua could speak, he asked first. "Teacher, how can you talk like that?" Ma Xiangdong sneered, "How could I be wrong? You said out of those 42 points, how much of it was your contribution?" Lin Hai was about to speak when he couldn't get the words out. He reflected that apart from pulling monsters and doing odd jobs, he really hadn't done anything else. Even when he fought Xia Qingge, he was instantly killed in one move. Ma Xiangdong looked at the stammering Lin Hai and said, "Can't say it, huh? I think you're just here to get points." Young Kiki couldn't stand it any longer and put her hands on her hips, wanting to retort, but Li Xian stopped her. "Teacher, whether you call us doing odd jobs or just getting by, at least Lin Hai and I contributed value to the team and didn't become a burden to young Kiki. We're just following the exam rules and recording our scores. We haven't made any mistakes, have we?" Looking into Li Xian's calm eyes, Ma Xiangdong couldn't find any fault with his words and could only nod slightly. "That's good. Now that we've finished registering, we're going to rest." Li Xian didn't look at Ma Xiangdong again and led his 2 teammates to find an open space to rest. After they left, Ma Xiangdong gritted his teeth and muttered, "What a quick-witted student." Zhang Huaigua stared at Li Xian's retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. In fact, the teachers at the entrance camp had been keeping an eye on things from the moment the stone wall was built. However, due to the distance and the obstruction of the stone wall, they did not see Li Xian and his group's subsequent battle. All I saw was Li Xian leading 2 teammates, rushing over here in a great hurry. Not long after, Xia Qingge arrived at the registration desk with her bag on her back. She glanced in Li Xian's direction and then handed her backpack to the registration desk teacher for inspection. Li Xian immediately became interested and pretended to approach casually, listening intently. 41 points in total. Hey, 41 points, 1 point less than us." Just as Li Xian was getting excited, the registration teacher asked again, "Xia Qingge, where are your teammates?" "I don't know, but I can wait for them." "What? there are teammates too? Doesn't that mean one more point equals the score? Li Xian was filled with 3 question marks in his mind, and sat back down next to the 3 members of his team in a daze. Xiaoqingge maintained her cool demeanor and found a secluded corner to sit down. The morning passed quickly, and Li Xian and Lin Hai boarded the car to return home. Because the students who were eliminated earlier today have already been sent back, the bus for Class 8 is somewhat empty. Li Xian found an empty seat and began organizing his gains from this alternate dimension. Blessing Silver Level 8, Holy Light Silver Level 8, Lightning Chain Silver Level 1. I currently have 150 Good Deeds points, and I have 12 White Monkey Spirit Orbs, for Electric Bat Spirit Orbs, and 8 Long-Tongued Ape Spirit Orbs left in my bag. Li Xian explored the system panel for a while, found Yin Yang Reversal LV1, and clicked on its upgrade option. It shows that 200 good person points are needed to upgrade from LV1 to LV2. Li Xian was at a loss for what to do. Skills absorbed from the Spirit Orb can still be upgraded by 100 good person points. The existing White Monkey Spirit Orb is enough to upgrade Blessing and Holy Light by 1 level. Then, by using 100 good person points to choose one of them for upgrading, he can obtain his first gold skill. In this way, he will be more confident in the combat exam that starts tomorrow. But he was also curious about the effects of the Yin Yang Reversal upgrade. Currently, you only need to obtain 50 good person points to meet the upgrade requirements. After thinking it over for a long time, he decided to accumulate 50 good points first. Li Xian unconsciously glanced at Lin Hai, who was sitting diagonally opposite him. No, I can't take advantage of him anymore. Li Xian felt guilty for always taking advantage of Lin Hai. The next second, Li Xian sat down next to Lin Hai, looking at him with a smile. Old Hai. Lin Hai? After getting off the car, Lin Hai felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet. Li Xian, beaming, patted Lin Hai on the shoulder and thanked him. He then turned and went to the market to buy some of his sister's favorite foods before heading home. Li Xian missed Lin Yener terribly after not seeing her for several days. I wonder if this little girl has been reading at home. I'm back. Li Xian shouted as he entered the door, but received no response for a long time. Oh no. Li Xian thought to himself and rushed into his sister's bedroom, only to find Lin Yener collapsed on the bedroom floor. Well, the little girl's acting up again. Fortunately, this time I didn't faint in a dangerous place. Li Xian gently placed Lin Yener on the bed and sat down by the bedside to patiently wait for her to wake up. After waiting and waiting, Li Xian got bored and went to peel an apple, but Lin Yener still hadn't woken up. This can't go on. Li Xian suddenly realized that he hadn't used the reverse lightning chain skill yet. Since the doctor said that among the known medical type spirit pearls, there is none that can cure my sister's illness. What if this lightning chain works? Having thought this through, Li Xian decided to give it a try. A flash of lightning appeared in his hand. Just as Li Xian was about to unleash the lightning chain, Lin Yener suddenly sat up in bed, startling him. Hey brother, you're trying to murder your own sister. Lin Yener crossed her arms, muttered something, and then turned her head away angrily. Li Xian withdrew the lightning, gave an awkward laugh, and then realized something was wrong. Whoa, you little brat, you actually lied to me? Seeing that her trick had been exposed, Lin Yener's angry expression vanished, and she smiled sheepishly. Hey bro, I was just kidding. What joke? How can you joke about something like this? Li Xian was a little angry, but when he looked into Lin Yener's big, watery eyes, his heart softened. Alright, get up and tidy up. We'll have scrambled eggs with tomatoes later. Lin Yener danced with excitement. Wow, there's more delicious food to eat. Li Xian stretched out his index finger and playfully pinched his younger sister's nose, smiling indulgently as he said, You. A short while later, Li Xian and his sister sat down at the dining table to eat. Taking advantage of the free time, Li Xian decided to use the 50 good points he had just acquired. Yin Yang Reversal LV1 detected, upgrade requirements met. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. Yin Yang Reversal LV2 allows modification of skill attributes and hidden attributes. Li Xian's chopsticks trembled, and a piece of tomato fell onto the table. Holy crap, there are hidden keywords? Chapter 15, Phantom Clone. Li Xian woke up in shock and hurriedly ran to his bag to find a spirit pearl belonging to a long-tongued gorilla. After crushing it, he felt the spiritual energy enter his body, and a system notification that hadn't appeared before appeared in his mind. The skill Phantom Clone Bronze has been detected to have a hidden attribute that can be reversed. summons a false clone to confuse enemies, lasting for 10 minutes or disappearing upon being destroyed. The user is invincible for 0.5 seconds while summoning. It can modify false information to make it true. The absorption conditions have been met. Should it be absorbed? Lixian looked at the system notification and suddenly realized what was going on. He knew about the phantom clone skill. Apart from confusing others, the clones did not deal damage, and only one clone could be created at a time. Similar to Phantom Clone, there is another platinum level skill, Multiple Shadow Clone. In comparison, the Phantom Clone seemed rather ordinary. But Lixian now has the system's assistance, and after thinking for a moment, he chose yes. He also wanted to see what the real clone would look like. A system notification indicating that absorption was complete quickly followed. Phantom Clone Bronze LV1 upgradable, summons a real clone to confuse enemies, lasting for 10 minutes or disappearing after being destroyed. Grants 0.5 seconds of invincibility upon summoning. Sitting to the side, Lixian watched as her brother suddenly got up, took out a spirit pearl, and then just stood there in a daze, grinning foolishly. How did an exam make me so stupid? Lixian nudged Lixian's arm with her elbow in confusion. Brother, what are you doing without eating? Lixian turned his head with a mysterious expression, and then his figure began to blur. The blurring process lasted only 0.5 seconds, after which two identical Lixians appeared at the dining table. After a moment of stunned silence, Lixian reacted and said to Lixian, who was sitting down, with a happy expression, but then looked somewhat disappointed. Brother, you just absorbed the Phantom Clone skill? But, isn't that skill pretty useless? Standing by the dining table, Lixian spoke leisurely, I am your real brother. Lixian, who was sitting down, retorted, don't listen to him, I am the one who should listen. Lixian? Can a clone talk? Lixian tried poking her two older brother's arms with her fingers. Ha! Feeling the same skin-like sensation coming from her fingertips, Lixian couldn't help but utter a sound of doubt. Seeing this, Lixian decided not to tease her anymore and got up to stand in front of the standing clone. Isn't it amazing? This is a real clone. Lixian introduced it as if it were a treasure. Brother, how did you do that? The younger sister asked curiously. Lixian thought about whether he should tell the other party about the system. He was afraid that if it were leaked, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Lixian ultimately decided to keep it a secret for now and tell her when the time was right. He repeated the same excuse he used on Xia Lufang and Yang Kiki to Lixian. Wow, does that mean I'll have two older brothers from now on? Lixian was so excited that she danced around, but Lixian quickly poured cold water on her enthusiasm. Yeah, once the Phantom Clone skill is upgraded and its duration is increased, I'll have him stay home every day and watch you study. Forehead. After the laughter subsided, Lixian began experimenting on his clone. He took out a knife and carefully made a cut on the other person's finger, and blood immediately flowed out from the wound. This is almost indistinguishable from a real person. Lixian then tried to communicate with his clone and discovered that he could achieve so-called unity of mind and body, but he could still give it instructions and the main body had absolute control. The clone's strength is the same as Lixian's, it can use all of the main body's skills except for the Phantom Clone. However, the clone's spiritual power cannot be obtained from the spiritual orb, nor can it acquire new skills. Lixian tried to summon another clone, but the previous clone turned into a wisp of light and dissipated. Hiss. Lixian suddenly covered his finger, feeling a sharp pain as if his skin had been cut. At the same time, a memory that did not belong to him appeared in his mind. Those were the memories of the previous clone. Lixian immediately understood that only one clone could exist at a time. After the clone disappears, it will bring back its memories, including the feelings it had when it was injured. Looking at the newly summoned clone, he decided to pull off a clever maneuver, controlling the clone to thank him. Ding, received a thank you from yourself? Sha, it's nothing. Lixian? How come he never noticed before that this system had a temper? How can thanking yourself not count as thanking yourself? Bah, it's nothing. Lixian finally instructed his clone to wash the dishes. The clone was very efficient, and in no time it finished preparing the dishes and chopsticks, and even cut a plate of fruit for the brother and sister on the sofa. Lixian happily enjoyed the dessert after the meal, thinking to himself. It's definitely worth absorbing this skill. It's like hiring a nanny without spending any money. But this nanny is myself? When the duration ended and the clone dissipated into the air, Lixian suddenly swung her little fists and punched Lixian's arm repeatedly. Wah, you bad person, give me back my brother Li Xin. Li Xin? What a load of nonsense. Stop. If you keep doing this, I'm going to check your recitation. Never mind. As the second clone brought back his memories, Li Xin immediately felt a sense of regret. He hadn't washed the dishes, yet a memory of washing dishes appeared out of nowhere in his mind. It was as if he had actually washed the dishes just now. Li Xin and his sister joked and played around for a while before going back to their respective rooms. His recent rapid advancements could easily lead to an unstable foundation. Although awakened ones are not strong during the Bronze Age, it is the most important time to lay a solid foundation. Many talented newcomers can even suppress their leveling speed during the Bronze stage, allowing their strength to accumulate more. Li Xin began meditating and cultivating in the room, preparing to stay in Bronze V for a while longer. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Li Xin prepared breakfast for his younger sister and went to school to prepare for the last exam of the monthly test. Upon entering the school gate, Li Xin headed straight for the training ground. The training ground was divided into sections, surrounded by students, with each class teacher calling roll in front of their class. When the time came, the familiar grade director walked with his toes pointing outwards to the platform in the center of the training field. Ahem, everyone. The 4-day combat exam will begin next. This exam accounts for 40% of the total score, so please take it seriously and bring your full enthusiasm. The head of the grade then launched into his incredibly eloquent pre-exam pep talk, which lasted for over 20 minutes and almost made Li Xin sleepy before he finally began to explain the rules. The battle exam is a 1v1 live battle with a completely random opponent. The winner advances and the loser is eliminated. The final score is calculated by multiplying the number of wins by 10. With 384 students in the entire grade, it would take 9 rounds of competition to determine the first place winner. After explaining the rules, the grade head smiled mysteriously. To increase the competitiveness of this exam and motivate everyone, the grade team has decided. The top 10 in this battle exam will each receive an additional silver Great Spirit Orb, the top 3 will each receive a gold Great Spirit Orb, and the first place winner will receive an additional mysterious grand prize. Wow! W. Oh whoa! If you keep talking to me about this, I won't be sleepy anymore. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students cheered excitedly. Li Xin's eyes blazed with passion. If he works hard and gets first place, it means he will not only get a silver spirit pearl and a scholarship of 10,000, but also a gold-level spirit pearl and a mysterious gift. Seeing the students' excited expressions, only the grade head felt a pang of heartache. He didn't want to spend so much money, but his school's ranking in Shanghai City hadn't been ideal in recent years, and last year it even fell out of the top 3. The grade head gently brushed aside his sparse hair and announced with a forced smile. The exam begins. Chapter 16, the competition begins. The training grounds at the First Awakened High School are incredibly well equipped. The entire venue is divided into 8 sections, allowing 8 groups to compete simultaneously. The huge 16K electronic screen overhead is randomly selecting 2 students to start a battle in a designated area. Li Xin sat in his seat meditating and cultivating, not wasting any time waiting. After a while, Lin Hai, who was sitting next to him, suddenly patted Li Xin on the shoulder. Brotherly, it's your turn. Oh. Li Xin opened his eyes, looked up at his student photo on the big screen, while his opponent's photo was still scrolling, with Area E written in the middle. When the opponent was finally determined, Li Xin and Lin Hai were both dumbfounded. Zhang Wei? Zhang Wei, who was sitting not far away, also cast a surprised glance at Li Xin. Li Xin? Neither of them expected that their first opponent would be the other. Zhang Wei looked at Li Xin and Lin Hai, feeling very uncomfortable. Ever since he noticed Lin Hai and Li Xin getting close that day, Lin Hai has rarely contacted him on his own initiative. Even when Zhang Wei took the initiative to approach Lin Hai, the other party only gave him a few perfunctory words. Zhang Wei was convinced that Li Xin was behind the sabotage, and he harbored resentment towards him. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, Zhang Wei is prepared to go all out and teach him a lesson in a fair and square manner. He jumped up from his seat, gave Li Xin a defiant look, and then walked toward the designated area. Li Xin ignored Zhang Wei's gaze, composed himself, and followed Zhang Wei to the venue. Once the two had stood still, the invigilator in charge of the area spoke up to remind them. We'll spar with each other, but no one is allowed to use lethal force. The one who leaves the arena, surrenders, or becomes unable to resist is considered the loser. Is there a problem with that? No. 2. Alright, let the competition begin. After the proctor stepped aside, Zhang Wei spoke first. I really didn't expect this. I've been annoyed with you lately, and we're from the same class, yet we're going to be matched up in the first round. I must seize this opportunity. Don't give up too soon. I need to think of a way to deal with you. It's you. Ah. As Zhang Wei was making his threats, a 2-meter thick beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping him entirely. He had just gotten into the conversation when he was burned by the holy light and cried out in pain. The shout was so loud that it startled the proctor standing nearby. What's going on? Why does this familiar light look so much like holy light? But who would use holy light to buff the enemy, and who could scream so miserably in the holy light? Most importantly, Zhang Wei was screaming so pitifully that he didn't know whether he should intervene or not. Students who were sparring in other areas around them also stopped what they were doing and curiously looked at Li Xin. They've seen people lose in competitions, but they've never seen anyone scream so pitifully. Li Xin picked his ear with his little finger. Why so much nonsense? Don't you know that villains die from talking too much? As he spoke, his hands continued moving, and one after another, holy light descended upon Zhang Wei. Li Xin only stopped when Zhang Wei's screams grew fainter. Seeing Zhang Wei slumped on the ground with tears in his eyes, he waved to the proctor. Teacher, next one. The proctor finally came to his senses, glanced at the time subconsciously, and was then stunned into silence. 24 seconds? If you include the time Zhang Wei spent trash-talking, it only took about 10 seconds to knock him out. Teacher, please announce the results. Li Xin's voice pulled the teacher out of her shock once again. Before she could even finish stammering, she announced, yes, in the first round of the competition, Li Xin wins. Li Xin smiled calmly, glanced at Zhang Wei who was slumped on the ground, and slowly walked off the stage. At this moment, Zhang Wei suddenly wiped away his tears, and with his last bit of strength, shouted to Li Xin. Li Xin, you are despicable. You attacked us from behind. You have no martial ethics. Li Xin paused, turned his head, and said impatiently. Hey, please, the teacher already announced it started, you're the one dawdling. After saying that, he ignored the other person and walked out of the training field alone. Today was only the first round of matches. The second round will begin tomorrow. Students who have already participated in the competition can choose to return to the classroom to study on their own or go home. After all, compared to regular high schools, the senior year at Awaken High School offers relatively more freedom. The students in the surrounding area watched Li Xin's figure gradually disappear into the distance and began to whisper among themselves. Who is this person? He looks so familiar. Li Xin. The one from Class 8 who always gets first place in academic subjects. That's impossible. I remember Li Xin was a terrible fighter, wasn't he? Didn't you see that guy took down the other guy in just over 10 seconds? Yeah, and what is that skill? I've never seen it before, but it feels incredibly familiar. Quiet down, are you guys still going to compete or not? The proctor wasn't familiar with Li Xin, since he hadn't taught their grade before. Before the next competition began, he asked the two students to wait a moment while he went to find the head of the grade and reported on Li Xin's performance in the competition. After hearing his explanation, the grade head was initially taken aback, but quickly calmed down. Seeing that no one was around, he whispered a message to him. Don't make a fuss for now. I'll keep an eye on this student, Li Xin. I'll arrange his opponents in the next few rounds of the competition to test his strength. Good. Li Xin did not go anywhere else, but went straight home to continue his meditation practice. The next day arrived quickly, and Li Xin returned to the training ground. There were far fewer people today than yesterday, but some were not eliminated in the first round and chose to come and watch the excitement. Li Xin prepared to sit down in the area where Class 8 was located and wait for the big screen to assign him an opponent. Unexpectedly, he found Lin Hai already waiting for him in the same spot where he had sat the day before. Brotherly! Brotherly! Lin Hai saw Li Xin from a distance and waved enthusiastically. Li Xin walked up to him and asked in surprise, What are you doing here? Weren't you eliminated yesterday? Lin Hai? Look at what you're saying, is that even human language? I'm so enthusiastic, and you come up here and say such heartless things. Lin Hai felt devastated, but he still told Li Xin the truth. I won yesterday, and I should thank Brotherly. Thank me for what? Li Xin asked, puzzled. Lin Hai continued, yesterday's opponent was a young girl, and she was a melee fighter. Because you always make me run around in the other dimension, I'm much faster now and have much better stamina. I ran around the whole place with her, and in the end I exhausted her until she had no strength left, ha ha ha. Forehead. Li Xian looked at Lin Hai laughing so happily and suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Yes, I feel sorry for that little girl. Given that so many beings from other dimensions failed to catch Lin Hai, why did she insist on chasing him? As the two were talking, the contestants for today's first match were already scrolling on the big screen. Soon, the first contestant was determined, and it was clearly Li Xian, from Zone E. Immediately afterwards, Li Xian's opponent was determined. Holy crap! 2. The two looked at each other and exclaimed in surprise at the same time. The person appearing on the big screen was none other than Lin Hai, who was sitting next to Li Xian. Chapter 17 I Don't Hit Women. The same proctor from yesterday was in Section E. After waiting and waiting without anyone appearing, he called out towards the area of Class 8. Li Xian, Lin Hai? If you don't come soon, you'll have to forfeit. They're here. They're here. Li Xian responded and looked at Lin Hai. Let's go, let's have a match. Oh, okay. With a heart full of trepidation, Lin Hai followed Li Xian to the competition venue in Zone E. Before making a move, Lin Hai hesitated for a moment and said first, brotherly, how about I admit defeat? Admit defeat? Li Xian was puzzled, but then he understood Lin Hai's little scheme and said in a deep voice. There's no need for that. Just compete with me in your best form. I don't want to rely on others to let me win a place. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai nodded emphatically, all hesitation vanishing from his eyes. Good. Lin Hai responded and activated his berserk skill, his body radiating a faint red light. He then touched the ground with his hands, and in the blink of an eye, his hands were covered with a layer of stones. Brotherly, I'm going in. Lin Hai's spiritual map appeared behind him, and with a swift movement of his feet, he charged forward. The raised stone fist whistled through the air as it hurtled straight toward Li Xian's face. Seeing this, Li Xian took 2 steps back and barely avoided the attack. Missing his first strike, Lin Hai got up and unleashed several more punches. The fist covered by stones greatly increased its lethality, and the berserk state also improved physical fitness in a short period of time. The combination of these two skills strikes a good balance between damage and speed, making Lin Hai's combination quite excellent. The only downside is that the rage only lasts for 5 minutes. Once the duration ends, the body will enter a period of weakness, and the strength will be greatly reduced compared to when the berserk state is not activated. Therefore, Lin Hai went all out from the start, prepared to either defeat Li Xian or be knocked out by Li Xian. Li Xian naturally understood this as well, and relied on his agile movements to dodge Lin Hai's attacks. However, Lin Hai, empowered by his berserk nature, was clearly superior. Li Xian was caught off guard and took a solid punch to the abdomen from Lin Hai. Using the recoil from that punch, Li Xian and Lin Hai created some distance between themselves. Lin Hai asked, puzzled, brotherly, why aren't you using your skills? Li Xian didn't say much, gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shouted. Again! The two figures intertwined once again. 1 minute later, 2 more bruises appeared on Li Xian's body. 2 minutes later, Li Xian was hit on the face, and blood gushed from his nose. 3 minutes later, Li Xinxiang stood up, supporting himself on his injured right leg. The supervising teacher couldn't understand why Li Xian, who had defeated his opponent in just over 10 seconds yesterday, hadn't used a single skill today. When the berserk period ended, the red light on Lin Hai faded, and he stood there panting heavily. Li Xian, on the other hand, looked bruised and swollen, with his left arm hanging limply at his side. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart, but he still gritted his teeth and stood in the field. I lost. Lin Hai released the stones from his hands, and the spirit map returned to his body. He said with his head hanging low. Li Xian simply hummed in response and turned to look at the proctor. Li Xian wins the second round of the competition. The proctor couldn't understand why one of them had already given up before the fight was even over. However, aside from Li Xian not using any skills, he really couldn't find any fault with this match. Especially considering Li Xian was beaten so badly, there's no way he could have thrown a match like that. Hey Lao Hai, come help me up. Li Xian finally couldn't hold on any longer and cried out in pain for Lin Hai. Brother Li is here. Lin Hai immediately stepped forward to help Li Xian, and the two walked off the stage together. Ouch, touch me gently, it hurts. I'm sorry. Don't say sorry, say thank you. Lin Hai? The two were chatting and laughing, and you could hardly tell that they had just been fighting fiercely. Because in Lee Xian's heart, after spending so many days with Lin Hai, he had come to accept him. I don't want to use skills that would cause me so much harm. Lin Hai was well aware of Lee Xian's current strength and knew that the other party was refraining from using those random skills for his own good. He vaguely guessed that after this exam, Lee Xian would most likely go to the honors class. At that time, the two of them will no longer be classmates, and they will no longer be able to keep up with Lee Xian's pace. But so what? Lin Hai glanced at Lee Xian, who was muttering beside him, and thought to himself, Brother Lee is still the same Brother Lee. The morning tests are over, and the third round will be in the afternoon. During a break in the competition, the proctor approached the grade head again. He recounted Lee Xian's performance that day and then asked why he had chosen a student from Class 8 as his opponent. After a moment of contemplation, the head of the grade replied, If Lee Xian is truly capable, then we should help him avoid suspicion. Do you know where Lee Xian and Lin Hai ranked in the last round of practical training? The proctor shook his head, indicating that he did not know. First place. The grade head almost shouted out excitedly when he said this. He quickly calmed down, his eyes darting around, revealing a shrewd and calculating look. But after hearing what you said today, this student seems to have become even more interesting. Time quickly came to 1 p.m. The third round of competition started early, and Lee Xian arrived at the training ground early to wait. The injuries were nothing serious, just superficial wounds, and he was much better after leaving the infirmary. However, it still looks like it has patches of bruises. From the moment Lin Hai accompanied Lee Xian to the infirmary, he listened to Lee Xian's long-winded lectures and made him keep saying thank you. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and went home first. Lee Xian finally managed to collect 100 good points from Lin Hai, and with the help of the White Monkey Spirit Orb, he upgraded his blessing to the gold level. It wasn't until after 3 a.m. that Lee Xian finally met his second opponent of the day. She is a girl named Luan Xiaofeng from Class 3. The two arrived at the competition area one after the other. Unlike Lee Xian's wretched appearance, Luan Xiaofeng had exquisite makeup on her face and dressed in a very flashy outfit. When she saw the interest rate, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Hey kid, why don't you go back and recover? I'm really afraid that if I accidentally hurt you, you'll end up in the hospital for 10 days or half a month. Luan Xiaofeng's words were laced with sarcasm, and Lee Xian shrugged and retorted without hesitation. It's all right. The sooner I defeat you, the sooner I can go back and rest. Luan Xiaofeng rolled her eyes at Lee Xian. Ha, you've got quite the nerve. I recognize you, you're Lee Xian from Class 8, right? You got first place in academic subjects, but you faltered in actual competition. You must have suffered a lot in the last round to barely advance to the third round, right? Faced with Luan Xiaofeng's mockery, Lee Xian really wanted to say, Can you please stop bringing up things from the past? I'm immune to these kinds of comments, they don't even have any mocking effect. Lee Xian remained calm on the surface, glanced at the proctor beside him, and gestured for him to quickly announce the start of the exam. Ha! He felt a touch of curiosity as he looked over. How come it's the third round and it's still the same proctor? Lee Xian was only slightly puzzled, but didn't take it to heart. As the teacher announced the start, he spoke first in a calm tone. Actually, I don't hit women. Luan Xiaofeng chuckled. What are you pretending to be, gentlemen? Then you stand still and let me beat you up. As soon as she finished speaking, Luan Xiaofeng conjured 2 fireballs the size of her head in her hands, preparing to unleash them on Lee Xian. Isn't it bad for you to be playing with fire at such a young age? What if you get burned? Lee Xian glanced at the other person indifferently, took out a spirit pearl from his pocket, and continued. I hope you don't lose it to yourself. Oomph, what a joke. I'll thank you. Luan Xiaofeng sneered and threw the fireball out as well. Ding, receive thanks from your opponent, plus 10 good guy points. Lee Xian was overjoyed. Oh, such a good thing? As Luan Xiaofeng threw the fireball, she suddenly felt it slip from her hand, and saw the fireball being thrown towards her head. Before she could even react, 2 fireballs plummeted down and struck her directly below. Ah! Luan Xiaofeng screamed and quickly used her hands to extinguish the flames on her body. Seeing this, Lee Xian laughed heartily. See? I told you I don't hit women, didn't I? Chapter 18, Invincibility is truly lonely. The fire was extinguished, and Luan Xiaofeng was no longer as refined. Her face was blackened by smoke, her hair was singed in several places, and her clothes had several holes burned in them. Lee Xian, you're asking for death. Luan Xiaofeng's eyes turned red with anger, and she conjured fireballs that she hurled at Li Xian. Li Xian nimbly dodged the attack and then unleashed a beam of holy light with his backhand. Ah! The instantaneous holy light struck the unsuspecting Luan Xiaofeng, and the burning pain prevented her from even forming a fireball. Li Xian crushed the spirit pearl to restore his spiritual power, and then unleashed 3 consecutive bursts of holy light, charging towards the opponent's location. After the last ray of holy light ended, Li Xian came to Luan Xiaofeng and kicked her in the face. Bang! Luan Xiaofeng was kicked 3 or 4 meters away. Li Xian watched as the other person's tears and nosebleed streamed down their face, his eyes filled with ill intent as he approached step by step. Enraged, Luan Xiaofeng shouted, "You! Didn't you say you wouldn't hit women?" Li Xian looked puzzled, as if he couldn't understand what the other person was saying. What? A woman? Where's the woman? I only saw a chimpanzee. Puff! Luan Xiaofeng was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood, closed her eyes, and fainted. Seeing this, Li Xian had no choice but to stop, and sighed, "Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible." After the proctor announced the results, Li Xian walked off the stage and left the training ground. By the 3rd round, there were fewer than 100 students left in the training field. Among them were some who were paying attention to the other students' matches, because it was very likely that one of their opponents in the next round would be there. For example, Yang Kiki has been quietly following Li Xian since his very first match. For example, Xia Qingge was sitting in the seating area of Class 1, squinting at Li Xian's departing figure, lost in thought. Xian Hojie, Tang Zhang, Bai Yi, and others, seeing Li Xian advance once again, were all praying in their hearts. Please don't let me run into him too soon. The next morning arrived. Today we will have 4 rounds of competition without stopping, and the top 3 will be selected to participate in tomorrow's final. The 4th round of the competition is about to begin, and there are fewer than 50 students left at the training ground, scattered sparsely in the surrounding stands. Li Xian found a quiet spot to sit down and waited patiently for his turn on stage. A short while later, someone sat down in the empty seat to his right. Li Xian looked up and saw that the person who came was Yang Kiki with silver hair. "Coco, why are you sitting here?" Li Xian asked, somewhat puzzled. "What? Aren't you going to let me sit down next to you?" Yang Kiki put her hands on her hips, looking angry. Li Xian quickly waved his hand, indicating that he did not mean that. The atmosphere was somewhat silent, and the two of them didn't know what to talk about for a moment. Not long after they sat down, a beautiful figure moved close to Li Xian and sat down to his left. Li Xian turned his head in surprise and saw that the person who came was Xia Qingge, who had a high ponytail and was carrying a long sword. "What?" Just as Li Xian was about to speak out of curiosity, Xia Qingge shut him down with a cold glare. Yang Kiki also noticed the movement on her left, turned her head and exchanged a glance with Xia Qingge, and then the two of them looked at the competition below the field. The atmosphere grew even more silent. Forehead. Li Xian was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to sit or leave, and remained frozen in his seat. What's going on here? How did I manage to offend these two school beauties? Li Xian muttered a curse to himself. The training ground instantly became the focus of attention because the 2 most beautiful girls in the senior year of high school were sitting next to Li Xian. Both boys and girls were whispering to each other. Are those 2 school beauties Yang and Xia? Why are they sitting in a row? I don't understand. Besides, aren't Yang and Xia always rivals and not on good terms? Wow, you old straight man, is that the point? The point is why they're all sitting next to the same guy. Oh no, I'm so jealous. I need to go ask who that guy is. Because of Yang and Xia, quite a disturbance secretly broke out on the training ground. Li Xian was oblivious to all of this, sitting awkwardly between the 2 women, his gaze occasionally drifting to the large screen above his head. Why isn't it my turn yet? Fortunately, after the competition on the field ended, it was Li Xian's turn next. When he saw that his opponent in this round was an old acquaintance Hojie, Li Xian smiled. It's safe. Li Xian stood up abruptly, not wanting to stay there for even a second longer. He was closer to the left aisle and subconsciously wanted to walk towards Xia Qingge. But the other person crossed their legs and completely ignored Li Xian. Li Xian had no choice but to walk past Yang Kiki. Yang Kiki saw that it was Li Xian's match and clenched her fist at him. Li Xian, keep it up. Ah, keep it up. Li Xian smiled back, then subconsciously glanced at Xia Qingge. The latter maintained his cold expression, intently watching the competition below the stage. Forehead. When Li Xian arrived at the competition venue, he still couldn't understand why Xia Qingge suddenly sat with him without saying a word. Li Xian would never believe it if you told him it was unintentional. Why would someone insist on sitting next to him when there are so many empty seats on the stage? On the other side, Ho Jia walked onto the stage with a bitter face, his mind racing with 1,000 curses. Heavens above, earth below, why did I have to meet him? Ho Jia looked pained. The last person he wanted to run into was Li Xian. The scene of being tortured by Li Xian in the other dimension was still vivid in his mind, and it felt like a lifelong shadow. The two stood facing each other, waiting for the proctor to announce the start of the exam. Li Xian found it strange that it was the same teacher for 3 days in a row. When he looked at Ho Jia, he revealed a malicious smile, and then raised his hand. No, no, no. Ah. Ho Jia instinctively raised his arm to protect his head. But he waited for a long time and the holy light did not fall. He looked through the gap between his arms. They noticed that Li Xian simply raised his hand and scratched his cheek. Ho Jia blushed with embarrassment. Are you really that scared? It hasn't even started yet. Li Xian laughed and then looked at the teacher, signaling that the competition could begin. The proctor also felt that Ho Jia's reaction was too much, but he didn't say anything. He simply emphasized the rules again and then announced the start of the competition. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xian raised his hand again. No. No. Ho Jia instinctively clutched his head again, tears streaming down his face. But Li Xian simply reached out and touched the other half of his face. This is outrageous. You can't treat people like this. Having been tricked twice, Ho Jia angrily turned to the proctor. Teacher, please do something about him. Invigilator? Me? How am I supposed to manage that? Li Xian was just touching his face, wasn't he? The proctor looked bewildered, but perhaps still felt it wasn't right to scare others like that, so he advised Li Xian, stop playing around and start now. All right. Li Xian replied, assuming an attack stance. Ho Jia saw that Li Xian had listened to his teacher's words, calmed down, and was ready to fight. Come on, with the experience from last time, I'm not afraid of you this time. Ho Jia said these words to bolster his courage. Is that so? Li Xian asked with a smile, then suddenly raised his hand for the 3rd time. This startled Ho Jia so much that he burst into tears. Teacher, I'm giving up. I admit defeat. Ho Jia ran down from the competition area in tears, leaving the proctor with a face full of questions. What is all this stuff? Li Xian raised his hand 3 times, and you gave up before he even used a single skill? This is supposed to be a test of Li Xian's strength? What a load of rubbish. However, the opponent had already conceded defeat, so the proctor had no choice but to announce Li Xian's victory. Li Xian watched Ho Jia's retreating figure, shook his head with a wry smile, and sighed softly. Sigh, being invincible is truly lonely. Chapter 19, No one is allowed to give up before even fighting. After the battle ended, Li Xian looked back at the spot where he had come from. The 2 women were no longer there. It seemed they had both gone to the next match. Li Xian didn't dare to reply, but instead went to the restroom. Coincidentally, he ran into an acquaintance, Tang Zheng from Class 1. Good morning, Tang Zheng, what a coincidence, Li Xian greeted him warmly. Hearing his familiar voice, Tang Zheng shuddered in fright. Tang Zheng finished the 4th round relatively early and took the opportunity to watch Ho Jia and Li Xian's match for a while. He could understand from the bottom of his heart why Ho Jia chose to surrender. The psychological trauma left by that practical exam wasn't just something Ho Jia experienced, he himself also suffered from it. He couldn't understand why the previously weakling had become so strong. Especially the other party's strange blessing, which is impossible to guard against. What a coincidence, haha. Tang Zheng chuckled awkwardly twice, then quickly pulled up his pants and left. He didn't know why, but his left eyelid kept twitching whenever he saw Li Xian today. Tang Zheng had absolutely no desire to compete with Li Xian again. He would rather choose young Kiki or Xia Qingge as his opponent, at least then he could put up a fight. Seeing Tang Zheng leave in a hurry, Li Xian silently shrugged. He lingered in the restroom for quite a while before returning to the training ground, just as the 2nd round of the competition was about to begin. Next is the round of 24-12, which means the competition will be divided into 2 batches, with a total of 12 groups competing. It will end this morning. Without a second thought, Li Xian walked towards Zone E. Sure enough, he was in the first batch of examinees, and the location was still Zone E, with the same proctor. The big screen started matching Li Xian with opponents, and after the match was confirmed, Li Xian paused. What a coincidence! Tang Zhang, sitting in the stands, was equally dumbfounded. Just what I feared most came to pass. Seeing that Li Xian had already walked to the competition area with a calm and composed expression, Tang Zhang felt a chill in his heart. Neither he nor Ho Jia could beat them, and since there were no proctors in the alternate dimension, it didn't matter if they were a little ruthless. Tang Zhang was pondering whether he could really defeat Li Xian if he faced him alone. While Tang was pondering, the other exams had already started, but he was the only one who hadn't shown up yet, and the proctor was getting anxious. Tang Zhang, if you don't come soon, we'll consider it a forfeit. There weren't many people left on the field, and the proctor quickly located Tang Zhang's position and called out to him. To everyone's surprise, Tang Zhang stood up and loudly replied to the teacher, "Teacher, I abstain." After saying that, he left the training ground without looking back. Invigilator? Did I say something wrong? I meant if you don't come, I'll consider it a forfeit, not that I told you to forfeit directly, right? The proctor stood there, bewildered. Li Xian shook his head, then let out a long sigh. Well, I didn't do anything all morning except strike a couple of poses, and I've made it into the top 12. After the morning competition, the proctors went to the grade head's office. Director, what kind of opponents did you arrange today? Why did they all admit defeat right away? What's the point of testing their strength like this? The teacher complained. If it weren't for the fact that the grade head's surname was Lu and Li Xian's surname wasn't Li, he would have suspected that Li Xian was the grade head's illegitimate son. The grade head, not understanding what the other party meant, pressed, "Huh? What do you mean, admitting defeat?" Seeing the head of the grade's expression of complete ignorance, the proctor recounted the details of the morning's competition. The grade head was speechless. He pondered for a moment, then replied, "I understand. In any case, he's already made it into the top 12. I'll arrange the opponents for the rest of the competition. You can go eat now." After the proctor left, the head of the grade closed his eyes, lay back in his chair, and placed a copy of Li Xian's student record on the table. He found Li Xian, this student, to be increasingly interesting. The afternoon matches consisted of the round of 12 to 6, the round of 6 to 3, and a revival match. If Li Xian wins just one round, it means he has already entered the top 10 and is very likely to be admitted to the honors class. Having learned from the morning's experience, Li Xian arrived at the training ground almost right on time, where the grouping had already begun on the big screen. This time is different, each candidate's opponent and region have been determined in advance. Li Xian glanced at the big screen and knew it was in Zone E, but the opponent surprised him. He arrived at the testing area, where the proctor and Pan Shan were already waiting. Wow, I never expected that you, a slacker, could actually make it to the top 12. Pan Shan looked surprised, to which Li Xian simply responded with a smile. What, your stomach doesn't hurt today? How about I wait for you to go to the restroom, and then we can have another match? Pan Shan mocked sarcastically. Li Xian replied casually, "No need, brother Pan, let's begin." He then looked at the proctor, signaling to start quickly. In Li Xian's eyes, Pan Shan no longer posed a significant threat to him. Alright, let me reiterate the rules, we must spar with each other, but we must not kill each other. As the proctor was speaking, his voice suddenly rose an octave. And another thing. You're not allowed to admit defeat before even starting. Forehead. Li Xian was speechless for a moment. It seemed that the last sentence was made specifically for him. As the competition was announced to begin, Pan Shan unleashed his full power, and a spiritual diagram appeared behind him, revealing his strength as a bronze 7. The skill wooden armor was activated, and vines instantly enveloped Pan Shan, forming a hard protective layer. Come on, let's settle the score from that time in the other dimension. Pan Shan took a step forward, and several vines emerged from beneath the field, flying towards Li Xian. Li Xian dodged and narrowly avoided being entangled by the vines. Pan Shan snorted coldly, "Is all you can do to hide?" Having said that, he continued to control the vines and lunged at Li Xian again. In the midst of Li Xian's nimble movements, he was accidentally struck in the chest by a vine, and staggered back a few steps. As Li Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, Pan Shan continued his mockery without any politeness. A slacker is a slacker after all. I really don't know what kind of luck you had to make it to this round. Tengmen's attacks became more intense, and Pan Shan followed closely behind, bowing and advancing in response to her own attacks. It's here. Li Xian was waiting for him to underestimate his enemy. I hope you don't fall while walking. The blessing was activated, and Pan Shan fell face first into the mud with a thud. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Xian unleashed his holy light, sending a 2-meter thick beam of light into the fallen Pan Shan. However, because of the wooden armor, the light could not penetrate Pan Shan's body, and the expected scream did not come out. However, the holy light's ability to burn the target's life force caused the vines on Pan Shan's body to visibly wither. There's hope. Li Xian dodged the attack from the vines in front of him and then unleashed several more beams of holy light in quick succession. After several attempts, the vines on the other person's body withered completely. Just as Pan Shan was about to get up, Li Xian had already found an opportunity to come to his side. With a sidekick, he shattered the withered vines on Pan Shan's head. Incidentally, he kicked the other person 2 meters away. Holy light! A 2-meter thick beam of light reappeared above Pan Shan's head, enveloping his head within it. Ah! Feeling the burning pain of his life force, Pan Shan couldn't help but let out a scream. The vines that had been following Li Xian, now free from Pan Shan's control, came to a stop. Li Xian exerted force with his feet and approached Pan Shan again before the holy light disappeared. He raised his foot and kicked Pan Shan in the face. Bang! Pan Shan was sent flying 2 meters away again. Holy light! Pan Shan tried to get up and fight back, but was once again enveloped by the beam of light, screaming in agony. Bang! Taking advantage of the moment the holy light disappeared, Li Xian stepped forward again, aiming for Pan Shan's face once more. This process was repeated continuously, even until the spiritual energy was exhausted. It doesn't matter. Without hesitation, Li Xian crushed the spirit pearl in his pocket, instantly replenishing his spiritual power. Props can be used in the competition, such as spirit orbs or unopened cold weapons, as long as they are not too excessive. Continue. Pan Shan could no longer get up and fainted, his face covered with blood from his nose and tears, as well as Li Xian's shoe prints. This brutal fighting style terrified the proctor watching from the sidelines. Throughout the entire match, Li Xian barely uttered a single word, silently eliminating the constantly clamoring Pan Shan. The key point is that he had just seen Pan Shan faint once, and before he could even speak, Li Xian kicked him awake. Seeing Pan Shan fall unconscious again, the proctor quickly stopped the competition, fearing that Li Xian would have to play a few more rounds. As the proctor announced the results, Li Xian glanced indifferently at Pan Shan on the ground, then surveyed the entire training ground. The round of 12-6 has now concluded. He recognized 3 of the people who made it to the final 6. Bai Yi, Yang Kiki, Xia Qingge. Li Xian couldn't help but look forward to seeing who he would face next. Chapter 20, I'll just not compare. Chapter 20. After the first round of competition in the afternoon, the school arranged a 1-hour break. With nothing else to do, Li Xian found a quiet spot outside the training ground to meditate and cultivate. After a while, a clear female voice suddenly rang out beside him. Li Xian, what are you doing here? Li Xian opened his eyes and saw Yang Kiki, who looked somewhat nervous. What's wrong? Li Xian asked curiously. It's nothing, there's just some commotion at the training ground, do you want to go check it out? Oh. Let's go. Li Xian followed Yang Kiki back to the training ground and saw Bai Yi arguing with the proctor he was most familiar with. Li Xian wanted to lean closer to listen, but Bai Yi glanced over and spotted him in the crowd. Bai Yi pointed at Li Xian and said angrily, "Teacher, I don't care, I don't want to compete with him." Li Xian, me? Li Xinsai then noticed that the teams had already been assigned on the big screen, and his opponent was Bai Yi. The proctor was clearly annoyed by Bai Yi's cheating and replied with a displeased expression. That's the rule. You have to compete, whether you like it or not. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's temper flared up instantly. I'm going to get angry now, I'm not going to compete. After Bai Yi finished speaking, he pushed through the crowd and left the training ground without looking back. The proctor and the bewildered students were left behind. The proctor was truly puzzled. How come Li Xian had just demonstrated his strength in one match, and now his opponent had forfeited in this one? Li Xian was completely bewildered. They've already made it into the top 3? He glanced at Bai Yi's retreating figure, inwardly complaining. Hey, you're in the top 3 in the whole school, aren't you ashamed? Li Xian glanced around again, and the students around him were intentionally or unintentionally avoiding him. Look at this mess, how did you make me look like a plague god? Li Xian was still very happy to have gotten a top 3 finish for free, and strode towards the stands. Instead of going back directly, he stayed to observe the battle between Yang Kiki and Xia Qingge. If nothing unexpected happens, he will most likely face one of them in his next match. To save time, the school arranged for young Kiki and Xiaoqinga to fight at the same time. Young Kiki was playing against a girl, while Xiaoqinga was playing against a boy. Having reached this point, it's safe to say there are no weaklings. It's all about who has the stronger abilities and the best control over the details of combat. Li Xian sat listlessly in the stands, his gaze shifting between the two competition venues from time to time. At this moment, a spiritual image appeared behind young Kiki, its snowflake-shaped form, combined with her silver hair, making her seem like an ice goddess descended to earth. With every gesture, a chilling aura permeated the entire competition area. The girl she was competing against was a close combat type, just like Xiaoqinga. Li Xian thought young Kiki would be caught off guard and suffer a loss. To his surprise, the girl couldn't get close to young Kiki at all. Young Kiki perfectly demonstrated the crowd control and damage capabilities of ice attribute abilities. After watching for a while, Li Xian knew that young Kiki would wear down her opponent and eventually win. He looked over at Xiaoqinga's side and saw that the boy she was facing was actually a tank-like opponent, holding a shield made of a rock. The image behind the boy is a bull with 12 skill slots, and the skills are 1 bronze and 3 silver. Li Xian felt that this person was probably the best among the tank-type awakened individuals in their school. After observing for a while, he confirmed that most of the skills the boy had absorbed were defensive, with only one offensive skill remaining. This is a significant disadvantage in one-on-one duels, as one can only rely on defense to slowly wear down the opponent's physical and spiritual energy. But it didn't work on Xiaoqinga. Her agility, speed, strength, and endurance are arguably on par with any boy's. Coupled with superb swordsmanship and skill combinations, it's easy to find the enemy's weaknesses and launch a fierce attack. During the nearly 3-minute battle, the boy had already changed the stone shield 5 or 6 times. Every time he tried to raise his shield to counterattack, Xiaoqinga would dodge and then launch an attack. This left the boy with no choice but to defend. This contest is like a contest between the strongest sword and the strongest shield. The two fought again for nearly 10 minutes, and finally Xiaoqinga seized an opening and successfully put her longsword to her opponent's neck. Young Kiki finished earlier, winning the match by freezing her opponent into an ice sculpture. The top 3 in this competition have now been determined: Young Kiki, Xiaoqinga, and Li Xian. The 3 of them, along with the winner of the revival round, will participate in the final match tomorrow morning. Li Xian felt it was a pity that neither Yang nor Xiao's opponents were able to test out their golden skills. However, Li Xian didn't pay much attention to this. If we're talking about trump cards, he's keeping quite a few hidden. Li Xian didn't plan to watch the rest of the revival matches and went home first. His primary task tonight is to cultivate himself properly. Because he kept tapping the spirit pearl, his cultivation progress would occasionally speed up. Fortunately, he spent his free time consolidating his strength during this period, which is why he kept his level at bronze V. He now feels that the spiritual energy within his body has stabilized, and it's time to break through the bottleneck of bronze V and try his luck at bronze 6. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Li Xian arrived at the training ground. Compared to yesterday's quiet scene, the stands at the training ground were packed with senior high school students today. As required by the school, all senior high school students must watch the match between the top 3 students today. Li Xian arrived at Class 8's formation and saw that Lin Hai had reserved a spot for him, so he went over there. "Brother Li, you're amazing. You actually made it into the top 3. Upon meeting, Lin Hai excitedly put his arm around Li Xian's shoulder and shook him. Li Xian felt dizzy from being shaken so much that he quickly called for a stop and politely said, "Just lucky." At this moment, everyone else in Class 8 knew that Li Xian, who had never done well in exams before, had suddenly turned the tide in this monthly exam and jumped into the top 3 in the combat exam. However, some people privately discussed that Li Xian used connections and gave his opponents many benefits, causing them to admit defeat during the competition. Lin Hai reprimanded them all after hearing these rumors. The most shocked person was the homeroom teacher, Zheng Aigua. He never expected that one of the students he taught would be able to compete with students in the top classes. In short, among the students in Class 8, some looked at Li Xian with admiration, while others looked with suspicion. There are also people like Zhang Wei, who see Li Xian as if he were a devil, their eyes filled with fear. Li Xian didn't care about any of this. Instead, he silently awaited the final competition. He also wanted to know whether he was capable of winning first place. Chapter 21, Don't Hit Someone in the Face. Before the competition officially began, the grade director took advantage of the presence of all the students in the grade to walk to the center of the field and begin his speech. He talked about the current situation of the awakened ones, their future development, and praised some students who performed well in the exams. He also criticized 3 students who gave up before even competing. Upon hearing this, Lee Xian thought to himself, wow, aren't these the ones who all admitted defeat to him? He also noticed a gritted teeth anger in the head of the grade when he read Tang Zhang and the others' names. Li Xinxin thought, is it really necessary? It's just admitting defeat, isn't it? Don't they even consider who they're admitting defeat to? The grade head teacher rambled on, finally ending his speech just before the students were about to fall asleep, and announced the start of today's competition. The training ground has been adjusted today. Several areas were removed, and a large area in the very center was set aside as the training ground for today. The school also specially found a student with a good image and temperament to act as a guest host and commentate on today's battle. It's worth mentioning that Bai Yi was the winner of yesterday's revival round. That is, 3 students from Class 1 and Li Xian from Class 8 competed for the final first place. The first match of the day was displayed on the big screen, Li Xian vs Yang Kiki. Li Xian was not surprised the school definitely wouldn't arrange for Bai Yi to fight him, no matter what. He and Yang Kiki stood up at the same time, standing facing each other on opposite sides of the stands. The host keenly observed this scene and began to stir up the atmosphere among the audience. We can see that the 2 contestants in the first round of today's competition are already very competitive even before the match begins. As a dark horse in the exam, Li Xian from Class 8 has a very sharp look in his eyes right now, staring intently at the school beauty of our grade. Li Xian? What the hell are you talking about? Why do I look like a thug? Yang Kiki chuckled as well. After this commotion, the atmosphere at the scene became much more lively. Li Xian and Yang Kiki walked to the center of the stage one after the other. I had a feeling we were going to run into each other, Yang Kiki said with a smile, brushing a strand of silver hair behind her ear. Yeah, Coco, don't hold back later, Li Xian replied with a smile. Absolutely. Come on, give me a fierce look. Oh whoa. Invigilator? Host? The students in the audience? Hearing Yang Kiki's childish roaring, the group fell silent. Was our school beauty angry just now? Why do I find Yang, the school beauty, so cute even when she's angry? Fearing an awkward silence, the host forced himself to speak briefly into the microphone. The proctor, having recovered from his shock, immediately announced the start of the competition. The host took over the topic again. Here they come. Let's see if our S-level talent, school beauty Yang, continues to dominate the competition, or if the dark horse Li Xian will make it to the finals. Let's hear who's getting the loudest shout. The audience's passion was ignited. Especially the men present, all of them were calling out Yang Kiki's name. Only Lin Hai was in the 8th class's formation, shouting Li Xian at the top of his lungs. It looked so lonely. No one was optimistic about Li Xian's chances, given the strength of his opponent. On the competition stage, a snowflake-shaped spirit image appeared behind Yang Kiki. Come on, go all out. The corresponding golden light spots flashed. Golden skill frost domain. As soon as the zone opened, the temperature dropped instantly, and a thin layer of ice began to slowly form on the ground of the arena. As she said, she went all out from the start, without holding back at all. The moment this skill was unleashed, the entire audience was stunned. This is a gold-level skill? And it's a domain-type skill at that? Holy crap, when did the school beauty absorb that? I think Li Xian is really in trouble this time. With his domain-type skills combined with Yang Kiki's identity as an ice mage, I'm afraid only Xiaoqingge in this school can put him to a fight. The host was so surprised he couldn't speak. Lin Hai, sitting in the audience, clenched his fists silently, feeling anxious for Li Xian. Xiaoqingge silently sat up straight, staring intently at the 2 people below the stage. The proctor's eyes were burning with fervor. It's important to know that many teachers haven't acquired many gold-level skills. It's amazing that this bronze-level student was able to absorb it, especially since it's a domain-related skill. Li Xian simply smiled calmly, as if he had expected this to happen. I'm in, Coco. With that, Li Xian pushed off with his feet and shot towards Yang Kiki. He knew that the best way to defeat a mage was through close-quarters combat. Yang Kiki, who was also well aware of this, would never allow Li Xian to get what he wanted so easily. Under the influence of the frost domain, all ice-type skills will have increased damage, reduced spirit energy consumption, and significantly reduced casting time. In the blink of an eye, several ice spears condensed in front of Yang Kiki and suddenly flew towards the attacking Li Xian. May your shot be 100% accurate. Li Xian released his blessing the instant the other party raised his hand. Immediately afterward, he brushed past several ice spears, and with a casual wave of his hand, prepared to release a blessing. Yang Kiki paid no attention to the ice spear that was shot out, because she knew it would definitely miss. Before Li Xian could dodge the ice spear, an ice shield had already formed above his head. As the holy light descended, the 2-meter thick beam of light was refracted as it passed through the ice shield, completely deviating from its original position and shooting towards Yang Kiki's back. Bronze skill, freeze. Yang Kiki can already use this skill to freeze the water vapor in the air. With no threat from the holy light, Yang Kiki breathed a sigh of relief. It's likely that she secretly studied Li Xian's moves a lot in preparation for this match. As Li Xian rapidly approached, Yang Kiki unhesitatingly activated the ice spin curse next to him. Water vapor quickly condensed into ice crystals, which swirled around Li Xian, blocking his path. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yang Kiki manipulated the ice shield to create distance from her opponent, and several ice spears reappeared. Seeing this, Li Xian sighed inwardly. This is indeed difficult to deal with. He reached into his pocket and secretly crushed a spirit bead to replenish his spiritual energy. May your shot be 100% accurate. Using a blessing to dodge the ice spears once more, Li Xian plunged headlong into the vortex of the ice spin curse. Just as the ice shards were about to touch his skin, Li Xian's figure suddenly blurred. Skill activated, Phantom Clone. The 0.5-second invincibility helped Li Xian break free from the ice whirlwind curse's restraints. When he reappeared, there were 2 Li Zins on the field. The host, who had been enthusiastically explaining the competition, couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. Li Xian's fighting spirit is truly strong. If I'm not mistaken, this is a phantom clone from the long-tongued ape spirit orb. He actually thought of using his speed in the 0.5-second invincibility period of this skill to break the ice spin curse. After leaving the range of the ice spin curse, Li Xian and his clone moved to flank the opponent from the left and right. For a moment, Yang Kiki couldn't tell which of the 2 Li Xian was the real one. She gritted her teeth, conjured more ice spears, and shot them at the 2 Li Zins. Without hesitation, Li Xian on the far left quickly followed with a blessing. All the ice spears struck empty air, while Li Xian's face turned deathly pale. This is a sign of excessive consumption of spiritual energy. Real? Yang Kiki hesitated for a moment, then immediately made a judgment. Ignoring Li Xian on the right, she turned around and shot a beam of freezing magic at Li Xian on the left. Li Xian was unable to dodge and was quickly frozen into an ice sculpture. At that moment, Lin Hai, who was watching the game intently, slapped his thigh. Oh no! Brother Li is frozen. Seeing this, Xiaqingge silently shook her head, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment appearing in her cool eyes. Seeing that Li Xian was frozen solid and did not turn into a phantom, Yang Kiki breathed a sigh of relief. The phantom clones do nothing but confuse the opponent and do no damage whatsoever. She looked at the clone Li Xian who was right in front of her, and forcefully swung her fist towards the opponent's face, preparing to shatter the clone and end the match. To everyone's surprise, the next second, Li Xian caught her fist. While she was still wondering, Li Xian's face appeared from behind his fist, and he grinned slyly. Coco, don't hit someone in the face. Chapter 22, the finals begin. Coco, don't hit someone in the face. Ah. Yang Kiki was startled by Li Xian's thuggish expression and subconsciously raised her leg to aim at his crotch. Startled, Li Xian quickly stepped in to stop him. Kiki, your little brother is even worse off. Shameless. A faint blush rose on Yang Kiki's fair face. She pulled her arm back forcefully, abruptly retracting her fist. Li Xian chuckled awkwardly. I'm going to make my move. Stop. Yang Kiki immediately stopped the other party and then said, tell me why the frozen clone didn't dissipate, and I'll admit defeat. After saying that, Yang Kiki took the initiative to withdraw the frost domain. What? Li Xian looked puzzled, then heard Yang Kiki say nonchalantly. Anyway, I don't lack gold-grade spirit beads, and I have no interest in that mysterious grand prize. No matter what place I get, I'll definitely still be in Class 1. Upon hearing this, Li Xian nodded slightly. He moved closer to Yang Kiki and whispered in her ear, explaining the differences between his phantom clones. Real? Yang Kiki gasped in surprise after hearing this. Li Xian quickly covered her mouth. Shoo. Don't make a sound. The host, watching this scene, was inwardly cursing. Are you guys still going to fight or not? How am I supposed to commentate if you don't fight? Hey, Li Xian, can you please take your dirty hands off the school beauty's mouth? In public, who's going to take advantage of you? After Li Xian let go of Yang Keek's hand, looking at her blank expression, he suddenly thought of something and asked. Coco, I'm telling you such an important secret, shouldn't you thank me? Yang Kiki was stunned for a moment, then shouldn't you thank me for keeping your secret? Li Xian? How did this little girl become so clever? How am I supposed to take advantage of you like this? Li Xian suddenly felt that Yang Kiki had become unlovable. Alright, I keep my word. Yang Kiki didn't say anything more and looked at the proctor. Teacher, I give up. After saying that, Yang Kiki gave Li Xian a smile and walked off the stage. Invigilator? Why admit defeat again? The host was equally dumbfounded. 1 second the two were flirting, and the next second the woman admitted defeat. How am I supposed to explain this? The entire audience fell completely silent. Li Xian won? What happened to Yang Keek's supposed dominance over Li Xian? What happened to the promise that high school students would master domain skills and become invincible? These questions lingered in the students' minds for a long time. Those who had been defeated by Li Xian, in particular, were unwilling to accept defeat. We looked at each other, both thinking that Li Xian had gotten incredibly lucky. Brother Li is awesome. A male student, whose origin was unknown, suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, breaking the silence. The proctor, having recovered from his shock, announced that Li Xian had won and advanced to the finals. Li Xian raised his head, looked in the direction of Lin Hai, and gave a thumbs up from afar. The first match of the day ended with Yang Kiki conceding defeat. After a 10-minute break, the match between Xia Qingge and Bai Yi began. Bai Yi had experienced a crushing defeat against Xia Qingge, but since the entire grade was watching, he was too embarrassed to admit defeat directly, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go on stage. Li Xian returned to his position and watched the battle with Lin Hai. There weren't many unexpected twists and turns in this competition. The host fully demonstrated his hosting skills, providing commentary throughout the game until the outcome was decided, without a single pause. What surprised him most was that Xia Qingge, despite having already beaten the opponent into submission, adopted a stance he had never seen before. The image of a long sword behind her appeared, and golden light shimmered. This is? Li Xian held his breath, knowing that this was Xia Qingge preparing to unleash her previously unseen golden skill. The next moment, Xia Qingge's figure transformed into a sword beam like a ghost, slashing swiftly towards the open space beside Bai Yi. The terrifying speed of the sword strike created a sonic boom. One sword strike followed by another, for a total of 7 sword strikes. Each strike deals more damage than the last, with the final strike dealing more than twice the damage of the first. Golden skill 7-star combo. Li Xian couldn't help but gasp. He knew this skill. It came from an alternate dimension in the Central Plains region of Luoyang. Just like Yang Keek's ice-type skills, which mostly originate from the alternate dimension near Harbin in northeast China. The 7 sword beams were unleashed in almost a second. Bai Yi had already collapsed to the ground, looking at Xia Qingge with eyes full of terror. The latter calmly stood up, sheathed his sword, and looked at Li Xian with a slightly pale face. Their eyes met, and Li Xian understood her purpose in doing so from her cool and aloof gaze. Xia Qingge originally intended to save this move for Yang Kiki, but now the final opponent is Li Xian. When Li Xian fought Yang Kiki, he had already used his Phantom Clone as a trump card, and the latter also used her Frost Domain. Xia Qingge seemed unwilling to hide it either. Their last encounter in another dimension ended in a draw. This time, she wanted to win against Li Xian fair and square. The entire audience was stunned. No one understood the significance of Xia Qingge's actions. Only Li Xian muttered something under his breath. Wow, you're really aloof, arrogant, and a little petty. He then closed his eyes and pondered a solution. Xia Qingge's trump card is different from Yang Keek's. The latter is a skill that amplifies the area of effect, while hers is an explosive killing skill. He doesn't have many spirit orbs left. I wonder how many times he can use blessings to dodge. Fortunately, given the opponent's current level, the 7-star combo consumes too much energy, so she cannot use it continuously. The third match was between Yang Kiki and Bai Yi, with a 1-hour break in between. As expected, Yang Kiki knocked out Bai Yi in less than 5 minutes. In this match, Yang Kiki showed no mercy, unleashing ice-based skills at Bai Yi one after another within the area covered by her domain, as if they were free. The host was so excited that he almost stood on the table to give a commentary. The time has come for the final competition, and the host walks to the center of the competition stage. Next, it's time for the finals. Let's welcome the strongest female swordsman Xia Qingge, Goddess Xia. As Xiao Qingge appeared, the entire audience of boys erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Next up, please welcome the darkest horse Li Xin. Li Xin? Li Xin almost lost his footing when he stepped onto the stage. What is all this stuff? Li Xin strongly suspected that the host was biased. Still wearing sunglasses. Eek. As Li Xin walked onto the stage, the entire audience erupted in boos. Leading the formation was Class 1. They couldn't accept that young Kiki, one of the best students in their class, had easily lost to a student from Class 8. Where does this leave their class's reputation? But they didn't dare tell young Kiki, so they could only vent their anger on Li Xin. After the boos subsided, someone shouted loudly onto the stage. Xiao Qingge will beat him to death. Let this slacker see what the real strength of a top-tier class is. That's right, beat him up. I bet 1 minute that Li Xin will definitely lose within 1 minute. If he doesn't lose, I'll livestream myself doing a toilet stand upside down. However, Li Xin's blessing seems to be poisonous. I have noticed that he has used poisonous blessings to torture others in several of his competitions. Yes, I heard from Ho Jia in our class that not only are his blessings poisonous, but even his blessings are poisonous. Hiss, why is that? Li Xin remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding chatter, and calmly looked at Xiao Qingge. They looked at each other in silence, and the proctor stepped forward to signal for quiet. I won't go into the rules. Do you have any questions before the competition? The proctor asked perfunctorily. Li Xin suddenly raised his hand. I have it. What? Without hesitation, Li Xin said, could you lend me a short sword that isn't sharpened? Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to beat Xiao Qingge. Invigilator? The way you're talking makes it sound like you can beat someone just by borrowing their money. Xiao Qingge was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this, but then she understood. Since she herself wanted to have a fair and square competition, it wasn't unreasonable for her to provide Li Xin with a short sword. Okay. This request wasn't unreasonable, and the proctor agreed, actually finding Li Xin an unsharpened short sword. Li Xin held the short sword in his hand and twirled it a couple of times to familiarize himself with its weight and length. The proctor waited patiently for a while before asking, does either of you have any questions? Li Xin and Xiao Qingge both shook their heads. Alright, let the competition begin. Chapter 23, Breakthrough to Bronze 6. Alright, let the competition begin. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Li Xin raised his short sword and held it against his chest, his gaze quite calm. Xiao Qingge drew out a 3-foot-long rainbow sword, which, though unsharpened, gleamed with a chilling light. The next moment, the two moved. Xiao Qingge activated both the wind surge and damage amplification buffs simultaneously, attempting to close the distance in a short time. Li Xin wasn't stupid, he knew he couldn't defend himself once the enemy got close, so he quickly retreated. You're running so fast, I hope you don't fall. As soon as he finished speaking, the other person began to lean forward. Xiao Qingge, who had experience fighting Li Xin, braced her sword against the ground the instant he activated his blessing. Using the flexible yet resilient long sword, Xiao Qingge steadied herself, glanced coldly at Li Xin, and continued charging towards him. Holy crap! Li Xin exclaimed in surprise, a national treasure. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen the other party's actions, he was always shocked every time he saw them. With blessings proving useless, Li Xin had no choice but to use holy light to slow down the opponent. Beams of light poured onto the arena as if they had no spiritual power. When his spiritual energy ran out, he would crush the spiritual pearl to quickly replenish it. Xiao Qingge kept a close eye on Li Xin's hand. Once he swung it down, she would quickly move to one side and move more than 2 meters away. The direction of the displacement was unpredictable, making it impossible for Li Xin to make any predictions. Despite using 4 or 5 spirit orbs, Xiao Qingge was not hit by the holy light even once. The two, who were originally more than 10 meters apart, gradually closed the distance. Li Xin tried to struggle, but Xiao Qingge closed in with a lunge. The long sword, covered in red light, slashed down towards the top of his head. Xiao Qingge's sword-wielding speed at this moment is far faster than it was in the alternate dimension. Perhaps it was because she was using a real sword at that time, and she held back her sword strikes. Li Xin was unable to dodge in time and could only draw his sword to parry. The immense force made his hands ache. After barely blocking the attack, Li Xin steadied himself and kicked his opponent in the abdomen. As if Xiao Qingge could anticipate his movements, she dodged to the side and swung her sword at Li Xin's left arm, forcing the latter to raise his sword to defend. Two figures were intertwined, with one of them almost completely crushing the other. Xia Qingge's sword lashed at Li Xian like willow branches, one strike after another, relentlessly. Li Xian could only protect his head and chest, while his limbs were slashed countless times, causing him to grimace in pain. Fortunately, her sword wasn't sharpened, otherwise, Li Xian would have been killed in a single exchange. The two players were attacking and defending so fast that the host couldn't get a word in edgewise and could only watch the game quietly. Xia Qingge is very clever, she doesn't use any other skills, relying entirely on high-speed slashes. Li Xian's blessing couldn't keep up with the speed of his opponent's sword strike, leaving him no room to maneuver. Given the close proximity, if he were to unleash holy light, it would envelop him. No, we need to find a way to create distance. Li Xian thought to himself, calmly waiting for an opportunity. After parrying Xia Qingge's sword aimed at his chest, Li Xian knew that his chance had come. He gathered electricity in his left hand, and a thick arc of electricity shot out from his palm. Lightning Chain Silver LV1. This is Li Xian's only targeted, instant cast skill. This was the first time he used chain lightning in actual combat, even though the skill's nature had been changed to healing. But the other party was unaware of this. The information gap between the two caused Xia Qingge to instinctively retreat rapidly. The electric arc struck the open ground with a crackling sound. Li Xian was finally able to create some distance. Their eyes met, and both cherished this moment of rest. There was complete silence apart from their heavy breathing, there was no other sound. The series of actions that followed made the students watching the game hold their breath. The host finally found an opportunity to say a few words. Where did that classmate who said Li Xian wouldn't last a minute? Do you still remember the promise you made about washing the toilet upside down on live stream? These words were transmitted through the microphone to every corner of the training field, causing a burst of laughter. Only the classmate who made the bet lowered his head and awkwardly dug out the 4-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. After finishing her match, young Kiki didn't leave. Instead, she found a corner and quietly watched Li Xian. For some reason, ever since they teamed up in the other dimension last time, she has unconsciously started paying more attention to this boy who was previously a complete stranger to her. Looking at Li Xian, who was covered in wounds and whose hand holding the sword was trembling, young Kiki felt a pang of heartache for no reason. She began to pray silently in her heart, Li Xian, you must win. At this moment, the most nervous people are the proctors. He was afraid that either of them might not be paying attention and might go too far, causing uncontrollable harm to the other. Especially Xia Qingge. That cunning swordsmanship was aimed at Li Xian's vital points with every move. The perspective returns to the two contestants. Li Xian secretly touched his pocket, then froze in embarrassment. No way, there are only two left? He muttered a curse to himself, sensing that he still had some spiritual energy left in his body, and silently withdrew it. Li Xian could feel that his physical condition was very poor at the moment, and even moving his fingers was a bit difficult. Fortunately, he could tell from Xia Qingge's slightly flushed cheeks that she had also expended a lot of energy. Li Xian rubbed his sore arm with some difficulty and gave a soft shout. Again! Xia Qingge's cold face seemed to be touched. She raised her eyebrows slightly and bent down, preparing to rush forward. May you be 100% sure you don't fall next time. May your next sword strike hit its mark 100%. Li Xian first cast two blessings, preparing to look for an opportunity to counterattack when the opponent's attack missed. He reached into his pocket and crushed the second to last spirit bead, replenishing his depleted spiritual energy. Li Xian adopted the starting stance of holy light, waiting for his opponent to reveal a weakness. The host then spoke into the microphone, saying, "We can see the aura between the two. They are about to enter the final showdown. Will our goddess Xia continue her crushing victory and finish off her opponent? Or will Li Xian, holy crap?" With a gasp from the host, everyone noticed the strange phenomenon occurring on the competition stage. Centered on Li Xian, like a vortex, a large amount of air converged towards his body. Am I about to break through? Li Xian himself did not expect that absorbing this spiritual pearl would actually allow the spiritual power in his body to break through the barrier. Li Xian looked troubled and glanced at the familiar proctor. Will he play in the final? The latter also looked completely bewildered. What student breaks through during the exam? Only the students and their homeroom teacher in Class 8 showed no surprise. Li Xian really loves to experiment with breakthroughs during exams. Before the proctor could speak, Xia Qingge interjected. Breakthrough first. Her voice was neither sad nor happy. Her calm tone suggested she wasn't surprised. Li Xian thanked him and quickly sat down on the ground to enter a meditative state. Xia Qingge glanced at him indifferently, then sat down to meditate with him. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, the host was speechless. The more than 300 students present were speechless, staring at each other blankly. How did a perfectly good final match turn into watching the two of them meditate? Thank goodness there are no tickets, otherwise everyone would be demanding refunds. The people present waited for more than 10 minutes, but Li Xian still did not wake up. Some students began to whisper among themselves on the stage. No way, how come it took him so long to break through when he's only at the bronze level? Don't you think he's deliberately stalling for time? Hard to say, didn't you see the breakthrough phenomenon is still there? Li Xian was really lucky. He was probably going to lose in a few more minutes, but he managed to get himself some rest time. That's right, the key is that after the breakthrough, you can also recover some of your injuries. Sigh, if you ask me, Goddess Xia may seem cold, but she's really kind-hearted. If I made it to the finals, I wouldn't care if you broke through or not, I'd kick you off the stage first. Time passed little by little. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. The students in the audience became increasingly restless. That's not right. I saw the breakthrough phenomenon stop half an hour ago. Why isn't Li Xian up yet? Yeah, it feels like he's deliberately stalling for time. What time is it? If we don't hurry, we can have lunch soon. The students in the stands had a lot of complaints. A straightforward male student stood up and shouted at the proctor. Teacher, could you go check if Li Xian is deliberately refusing to get up? The proctor was equally puzzled and, after a moment's thought, decided to check what was going on. But Li Xian sat there motionless, eyes closed and expressionless. He didn't dare touch the other person because they wouldn't get up. If he is still in the breakthrough stage, then he has made a big mistake. The proctor signaled for everyone to be quiet and wait patiently. More than an hour later, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. He let out a long sigh of relief and got up to stretch his muscles. Xia Qingge sensed something and immediately exited the meditation. Their eyes met, and Li Xian smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. Sorry to keep you waiting, let's continue. Chapter 24, Part 1. Li Xian stood up, clenched his fist, and felt the spiritual power of the bronze rank 6 within his body. At the same time, because a large amount of spiritual energy was constantly washing over his body, the injuries he had just suffered were mostly healed. He did indeed break through in just over 10 minutes, and for the remaining hour, he kept simulating in his mind how to defeat his opponent. Through continuous efforts, Li Xian finally came up with a feasible plan in his mind. He looked at Xia Qingge and took out the last spirit pearl. May your next 7 attacks all hit with a percentage accuracy. His spiritual energy was being rapidly depleted, and his face visibly turned pale. Before his spiritual energy ran out, he crushed the spirit orb. After the replenishment of spiritual energy and the consumption of blessings, he only had a quarter of the spiritual energy left in his body. After doing all this, Li Xian smiled, showing no sign of panic. He methodically prepared his opening stance for the holy light and asked his opponent. Xia, I'll stand right here. See if I'll dodge or not. Xia Qingge gripped the sword hilt for a moment, stunned on the spot. She understood that Li Xian's purpose in doing this was to force her to use the 7-star strike combo. If she doesn't do this, the time allotted for 7 attacks could very well give Li Xian an opportunity to unleash his holy light. Xia Qingge couldn't quite understand why the other party's poison blessing spiritual power was also being consumed in considerable quantities. Even if he dodges the 7-star combo, how will he fight next? Seeing Xia Qingge standing still, Li Xian deliberately provoked her, saying, Hey, are you still going to fight or not? If not, just admit defeat. Whoosh! These words caused a stir in the audience. Li Xian, how dare you say that? Goddess Xia has been waiting for you for over an hour. That's right, you should also make Goddess Xia wait for an hour. Didn't you just say it was almost lunchtime? Goddess Xia, beat him up. Can someone explain what's going on with his poisonous blessing? Amidst the overwhelming barrage of insults, Xia Qingge made a move. She moved swiftly around Li Xian, using unpredictable movements to make it difficult for his holy light to hit her. Li Xian simply stopped emitting holy light and focused his gaze on the opponent as they approached. When the two were less than 2 meters apart, Xia Qingge took a step forward and thrust at Li Xian's face. She didn't use any skills with this sword strike, it was just a normal attack. Just as she expected, the sword pierced through the air, brushing against Li Xian's hair. The two men sidestepped each other, and Li Xian raised his short sword to counterattack. Xiaqinga leaped backward to dodge the attack, while simultaneously executing the starting stance for the 7-star slash. Since you, Li Xian, want to see the 7-star strike, I, Xiaqinga, will grant your wish. Use a normal sword strike plus the first 6 skill strikes to break the poison blessing. The final strike dealt enough damage to defeat Li Xian. This is the solution Xiaqinga came up with. At the last moment before the skill was activated, Xiaqinga finally read a trace of panic on the other person's face. She knew it had worked. In the blink of an eye, Xiaqinga's figure transformed into a sword beam, shooting towards Li Xian. 1, 2, 3. Although she missed, she saw Li Xian raise his short sword in a panic, desperately protecting himself. The proctor standing nearby was ready to intervene at any moment. But deep down, he had a feeling that Li Xian could catch the sword. 4 or 5 paths. Xiaqinga, transformed into a sword beam, had already appeared in front of the opponent's face. With one more sword strike, I will surely defeat him. Xiaqinga seemed to see victory in her mind. The entire audience held their breath at that moment, and even the host dared not breathe, for fear of disturbing Xiaqinga's move. Just as the 6th sword was unleashed, she wondered if she had misread it, but a smile suddenly appeared on Li Xian's lips for no apparent reason. The smile was very faint, almost fleeting. The arrow is on the string, and it must be released. Before she could think further, the 6th sword still brushed past Li Xian. The 7 missed poison blessings have passed. The next sword strike will be a sure kill. Xiaqinga had no time to think about whether she had misread it or not, as the final sword beam was already poised to strike. As the sword's edge sliced through the air, accompanied by a sonic boom, it struck Li Xian. The latter's figure suddenly blurred. The sword light struck the blurry figure, but Xiaqinga felt no impact whatsoever. It's a phantom clone. Using the 0.5 second period of invincibility, Li Xian successfully dodged the final fatal blow. This is the method he came up with after simulating it in his mind for an hour. Taking into account the 0.2 seconds for human reaction and the invincibility time of the phantom clone, Li Xian released the first few sword strikes and blocked the entire 1-second process of the 7-star combo. Fortunately, due to his lack of physical strength and spiritual power, he almost missed the opportunity to release it. But this is only the beginning. After Xiaqinga unleashed her final sword strike, she landed on the ground. She quickly turned to look at Li Xian, just as his phantom clone activation time had ended. The place where there was once a blurry figure is now empty. In a flash, Xiaqinga suddenly stabbed behind her. Put! The sword pierced through Li Xian's abdomen, and warm blood flowed down to Xiaqinga's body. This? She never expected Li Xian to fight so desperately. She instinctively tried to draw her long sword, but Li Xian, bracing the blade, took a step forward and tightly embraced the bewildered Xiaqinga. The latter was completely dumbfounded. This was the first time in her life that she had been hugged by a man. Xiaqinga stood frozen in place, at a loss for what to do, when a cold short sword was placed against her neck from behind. Xiaqinga? She slowly turned her head and saw a faint smile on Li Xian's defeated face. I won, Li Xian said softly. Xiaqinga tried to pull back her long sword and found that Li Xian, who was holding her, was slowly turning into fluorescent light and dissipating. She parted her lips slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just nodded faintly. Okay, I give up. The look of surprise vanished from her face, replaced by a cold expression once more. Xiaqinga removed the short sword from her neck, turned around, and walked off the stage. The entire room was unusually quiet at that moment. Everyone wore an expression of disbelief. The victor is Li Xian. The proctor loudly announced Li Xian's victory, pulling the host out of his shock. He won. The dark horse, Li Xian, won. He shouted himself hoarse into the microphone. It's unclear who took the lead in applauding Li Xian. Immediately afterwards, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Li Xian's final move completely impressed everyone present. Even those who had previously questioned him or were pessimistic about him were now applauding from the bottom of their hearts. Li Xian's smile widened as he watched the applause filling the hall. But the next second, his face contorted in a ferocious expression. Ouch, that hurts. The memories brought back by his clone caused him to experience the pain of being stabbed in the abdomen out of nowhere. Not only that, but the weakness that his clone felt due to excessive blood loss was also reflected back to him. Li Xian was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely, and with his spiritual energy exhausted, his body simply couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, I'm never doing this again. Li Xian mentally ranted, then closed his eyes and fainted. Chapter 25, The Golden Spirit Orb. After an unknown amount of time, Li Xian slowly awoke from his coma. Li Xian, you're awake? Lin Hai sat on a chair by the hospital bed and was the first to notice that he had woken up. The infirmary teacher and young Kiki rushed over upon hearing the news. Li Xian sat up in bed and looked at the familiar surroundings. Is this the infirmary? He rubbed his swollen head, reached for a glass of water, and said softly. What time is it now? It's past 3 p.m., and you've been unconscious for almost 3 hours, the infirmary doctor replied. Li Xian sighed inwardly. This kind of pseudo-suicidal tactic should indeed be used less often. He then realized that he hadn't gone home for lunch and wondered if his younger sister had eaten on time. As he sighed, Yang Kiki suddenly remembered something and said. By the way, Xia Qingge and the head of the grade came to see you just now. Li Xian was taken aback. The two of them? Yes, we all came after the award ceremony, Yang Kiki continued. Xia Qingge arrived first. She saw you were asleep and seemed fine, so she left without saying anything. The head of the grade told us to tell you to go to his office when you wake up. Li Xian nodded his thanks, but he couldn't understand why Xia Qingge had come. Is it out of concern for him? Seeing that Li Xian was alright, Yang Ke smiled and said goodbye, brushing a strand of silver hair behind her ear. Alright, now that you're awake, I'm leaving. Take care, Coco. After she left, Lin Hai leaned over with a mischievous grin and said, Brotherly, I think you're quite the ladies' man. The two prettiest girls in the whole grade came to see you. You have no idea how awkward it was when Xia Qingge and Yang Kiki were both in the infirmary just now. Li Xian slapped Lin Hai on the back of the head with his backhand. Pa, what are you thinking? You need to study hard in high school, you know? What, do you need me to test you with a couple of lines of classical poetry? Lin Hai winced and clutched his head, quickly shaking his head. Don't do that, spare me, I'll still be your good little brother. Li Xian? What nonsense is this? Seeing that Li Xian was about to lash out, Lin Hai immediately changed the subject. Brotherly, are you going to the office now? Nonsense. Didn't you hear Coco say the awards have all been given out? If I don't go, won't I miss out on my reward? After saying that, he went to the grade director's office alone. Knock knock knock. Li Xian tidied his appearance and knocked on the door. Please come in, came the warm voice of the grade head from inside. Li Xian pushed open the door and saw Xia Lufang, the grade director, with half of her head covered in gray hair, which gleamed in the sunlight. Please sit down, Xia Lufang said politely, a smile always on her face. Director Xia, you wanted to see me? Li Xian made his purpose clear. Right. Seeing that Li Xian was unharmed, Xia Lufang didn't beat around the bush and took out a small box she had prepared beforehand from the drawer. This is a gold-grade spirit pearl, produced in an alternate dimension of Spring City. He opened the box and showed it to the other person. Li Xian stared intently at the golden luster circulating within the spirit pearl. This was the first time he had ever seen a gold-level spirit pearl in his nearly 18 years of life. Li Xian subconsciously reached out to catch the box. Unexpectedly, Xia Lufang slammed the box shut and held it to her chest. Li Xian frowned, looking puzzled. Director Xia, what do you mean by this? Xia Lufang chuckled awkwardly, it's nothing. According to the exam rules, the spirit pearl belongs to you, but... Seeing that the other party was keeping him in suspense, Li Xian said directly, Director Xia, please speak your mind. It's nothing, I just wanted to ask you, what's the deal with the skill you absorbed? I see. He knew the other party simply wanted to know about the skill, and was using the reward as an excuse to ask. Li Xian feigned mystery, bowed slightly, and said softly, Director Xia, I'm telling you this, but you have to keep it a secret for me. I don't want to be captured by some Chinese research institute and used as a guinea pig. Upon hearing how serious it was, Xia Lufang leaned forward to cooperate with Li Xian. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep it a secret. Good. Li Xian repeated the same words he had used with Yang Kiki to Xia Lufang. Hiss, an inherent skill? After hearing this, Xia Lufang gasped. He reacted the same way as Yang Kiki had initially, unable to believe that Li Xian, a bronze-level player, had actually awakened his inherent skill. When he saw the other person nod seriously, he immediately felt relieved. If it weren't for his inherent skills, how could his skills have changed so much? Xia Lufang suddenly understood why this student in front of her valued this secret so much. I'm afraid there hasn't been a single case like this in the entire Dragon Kingdom. But how can we hide this? Anyone with eyes can see that your skills are flawed. Xia Lufang voiced her concerns, but Li Xian patted his chest reassuringly. It's okay. As long as you don't say anything, I'll deny it to the death. Once I reach the diamond level, I'll naturally be able to cover it up. Good. Xia Lufang hadn't expected the other party to be so ambitious, already setting their sights on diamonds, and said solemnly. Don't worry, Li Xian, I'll definitely keep your secret. With that, he pushed the box in front of Li Xian. Li Xian eagerly took the box, his mouth watering as he looked at the golden spirit pearl inside. Ahem, Li Xian, there's another problem with this spirit pearl. Xia Lufang coughed, interrupting Li Xian, and before the other could ask a question, spoke first. The golden spirit pearls awarded to the top 3 winners this time weren't labeled as such, and the courier mixed them up during transport. What? Li Xian felt as if 100 alpacas were passing by. I said, why are you being so generous this time, old man? Turns out you don't even know what skills are inside this spirit orb. If someone happens to absorb a skill they don't want, for example, a mage absorbing a tank skill, even the gold level ones would be devastated. Li Xian suddenly felt that the spirit pearl in his hand no longer smelled so good. However, this spirit pearl is not entirely useless. Xia Lufang changed the subject and took out 2 more boxes from the drawer, each containing a golden spirit pearl. This? Li Xian didn't understand. A total of 5 spirit beads were traded in this batch, and they all came from the same alternate dimension near Spring City, so the type of spirit bead can be basically identified. Xia Lufang held up 3 fingers. I guess there are at most 3 types of spirit orbs. One is a melee class, one is an elemental class, and the other is a summoning class. Wow! Li Xian suddenly realized that the old man in front of him was still quite sharp-minded. Then what is this? Xia Lufang shook her head, I don't know. He then added, however, given your current performance, both melee and elemental combat styles will enhance your fighting style, as long as it's not a summoning style. That makes sense. Li Xian slammed the box shut. There's a 2/3 chance he'll get a usable golden skill. He's lucky enough to have that. Li Xian put the box in his pocket and asked with a smile. Director Xia, is there another mysterious grand prize? Chapter 26, The Agreement. Xia Lufang looked completely bewildered. What mysterious grand prize? Li Xian? Director Xia, is it really meaningful for you to lie to one of my students? Oh dear, what are you saying? Xia Lufang changed the subject, asking mysteriously. You really want it? Li Xian nodded affirmatively. Okay, I won't hide anything from you. Xia Lufang said in a very serious tone. Actually, the amount of funding allocated by the central government has been decreasing over the past 2 years, which is ultimately because the school's ranking in the city is getting lower and lower. Don't underestimate us just because we are the first middle school, the third middle school, the second middle school, and those private high schools. In recent years, our development has been increasing year by year, and we have produced several genius students. Our school hasn't made it into the provincial competition for 4 years. Li Xian frowned. I know all that, but what does it have to do with my mystery prize? Of course it's related. Li Xian, how about this? Xia Lufang changed to a negotiating tone, you can owe me that big prize for now. Once you lead your team to a top 2 finish in the citywide competition, I'll give you half of the prize money that the higher-ups issue. Isn't this just empty promises? Li Xian was somewhat displeased, but still tentatively asked, how much is the bonus? The first is 300,000, the second is 100,000. Make a deal. This pancake smells delicious. Forehead. Xia Lufang hadn't expected Li Xian to agree so readily. Seeing Li Xian's barely concealed joy, she felt a pang of guilt for doing this. Well, if you have any other requests, feel free to mention them. The school will try its best to accommodate you. Li Xian thought for a moment and said, then I'll just mention 3 points. First, I'll find my own teammates for the match. Xia Lufang nodded. Okay, no problem. Secondly, I need to go to the alternate dimension in our city twice more. Wanting to improve your strength is no problem. So, what about the third one? Li Xian leaned forward and whispered, I want my sister to come to our school to take the awakening test. Xia Lufang was taken aback. Go through the back door? What do you mean by getting in through connections? My sister is a top student. If she could become an awakened one and unlock the spirit map, she'd definitely be the next academic superstar. Seeing the confidence written all over Li Xian's face, Xia Lufang was skeptical. This kid was able to awaken his innate skill during the Bronze Age. His talent is unparalleled. His academic performance is excellent, with almost perfect scores in every subject, so his sister must be just as good. Xia Lufang pondered for a moment. Okay, as long as you get into the top 2 in the city, I'll make arrangements when your sister turns 15. Okay, then I'll thank Director Xia in advance. Li Xian knew he couldn't let his younger sister stay at home forever. He needed to make proper arrangements so that Li Nianer could study with peace of mind and not be afraid of suddenly falling ill. You're too kind, Li Xian. I should be thanking you for leading the school to new heights. Ding, thank you received, plus 10 good person points. Li Xian, is there really such a good thing? The way Li Xian looked at Xia Lufang was as if he were seeing another fat sheep. Director Xia, you are too kind and modest. I should be the one thanking you for your guidance. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Xia Lufang benefited greatly from this unwarranted flattery. Ha, it's mainly because you worked hard. I didn't do much. Director Xia, please say thank you. Xia Lufang? After leaving the office, Li Xian was beaming. This trip was definitely worthwhile, but I didn't expect Director Xia to be so polite. In just a few minutes, he helped him accumulate 100 good points. Li Xian walked toward the senior high school building and found that students had surrounded the notice board at the bottom of the building. Curious, he went up to ask a classmate and learned that the monthly exam results were posted there. The results are out so quickly? Li Xian muttered to himself and squeezed inside. Make way, make way. Many people saw that it was Li Xian who was pushing his way through, and they moved aside to make room for him. Only the tall, burly male student at the very front got annoyed by Li Xian's pushing and shoving. He turned around angrily. What the hell are you squeezing in for? Li Xian? How could anyone ask such a rude question? 1. Male student, While the other person was stunned for a moment, Li Xian successfully squeezed into the first row. The notice board displayed the rankings of more than 300 students in the entire grade, with Li Xian's name prominently displayed first. First place, Li Xian, 100 points in academic subjects, 42 points in practical subjects, 90 points in combat subjects, total score, 20 plus 16.8 plus 36 is equal to 72.8 points. Second place, Xia Qingge. Third place, Yang Kiki. Wow, I actually got first place. Looking at the rankings, Li Xian couldn't hide his excitement. Then he looked for the rankings of a few people he was familiar with. Besides Bai Yi, Pan Shan, Tang Zhang, and Hou Jie were all ranked outside the top 50, which means that these 3 were assigned to Class 2. It's worth mentioning that Zhang Wei is still in Class 8, while Lin Hai's grades are quite good, so he should be able to rank in Class 6. Next to the results board, it was written that everyone should gather in the classroom where the classes were reassigned before 5 p.m. After seeing the results, Li Xian had nowhere else to go, so he went to Class 1's classroom ahead of time. The class teacher was already waiting here. Li Xian exchanged a glance with him and found an empty seat in the last row. Soon everyone was seated, and the homeroom teacher coughed lightly, indicating that he was about to speak. Dear students, most of you are from the original Class 1. Only a few of you have worked hard to be assigned to Class 1 this time. After saying that, he picked up the chalk like other teachers and wrote his name on the blackboard. My surname is Hua and my given name is Jianmen. Next, please welcome the 2 new students who have joined our class to come up on stage and introduce themselves. Please welcome Qinjiu. As Qinjiu walked onto the stage, Li Xian immediately recognized her as the tank-type awakened one who had fought against Xia Qingge. Hello everyone, my name is Qinjiu. I was in Class 3 before, and I'm very happy to be joining Class 1 this time. Qinjiu's introduction was very simple, and he stepped off the stage amidst applause. Li Xian, classmate. Arrive. Li Xian almost didn't react in time, and quickly answered loudly. The sound was so loud that it caused laughter from the students around him. Li Xian ignored all of that and strode to the podium. To be honest, he hadn't figured out how to introduce himself yet. My name is Li Xian. Li Xian looked at his classmates staring at him from below the stage and scratched his cheek. I neither steal towers nor like to ambush in bushes. My ambition is to be the brightest star in the rift. Put. It's unclear who started laughing first, but then the whole audience burst into laughter. Li Xian touched his nose and awkwardly stepped off the stage. Alright, now that we all know each other, please get along well from now on. As the most important key class, Class 1 will receive more resources from the school. But if you don't work hard, I have the right to send you back to your original class. Hua Jianmen's voice was strong and clear, leaving no room for doubt. Li Xian was not interested in these things. It doesn't matter to him which class he's in. The main question is, when will the prize money for the top student in the grade be distributed? I should have just asked Director Xia for it. Li Xian was speechless with frustration. Hua Jianmen continued by listing a bunch of things to note for the new semester, and then announced to the students as it was almost time to leave school. The citywide Awaken High School League will begin at the end of September. Students who are interested in participating, please submit your team of 4 to me for registration before the 15th. Get out of class dismissed. Don't wander around outside at night these days. After Hua Jianmen left, Yang Kiki found Li Xian, who was about to leave. Want to come together? Li Xian thought for a moment, then said, okay. The two walked side by side, attracting the attention of many classmates along the way. Li Xian was not ugly. He was over 1.8 meters tall, with short hair, a handsome face, and a beauty mark at the corner of his right eye. His only flaw was his slightly thin physique, due to his long-term frugality. Li Xian and Yan Kiki pretended not to see anything and chatted casually. The two walked to the school gate, ready to part ways. Coco, would you be interested in teaming up with me to participate in the citywide competition? At the request of the grade director, Li Xian began to look for candidates for his team. The opponent can be considered one of the most suitable ranged mages. It has both damage and crowd control abilities, as well as area of effect skills. Yang Kiki agreed without even thinking. Sure, but I have one condition. Li Xian patted his chest and said, as long as I can do it, just ask. I want Xiaqinga to join too. Li Xian, huh? Chapter 27, Absorbing the Golden Skill. What? Xiaqinga, Yang Kiki repeated. Why? Given Xiaqinga's demonstrated abilities, Li Xian will definitely recruit her. In Li Xian's opinion, Yang and Xia did not have a good relationship. Yang Kiki didn't think much of it and replied directly. Because you're definitely aiming to win when you team up. Xiaqinga's close combat skills are unmatched in the entire school. Besides, I don't trust anyone else. Yang Kiki bluntly stated her reasons, and Li Xian had no choice but to nod in agreement. Before leaving, Yang Kiki suddenly added. By the way, have you heard that a group of awakened fugitives have fled to Zhanghai City? Fugitive? What fugitive? Li Xian asked, puzzled. Don't you watch TV? Yang Kiki frowned. What is television? Li Xian had already sold all the valuables in his house to pay for his sister's medical treatment. Seeing that Li Xian did not answer for a long time, Yang Kiki reminded him one last time. Anyway, listen to your teacher and try not to go out at night. I'm leaving now. After seeing Yang Kiki off, Li Xian headed home. Back home, he first ate a simple meal with his sister, and then went back to his room to study the Golden Spirit Pearl. My luck can't be that bad, right? Li Xian muttered to himself. There's a 2/3 chance that this bead will be the skill he wants. But he wasn't sure if the skills here had any reverse attributes, or what they would look like after being reversed. Never mind, let's take a gamble. Who cares what skill it is, as long as it's gold level, that's awesome. Even without absorbing any skills, the gold grade spirit orb can still further enhance his strength. Li Xian closed his eyes and crushed the spirit pearl with force. The next moment, a massive amount of spiritual energy burst forth from the bead. Li Xian dared not delay at all and quickly began to absorb the nutrients. Ding, 2 skills have been detected for this spirit orb. Checking for any reverse attributes. Li Xian was overjoyed, they've arrived. Skill, liquid gold has been detected with the reverse attribute. To turn the body into a liquid. The liquid can be changed to a solid. The skill, Summon Slime Silver, has a reversible hidden affix. Summon a soft slime. The soft material can be modified to be hard. The absorption conditions are met. Should we combine the absorptions? What is that? Solid? Slime? Li Xian immediately remembered reading in the book that there was an alternate dimension north of Spring City that produced gold-level slime kings. One of the Slime King's abilities is to split slimes from his body. Holy crap! Director Xia tricked me. The summoning system you mentioned, is it the one that summons slimes? Even if you summon a husky, it's still more useful than a slime. Li Xian was so angry he wanted to flip the table, but he couldn't exit his meditative state at this moment, otherwise it would all be wasted. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to absorb it. For no other reason than the 20 skill slots. Be reckless, don't panic. Absorb. On the yin-yang symbol, a golden dot slowly lit up. Having successfully absorbed the new skill, Li Xian eagerly opened his eyes and tried it out. He pointed to the empty table in front of him and first used the most curious, hard slime. The next second, a dark, indescribable lump appeared on the table. What is this? If you didn't have those big, white, bright eyes, I'd really think you were a pile of poop with a huge head. Li Xian stretched out his finger and poked the slime's stomach. Didn't it move? He grabbed the slime and kneaded it hard. It didn't change shape at all. The slime blinked its big eyes and looked at Li Xian with an innocent expression. It seems to mean, Master, what are you doing? Li Xian perked up. This hard slime was actually quite interesting. He secretly took a kitchen knife from the kitchen and, under the slime's terrified gaze, chopped it down. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere, but the slime's body was completely unharmed. Instead, the cleaver was chopped in two. Seeing this, the slime raised its necklace head with a smug expression. Li Xian's eyes immediately lit up with golden light. He tried to command the slime to attack, but the slime could only roll forward and ram. However, in Li Xian's mind, it was no big deal. Even if slimes don't hurt when they hit people, Li Xian could use them as hidden weapons just because of their hardness. He retrieved the slime and used another skill on himself, liquidity. 1 minute later. Why is there still no response? Li Xian looked at himself and saw that his arms were arms and his legs were legs, and that no change made any difference. He simply plopped down in the chair and began to think. Solid? Liquid? Li Xian wondered, why not just say water, but instead say liquid? Is it because the slime's body isn't made of water? If that's the case. Li Xian stared at his left hand and used his liquid skill on it again. This time, he imagined the hard slime in his mind and focused his attention on his hands. In the blink of an eye, his left hand turned black, as if it were a summoned creature. He raised his black hand and tapped it on the table. Bang bang bang. Rock hard. However, turning one hand black had already consumed nearly a third of Li Xian's spiritual power. If his entire body becomes completely stiff, his spiritual power will be insufficient to sustain it for the time being. But that's enough for him to protect his vital parts during a fight. He tested the duration of the liquid state, which was about 20 minutes, before it would deplete his spiritual energy. Li Xian stroked his chin, seemingly lost in thought. The skills that come with this golden spirit orb are all very useful to him. He decided to retract his insults towards Xie Lufeng. Li Xian was still reliving the feeling in his left hand when using the liquid. Suddenly, his eyes fell under the table and onto his own underwear. Holy crap, what a sin! Li Xian shuddered. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Li Xian arrived at the classroom early as usual. He went to the spot he had been in yesterday, intending to talk to Xiaqinga when she arrived. The students around me seemed very excited early in the morning, chatting non-stop. Have you heard? There was a big battle in the suburbs last night. Apparently, the Bureau found the location of those fugitives. Is that so? Were they eventually arrested? It said there were 4 people in total, but only 2 were caught in the end. What is the Administration Bureau doing? They can't even catch 4 fugitives. Let's not talk about that. I don't even know if the classroom air conditioner is fixed yet. It'll be unbearably hot by noon. Li Xian didn't join in his classmates' chatter and just sat there by himself. On the other side, at the school gate. What do you two do? Security guards stopped 2 adult men wearing baseball caps, face masks, and carrying toolboxes. One of the 2 patted the toolbox and replied with a smile. We're the air conditioner repairmen. The air conditioner in class 1 of senior 3 here is broken. As they were talking, another man quietly pulled his hat down even lower, as if afraid of being recognized. The security guard saw that the 2 men were dressed in work clothes and did look like air conditioner repairmen, so he let them in. After entering the campus, the 2 avoided the security cameras and hid in a secluded corner. The person who hadn't spoken before leaned closer and asked in a low voice. Second brother, why do we have to raid an awakened school? Can't we just raid a regular high school? The man addressed as second brother opened his toolbox, took out the firearms prepared inside, and replied. I've already inquired. There's a girl named Young Kiki in class 1 of senior 3. She's the only daughter of the mayor of Jianhai City. If we want the bureau to release my brother and the others, we need to offer a sufficiently heavy bargaining chip. After saying that, he took out Young Kiki's photo from his pocket and offered words of comfort. Don't worry, fourth brother. All the high school students are bronze level, the teachers are mostly gold level, and the only one who is platinum level is the best. As long as we can quickly take control of that class of students and find Young Kiki, even if the administration bureau is powerful, it won't dare to act rashly against us. The fourth brother nodded in agreement. Okay, second brother, let's get started. Chapter 28, How Am I Not a Hostage? Li Xian waited and waited in his seat until the bell rang, at which point Xiao Qingge entered the classroom. Why does this little girl always arrive at school on time? He felt quite helpless, having waited all morning for nothing. The first class today was taught by our homeroom teacher, Hua Jianmen. He had just entered the classroom when two men in work clothes walked in right behind him. Who are you? Hua Jianmen asked a question in confusion, and then the whole class looked towards the door. Hello teacher, we're here to fix the air conditioner. The man at the head of the group walked very politely toward Hua Jianmen. Li Xian looked over and immediately realized something was wrong. On such a hot day, the two of them were bundled up tightly. The person walking towards the podium suddenly reached for their waist with one hand. Li Xian's left eyelid twitched violently, and he hurriedly stood up and shouted. Teacher, danger! However, it was too late. The moment Li Xian stood up, the man who was near Hua Jianmen had already drawn his pistol. The dark muzzle of a gun was pressed against Hua Jianmen's head. Another person quickly opened a toolbox, pulled out an automatic rifle, and aimed it at the students in the class. Gun? Li Xian was dumbfounded. Surprisingly, despite China's strict gun control, the other side was still able to obtain 2 guns. The classroom erupted into chaos. The students had never seen anything like this before, and screams erupted from all sides. Bang bang bang. You all shut up, I'd like to see who dares to make a move. The man standing at the door looked up at the ceiling several times, cursing as he slammed the classroom door shut and locked it. The students covered their heads in fear and huddled under the tables. Those below the diamond level who are awakened dare not underestimate firearms. Moreover, they are just bronze level novices. Seeing that the situation was under control, the man on the podium slowly began to speak. Teacher, I don't want to hurt you or the students, but please cooperate with us. Hua Jianmen's eyebrows furrowed. You are the 2 criminals who escaped last night? Instead of giving a direct answer, the man kicked Hua Jianmen in the shin, knocking him to the ground. He then used his skill to conjure stone locks from the floor, binding the opponent's limbs. After doing all this, the man coldly said to the students below the stage, Young Kiki, will you step forward yourself, or should I find you? Upon hearing this, Hua Jianmen struggled and shouted, What do you want with Yang Kiki? The students might not know that Young Kiki is Mayor Yang's only daughter, but he does. The man holding the gun swung the butt of the gun back and smashed it into the back of Hua Jianmen's head, knocking him unconscious. You don't need to worry about what we need to do. The man snorted coldly, pointed the gun at Hua Jianmen's head, and said viciously, Yang Kiki, if you don't come out soon, I won't be so polite anymore. It is I, please don't hurt the teacher. Yang Kiki stood up from her seat, met the gazes of the 2 criminals, and walked to the podium. Not bad, commendable courage. The man tossed her a handcuff. Put it on yourself. This is? Yang Kiki recognized at a glance that this was a mineral produced in a certain alternate dimension in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom. Once made into handcuffs, they can block the spiritual power of awakened individuals, making them an essential tool for the Administration Bureau to capture awakened criminals. Yang Kiki immediately guessed that with guns and specially made handcuffs, the 2 thugs must be extraordinary, and most likely from a mercenary group. With the lives of her classmates and teachers threatened, Yang Kiki had no choice but to put on the handcuffs. Coco. It was unclear which male classmate called out, but Yang Kiki immediately turned around and said, Don't be impulsive. They won't do anything to me. She worried that her classmates might act impulsively and cause unnecessary sacrifices. Seeing that the matter was successfully resolved, the man standing at the door pointed his gun at the others and said, Now, except for Yang Kiki, everyone else put their hands on their heads and left the classroom one by one. In their plan, as long as Yang Kiki was kidnapped, everyone else could be ignored. If they stay in the classroom, they might cause trouble. They were also afraid that these students might launch a desperate counterattack, and if they were surrounded by more than 40 people, they might not be able to gain any advantage. The students left the classroom in order, following the man's instructions. Li Xian was in the last row, and it was only his turn after everyone else had left. He glanced at Yang Kiki and received a reassuring look from her. Li Xian never expected that Yang Kiki, who usually seemed naive and innocent, would show such composure in the face of danger that she far surpassed that of her peers. He returned the other person's expression with a wry smile. It means that he can't think of a good solution for the time being and can only make plans after he gets out. Wait, you stay too. To his surprise, he covered his head and walked out, only to be stopped at the door. Li Xian pointed to his own nose. Me? Yes. Weren't you jumping around a lot just now? The man holding the rifle poked Li Xian in the chest with the muzzle. You get over here. Okay. Fine, you have a gun, you call the shots. Li Xian had no choice but to walk to Yang Kiki's side. He most likely knew the other party's purpose in leaving him there. It's estimated that they're going to negotiate with the management bureau. If the negotiations fail, they might even kill him to increase their deterrent effect. Moreover, in their minds, the strength of a bronze-level player is nothing to fear. Yang Kiki glanced at Li Xian secretly, guessing the two criminals' purpose, her eyes filled with worry. Helpless, Li Xian could only send Yang Kiki another reassuring emoji. Fortunately, special handcuffs aren't something you can just get whenever you want. However, in their eyes, Li Xian didn't deserve to have handcuffs made separately. Not long after, police sirens sounded outside the teaching building. The school being hijacked is a hot topic, so the authorities dared not be negligent in the slightest. When they heard that Yang Kiki was among those held hostage, they panicked even more. The other party was clearly prepared otherwise, they wouldn't have specifically named Yang Kiki to keep her here. Upon hearing the siren, the man with the pistol pointed at Li Xian and said, "Go, turn on the lights and close the curtains." "Yes, sir." Li Xian did as he was told, eagerly. After he finished, he brought each of them a stool. "How should I address you, gentlemen?" Li Xian smiled and invited them to sit down, then casually pulled up the leg of the man with the pistol and began to massage it. They saw that Li Xian was quite adept at handling things, and felt that it wouldn't hurt to say a few words. "You can call me second master, and him fourth master." The man with the pistol pointed to himself, then to his companion. "All right, second master, was my strength too strong or too weak?" "It's all right, but a little heavier would be better." Second master lay back in the chair, looking completely relaxed. A moment later, the sound of the management bureau's loudspeaker rang out from outside the window. "Gentlemen? Are you two here?" No matter how much they shouted outside, the second master and the fourth master remained unmoved. Their stance is clear: they want to stall you for a while, make you anxious, and then the negotiations will be easier. Li Xian acted like a sycophant, fawning over the second master and then the fourth master, while his mind was constantly racing with thoughts. What's next? These two are clearly not the kind of people who can be easily fooled. With the homeroom teacher currently in a coma and Yang Kiki's abilities restricted, Li Xian is worried about having to rely entirely on the people from the administration bureau outside. He must find a way to save himself. When Li Xian's fingers started to ache from squeezing so hard, the second master called him over to walk to the window together. He opened a crack and shouted down, "You have half an hour to bring my eldest brother and third brother here safely, or else." Second master grabbed Li Xian by the collar and stuck his arm out the window. "If you're even a minute late, I'll cut off one of that kid's fingers." "Li Xian, huh? I just finished giving you a massage, and you're already trying to kick me to the curb?" The person in charge of negotiations downstairs quickly picked up a megaphone and replied, Okay, don't be impulsive. We will report this, but please let us know if the hostages are safe now." "Li Xian? What, Yang Kiki and the homeroom teacher are considered hostages, but I'm not." Chapter 29, Li Xian, the Flatterer. Second master is still arguing with the people from the administration bureau. Li Xian sat down next to the podium, pretending to draw circles on the ground out of boredom, but actually listening intently. Their conversation revealed that their main purpose in taking the school hostage was to force the administration to release their captured accomplices. Second master deliberately mentioned a few times that Yang Kiki was in their hands, but the people from the administration bureau seemed to be pretending not to know, as if they were deliberately downplaying Yang Keek's importance. This is quite intriguing. Li Xian could easily tell from Yang Keek's words that she was no ordinary person. He glanced at the fourth master, who was keeping watch at the door. The other party was not as strict as before, only glancing at the hostages occasionally. Li Xian dared not act rashly, for he had no idea of the two men's strength, so he could only slowly look for an opportunity. After a while, the second master pulled the curtains shut. Damn it, these bastards from the administration bureau are all talk and no action, they're just spouting nonsense. He sat down angrily in the chair. Li Xian, with his sharp eyes, ran over to the water dispenser and got a glass of water. Second master, please have some water to soothe your throat. Second master glanced at Li Xian with interest, but made no move to drink water. Li Xian immediately understood that the other party was afraid of taking the opportunity to drug the water. But it doesn't matter, he knows that even the fiercest tiger will sometimes doze off. He ran to find an empty glass, poured some of the water he had poured earlier into it, and then drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, the second master finally drank the water. Kid, I think you're pretty good to look at. If we brothers manage to get out of here alive, how about you join me? Don't worry, I'll definitely make you a fortune, second master said, patting Li Xian on the shoulder. Li Xian replied with a fawning expression and utmost respect. That's great, second master. Whether I get rich or not will depend entirely on you. Yang Kiki seemed unable to stand it any longer and spat at Li Xian. Pa! I never thought you, Li Xian, were this kind of person. It's a disgrace to be classmates with you. Li Xian put his hands on his hips, striking a pose of bullying the tiger, and said, Yang Kiki, how dare you speak like that? Believe me or not, I'll have my second master beat you up. Come on, ask him if he dares. My dad's the mayor. If he dares to lay a finger on me, you won't get anything. Yang Kiki raised her voice an octave, completely unlike her usual well-behaved self. Upon hearing this, Li Xian sneered, Ha, you think you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty? Let me tell you, you're in our hands now. Whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you'd better coil up or lie down. Yang Kiki was furious. She stood up abruptly and pointed at Li Xian's nose. Fine, go ahead and shoot me dead right now. Li Xian also stood up and retorted, why wouldn't I dare? I wish that the bullets in second master's gun will hit you 100% of the time. Seeing that the two were about to fight, second master quickly stopped them. What are you two arguing about? Get back in your seats. Alright, second master. Li Xian immediately backed down and obediently sat back in his original seat. But a barely perceptible smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. On the other side, in front of the teaching building. Having received news of his daughter's kidnapping, Yang Chuanfu had already arrived at the school. He hurried to the front of the senior high school building and found that it had been cordoned off and surrounded by media. Look, the mayor is here. Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. Mayor Yang, I heard that the person who took the school hostage was a fugitive from yesterday. What's your opinion on this? Mayor Yang, the school hostage situation is a serious and heinous incident. What are your plans for the next step? Mayor Yang, we've heard that your daughter is among the hostages. What are you going to do about it? One microphone after another was about to be shoved into Yang Chuanfu's face. I'm sorry, we have no comment at this time. Please wait for the press conference later. Yang Chuanfu's men cleared a path for him, allowing him to walk through the cordon. Mayor Yang, you've arrived. Yan Liang, deputy director of the Zhanghai Municipal Administration Bureau, greeted him. Well, how's the situation? Yang Chuanfu tried his best to appear calm. Yan Liang gave a brief account of the situation at the scene. Are the assault team, medical team, and assassination team all in position? Everything is in position, but Yan Liang looked troubled. Yang Chuanfu frowned. Just what? But the other side was too cautious. They drew the curtains, making it impossible for the sniper to aim. Yang Chuanfu glanced at the window of Class 1 on the third floor and asked with some helplessness, is there any other way besides agreeing to their demands? Not yet. The people they wanted have already been notified to be transported here. Yan Liang looked somewhat tired, then changed the subject. However, we contacted a military officer who was on vacation and offered to help. He is on his way. Yang Chuanfu's face lit up. Oh? What kind of strength? Diamond level expert. Okay, I hope this helps. After Yang Chuanfu finished speaking, he picked up the microphone next to him and said loudly, "Gentlemen, can you hear me? I am Yang Chuanfu, the mayor of Jianghai City. I would like to have a talk with you." Not long after the sound was amplified, the curtains in Class 1 were pulled open a crack. Yang Keek's head peeked out from the crack first, followed by Second Master peeking out slightly. "Mayor Yang, I've been waiting for you for ages. We agreed on 30 minutes with your subordinates, and there are less than 10 minutes left. Where is the person I need?" As he spoke, Second Master tightened his grip on the gun, pressing it against Yang Keek's temple. Yang Chuanfu hurriedly shouted, "Please don't be impulsive. The person you requested will be delivered immediately, and I guarantee they will be intact." He subconsciously swallowed. "So please guarantee the safety of the hostages." "I hope so," Second Master said, then pulled Yang Kiki back into the house. At this moment, Li Xian probably knew when to make his move. That's when the person they want arrives. Beforehand, he acted obsequiously and fawned over the other party in order to gain their trust and pave the way for him to take action. He found an opportunity and secretly gave Yang Kiki a wink, signaling that he was ready to make his move. Yang Kiki nodded slightly to indicate that she had received the message. Having done everything, Li Xian patiently waited for his opportunity to arrive. Soon, the vehicle carrying the other two criminals arrived at the scene. Time was of the essence, so Yang Chuanfu hurriedly shouted through the megaphone, "Gentlemen in the teaching building, we've brought the person you requested." As the two men, their hands cuffed and their heads covered with white cloth, were pushed to the open space in front of the teaching building, the atmosphere immediately became even more tense. Second Master dragged Yang Kiki to the window, pulled back the curtains, and shouted downstairs, "Listen up, everyone down there, take off your hoods first." The Management Bureau, having no other option, had to agree. Fourth Master quickly approached and, seeing that they were indeed his two brothers, hurriedly asked, "Second brother, what do we do now?" Seeing this, Li Xian quietly turned his body slightly away and summoned the slime when no one was paying attention. "This is your chance, and it's your only opportunity." Chapter 30, Was I Too Happy Too Soon? Just as the two criminals were distracted by what was happening downstairs, a flash of electricity appeared in Li Xian's hand. He aimed at the two of them and suddenly unleashed a 10-centimeter thick arc of electricity. Upgraded to silver level, lightning chain can hit 3 people at the same time. The bodies of the two criminals, including Yang Kiki, were instantly covered in electric light. The accompanying paralysis effect rendered the three unable to move for a short period of time. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Xian threw the slime he had summoned beforehand at the gap in the curtains. The black slime burst through the window, tracing a graceful arc in mid-air. The other people outside the teaching building were startled by the black, unidentified object that was suddenly thrown out, and thought it was some kind of biological weapon. They immediately sought cover and hid. After landing, the slime looked at the terrified crowd, its adorable big eyes blinking. "Chirp! Everyone, chirp!" Everyone was still in a daze. Suddenly, a beautiful figure pierced through the crowd and leaped towards the window of Class 1. Let's go back a few seconds. Li Xian's actions were all for a reason. The reason he didn't use holy light was because he was afraid that if the two opponents could endure the pain, it might not be effective in controlling them. Moreover, now that the holy light is being used, Yang Kiki is also within the range of the light pillar. Lightning chain is ultimately a healing skill and will not cause any real damage to Yang Kiki. The paralyzing effect it provides is exactly what Li Xian needs right now. The 3 people struck by the lightning chain stood on end, their hair standing on end, frozen in place. But the healing effect of chain lightning is real. The 3 of them immediately blushed. The therapeutic current traveled through their limbs and bones, and the 2 criminals were the first to succumb to the comfortable sensations their bodies were experiencing. The 2 grown men actually let out a satisfied hum. Li Xian? Holy crap, is this real electrotherapy? On the other hand, Yang Kiki was biting her lip tightly, trying to stop herself from making any strange noises. Li Xian was stunned, but he didn't dare stop using his skills. The 2 criminals are at least gold level, or even higher, so the paralysis time will be reduced. If the intended effect is to paralyze the opponent for 2 seconds, the effect may only last for less than 1 second. With his remaining spiritual power, he could probably only unleash 7 or 8 lightning chains at most. If he can connect properly, he can control the opponent for less than 7 seconds at most. If the rescuers below do not arrive within 7 seconds, he, lacking spiritual power, will become nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. The lightning chains kept being unleashed, and with each use, Li Xian grew even more anxious. Really? Surely the people downstairs can see why I threw the slime. Although the two criminals felt quite comfortable from the electric shocks, the numbing effect rendered them unable to move. Li Xin could see the chilling killing intent in their eyes. If he dares to stop, they will kill him without hesitation. If pushed to the brink, he might even kill young Kiki and the homeroom teacher. 7 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Li Xin used the last of his spiritual power to unleash a final chain of lightning. However, this lightning chain was noticeably thinner than before, and its paralyzing effect was not as good. At this moment, the rescue team downstairs had not yet arrived, and Li Xin was beginning to feel a sense of despair. Damn it! If I had 2 spirit pearls, I would control you two until you were both dead. Li Xin silently complained, leaning weakly against the table beside him. Yang Kiki is of a lower rank and is still in a paralyzed state, but the other 2 criminals have already woken up. Enraged, Fourth Master grabbed his rifle and aimed it at Li Xin. You little bastard, I'll beat you to death. Hearing the other party's insults, Li Xin gave a silent, bitter smile. Am I going to die? In the end, I still didn't make it. He thought of his younger sister and his parents who had disappeared in another dimension. If he dies, who will take care of his sister? If he's gone, how worried will his parents be when they come back and can't find him? Li Xin never had any lofty ideals from beginning to end. All he wanted was for his sister to be cured so she could live a happy life, for his parents to still be alive so the family could be reunited one day. He would be content with that. But now, everything will be far away from him. Li Xin glanced at young Kiki, who was still numb, and saw deep worry and fear in her eyes. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he rushed towards Fourth Master like a madman. Even if it meant death, he would jump out of the window with the other person. Perhaps in this way, he can still create a chance for young Kiki to survive. In this way, the other party might remember his kindness and take good care of Lin Yenner in the future. As Li Xin charged toward his opponent with a death wish, the classroom window shattered. That beautiful figure finally rushed into the classroom. She spotted at a glance the Fourth Master, who was holding a rifle and ready to shoot him, and Li Xin, who was charging forward recklessly. Just as Fourth Master was about to pull the trigger, she kicked him in the arm. The immense force sent Fourth Master flying several meters. The latter passed out without firing a single bullet. Li Xin immediately stopped and stood frozen in place. Big sister? He was both delighted and surprised. The person in front of him was the woman who saved him that night. The woman then saw Li Xin's face clearly. She, too, hadn't expected to run into this young man again. She paused for a moment, then immediately turned around to look at the second master, who was still holding Yang Kiki hostage. The woman exuded a powerful aura, startling the second master. Diamond? Facing a diamond-level expert, he, who had just been promoted to platinum, was completely outmatched. However, there aren't many diamond-level awakened individuals in the country. Shouldn't they be guarding those high-risk alternate dimensions? How did it end up in the little-known city of Jianhai? As the woman walked towards him step by step, the second master had no time for curiosity. Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot this girl. The woman seemed not to hear, and continued walking. Second master sensed the faint killing intent emanating from the other party. He understood that only those who had fought their way through a sea of corpses could possess such an aura. If someone like that wanted to kill him, they wouldn't care about the life or death of others at all. As the woman drew closer, he knew he was likely going to die here today. The second master had the same idea as Li Xin before, and shouted fiercely at everyone. Even if I die today, I'll take someone down with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the trigger. Click. Second master? The expected scene of Yang Ke being shot in the head did not occur. Instead, his pistol jammed at the crucial moment. Little did they know, this was a poisonous blessing that Li Xin had prepared in advance. Amidst the astonished look in second master's eyes, the woman gave him no chance to fire a second shot, approaching him at lightning speed and punching him in the face. Bang! The woman's fist sent the second master flying out of the window. Yang Kiki was rescued, and the crisis was completely resolved. Very good. Having experienced great ups and downs, Li Xin was physically exhausted, but he was overjoyed. But his joy didn't last long before a sudden, inexplicable sense of danger chilled him to the bone. The next second, a powerful electric current, seemingly from nowhere, suddenly struck Li Xin's body. He was electrocuted and his whole body convulsed, his consciousness becoming blurred. Li Xin? Am I getting excited too soon? Immediately afterwards, Li Xian's vision went black and he fainted. Chapter 31, The Law of Causality and the Lightning Tribulation. Li Xian woke up to find himself in a hospital, his body wrapped in gauze. With the slightest movement, he felt excruciating pain all over his body. He sniffed. The ward was filled with the strong smell of medicine. "Brother, you're awake." When Li Nian'er realized her brother had woken up, her nose stung and she burst into tears. Li Xian weakly comforted him, "Don't cry, I'm perfectly fine." "What's so good about it? You've been lying in a coma for 7 days. The doctor said it was fortunate that he was brought to the hospital in time, otherwise he would have died on the way." "What? 7 days?" Li Xian was completely stunned. He truly hadn't expected it to be this serious. So, where did that last bolt of lightning come from? While Li Xian was thinking, Li Nian'er had already called the doctor to give him a full examination. Once she was sure her brother was alright, she took out her phone and started typing. "Nian'er, what are you doing?" Li Xian asked curiously. Li Nian'er replied without looking up, "While you were unconscious, many people added me on QQ, asking me to tell them after you wake up." "All right." Not long after the message was sent, there was a knock on the ward door. The visitors were young Kiki and her family. When Li Xian saw that young Kiki was unharmed, his heart was completely at ease. On behalf of the family, young Chuanfu sat down on the edge of the bed and said, "Li Xian, I've heard about your actions from Kiki. Thank you so much for risking your life to stand up for me." Ding, received sincere thanks, plus 20 good person points. Upon hearing the system notification that he had gained 20 good points, Li Xian immediately felt as if his injuries had healed. "Uncle, you're exaggerating. As a good student of the new era, it's both a responsibility and an obligation to do the right thing." Upon hearing this, young Chuanfu also became excited. "Well said. I've specifically applied for a medal for bravery and a bonus for you. You should rest and recover in the hospital. I'll cover all your hospital expenses." "That's great." Upon hearing this, Li Xian quickly expressed his gratitude and inquired about the fate of the 2 criminals. Upon learning that the 2 men had been sentenced to prison while he was unconscious, Li Xian said viciously, "Damn it! Those 2 got off too easy. I also want them to serve me tea and water and massage my legs." Yang Kiki covered her mouth and chuckled, "What's the big deal? I'll have my dad bring those 2 over, and you can do whatever you want with them." No, I was just kidding." Li Xian smiled sheepishly and quickly refused. Because young Chuanfu had something to do, the group chatted for a few minutes before getting up to say goodbye. The room became quiet again. Li Nian'er started peeling an apple for Li Xian, and suddenly she spoke. "Brother, I think that Coco is quite interested in you." "Li Xian? What are you saying? Senior year is a special time, and you should focus on your studies." "Oh." Li Nian'er casually responded, then stuffed a freshly peeled apple into Li Xian's mouth, and continued. "Then you can be together once you get into college, right?" Pfft, cough cough. Li Xian nearly choked to death. "What are you thinking about all day long? We don't even know if she and I will be able to go to the same university in the future." Li Nian'er rolled her eyes. "TCH, boring." A short while later, there was another knock on the ward door. This time, it was Lin Hai and Xia Qingge who came. They bumped into each other downstairs and came up together. Li Xian was quite surprised to see Xia Qingge. He was about to say a few words when Lin Hai grabbed his hand. "Ouch, that hurts so much." Lin Hai used too much force, and Li Xian cried out in pain. "Brother Li, I'm sorry." Lin Hai put down his hand and quickly apologized. "Oops, what did I teach you? Don't say sorry, say thank you, and don't ask questions." Thank you." "Ding, invalid, thank you." Li Xian. Li Xian and Lin Hai chatted briefly, while Xia Qingge watched silently from the side. When Lin Hai was about to leave, Xia Qingge also prepared to depart. Li Xian was speechless. He told Lin Hai to go ahead first, and then called Xia Qingge back. "Hey Xia, I need to talk to you about something. The citywide competition is in a few days. You haven't teamed up with anyone yet, have you?" Xia Qingge frowned slightly and remained silent. Assuming the other party acquiesced, Li Xian braced himself and said, "I'd like to invite you to team up with me to participate in the city's competition." Afraid that Xia Qingge would refuse, he quickly added, Don't worry about the members, I'll definitely." "Good. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Qingge simply uttered a okay and turned to leave the ward. Li Xin? So, you just agreed to it? Li Xin looked at his younger sister with a blank expression, just in time to see her with a look of amused enjoyment. Nianer, are you thinking of something wicked again? No, bro, I really didn't, ha. Li Nianer finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Just as Li Xin was about to have an attack, there was another knock on the ward door. Xiaoton, you're not going to back out, becoming a big sister? He thought it was Xiao Qingde returning, but the person who came was actually the woman who had saved him twice. Why call me big sister? It makes me sound old. The woman muttered a complaint, then walked into the ward, pulled up a chair, and sat down. That young lady? Li Xin asked tentatively. Alright, you can call me by my codename, Night Owl. Night Owl didn't give Li Xin a chance to speak, and instead asked, do you know why you ended up like this? Li Xin's eyes lit up. Night Owl. Sister, you know about it? When he was talking with Yang Chuanfu and Lin Hai just now, he found that they all thought he was injured in a fight with criminals. It's likely that the other party is helping to cover it up. Night Owl nodded. Have you ever heard of the law of causality? You reap what you sow? Night Owl nodded calmly, more or less. The lightning that strikes you is the causal tribulation lightning. Holy crap! Li Xin exclaimed, referring to the national treasure. How did this get related to causality? Ignoring his reaction, Night Owl continued, if I'm not mistaken, you should have absorbed some kind of causality skill. And you used that skill to forcibly interfere with the pistol that was about to kill young Kiki, right? Li Xin felt a pang of regret. What the other party said was absolutely right. Li Xin nodded obediently, then thought of something, but I used that skill to save another classmate's life before, the one you saved me last time. Okay, tell me the details. Li Xin recounted the events of that night in their entirety. After listening, Night Owl fell into deep thought. After a long while, she raised her head and said, it must be that the last time you used your skill, it affected the enemy's body. You need to understand that the body is alive, while the gun is dead. Or maybe your classmate didn't die even if he was hit by that blow, you never know. The more Li Xin listened, the more frightened he felt. After all, everything becomes too complicated and terrifying when you involve cause and effect. He will suffer the tribulation of cause and effect. It is very likely that being abducted is the cause, and Yang Kik's death is the effect. But he forcibly changed this outcome. Therefore, it is not surprising that the causal tribulation lightning fell upon him. As if sensing the worry in his eyes, the owl offered words of comfort. But you've survived a great calamity, so you're sure to have a lot of good fortune in the future. Be careful when you use that skill, and you usually won't get into any serious trouble. Li Xin nodded, okay, I understand. Alright, I came here not only to see you, but also to tell you this. Night Owl stood up and stretched. I only get one family visit a year, and I still have to help with work. Sorry, but thank you so much for saving me twice. Li Xin expressed his apologies while also sincerely thanking him. Okay, I'm going back to the army to report for duty too. Night Owl walked to the door, then remembered something and turned back, saying, by the way, you need to be careful of other people who have causality skills. I will come to see you again in the future. After saying that, Night Owl left without looking back, leaving Li Xin completely bewildered. What does that mean? Why should we be wary of other people who possess causal abilities? Why would they come looking for me again? Am I going to encounter some danger again? Chapter 32, Draw a dragon with your left hand, draw a rainbow with your right. Li Nianer, standing to the side, smiled and said, brother, I've noticed you're quite popular with women. Li Xin rolled his eyes at the other person. He suddenly remembered his promise to the head of the grade and took this opportunity to formally bring it up with his sister. Nianer, I've spoken to our grade head. When you turn 15 next year, we'll take you to take the Awakener qualification test to see if you have a chance to unlock the spirit map. If possible, I'll help you enroll in school. Upon hearing that she had to go to school, Li Nianer looked unwilling and said with a pitiful expression, brother, can I not go? Li Sini firmly refused, no, I'm going to university next year, who will take care of you then? Moreover, we can't find the root cause of your illness. I think you should try becoming an awakened one. Maybe that will help. Besides, you can't stay at home forever, can you? You have to make some friends and learn about the outside world. Seeing that Li Xin was about to continue, Li Nianer quickly interrupted, alright, brother, I'll listen to you, okay? she nags like an old woman. Hey, you little rascal. When Li Xian heard his younger sister teasing him, he immediately adopted the authority of an older brother. How's the junior high school course review going? We need to help you preview the first semester of senior high school material during this time. I bet you haven't been studying these past few days, so let me test you on some classical Chinese poems. Li Nianer pouted, brother, why are you taking another test? Trying to survive in chaotic times? Do you not seek fame or recognition among the feudal lords? That's good, it seems you've been reading a lot lately, Li Xian praised. Li Nianer puffed out her chest and said proudly, that's right. Jian Chengzi, hunting in Mizhou? In a moment of youthful exuberance, this old man draws a dragon with his left hand and a rainbow with his right? Li Xian? Good heavens, if the scholars of that time knew this, they would be furious. Hand over your phone now, and you're not allowed to use it during the day. Hey, bro. Li Xian stayed in the hospital for another 5 or 6 days and was able to get out of bed and move around with the help of a wheelchair. During this period, several of his classmates would come over almost every day after school, and his homeroom teacher, grade director, and even the principal personally came to visit him. Fortunately, Yang Chuanfu did a good job of keeping things confidential, and no media came to the hospital to disturb him. The head of the grade brought him some news: the citywide high school league would begin in 10 days. However, the other party only made a sound and did not urge him. After all, it would be too much to ask Li Xian to participate in the competition given his current condition. But Li Xian was anxious. A prize of 150,000. After a struggle with his conscience, Li Xian decided to take action against himself. He contacted Yang Kiki and borrowed 10 bronze-level spirit orbs. The other party was very accommodating and delivered it that same day, adding that it wasn't a loan but rather a personal token of her gratitude. Li Xian didn't hesitate and accepted the spirit pearl. When evening came, Li Xian made an excuse to send his sister away, leaving himself alone in the room. Li Xian closed his eyes, lay flat on the bed, held the spirit pearl in one hand, and gathered lightning in the other. Bring it on! With a heavy heart, he slammed the lightning bolt down on his forehead. Lightning enveloped him, and electricity instantly flowed through his limbs and bones. Li Xian's expression changed several times, because, how could it feel so comfortable? Unlike the lightning tribulation of causality, which is filled with violent power, this one is not like the lightning of the causal law tribulation. The lightning bolts were like the sun in early spring, and the arcs of electricity flowing across his body resembled a stream. The skin and internal organs damaged by the lightning tribulation slowly began to recover, feeling both itchy and tingly. Li Xian finally couldn't hold back and began to groan as if his years of constipation had been cured. After the skill ended, Li Xian recovered from the paralysis. He could clearly feel that his injuries were improving slightly. There's hope. Li Xian looked quite excited. And so, that night, at the entrance of a ward in Jianghai City First People's Hospital, the nurses on duty hadn't slept all night. The next morning, Li Xian opened the door feeling refreshed. It feels so good to walk without a wheelchair. He sighed inwardly and prepared to go to the restroom to wash up. As Li Xian passed by the nurse's station, he greeted the young nurse. To everyone's surprise, the other person had dark circles under their eyes, but a flushed face, and was too shy to look Li Xian in the eye. He immediately understood what had happened. Holy crap! I was so engrossed in having fun last night that I forgot to turn off the volume. Li Xian awkwardly ran into the bathroom, feeling utterly humiliated. When he came out of the restroom again, the nurse finally realized what had happened. Li, you're healed? Li Xian nodded and hummed in agreement. When Li Nianer arrived at the hospital, she was equally surprised. Li Xian gave a brief explanation and completed the discharge procedures that same day. Time is of the essence. He has been delayed in the hospital for so many days, and there are only 7 days left before the city-wide competition starts. He is still one teammate short. Fortunately, Li Xian had someone in mind and headed straight for the school. Having learned from the previous experience, school security has been significantly increased. In the classroom, homeroom teacher Hua Jianmen was reviewing lessons with his students when suddenly the classroom door was pushed open. He looked outside and stood there dumbfounded. Li Xian? You're all healed? Hua Jianmen asked incredulously. Teacher, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Li Xian, I'm Li Xian's twin brother. Li Xian is still lying in the hospital bed. I estimate he will need to take another 5 days of sick leave. After saying that, he sat down in his seat amidst the surprised gazes of the entire class. What, Jianmin? How come I've never heard of Li Xin having a younger brother? If you want to take leave, just say so. Yang Kiki and Xia Qingge were even more surprised. When I saw him yesterday, he was lying in bed half dead, but today he's acting like nothing happened? Li Xian's return to school briefly interrupted Hu Jianmin's lecture, but it couldn't break the tension of the senior year. When the bell rang, Li Xian saw Qinzhou leave the classroom and quickly followed her. Qinzhou noticed someone behind her, turned around, and saw Li Xian. No, I am Li Xian's younger brother. Qinzhou is over 1.9 meters tall and has a body full of muscles, making Li Xian look like a little brother in front of him. What do you want? Qinzhou asked bluntly. Li Xian made his intentions clear. I would like to invite you to join my brother's team to participate in the citywide competition in 5 days. I'm sorry, I refuse. After saying that, Qinzhou turned and went to the restroom without looking back, leaving Li Xian alone, bewildered in the wind. Reject? Xia Qingge has already agreed, so you're refusing? He never expected to be snubbed by Qinzhou. Li Xian couldn't understand why the other party would refuse so decisively. He couldn't think of any other suitable candidates for the time being. Li Xian pondered for a moment, then his eyes hardened. No way, I'm determined to get Qinzhou in order to take first place. When the school bell rang, Qinzhou returned to the classroom. He had just sat down when he noticed something was wrong. Inside the desk drawer, someone had stuffed it full of snacks, along with a folded note. Qinzhou curiously opened the note, which read, Qinzhou, would you like to reconsider? He turned to look at Li Xian, who was starry-eyed and blinking at him. Qinzhou pulled out a drawer and walked quickly to Li Xian's desk. This action aroused the curiosity of onlookers, who all turned to look at the two of them. Qinzhou didn't say anything, handed the drawer directly to Li Xian, and returned to her seat. Li Xian was completely bewildered. When the class ended, he found Qinzhou again. When soft tactics failed, Li Xian prepared to resort to hard ones. Qinzhou, you have to join whether you want to or not. Qinzhou merely glanced at Li Xian indifferently. What if I don't join? Forehead. Well, kid, you're not going to listen to reason. Chapter 33, Li Xian actually dared to play such a big game. Having no other option, Li Xian had to ask the grade head for help. Xia Lufang had learned of Li Xian's return to school in advance, so he was not surprised to see him. Li Xian didn't stand on ceremony, pulled up a chair and sat down, then began to pour out his grievances to Xia Lufang. Director Xia, could you please talk to Qinzhou? He absolutely refuses to team up with me. Xia Lufang asked in surprise, are you looking for Qinzhou? Li Xian replied matter-of-factly, that's right, Yang Kiki and Xia Qingge both agree. Now all we need is a reliable human shield. Xia Lufang was initially surprised he hadn't expected the other party to be able to put the two of them together. He then looked troubled and said, if you want to find him, it will indeed be a bit difficult. Li Xian asked, puzzled, why? Xia Lufang paused for a moment, then decided to tell the story about Qinwine. Li Xian came out of the office, unsure of what to do. During the long break between classes, he called Yang Kiki and Xia Qingge to a quiet place. Li Xian wasn't going to beat around the bush. Well, I'll just get straight to the point. The three of us will be on the same team from now on. The two women didn't seem surprised at all, as if they already knew. Xia Qingge casually interjected, I'd like to add one more requirement, I want to win the championship. That's exactly what I was thinking. Li Xian patted his chest and jokingly added. Qingge, your voice is so beautiful. I'll allow you to say a few more words in the future. Xia Qingge? Seeing the fire in Xia Qingge's eyes, Li Xian quickly coughed twice to steer the conversation back on track. Ahem, since no one has any objections, I'll tell you the truth. Our team is one person short. I recommend Qinzhou from our class. Do you have any other better recommendations? Yang Kiki and Xia Qingge both shook their heads. Okay, there's a problem right now, which is that Qinzhou is unwilling to join the team. Li Xian glanced around and whispered, the reason is. Huh? Why is it still like this? Yang Kiki covered her mouth, her face full of surprise. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let Qinzhou hear you. Li Xian changed the subject and said seriously, so, the head of the grade and I came up with a plan, and I've come here to ask for your approval. I think it's a good idea. Yang Kiki raised her hand in agreement. Xia Qingge nodded. Li Xin grinned slyly. Then you guys get ready, we'll meet them together tomorrow. The next morning, the senior high school building was bustling with activity. Rumors are circulating in every class that Shanghai City's extraordinary private high school is sending people this morning to play a friendly match against their school at the school's training ground. The students started watching the drama unfold. Many girls speculated whether there were any handsome male students at extraordinary high school. The boys then began analyzing the opponent's strengths. Li Xin sat bored in the chair, occasionally stealing glances at Qinzhou. The other person didn't join in the classmates' chatter, just sat there blankly, moving somewhat awkwardly. Li Xin chuckled softly, thinking to himself. Do you think you can let the man I've set my sights on get away? The students stopped discussing when their homeroom teacher, Hua Jianmen, entered the classroom. Ahem, I think everyone knows what activity the school is holding today. Hua Jianmen came to the stage, paused for a moment, and then addressed the audience. Classes are suspended this morning. Everyone, please gather at the training ground. The classroom erupted in excitement. Oh, long live Old Hua. Old Hua, I want to have your babies. All the senior high school students gathered at the training ground, and the entire place was immediately packed with people. While waiting for the extraordinary high school team to arrive, some students couldn't stand the boredom and started chatting. Extraordinary high school seems to be quite strong. I remember they were third last year. Yeah, our school only ranked fifth last year. Pa, what a bunch of scoundrels. They boost others' morale while diminishing their own. It's only because Yang, the school beauty, and Xia, the goddess, weren't in their final year of high school last year, otherwise, what chance would they have? Right, don't forget we still have our dark horse this year, Li Xin. He's the man who single-handedly defeated Yang and Xia. Hiss, just thinking about Li Xin gives me the creeps. I've never seen such a ruthless man before. These words reached Qinzhou's ears, who was not far away. At this moment, Li Xin was with two teammates and Xia Lufang. Hey Lao Xia, you're really efficient, Li Xin said, offering a timely compliment. Xia Lufang shook her chubby belly. That's right, it wasn't for nothing that I ran so many miles and used so much of my tongue yesterday. After saying that, he was still a little worried. Li Xin, can you really do it? Old Xia, that's where you're wrong. You can look down on me, but you can't look down on Yang Kiki and Xia Qingge. Seeing that the other person was still a little worried, Li Xin patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, I'll make sure to complete the mission. Okay. Xia Lufang glanced at her watch. There are still 10 minutes until the agreed time. I'll go pick them up at the school gate. Take a break now and get back in shape. Li Xin gave an okay sign. After Xia Lufang left, Xia Qingge wiped her unsealed sword, while Li Xin stared blankly, bored. Only Yang Kiki seemed slightly uneasy. Hey, why aren't you guys nervous at all? Yang Kiki couldn't help but ask. Li Xin shrugged. What's there to be nervous about? No matter how good the players from extraordinary high school are, can they be better than the two of you? No, not at all, Yang Kiki replied after thinking for a moment. That settles it then. You two have both lost to me before, so what do I have to be afraid of? Upon hearing this, Yang Kiki and Xia Qingge simultaneously rolled their eyes at him. Not long after, the training ground gate was pushed open, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. Then, the contestants from Extraordinary High School, along with their grade director Lu Zhongshan, followed Xia Lufang into the venue. You know what, the training ground at number 1 middle school is quite big, a male student walking on the outermost edge remarked. What's the use of building such a large structure? We were still fifth last year. Beside him, a rather mature-looking female classmate chimed in. His tone was full of sarcasm. Lu Zhongshan, who was walking ahead, heard their conversation and interrupted, Lingling, you must not be careless. This year, the first middle school produced 2 outstanding students, and both of them are girls. It's just Yang Kiki and Xia Qingge, right? They just didn't run into me, otherwise I would have taken them both down, Wang Lingling muttered. Extraordinary High School sent 3 teams today, 2 to compete and 1 in reserve. The senior students of number 1 high school watched each other enter and began to whisper among themselves. Wow, look at that girl, she's so stylish. I'm going to ask for her QQ number later. Pa, you pervert. And while you're at it, could you ask me for the one from the leader, huh? The opposing team sent 3 teams, which one should our school send? By the way, who did school beauty Yang and goddess Xia team up with? Seeing that his opponents were in position, Li Xin began his warm-up exercises on the sidelines. He stood up and said to the two women, let's go meet them. The three of them walked into the training field through the player entrance, facing the players from Extraordinary High School. The students watching the game from the stands were momentarily stunned. Holy crap, am I seeing things? School Beauty Yang and Goddess Xia teamed up? Holy crap, Li Xin is here too? But why are there only 3 of them? Aren't they supposed to be a team of 4? The appearance of Li Xin and his 2 companions caused a sensation among the students. Lu Zhongshan also spotted Li Xin and frowned. Old Xia, what do you mean by this? You're only sending 1 team? Just 3 people? You're inviting us to a friendly match? Are you kidding us? The other party's tone was sharp, and Xia Lufang nervously wiped away her sweat. Ha, Lao Lu, how can you call it playing around? I just wanted your team to warm up since the city-wide competition is coming up soon. Xia Lufang was a seasoned veteran. He flattered others with a subtle and understated manner. Lu Zhongshan nodded. That's more like it. He then looked towards Li Xin. I heard that a boy got first place in your monthly exams a while ago. Was it Li Xin? Old fox, you're quite well informed. Xia Lufang cursed inwardly, but still smiled and said, yes, Li Xin just got lucky. Yang and Xia weren't in good shape that day. After saying that, he quickly changed the subject. Old Lu, I think it's getting late, let's get started. Okay. Lu Zhongshan nodded and said, I estimate that our school can't send more than 3 teams, so let's send the reserve team to practice. Ma Sanuan, you lead the team onto the field. Yes, replied Ma Sanuan, the reserve team captain. Upon hearing that the opposing team was sending their reserve team onto the field, Xia Liufang's face contorted with rage. Just you think you can underestimate us? You'll be the ones to lose soon. He mentally complained and prayed that Li Xin and the others wouldn't mess things up. Even though it was a friendly match, losing was still embarrassing, especially when playing at home. The camera returns to Li Xin. The 3 have finished warming up. I said they must have underestimated their opponents, and the first team they sent out should have been the weakest. Li Xin looked at the 2 women and asked. Who's going? Yang Kiki stepped forward. Let me go first. Li Xin nodded, okay, be careful. Oh, I meant to tell them to be careful and not to go too far. Don't worry. Yang Kiki chuckled softly and walked straight into the arena. Lu Zhongshan? Reserves? The students in the audience? Xia Lufang? What does this mean? 1 against 4. The students erupted in cheers once again, chanting Yang, the school beauty. Xia Lufang felt like killing someone at that moment. Without a doubt, Yang Kiki would never do something so reckless. However, he really didn't expect Li Xin to dare to play such a big game. Chapter 34, Crushing Strike. Just how strong can a high school student be? 3 minutes ago, Ma Sanuan felt underestimated and, suppressing his anger, said to Yang Kiki. Isn't your first high school looking down on us a bit too much? What? You think you can take on my entire team by yourself? Yang Kiki thought the person on the other end was an idiot, unable to see that. Yes, but it's not that I look down on you, it's just that our captain said sending 1 person is enough, Yang Kiki explained. Ma Sanuan gritted his teeth and said, fine. Since that's how it is, we'll show you the true strength of Extraordinary High School. To make this friendly match look professional, Xia Lufang specially invited the same host from before. As soon as the referee gave the order, the Ma Sanuan team was the first to move. The frontline tanks activated all their defensive skills, charging forward with a shield on their heads. The 2 French players began to develop their skills. As a melee fighter, Ma Sanuan activated his speed skill and charged towards Yang Kiki from the side. With 1 tank, 1 melee fighter, and 2 mages, this squad has no support, but its offensive capabilities are off the charts. Faced with the attack of 4 people, Yang Kiki remained calm and composed, and the spirit map appeared behind her. Golden Skill Frost Domain. Upon seeing the domain skill again, the host excitedly picked up the microphone. It's the Frost Domain. Yang Xiaohua has once again demonstrated her domain skill after just a few days. Ma Sanuan, who was on the run, was also taken aback. He hadn't expected that the other party would be able to absorb domain-type skills. But so what? There are 4 of them here. Ma Sanuan shouted to his teammates behind him, don't panic, hold your formation and attack. However, with the help of her domain skills, Yang Kiki remained calm and composed. Skill casting is faster, spirit power consumption is reduced, damage is increased, and the entire area is within the casting range of ice-type skills. Multiple buffs are applied to her, and enemies within the area will have their physical attributes reduced due to the low temperature. At this moment, Yang Kiki was like an ice queen. She anticipated Masanowan's route and used Ice Spin spell to trap him. At the same time, a dozen ice spears appeared beside her and shot towards Masanowan. At this moment, before the two opposing mages could prepare their skills, Masanowan was already attacked by ice spears. The enemy's frontline tanks and the Masanowan were too far apart to provide timely support. Amidst screams of agony, Masanowan was frozen solid into an ice sculpture. Team leader. The two mages shouted in unison to Masanowan and unleashed their skills at Yang Kiki. The latter did not move an inch, using freezing magic to condense an ice shield in front of him, blocking all the attacks. Yang Kiki pointed with her hand and used the Ice Spin spell again to trap the enemy tank that was rushing forward. The latter's eyes hardened, intending to use its high defensive attributes to break through the damage from the ice shards. Yang Kiki seized the opportunity, raised her hand and cast a freezing spell, freezing the ground beneath her opponent's feet. With a splat, the opponent's tank crashed face first into the mud. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yang Kiki delivered a finishing blow, smashing the ice spear at her opponent as if it had no spiritual power. After a cloud of dust cleared, the enemy tanks were frozen to the ground and couldn't get up at all. School Beauty Yang, School Beauty Yang. Yang Kiki's thunderous move elicited enthusiastic cheers from all the male audience members. Li Xin, standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. Judging from the previous test, this little girl must have held back. There are only 3 mages left on the field. Yang Kiki's spiritual power was somewhat depleted due to casting too many spells, and her already fair face appeared slightly paler. On the other hand, both of the opposing mages still had energy to spare. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel worried for Yang Kiki. Taking advantage of the brief pause, the host excitedly spoke into the microphone. Our school Beauty Yang held her own against 4 opponents, even taking down 2 of their close combat fighters. She has already proven her strength with her results. Can she defeat the other 2 magic users now? Yang Kiki kept a straight face and didn't say anything, concentrating all her energy. The rest of the time was spent exchanging magical skills. With the aid of the Frost Domain, Yang Ku used the last bit of spiritual power to freeze the 2 opposing mages into ice sculptures. The entire room fell silent, even the host couldn't find the words to describe his feelings. This was the first time they had ever seen someone wipe out an entire squad in a team battle. Suddenly, Li Xian's voice came from the sidelines. Coco, give them a hard time. Yang Kiki was exhausted, but she still mustered her last bit of strength and roared fiercely at the 4 ice sculptures on the field. Oh! Puff! The host burst out laughing into the microphone. Here comes our school Beauty Yang's signature roar. Qinjiu, who had been sitting silently in the stands, seemed lost in thought upon witnessing this scene. Ugh, what a waste! Lu Zhongshan slapped his thigh in anger. Xia Lufeng, who was staying with Thief in high school, finally felt relieved. Yang Kiki is truly impressive. He seized the opportunity to speak up, saying, Old Lu, don't blame the kids. They did their best. Xia Liufeng's tone was very sincere, but Lu Zhongshan heard a different meaning from it. Old Xia, you. Lu Zhongshan felt he had lost face and was about to explode in anger. Xia Lufeng quickly interrupted, are we playing another match? Beat. Lu Zhongshan shouted at the second team, Pai Lu, your team, get up there. Yes. Pierre led the second team of Extraordinary High School and strode onto the field. As they passed by Masanowan and his group, they cast disdainful glances their way. Disgraceful. You couldn't even handle one person on the other side. Masanowan, who was being lectured by Pai Lu, didn't dare to raise his head. They also knew very well that they had really lost face. As the opponent entered the arena, Li Xian looked towards Xia Qingge. Qingge, are you here? Xia Qingge silently tied her high ponytail back up, picked up her longsword, and walked into the arena. Oh my god. Following Yang, our number 1 high school's goddess Xia is here to take on the challenge all by herself, the host announced excitedly. Lu Zhongshan turned his face and stared at Xia Lufeng with a resentful look in his eyes. How do you explain this? You need to warm up? Xia Lufeng covered his face. He really wanted to run over and strangle Li Xian. No, these kids are just playing around. Lu Zhongshan said angrily, is this what you call playing around? If we win, people will say we won unfairly. If we lose again, where will we put our face? Xia Lufang gave an awkward laugh. I can't lose, I can't lose. Pierre stared at Xia Qingge alone, walking step by step into the arena, his anger rising uncontrollably. He questioned, isn't your first high school looking down on people a bit too much? Xia Qingge remained silent, walked to her standing position, and silently drew her long sword. Her actions have already made her stance clear. If you can do it, don't just talk. Pierre's eyes sharpened. Fine. Since you're seeking defeat, then our extraordinary team too will come to defeat you. 3 minutes later. Xia Qingge glanced at the 4 people lying on the ground groaning, and calmly sheathed her sword. The host was so shocked that he couldn't utter a single word into the microphone for a long time. If I had to describe this battle, I could only use the word crushing. Despite the enemy tank having a taunt skill, Xia Qingge managed to break through the enemy's armor by withstanding their defense. Then, with a 7-star combo, he took down 2 of the opponent's back row members. That left Pierre and her one-on-one. The outcome was predictable. Xia Qingge is awesome. Long live Xia Qingge. Seeing that there was no cheering from the crowd, Li Xian took the initiative to lead the way and shouted towards the crowd. The students in the stands only then realized what was happening and started shouting along with Li Xian. Lu Zhongshan slowly turned his neck to look at Xia Lufang, his eyes blazing with fury. Xia Lufang, you've got me cornered today, haven't you? No, Comrade Lu, we're both so old, getting angry has too much of an effect on our health. While Xia Lufang was joking around with the other party, Li Xian couldn't contain himself and walked onto the stage. When he reached the center of the field, he pointed to the opposite side. Extraordinary High School, I'll take you on in the final match. Chapter 35, The Scene of Social Destruction. Standing in the stands, Xinjiu felt a mix of emotions. Looking at Li Xian, who was shouting in the arena, he knew that the other party was doing this for his sake. He had already informed Director Xie of the reason why he could not participate. Xinjiu clenched her fists silently, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Can Li Xian win? The remaining team is the ace team cultivated by Extraordinary High School, and their captain is someone who repeated his senior year last year. No, Li Xian must win. Only if he wins will I have a chance to fight back. Li Xian, you've defeated Xia Qingge before, so don't let us down. Xinjiu thought to herself and silently prayed for Li Xian. Lu Zhongshan was furious in the stands. The current situation is no longer a question of whether or not to play the final game, but rather that Extraordinary High School must play it. And we must win. Otherwise, if the friendly match ends, their high school will completely lose face. Faced with Li Xian's clamor in the arena, Lu Zhongshan chose to ignore Xia Lufang and walked straight to the side of the first team. When the 4 members of the team saw Lu Zhongshan approaching, they respectfully greeted him, Director Lu. Lu Zhongshan nodded in response. Haomiao, how confident are you? Team Captain Xiao Haomiao said frankly, we really didn't know that Yang and Xia's performance today exceeded the information we had before the summer break. He glanced at Li Xian and continued, this should be a newcomer. He has almost no record of making a move, so I'm not sure what to expect. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongshan clapped his hands and cheered. Your humility and caution are correct. The second team and the reserve team suffered because of carelessness. Lu Zhongshan paused for a moment, then continued, go give it a try. The opponent must have extraordinary skills to be able to make a grand entrance after Yang and Xia. Haomiao, you're a veteran who's played in city-wide competitions. Take your 3 new teammates and beat him. Yes, Director. Li Xian waited and waited in the arena, but no one came. He only saw the other side whispering among themselves. Impatiently, he said. Hey, stop dawdling. I said, are you going to fight or not? If not, just admit defeat and go home. Wang Lingling, a member of the team, immediately lost her temper. What's with the rush? Are you trying to kill me? Are you trying to argue with me? Li Xian sneered, trying to get you to have a baby. You. Just you wait. As the opposing team entered the arena, the host began to introduce the strength of the first team. Extraordinary High School Team 1 is composed of the 4 strongest players in each position across the entire senior year. Wang Lingling, a mage specializing in fire skills, is a bronze 7. Tank Sun Yan, known as the toughest defender in Extraordinary High School, is a bronze 7. Support Zhao Jin has 2 healing skills, bronze 6. Qiu Haomiao, a close combat player, is a repeat student and a bronze 9 player. These were given to the host by Xia Lufang. They are not secrets. Information on the most prominent seeded players from various high schools can generally be found. Lee Xin was at a disadvantage in terms of level compared to his opponent, but he was confident. With the referee blowing the whistle, the final friendly match officially began. Instead of immediately choosing to attack or retreat, Lee Xin focused his attention on a corner of the stands. Xin Jiu was sitting there. Their eyes met, and Lee Xin extended his index and middle fingers towards Xin Jiu, gesturing to his own eyes. Then he pointed to himself with his index finger, meaning, "Watch closely, after this match you'll be mine." The others were somewhat bewildered by Lee Xin's actions. Xin Jiu returned his smile with a faint one. "Hey kid, where are you looking?" Seeing that Lee Xin was still distracted during the match, Tang Sun Yan activated his taunt skill. He yelled at Lee Xin, "Come and get me." Lee Xin? He had never heard such an outrageous request. Lee Xin really wanted to say, "I'm sorry, my sexual orientation is normal." But as he activated his taunting skill, he became increasingly annoyed with Sun Yan. Lee Xin, whose voice was no less powerful than Sun Yan's, shouted, "Hey, I'm coming right now." After saying that, he rushed towards Sun Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Haomiao, the team captain, shouted to his teammates, "Sun Yan, stop the taunting, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his speed boosting skill and attacked Lee Xin. Wang Lingling simultaneously conjured fireballs and threw them over. Zhao Jin possesses medical skills and is ready to provide treatment at any time. Sun Yan's taunt skill lasts for 3 seconds. After a while, Xiao Haomiao's fist and fireball appeared in front of Lee Xin from different directions. Just as Lee Xin was about to get up and leave, he heard Sun Yan roar again. "Keep going." Sun Yan seized the opportunity to continue his taunts. As expected of the strongest team in high school, their teamwork was incredibly seamless. "Today I'll show you what double the happiness means." Lee Xin stopped dodging, shouted angrily, and continued to stride towards Sun Yan. Seeing Lee Xin shift his gaze away from him, Xiao Haomiao sneered, "So this is all you've got? You can't even dodge the most basic sarcasm." At this moment, everyone thought, "It's over, Lee Xin has been infected." At this critical moment, the fist that was originally about to land in front of Lee Xin suddenly struck a blurry area. Xiao Haomiao couldn't feel the impact of the punch. It was as if he had hit thin air. In the blink of an eye, 2 Li Zins appeared out of thin air a meter away, simultaneously dodging the fireballs that followed. This is the furthest distance that Lee Xin and his clone can reach when he tries to summon a clone. Lee Xin didn't stop walking, and in just a few steps he was within 10 meters of Sun Yan. This is the maximum casting range of Holy Light and Chain Lightning. Both Li Zins raised their hands simultaneously, and a beam of light nearly 3 meters in diameter fell from mid-air, enveloping Sun Yan. In Silver 9, the Holy Light not only doubles in coverage area, but also has a stronger burning effect. Furthermore, he and his clone used their abilities simultaneously, resulting in the combined release of 2 Holy Lights. Lee Xin didn't believe that his opponent, a mere bronze-level novice, could withstand the pain of being burned. Ah! As expected, the Holy Light broke through the defense directly. Sun Yan's screams echoed throughout the training ground. When Tang Zhang, Ho Jia, and the others saw the familiar beam of light and heard the familiar screams, they instinctively shrank back. The other students watching were even more stunned. Can anyone tell me what the hell this skill is? Are we learning from fake textbooks? This skill isn't in the books. It wasn't until the beam of light ended that the others came to their senses. As a qualified support, Zhao Jin took the lead in using his healing skill on Sun Yan. A pale yellow beam of light connected the two, a silver skill healing wave. Xiao Haomiao had seen that beam of light before and instantly understood. Lee Xin is a legalist. He was confident that as long as he got close, he could kill his opponent within 3 moves. The time for mockery had passed, and the 2 Lee Xin looked at Sun Yan, who was receiving treatment. "Do you think you're the only one who can treat this?" Lee Xin and the others said in unison. Immediately afterwards, they simultaneously unleashed chain lightning at Sun Yan. Xiao Haomiao was greatly alarmed. "Isn't this a phantom clone? How can I still use skills? Oh no! Sun Yan is in such a state that he can't afford to take any more damage." Thinking of this, Xiao Haomiao quickened his pace and rushed towards Lee Xin. The 2 Li Zins merely glanced at him indifferently. One of them went to meet him, while the other rushed towards Sun Yan. Sun Yan was hit by the lightning chain, and electric arcs spread all over his body in the blink of an eye, triggering the paralysis effect. He thought he was going to be hurt, but to his surprise, the electric arcs passed through his limbs and bones, and he felt a strange sense of comfort. It felt like. Sun Yan let out a comfortable His voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't quiet either. In an instant, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Zhao Jin, receiving treatment in the rear? Is my treatment really that effective? This is practically a major social disaster for Sun Yan. Li Xian won't waste any more breath, he'll strike while the iron is hot and kill you. He rushed in front of Sun Yan, raised his dark fist, and punched him in the forehead. Golden skill liquid. With a bang, Sun Yan fell backward and fainted. Meanwhile, Li Xian, the clone, had already encountered Xiao Haomiao. Get out of my way. Seeing Sun Yan fall, Xiao Haomiao was afraid that Li Xian would rush to their back row, so he was eager to destroy the clone. He swung his fist, his strongest enhancement skill covering it, and smashed it towards the clone's chest. Xiao Haomiao believed that this punch would be unstoppable, not even by Li Xian's clone, let alone his main body. Just as his fist was about to land, Li Xian, the clone, curled up the corner of his mouth. The next moment, a dark, inky thing appeared on his chest. With another crisp bang, the clone Li Xian was sent flying backward. Xiao Haomiao clutched his hand and let out a painful wail. Ah! He looked at his swollen, red hands and felt a surge of rage. What the hell is this? Why is it so hard? Chapter 36, IFING Give Up. As soon as Sun Yan fell, the main gate at the back of the team was wide open. As Wang Lingling watched Li Xian approach rapidly, she activated all her skills, and a spirit image of a fire lotus appeared behind her. Golden skill Fire Meteor, a wide area coverage damage skill. Fireballs appeared continuously above her head, hurtling towards Li Xian. Wow, do you know, the last person who played with fire in front of me burned himself into a chimpanzee? Li Xian, unhurried, offered his blessings to Wang Lingling. May you have a 100% success rate. After giving his blessings, Li Xian ran straight towards Wang Lingling without even trying to dodge her. A fireball managed to miss him. Upon seeing this, the host excitedly shouted into the microphone. It's here! Li Xian's poisonous blessing. He's like a bee, passing through a field of flowers without getting a single petal on him. Li Xian paused in his steps. Sha, why don't you just call me a player? Wang Lingling was also taken aback. This was the first time she had ever seen someone so relaxed within the range of a fireball. Facing the approaching Li Xian, Wang Lingling used another silver skill explosive flame technique. She spewed crimson flames from her mouth, and the flames soared into the sky. Li Xian dodged backward, avoiding the area enveloped by the crimson flames. Seeing this, Wang Lingling snorted coldly, nothing special. Before the flames had completely died down, and she had just begun to feel smug, a dark, indistinct object pierced through the flames and hurtled straight at her face. Before Wang Lingling could react, she was slammed to the ground with a thud. Ouch! She clutched the large lump in her hand and cried out in pain. Slime, double kill. Just as Zhao Jin Gang was about to offer his assistance, he was struck on the head by 4 or 5 beams of holy light from Li Xian. Holy light, double kill. Li Xian approached Wang Lingling step by step, his hands gathering electricity. Do you want to die, or do you want to admit defeat? Wang Lingling? Is this how you threaten others? She recalled Sun Yan's moans and groans from earlier, and immediately felt goosebumps all over her body. Seeing Li Xian's malicious expression, Wang Lingling bit her lip and said, I give up. Okay. Li Xian turned to look at Xiao Haomiao, who had just shaken off his clone Li Xian and arrived late. Their eyes met, and Li Xian glanced at the other person's swollen palm. Should we continue? Or you might as well just admit defeat. Hearing Li Xian's nonchalant tone, Xiao Haomiao's anger surged. I give up, you sister. Xiao Haomiao unfolded the spirit map and activated his golden skill Pain Shielding. Last year, he used this skill to turn the tide in the citywide competition and lead Extraordinary High School to 3rd place. This year, in order to make up for the regret of not being able to enter the top 2 and advance to the provincial competition last year, he resolutely chose to stay in the same year. Even because he was required to be at the silver level to participate in the citywide competition, he kept his level firmly suppressed at bronze 9. Despite his high confidence, his team unexpectedly lost in this small friendly match. He couldn't tolerate it, much less admit defeat. With pain shielding activated, Xiao Haomiao could no longer feel the pain in his palm, and simultaneously activated the multiply and damage amplification skills. His other arm swelled to twice its size, tearing through his clothes, and smashed down on Li Xian's head. Li Xian glanced at it indifferently and said impatiently, I say, why don't you ever learn your lesson? Li Xian did not back down, but chose to confront them head-on. He met the attack with his fist, which was in liquid time. Bang! Xiao Haomiao felt as if he had been hit by a lead ball. Fortunately, he felt no pain at the moment, otherwise he would have been in serious trouble. Li Xian took a punch head-on and staggered back a few steps. He rubbed his aching arms, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. "I'm telling you, your punches are nothing special," Li Xian said, not forgetting to provoke him. Xiao Haomiao's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "You're asking for death." He raised his fist, which was bigger than a sandbag, and punched Li Xian again and again. The latter, contrary to his usual behavior, retaliated with dirty tricks. There are no fancy techniques, only a clash of strength and hardness. After exchanging more than 10 punches, Li Xian's arm fell limply to the side, the liquid state ended, and his hand returned to its original shape. At the same time, he had very little spiritual energy left in his body. Xiao Haomiao looked even worse. His entire hand was red, swollen, and bleeding, appearing bloody. Li Xian wiped the crimson stain from the corner of his mouth, still asking the same question, "Should I continue fighting? Your skills timed out, huh? I'm going to beat you to a pulp." Xiao Haomiao glanced at Li Xian's normal hands, then raised his fist and attacked again. Facing an opponent who seemed to have no regard for his life, Li Xian seized the opportunity and summoned a slime. "Don't kill me, kill it instead." With that, Li Xian aimed at Xiao Haomiao's head and threw it with all his might. "I hope you can dodge it 100%. He used his last bit of spiritual power to bestow a blessing upon the other party. The moment the slime was thrown, Xiao Haomiao adjusted his position, preparing to dodge to the right. Unexpectedly, his foot slipped, and his body fell straight forward, landing right on the slime's flight path. The next second, everything went black before his eyes. Yes, it's really dark. His head was filled with slimes. Bang! Xiao Haomiao felt like his nose was about to break. When the darkness before his eyes dissipated and the light returned, he saw a shoe sole hurtling towards his face. Holy crap! He only had time to let out a cry of surprise before Li Xian kicked him in the face. Xiao Haomiao was kicked to the ground. How could Li Xian let this opportunity pass? He grabbed the slime from the ground, who was still looking completely bewildered. Chirp! It was still thinking, how come I was just summoned out, and then thrown out again? Before it could figure it out, Li Xian grabbed its entire body and smashed it down on Xiao Haomiao's head on the ground. Bang! Do you admit defeat? Even so, Xiao Haomiao still has a lot of backbone. I don't acknowledge it. Bang! Having no other choice, Li Xian had to ask again. Do you admit defeat? I don't acknowledge it. Bang! Do you admit defeat? I admit it. Bang! Do you admit defeat? I admit it. Bang! Do you admit defeat? Stop, stop, stop. I give up. Xiao Haomiao's snot mixed with nosebleed flowed out in a gushing stream. Li Xian stopped and tossed the slime aside. You should have said so earlier, otherwise I would have gone through all this trouble. Fuck you! Xiao Haomiao exclaimed, then fainted from anger. Li Xian clapped his hands and stood up from the other person. As the proctor announced Li Xian's victory, the first middle school achieved an incredible and complete victory in this friendly match. Wang Lingling silently dragged her unconscious teammates off the stage one by one. Li Xian stood still, looking in Qinzhou's direction, and shouted loudly. Hey Qinzhou, did you see that? Even if you don't play, Extraordinary High School is no match for us. Everyone else looked completely bewildered. What does that mean? Is it a case of killing someone by breaking their spirit? But why are you calling for Qinzhou? Only Lu Zhongshan sensed something was wrong, but it was too late for him to stop it. Because Li Xian had already turned his head to look at him. Did you guys at Extraordinary High School see that? So what if you use Qinzhou's brother as a bargaining chip? I'm here today to tell you that even if you don't let Qinzhou participate in the competition, our first middle school is not a school that your school can bully. Therefore, there's no need for any tricks. Let's see who's the real deal. Li Xian's voice echoed throughout the training ground, and everyone looked at Lu Zhongshan with expressions of utter disbelief. The members of Extraordinary High School asked him, puzzled, Director Lu, what's going on? Lu Zhongshan was speechless, then glared fiercely at Li Xian. Good lad, I'll remember you. Let's go. Xia Lufang finally felt relieved and shouted to Lu Zhongshan. Don't go, Lao Lu, how about we grab lunch together? Eat your sister. Chapter 37, I was wrong, I shouldn't have let you choose the name. Let's go back to yesterday. Li Xian was sitting at Xia Liufeng's desk. Xia Lufeng, if you want to find him, it will indeed be quite difficult. Li Xian asked, puzzled, why? Well, let me tell you the truth. Xia Lufeng sorted out her thoughts and said to Li Xian. Actually, the outstanding students in each school are all publicly known. Including our school's 2 students, Yang Kiki and Xiaoqinga. Li Xian seemed thoughtful. And what about me? You? Xia Lufeng was taken aback. I guess only people from our school know this. Li Xian wasn't surprised. Alright, you can continue. Well, to put it bluntly, Xinjiu's tanking ability ranks among the top 3 in Shanghai City. Therefore, it has been listed as a key focus by many schools. Xia Lufeng adjusted her posture, preparing to get to the point. Xinjiu's problem is that he has a younger brother who is in the 3rd year of junior high school and whose academic performance is not very good. Li Xian asked, puzzled, what does this have to do with his brother? Wait, let me finish, Xia Lufeng continued. Given his brother's grades, it would be difficult for him to get into a public school. He would have to choose a better private school. You should know that private schools are either very good or not so good. There are no middle ground schools. The extraordinary high school in our city is one of the very good ones. It was during the summer vacation that they took the initiative to send someone to Xinjiu's parents and offered to accept his younger brother into the school, along with the benefits of 3 years of tuition waiver and preferential resources. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. Li Xian muttered. Why didn't he have the good fortune of 3 years of tuition-free education back then? Yes, Extraordinary High School made a condition, Xia Liufeng's voice trailed off, that Xinjiu be barred from participating in this year's citywide competition. Holy crap! Li Xian exclaimed, referring to the national treasure. It's absolutely outrageous that a mother would open the door for someone so outrageous. It's ridiculous beyond belief. Extraordinary High School actually does this kind of thing? Li Xian didn't understand. Why is this happening? It's easy to understand. Yang Kiki and Xiaoqinga from our school this year are so famous that other schools are wary of them. Alright. Li Xian hadn't expected this reason, and then asked. So, Xinjiu's parents agreed? And Xinjiu herself agreed? Xia Lufeng nodded and continued, Xinjiu probably felt guilty, because she took the initiative to tell me about those things a couple of days ago. Li Xian thought for a moment, then why doesn't our school just accept Xinjiu's younger brother? Xia Lufeng looked troubled. It's not as easy as you make it out to be. Even if you want to recruit people privately, you need the principal's permission. But the key question is, why would the principal agree? Unless? Xia Lufeng said seriously, unless Xinjiu is willing to join your team and win first place in the city competition, I will not be able to bring this up with the principal. Li Xian was puzzled, but didn't Xinjiu refuse to join? Xia Lufeng spread his hands and said, yes, that's the problem. Upon hearing this, Li Xian fell into deep thought. Xinjiu really couldn't gamble. For him, it was just losing a competition opportunity, but in return, he received a promise from the school to his younger brother. After much deliberation, Li Xian finally came up with an idea. Director Xia, how about this? Let's arrange a friendly match between Fifan High School and us today? What are you going to do? Li Xian grinned slyly, what else can we do? Of course, we'll tell them in front of Extraordinary High School. Even without Qin Wine, we can still control them. In the competition arena. Li Xian staggered off the field. Li Xian, you're awesome. Yang Kiki gave Li Xian a thumbs up and praised him. Li Xian replied politely, it was alright, just so-so. He turned his head and saw Xinjiu, who had appeared at some point. The tall man, who was 190 centimeters, suddenly became shy and awkward. Thank you, Li Xian, and thank you to the 2 female classmates as well. Ding, sincere thanks received, plus 20 good guy points. Hearing the system notification that the good guy points had been credited to his account, Li Xian felt that enduring this little bit of hardship was nothing. You're too kind. Well, I've already spoken to Director Xia. If we can secure the top spot in the city, there might be a chance for your brother to get into our school. Xinjiu's eyes lit up. Really? I'm not sure, but... Li Xian chuckled, deliberately keeping everyone in suspense. If we can get first place in the province, and then explain your situation, the principal will definitely agree. Shinjo nodded and solemnly said, "Okay, I'll join." Yang Kiki, standing to the side, clapped and cheered, "That's great." With this, Li Xian's team members for the city-wide competition were all assembled. They were all in the same class, so communication was easy. Since they've just formed a team, they still need time to work out and get to know each other. After school in the afternoon, they agreed to meet at the training ground to discuss the training for the last few days. Xia Lufang took it even more seriously than they did, and specially found the most experienced teacher in the school to lead the team. Yang Kiki, you need to be careful about your spiritual energy consumption. A magic-based damage dealer without spirit power is no better than a super minion. If you can defeat your opponent with 3 ice spears, don't use 10. Xiaoqingge, you're fine in other aspects, just be careful with your positioning and don't stray too far from the main group. Shinjo, don't use taunt skills carelessly. It's best to draw the attacker's aggro before your teammates are attacked. Li Xian, are you really that free? Stop chatting with Yang Kiki. As the first training session drew to a close, the instructor leading the team felt utterly exhausted. To be honest, apart from Li Xian, the other 3 team members were all very obedient and easy to teach. Li Xian, however, is a complicated matter. After training ended, Li Xian privately called his 3 teammates together. Li Xian asked, "Hey, Lao Xia asked us to come up with a name for our team. Do you guys have any suggestions?" Yang Kiki was the first to raise her hand. "How about we order taro boba milk tea, but without taro or milk tea, just boba?" Li Xian shook his head. "Overall it's very good, but it's a bit too long. Let's change it." Shinjo, standing to the side, was dumbfounded. This was considered very good overall? What's wrong with it? He was too embarrassed to speak, but Xiaoqingge, who was sitting next to him, raised her hand, which was quite unusual. "Xia, please speak." Xiaoqingge said 3 words in a cold voice, "Sword God Team." Shinjo almost burst out laughing. "What kind of name is this? It's so corny." Li Xian rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a moment. Not bad, but you're the only one using a sword here. Wouldn't calling us the Sword God Team be a bit inappropriate? And it doesn't sound imposing enough. I reserve my opinion." Then he looked at Shinjo, "And you, Chin?" Shinjo pointed to her nose. "Me?" After pondering for a long time, he suggested, "How about we call it the Sharp Edge Team? It means sharp blades drawn, swords aimed at the throne." Li Xian immediately refused. "No way, that's too old-fashioned." "Chin wine? Is this considered rustic?" "Fine, figure it out yourself." Li Xian thought for a while, then suddenly clapped his hands excitedly. "I've got an idea." In the great director's office, Xia Lufang was speechless. "What the hell? Say it again?" Li Xian repeated to him again. "Brother Xian is definitely on the team." "Are you sure? Once it's submitted, it can't be changed." Li Xian nodded emphatically, confirmed. "Okay, fine." Xia Lufang was consumed by deep self-reproach. "My bad, I really shouldn't have let you guys come up with the team name." Chapter 38, Fusion of Different Dimensions. Time flies before the competition begins. There are still 2 days until the citywide competition starts. It was a little after 5 a.m., and the sun had just risen. Li Xian slung his school bag over his shoulder and left home early. Xia Lufang was already waiting downstairs in his mobility scooter. "Good morning, Lao Xia," Li Xian greeted him. Xia Lufang, looking exhausted, replied, "Good morning, get in the car." The car drove towards the alternate dimension of Zhanghai City. The two chatted on the way. Li Xian complained, "Hey Lao Xia, I feel like I've been cheated. You promised me I could go to the other dimension twice for free, but now I can only go once." Go away, there's no time this time." "I'll let you go after the citywide competition is over," Xia Lufang replied impatiently. "Fine, you said it yourself. If you dare to go back on your word, I'll cast a blessing on you," Li Xian threatened. Xia Lufang just wanted to roll her eyes at him. After a 3-hour drive, they finally arrived near the other dimension. "We've arrived, get off the bus." Xia Lufang told Li Xian to get out of the car and walk straight to the camp guarding the entrance to the alternate dimension. After showing his identity to the other party and paying for one person, he was allowed to enter. Xia Lufang turned to Li Xian and said, "I have to go now, I can't wait for you. Just take the bus to the city center after you come out." He then added, "Don't forget the time the competition is the day after tomorrow. Our school is only sending one team this time, so don't mess it up." Li Xian patted his chest. Don't worry, Lao Xia, who am I? Brother Xian is always right. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the entrance to the alternate dimension. Watching Li Xian's retreating figure, Xia Liufeng's lips twitched involuntarily a few times. That's why I'm worried. Just as Li Xian was about to enter the entrance, she suddenly turned around and winked at him. Old Xia, don't miss me if you don't see me for 2 days. You little brat, get the hell out of here. Breathing in the air of this alternate dimension, and looking at the familiar mountain peaks beneath his feet, Li Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Brother Xian is back. He only has a day and a half to go this time, and he has to leave tomorrow at noon, so he needs to make the most of his time. Li Xian acted quickly, because he only had a day and a half at most. His goal was clear, to upgrade Holy Light and Chain Lightning to the gold level, and to have his Phantom Clone attempt to reach the gold level. He arrived at the place where Lin Hai had helped him lure monsters before, where there were the most white monkeys and long-tongued gorillas. Li Xian summoned a slime in advance and used the tall grass as cover to move through the jungle. Not long after, he spotted a lone white monkey not far away, picking and eating fruit. I'll use you as a sacrifice. Li Xian sneaked up to the white monkey and unleashed a lightning chain the instant the monkey turned its back to him. Chirp! The white monkey made a comfortable sound. Li Xian seized the opportunity and threw the slime away with all his might. Bang! The white monkey rolled its eyes and fainted. Li Xian flipped over, drew his dagger, and gave the white monkey a quick death. He then dug out a spirit pearl from its corpse. What great luck! A fantastic start! Li Xian, beaming with pride, picked up the slime from the ground, patted its round head, and praised it. Well done! Chirp! Looking into the slime's adorable big eyes, Li Xian felt that the more unwilling he was to absorb it back then, the more he liked it now. The little guy is as heavy as a lead ball and as hard as a diamond. What a wonderful hidden weapon! His combination of chain lightning and slime produced the least amount of noise. The vast grasslands are the perfect place for him to launch a surprise attack. For the rest of the day, Li Xian led the slimes around the outer edge of the alternate dimension, killing them one by one. In the evening, Li Xian found a high place with a good view to rest. He was covered in dust and dirt, and his clothes were stained with blood. Although he was careful when he struck, he still ended up covered in blood. However, he didn't care at all and happily ate his dry rations. The day was very fruitful. Not only did I level up to Bronze 7, but I also upgraded Holy Light to Gold LV1, Lightning Chain to Silver LV5, and Phantom Clone to Silver LV2. I also kept more than 10 Spirit Orbs in my hand as a precaution. The Golden Holy Light has a diameter of nearly 4 meters. Upgrading the Phantom Clone to Silver level allows the clone to inherit nearly half of the original body's spiritual power. Its strength has been enhanced in all aspects. Li Xian glanced at the slime beside him. Hey, Black Iron Egg, have you grown up? Black Iron Egg was the name he gave to the slime. Previously, Black Iron Egg was about the size of a head, but now it looks a size bigger and feels heavier when held. Chirp! Black Iron Egg barked at him, its expression carrying a hint of pride. Li Xian smiled and patted the other's smooth head, preparing to put it back into the spirit map before going to sleep. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the surrounding trees rustled. Earthquake? Li Xian stood there, stunned. This was the first time he had ever heard of earthquakes occurring in other dimensions. Is there still plate tectonics in this area? As the tremors grew stronger, Li Xian lay prone on the ground, sensing that the epicenter was located in the center of another dimension. What should he do? Should he go? He was torn. The outer perimeter of this alternate dimension consists of small bronze-level creatures, the middle area contains many silver-level creatures, and at the very center, there is said to be a gold-level creature. Normally, a bronze-level awakened would face a death crisis if they ventured deep into this alternate dimension without careful attention. While Li Xian was still deep in thought, a spatial rift appeared out of nowhere in the night sky. His gaze was drawn to the crack. As time went on, the cracks gradually widened. Li Xian finally understood what was going on. Two different dimensions are merging. He picked up the Black Iron Egg and rushed quickly toward the center of the alternate dimension. The saying goes, fortune favors the bold. He was certain that something extraordinary was about to happen. At this moment, inside the Awakened One's Administration Bureau of Jianhai City. Warning, warning. The Dragon Kingdom's 47th alternate dimension is merging with the 76th alternate dimension. Alarm, alarm. The piercing alarms woke up the staff on duty at the management office. He quickly called Deputy Director Yen Liang. Upon hearing the urgent report, the latter immediately jumped out of bed. Quickly, contact the soldiers near the alternate dimension to evacuate. Immediately mobilize the awakened squad to stand by at the entrance to alternate dimension number 47. Yan Liang's hands were trembling as he hung up the phone. The fusion of different dimensions is a major event. This will not only change the existing alien ecosystem in Jianhai City, but more importantly, the two strongest creatures from different alien dimensions are about to meet. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. It will inevitably be a bloody battle. He hurriedly dressed and drove to the scene overnight to take charge of the work. During the period between the retirement of the previous director and the appointment of a new director. As the deputy director and acting director, he was the biggest boss in the bureau. It is imperative to ensure that no unforeseen events occur in Jianhai City, which is under our jurisdiction. It was 3 hours later when Yan Liang arrived near the entrance to the alternate dimension. A large number of armed soldiers withdrew from the scene and stood guard at the entrance. The awakened forces under the administration arrived at the same time and waited for new orders. Yan Liang went to the soldiers' registration office and inquired about the current situation. Report: the entire 47th interdimensional garrison has withdrawn. Almost all explorers who entered the interdimensional space in recent days have also left, but... Hearing the other party's hesitant tone, Yan Liang had a bad feeling. Just what? Just this morning, a senior high school student went in. He was brought by the head of the grade at number 1 middle school. He hasn't come out yet. Yan Liang quickly pressed on, "What's your name?" The soldier in charge of registration flipped through the registration book. His name is Li Xin. Li Xin? First middle school? Yan Liang broke out in a cold sweat. Li Xin, the one who saved Mayor Yang's daughter? Chapter 39, Roar, Roar. The night was desolate and bleak. As the spatial rift appeared, a large number of extra-dimensional beings, number 76, poured out of it. The central area of alternate dimension number 47. A massive figure roared at the crack. Something seemed to threaten its existence and was preparing to emerge from the crack. In the outer area, Li Xin followed a group of long-tongued gorillas, heading towards the central area. These extra-dimensional creatures seem to be summoned by something, and they are all on their way. If he encountered one or two lone individuals, Li Xin would not hesitate to take them away. The tremors had long since stopped, and the fusion of the different dimensions was basically complete. After a nearly 3-hour journey, Li Xin finally approached the central area. It looks like a battle has just taken place here. Corpses of extra-dimensional beings can be seen everywhere, including those from the Jianhai City extra-dimensional space and other extra-dimensional spaces. Li Xin quietly crept up to the corpse of a white monkey, quickly dug open its brain with a dagger, and actually found a spirit pearl inside. Li Xin raised his head and looked around. Good heavens, so many corpses. Am I struck it rich? He stealthily moved next to another corpse. With a swift stroke, another one was taken. Li Xin was overjoyed. I never thought I'd experience the joy of picking up corpses. When other creatures pass by, he hides temporarily and comes out when no one is around. Li Xin felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life at this moment. He collected all the spirit orbs in less than half an hour and counted them briefly. There are a total of 66. Including the ones he collected along the way and the ones he had left over, he had more than 100 spirit orbs in his backpack. We're rich. We're rich. This efficiency is much faster than what he does in a whole day. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Li Xin wished he could absorb all the spirit pearls right now. Just as he was about to make his move, a roar came from not far away, interrupting his excitement. Immediately afterwards, the earth began to shake again. After thinking for a moment, Li Xin decided to go and check on the situation. He tried to conceal himself as he walked through the dense forest to find the source of the roar. Li Xin hid behind a large tree and watched. A yellow creature with wings on its back, taller than 2 stories, resembling a tiger but with leopard spots, was fighting against an exceptionally long, dark blue giant snake. Li Xin recognized the two creatures, the winged tiger leopard and the blue-scaled serpent, both of which were of the gold rank. Do tigers and leopards roar? Roaring is a skill that can intimidate giant snakes. However, its bites and claw strikes could not break through the giant snake's scales. In contrast, the giant snake's tail, 3 or 4 meters thick, could easily knock tigers and leopards away. It seems that the two dimensions merged, and each side thought the other had trespassed on its territory, so they started fighting. He watched the game for a while and noticed something strange. The winged tiger leopard was weaker than the blue-scaled snake and had several wounds on its body. But it stayed behind a cave and never left. Li Xin wondered, is there some treasure in this cave? Seeing that both sides were focused on each other, Li Xin made a bold decision. He wanted to go and check out that cave. Li Xin lay prone on the ground, inching his way toward the cave. He waited for his chance at the entrance of the cave. Taking advantage of the winged tiger leopard launching another attack, Li Xin leaped into the cave. It was very dark inside the cave, there was no light. Li Xin could only feel his way along the wall, cautiously exploring little by little. The cave was very deep, and Li Xin walked for a long time in the dark, until he could barely hear the fighting sounds at the cave entrance. A faint smell of blood filled the air, as if some creature had been injured. He took a few more steps and found that the smell of blood was coming from the place ahead. Li Xin slowed his pace even further, being careful not to make a sound. Suddenly, he heard the whimpering of some small animal. The voice sounded very sad. Li Xin unleashed a beam of holy light towards the area beyond the sound. During the duration of the beam of light, he could see the scene inside the cave. A young tiger leopard, whose wings haven't even fully grown yet, is lying next to an adult winged tiger leopard, constantly licking its cheek. The young one seemed to be a mutant, with pure white fur all over its body. The other adult tiger and leopard were severely injured, with a broken wing and 2 deep, bleeding holes in its abdomen. Fortunately, he saw that the blood flowing out was a normal red color, which meant that the snake was not venomous. But it looks badly injured, and if it doesn't receive timely treatment, it will probably die soon. As the beam of light fell, the wounded but not yet dead tiger and leopard roared at the intruder with their last strength. But the voice was as weak as could be. The white tiger also spotted Li Xin, leaping in front of the established tiger in an attempt to protect him, while continuously uttering warning sounds. The holy light quickly dissipated, and Li Xin hurriedly summoned another one. The light shone on their faces, and the images of his parents appeared in Li Xin's mind. The dying tiger and leopard inside the cave, and the one by the door, must be the cub's parents. The other party's injuries must have been sustained during the battle with the blue scale serpent. The reason the person at the door didn't leave was to protect the two of them. He thought of his parents, whom he hadn't seen for almost 10 years. I remember being bullied by other kids in my neighborhood when I was a child. My parents found out and immediately went to confront them. So, whether they are humans or extraterrestrial beings, they all love their children very much. Even if it costs me my life. Li Xin had the idea of healing the injured tiger and leopard. Bathed in holy light, he raised his hands and slowly approached the 2 tigers and leopards. I mean no harm, I can help you. Li Xin explained, but unfortunately, the tigers and leopards couldn't understand human language. The cries of the 2 tiger cubs grew louder and louder. Li Xin had no choice but to unleash a lightning chain at the 2 tiger cubs after the previous holy light disappeared. The skill hit the injured tiger and leopard, who were unable to move, but the cub was prepared and nimbly dodged it. Then the little tiger leaped down in front of Li Xin and bit his arm. Hiss! He gasped in pain. Li Xin dared not activate his liquid defense, fearing the little tiger leopard's teeth would crush it. Fortunately, the injured tiger and leopard emitted a comfortable nasal sound after being hit by the lightning chain. The treatment worked, and the tiger and leopard's injuries began to heal. Upon hearing the noise, the leopard cub released its grip and ran back to the other animal. Li Xin did not stop, continuously using lightning chains to heal Changming tiger leopard's upper body. He had to be quick, because he didn't know how much longer the tiger and leopard at the gate could hold out. Chain lightning is instant cast, and the healing effect lasts for a few seconds after the skill expires. For a moment, the deepest part of the cave was illuminated by electric light every few seconds. Li Xin treated the other party for about 20 minutes, and used almost all of the remaining spirit orbs to restore spiritual power. Fortunately, the alien creatures are much stronger than humans, and the lightning chain has just been upgraded. The recovery from this fatal injury was much faster than when Li Xin was in the hospital. Once the adult tigers and leopards are able to stand up again, their wings on their backs have recovered completely, and the bloody hole in their abdomen has scabbed over. In the darkness, Li Xin heard a tiger and leopard bark at him from the opposite side. The voice was no longer wary as before, but rather very docile. Li Xin understood that the other party was expressing gratitude, so he smiled and replied, "It's nothing, just a small favor." Ding, receive thanks from an alien creature, plus 20 good deeds points. The next second, he felt a large, furry head pressing against him. Li Xin smiled bitterly to himself, he was probably the first person to treat a creature from another dimension and receive its gratitude. He climbed onto the other's back, with a small, furry creature in front of him. The large, furry creature roared at the cave entrance, then quickly ran forward. The winged tiger leopard possesses night vision capabilities. When they came out of the cave, they saw the tiger and leopard at the entrance being whipped against the stone wall by the blue-scaled snake's tail. Roar! The tiger and leopard, freshly healed, roared again, deterring the blue-scaled snake from its continued attack. The latter raised its body, its two snake-like eyes fixed on Li Xian and the two tigers and leopards that had just emerged. It felt surprised. Wasn't this tiger and leopard just severely injured by it? How come it's okay again now? The tiger and leopard, both confused and excited after being flung away, propped themselves up and came over to Li Xian. Roar! Roar! Roar, roar, roar! The little tiger was very excited and even rubbed against Li Xian's face affectionately. Roar, roar! The tiger and leopard guarding the door shouted at Li Xian. Bite! Li Xian thought the system was great, and thanked the authoritative certification. Oh, don't be so polite. Li Xian didn't say anything. He was practically a young master rich by picking up bargains in the back. He turned to look at the blue-scaled snake. Come, come, I'll take your spirit pearl, you big worm. Chapter 40 Kill, Golden Spirit Orb. The recovered tiger and leopard met the blue-scaled snake. The person who had been guarding the cave retreated to receive treatment from Li Xian. Li Xian didn't feel sorry for Lingzhu. There are over 100 of them, use them as you like. The white leopard cub tilted its head and stared at the black iron egg. It has never seen anything so ugly since it was born. Chirp! Roar! Chirp! Roar! The two little animals were chatting in their own language, and Li Xian didn't know if they could understand each other. He couldn't understand it anyway. Li Xian would occasionally glance at the battle situation. The blue-scaled snake was clearly stronger than the two winged tigers and leopards. However, the latter had learned from experience and knew how to avoid the opponent's tail attack. Since it could also fly, it actually managed to hold back the blue-scaled snake for a time. Li Xian dared not delay for a moment and expedited the treatment. If he's right, the Bureau should have entered this alternate dimension. He had to kill the blue-scaled snake before the Bureau personnel arrived. Space 47 is considered low risk, and the administration prioritizes its resources, so it will not be cleaned up. In each similar alternate dimension, there will be the most powerful creature. Their most important purpose is to govern all the creatures in the alternate dimension. If they die, new creatures will inevitably emerge to compete for the leadership. This would cause a riot among the creatures in the space. This is why the Bureau didn't kill the winged leopard. After intensive treatment, the tiger and leopard's injuries improved, allowing it to regain its strength. It raised its head, roared at the other tiger and leopard that were still locked in combat, and then charged into the battlefield. Having learned from their previous encounter, the two tigers and leopards were much more adept at dealing with the blue-scaled snake. However, it can only slow down the opponent's movements, and cannot penetrate the scales to inflict a fatal wound. Li Xian caught his breath for a moment, then ran towards the blue-scaled serpent. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7-inch mark. The 7 inches refers to the snake's heart area. But where is the vital spot of such a long snake? Li Xian had been observing the blue-scaled snake closely for a long time and noticed that it was intentionally or unintentionally protecting a certain area of its abdomen. He guessed that it must be the other person's heart. What troubled him was that the blue-scaled snake also had scales on its belly. The two winged tigers and leopards are still fighting the blue-scaled snake. Li Xian picked up a dagger, lay in ambush near the battlefield, and patiently waited for an opportunity to strike. The moment one of the winged tigers roared, stunning the blue-scaled snake, Li Xian made his move. He took a running start to get in front of his opponent, and then leaped high into the air. Regardless of how tough the scales are, let's just get the knife out first. Li Xian plunged his dagger straight into the snake's heart. Just as he was about to succeed, a whooshing sound rang in his ears. Li Xian turned his head and saw a thick snake tail rushing towards him. With nowhere to hide in midair, Li Xian had no choice but to use his phantom clone technique. The snake's tail brushed past a blurry patch of air, and Li Xian barely dodged it. Li Xian stared at the snake's eyes, sensing a hint of mockery in them. He instantly realized that the snake had already noticed his presence and had been watching him closely. As he rushed forward, the blue-scale serpent had already awakened from its state of shock and was just waiting for Li Xian to make his move. Big bug, you may not have poison in your mouth, but you're certainly poisonous at heart," Li Xian said with lingering fear as he landed. When his sneak attack failed, Li Xian simply stopped dodging and joined the battle with his clone. With 2 winged tigers and leopards keeping him at bay, his life was safe. His mother's first priority was to deal with the other party's scales. Li Xian seized an opportunity to make 2 cuts and found that the armor was very hard no matter where it was applied. Holy light couldn't cover a snake that big, and lightning bolts couldn't penetrate its armor. If we can't solve it from the outside, then we'll dismantle it from within. With a fierce determination, Li Xian controlled his clone to be swallowed by the snake. The blue-scaled snake was still pleased with itself for eliminating an enemy, unaware that its clone had activated its liquid state inside its body. It endured the pressure from the opponent's teeth and mouth, and crawled into its stomach. The blue-scaled snake wanted to lash them with its tail, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in its stomach, and then its body curled up. Seeing this, Li Xian realized that the clone was starting to damage the other person's stomach. "Let's see who dies first, you or my clone." Li Xian wasn't in a hurry, so he simply sat down and waited patiently. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, the blue-scaled snake finally gave up and collapsed, exhausted. The clone left inside the blue-scale serpent's belly turned into fluorescent light and dissipated in its stomach. Vomit. As the memories of his clone returned to his body, Li Xian couldn't help but gag. Damn, why does this skill require inheriting the clone's memories? This is such a rip-off. He feels like dying right now. Li Xian felt as if he were immersed in stomach acid, his body constantly being corroded. So this is what it feels like to be swallowed by a snake. Li Xian leaned on the ground for a while before he recovered. He picked up the dagger and got up to dissect the blue-scaled snake's head. Li Xian stared at the corpse, his eyes gleaming. This is a genuine gold-level creature. He prayed silently in his heart, "I must have a spirit pearl." Li Xian pried open the blue-scaled serpent's mouth and slowly dissected the corpse from the inside out. There was no way to cut it, the scales on its head were even harder. After working for a while, he dug out a palm-sized blue spirit pearl from his head. "We made a killing." Li Xian was overjoyed. He didn't mind getting dirty. He grabbed the spirit pearl and wiped it clean on his clothes. The 3 tigers and leopards, 2 large and 1 small, looked at the spirit pearl in his hand, their mouths practically watering. For beings from other dimensions, spirit pearls are also a source of nourishment. They enhance their own strength by swallowing the opponent's spirit orbs whole. Sensing the gazes of the 3 beasts, Li Xian hugged the spirit pearl tightly to his chest. "What are you looking at?" "No way." He turned his gaze back to the blue-scaled snake's corpse. With such tough scales, wouldn't it be great to take a few pieces and polish them into shields for Qinjiu? "Let's do it." Li Xian used liquid to harden one of his hands, and with great effort, managed to pluck 3 pieces. "I can't do it anymore, I can't pull anymore." Li Xian sat on the ground, panting heavily. "Damn, this armor is so hard, it's so hard to pull." 2 adult tigers and leopards, along with their cubs and black iron egg, came over and rubbed against his body. Roar! The little tiger and leopard riding on their backs roared twice. Chirp, chirp. Black iron egg beside him responded twice. Ding, receive thanks from an alien creature, plus 20 good deeds points. Ha, don't be so polite. Li Xian laughed to himself, not caring whether they understood or not. After calculating the time, it was about time to leave. He got up, picked up black iron egg, and greeted the 3 tigers and leopards. "Well, I'll be going now. I'll come visit you guys again when I have time." Under the watchful eyes of the 3 beasts, Li Xian disappeared into the night. Half an hour later, a man dressed in the bureau uniform rushed toward the cave. "Hurry up! The battle between the interdimensional overlords is probably nearing its end. We need to know who will win in the end. Of course, it's that big blue worm." "I can't even beat it," replied a petite woman next to the man. The 2 continued walking, and the man continued, "Sigh, there's still that student. I wonder if old Sue has found him yet." They were originally a 4-person team, splitting up to carry out different missions. The 2 of them were responsible for going to the winged tiger leopard's habitat to observe the situation. In principle, they do not interfere in battles between extra-dimensional beings, they only record them. The other 2 teammates, along with the other squad, searched for the boy who had entered the alternate dimension that morning. They made their way through the forest and soon found the winged tiger leopard's cave. The 2 hid behind a tree and looked in that direction, then froze on the spot. "Dead? The blue-scaled snake is dead?" The two of them knew a fair amount about the blue scale serpent, the overlord of the 76th interdimensional dimension. In terms of strength, the blue scale serpent is a gold rank 8 creature, while the two winged tiger leopards are only gold rank 3 and gold rank 2. They speculated that the winged tiger leopard was not capable of breaking through the blue scaled snake's scales. Who would have thought that the blue scaled serpent would actually die? Before the two could recover from their shock, the two winged tigers and leopards, as if by prior arrangement, took their cubs outside the cave for some fresh air. Seeing the two tigers and leopards hopping around unharmed, the man and woman seemed frozen in place. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. How come you're not hurt at all? Chapter 41. I think I made it in time. Outside the entrance to the alternate dimension in Zhanghai City. As the first rays of dawn faded, Deputy Director Yan Liang, who hadn't slept all night, paced back and forth in the temporary command room. Report, Chen Duo, the squad leader of the 4th Squad, and Su Xiaorui, a member of the squad, are here to report. Come in. The person inside sounded a little hoarse. Yan Liang looked at his two subordinates and gestured that they could begin their report. Deputy Director, we. Shen Duo truthfully reported everything she had seen in the alternate dimension. When Yan Liang asked about the student, both of them shook their heads. Yan Liang's eyes were resolute. Keep searching. We must find it no matter what. Yes. Inside the alternate dimension of Zhanghai City. Due to the fusion, the map of the entire 47th alternate dimension has nearly doubled in size. Li Xian discovered that there were many places he had never been to. Based on past experience in other regions, after a spatial fusion occurs, the local management bureau will seal off the alternate dimension for a period of time to allow it to recuperate. As he pondered this in his mind, his pace quickened involuntarily. Almost every short distance he walked, Li Xian would see corpses scattered on the ground. The scene of the two alien creatures fighting for territory must have been quite intense. Li Xian drew his dagger and skipped towards the corpse on the ground, humming a little tune. I'm a happy corpse collector, and my corpse collecting skills are top-notch. Nobody can stop him today. He's going to be a nouveau riche. Li Xian spent the entire day stuffing his backpack full. Finally, having no other choice, he had to take off his short-sleeved shirt and use it as a bag to barely fit the remaining spirit orbs inside. When he arrived at a high slope and looked down, Li Xian stood there dumbfounded. A huge problem lay before him. Where is this? The matter of the interdimensional fusion in Zhanghai City did not attract much attention. The Management Bureau issued a notice the following morning, informing that entrance number 47 to another dimension would be closed for 1 year. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was morning for the citywide competition. Director Xia, which number are we drawing to go on stage? Xinjiu sat on a bench in the players' room, looking quite nervous despite his 190 centimeters height. Xia Lufan looked constipated as she unfolded the slip of paper she had drawn. Number 1. What? But Li Xian hasn't arrived yet. Xinjiu said anxiously. Xia Lufan sighed deeply. As of this morning, the Management Bureau still hasn't found any news about Li Xian. His concern wasn't whether Li Xian could arrive in time, but whether he was still alive. I'll think of a way to get the referees to wait for us for a while. After Xia Lufan finished speaking, she turned around and went to discuss with the referee team. Before long, Xia Lufan returned with the news. They can only wait for us for half an hour. If we don't play by then, it will be considered that we have forfeited. Yan Kiki thought for a moment and asked, so who are our opponents in the first round? The first team from the second high school finished 4th last year, and I heard they've produced 2 more genius students this year, Xia Lufang said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Yang Ki's gaze hardened. Regardless of whether Li Xian can come or not, the 3 of us will go. Xinjiu chimed in, absolutely. I'll take the damage. Yang and Xia can just focus on dealing damage. Xia Qingge didn't respond and silently wiped her sword. Xia Lufang nodded in affirmation, then tentatively asked, you don't blame Li Xian? Yang Kiki was puzzled. Why blame him? Li Xian went to the other dimension alone to improve his strength. Who could have imagined that he would encounter something like that? At this point, her expression dimmed. I wonder how Li Xian is doing. Xinjiu comforted him, don't worry, Li Xian is a lucky guy, he'll be fine. This year's citywide competition had 24 teams from 13 high schools participating. Besides the first middle school, there was another school with relatively weaker strength that only sent 1 team. The competition was divided into 2 groups, A and B. The first middle school was in Group A, and the first round of the competition was held. The competition was held at the city gymnasium and broadcast live to various schools. City leaders value the annual competition highly and all attend as scheduled. Mayor Yang Chuanfu delivered a speech before the competition. After a lot of dawdling, the competition officially began. In the first round of Group A, the second high school team arrived early at the competition venue to warm up. After a long while, the audience in the stands still did not see the first middle school. What happened? Did number 1 middle school forfeit? No way, someone forfeited in the very first match? How are they supposed to compete in the rest? I heard that there are 2 particularly outstanding students in the first team of number 2 middle school this year, one of whom has an exceptionally rare S-level talent. My God, is number 2 middle school aiming for the championship this year? You guys are just bragging. I heard that 4 schools have S-level players on their team rosters this year? How much longer do we have to wait? Why aren't they starting the refund process yet? In the stands, the audience couldn't help but start discussing it. Unable to find their opponents, the coach of the number 2 middle school's first team went to inquire and learned that the opponents were waiting for someone. He informed his teammates of the situation. No way? Someone's late for such an important match, one of the team members asked in surprise. I wonder if it's Yang Kiki or Xiaqinga. If either of them is missing, things will be much easier for us, another member chimed in. What are you afraid of? We have brother Chan and sister Hua this year. Even if there are 8 people on the other side, it won't be enough for us to fight. Ha, right, this year's championship is a sure thing. The 2 spoke in hushed tones, making no mention of Li Xin. The friendly match between Extraordinary High School and the other team was so embarrassing that they kept the news under wraps. The teachers at the first middle school were all in cahoots, demanding that students in each class not talk about what happened that day. This is why many schools have never heard of Li Xin. At this point, the camera position moved to the front of the second middle school. The team members who had previously acted strangely seized the opportunity and made an international friendly gesture towards the camera. Hey, you noobs from number 1 middle school, if you're scared, you'd better admit defeat. His teammates and coach saw this but did not stop him. As a fine tradition of major competitions, trash talking before the game is an essential part of the event. Inside the training ground of the first middle school, all the students in the school sat in the stands, watching the live broadcast on the big screen above their heads. 1-1, what's going on? Why isn't our school's team playing? A first-year high school girl asked her deskmate. I don't know either, maybe something came up and delayed me. Guowen gave a perfunctory reply, her eyes fixed on the large screen. She is quite capable, ranking among the top 3 among the first-year high school students. If she maintains this momentum, she might even be selected for the starting lineup in her senior year of high school. Guowen stared at the screen, waiting for someone to appear. 2 days ago, she learned from her teacher that the senior who had cheated her out of 100 yuan on the first day of school was actually on the starting list. Upon hearing the news, she was both angry and curious, wondering what kind of power such a person possessed. The senior students were in a state of extreme anxiety. To put it bluntly, they were all eliminated by Li Xin and his group, and now they can't even be seen. What's going on? Why hasn't it appeared yet? That shouldn't be the case. Given Li Xin's personality, he should have made a high-profile entrance. Could it be that he deserted his post? Lin Hai got angry when he heard this. Pa! My brother Xin would never do such a thing. If anyone dares to say that again, I'll fight them. Lin Hai glared at the other person, then turned his head and silently prayed, Brother Xin, please don't let anything happen to you. The camera then returns to the city stadium. With 30 minutes almost up, the host started urging the audience to leave. On the podium, Yang Chuanfu was just as anxious. He had fought for that half hour. When he learned that Li Xin was trapped in another dimension, he notified the administration bureau that they must not give up the search. But rules are rules, and he cannot make exceptions for any one person. Especially for the first game, we can't keep everyone waiting too long. If you guys from number 1 middle school don't come out soon, we'll really take it as a forfeit. As the host urged them one last time, the doors to the number 1 middle school's contestant room opened. Xiaqinga walked ahead without hesitation, with Yang Kiki and Xinjiu following closely behind. Upon seeing their opponents, the second middle school team didn't hold back and loudly mocked them. Wow, you guys actually have the nerve to show yourselves? I almost thought you were going to hide like cowards. The 3 ignored each other's sarcasm and headed straight for the competition area. We've been waiting for this moment for ages, and finally they've made their appearance. The host picked up the prepared script and prepared to read it aloud. The team marching towards us now is from number 1 middle school. Their team name is Brother Xin Must. Team? When the host first saw the team name, he thought he had misread it. How could anyone choose such a name? He counted the number of people coming on stage. Brother Xin is definitely on the team. Are you sure there are only 3 of you going on stage? Upon hearing this, everyone who knew the situation looked somber. Xia Lufang sat on a bench by the field, sighing silently. In the end, I still didn't make it. Who said there were only 3 people? A loud voice resounded throughout the stadium. At the gate, a shirtless young man, covered in dust and dirt, was standing there. He carried a bundle wrapped in his shirt in one hand and a palm-sized spirit pearl in the other. His backpack was open, and people around him could see that it was full of spirit pearls. He also had animal scales on his head that looked like a pot lid. Everyone thought a beggar had sneaked in. No, nouveau riche is a more accurate description. Sorry, I'm a little late. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Li Xian scratched his head with the spirit pearl, feeling embarrassed. Well, I think I made it in time, right? Chapter 42. Chow Pai's wife strolls through the vegetable garden. Li Xian's appearance sparked a flurry of discussion among the crowd. The host didn't recognize Li Xian and asked him who he was in front of the audience. Li Xian had to explain for a while before he returned to the group. He shoved his backpack and everything he was carrying into Xia Liufang's arms, and then pulled his shirt back to put it on. Old Xia, you mustn't lose these. I spent 2 whole days getting them. Li Xian instructed him as if he were entrusting him with a precious treasure. At this moment, the 3 team members returned to Xia Liufang's side from the competition area. Xia Lufang felt a chill run down her spine as she looked at the spirit pearl in her arms. So many spirit orbs? People who don't know him might think this kid is a wholesaler of spirit beads. He asked tentatively, so, you didn't come out yesterday because of these spirit orbs? Li Xian nodded readily, that's right. Xia Lufang was so angry that she wanted to throw everything in her arms at Li Xian's face. Do you know how many people are worried about you? Look how many phone calls we've made to you. What? Li Xian pulled out his old-fashioned mobile phone, which he had used for 4 or 5 years. Accompanied by a pleasant startup tone, he quickly scanned through the missed call notifications with only 1% battery remaining. Li Xian put his phone back in his pocket and touched his sore nose. I'm really sorry, I didn't expect to encounter such a special event, and I certainly didn't expect to get lost. Xia Lufang bluntly exposed him, I bet you're not just lost, you're addicted to searching for corpses with your spirit pearls. After saying that, he was about to lash out, but Yang Kiki and Qin Zhou quickly stopped him. Director Xia, it's good that everyone is alright, don't be angry. Yes, Director Xia, it's already very good that Li Xian was able to make it to the competition. The two chatted back and forth, and Yang Kiki winked at Li Xian as she did so. Li Xian immediately chimed in, that's right, Lao Xia. Look, I didn't even go home. I came straight here after leaving the other dimension. The reason I was delayed on the road was because I couldn't get a taxi there, and the bus was also suspended by the management bureau. I was exhausted. Seeing that the other party had a good attitude and that he was covered in dust, Xia Lufang couldn't help but feel sorry for him. After all, Li Xian was just a child. It was already quite an achievement that he survived such a major and unusual event. Xia Lufang composed herself and asked with concern, so how did you get here? Li Xian blinked. My clone carried me all the way here. Xia Lufang? This is what you call being exhausted? I shouldn't have felt sorry for you. Xia Lufang rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Go on, hurry up and finish the competition. Go back and take a shower afterward. All right. Li Xian happily agreed, then turned to his 3 teammates and said, let's go, Brother Xian will definitely lead the team to get our first win in the first battle. Li Xian led the 3 of them toward the competition area. The team from the second middle school lined up early and waited. I was wondering if you guys were waiting for this beggar when you didn't come earlier? The person speaking was named Zhongji, the same one who had given the middle finger to the camera earlier. Faced with the other party's mockery, Li Xian decisively retorted, which toilet door wasn't closed properly? Why does it smell so bad? He glanced at Zhongji and said, oh, so you're from the second middle school. You. Seeing that Zhongji was about to continue, the captain on the other side spoke up to stop him, saying, "Alright, let's get ready to begin." What should have been a quick battle has been dragged out by the other side, which is making him very unhappy. He looked at the referee. The serious team is ready. The referee nodded in response and looked at Li Xian's team. "Brother Xian, who is the team captain? Can we begin?" Li Xian replied, "That's me." "Let's begin." Zhongji seized the opportunity to mock, "Oh, so you're a beggar and a team leader? What? First high school has already given up?" There was nothing that could be done in Zhongji's eyes. Li Xian's attire was just there to make up the numbers. "Stop babbling on and on, don't you know villains die from talking too much?" Li Xian said impatiently to Xia Qingge. "Qingge, keep an eye on him later and beat him to a pulp." Xia Qingge didn't say a word, and with a whoosh, she drew out a 3-foot-long rainbow. The city's medical standards are adequate, and the use of sharpened cold weapons is permitted. As long as they don't kill, it's fine. The cold, sharp edge of the sword, combined with Xia Qingge's attitude, startled Zhongji. "Who are you trying to scare? Haven't you heard of Brother Chen and Sister Hua from the serious team? Watch out, or I'll beat you to a pulp." Zhongji uttered harsh words, but his body subconsciously leaned closer to the captain. As a mere support, he absolutely cannot defeat the strongest melee fighter from the opposing school in a one-on-one fight. Li Xian sneered and didn't reply, waiting for the referee to announce the competition rules. Compete and learn from each other. The winner advances, and the loser is eliminated. The fight continues until one side is completely incapacitated or all members surrender. Killing is not permitted. The first round of matches for Group A begins. As soon as the referee gave the order, Li Xian and his opponent assumed their fighting stances. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, but the four opponents did not make a move for a long time. Li Xian turned his head slightly and found that his three teammates were standing still. He asked, puzzled, "What are you three doing? Are you getting ready to watch the show?" "Xinjiu, you're supposed to protect Coco as we agreed." Xinjiu looked innocent. "When you weren't here, Yang suggested that if you couldn't make it, the three of us would give it our all and try to win the first round. But I made it in time." Li Xian interjected. "Yes, so if you happen to be there, you can go alone." Xia has agreed. After Xinjiu finished speaking, she glanced at Xia Qingge, who sheathed her sword, looking as if it was none of her business. "Hiss, this is blatant revenge." Li Xian protested. Yang Kiki stepped forward, covered her mouth and laughed, "Go quickly, anyway they don't know your skills, so you can steal them every time. Consider this your punishment for being so late." "All right." The four members of the serious team didn't understand what the other side was still discussing, but they didn't want to wait any longer. "Move up, 1-1-3 formation." The captain of the serious team issued an order, taking the lead himself, with the team's tanks protecting the magic-based and support characters. The latter two used ranged skills and support buff skills to provide assistance. This is the most standard squad formation. Li Xian remained calm and composed when faced with the opponent's attack. Upgrade to Gold LV2 Holy Light. The casting range increases to 15 meters, the beam of light expands by nearly 4 meters, and the duration is close to 3 seconds. At this moment, Li Xian was just at the right distance to cast his Holy Light spell. He raised his hand and aimed at the two enemy back row members. Immediately afterward, a beam of light descended rapidly, instantly enveloping Zhongji and another mage. The screams of agony from the burning caused the enemy tank to turn around immediately. Before he could figure out what was happening, another beam of light enveloped him. The Holy Light made its debut on the city stage, and its attack was fatal. Everything happened in an instant. Captain Sirius glanced at his three teammates who had been caught in the crossfire, and a fierce determination formed in his heart. He knew he had to deal with Li Xian as soon as possible to prevent the opponent from using his skill a second time. He activated the spirit map directly, cast a speed-up spell, and rushed towards Li Xian like a ghost. "You're running so fast, I hope you don't fall." "Captain Sirius?" Before he could react, he tripped over his own feet and fell face first into the mud. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Xian threw a beam of holy light at the opponent's head. 2 skills, quadra kill. The holy light only lasts for 3 seconds? No problem, we can refill our cups as many times as we want. Li Xian timed it perfectly, sending out holy light one after another in an orderly manner. Out of spiritual power? It's okay, we have plenty of spirit pearls. Li Xian crushed a spirit pearl in his pocket, replenishing his lost spiritual power. He looked at the effect of his skill, nodded in satisfaction, and felt a pang of regret. To upgrade a bronze level skill to gold, 100 bronze spirit orbs are required for each minor level increase. He only collected a few hundred white monkey spirit pearls this time. If he wants to upgrade his several gold skills to platinum, he will probably have to wait until the 47th alternate dimension is unsealed. For a moment, the screams of the 4 members of the Sirius team echoed throughout the competition area. Hearing their pitiful cries, the referee on the sidelines was unsure whether he should intervene and stop the game. After unleashing several beams of holy light, Li Xian calculated that it was about time and stopped using his skills. The 4 men on the other side collapsed to the ground, their eyes bloodshot and tears streaming down their faces. So, are you still going to fight? Li Xian smiled and approached step by step, raising his hand and making a few seemingly casual gestures in front of him. Apart from their captain, the other 3 immediately shrank their necks and covered their heads with their hands. Seeing this, Li Xian sneered, "You really are like Chao Pai's wife strolling in the vegetable garden." Not far away, Di Zhongji covered his head and asked in confusion, "What does that mean?" Shinji pulls the vegetables. After saying that, Li Xian turned around gracefully and returned to his teammates. Done, that's a wrap. The entire room fell silent. The referee glanced down at the time. 34 seconds? Damn, a seeded team that was poised to win the championship this year got knocked out in 34 seconds? And it was by one person? Chapter 43, Absorbing the Spoils. Chapter 43. The Sirius team really lost face and made a huge blunder this time. The 4 of them had already lost their fighting ability, and even if they still wanted to fight, there were still 3 opponents who hadn't made a move. Inside the VIP high school's competition room, the team members sat on stools, each holding their breath. That's incredible. This is their assessment of Li Xian. Although there may be reasons for not knowing the opponent's skills, the fact that he defeated 4 opponents is undeniable. At that moment, they all had the same thought in their minds. Luckily, we were in Group B, so we didn't run into the first middle school ahead of us. Both Extraordinary High School and Number 2 High School are strong, and both have the potential to compete for a top 3 finish in the city this year. But the fact that both of their teams were wiped out by Li Xian alone speaks volumes. In the players' room, only Lu Zhongshan sneered inwardly. Finally, their school isn't the only one. Inside the training ground of the first middle school. In the areas for first and second year high school students, just like in the city gymnasium, everyone looked incredulous, except for the students in the third year high school area, who looked completely numb. What's wrong? What's wrong? Oh, Li Xian won another one-on-one against a team. Look at you, so unsophisticated. Guo Wen sat in her seat in class 1 of the first year of high school, silently clenching her fists. So strong. One person can destroy an entire team. She also wanted to be as strong as that senior. The various indoor arenas of the city gymnasium. Did you see what skill that person used? Never seen this before, why does it seem a bit domineering? Yes, I did the math. His skill casting range is nearly 15 meters, the casting area is nearly 4 meters, and it's instantaneous. The key is that the light looks very familiar, like holy light? But is holy light used like this? It shouldn't be, right? That kind of area of effect damage skill is at least a gold level skill. And after saying that, Captain Sirius actually tripped and fell. Was it a blessing? A series of murmurs echoed throughout the players' rooms. Finally, everyone reached the same conclusion. I don't understand it at all. I have no idea how the other side won. Li Xian followed Xia Lufang and the others back to the players' room. Director Xia, I think I did a good job, right? Li Xian asked with a smile, eager to take credit. It's alright, it wasn't a waste of time to wait for you. Xia Lufang replied with a straight face, but there was a smile hidden in her eyes. Then I'll be going now, everyone. After saying that, Li Xian retrieved his belongings, then handed the blue-scaled snake scales to Qin Jiao and gave her a few words of advice. Seeing Li Xian about to leave, Xia Lufang asked curiously, "Aren't you going to stay and watch their match?" Li Xian blinked. Is there anything that could threaten our team? Xia Lufang thought about it seriously for a moment, then said, "No." Then that settles it? Li Xian said goodbye to the group and left the players' room. He hadn't showered for several days, and even he couldn't stand the smell on his body. Besides, he's been away from home for several days. His younger sister might miss him. So he needs to get back quickly. Watching Li Xian's retreating figure, Xia Lufang sighed. Never mind, let him be. He originally thought Li Xin was a student with good abilities, but he didn't expect that he had found a gem. They may seem a bit unreliable most of the time, but when it really matters, they are very dependable. Xia Lufang and the remaining 3 team members continued to watch the game, while Li Xin returned home ahead of time. He quietly opened the front door and peeked into the living room, where he saw Lin Yan'er squatting on the sofa looking at her phone, grinning from ear to ear. Several exercise books were scattered haphazardly on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Even from a distance, Li Xin recognized those as the high school freshman preparatory books he had bought. He crouched down and quietly approached Lin Yan'er from behind. "What are you looking at that's so funny?" Lin Yan'er subconsciously replied, "There's an annual Happy Little Golden Man program on Shake Hands, it's so funny, ha." As she laughed, Lin Yan'er realized something was wrong and turned her head away, pausing between laughter. "Brother, when did you get back?" She quickly tucked her phone under her body and laughed awkwardly. "Ha, I was worried you'd miss me. I came back as soon as the competition was over." Li Xin was angry and looked at the exercise book. He opened the first book, it was empty. The second book, brand new. The third book. Li Xin slammed the notebook shut. "You could give this workbook to any first-year high school student." Lin Yan'er lowered her head, revealing a wronged expression. "Brother, you're not going to test my knowledge of classical Chinese poetry again, are you?" "Test your knowledge of classical Chinese poetry?" Li Xin was overwhelmed by thoughts of karaoke, left hand, and right hand. "If I test you on classical poetry again, it'll drive me crazy." After saying that, he ran to retrieve the golden spirit pearl of the blue-scaled serpent. "Here, this is for you. When the time comes to awaken the spirit map, see if you can absorb any skills from it." Li Xin handed over the spirit pearl expressionlessly, and Lin Yan'er stared at it with shining eyes. "Wow! Bro, this must be a golden spirit pearl. I see golden ripples inside the pearl." Lin Yan'er was overjoyed and hugged Lingzhu tightly. They didn't mind the dirt, they held it in their arms and touched and wiped it. Li Xin snorted coldly, "What a pathetic thing to be proud of, it's just a golden spirit pearl. When your brother becomes stronger, he'll go out and catch gold-level creatures every day to dig out spirit pearls for you. My brother is so good. My brother is so great." Lin Yan'er happily praised Li Xin a couple of times, then stared at Lingzhu with a lovesick expression, muttering to herself. "If we sell this, we'll have money to buy everything during Wang Zheqi's next livestream." "Li Xin? You're selling the spirit orb I painstakingly obtained by defeating monsters?" Li Xin flicked his sister's forehead. "Don't get any funny ideas. I'll take you to school for an awakening test after the new year." Lin Yan'er reluctantly gave an "oh," then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, brother, how did the competition go?" "No problem." Li Xin gave a victory sign. After chatting for a while, Li Xin went to take a shower first. He barely slept for several days in the alternate dimension. He needs a nice bath and a good night's sleep. Once back in his room, Li Xin opened his backpack. Busy running around in the other dimension, he hasn't yet gone to absorb the spirit orbs of other creatures. These belong to the green-skinned snakes, these to the bloodbirds, these to the withered rats. He categorized the spirit pearls according to their characteristics and arranged them on the table. If someone else saw this, they would think he had stolen some kind of magical treasure vault. He possesses all the spirit orbs of the beings from the 2 different dimensions before and after their fusion. Now Li Xin is going to test which spirit orbs, once absorbed, can grant him new skills. The first one is the green snake. Li Xin crushed the spirit pearl, but after waiting for a long time, there was no system notification. Undeterred, he moved on to the next one. "You're the one, blood bird spirit pearl." The system seems to have suddenly crashed, there's no response at all. "It's alright, the third one is from the withered rat." Li Xin crushed more than 10 spirit orbs in a row, but failed to acquire any new skills. He was somewhat speechless and turned his gaze to the last type of spirit orb. That was produced by the creatures that broke into the alternate dimension of Jianhai City after the fusion. He muttered to himself, "Could I be this unlucky? Not a single one?" Li Xin looked at the spirit pearl, the size of a soybean, in his hand, placing all his hopes on it. He remembered that this was the spirit pearl of another being from another dimension, an 8-eyed spider. Ding, detected. Li Xin was very excited. "It's here." Chapter 44. Are you planning to fight poison with poison? Ding, skill detected. Spiritual energy absorption bronze has a reverse attribute. Each attack on a target also incurs a slight drain on spiritual energy. The word absorb can be replaced with give. Ding, skill, hunting silver has a reverse attribute detected. If the character remains stationary for more than 5 seconds, the next attack will deal increased damage. You can change the position from stationary to running. Ding, skill detected, poison injection bronze has a reverse attribute. To poison the target. The diagnosis of poisoning can be changed to detoxification. The absorption conditions are met. Should we combine the absorptions? Li Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he almost snapped out of his meditative state. 1 bead, 3 skills. That's a steal. He was in a great mood and had completely forgotten about the fact that the spirit orb hadn't used a single skill. Li Xian quickly began to think about the characteristics of the 3 skills after their reversals. The first one is clearly support-oriented according to the description. It's a status skill that restores spiritual energy to teammates. He now has many spirit pearls, so he basically doesn't need to worry about not having any spiritual power. However, if any team member runs out of spiritual energy in the future, it can be replenished in time. The second one is similar to a buff skill. It increases damage when you run. Li Xian already had a mental image of using this skill. He was being chased and attacked, so he retaliated with a hunting move. Ron. Li Xian wanted to slap himself. Why was he thinking about being chased? He should be thinking about chasing others. The more they chase, the more ferocious they become. The third detoxification method seems useless, since awakened individuals at higher levels have very strong constitutions and can decompose certain toxins on their own. There are also antidotes available on the market. But Li Xian knew that many of the other dimensions in the south were home to many powerful poisonous insects and plants. Even among the awakened ones over there is a special school that absorbs poison-based skills. I just don't know if this skill can cure those poisons. Li Xian chose yes without hesitation. Spiritual Energy Absorption Bronze LV1 grants a small amount of spiritual energy with each attack. Hunting Silver LV1, if you are running for more than 5 seconds, your next attack will deal increased damage. Poison Injection Bronze LV1 cures the target from poison. As the system notified him that the absorption was successful, a new silver white dot lit up in Li Xian's spiritual diagram. He counted the remaining 8-eyed spider spirit orbs on the table. Bronze LV1, 10 pieces to upgrade to silver, 110 pieces to upgrade to gold. That's enough. We still have more than 10 left. Forget sleeping, let's level up. As if he didn't care about the spirit pearls, Li Xian crushed them one by one. He only wanted to improve his skill level and dared not absorb the spiritual energy inside, for fear of overdosing on it and killing himself. Li Xian squeezed for a full hour, until his fingers ached. I finally upgraded all 3 skills to the gold level. At this point, apart from the skill to summon the black iron egg, which is silver 1, the other 8 skills are all gold 1. Li Xian was secretly delighted. With this skill set, even college students would be impressed, right? Before going to sleep, Li Xian wanted to find someone to test the effects of his new skill. He thought for a moment, then took out his old-fashioned mobile phone and dialed a number. Hey Lao Hai, are you free tonight? Li Xian woke up in the evening. There weren't many vegetables in the refrigerator, so he went to the market to buy some more and returned to the kitchen to prepare a meal. A short while later, Lin Hai knocked on Li Xian's door. After entering the house, Lin Hai couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Xian, what made you think of inviting me to your house for dinner today?" Li Xian laughed heartily, "We're all good buddies, what's the big deal?" Lin Hai was deeply moved upon hearing this. In the other person's heart, he was finally recognized as a brother. "Brother Xian, you were so cool today. I watched your match at the school training ground, and you took on 4 opponents all by yourself. Oh dear, just a little water. Brother Xian, you don't know, the other side took advantage of your absence to give the middle finger to the camera at the beginning. That's just the tactic of the week." After the two boasted to each other for a while, Li Xian told Lin Hai to sit at the dining table and wait. "Please sit down, the food will be ready in a little while." He called his sister over to chat with Lin Hai about his classmates, and then went to the kitchen to busy himself. Lin Yener sat down opposite Lin Hai, carrying a steaming bowl of instant noodles. The latter asked in confusion, "Hey, your brother's making dinner, why are you still eating instant noodles?" Lin Yener said seriously, "It's nothing, I just like eating instant noodles at night." Oh. Lin Hai was suspicious, but ultimately didn't say anything more. He didn't have to wait long before Li Xian brought out a large plate of steaming hot fishball soup. Here comes the first dish, enoki mushroom and fishball soup. Li Xian introduced the dish. Really, I love eating fish balls and enoki mushrooms. Lin Hai said politely, then looked down at the plate and froze in his seat. Isn't this design a bit too unique? Why don't you put your enoki mushrooms in the soup instead of sticking them in the fish balls? The key is that they are inserted so evenly, with enoki mushrooms all around the fish balls, making them look like little viruses. Seeing that Lin Hai was not eating, Li Xian urged, "Eat up, what's wrong with your taste?" "No, that's not it." Lin Hai asked tentatively, "Brother Xian, have I done something to offend you?" "No, what are you thinking? I just wanted to invite you over for a meal." Lin Hai looked into Li Xian's clear eyes, struggled with his thoughts for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth, picked up a chopstick, and put it in his mouth. "It's alright, it doesn't seem poisonous. The pieces look like they were boiled in plain water. Why does it have no flavor at all?" Li Xian nodded with satisfaction, and then brought out plates of dishes from the kitchen. "These are chicken wings, braised chicken head, steamed pig intestine stuffed with durian, red pepper stir-fried with green pepper, and I'll also serve you a bowl of rice porridge. For dishes, 1 soup, and 1 porridge, with both meat and vegetables. Come and have a taste." Lin Hai looked at the table and swallowed. "What are these Finda chicken wings? Are they a modified version of cola chicken wings? It's so green, it must taste like green apple." Braised chicken heads are made by braising chicken heads and then arranging them on a plate with the heads facing upwards. What are you staring at? Gazing at the stars? Steamed pig intestines are one thing, but why is it stuffed with durian? If it wasn't washed properly, how could it possibly mask the smell? Brother Xian, your costs are a bit too high. There's also red chili peppers stir-fried with green chili peppers. Is it because they really have no other vegetables to stir-fry, and they're just starting to fudge the food? I must have done something to offend you, Brother Xian. You're definitely going to poison me, aren't you? Right? Lin Hai was internally ranting, but he couldn't say it out loud in front of Li Xian, so he turned his gaze to the pot of porridge. "Well, I'd like to have a bowl of porridge first," Lin Hai said with an awkward smile. "The porridge should be fine, right? I can drink more porridge." But he still underestimated the darkness of tonight's meal. When Li Xian presented a bowl of blue, steaming rice porridge, Lin Hai couldn't sit still any longer. He has to get out, or he'll be poisoned to death here tonight. The thought popped into Lin Hai's mind, but Li Xian looked at him with a smile, holding the electric light in his hand. "Old Hai, you have to finish it all, don't waste it. I hate wasteful people more than anything in my life." Holy crap! Brother Xian, you didn't even try to hide anything from me. Are you trying to break my heart? He finally understood why Li Xian's sister only ate instant noodles for dinner. Half an hour later. Lin Hai looked at the dishes he had devoured on the table, covered his mouth, ran to the bathroom, and vomited violently. Under Li Xian's threatening gaze, he dared not refuse to eat, and had to keep saying how delicious it was while eating. After he finished vomiting and came out of the toilet, he felt completely weak. "Old Hai, what's wrong?" Li Xian asked as he approached with concern. Lin Hai replied weakly, "Brother Xian, I think I have food poisoning. Please take me to the hospital quickly." Poisoned? Li Xian was taken aback at first, then quickly pulled Lin Hai back to the dining table. "Wait a moment, I'll prepare an antidote for you. You'll feel better after taking it." As he spoke, Li Xian handed him an empty bowl. Lin Hai felt a warmth in his heart. Sure enough, it was Brother Xian who cared about him and didn't mean to kill him. But when he saw Li Xian's fist clenched, hovering above the empty bowl, immediately, drops of an unidentified purple liquid flowed from between the other person's fingers and fell into the bowl. Lin Hai realized that he was really wrong. This is hardly an antidote. This is real poison. Seeing Li Xian place half a bowl of purple liquid in front of him, Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xian, are you planning to fight fire with fire?" Chapter 45, Is it because you can't afford to play? Around 9 p.m., Li Xian saw off the swaying Lin Hai. "Take care, Lao Hai, and welcome back next time." Upon hearing this, Lin Hai's legs stopped trembling and he quickly ran away. Li Xian returned to the kitchen, threw away all the leftovers from tonight, and made himself a bowl of instant noodles. This meal cost him a huge sum, at least equivalent to a week's worth of food expenses for him and his sister. He spent the whole night with Lin Hai, not only testing the antidote effects of the injected poison, but also testing the absorption of spiritual energy under the pretext of exercising after dinner. The skill does not require spiritual power to activate. The effect of granting spiritual power can be applied to his fist or to the lightning chain. From now on, he can heal others while simultaneously replenishing his mana, killing two birds with one stone. Li Xian also discovered that although the effect of gifting spiritual power was not strong at first, it could increase with the number of times it was given. For example, if he throws punches at Lin Hai repeatedly, the faster the punches are, the more obvious the effect of the spiritual energy he bestows will be. During this time, Lin Hai stopped him once, saying that if he sent him more spiritual energy, he would be bursting from the spiritual energy. The hunting skills are still untested. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Li Xian arrived at the city stadium an hour early. This morning was the round of 12-6, where the top 3 from groups A and B were determined. The afternoon session will begin with round-robin matches in each group, where each team will compete against the other 2 teams. The winning side gets 1 point, and the losing side gets no points. The 2 teams with the highest scores will advance to tomorrow's semifinals. To prevent his younger sister from spending another day playing on her phone at home, Li Xian made an unprecedented decision to take her out, and they went to the gymnasium together. "Wow, brother, you're competing in such a huge stadium!" Li Nianer exclaimed as soon as she entered the stadium. Li Xian felt a pang of sadness. Since her sister fell ill, she hadn't brought her to the gymnasium even once. "Okay, you and I will go to the players' room first. Old Xia is there, let him take a look at you first." "Okay, bro." When the 2 entered the players' room, they found several teammates and Xia Lufang waiting inside. Li Xian greeted everyone warmly. "Gentlemen, so early. Good morning, brothers, sisters, and uncles." Li Nianer greeted them one by one with her sweet words. Yan Ke saw Li Nianer following her and hugged her tightly. "Nianer, why are you out today?" Yang Kiki asked curiously, knowing her situation. "I haven't had an attack in a long time. My brother was worried that I would get bored at home alone, so he brought me here to get some fresh air." As Li Nianer spoke, she winked at Li Xian and made up a reason. Li Xian walked up to Xia Lufang and whispered, "Old Xia, my sister is here. Why don't you check on her for me?" Seeing that it was still early, Xia Lufang agreed. "Okay." He called Li Nianer aside. They had met in the ward before, but had not formally introduced themselves. "Your name is Li Nianer, right? I'm your brother's grade head." Xia Lufang combed her hair that was covering her head and introduced herself. "Hello, Director Xia, I often hear my brother mention you. He says you are the best teacher in the whole school, without a doubt." Upon hearing this, Xia Lufang thought, this little girl is quite perceptive. "Ahem, since I have this opportunity, let me get to know you a little." Xia Lufang coughed lightly, thought for a moment, and then continued to ask. "What are your hobbies and interests?" "Hobbies?" She can't exactly say that she enjoys playing on her phone, can she? Li Nianer thought for a moment. "I quite like classical Chinese poetry." "Oh? Then I'll test you." Xia Lufang became interested as she listened. That was an unexpected answer. Children her age are all thinking about how to become awakened beings and researching various skills. When Li Nianer heard that she was going to be tested again, she was in a real bind. Why do adults like to test children? Just as she was about to refuse, Xia Lufang began to recite the first half of the poem. "A bosom friend afar brings a distant land near." What is the next line? Xia Lufang regretted what she said. Although the poem wasn't beyond the scope of the curriculum, it was such a famous poem that the other person shouldn't be unable to answer it. He should ask something a little more difficult. After hesitating for a while, Li Nianer read out the second half of the sentence under Xia Lufang's expectant gaze. "My confidant is old Wang, but he's got a green hat? Xia Lufang? What is all this?" Xia Lufang wondered if the other party hadn't seen it yet, so she asked a simpler question. "The fragrance of rice blossoms heralds a bountiful harvest? Quack 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 quack? Xia Lufang? Isn't it supposed to be a chorus of frogs?" Xia Lufang asked tentatively. Li Nianer blinked her big eyes. "Isn't it the same thing?" Good heavens! Xia Lufang thought to himself, "Wow. He's just like his brother. This level of skill is unmatched." They were talking behind Li Xian's back, so Li Xian couldn't hear what they were saying. When Xia Lufang returned to Li Xian's side with a constipated expression, the latter greeted her with a smile. "Old Xia, how's my sister? Is she a good student? I make her study at home every day." Xia Lufang glared at him, then croaked, croak 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 croak. Li Xin? Li Xin turned his head and saw that Li Nianer was trying to slip away, so he grabbed her arm. What did Lao Xia ask you? Li Nianer said, feeling wronged, he made me memorize ancient poems. Li Xin, huh? Old Xia, aren't you just walking into the line of fire? The pre-match adjustment period ended in a farce. Li Xin and his team began preparing for the morning's match, but there wasn't much to prepare. Their opponent this morning was a private school called Deyang High School. Their strength is only at the upper middle level in the city, mainly because their school is the second team, while the first team was assigned to Group B. The two sides drew lots and will compete in the second match today. Li Xin was bored in the players' room, watching the live broadcast on the TV screen. The two sides were currently fighting in the first match. The two sides were evenly matched, and after a fierce battle, the team dressed in yellow uniforms won the final victory. During the 10-minute break, the shouts of the organizer's staff could be heard outside the athlete's booth. Brother Xin is definitely on the team, get ready to go on stage. Xia Lufang responded with a sentence and led several team members to the edge of the competition area. Is there a problem with today's match? Xia Lufang asked, her eyes clearly fixed on Li Xin. Feeling the other person's gaze, Li Xin chuckled and said, playing around is fine, but don't joke about the competition. All right. Xia Lufang stood in the middle of the group and began to arrange the tactics. Li Xion's ability should not be revealed too much for the time being. It's best to save them for later and surprise him. The opponent is not strong, and we have a high chance of winning, but we should not underestimate them. We'll follow the standard 1-1-3 formation. Xinjiu, you're in charge of protecting Yang Kiki's safety. Yes. Xiaqinga, you're in charge of dealing with that mage in the opponent's back row. I watched their last match, and that mage is pretty strong. Xiaqinga nodded. Yang Kiki, you're in charge. Xia Lufang spoke for nearly 10 minutes, until her throat was dry. He reluctantly ended the performance only after his opponent had already stepped onto the stage. Seeing the confidence in the eyes of the four members of the team, he felt smug. Even though he's old, he was a big shot back in the day. At his peak, he coached a team that won third place in a national competition. Xia Lufang felt that they had a very good chance of making it into the national competition again today. Go ahead, follow the plan, and do your best, Xia Lufang said as a final instruction. Li Nianer followed on the side, waving her little fist, go, big brother and sister. Come on. As the four stepped onto the competition stage, the audience's enthusiasm was ignited. That guy from yesterday, you were so handsome, I want to have your babies. Here they come. It's Brother Xion's team. Today's opponents aren't very strong. Can they take on 4 opponents again? Even Li Xian didn't expect that his popularity would soar after yesterday's competition. In response to the cheers of the audience, Li Xian first raised 3 fingers, and then raised 1 finger. 3 minutes, 1 person, done. His almost arrogant remarks angered the contestants from Deyang High School. Kid, I advise you not to speak too confidently, or you'll be proven wrong later, the captain of Deyang High School's second team stepped forward and responded. Li Xian was about to retort when he was immediately interrupted. 3 minutes left, 1 person? You think you're so great, referee? He turned to the referee and shouted, we concede. After saying that, he led his team of 3 off the competition stage without looking back. Li Xian was left standing there, bewildered. Li Xian? How could you be so cruel as to slap me in the face like this? Xia Lufang, standing on the sidelines, looked completely bewildered. What is that? I devised so many tactics, and you just gave up? Are you a sore loser? Chapter 46 The Physique for Making Others Admit Defeat. Deyang High School didn't feel there was anything wrong with conceding defeat. In fact, it was something they had decided to do before even taking the field. The 4 of them were just there for show, but the teacher pushed them to participate in the competition. The other team, the second best high school team, got beaten so badly. Wouldn't it be a waste for them to go up there? Rather than getting beaten to the point of vomiting blood, it's better to suffer less and at least have a chance to show some toughness. The captain of Deyang's second team couldn't see it as a loss. Li Xian and the others didn't care, as long as they advanced. Playing one less game will save them some energy. Only the audience in the stadium was unhappy. Refund. Refund. I came to see Brother Xion's team crush the opponent, not to see them admit defeat. I've never seen anything like this before in my life. It has to be you, Dayang High School. I'm so glad my child didn't go to school there. The audience's voices rose and fell, but they did not affect the final verdict in the slightest. XINGE's team is sure to advance to the top 3 in the group stage, and the round-robin tournament will begin this afternoon. Lee Xin and the others returned to the players' room. With nothing else to do, they waited for the next round of the competition to end. Lee Xin moved closer to Xia Lufang and said, "Old Xia, I think you should thank me?" Xia Lufang was taken aback. "What makes you say that?" Of course, Lee Xin wouldn't say that he hadn't been a good person much lately and hadn't earned many good person points. He's still worried that Yin Yang reversal is only at LV2, and he needs 1000 good person points to upgrade to the next level. Currently, I only have 180 good points in the system, and it will be a long time before I can level up. Lee Xin sat upright, his face serious, and said, "Think about it, if I hadn't performed so bravely yesterday, would they have admitted defeat so readily today?" Xia Lufang nodded, "That's right. That's right, this is called subduing the enemy without fighting. Doesn't it save our team a lot of trouble? If I make things easier for the team, doesn't that mean I make things easier for you? Shouldn't you thank me?" Xia Lufang disagreed. It's true that the other side conceded defeat, but you need to think long-term about how to save yourself the trouble. Come on, go wherever you want. Seeing that he refused, Lee Xin looked sincerely at the other person's profile and said, "Old Xia, I've noticed you're getting younger and younger, and your hair is even thicker." Xia Lufang was delighted to hear this. "Really? I've also felt pretty good these past couple of days, and my hair hasn't fallen out much when I shower." "Thanks." Ding, thank you received, plus 10 good guy points. Lee Xin chuckled to himself, "You think you can outsmart me? There's no wool I can't get." Having earned 10 good points, Lee Xin got up and went to Yang Keek's side. "Coco, I think you should thank me?" Yang Kiki asked innocently, "Why?" Lee Xin said seriously, "Think about it, didn't you guys not even lift a finger in these 2 matches?" Yang Kiki nodded. "This is the first time you've participated in such a comfortable match, isn't it? You should thank me." Yang Kiki thought about it and realized that what he said seemed to make sense. "All right, thank you Lee Xin, you've worked hard." Ding, thank you received, plus 10 good guy points. "Coco, you're amazing. You are the best in the whole world." Shinjo watched Lee Xin's subtle actions and listened to his conversation with the 2 men, feeling utterly confused. "What are you doing? There's nothing to thank me for. The problem is that they're both too easily fooled." Shinjo pretended to ignore them and quietly moved further away from them. Lee Xin was overjoyed. He had earned 200 good points, bringing him 1/5 of his goal to completion. He chatted with Yang Kiki for a while longer, then got up and sat down next to Shinjo. "Shinjo, I think you should thank me." Shin Wine? With the conclusion of the 3rd match in Group A, the morning's matches came to an end. The 3 teams participating in the afternoon competition are Xin Gui Ding Team, Tanma Team from No. 4 Middle School, and Shanguang Team from Jinyu Private High School. The teams that made it to this round are not weak and have the strength to compete for the top 3. Lee Xin and his group's strength goes without saying. Originally, the schools and even the audience did not have high hopes for No. 1 Middle School. After all, its performance in recent years has not been very good. But ever since Lee Xin defeated 4 opponents yesterday, eliminating the championship favorites, the 2nd middle school's first team, their popularity has skyrocketed. Nothing else happened. After their lunch break, the group arrived at the players' room early to wait. At 1 p.m., the match schedule for the group stage round robin was released, and Lee Xin and his team would have to play 2 matches in a row. Normally, this situation would be a huge test of the athlete's physical strength and endurance. Xia Lufang wasn't worried at all. He stood up, looked at the 4 team members, and encouraged them. "Dear students, if we win just one more game, we can advance to the semifinals tomorrow, and maybe even participate in the provincial competition. Do you have confidence?" "Yes." Only Shinjo responded. Lee Xin stared at Xia Lufang, blinked, and remained silent. Yang Kiki was chatting with Lin Yenner, and the 2 girls were laughing and talking. Xia Qingge didn't even look up, continuing to wipe her sword. Xia Lufang felt somewhat embarrassed and sighed inwardly. "What unique students I've taught." He mustered his last bit of stubbornness and the authority of the great head. Hey, can't you 3 at least cooperate a little?" Lee Xin replied, "Old Xia, it's not that we're not cooperating with you, it's that what you're saying isn't true at all." "What do you mean?" Xia Lufang asked, puzzled. Li Xin cleared his throat. If you said that we made it to the semifinals, we'd treat everyone to a big meal, see how they respond. After saying that, he looked at young Kiki and said, Kiki, if you win, you'll get a big meal. A big meal? Great. Young Kiki said happily. Lin Yenner, standing beside her, muttered softly, Can I go too? Li Xin patted his chest and said, Sure, no problem. He then looked at Xia Chinga, Lao Xia is treating us to dinner since we beat him, are you coming? Xia Chinga didn't look up, only saying one word, go. Li Xin turned to Xia Lufang smugly and said, See? Stop making empty promises to young people and show us something real. He crossed one leg and said meaningfully, A big pancake used to fill you up, but now it's not enough to satisfy your hunger, Lao Xia. Xia Lufang's forehead vein throbbed. Okay, let's go out for a big meal tonight. Everyone go, I'll pay. Old Xia is awesome. Long live Old Xia. After the jokes and laughter subsided, the staff came to the players' room to urge them to start. Li Xin took the lead, with the others following behind him. In their first match of the afternoon, their opponent was the Shining team from Jinhua Private High School. Li Xin vaguely remembered that the opposing team was the one wearing yellow clothes that morning. They went to the sidelines to warm up, but the Flash team didn't come out. Xia Lufang called over a staff member and asked, What's going on? Where are the people on the other side? The staff member looked bewildered. I don't know. I'll go ask. A short while later, the staff member brought the message to the referee. The two whispered to each other for a moment, and then the referee announced, Team Flash forfeits this match, and Team Xian will win. Xia Lufang, what? You admit defeat? He never expected happiness to come so suddenly. We're guaranteed to advance to the semi-finals tomorrow. With the Flash team forfeiting, the match skipped directly to the second game. It just so happens to be Li Xian's team's match. The group warmed up again and waited for the Pegasus team members. Not long after, the staff member in charge of urging the opposing team to move along ran to the referee. After exchanging a few words, the referee announced again. Tianma team forfeits this match, XINGE's team will definitely win. Xia Lufang? Has he given up again? He suddenly remembered the monthly exam he had taken before. The proctor in charge of Li Xian's test at that time had reported this to him. Several students surrendered before they even fought Li Xian. Xia Lufang glanced at Li Xian suspiciously. What, you have the ability to make your opponent admit defeat? Chapter 47 You're fixing the match. Xia Lufang was puzzled, so she went to the head of the grade at the 4th middle school on her own. What's wrong with you guys? You're forfeiting the city-wide competition? The other grade director, Sun Wang, silently rolled his eyes at him. Your school has struck gold. They've come here to amuse themselves? Xia Lufang quickly explained, Old Sun, what you're saying, I really don't understand. Sun Wang snorted coldly, your team originally had Xia Chinga and Yang Kiki, which is normal. Every team has two strong players. Now Li Xian suddenly appears, and he even defeated 4 opponents in one go. How much better is our school than the 2nd middle school? Xia Lufang smiled sheepishly and said, That's because they didn't know Li Xian's skills, so they suffered a loss. Come on, Sun Wang retorted immediately. It's just giving up one game. As long as we beat the Flash team, we'll still advance, right? And they can also fight the Flash in better condition. Xia Lufang thought about it and realized that it made sense. He then privately approached the head of the grade at Dayang High School and received the same answer. It's just giving up one game. As long as we beat the Pegasus team, we'll still qualify, right? Xia Lufang even suspected that the two of them had conspired to use the same excuse. The third match between Pegasus team and Flash team began soon. After a fierce battle, both sides gave it their all, fighting until only one person remained on each side. The Pegasus team has only melee fighters left, while the Flash team has only magic-based fighters left. Normally, in a one-on-one fight between melee and magic-based characters, melee characters have a better chance of winning, so the Flash team should be doomed. The outcome was surprisingly unexpected. The Flash team's mage, with a wood-type crowd control skill, managed to control and kill the opponent's melee fighter. The teams advancing to the semi-finals from Group A have now been determined. Brother Xian's team and the Flash team. Li Xian and his friends, who had advanced to tomorrow's competition early, had nothing to do. They watched the third match from the sidelines, while Group B was only playing its second match. How boring, Lao Xia, shall we go eat? Li Xian suddenly said. Xia Lufang asked in surprise. It's only 4 o'clock, and you're already hungry? Li Xian rubbed his stomach and said, yeah, I've been warming up all day, and my stomach is growling. Xia Lufang? How could you say that? Seeing that Xia Lufang disagreed, Li Xian looked at his younger sister. Nianer, are you hungry? Li Nianer looked impatient. I'm hungry, let's go have a big meal. She was quite bored by the end of the day. I was originally going to watch my brother's match, but he didn't win a single game and advanced. Besides, having a big meal is definitely better than eating instant noodles at home. Old Xia, my sister is hungry too, let's go, Li Xian pleaded again. Okay, let's go then. Xia Lufang gave a shout and drove the group to a very famous restaurant in Zhanghai City. Since it wasn't lunchtime yet, there were almost no customers in the restaurant, so they chose to sit in a small private room. Xia Lufang pushed the menu to Li Xian. Hey, take a look and see what you want to eat, then order. Li Nianer was the first to raise her hand. I want scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 2 plates. Li Xian pressed her hand down. 1 plate is enough. The plates in restaurants are all very big, you can't finish 2 plates. Okay. Li Nianer nodded obediently in agreement. Li Xian drew a check mark on the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and pushed the menu to Qinzhou. I'm not very good at ordering either, you order. It's still too early, I'm not very hungry. Apart from Li Xian and his sister, the others didn't have big appetites and didn't order much food. Before long, the waiter started serving the dishes. The first dish served was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Li Nianer stared at the delicate little plate in front of her, pouted and complained, Brother, didn't you say that the portions at restaurants are always very big? Li Xian awkwardly touched his nose. Maybe his old hen had a difficult birth and died before laying all the eggs. Xia Lufang silently watched the scene before her, a pang of sadness in her heart. He knew about Li Xian's family situation. His parents disappeared, and his younger sister fell ill. He supported his family by working part-time while studying. Don't let Li Xian's carefree and cheerful demeanor fool you, it's really not easy for a teenager like him. He excused himself to go to the restroom, then went around to the waiter and instructed, bring me all your signature dishes. Xia Lufang asked for a bottle of erguo, a type of Chinese liquor, for himself. He was genuinely happy. This year is estimated to be the year that their number 1 high school has the best chance of participating in the national competition. This meal took a long time. After a few drinks, Xia Lufang started telling them some interesting stories from her school days. Li Xian and Qinzhou listened to the conversation intermittently. Yang Kiki and Li Nianer seemed to have endless topics to talk about, from what kind of beans to what kind of powders. Li Xian felt that the two of them were like cooks. Xiao Qingge rarely put down her sword, but sat at the dining table in a daze, occasionally taking a bite of food. The group of people at the table were enjoying themselves immensely. After a satisfying meal, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Xia Lufang was a little drunk, and Qinzhou helped him to the front desk to pay the bill, with Li Xian following behind. Just then, the door to the next private room opened, and a young man with blonde hair walked out. Li Xian didn't recognize him, so he voluntarily made room for him. When the blonde-haired boy saw Li Xian's face, he perked up. Hey, aren't you that beggar from number 1 middle school? The blonde-haired guy said bluntly. Li Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? The blonde-haired guy crossed his arms and said arrogantly, I heard you guys throw matches and pay the opposing players to admit defeat? Li Xian was displeased. Do you have any evidence? What a joke. Do you need evidence? Have you ever seen a team forfeit in a city-wide competition? And you've encountered 2 of them? Li Xian felt that the other party was being unreasonable, and at the same time guessed which school team the blonde-haired boy should be from. He wasn't going to pay any more attention to them, so he rolled his eyes at the other person and tried to leave. Unexpectedly, the blonde-haired guy grabbed his arm and said, Don't go. Tell me how much your school charges? How about I talk to my school and ask them to pay double the amount to your school? Xia Lufang, who was walking ahead, was the first to notice the commotion. She turned around and asked, Li Xian, shall we go? Coming right now, Li Xian replied loudly, then turned to the blonde-haired man and said coldly, Let go. Hey, I'm not letting go. Go ahead and do it if you dare. Faced with the other party's provocative manner, Li Xian felt a wave of nausea. How were people like that selected for the competition? Don't competitors need to consider their character? He didn't want to cause trouble before the match, but he couldn't actually use his skills. For a moment, Li Xian was in a difficult position. Xia Lufang, who had been waiting at the door for a long time without Li Xian coming out, said to Xia Qingge, who was standing at the door, "Xia, go and see what's going on." Xia Qingge didn't say anything and silently returned to the hotel, where she saw Li Xian being grabbed by the arm. Li Xian also noticed the other person and suddenly looked aggrieved. "Qingge, he bullied me." Without saying a word, Xia Qingge drew her long sword with a whoosh. The blonde-haired boy was startled and instinctively pulled his hand back. He could tell from Xia Qingge's eyes that this crazy woman was really going to attack ahead of time. Taking the opportunity, Li Xian withdrew his arm, gave the blonde-haired boy a look that said "I'm trash," and left with Xia Qingge without looking back. The blonde-haired guy's anger flared up the moment he saw the last glance the man gave him before leaving. "Remember this, I am Liang Nianban from the 3rd middle school. I will beat you to death on the field tomorrow." Just before leaving, Xia Qingge spoke up for the first time, asking in a low voice, "How are you? Did he hurt you?" Faced with Xia's usual aloof concern, Li Xian was somewhat at a loss. "It's okay. Didn't he say he's from the 3rd middle school? You can help me beat him up tomorrow." Xia Qingge nodded slightly and did not continue speaking. Li Xian, however, could tell from the expression on her profile that Xia Qingge might actually be serious. He secretly chuckled to himself. "Liang Nianban, right? I'm afraid you'll be facing a female warrior tomorrow." Chapter 48, The Goddess of Summer Unleashes Her Power. The citywide semi-finals began early the next morning. The participating teams are number 1 Middle School and Dayang High School in Group A, and number 3 Middle School and Fifan High School in Group B. The semi-final rules are simple: each group draws one team from the opposing group to compete against the other. The winner gets 1 point, and the loser gets no points. After the first round, the winning teams from the two groups will compete against each other, with the winner advancing directly to the afternoon finals. The losing teams compete against each other, with the losers being eliminated and the winners and the teams that failed in the second round advancing to the third round. The winner advances to the finals regardless of previous results, while the loser becomes the third-place winner. The city stadium was packed with people, as the schools of the 4 teams brought their students to the venue to cheer on the athletes. The senior students of number 1 high school took a day off for this event, and some high-achieving students from the first and second years of high school were also brought by their teachers to watch the game. Li Xian and his team arrived at the players' room to await the draw results. Not long after, Xia Lufang jogged back and announced, "It's out. The first round is against Extraordinary Middle School." "Oh," Li Xian replied casually. He felt a little regretful that he hadn't run into the blonde guy from last night in the first game. "But it's an extraordinary high school." Inside the Extraordinary High School's competition room. "Damn, how did I run into those guys from number 1 middle school?" Sun Yan exclaimed in surprise. "What's the big deal?" "They made it to the semifinals, so they were bound to meet again," Wang Lingling replied dismissively. "All right, stop arguing," Lu Zhongshan said, turning to look at Captain Xiao Haomiao. "Xiao, come here for a moment." Lu Zhongshan called him aside and whispered, "Student Xiao, I need to discuss something with you." Xiao Haomiao understood what he was going to say and asked first, "Does he mean we should concede first, like the other teams in Group A?" "Yes," Lu Zhongshan explained. "I thought about it last night. Dayang Middle School is not as strong as us, nor as strong as the 3rd Middle School Espuatao team. In a match between them, regardless of the outcome, both sides will definitely lose some strength. We concede defeat. Although we lose 1 point on the surface, we have a much better chance of winning against Dayang High School. Plus, Watao team will definitely have to face Xia Liufang's team. We'll see then." Xiao Haomiao looked somewhat dejected and nodded, saying, "I understand, I'll listen to you, teacher." Sigh. Lu Zhongshan sighed deeply. He was well aware of the young man's nature. But this is a competition, which requires not only strength but also tactics. Who told them to be so unlucky, drawing that bunch of weirdos from number 1 middle school in the first round? Inside the stadium, the organizers specially invited 2 hosts today. Before the first round of the competition, the 2 hosts had already started warming up the audience. "We know that before this year's citywide competition, the teams with the highest chance of winning the championship were the number 2 middle school and the number 3 middle school's Puatao team. That's right, but a dark horse has emerged in this year's competition. Yes, during the group stage, they struck fear into the hearts of their opponents. The captain single-handedly took down 4 players from the 2nd middle school, and even made the later opponents surrender directly. Based on past performance, number 1 middle school is not ranked highly, and last year it failed to even make it to the semi-finals. Okay, the schedule is out. XIN Go from number 1 middle school will definitely face the extraordinary team from extraordinary high school in the first match. What kind of sparks will they create? Let's wait and see. The stands were already full. The number 1 middle school's refueling area was not grouped by grade or class this time. Guo Wen and her best friend managed to snag seats in the first row to observe their seniors battle up close. Holy crap, I'm so nervous. Sitting next to Guo Wen was Lin Hai, who kept muttering to himself, his legs trembling with nervousness. Guo Wen, curious, patted Lin Hai on the shoulder. Senior, why are you so nervous? Didn't we beat extraordinary high school once before? Lin Hai turned his head blankly. I'm nervous because I hope my opponent won't forfeit, otherwise I won't get to see brother XIN make a move. Guo Wen was speechless. As the start of the match approached, the atmosphere at the stadium grew increasingly heated. Many people are still discussing Li XIN's dazzling performance in the first match. Unfortunately, there was only one match all the subsequent opponents automatically forfeited. Do you think our opponents will forfeit again this time? No way, it's the semifinals, that team is top-notch. It's hard to say. I heard from a rumor that Fifan High School once lost to brother XIN's team. Then shouldn't you seek revenge? Revenge is fine, but wouldn't it be better to forfeit in the first round to conserve strength and advance to the finals before seeking revenge? That makes sense. Bullshit. If our extraordinary high school forfeits, I'll give you my head as a ball. The audience on stage were buzzing with discussion when the host picked up the microphone and poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Because a player from the extraordinary team suddenly fell ill, he withdrew from the first match, and XINGE's team will automatically advance to the next round. What? You really abstained? Wow, I specifically went to get tickets to see Li XIN's performance, but I can't even see him. Ahem, hey buddy, I prefer playing volleyball. Can I borrow your head for a bit? When Li XIN and his companions received news that their opponents had forfeited, they were not surprised at all, as if it were something they had expected. Li XIN lowered his head, looking remorseful. Sigh, it's all my fault for beating them too badly last time. Xia Lufang rolled her eyes upon hearing this. You've got to be kidding me. Last friendly match almost scared me to death. The third middle school and Dayang High School were forced to play early because they had a bye in the first game. As a favorite to win the championship this year, the Boitao team showed their strength, quickly defeating their opponents in less than 10 minutes and successfully taking a point. We'll give them an hour-long break to allow them to regroup. Time's up, both players enter the arena. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of both teams, Li XIN led his team toward the competition stage. Go, brother! Ling Yen'er clenched her little fists and cheered Li XIN on. Li XIN turned around and gave his sister a confident smile. The two sides stood still, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Liang Yanban, the blonde-haired boy from the Waves team, stepped forward and provocatively said, Pa! You still say you're not throwing the game? Have you ever seen a team voluntarily forfeit in the semifinals? I'm afraid you've also bribed the second middle school, haven't you? Liang Yanban's voice was very loud, almost everyone in the room could hear what he was saying. The audience was initially taken aback, but were then swayed by these remarks. Yeah, I was wondering why brother XIN's team was having such a smooth run. Turns out they were fixing the match. Damn it, I was a fan of theirs, it's disgusting. I was wondering why high school students these days are so strong, able to take on 4 opponents at once. Turns out they've bribed the guy. Maybe not. Maybe he just backed down? Didn't you hear what little yellow hair said? There were players who forfeited in the semifinals, that's too suspicious. The audience's murmurs grew louder, and Ling Yen'er, standing on the sidelines, instinctively gripped the hem of her clothes. Elder brother. Not only her, but all the cheerleaders from number 1 middle school were furious when they heard their opponents spouting nonsense. Bullshit. You're saying our school fixed the match? Where's the evidence? Our school team has that kind of strength. You guys come and try it if you don't believe me. Hey, someone come here. Tear that blonde-haired brat's mouth off. Only Li XIN and the other 3 on the stage remained unmoved. A person with an upright character has nothing to fear. Li XIN stared at the blonde-haired boy with a cold look in his eyes. It's obvious that the other party is trying to manipulate their mentality. He couldn't explain why his opponents chose to abstain, so he simply didn't explain. Talk is cheap, let's see the results with our actions. As Li XIN spoke, he looked at Xia Qingge and said, we agreed last night to help him beat him up properly. Xiao Qingge, who had been suddenly slandered, was also in a bad mood. With a whoosh, she pulled out a 3-foot-long rainbow. A chilling fighting spirit rose from her, and the three teammates standing beside her felt a chill run down their spines. Oh no, Xiao Qingge is about to get serious. As the referee finished reading the rules of the game, the match was about to begin. Li Xian's team still opted for the standard 1-1-3 formation, while Botao's team used a 2-1-1 formation. Instead of a standard tank, they had two melee fighters, one of whom was a blonde guy and the other was their captain. The remaining two are a support and a mage, forming an aggressive team composition. Both sides launched their close-quarters attacks first. Liang Nianban, the fastest player on the team, was preparing to bypass the opposing defenders and head straight for the back row. Their captain charged towards Xiao Qingge alone. Liang Nianban was very fast, and with the speed boost provided by his support, he bypassed Qingzhou's defense in the blink of an eye. He gripped the dagger in his hand and looked at Li Xian with a mocking expression. Kid, whether you guys threw the game or not, once you meet our wave team, your journey ends here. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a cold glint of light piercing his back. Liang Nianban quickly dodged, barely avoiding the attack from behind, but his left shoulder was still slashed while dodging. He steadied himself and looked closely. Before anyone knew it, Xiao Qingge had shaken off his captain's entanglement and come to his side. So fast? As he was shocked by the opponent's speed, Xiao Qingge flicked her wrist, brushing away the crimson stain on the sword, and the spirit map slowly appeared. Xiao Qingge leaned forward slightly, lowered her center of gravity, and assumed the starting stance for her move. 7-star slash. Golden light shimmered on the spiritual map. As Liang Nianban watched in horror, 7 sword beams slashed across his body one by one. After the sword's edge flashed, Xiao Qingge landed steadily, while Liang Nianban collapsed limply. 1 second, instant kill. Seeing this, Li Xian couldn't help but give Xiao Qingge a thumbs up. It has to be you. He then looked at Liang Nianban, who was not far away on the ground. Pa, with your skill level, go back and practice for 2.5 years before you come back. Chapter 49. Li Xian is so cheeky, I love him. Xiao Qingge killed one person in one move, and the scene was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The two hosts were speechless with surprise, thinking to themselves. That's incredible. The captain of the wave team, who was chasing after Xiao Qingge, was even more shocked. He also uses a sword. If I'm not mistaken, Xiao Qingge used the golden skill, 7-star slash. In her hands, this skill not only has an extremely fast slashing speed, but also a wider range. At the same time, each sword strike precisely avoids vital points, yet renders the opponent incapable of fighting. Terrifying. At this moment, Xiao Qingge silenced everyone with her strength. Didn't they say we were throwing the match? Li Xian seized the opportunity to sneer, then turned to Yang Kiki and said, Coco, yell at them. A whoa. With a howl of a wolf, Yang Kiki simultaneously displayed the spirit map. The ground began to freeze, spreading outwards from her center. The rising spiritual energy around her stirred her long, silvery white hair. Yang Kiki seemed to have transformed into an ice queen. The frost realm is open. The two hosts couldn't sit still any longer and began loudly explaining into the microphone. This is a domain-type skill? Frost domain. My goodness, Yang Kiki, the magic-type character on Brother Xian's team, actually has a domain skill at the bronze stage. As the host explained, the initially clueless onlookers gasped in astonishment. Damn, such a strong team, you're saying they're throwing the game? Do you need it? We can completely crush them with our strength. As soon as the frost domain appeared, more than a dozen ice spears appeared in front of Yang Kiki. Go! With a gentle wave of her hand, the ice spear shot out towards the back row of the opponents. At this stage, French high school students have virtually no means of defense. Seeing the overwhelming ice spears, who wouldn't panic? Yang Kiki kept using her skills, freezing the ground beneath the opposing captain's feet with an ice spell and then controlling the field with an ice vortex spell. One person launched an attack on 3 people. Yang Kiki fully embodies the power of ice magic. The enemy's magic and support characters bravely withstood the damage from the ice spears, and then Li Xian leisurely walked towards them. Still want to fight? If you're going to fight, I'm going to use my skills. Li Xian smirked, his sarcasm palpable. Upon hearing this, the host, who was responsible for the commentary, couldn't help but exclaim. That's a really mean thing to say. The veins on the faces of the 3 men opposite him throbbed. Seeing that they remained silent, Li Xian said impatiently. I'll see, I won't bully you, Qingge. He turned and called to Xiaoqinga. You go. Xiaoqinga didn't say anything, silently tied her high ponytail back up, picked up her long sword and walked towards the three of them. 1 minute later, only the 3 members of the wave team remained lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Brother Xian's team will definitely win and advance to the finals. As the referee loudly announced the result, cheers erupted from the direction of the number 1 middle school in the stands. Goddess Xia is awesome, School Beauty Yang is awesome. Who said we threw the match? This is a complete game-breaking victory, isn't it? Li Xian is so cheeky, I love him. Li Xian looked at Xiaoqinga returning to the team and chuckled, I'm telling you, Qinga, you're not good enough. I only used half a minute in the first game, but you took almost 3 minutes in total. Xiaoqinga gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, selectively ignoring the other person, picked up the sword sheath from the ground, and walked off the field. Wow, still so aloof. Li Xian mentally complained and called for his teammates to retreat. Qin Jiu was at the very back, and throughout the entire process, he was the only one who felt completely invisible. He stood there dumbly from the very first game, doing nothing, and now that he's finally back on the field, he still hasn't done anything. A complete win without lifting a finger. However, as he looked at Li Xian and Yang Keek's backs as they chatted and laughed, and at Xiaoqinga walking briskly at the front, he thought to himself. Perhaps, what could be more gratifying than having a group of reliable teammates? Li Xian and his team's match this morning has come to an end. After defeating the 2-seeded teams, they have advanced to the final in the afternoon. In the morning's matches, the Extraordinary Team and the Wave Team were left to compete for the last spot in the finals. Honestly, if Buotao wins, they probably won't be able to withstand Li Xian and his team's renewed attacks even in the finals. During the 1-hour halftime break, the school's team doctor quickly treated the injuries of the Buotao team players. When the final match started, it was unclear whether the Buotao team's injuries hadn't fully healed, or whether their momentum had been extinguished by Li Xian and his team. The Extraordinary Team dominated them from the very beginning. The entire match was almost without suspense. The Extraordinary Team swept through the competition and wiped out the Wave Team without losing a single player. With this, the 2 teams for the afternoon finals have been determined, Team Xian Gui Ding and Team Fei Fan. Lu Zhongshan felt that his previous decision was absolutely correct. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Their enemies were clear from the beginning, the 3rd Middle School and Dayang High School. Instead of facing the first team in the first round, they took advantage of the other 2 teams' poor form to catch them off guard. According to the competition rules, the top 2 teams will represent Shanghai City in the upcoming provincial competition. They have made up for last year's regret. Lu Zhongshan once again privately approached Xiao Haomiao. Xiao, we've advanced to the provincial competition. The next stage is the finals. Xiao Haomiao's eyes were resolute this time, fight. As a repeat student from the previous year, he was defeated by a previously unknown player, and in fact, the player won 4 consecutive matches against him. Xiao Haomiao seemed to have a knot in his heart. He was afraid to fight Li Xian again. Xiao Haomiao understood that if things continued this way, he wouldn't go far in the future. He had to face Li Xian again. Even if he ultimately loses, at least the courage he mustered will allow him to overcome his inner conflict. Xiao Haomiao said seriously, since our defeat in the last friendly match, I have been studying their skill combinations. I am confident this time. Good. Lu Zhongshan said no more and patted Xiao Haomiao's arm heavily. He understood that stopping them at this point would be completely pointless. In the stands, spectators began speculating about the final match. I said, do we still need to watch this afternoon? The Extraordinary Team just conceded defeat. I think number 1 middle school is a sure thing this year, it will definitely be number 1. That's right. I remember in the player introduction, Li Xian was a support player. If a support player is this good, what's the suspense in the outcome? It's hard to say. Look at the Extraordinary Team's performance in this match against the 3rd Middle School. Their momentum is no less than that of Li Xian and his team. I'm optimistic about the Extraordinary Team. Although they conceded defeat before, it should be due to their coach's tactics. Seating area of number 1 Middle School. Lin Hai has been excited ever since Li Xian and his team won, and only now has he calmed down. My god, I wish I could be as awesome as brother Xian someday. Lin Yener chuckled and mimicked Li Xian's tone, saying, alright, Lao Hai, don't you even know whose brother he is? If it weren't for my encouragement as his younger sister, would he have won so easily? These words reached Guo Wen's ears, and she silently clenched her fist. She felt that watching today's match was worthwhile. Their school team is very strong. Not only is senior Li Xin strong, but there are also strong players like Yang Kiki and Xia Qingge. Wu Wen's determination to catch up with the strong became even stronger. She secretly made up her mind that 3 years later she would also find such teammates and shine on the city's competition stage. Lin Hai found Li Nianer's words very reasonable and agreed. Exactly, if it weren't for a good brother like me who's always taking advantage of him, would brother Xin be so amazing? Aren't you right? He glanced at Li Nianer and saw her lying unconscious on the seat. Holy crap! Lin Hai exclaimed, Nianer, what's wrong with you? Li Xin waited in the players' room. Lin Hai and his sister had agreed that they would come to find him after the competition. After waiting and waiting without anyone coming, Li Xin was about to get up when the door to the players' room was kicked open. Lin Hai appeared at the door carrying Li Nianer. Brother Xin, your sister has fainted. Li Xin. Startled, he scrambled to Lin Hai's side and took Li Nianer into his arms. Quick, get him to the hospital. Chapter 50. After all, I'm a good person. Li Nianer didn't know how long she had been unconscious before she slowly woke up. The faint smell of disinfectant told her she was in a hospital room. Awake? Li Xin stood by Li Nianer's bedside, holding a nearly peeled apple in his hand. Mum. Li Nianer's voice was a little weak, and she said apologetically, Brother, I've troubled you again. Fool, what are you saying? Li Xin said, feigning reproach. As he spoke, he cut the apple into small pieces and fed them to his sister. Li Nianer took a couple of small bites, then looked pained. Brother, the apples you bought are a bit astringent. Then I won't eat it. I'll buy you something else later. Li Xin couldn't bear to throw it away, so he stuffed the remaining apple into his mouth. Emma, that's really erotic. The ward fell silent again. After a while, Li Nianer spoke. Brother, I just had a nightmare. Li Xin found a hot towel and wiped his sister's forehead. I can see that. You were sweating profusely while you were unconscious. Li Xin then asked, what did you dream about this time? Li Nianer recalled for a moment. I dreamt of a giant black serpent with 8 heads, destroying a city. But there was a building in that city that I think I've seen on my phone before. It must be the Tokyo Tower in the land of cherry blossoms. It's nothing, just a dream, Li Xin said reassuringly. Li Xin knew that every time his sister fell into a coma during an attack, she would dream of strange things. Every time she wakes up from a dream, her younger sister becomes very weak. Sometimes I dream that she and I are eating pizza in a Western restaurant, and sometimes I dream that I am driving her around. Sometimes I dream that she is underwater, and a pair of huge, glowing eyes are staring at her. I even dreamed of 2 giant dragons fighting in the sky, with half the ground covered in lava and the other half in glaciers. These dreams are basically illogical and have no factual basis. It's likely Xin has never even smelled what pizza tastes like. I can't afford it. Li Nianer responded with a soft hum. She also knows that most of her dreams are unreliable. Perhaps it was just a dream. The two chatted in the ward, and Li Xin would occasionally glance at the time. Brother, is the competition about to start? Li Nianer noticed his thoughts and asked. Yes. Seeing that the other party had figured it out, Li Xin simply stopped hiding it. I've already arranged with Lin Hai, he'll come over to take care of you in a bit. Li Nianer was very sensible. Yes, the competition is important. Be careful. Li Xin agreed, glanced at the time, and said, you stay in the hospital and rest. I'll be right back. After saying that, Li Xin hurriedly got up and left. Just as he reached the door, Li Nianer called him back. Brother, good luck in the competition this afternoon. Li Nianer slowly raised her fist and made a gesture of encouragement. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring you a championship. Inside the stadium in the afternoon, the audience's enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. Almost half an hour before the match started, the stands were packed with spectators. All the city's top leaders sat in front of the rostrum to watch the final. When Li Xin arrived at the athletes' room, Xia Lufang asked with concern, You're here? Is your sister all right? It's nothing, just an old ailment. I'll take her home tonight, Li Xin replied. That's good, get ready to go on stage. Xia Lufang led the group to the entrance passage to wait. As the show was about to begin, the two hosts came to the commentary booth. The citywide finals are about to begin. Let's welcome the 2 finalist teams. First up is the Extraordinary High School Extraordinary Team. Amid cheers from the audience, Xiao Haomiao led his team onto the competition stage. Next up, please welcome the first middle school, Brother Xian's team. Li Xian calmly led his team onto the stage. The audience cheered even louder. My little Xian, I've waited 4 years for you. Let's get our marriage certificate. School Beauty Yan, Goddess Xia. School Beauty Yan, Goddess Xia. Go, number 1 high school. Keep it up. At this moment, there were no more voices of doubt, only cheers and shouts of encouragement for the first middle school. At the appropriate moment, the host reignited the atmosphere. Will the extraordinary team avenge their defeat and succeed in taking the championship? Or will the Xin Gu team be unstoppable and win the championship? Let's wait and see. The match officially began after the referee confirmed that both captains were in good standing. Before taking action, Xiao Haomiao spoke first. Li Xian, it's been a long time since we last met, since our friendly match. I've studied the skills of everyone in your squad, and we are no longer. Listening to the other person's endless chatter, Li Xian impatiently interrupted. Stop catching up, let's hurry, I'm in a rush. Okay. Xiao Haomiao had prepared a lot to say, but since the other party was unwilling to listen, he decided to settle things with his actions. He unfolded the spiritual diagram, immediately applied pain shielding, and quickly rushed towards Li Xian's back row. Xia Qingge immediately engaged the enemy. Wang Lingling and Zhao Jin from the extraordinary team did not immediately cover their teammates. Instead, they quickly created distance to prevent Li Xian from getting a double kill with a single skill. The two kept a close eye on Li Xian as he raised his hand, ready to dodge the holy light at any moment. Yang Kiki activates her frost domain, her damaging skills poised to unleash. The two tanks, Xinjiu and Sun Yan, swiftly and efficiently set up their shields to protect their own backline. In contrast, Li Xian did not choose to hide behind Xinjiu this time, but instead adopted a close combat style and directly attacked the enemy's formation. Xia Qingge and Xiao Haomiao have already engaged in close combat. As Li Xian drew closer, Sun Yan shouted, "Come on, do me!" The mocking voice pulled him back, and Li Xian's eyes immediately turned red. Inner garment, wash it clean and wait for me. Wang Lingling of the extraordinary team took her position, conjured a fireball, and faced Yang Kiki from afar. Zhao Jin gave Sun Yan a defensive buff and Xiao Haomiao a speed boost, while keeping a healing spell ready to support his teammates at any time. This was a tactic they had agreed upon beforehand. Sun Yan pulled Li Xian aside and tried to figure out how to deal with the other three first. From the outset, both sides went all out. The commentator excitedly remarked, "We see two teams locked in a fierce battle." Yes, especially Li Xian, who was on Xinge's team. As a support, he charged at the three opponents all by himself. That's right, he's probably the only support player who would dare to do that. As the host was explaining, Li Xian rushed to Sun Yan's side. The latter smirked and held the shield in front of his chest. Yes, fuck me. Li Xian snorted coldly and did not reply. If you want to get beaten up, then so be it. 5 seconds have elapsed. Hunting. Li Xian activated his liquid form, turning his right fist pitch black. A loud boom was heard. Li Xian lunged forward and threw a punch, sending Sun Yan and his shield sliding backward several meters. The gold-level hunting technique, combined with liquid, grants him an explosive strike. His opponent's bronze-level defensive skills were no match for him at all. Sun Yan savored the sweet taste in his throat, glanced at the shield, and saw a noticeable dent. He was utterly shocked. Holy crap, what kind of power is this? Li Xian's punch stunned the audience. You two hosts, you call this assistance? Have you ever seen a support character fight a tank head-on and even send the tank flying? Looking at Li Xian again, he casually shook his fist-throwing arm and muttered. I've met your request, no need to thank me, after all. I am a good person. Chapter 51. That's all. Li Xian's strike brought the match to a climax. Xiao Haomiao felt immense pressure facing Xia Qingge. He had never played against his opponent, he had only watched videos in the player's room. To his surprise, Xia Qingge's swordsmanship and physical abilities were so impressive. Combined with their skills, they were practically dominating him. On the other hand, his teammate, Wang Lingling, couldn't gain any advantage against Yang Kiki. Without the protection of a tank, she has to rely on positioning and constantly dodging the opponent's skills. In high school, magic users with domain-based skills were practically a bug-level existence. In addition, Xinjiu stayed close to Yang Kiki, which blocked many of Wang Lingling's skills. The scales that Li Xian gave to Qin Zhou were then forged into new shields by the latter. Not only is it lightweight, but it's also more durable than the one he used before. Sun Yan's statement about holding Li Xian back is less accurate than saying he was held back by Li Xian. Li Xian circled around Sun Yan, unleashing a punch every 5 seconds using the hunting burst technique. Sun Yan was forced to block each time. If you try to use your attack skill shield bash, Li Xian will nimbly dodge it. The one who was most idle on the entire competition stage was Zhao Jin. When Xiao Haomiao's acceleration effect ended, he reapplied it to him. Sun Yan was injured, so he remotely cast a healing wave. Occasionally, Yang Keek's attacks would come, and he would dodge them in a sorry state. Zhao Jin's primary task was to keep an eye on Li Xian's movements. He should loudly warn his teammates to dodge whenever there is any sign of someone raising their hand to release Holy Light. But almost 2 minutes into the match, Li Xian didn't miss a single moment of Holy Light. Instead, he was so focused on Li Xian that he forgot to treat Sun Yan twice. After arguing with Sun Yan for a while, Li Xian felt that they had tested the hunting results enough and there was no need to continue. Let's end it. He muttered something, his eyes turning serious. Li Xian once again used his hunting and liquid skills to bombard Sun Yan. The latter raised his cratered shield and held it in front of him. With their figures overlapping, he used Sun Yan and the shield to create a blind spot in Zhao Jin's vision. As expected, the fist did not strike the shield. Li Xian activated his phantom clone, and one of his figures bypassed Sun Yan, rushing straight towards the opponent's back row. Zhao Jin was greatly surprised. When he saw Li Xian raise his hand, his heart tightened even more. "Wang Lingling, take cover!" he shouted and quickly moved his body to one side. Zhao Jin judged that Li Xian would not use his holy light on the captain or Sun Yan. The captain is fighting Xia Qingge, while Sun Yan is with Li Xian, whose identity is unclear whether it's a clone or the real Li Xian. No matter which direction the holy light is released, it will envelop both people simultaneously. Therefore, it must be directed at Wang Lingling or him. Reminded, Wang Lingling put down her skills and quickly dodged. The holy light did not fall on the two people in Zhao Jin's heart, but appeared above Sun Yan's head. Sun Yan, realizing what was happening, tried to raise the shield above his head, but saw Li Xian in front of him with a wicked grin, gripping the shield tightly and refusing to let go. After a moment of stunned silence, Sun Yan could no longer dodge and was enveloped by the pillar of light along with Li Xian in front of him. One done. Zhao Jin made a mistake in judgment and felt guilty. Facing Li Xian charging towards him without stopping, he dared not linger and retreated in the opposite direction. "Running so fast, I hope you don't fall." Li Xian's voice of blessing rang out behind Zhao Jin. The latter felt a chill in his heart. It's over, poisonous milk. He lacked Xia Qingge's physical abilities and reaction speed. After tripping over his own feet, he couldn't maintain his balance and could only watch helplessly as the pillar of light above enveloped him. Two done. Li Xian rushed towards Wang Lingling, who was immediately terrified. His figure retreated rapidly while gathering fire meteors. Even though she knew she couldn't stop Li Xian, she couldn't let him get too close. Just as Wang Lingling began to gather her spiritual power, Li Xian suddenly shouted urgently at her, "Watch out!" As he spoke, Li Xian kept glancing back and forth between her and Yang Kiki. "Wang Lingling? What the hell are you reminding me of?" She thought it was Yang Keek's attack and subconsciously looked in that direction. But there wasn't even a single hair. Oh no! Wang Lingling realized she had been tricked and secretly cried out in alarm. When she looked at Li Xian again, she saw him with a wicked grin on his face, holding a dark, unsightly object in his hand. "Go!" Li Xian threw it away forcefully. Wang Lingling couldn't dodge in time and was hit squarely on the forehead by the black iron ball. Bang! Wang Lingling lay back and fainted. After doing all that, Li Xian casually added a few more beams of holy light to Zhao Jin and Sun Yan each. Triple kill! At this moment, only Qiu Haomiao remained on the field, relying on pain shielding to grit his teeth and persevere. Qiu Haomiao noticed that 3 of his teammates were carried off the field by medical staff, while Li Xian's team had no casualties. He understood that the situation was hopeless. Qiu Haomiao wanted to get rid of Xia Qingge, but she was like a leech, impossible to escape. After a collision, the two separated. Qiu Haomiao lowered his head, unwilling to admit defeat, and said, "I concede." The referee promptly stepped forward and announced the result of the match. Brother Xian's team will definitely win. The entire venue erupted in cheers. See that? My little Xin got a 1v3 victory again. Wow, with this level of performance from number 1 high school this year, they could probably get a good ranking in the whole province. School beauty Yan, goddess Xia. School beauty Yan, goddess Xia. Amidst the host's excited commentary and the cheers of the audience, Li Xin and his teammates stood on the field, basking in the glory of victory. Xia Lufang dialed the principal's number and excitedly shouted, "We won! We won! Our school is number 1. On the other end of the phone, the principal said good 3 times. Old Xia, will hold a ceremony to recognize the athletes when they get back to school. The others left the competition stage and returned to the contestants' room first. Li Xin and his clone found an empty restroom. Bring it on. Li Xin smiled bitterly to himself and dispelled the clone. Ah, oh ho. The clone's memory of being bathed in holy light was brought back to Li Xin's original body. For the first time, he felt the power of his holy light. This burning sensation is really exhilarating. Li Xin endured the pain and tried not to make too much noise. After a while, when he came out of the bathroom, his forehead was covered with large beads of sweat. All participants took some time to rest and change into clean clothes. Taking this opportunity, the organizers set up a podium on the competition stage. First middle school, come up to receive your award, a staff member called out at the door. They're here. They're here. Xia Lufan led the way, swaggering towards the stage with her team. Go and bring back the medals of honor that belong to you. Xia Lufan patted Li Xin on the shoulder earnestly. Okay. Li Xin agreed and called his teammates to walk to the middle step of the podium. To their right is Extraordinary High School, the runner-up. The school on the left is the 3rd middle school, which won 3rd place. Li Xin rubbed his hands together, waiting for the award presenter to deliver the award. Xiao Hamiao suddenly turned his head and whispered to Li Xin, "Thank you, Li Xin, for giving it your all and fighting us again." Ding, sincere thanks received, plus 10 good guy points. Li Xin? Did good fortune come so suddenly? I received a thank you after winning an award. In his eyes, Xiao Haomiao suddenly became adorable. Although Li Xin didn't know what the other party was thanking him for, he still waved his hand and replied. There's nothing to thank us for. Besides, we didn't even go all out, did we? Xiao Haomiao? The award presenter for the citywide competition was Mayor Yang Chuanfu. Starting with the 3rd place finisher, Yang Chuanfu hung a medal around the neck of each person. In addition, each person also received a small box. Judging from the size of the box, Li Xin guessed that it contained a spirit pearl. When Yang Chuanfu presented the document to Li Xin, Yang Kiki smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Dad. My dear daughter, you're too kind." Yang Chuanfu kept his joy to himself and personally hung the medal representing the champion around his daughter's neck. Next is Xia Qingge, then Qinjiu. When it was Li Xin's turn, he accepted the medal with a bewildered expression. "No, Uncle Yang, why don't we have the little box?" Li Xin was displeased. Why do the 3rd and 2nd place winners receive spirit orbs, but the champion doesn't? Yang Chuanfu was caught off guard by his question. Didn't your team leader tell you what the prize for the champion is? Li Xin then realized that he only knew about the bonus promised by Lao Xie for winning 1st place, but he really didn't know about the other rewards. He shook his head. No. No. Oh, then it's all right. Yang Chuanfu secretly rejoiced. He quickly hung up the medal, not giving Li Xin a chance to ask further questions, and turned to face the camera. After the group photo was taken, Yang Chuanfu immediately slipped away. Hey, Mayor Yang, Uncle Yang. You haven't told us what the reward is yet. Witnessing this scene, Yang Kiki covered her mouth and chuckled, thinking to herself that her father was truly a playful old man. Chapter 52, Preparing to Depart, Destination Northwest. After the award ceremony, Li Xin angrily confronted Xia Lufang. I'm telling you, Lao Xia, that's really unfair. I've been playing in all these days of competition and you haven't even told me what the championship reward is? Xia Lufang was taken aback. You didn't ask? Li Xin? If I didn't ask, why didn't you just tell me? Xia Lufang picked up the thermos and blew on the goji berries inside. Actually, it's nothing much. The runner-up and 3rd place winner will be given a spirit orb ranging from silver to gold, depending on each contestant's position. Li Xin interjected, I just got out of here. What about the championship? What about the benefits? It's not just a medal, is it? Young man, don't be in such a hurry. The champion's reward is quite prestigious, Xia Lufang said mysteriously. Oh dear, you're driving me crazy. Tell me quickly. Li Xian leaned forward, urging impatiently. The champion will be rewarded with 2 weeks of training for the Northwest Legion. Ha! Li Xian's mind didn't process it at first. Holy crap, you bastard, you tricked me. The citywide competition has come to an end. Li Xian returned to the hospital with the medal and told his sister the good news of winning the championship. Although Li Nianer could guess what was going on, she was still happy for Li Xian. The next day, the first middle school held another grand commendation ceremony. Xia Lufang donated the remaining golden spirit pearls from last time and distributed them to the 4 team members. As agreed, he allocated half of the champion's prize money of 300,000 yuan to Li Xian in installments as a scholarship. Taking this opportunity, Xia Lufang reported Qin Zhou's younger brother's situation to the principal. After considering various factors, the principal decided to give Qin Zhou's younger brother a special admission spot. The principal also delegated authority to Xia Lufang to be in charge of Li Nianer's awakening aptitude test. Li Xian obtained the spirit pearl and originally intended to absorb it directly, but then considered that his gold skill was sufficient. Moreover, he had no plans to go to Chuncheng in the short term and ultimately decided to leave the spirit pearl to his sister. If Li Nianer is lucky, she can have 2 gold skills at the start. Senior year of high school goes by quickly. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. One day near the end of October, Li Xian and 3 others were summoned to the principal's office by Xia Lufang. Principal, the person has been brought in. Xia Lufang led the person inside, closed the door, and left. Principal Xin Shi of the first middle school sat behind his desk, sporting a head of white hair and a kind and approachable expression. Principal Xin, you wanted to see us? Li Xian asked. Have a seat first, Xin Shi said, pointing to the sofa in the room. Once everyone was seated, Xin Shi got straight to the point. I'll get straight to the point. Do you still remember the reward your champion team received? This year, we specially secured an opportunity for you to go to the Northwest Army Corps and train with the new recruits for 2 weeks. Before Xin could say anything, Li Xian countered, can't you not go? Shan Shi? Aren't you being a bit disrespectful to me, the principal? Xin Shi coughed lightly. In principle, it's not possible. Li Xian was delighted. If it's not allowed in principle, then I don't have to go? Shan Shi? Guards, drag this student out. Xin Shi coughed heavily this time. The idea that it's not allowed in principle is that you have to go whether you want to or not. He paused for a moment, then continued, this year, the city specifically contacted the Northwest Army Corps, and the 2 sides reached a cooperation agreement. The other party only gave us 4 slots. This kind of opportunity is extremely rare. Li Xian asked, puzzled, what kind of cooperation? Yang Kiki replied on behalf of the principal, I heard from my father that new and unusual spaces have been emerging in the Northwest region in the past 2 years. In addition, the international environment is not ideal, and there is a lot of pressure on supplies in the Northwest. So my father went to the higher authorities and got permission to use part of the city's financial allocation to provide additional support to the Northwest Army. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt somewhat incredulous. Is life in the Northwest very harsh? Yang Kiki was silent for a moment, then said, the Northwest Legion should be the most miserable of the 4 major legions in the Dragon Kingdom. Ugh, then I'm even less inclined to go. Li Xian was still complaining when Xin Shi said sternly. This time, in order to train you, we specially contacted the Northwest Army Corps and invited some very capable instructors. The provincial competition is expected to begin in early December, and the training camp is also part of improving your overall strength. After saying that, he ignored Li Xian and looked at the other 3. What are your opinions, the 3 of you? I'm fine with it, and Dad wants me to go too, Young Kiki said. Qin Zhou answered decisively, I'll participate. Xia Qingga nodded in agreement. Well, seeing that all 3 of his teammates agreed, Li Xian had no choice but to comply. I have a question, Li Xian raised his hand and said, I'm worried about leaving my sister home alone. Xin Shi had already anticipated this. Director Xia mentioned your sister's situation to me and specifically tried to get her to be part of the team so she could go together. Okay, then I'm okay. Li Xian nodded in agreement. Xin Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This rascal finally agreed. Take these next few days to arrange things at home and make some preparations. You'll be leaving the day after tomorrow. After school that evening, Li Xian went home and told his younger sister about going to the Northwest Army Corps the day after tomorrow. Li Nianer's eyes lit up. Great! I can go on a trip with my brother. Since falling ill, she has stayed at home and has never traveled far. Li Nianer was overjoyed to be able to go with her brother this time. Li Xian offered a timely reminder, this isn't a vacation, it's a training camp. Pack your things, we're going to the supermarket tonight to buy some things for the trip. Meanwhile, inside the Northwest Army Corps training base, the owl lay half reclined on the office chair, his eyes closed as if he were dozing. Just then, a soldier knocked on the door. Sir, the documents you requested have arrived. Without even lifting his eyelids, Night Owl casually said, okay, put it on the table. Okay. The soldier delivered the documents and turned to leave. After a long while, the owl finally opened its eyes and muttered. You old geezer, don't you know how busy we are right now? You insist on assigning me to train new recruits. Despite her complaints, as a member of the military, she had to obey orders from her superiors. She opened the documents on the table, which contained information about each of the new recruits. Night Owl bent over his desk, reading carefully. The soldiers who had left earlier returned. The soldier said apologetically, sorry, sir, I forgot to include a file on students from Jianhai City. It said they would be training with these new recruits. Night Owl didn't seem to care. It's all right, give it to me. Yes. The soldier respectfully stepped forward to hand over the documents, but he was extremely nervous. Although the officer in front of him did not have any official rank, he dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Within each legion, there is a small group of people who have no rank or name, they are simply given a code name. They were even independent of the legions, taking direct orders from the legion commanders. The soldiers were truly surprised that a simple recruit training session would actually bring together such a powerful figure. Night Owl knew that the students from Jianhai City were participating in this training camp. Night Owl took the documents and carefully reviewed them. Jianhai City is her hometown, and she even went home for a trip during her recent vacation. When she turned to the first page and saw Li Xian's photo in the document, Night Owl couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. What a coincidence! Chapter 53 90 Hooks Without Kai. 3 days later, Li Xian and his group arrived at Zhenghai railway station. Looking at the large green train in front of him, Li Xian questioned Xia Lufang, going to the northwest, we're riding this thing? Yeah, what else? Take a plane? Xia Lufang said matter-of-factly. Seeing that Li Xian was about to explode, he quickly added, young man, just make do. Funds are tight, it's already pretty good that you can even get on the train. Li Nianer chimed in, brother, taking the train is great. I've never ridden a train before, and I can see the scenery along the way. Li Xian didn't know what else to say, so he followed the group to get his ticket checked and board the train. The land of the Dragon Kingdom is vast. It takes about 3 days and 3 nights to travel from Jianhai City to the northwest by greenskin train. Before boarding the train, the sleeper berths for the group had already been assigned. 6 people slept in one room. For the girls' privacy, the upper bunk was reserved for 2 girls, Li Xian and her sister were in the middle bunk, and Xia Lufang and Qinzhou took the lower bunk. Xia Lufang walked ahead and found their berths. Unexpectedly, 4 men had already occupied their lower bunks and were playing cards. They were talking loudly, and the small table by the window was covered with snacks, showing no regard for hygiene, with sunflower seeds and peanut shells scattered all over the floor. Upon seeing this, Li Xian's anger flared up, and he wanted to step forward and argue with them. Xia Lufang stopped him and politely said to the 4 of them, hello, excuse me, are you sitting in the wrong seats? 3 of a kind. A burly man with a scar on his face, sitting at the very back, replied after playing his card, what do you mean, wrong seat? I can sit wherever I want. Royal flush. The skinny guy sitting above him pulled out 4 royal flushes and threw them on the table. I'm 1 against 3, and you play your royal flush? The big man slapped the skinny monkey on the back of the head. Are you fucking sore losers? The skinny monkey who had been slapped was indignant, is there a problem? I'm going to play a pair of 3s too. The 4 men were rude and used foul language. Li Xian and the others frowned, and Xia Qingge, with her straightforward personality, even prepared to take action. Xia Lufang knew that the 4 people were not to be trifled with, and she also had several students with her. He stopped the group again and whispered, when you're out and about, it's better to avoid trouble. Let them stay here. Let's go find the train conductor and ask if we can find another place. Li Xian and the others wanted to object, but Li Nianer suddenly stood up and echoed, Director Xia is right. She paused for a moment, then continued, when you're out and about, your goal is to prevent people like that from ever living a long life. Xie Lufang? Are we talking about the same thing? You little rascal, you've extended your knowledge of classical poetry to colloquialisms. With his sister speaking up, Li Xian naturally couldn't remain idle. Old Xia, make way. He put down his luggage and walked straight toward the four people. Hey guys, playing cards? Li Xian was all polite, but the four men completely ignored him. Hey, do you really want me to use my ultimate move? Li Xian sneered inwardly, his eyes fixed on the cards in the hand of the person in front of him. 1 pair of 8s, 1 pair of sharps, 3 old kais, no bombs. 4 people? Damn it, what the hell are you doing causing trouble? The scarred-faced man cursed. Li Xian ignored them and, taking advantage of their momentary daze, glanced at the second person. 2, 3, 4, 5, no 6, 9, 10, hook circle, no kai. After seeing the cards, Li Xian couldn't help but say with sympathy, brother, your hand is really bad. I'll fuck your grandpa. The man stood up as if to lash out, but Li Xian deliberately moved his face closer. Come on, let's fight. I won't get off the bus until I make 100,000 or 200,000 today. Faced with Li Xian's smug look, the burly man awkwardly lowered his raised arm. In a society governed by the rule of law, whoever strikes first is doomed. He threw his cards on the table and said, damn it, bad luck. I'm not playing anymore. With him taking the lead, the other three threw their cards onto the table. Not playing anymore? Li Xian smiled and said, then please clean up the place and bring your bedding and blankets back to your bed so you can make them up again. The scarred man leading the group was annoyed. Who the hell are you? Me? Li Xian pointed at his own nose. I'm your father. How could you forget your father? Put. His companions behind him could no longer hold back and almost burst out laughing. Damn it! Scarface was completely enraged and started yelling, ready to fight. I wish you would get up without kowtowing. Bang. Ouch. Scarface got up too quickly and hit his head on the bedboard, clutching his head and crying out in pain. Seeing this, the remaining 3 henchmen prepared to teach Li Xian a lesson. Oh no! Murder! Murder! Li Xian let out a loud shout, which alerted everyone around him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the 3 had no choice but to stop. Li Xian kept yelling and shouting until he summoned the train conductor. What happened? When the train conductor arrived, he saw 4 burly men surrounding a student-looking person and immediately stepped forward to stop them. Stop! He pulled Li Xian in front of him and immediately noticed that the other man's eyes were covered in dark circles. What happened? The train conductor asked with concern. Li Xian said in a tearful voice, Uncle, these 4 people took our seats and made a mess of the place. I tried to reason with them, but they started hitting me the moment they disagreed, sob sob sob. He wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Influenced by Li Xian's emotions, the train conductor, without considering the consequences, reprimanded the 4 men. You 4 grown men, bullying a student, aren't you ashamed? 4 people? When did we ever fight him? Scarface asked, puzzled. Then why are his eyes dark? And he still dares to deny it? Holy crap! How do we know why his eyes are black? Apologize to this student now, and then get back to your bed. Otherwise, everyone get off the bus. The train conductor was adamant, and the 4 had no choice. Kid, I'll remember you. Scarface uttered a harsh remark to Li Xian before leaving with the 4 men. The train conductor comforted Li Xian for a while, and then waited for the cleaning staff to finish cleaning the place before leaving. After they put their luggage away, Li Xian sat down on Xia Liufang's bed. Emma, I feel so awful. During the duration of the liquid skill, Li Xian was unable to blink, resulting in extremely dry eyes. If the train conductor had left even a few seconds later, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on and would have been exposed. Ling Yin'er sat down next to him and said with a grin, Brother, how come I never realized you were such a rascal before? How can you talk like that? Li Xian flicked her forehead. Your brother is upholding justice. Put. Ling Yin'er covered her mouth, then, as if remembering something, continued to ask, Brother, are we just going to let them go like that? Li Xian put his hands on his hips and said, Of course not. A gentleman takes revenge, how can he let it linger overnight? His eyes darted around, and he called young Kiki and the others over, whispering. I have a preliminary idea. After Li Xian finished speaking, Li Nianer clapped her hands. Great! The journey won't be boring anymore. The four people's beds were not far from Li Xian and the others. The reason I chose to occupy someone else's seat was twofold. First, we couldn't buy tickets together, and second, no one had a lower bunk. In addition, these individuals have been working as interdimensional hunters for many years and have become accustomed to being lawless. Their target this time is a newly born alternate dimension in the Northwest region, which has just been taken over by the Northwest Legion. They went to see if they could get some benefit from it. In the spirit of saving every penny, they chose to take the train, but they never expected to encounter such a guy. Big brother, that kid is a real scoundrel, daring to mess with us. Skinny Monkey and Scarface shared a room, and the two of them lay on the top bunk, getting angrier and angrier as they thought about it. No, we need to find a chance to teach that kid a lesson. Chapter 54, please stop talking. Before we knew it, it was lunchtime. Scarface secured a window seat, ready to eat instant noodles. Skinny Monkey went to help get hot water, and Li Xian wandered up behind him alone. Hey! Cooking instant noodles. Skinny Monkey was startled when Li Xian patted his shoulder, almost spilling hot water on his hand. You fucking trying to scare me to death, the Skinny Monkey said unhappily. Hey brother, what are you saying? I was just worried about you carrying 2 bowls by yourself and making you feel tired. Li Xian smiled and continued. I hope you don't spill it later, it wouldn't be good if you spilled it on someone. After saying that, Li Xian left without looking back, leaving the bewildered Skinny Man behind. Baffling. He muttered something under his breath, then carefully picked up the instant noodle bowl and walked back. Hurry up, I'm starving. Scarface urged. They're here. The Skinny Man gave a perfunctory reply and quickened his pace slightly. Just as he was about to reach his seat, he suddenly tripped over his own feet, lost his balance, and 2 bowls of boiling instant noodles flew straight at Scarface's face. Holy crap! The latter instinctively raised his arm to protect his face, but his arm was scalded by the hot water, and he cried out in pain. Big brother, how are you, big brother? Skinny Monkey scrambled over to Scarface's side. Fuck you, get the hell over here right now and call Fatty over to treat me. Big Fatty is their team's support. He's chubby and has a wound healing skill, except for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th skills, which don't include the 6th. Just as Skinny Monkey was about to get up, Li Xian appeared beside them without them noticing. TSK, brother, you're useless. I just told you not to spill it on people, and you turned around and spilled both bowls. Li Xian spoke with disdain, turning to look at the scarred man. No need to trouble yourself, I have medical skills. Regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, Li Xian raised his hand and unleashed a chain of lightning. According to the rules of the Dragon Kingdom, damaging skills cannot be used arbitrarily, but healing skills are allowed when others are injured. Scarface was caught off guard, his eyes fixed on the thick lightning chain hitting his face. You fucking tell me this thing is a medical skill? Electric arcs instantly spread across Scarface's entire body, especially denser on his arms. Scarface instinctively wanted to resist, but found that his arms actually felt quite comfortable. Skinny Monkey hadn't expected Li Xian to attack so suddenly. When he finally reacted, he shouted, You brat, you're asking for it. Just as he was about to lash out, Scarface suddenly made a comfortable sound in his throat. Skinny Monkey? He froze on the spot. After the effect of chain lightning wore off, Li Xian casually cast another one until Scarface's arm was completely healed. For a moment, the entire carriage echoed with moans and groans. Mommy, what is that uncle doing? A little boy in the garage asked his mother in his innocent voice. The woman quickly covered the boy's ears, saying, This is not suitable for children, ugh. Scarface's face, combined with his physique, made that sound. The woman almost vomited up the cookies she had just eaten. The Skinny Monkey froze on the spot, unsure whether to leave or stay. He had never seen such a charming older brother before. After a while, Scarface recovered from the numbness, his face turning from dark to red. As the burns on his arm healed, he felt both amused and exasperated. The injury has healed, but the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security is dead. But he didn't know what to do with Li Xian, since Li Xian had genuinely treated him. Scarface sensed the strange looks he was getting from the people around him. To vent his anger, he kicked the Skinny Monkey hard in the buttocks. Damn it, you can't even hold a bowl properly, you're useless. Li Xian suppressed a laugh, patted the other man on the shoulder, and asked matter-of-factly, Hey, shouldn't you thank me, buddy? Scarface turned his head, hesitated for a moment. He really had no reason not to thank Lee Xin. He stammered, thank you, thank you. Ding, thanks received, plus 10 good guy points. Hey, you're too kind. Lee Xin smiled knowingly. That's great, they scammed people and still managed to get something for nothing. I'll be going if there's nothing else. Lee Xin was about to leave when he remembered something and turned back to add. I've heard that there are a lot of unscrupulous vendors selling instant noodles lately, and many of them don't come with a fork or seasoning packet. He looked at the scarred man and said, I hope there's a fork in your instant noodle bowl. I hope there's always a seasoning packet in your instant noodle bowl. Lee Xin also offered a blessing to the skinny monkey, then turned and left gracefully, leaving the two of them standing there dumbfounded. Brother, I think this kid is pretty good. Skinny monkey suddenly said this for some reason. Scarface replied, yeah, I think so too. What are you standing there for? Go buy me 2 more bowls of instant noodles. Okay. Skinny monkey bought 2 more bowls of instant noodles and tore open the packaging to take a look. Holy crap, where's the fork? That kid actually guessed right? He refused to believe it and tore open another package. Holy crap, where's the seasoning packet? Seeing him dawdling, Scarface raised his hand and slapped him across the face. What are you still standing there for? Skinny monkey smiled wryly and pushed 2 bowls of instant noodles in front of the other man. Big brother, look. Holy crap? Is this kid spouting some kind of poison? After lunch, Scarface and Skinny Monkey prepared to take a nap. Lee Xin strolled over to their bedside again. Hey, buddy, taking a nap? Scarface was just about to fall asleep when he was woken up. He asked impatiently, hey kid, what's up? Lee Xin quickly waved his hand and laughed, it's nothing, it's nothing. I just thought it was cold, and you need to cover yourself well when you take a nap at noon, otherwise you'll easily catch a cold. Thank you so much. You can go now, no problem. Ding, thank you received, plus 10 good guy points. You're too kind, brother. I hope you won't catch a cold during your afternoon nap. As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Xin turned around and quickly slipped away. Damn it. Scarface cursed under his breath, then pulled the covers over his head and went to sleep. Wait until he wakes up from his nap. Achoo! Scarface sneezed and looked in surprise at the blanket he had kicked to the foot of the bed. Damn it, I've really caught a cold from the cold? Throughout the afternoon, Lee Xin would wander over to Scarface's place whenever he had nothing to do. Hey buddy, drinking water? I hope you don't choke on your water. Hey bro, playing cards? I wish you all the best in getting big hands every time. Hey bro, taking a dump? I hope you don't drop your toilet paper in the toilet. As it approached midnight and he was about to rest, Lee Xin once again wandered over to Scarface's place. Brother, there are a lot of people on the train, so it's hard to sleep soundly at night. I hope you can sleep well tonight. Lee Xin said a few words and then turned and ran. That night, amidst the snoring of the other 5 people in the room, Scarface lay awake all night. When he woke up in the morning, he felt like he was going crazy. Lee Xin's mouth seemed to be blessed. With the reflector on, nothing I say works. He always gets it right. Choking on water, never having seen what a card above 10 looks like while playing a card game, and accidentally spilling all the toilet paper into the toilet while squatting on the toilet. Even if he wasn't very bright, he realized that Lee Xin had a problem. But on the train, he really couldn't do anything to the other person. Hey, bro. Lee Xin arrived early in the morning to check in. Scarface didn't give him a chance to continue, jumping off the bed and grabbing the other person's hand. Big brother, you're my real big brother. I know I was wrong, please stop talking. Chapter 55. It was your breathing that was wrong. I know I was wrong, please stop talking. Lee Xin gave an awkward laugh. Brother, what did you do wrong? Where did you go wrong? Scarface was taken aback. Why was this the same question his wife often asked? I was wrong to take your bed, play cards in your room, and make such a mess of the room. Wrong. Lee Xin said decisively. What? Scarface was stunned, and tentatively replied, my mistake was pretending not to see you or hear you? Still wrong. What? Scarface protested. Then where did I go wrong? Lee Xin feigned profundity and said, your mistake was in your breathing. Scarface? You fucking think I wouldn't dare to beat you up? He didn't care about anything else and swung his fist at Lee Xian's forehead. As the leader of the four-person team, he possesses the strength of a gold-level player. Facing the approaching fist, Lee Xian neither dodged nor flinched, but instead met it head-on. Bang! Hiss! With a crisp sound, Scarface gasped. Lee Xian was unharmed, but he felt his hand was numb from the shock. What the hell is going on? Scarface was still wondering when Lee Xian's peg-like screams echoed throughout the entire carriage once again. Help! Murder! Help! The passengers in the carriage were all drawn to the two of them and surrounded them. Damn it, I didn't mean to kill you. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. I was even holding back just now. Scarface quickly tried to explain, but Lee Xian had already covered his eyes with his head down and was making sobbing noises. That guy is so fierce, how did you let him on the bus? Exactly. How dare he commit such a heinous act on a train? He's a scumbag. What a poor student, being bullied twice. They're probably being targeted, aren't they? The train conductor, accompanied by a train police officer, arrived after hearing the news. They made their way through the chattering crowd and spotted the two familiar figures. Upon noticing the other person's arrival, Lee Xian, with dark circles under his eyes, said aggrievedly, "Uncle, he bullied me again." The train conductor's temper flared up immediately. You and your companions, all of you get off at the next stop. Scarface tried to explain, but the train conductor said sternly, "Now, come with me to the duty room, immediately." Scarface had no words to express his bitterness, but he glared fiercely at Lee Xian. "Kid, don't let me run into you again." Upon hearing this, the train conductor raised his hand to slap the conductor. "Who did you meet? Who did you meet? Who did you meet?" He would slap the other person on the back of the head with every sentence he spoke. Take away. Scarface had no temper and was dragged away. Lee Xian suppressed a laugh and secretly waved to Scarface. Goodbye. Having dealt with Scarface and his gang, Lee Xian felt relieved and wanted to sneak back to his companions. Unexpectedly, a large hand grabbed him. Excuse me, are you alright? Lee Xian turned around sheepishly, looking at the train conductor's warm face, inwardly cursing. I'm fine now, but if you keep me chatting for a while longer, something bad will happen. I'm exhausted. Lee Xian plopped down on the bed and it took him a long time to recover. Brother, you've worked hard. Li Nianer sat down next to her brother and massaged his shoulders. How about it, isn't my brother handsome? Lee Xian said proudly. Li Nianer's eyes darted around. Handsome, I really didn't realize, he's really sharp-tongued. Upon hearing this, the others covered their mouths and chuckled. How can you talk to your brother like that? Lee Xian said, feigning anger. Young Kiki sighed from the side, but watching the show these past 2 days has been really enjoyable. Qingzhou chimed in, yes, especially when they tossed the instant noodles to grab them, I was completely dumbfounded. Xia Lufang stopped their conversation at the right moment, saying, alright, they deserved what they got. He then looked at Lee Xian and said seriously, you can't just mess with ordinary people. Lee Xian patted his chest and said, don't worry, Lao Xia, I wish you can stand up without kowtowing. Xia Lufang? After this little incident, the trip to the northwest returned to its boring and monotonous routine. The group chatted, played cards, ate sunflower seeds, and boasted. They took a nap at noon, and before they knew it, it was afternoon. Lee Xian woke up from his afternoon nap. As soon as I opened my eyes, what greeted my gaze was a pair of fair and slender beautiful legs. Next came a pink long-sleeved pajama top, which perfectly covered the area that needed to be covered. Holy crap! He exclaimed inwardly. Excellent, excellent. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Lee Xian quickly closed his eyes and began to mutter the Heart Sutra in a low voice. Lee Xian, what are you reading? Yang Kiki asked curiously as she climbed down from the top bunk. I didn't read anything. Holy crap! As soon as Lee Xian opened his eyes, he saw another pair of legs coming down from the other side of the upper bunk. Compared to Yang Kiki's slender figure, Xia Qingge's figure has a more powerful presence. Those legs were not only long and slender, but also showed no signs of excess fat, and their muscle lines were faintly visible. Unlike Yang Kiki's pink pajamas, Xia Qingge wore clothes made of black fabric. The two women exuded completely different auras. One is pure and lovely, the other is as cold as ice. Even without makeup, their skin and facial features are exceptionally good. She truly deserves the title of goddess without makeup. Facing Li Xinqing's intense gaze, Xiao Qingge remained calm and casually asked, "Is it pretty?" "Put. This damn youthful hormone. I'm sorry, I was wrong." Li Xian immediately replied and pulled the covers over his head again. "Don't ask, the answer is I was sleepwalking just now." After a while, the people in the room woke up one after another. With nothing else to do, Xiao Qingge took the lead and they began meditating and cultivating together. The requirement that the level of competition at the city level should not exceed bronze is to prevent students with a silver level from repeating a grade and causing unnecessary trouble. But there were no provincial level competitions. On the contrary, the outstanding contestants from various cities are all rushing to improve their levels and strength as early as possible. After this period of hard work, Yang Kiki and Xiao Qingge have raised their level to bronze 9. Qin Wine is right behind, currently at bronze 8. All three of them have a chance to be promoted to silver before the provincial competition. Li Xian is the only one with the lowest rank, currently only at bronze 7. Fortunately, he has a system. When using the spiritual power within the spirit orb, you don't have to worry about absorbing unwanted skills. However, Li Xian also has to take it one step at a time. If you don't lay a solid foundation during the Bronze Age, it will be too late to cry when you reach the Silver Age. The four of them cultivated on the bed. Xia Lufang had nothing to do, so he helped Lin Yenner preview the cultural lessons. "Lin Yenner, is the formula for this math problem wrong?" Xia Lufang checked the other person's paper, found a mistake, and asked about it tactfully. Lin Yenner glanced at it and said, "That's right, isn't it? Look at this circle. Draw a line from the center of the circle and it intersects here." Xia Lufang was embarrassed. "But it's an ellipse." Lin Yenner blinked. "Is an oval not a circle?" "Well, if you put it that way, there's nothing wrong with it." Xia Lufang felt she couldn't watch any longer, otherwise getting a stroke 10 years earlier would be the least of her worries. Taking this opportunity, he happened to have something he wanted to ask the other party. Let me ask you a question." Xia Lufang paused for a moment before continuing, "Why does your brother want you to become an awakened one?" After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yenner told the truth. "Actually, I brought it up with my brother before." Xia Lufang asked, puzzled, "Why?" "Becoming an awakened one means there will be many dangers in the future." "I know," Lin Yenner replied matter-of-factly. "But I don't want my brother to protect me for the rest of my life, I want to protect my brother too." Lin Yenner continued, "It's just that I don't want to go to school. I want to stay by my brother's side forever. Besides, if I really become an awakened one, just like my brother said, it would be even better if my condition improved. I won't be a burden to my brother anymore." Xia Lufang nodded emphatically after listening. "Okay, I understand." The two spoke softly, but Li Xian, who was keeping an eye on his younger sister in the upper bunk, heard everything. He tilted his head back slightly, his lips trembling slightly. "I felt both touched and gratified. This little girl, we didn't spoil her for nothing." Chapter 56. Aren't we on the same side? The train made numerous stops along the way, and finally, on the morning of the fourth day, Li Xian and his group arrived at their destination, the Fei Tian railway station in Ganlan province. Li Xian got out of the car and stretched out a big yawn. "Emma, we've finally arrived." Looking at the bustling crowds and the rather prosperous city in the distance, Li Xian felt that the conditions were not as harsh as Yang Kiki had previously described. He thought to himself as he followed Xia Lufang out of the station. According to Lao Xia, their itinerary had been sent to the contact person in advance. Someone will pick them up at the exit today. The group looked around and found a 7-seater green jeep parked not far away. They should be from the Northwest Legion. "Let's go over there," Xia Lufang called out, leading a few people towards them. After communicating and confirming each other's identities, the group got into the car and set off. Xia Lufang naturally sat in the passenger seat, the three girls sat in the middle, and Li Xian and Qinzhou, two tall guys, sat in the last row with a sense of grievance. Li Xian originally thought the training camp was not far from the train station. Before long, he realized how naive he had been. The driver spent more than an hour on city roads and then nearly 2 hours on the highway. After exiting the highway, he led a few people onto a winding mountain road. "Driver, slow down." Xia Lufang, sitting in the passenger seat, gripped the door handle tightly. "Why are you so slow? If you slow down, we won't get there tonight." As the driver complained, he pressed the accelerator even harder. There was a sharp 180-degree turn ahead, but he didn't slow down and instead performed a drift. Li Xian exclaimed in his heart, "Exciting! Wow! As the jeep traveled along the winding mountain road, it traversed one mountain peak after another, the surrounding greenery gradually fading away, leaving only the landscape of Gobi Desert and barren land. On a straight highway that seemed to lead to the sky, they could no longer see any other vehicles. The sky was as blue as a vast ocean, and the mountains had unique shapes. Occasionally, you could see free-range cattle and sheep. Several people pressed their faces against the window, staring motionlessly at the scenery outside. This is a scene they would never see in their entire lives in the East. The driver noticed their movements and glanced at the time. "It's still early, we can make it." He drove his vehicle onto a side road. Not long after, the driver slowed down. A lake the size of a sea appeared on one side of them. "Wow!" Several people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Li Xian had read about this in books. It was Qinghai Lake, the largest inland lake in the Dragon Kingdom. The driver's lips curled up slightly in a smug smile. "Let's go. We'll head straight to the Northwest Army Training Base." Time flew by at 120 miles per hour, yet the sky remained bright. At 9 p.m. in the northwest, the sky was still bright, and the group finally arrived outside the training base. A cold evening breeze whipped up a handful of yellow sand, which brushed against Li Xian's cheek. Looking at the desolate surroundings, with no village or shop in sight and the Gobi Desert in the distance, he wanted to ask, "Is it too late to regret it now?" With a driver present, the group entered the base smoothly. Before I even got out of the car, someone was already waiting in the parking lot. A middle-aged man, over 180 centimeters tall and dressed in a dark green military uniform, led several soldiers to greet Li Xian and his group. "Welcome everyone to the Northwest Army Training Base at an altitude of 4,891 meters. I am Pang Lei, the chief person in charge of the training base." "Hello, hello." Xia Lufang politely stepped forward to shake hands. Pang Lei was also very polite. Is there anything you need now?" he asked Xia Lufang, but Li Xian and the others couldn't wait any longer and asked the same question in unison. "Where's the restroom?" Pang Lei, After resolving the problems that had plagued them all the way, the group was led to their respective dormitories by several soldiers. The training base covers a large area, with 2 dormitory buildings and a dedicated dormitory building for instructors. The dormitory was a standard 4-person room. Li Nianer followed Xia Lufang to the instructor's dormitory, while Li Xian and Qinzhou went to the male soldiers' dormitory. The soldiers who were leading them escorted them downstairs and, before leaving, instructed them, "You can't use your cell phones during the training. Just hand them in to the dormitory manager and then go straight up. The dormitory number is 209. The training clothes are all on the table. I suggest you change your clothes as soon as possible. From now on, if you hear the whistle, no matter what time it is, you must assemble on the north playground within 3 minutes. Did you remember?" The 2 nodded in unison, understood. After saying goodbye to the soldiers, they handed in their cell phones to the dormitory manager and went to dormitory 209. Upon entering, I found that 2 roommates were already living there. Li Xian greeted them warmly. "Hello, my name is Li Xian, and this is Qinzhou." The recruit sitting on the outermost seat replied, "Hello, my name is Kolan, and his name is Shiiji." "Li Xian? Are you too sure you're not the same person?" Kolan asked curiously. "I heard you're high school students?" "Yes, Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School, Class 1 of Senior 3. Kolan clapped his hands and said, "Impressive. To be able to come to the Northwest Legion for training during high school, he is definitely a promising candidate to join the Legion in the future." Li Xian asked in confusion, "Really? Aren't you guys new recruits too?" Shiiji sighed softly. "We only passed the initial selection of the Legion, and we can't even be considered new recruits." He continued, "If you can't make it through the next 2 weeks of training or get eliminated, you'll have to go to the support forces or join the local administration." Li Xian seemed to be deep in thought upon hearing this. He had thought this was just a simple training camp, like military training for newly enrolled students. "I didn't expect there to be an elimination mechanism?" And judging from their tone, it seems they won't have an easy time later on. The atmosphere became slightly silent. Kolan, as if remembering something, asked, "By the way, why were you able to participate in this training camp?" Li Xian and his companion put down their luggage, sat on the bed, and looked at each other. "Us? This is the reward we received for winning the city-wide championship." Upon hearing champion, Kolan and the other person's eyes lit up. "City-wide champion? Tell me how you won." Li Xian straightened his posture. "Well, that's a long story. The two men recounted their experiences in the city-wide competition, completely forgetting the soldier's warning. Wow, Brother Lee, you're amazing. You managed to beat 4 opponents in your senior year of high school, and that was in the city-wide competition. I think Brother Chin is pretty good too. Look at his physique. There are very few high school students with such a powerful build. The two men boasted, making Lee Xin and the others feel quite embarrassed. Oh, it's not that bad. Whoosh, whoosh. Before Lee Xin could finish speaking, a sharp whistle rang out from downstairs in the dormitory building. Quickly, assemble. There will be punishment if you're late. Kulan urged, and he and Shiiji rushed out the door. Holy crap! Lee Xin exclaimed in surprise and was about to run after them when his eyes fell on the training clothes on the table. That's it, all he did was brag, he didn't even change his clothes. The two grabbed their clothes and performed a scene of changing clothes in a corridor of the male soldiers' dormitory. They rushed to the playground, panting, just before the 3-minute countdown ended. It was completely dark outside, and a few night lights were lit up on the playground. In front of the new recruits, Pang Lei stood on a platform that had been set up in advance. Good, the first assembly was very punctual. Pang Lei nodded in satisfaction and continued. You are all soldiers who have passed the initial selection process in various regions and are preparing to join the Northwest Army Corps. As is customary, Pang Lei delivered a pre-training speech on stage. Lee Xin dared not move and could only glance around from time to time. He roughly calculated that the number of new recruits in this training camp exceeded 200. Most of them were male soldiers, with only about 20 female soldiers, including Yang Kiki and Xia Qingge. Xia Lufang and his sister were standing by the steps, silently watching the new recruits. Pang Lei spoke for more than 20 minutes before concluding his pre-training speech. Next, please welcome your next instructor. Amidst the applause of the new recruits, a man and a woman walked onto the stage. The man was dressed in camouflage, almost as tall as Qinzhou, and had a stern, square face that made him look very resolute. The other woman had short black hair and wore a black tight-fitting uniform that revealed her shapely figure. Upon seeing the familiar faces on stage, Lee Xin was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Big sister? The owl looked in the direction of the sound and focused its gaze on him. Don't try to get close to me, call me instructor, Night Owl continued sternly. You didn't report it, so you're punished with 10 laps. No special skills allowed. Lee Xin? Aren't we on the same side? Chapter 57. The other party is definitely not just talking. Lee Xin never expected to run into Night Owl here. On the first day they met again, he was ordered to run 10 laps around the track, which he never expected. The two instructors introduced themselves on stage and took the opportunity to reorganize the formation. Lee Xin put all his strength into it from the start, running 7 laps around the track before suddenly feeling completely exhausted. Damn it, I overdid it. Normally, 10 laps wouldn't be a big problem for him. But he overlooked one thing, they were now at an altitude of nearly 5,000 meters. The severe lack of oxygen, coupled with the inability to rest, made it much more tiring than when I was in another dimension. My steps grew heavier and heavier, and despite the cold weather, my back was soaked with sweat. He spat out the yellow sand that the wind blew into his mouth and gritted his teeth to persevere. 3 laps to go. Lee Xin glanced at the new recruits and found that more than 200 people were standing on one side of the parade ground, watching him run. As he approached, Night Owl's voice rang out, Kid, hurry up. You're not allowed to go back to sleep until you've run away from everyone. Holy crap, does it have to be this ruthless? Lee Xin cursed inwardly, but since he was under someone else's roof, he could only keep running. After he finished running another lap, Night Owl mocked him without hesitation. Kid, are you getting a little tired? You're already exhausted after just 8 laps? Lee Xion's temper flared up instantly, you're the one who's weak. No report was given, add 3 more laps. Holy crap, you son of a bitch. No one called report, add 3 more laps. Damn it. Lee Xin felt like killing someone. Hey, you son of a bitch. I haven't had dinner yet. The owl, who was being scolded, just smiled and said, insulting the instructor, I'll add 3 more laps to make it a total of 20 laps. You're not allowed to eat until you finish the run, and everyone else is not allowed to sleep. Lee Xin abruptly stopped complaining and started running in silence. He didn't know how long he had been running. His speed was getting slower and slower, and he could no longer feel anything in his legs. He could only move forward mechanically. 13 laps, 14 laps, 15 laps. Li Xian accidentally tripped and fell, lying on the ground motionless for a long time. When everyone else thought he wouldn't be able to get up, Li Xian slowly propped himself up with his hands. At this moment, his gaze became exceptionally firm. You say I can't run away? I'll just run away anyway and show you. Li Xian staggered to his feet and roared. Report, you're the one who's weak. Having seemingly vented his frustration, Li Xian stubbornly continued forward. The owl beside him curled his lips slightly, and a barely perceptible glint appeared in his eyes. The sight of the new recruits standing by the parade ground was heartbreaking, yet not a single one dared to stand up and speak out. Ling Yenner clenched her fists, silently repeating the word brother in her heart. 18 laps, 19 laps. Sweat had long since blurred his vision. Li Xian squeezed out the last bit of strength from his body, determined to finish the last lap. By the time he staggered and almost reached the finish line, the recruits had already dispersed, leaving only Night Owl, Ling Yenner, and a few others. Li Xian plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Didn't you say you were waiting for me? Why did you let them disperse? Night Owl ignored him and took out a small white bottle from his pocket and tossed it over. Here, apply it to your legs before bed tonight, and apply more to your knees, otherwise you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow morning. Go eat, everyone. The cafeteria has saved some food for you. After saying that, the owl left without looking back. Li Xian took the ointment, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Well, another one who's all bark and no bite. The others surrounded Li Xian, and Qinjiu helped him up. It hurts, be gentle, Li Xian complained. Ling Yenner said from the side, brother, you really do exercise. Otherwise, if you're so mean, you'll be unable to beat someone in a fight, and you won't even be able to outrun them in the future. Wow, are you still my real sister? The group chatted and laughed as they went to the cafeteria for their meal and then returned to their dormitory. After a quick wash, Li Xian lay on the bed, feeling soreness in his limbs, unable to lift them. Xinjiu took the ointment and applied it to his body. Kalan and Shiiji were still awake and started chatting with Li Xian and the others. Brother Li, you're amazing. Running 20 laps continuously on the plateau, I don't think I could do that. Yes, and you actually dared to insult the instructor to his face. You're one of the few in all these years of recruit training. By the way, do you know that female instructor? The two asked curiously. Li Xian nodded. Yes, I know her. She even saved my life twice. But I don't know her real name. She only told me her code name is Night Owl. Holy crap! 2. The two exclaimed in surprise at the same time. What's wrong? Li Xian asked, puzzled. Kalan explained, brotherly, you may not know this, but each of the 5 major legions in the Dragon Kingdom has a dedicated unit that you can think of as an independent unit. Only members of the team will be given a unique code name. Li Xian scoffed, it's just a code name, is it really necessary to make such a fuss? However, the eldest sister is indeed strong. I guess her level should be diamond. Shiiji immediately replied, that settles it then. There are fewer than 100 diamond level experts in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and more than half of them are in such units in various legions. Instructor Night Owl is from the Northwest Legion. I just didn't expect that they would invite such a great figure to be an instructor this year. Kalan sighed, yes, I'm afraid the days ahead will definitely not be easy. Xinjiu had finished applying the ointment. Li Xian thanked her and was about to say goodnight to his roommates when there was a knock on the dormitory door. Who is it? When Kalan opened the door, she saw 4 people from the next dormitory. Hey, still awake? Su Yafeng, the leader, shouted loudly, and said he was about to go inside. No, the lights are going out soon. What are you doing here? Kalan stopped the 4 of them and asked impatiently. Why haven't you come to visit your dear comrades next door yet? Su Yafeng replied with a contemptuous tone. No need, we're turning off the lights now, please leave. Kalan gave an impolite order to leave and reached out to close the door. Okay, if there's nothing else, let's go. Su Yafeng smiled and didn't say much, gesturing for his 3 roommates to leave. After they left, Li Xian looked at Kalan in confusion. Who was that person? Why didn't we let him in? Kalan sighed, this man is called Su Yafeng, and he comes from the same place as us. However, his character is not very good. I heard that he used his family's connections in the administration bureau to squeeze out another new recruit who participated in the preliminary test. Fine, Li Xian said dismissively. This is the Northwest Legion, it's not a place for the bureau to interfere. If anyone dares to play tricks on him, Li Xian will naturally let them know how powerful he is. He turned to his roommates and said, "Turn off the lights and go to sleep. Tomorrow will be another day full of energy." Whoosh, whoosh. The next morning, a series of clear whistles from downstairs in the dormitory woke everyone from their sleep. Li Xian groggily opened his eyes and glanced out the window. It was still dark outside. Damn it, can't a person have a peaceful life? He muttered a complaint, then quickly put on his training clothes and ran to the playground with his 3 roommates. It must be said that the ointment given by Night Owl was indeed effective. Li Xian, who got up early, did not feel any soreness in his limbs, and even felt lighter than yesterday. When Li Xian and his group arrived at the playground, they found that the 2 instructors were already waiting there. Within 3 minutes, the new recruits had all arrived. On the first day of training, they were all working hard and no one dared to slack off. After the roll call was completed, male instructor Xing Jiang confirmed that everyone was present and nodded, saying, "Very good. New recruits should act like new recruits. Your 14-day intensive training will officially begin today. Instructor Night Owl and I will score your performance every day. Those who score in the top 50% will stay and join the Northwest Legion." Xing Jiang didn't say what would happen to the bottom 50%, but everyone present knew perfectly well what would happen. Xing Jiang paused for a moment, then pointed to a rocky mountain in the distance and said, "Do you see that mountain? Today's first training exercise is to run from here to the top of that mountain." The crowd followed his direction and looked toward the mountain. Because it was still dark, they could only see the outline of the mountains. Li Xian roughly estimated in his mind that the distance from the playground to the mountain was at least 20 kilometers, and the height of the mountain was at least 500 meters. He thinks it's too far to walk there, so if he were to run there, wouldn't he be exhausted? Li Xian was still complaining in his heart when he heard Xing Jiang continue, "Also, the bottom 3 in this mountain climbing training session are not allowed to eat lunch. Those who do not reach the summit before 10 o'clock are not allowed to eat for the whole day." Holy crap! Li Xian felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. Not only were they not allowed to eat breakfast, but they're also not allowed to eat lunch? Just when Li Xian thought it was all over, a row of soldiers, each carrying something in their arms, walked towards them. As they approached, Li Xian saw clearly that they were sandbags wrapped around the calves. Xing Jiang's voice rang out again, "Male soldiers will wear 10 jean sandbags and female soldiers will wear 5 jean sandbags. Each person will wear 2 sandbags tied to their legs and they cannot take them off during the process." After saying that, he took out the drone controller that he had prepared beforehand. 2 drones will be following you at all times. During the mountaineering training, you are not allowed to use any skills. Those who understand, please come forward one by one to get the sandbags. Faced with the instructor's almost harsh demands, the new recruits dared not speak out in anger and instead took sandbags and tied them to their legs. When it was Li Xian's turn, he exchanged a glance with Qinzhou beside him and then stepped forward with a forced smile. "Li Xian, soldier, wait a moment." He had just picked up 2 sandbags and was about to return to his unit when Night Owl's voice suddenly came from behind him. Li Xian frowned slightly. "Report, what is it?" Night Owl didn't pay attention to his choice of words and chuckled as he pulled out 2 more sandbags from behind him. "Take these 2, use them to tie your hands." "Li Xian? Damn it, you're waiting for me here?" Seeing that Li Xian was about to explode, Night Owl gently brushed a strand of hair behind his ear and continued in a calm tone. "By the way, this is an order. If you want to refuse, you can apply to leave directly." Provocation. Li Xian understood that Night Owl was using reverse psychology to provoke him. But he falls for that. Without saying a word, Li Xian prepared to step forward and take the sandbag from Night Owl's hand. "It's just an extra 20 pounds of weight, right? I'll bring it and show it to you." But when he picked up the 2 sandbags, he felt that the weight seemed a bit off. Li Xian glanced at the weight on the sandbag, which clearly read 10 kilograms. 20 jean? Holy crap, 2 weighing 40 pounds each? Li Xian regretted it. This was no longer training, it was a life-threatening situation. "Report, Instructor Night Owl, may I withdraw?" Night Owl smiled and looked at him leisurely. "Sure, but I'll beat you half to death first, then bury you from the head down in the ground. After 14 days, you can quit." Upon hearing this, Li Xian shuddered and quickly tied up all 4 sandbags. Just kidding, he could tell from Night Owl's eyes that the other party was definitely not just talking, but really would do it. Chapter 58 Climbing. At the sound of a whistle, all the new recruits sprang into action. Having learned from his previous experience, Li Xian dared not accelerate immediately, but instead followed behind the main force. Shinjo deliberately slowed down and came to his side. Li Xin, do you need any help? Li Xin sighed, how can I help? Give me my 60-pound weight? Hee hee, farewell. Shinjo cupped his hands in farewell to Li Xin. A short while later, Xiaochinga and Yang Kiki were left behind and joined Li Xin. They all expressed the same sentiment as Shinjo. Li Xin shook his head with a wry smile, you guys better run, or you might miss out on lunch. The 60-pound weight felt like a boulder pressing down on Li Xin. The two 20-pound sandbags on his arms, in particular, made it difficult for him to swing his arms properly. Li Xin watched as soldiers passed by him one by one, and before long, he fell behind the ranks. A drone hovered overhead. As if they were watching him closely, they observed him slowly and deliberately. Not long after, he seemed to sense a pair of hostile eyes staring at him from behind. Li Xin subconsciously turned around and saw Su Yafeng with a smile on his face. Do you need any help? Su Yafeng asked with a smile. Li Xin chuckled and replied with a smile, no need, you go ahead and run. Su Yafeng glanced discreetly at the drone behind him, then continued. Okay, be careful on the road. He said and left without looking back. Li Xin stared at the other person's back, his eyes turning slightly cold. But he quickly forgot about Su Yafeng and continued forward. After an unknown amount of time, the sun rose from the east. The first rays of sunlight in the morning dispelled the slight chill in the air. Li Xin ran forward alone, not very fast, but he kept trying to maintain his breathing rhythm. Fortunately, the road leading to that mountain wasn't too strenuous. After running about halfway, Li Xin noticed a few scattered figures ahead. Among these people were men and women. Some were resting by the roadside, while others were running and panting heavily, but at a very slow pace. Li Xin calmly passed by them and continued running towards the mountain. More and more figures appeared ahead, and many people noticed Li Xin passing by. Isn't he the same guy from last night? How come he's still running so fast today? I don't understand. I saw the instructors put sandbags on him before we set off. Wasn't he tired? I don't know if he's tired or not, I need to catch my breath first. Stop panting and keep up. Can you be more tired than him? Li Xin ran the nearly 20-kilometer road in just over 3 hours. Despite trying to control his pace along the way, he still felt completely drained and his heart rate was incredibly fast. Li Xin found a stone block at the entrance of the mountain path, rested on it for a while, and continued on his way. After walking a few steps, a familiar figure came into Li Xin's view. Kulan? Why did he stop by the tree? Li Xin quickly stepped forward. Brother, what's wrong? Kulan clutched her left ankle, enduring the pain as she replied, It's nothing, I just twisted my ankle. Let me see. Without saying a word, Li Xin lifted up the other man's trouser leg. My ankle was completely congested with blood and swollen to a great extent. Li Xin knew at a glance that the person was definitely unable to continue walking. He instinctively wanted to use chain lightning to heal the other person, but then he remembered what the instructor had said. No skills may be used during mountaineering training. Li Xin looked up at the sky, where the drone was still perched above his head. Damn it! Li Xinchong, holding a drone, made an international friendship gesture. Without hesitation, he turned his back to Kalan and squatted down on the ground. Come on, I'll carry you up. Kalan was taken aback at first, then quickly refused. No, that wouldn't be good, would it? I'd be a burden to you. What's with all this dawdling? Are you even a man? Li Xin urged. Kalan hesitated for a moment, then nodded emphatically, okay. He moved onto Li Xin's back, and the other man carried him on his back again. Hey bro, you look skinny, but you're actually pretty heavy. Li Xin chuckled and complained, then struggled to carry Kalan up the mountain path. On the mountaintop, Xingjiang and Yi Xiao, who witnessed this scene through a drone, exchanged a glance. This kid's got some interesting skills, Xingjiang said with a smile, completely ignoring the gesture Li Xin had just made. A strange light flashed in Night Owl's eyes. He's all right. We'll see when he gets here. Li Xin climbed the steps one by one. The mountain path wasn't particularly steep, but the closer you got to the summit, the higher the altitude and the thinner the oxygen became. Even though he tried his best to control the pace of the climb, the 60-pound load plus the person on his back made it very difficult for him to take each step. The recruits who had been overtaken by him on the highway were now passing by Li Xin one by one. Some people admired his courage, while others looked at him as if he were a fool. Li Xian didn't care at all he could see were the steps leading up the mountain. He was so tired that he carried Kalan on his back and rested against the mountain wall for a while. After resting for a while, he continued climbing the mountain. Kalan, who was on his back, had her eyes slightly reddened at some point. Watching one person after another surpass them, Kalan couldn't bear it and said, "Brother, why don't you put me down? If this continues, you'll definitely be in the bottom 3. Li Xian gave a wry smile. "The last 3 are fine, at worst I won't have lunch." He looked up at the sun, estimated the time, and continued, "If you can't log in before 10 o'clock, you won't get any food all day." Li Xian's words made Kalan stop insisting and she lay down behind him, silently cheering him on. Time flies. More and more new recruits successfully reached the top of the mountain and found open spaces to rest. 2 instructors were on the mountaintop, responsible for recording the arrival time of each new recruit. The drone ran out of power half an hour ago and was put away by Xingjiang. He waited for a long time, but no one came up again. Xingjiang glanced down at his watch. It was 9:50. He blew his whistle to summon the new recruits present. "Line up and count off. 1, 2, 3. There are 220 new recruits in total, and only 2 more are missing." Xingjiang and Yishao exchanged a glance. They didn't need to guess to know that it was Li Xian and Kalan. Night Owl sighed softly. "In the end, I still didn't make it." Many of the new recruits guessed who the last 2 were, as they had all seen Li Xian carrying someone on his back on the mountain path. Yang Kiki and the other 2 arrived early and were unaware of Li Xian's situation. From the moment they reached the summit, they searched everywhere for Li Xian, but they couldn't find him anywhere. At 9:59 a.m., Xingjiang gave another order: "Take off the sandbags and everyone return to the training base." In the last minute, he felt there was no need to wait, so he simply let the recruits go back first. The new recruits cheered with joy as they were unloaded of their loads. Yang Kiki and the other 2 quickly gathered together. "What happened? Why didn't Li Xian come?" Yang Kiki asked anxiously. Xinjiao shook her head. "I don't know. Could it be that the sandbags added later were too heavy?" At this moment, Su Yafeng appeared out of nowhere and said with a hint of mockery, "You must be talking about Li Xian, right?" Yang Kiki quickly pressed on, "You saw him? Ha, you guys don't know? Li Xian is carrying his roommate, who has an injured ankle, as he climbs up step by step." Su Yafeng sighed dramatically. What was he thinking? It's hard enough for one person to climb the mountain, yet he's thinking of helping others. He's such a saint. This. Yang Kiki and the other 2 looked at each other, and a thought began to form in their minds. Oh no, Li Xian is going to miss it. Wait a moment. Just as the new recruits were preparing to leave, a loud shout rang out from the entrance to the mountaintop. The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man lying on the ground like a dead dog, his hands supporting him as he gasped for breath. Another young man was standing next to him, and he didn't look tired at all. Li Xian? He's up here? Those who recognized him were all inwardly astonished. Su Yafeng, in particular, was stunned and stood frozen in place. Li Xian didn't dare delay. He looked up at the Night Owl and shouted with his last strength. "Report, Instructor Night Owl, it's not 10 o'clock yet, is it?" Night Owl chuckled softly and glanced at his watch. The time stopped exactly at 10:01. "It's exactly 10 o'clock, time to get back to the team." "Yes." Li Xian replied verbally, but in reality, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Xinjiao stepped forward and helped remove all the sandbags from his body. "Damn, that almost killed me," Li Xian complained, sprawling out on the ground. Kalan was helped up by Shiiji, who came over and thanked Li Xian, saying, "Brother Li Xian, thank you so much." Ding, sincere thanks received, plus 20 good guy points. Li Xian waved his hand with difficulty. "Oh, don't be so polite, we're all in the same dorm." Yang Kiki and Xia Qingge also rushed over. The former said to him, "Li Xian, you scared me to death. I almost thought you wouldn't make it." "No problem, I'm on time." After saying that, Li Xian summoned his clone to carry him. "Let's go back to base." Li Xian called his teammates back, but Night Owl appeared beside him without warning and suddenly said, "Well done." Upon hearing the praise, Li Xian was about to speak when Night Owl interrupted him again. "However, as one of the bottom 3, there will be no food when we go back." After saying that, Night Owl left without looking back, leaving Li Xian standing there stunned. "Damn, I know. You don't need to come all the way here to remind me." On the way back, Li Xian kept thinking that there was something strange about Ko Lan's sprained ankle. He turned to Ko Lan and asked, "Brother, I didn't ask earlier, but how did you twist your ankle?" Upon hearing this, Ko Lan recalled the situation at the time. "I was running and didn't notice there was a deep pit under my feet, so I stepped into it." He sighed and continued, "It's really unlucky. I specifically turned around to take a look, and there was a lot of moss and dead branches on the pit. I guess that pit has been there for a long time, and I actually stepped on it." "Really? Did you encounter anyone after you sprained your ankle?" Li Xian pressed. Ko Lan fell into memories again. "I remember the first person I encountered after spraining my ankle was Su Yafeng. He glanced at me, didn't say anything, and left." "What do you mean?" Ko Lan asked suspiciously. "It's all right, go back." Li Xian smiled but ultimately said nothing more. Now that he has no evidence, he can only secretly take precautions. Chapter 59, I will repay 100-fold. Li Xian used his clones to carry himself all the way back. Around noon, everyone returned to the training base. Even if they weren't allowed to eat, the last 3 students were still required to stay in the cafeteria and watch over the food. Li Xian was initially extremely unwilling. Wasn't this just killing him by breaking his spirit? But when he saw the lunch served, Li Xian's resentment vanished. He patted Qin Zhou on the shoulder. "I thought it was something delicious, but you guys are just eating cold steamed buns and pickled vegetables." Qin Zhou glared at him irritably, took a big bite of her steamed bun, and then picked up a piece of pickled vegetables with her chopsticks. With his expression of enjoyment, Qin Zhou looked like he was eating a grand feast. Li Xian touched his empty stomach, swallowed hard, and felt bitter. "It's over. Even though I, Li Xian, am poor, I never imagined that one day I would crave cold steamed buns and pickled vegetables." Just then, Li Xian suddenly smelled the aroma of meat. He turned around and saw Night Owl carrying a tray behind him. Without asking if anyone was sitting down, Night Owl plopped down and muttered to himself, "Wow, the food in the cafeteria is pretty good." Li Xian glanced at her plate subconsciously. Braised beef with radish, braised beef with bean sprouts, stir-fried beef with chili peppers, grilled beef tongue. You. Looking at the plate of beef, Li Xian stammered. What do you mean? Night Owl said, picking up a piece of beef and stuffing it into his mouth. It's stewed until very soft." Then he picked up a piece of radish and took a bite. The savory juices burst in her mouth, and Night Owl couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious, so flavorful." The group smelled the aroma and stared at Night Owl's face, suddenly finding the cold steamed buns in their hands no longer appealing. Even the usually aloof Xia Qingge couldn't help but swallow. Li Xian felt the worms in his stomach being stirred up, and he suddenly stood up, preparing to leave. That's inhuman. Absolutely inhuman. He couldn't stand being in that cafeteria for even a second longer. "Where are you going?" Night Owl asked in a cool voice as he saw him get up. "What? Let's go back to the dorm," Li Xian retorted defiantly. Night Owl retorted, "Did I receive orders to leave? Disobeying orders will be punished." "I don't care, I'm leaving." Li Xian thought to himself, even if a god came, he couldn't stop him now. Night Owl narrowed his eyes. "Are you sure?" As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up abruptly and grabbed Li Xian by the back of the neck. Everyone felt a gust of wind, and then Li Xian and Night Owl disappeared from their sight. The next second, a pig-like scream rang out outside the cafeteria. About a minute later, Li Xian was carried back to his seat by Night Owl like a little chick. His entire face was swollen like a pig's head, covered in bruises. Yang Kiki and the others looked at each other and silently began to eat their steamed buns. The owl dusted off its hands and asked with a smile, "Are you still leaving?" Li Xian shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. It's not thorough. That's a good boy." Night Owl patted the other's head as if praising him. Next, Li Xian experienced a dinner party he would never forget in his life. He secretly vowed in his heart, "Night Owl, you just wait. The day I surpass you, I will repay today's humiliation 100-fold." Lunchtime finally ended, and Li Xian found a secluded corner to cast a lightning chain on himself. After a rather embarrassing treatment, Li Xian's face recovered completely. Hungry and tired, he wanted to go back to his dorm and lie down. Whoosh, whoosh. The whistle blew again, and Li Xian was furious. Damn it, is this ever going to end? Despite his reluctance, Li Xian forced himself to go to the playground. Everyone arrived within 3 minutes. After counting off, Xingjiang separated the boys and girls, then stood on the stage and said, "This afternoon's training is divided into 2 parts, the first part being physical training. Male soldiers do 100 push-ups, and female soldiers do 100 squats. Preparation." Li Xian was completely bewildered. "Brother, do you have to be so cruel? I haven't eaten yet." As everyone prepared, Li Xian bent down, steeling himself and waiting for the start. He gritted his teeth and completed 100 push-ups. They weren't slow, and they didn't fall behind. After everyone finished, Xingjiang gave another order, rest for 3 minutes, then continue with the second group of 100. Holy crap, again? For a time, the new recruits were complaining bitterly. What's all the noise about? Get some rest. Whoever doesn't finish doesn't get dinner. The room fell silent the moment Xingjiang said this. 3 minutes later, the second group started. Li Xian, whose strength had not yet recovered, slowed down. However, he wasn't the only one who was slow. Even among the recruits who have passed the initial screening, their physical abilities vary greatly. Many male soldiers collapsed to the ground, unable to get up, after only completing half of their task. Li Xian felt like his teeth were about to break, and his arms were trembling uncontrollably. 98, 99, 100. With his last bit of willpower, he completed 100 push-ups, then lay sprawled on the ground. The 2 instructors carefully recorded each person's score. This time, Xingjiang did not wait for everyone to finish, but called a halt after 10 minutes. Line up. Next, we move on to the second part, one-on-one free fighting training. Don't ask why we need to train like this, because you will all eventually run out of spiritual energy and need to fight enemies hand to hand. Your opponents will be me, Instructor Night Owl, and 9 combat instructors. Xingjiang issued an order to divide the queue into 11 groups. The female soldiers followed Night Owl, while the male soldiers were handed over to other male instructors. Li Xian followed Qin Jiu and was assigned to an instructor he didn't know. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't an owl. As Li Xian was pondering this, he glanced over and saw Night Owl whispering something in Xingjiang's ear. Li Xian couldn't hear clearly because of the distance, but he could tell that it was definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, after Night Owl finished speaking, Xingjiang nodded and found Li Xian in the crowd. Li Xian, the new recruit, stepped forward. Arrive. You will follow Instructor Night Owl. Yes. Li Xian had no choice but to follow Night Owl to the other side of the playground. Before leaving, he glanced behind him and his eyes met Su Yafeng's. Their eyes met, and the latter narrowed his eyes into slits, making it impossible for Li Xian to guess what the other was thinking. Li Xian smiled at him, looked away, and then looked around. Well, he successfully became the only man to infiltrate the female soldiers. Night Owl led his team to the designated area and immediately spotted Li Xian, the tallest member of the group. Li Xian, step forward. Yes. Li Xian was in a real bind and reluctantly walked to the front of the line. He had anticipated this situation. Li Xian thought to himself, why didn't I get enough of beating people at noon? Let's continue this afternoon. Night Owl said to the female soldiers, before the training begins, recruit Li Xian and I will give you a demonstration first. After saying that, she looked leisurely at Li Xian and said, come on, throw a punch at me. Li Xian didn't say much, and got into an attack stance. Their eyes met, and he seized the moment when the other blinked, took a lunge forward, and raised his right fist to smash into Night Owl's face. Faced with Li Xian's fist, Night Owl didn't move an inch, but simply turned his head to dodge. Too slow. Night Owl said casually, then kicked Li Xian in the stomach. Bang. Even with the Night Owl's strong defense, Li Xian was still kicked 3 or 4 meters away. Again. Night Owl growled. Li Xian got up from the ground and threw another punch. This time, the punch was caught by the opponent with one hand. Too weak. Bang. Again. Where are you going to punch? Bang. Again. A perfectly good demonstration was turned into a one-sided crushing defeat by the Night Owl. Li Xian was kicked away again and again, but he got up again and again. Seeing that the Night Owl hadn't moved an inch, he refused to believe it. When he lunged forward again, he feinted a punch. He changed his straight punch into a sweeping kick, aiming for Night Owl's shin. Night Owl's eyes lit up. This kid has good combat awareness. Despite her thoughts, her body quickly made a decision. With even greater speed, Night Owl kicked Li Xian in the knee. With a bang, the attack was easily neutralized. Having taken the full force of the blow, Li Xian immediately clutched his knee, gritting his teeth in pain. Seeing that Li Xian couldn't stand up for a while, Night Owl stopped what he was doing and muttered. The idea is good, but the ability is lacking. We still need to practice. We can't become arrogant and complacent just because we got first place. The owl's voice was soft, but every word clearly reached Li Xian's ears. He knew that Night Owl's words were specifically for him, and also a well-intentioned reminder. Li Xian endured the pain and nodded solemnly, understood. Seeing the other party's attitude, Night Owl's tone softened, go back to the team. When Li Xian staggered back to the group, she looked at another person in the group. Xiaqinga, step forward. The crowd was somewhat taken aback. Xiaqinga? Who is she? Why did the instructor specifically name her? Xiaqinga was also taken aback, and then walked step by step to the front of the line. The two stood facing each other, and Night Owl asked casually, Zhanghai City, the Xia family? Xiaqinga nodded, without denying it. Very good. With that, Night Owl took 2 wooden swords from the side and threw one of them into the other's hand. I'd like to experience the Xia family's swordsmanship. Chapter 60, Li Nian'er's Secrets. Li Xian never expected that Night Owl would specifically seek out Xiaqinga for a sword duel. This made him even more curious about Xiaqinga. He used to think that the other party's swordsmanship was very good, but now it seems that it is not just good, but that the swordsmanship behind it has been passed down to a famous level. The competition between the two sides is about to begin. As Xiaqinga gripped the sword hilt again, a chilling aura emanated from her, her demeanor completely different from before. Noticing this, Night Owl's eyes grew even more serious. Come on, draw your sword, she called out to her opponent. The next moment, Xiaqinga picked up his wooden sword, leaped forward, and thrust out a sword. It appears to be a simple and unadorned strike, but it is extremely fast, and there are variations within a single move. Just as the sword was about to be blocked by the Night Owl, Xiaqinga flicked her wrist. The thrust instantly transformed into an upward slash, easily deflecting the opponent's wooden sword, and then followed up with a swift strike. The owl was startled at first, then forcibly moved its body to meet the object with its shoulder. The owl chose to accept the blow with minimal cost. With a rip, her clothes were torn on her shoulder. Because it was a wooden sword, it only left a red mark on the owl's shoulder. Night Owl remained calm, without even flinching, and swung his hand at Xiaqinga. The latter shifted his feet, easily dodging the attack, and then struck again. The two exchanged more than a dozen blows, and thanks to his years of combat experience, Night Owl was not caught off guard by his opponent. However, in terms of swordsmanship alone, she gained no advantage whatsoever. The female soldiers, who were just watching the drama unfold, were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that a new recruit could hold his own against the instructor. Good. Night Owl sheathed his sword, offered a brief compliment, and then continued to say to Xiaqinga, go down and spar with Li Xian. Everyone else, pair up and switch between offense and defense 10 times, at the intensity one just demonstrated. Don't stop until I tell you to. Night Owl paid no attention to the competition with Xiaqinga just now and gave orders to all the female soldiers. Li Xian's face was full of distress. As he watched Xiaqinga walk towards him step by step, he felt a chill run down his spine. What did I do wrong? Why am I suffering like this? Question: what's it like to practice with a pretty female classmate? Li Xian rubbed his cheeks, which were swollen like a pig's head, and silently felt sorry for himself for a second. Let's stop fighting, let's take a break. Li Xian threw the sword to the ground and said to Xiaqinga in an almost pleading tone. In the past hour, whether he was attacking or defending, he was the one getting beaten up. Unable to use skills, Li Xian's rudimentary skills were completely inadequate. Continue. Xiaqinga simply replied coldly, then drew her sword and charged forward again. Unable to reach an agreement, Li Xian sighed deeply and picked up his sword again. Bring it on. I refuse to believe we can't beat you. 1 minute later. Li Xian slumped to the ground, staring at the sword tip between his brows, and swallowed hard. Just then, the owl's voice came over. Stop, assemble. Xiaqinga then managed to sheath her sword. Li Xian patted his chest lightly, thankfully, he was still alive. The group lined up in front of the Night Owl. Yang Kiki happened to run into Li Xian. Put. Yang Kiki couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw Li Xian's swollen face. Li Xian was speechless, and whispered to Xiaqinga, who was not far away, it's all Qinga's fault. She's so ruthless to her own people. After reorganizing the formation, Night Owl spoke sternly, although I don't know how you passed the initial screening, I really want to say something. You are too weak. Night Owl bluntly named Song Juiwe, you're too weak. Did you skip lunch? Jai Ling, you're too slow. Even a 3-year-old could dodge your punch. Yang Kiki. Except for Xia Qingda and Li Xian, who were not named, everyone else present was mentioned by Night Owl one by one. Night Owl continued, I know that most of you are either magic-based or support-based awakened individuals, but as Coach Xing Jiang said, you will inevitably encounter situations in the future where you lack spiritual power at that time, you will only be able to rely on yourselves. Whether or not you are selected for the Legion in the future, I hope you will remember what I said today. Perhaps it was because Night Owl's words truly resonated with them that the room fell silent. Yang Kiki, who was named, clenched her fists secretly. Li Xian was still feeling relieved that he hadn't been called out, but Night Owl's fixed gaze had already locked onto him. Li Xian, new recruit, I'm not saying this to be mean, but you're really bad. You can't even beat a girl. I heard you even experienced interdimensional fusion. I really don't know how you survived. Li Xian? Night Owl's words were full of sarcasm, and he couldn't find a reason to refute them. Everyone, including Li Xian, must gather at the gym on the basement floor of the training hall at 7 p.m. tonight. Now, jog in formation until dinner time. At Night Owl's command, all the female soldiers ran around the parade ground, attracting the attention of the other male soldiers. Li Xian was in the group, and being taller than others, his pig-headed appearance was now even more obvious. My God, how did that high school student end up in such a miserable state? You know what, it seems like he has a grudge against Instructor Night Owl. Sigh, if I were him, I probably would have given up and gone home long ago. Stop hitting me. A huge wave of female soldiers is running towards us. Li Xian caught a glimpse of the whispering male soldiers, many of whom were pointing and whispering about him, and felt a deep sense of resentment. He couldn't find time to treat himself, so he could only keep his head down and keep running. Finally, it was dinner time. Li Xian called his 3 teammates to head to the canteen, wondering what kind of food they would have that night. He went to the window to queue up, and when it was almost his turn, the female soldier in front of him who was getting her food complained, "Why is it steamed buns and pickled vegetables again?" The woman serving the food was immediately displeased upon hearing this. Drawing on her 30-plus years of experience working in a canteen, she shook half of a spoonful of pickled vegetables off the other person. Next. Before the female soldier could say anything, the older woman shouted directly behind her. When it was Li Xian's turn, the old lady looked up and saw his still swollen face, and her anger immediately subsided. Auntie, could you give me another steamed bun? I haven't eaten all day. Put. Even though she had worked at this training base for so many years, Li Xian was the most miserable recruit she had ever seen, without exception. The older woman stuffed 4 steamed buns into Li Xian's plate, smiling as she said, "Young man, I know you're working hard, but you should know that many soldiers on missions don't even get a hot steamed bun to eat." Li Xian nodded upon hearing this, and joined his companions while carrying the plate. Li Xian was truly starving after not eating for a day. He grabbed a white steamed bun and stuffed half of it into his mouth. It smells so good. I can show off 10 of these giant steamed buns from northwest China. As the group was eating, Xia Lufang brought Ling Yener to the cafeteria. Ling Yener looked around and saw a pig-headed man sitting with young Kiki and the others. She walked over quickly, her gaze inadvertently passing over Li Xian, and asked young Kiki and the others, "Have you seen my brother?" Li Xian? You little brat, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Li Xian said irritably. Oh. Ling Yener feigned surprise. You pig-headed monster, how come your voice sounds just like my brother's? Did you eat my brother? Monster, give me back my brother. Li Xian? After everyone finished laughing and joking, Li Xian asked, "Yener, where have you been all this time?" Ling Yener scratched her head. I didn't go anywhere. Director Xia has been teaching me in the dormitory. Really? Li Xian looked at Xia Lufang. He didn't believe that Director Xia would be so free. Xia Lufang coughed twice under his gaze. Well, Ling Yener did study all day and did more than a dozen practice tests. Something's fishy. Li Xian keenly realized that Xia Lufang was covering for his sister. He squinted at Xia Lufang and deliberately drew out his question. Yeah? Chapter 61, The Food Has Arrived. After the meal, Li Xian took the opportunity to call Xia Lufang aside. Tell me, Lao Xia, what happened? Xia Lufang was still pretending to be stupid. What? What happened? Li Xian asked bluntly. Why are you taking my sister's side? She certainly wouldn't be so obedient as to do a whole day of test papers. Seeing how well Li Xian understood his sister, Xia Lufang sighed inwardly. Never mind, there's really nothing to hide from you. Xia Lufang slowly said, I had nothing to do when I woke up this morning, and I happened to think about your sister's illness, so I took her to see the military doctor. I originally thought that since I was already here, with the Northwest Legion's medical technology, they might be able to find something. But how did it go? Li Xian asked anxiously as soon as he heard that it was related to his sister's illness. Xia Lufang shrugged. In the end, naturally, nothing was found. Damn it! Li Xian was so angry he wanted to punch someone. Xia Lufang quickly continued, however, after various tests, one thing has been confirmed. What's up? Your sister is already an awakened one. Li Xian, huh? He was so shocked by the news that it took him a long time to recover. Li Xian was puzzled. That's impossible. She doesn't even have a spirit map. Regardless of whether they awaken spontaneously or not, they should all be able to summon their own unique spirit map. Yes. That's the key. Xia Lufang nodded emphatically. Your sister doesn't have a spirit map, but various tests, including brainwave analysis, prove that she has already reached the bronze level. I didn't believe it at the time, but after retesting, the data didn't change at all. This. Li Xian's thoughts were a bit jumbled for a moment. Logically, when a person becomes an awakened one, the spirit map will be activated simultaneously, which will be used to absorb skills later. The number of skills that can be inlaid in a spirit chart also determines a person's awakened talent. The more skills you have, the stronger your awakened talents, and the faster you level up. Without the spirit map, it also means that Li Nyener will not be able to acquire skills from the spirit pearl in the future. Li Xian pondered for a moment, then looked up and asked, is there any possibility that she might awaken the spirit diagram in the future? Xia Lufang shook her head. It's hard to say. Your sister Li Nyener's situation, where she has become an awakened one but has not awakened the spirit map, is probably the first case in more than 20 years. Perhaps when he turns 15, another awakening guidance session might be able to summon the spirit map. After hearing Xia Lufang's words, Li Xian could only reply, all right. Now he can only wait until his sister turns 15 before making a decision. The Awakener test includes a guidance session, which is usually completed by school teachers in China. If one becomes an awakened one at a very young age, their body may not be able to handle it. If one becomes too old, they may miss the best time to cultivate. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom set a threshold. Students who are not self-awakened must be at least 15 years old to take the Awakened One test. Then why didn't she just tell me? Li Xian pressed. Xia Lufang shook his head again upon hearing this. Maybe she doesn't know what will happen and doesn't want you to worry, or maybe she wants to give you a surprise. Okay then. Since his sister didn't want him to know now, Li Xian had no choice but to pretend he didn't know. They looked at each other in silence and walked towards the dormitory. After resting in the dormitory for a while, Li Xian saw that it was almost 7 o'clock, so he headed towards the training hall. Upon arriving at the gym on the basement level, most of the female soldiers had arrived, and a few energetic male soldiers were also there for extra training. Li Xian leaned against the wall, waiting for Night Owl to call for the assembly. Xiaoqinga spotted him in the crowd and walked over quickly. What's wrong? Li Xian asked curiously. Xiaoqinga didn't say anything, handed over a small notebook, and turned to leave. Looking at the other person's back, Li Xian felt somewhat confused. He opened the notebook to the first page and froze on the spot. The notebook contained notes on the shortcomings she noticed during her afternoon match with Li Xian. He even used a different colored pen to specifically mark how Li Xian should adjust things next. For those with weak upper body strength, perform 100 bench presses in 5 sets daily, along with dumbbell exercises, push-ups, etc. Insufficient explosive power, such as single leg hops, lunge jumps, and knee bend jumps. Li Xian stared at the elegant handwriting on the paper, a warmth spreading through his heart. He muttered to himself. Why does someone who is so gentle have to be so aloof? With this martial arts manual in hand, Li Xian's self-training was now on the agenda. A short while later, Night Owl arrived at the gym wearing a black tight-fitting workout outfit. Female soldiers, assemble! Night Owl shouted, gathering the 20 female soldiers together. You are women, and you are naturally at a disadvantage on the battlefield. I won't waste any more time on nonsense. We'll see what we can achieve in 14 days. Let's begin. After saying that, Night Owl lay down on the equipment and began training. Li Xian also didn't waste any words and carried out the training step by step according to the contents of the notebook. When he returned to his dormitory that night, he washed up, applied the ointment, and then crawled into bed. A deep sense of exhaustion washed over him, and within 2 minutes, Li Xian fell into a deep sleep. The next day, before dawn, a whistle woke everyone up. What awaited them was another day of torment. Xingjiang devised a grueling physical training program for the new recruits, with a different program every day for 7 consecutive days. This caused the new recruits to wail and cry every day. Fortunately, the cafeteria no longer served cold steamed buns and pickled vegetables like on the first day, but instead provided normal meals. Otherwise, these new recruits probably wouldn't last 2 days. During those 7 days, Su Yafeng would often steal glances at Li Xian. Sometimes Li Xian would bump into him, but he wasn't embarrassed at all. He would always just squint and smile. Apart from that, the other party made no other moves. Li Xian was frustrated. How could someone like him, a high school student, be targeted by others? On the 8th day, after completing the morning training exercise, Xingjiang led them to the southernmost open space of the base. In the center of the open space, a long table made up of pieces of wood was filled with various firearms. On the other side of the table were targets. Xingjiang called all the new recruits to line up in front of the long table and gave the order. Today's shooting practice includes disassembling and assembling firearms, as well as everyone's marksmanship. Report to your respective instructors according to the previous group assignments. Li Xian, divided into groups, gathered with the female soldiers in front of Night Owl. Li Xian was not surprised that the training program included shooting practice. While firearms cannot be used in other dimensions, they can be very effective when extraterrestrial beings invade Earth. Especially for creatures below the gold level. Those of gold or higher quality have a strong defensive capability against firearms to varying degrees. For example, the winged tiger leopard and blue-scaled snake that Li Xian encountered before. One that can fly is difficult to aim at. One of its scales is very hard, making it difficult for bullets to penetrate. To deal with them, we would need to use anti-material sniper rifles or more powerful firearms. Night Owl didn't say much. After all, most of them were newly selected recruits who should know their weapons very well. The only ones who needed her care were Li Xian and the other two. Night Owl made arrangements for the female soldiers and called Li Xian and the others to a separate table. There was a pistol, an automatic rifle, and a sniper rifle on the table. She pointed to the 3 guns on the table and asked everyone, "Do you recognize them all?" Li Xian and the other two all shook their heads. Night Owl wasn't surprised by this, picked up the pistol on the table, and continued. The military version of the QSG-92 pistol is equipped with 5.8mm caliber bullets, has a magazine capacity of 15 rounds, a total length of 199mm, an unloaded weight of 0.76 kilograms, and an effective range of 50 meters. After saying that, she released the safety, looked at the 30-meter target, and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang 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 bang. The pistol seemed to have no recoil in her hand. 15 bullets poured out, each hitting the bullseye. Night Owl reloaded the magazine and casually tossed the gun to Xiaoqinga. "You guys give it a try." "Good." Yang Kiki picked up the gun, aimed for a moment, and fired 5 shots that missed the target, with 2 shots hitting the bullseye. She then loaded the bullet and handed it to Xiaoqinga. The latter achieved the exact same results as Yang Kiki. When the gun was handed to Li Xian, he seemed a little nervous. Touching a real gun for the first time and feeling its coldness, Li Xian took a deep breath, raised his arm horizontally, and aimed at the 30-meter target. With his eyes, sights, and target aligned, Li Xian decisively pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. He emptied the magazine in one go, then looked curiously at the target. He suddenly felt embarrassed. Of the 15 bullets fired, only the first one hit the 7 ring. The other 14 bullets all missed the target. Puff. Upon seeing this result, the 3 women beside him could not help but burst out laughing. Of them, Night Owl's voice was the loudest, and she said in a leisurely, mocking tone, "You're like a mother opening the door for her child. The cabbage has arrived home." Chapter 62, I think I can still. Li Xian was unconvinced and wanted to try again, but was stopped by Night Owl. "Alright, your posture is all wrong, so stop wasting bullets here." Night Owl put his gun away and demonstrated the correct shooting posture to Li Xian and the other two. Take a small step back with the leg on the side holding the gun, turn your body to the side about 40 degrees, and slightly bend both elbows. As soon as he finished speaking, Night Owl swiftly pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet hit the target precisely. Do you understand now? Li Xin and the other two nodded as if they understood, but not quite. Night Owl picked up the rifle on the table again. Okay, next up is the Type 95 assault rifle. Before noon, Night Owl taught the three how to use the three guns. Li Xin and the others practiced with their guns. Night Owl watched for a while, and while they were reloading, he said slowly and deliberately. Actually, whether a gun is accurate enough or not also depends on something called gun feel. Li Xin was puzzled. What do you mean? Can it be understood as a feeling? Night Owl nodded. Yes. It takes a lot of bullets to develop a shooter's feel for guns, and it also varies depending on the type of gun. For example, it is very difficult to develop a feel for sniper rifles. So it is not difficult to become a sniper, but it is extremely difficult to become a very good sniper. Night Owl paused for a moment, then continued, however, some people have a natural feel for guns. These people are called shooting geniuses. Upon hearing this, Li Xin pointed to himself and asked, Am I a genius? Ha! Night Owl didn't want to talk and rolled his eyes. Forehead. For the next 3 days, the training focused on shooting. After repeatedly handling the gun, Li Xin became familiar with the use of various firearms, constantly practicing at distances of 30 meters, 50 meters, and 100 meters to improve his shooting accuracy. With a sniper rifle, he could barely hit the target at 500 meters beyond the distance. He had no chance. Yang Kiki, however, showed some talent in sniping. With a range of 800 meters, she can achieve an 80% hit rate depending on the weather, which is quite remarkable. The training session has reached its 11th day. At this point, there were only 5 days left until the end of the training camp. That morning, after finishing physical training, Xingjiang gathered everyone in the building in the middle of the training base. Line up and keep up. He called out from the front, and the new recruits lined up and went downstairs. Walking through the corridor and opening the door, a particularly large room came into view. A strong spiritual energy also wafted towards us. Xingjiang, standing at the front of the group, said, This is the training room of the training base, and the ground is covered with spirit ore. You have 1 day to cultivate and level up here. How much you can improve depends entirely on your own abilities. There's no need for everyone to fight over it. The spiritual energy content is about the same no matter where you are in this room. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes lit up. He had learned in his textbooks that spirit ore is an extremely rare resource, produced only in specific alternate dimensions. The greatest use of spirit ore is to absorb and store large amounts of spiritual energy over the years, which can then be used to assist awakened individuals in their cultivation. Nice one. A piece of spirit ore the size of a palm can fetch over 10,000 yuan on the market, and you still might not be able to buy it. The Northwest Legion must be incredibly wealthy to have such a large room filled with spirit ore. At Xingjiang's command, Li Xian scurried to the center of the room, ready to start taking advantage of the situation. Hey kid, this place is taken. Li Xian had just sat down when someone called out to him from behind. The voice sounded very familiar to Li Xian. He turned around unhappily and saw Su Yafeng standing behind him with his 3 roommates. This isn't your property, it should be first come, first served, right? Besides, the room is so big, you can go anywhere else. Su Yafeng squinted and replied firmly, What do you mean by first come, first served? We've had our eye on this place for a long time. You're the one who's barging in. After a pause, he continued in a sour tone. What, isn't the special treatment you get from the instructors enough? You want to monopolize the best resources too? His roommate chimed in, exactly. I really can't understand how a student who didn't even graduate high school could get such attention from the military instructors. Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately understood. The other party is jealous. He was jealous of the special attention he received from the Night Owl. But Li Xian didn't want any special treatment. If you had told me earlier, I would have discussed it with Night Owl and given you the special treatment spot. And your words are so sarcastic, I really doubt if you guys are even men. Li Xian did not get angry upon hearing this, but instead rolled his eyes. Okay, you can have this spot, I'll go to the side. Li Xian got up and left, finding an empty seat not far from them and sitting down again. Xingjiang and Yishao silently observed the dispute that was taking place on Li Xian's side, without interfering. Why did this kid give up his seat? Xingjian was surprised that Li Xian would actually give up his seat.
Although it doesn't matter much where you are in the room, the spiritual energy is definitely more concentrated in the very center.
Night Owl chuckled. No need to think, he's definitely going to cause trouble. As expected. As soon as Li Xian sat down, he took out more than a dozen spirit beads from his pocket. They were all silver grade. As a major holder of spirit pearls, he would be embarrassed to go out without carrying at least a dozen. Perfect timing, it's been a while since I leveled up. Li Xian thought to himself as he crushed a spirit pearl in his hand.
In an instant, the spiritual power inherent in the spirit pearl and the spiritual power emitted by the spirit or enveloped him.
Li Xian then entered a meditative state.
In order to consolidate his realm, he kept his level at Bronze 7, even though he could have broken through long ago.
Today is the day. After absorbing one, Li Xian crushed the second one without hesitation.
Some of the new recruits beside him, who hadn't yet entered meditation, saw Li Xian take out more than a dozen silver-grade spirit orbs.
Wow, what a rich dog!
When he crushed the spirit orbs one after another without hesitation, they were even more bewildered.
Who levels up using spirit orbs? Isn't this risking your life? What if I absorb some unwanted skills? 3 question marks appeared in everyone's minds. Before they could recover from their shock, a vortex of spiritual energy spread outwards from Li Xian as the center. Holy crap, he's already breaking through in such a short time? As everyone was once again in shock, the spiritual energy in the room continued to converge on Li Xian.
Those who had previously entered into meditation practice felt the spiritual energy around them becoming increasingly scarce and awoke one after another. They were surprised to find out what had happened, but when they realized it was Li Xian breaking through, they didn't say anything more. After all, everyone's breakthrough is like this, it only takes a few minutes.
But 10 minutes later, everyone was dumbfounded. How come it took so long to break through?
Another 10 minutes passed before the vortex of spiritual energy around Li Xian finally weakened. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's alright, the time is still acceptable.
Just when they thought Li Xian was finally done, the spiritual energy vortex, which had shrunk, suddenly expanded again. Damn it, you're doing it again? Su Yafeng and his group, who were sitting not far from Li Xian, were even more dumbfounded. The closer you are to Li Xian, the thinner your spiritual energy becomes.
Seeing that the people around Li Xian were starting to move away and prepare to find a spot on the sidelines, one of Su Yafeng's roommates whispered.
Brother Yafeng, shall we go over too? Go where? How long can this kid break through? Su Yafeng glared at Li Xian with a vicious look. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The extraordinary phenomenon of this breakthrough lasted for more than 30 minutes before finally subsiding. Li Xian slowly opened his eyes, exiting his meditative state. Not bad, you broke through 2 levels in one go. Li Xian sensed the power of the bronze 9th realm within him and nodded in satisfaction.
If it weren't for the room with the spirit ore, he really wouldn't be sure he could level up twice at once.
Li Xian looked up and glanced around.
The room, which was originally full of people, now only had Su Yafeng and a few others beside him. Everyone else had moved to the wall.
Su Yafeng and the others stared expectantly at Li Xian, who also looked over with a bewildered expression.
The scene was quite awkward at one point.
Hey, have you finished your breakthrough? Su Yafeng asked tentatively.
Ha! Li Xian sneered without saying a word, and took out the remaining spirit pearls from his pocket. He counted them and found that there were 8 silver-grade spirit orbs left.
Li Xian smirked, I think I'm alright. Chapter 63, Cash or Credit Card? Li Xian picked up a spirit pearl and crushed it in front of Su Yafeng's constipated face.
He himself didn't know if he could break through to the silver level in one go, but he could at least take this opportunity to try. The others in the room felt the spiritual energy vortex dissipate and woke up, looking towards Li Xian. They thought the same as Su Yafeng. Li Xian was about to finish his breakthrough, but who would have thought that he would take out the spirit pearl again?
This is awful. What's the point of playing this game?
Su Yafeng was furious, but he couldn't make a move in front of everyone, so he had no choice but to slink back to the wall with his 3 roommates.
Li Xian was left alone in the center of the field. He wasn't in a hurry. He steadily absorbed all the spiritual energy from one spirit pearl before moving on to the next.
After crushing 7 pills in a row, as his spiritual power continuously pushed the limits of his spiritual power, he felt that his spiritual power had reached saturation, but he still hadn't reached the point where he could break through the boundary.
Li Xian looked at the last silver spirit pearl in his hand and took a deep breath. Fine, if I can do it, I will. If not, then so be it.
With this mindset, he crushed the last spirit pearl. What Li Xian didn't know was that this spirit pearl belonged to a ghost-faced frog in Silver 9. It is a spirit pearl second only to the gold grade. The spiritual power contained within it was far greater than that of the spiritual pearls he had crushed before. Its spiritual energy purity is also higher than that of other spiritual beads. When Li Xian crushed it, he felt a surge of spiritual energy. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly entered a meditative state. The extraordinary phenomenon reappears during the breakthrough. This spiritual energy vortex is twice as large as the previous one. Not far away, Night Owl's gaze narrowed slightly, wondering, was he about to break through to a higher level? After an unknown amount of time, a faint crack sound came from inside Li Xian's body. He knew, it was done. Suppressing his joy, Li Xian prepared to exit his meditative state. Before he even opened his eyes, a ding sound suddenly appeared in his mind. Level upgraded to silver rank detected. Passive skill panel unlocked. Li Xian, huh? While he had his eyes closed, he clicked on the passive skills option in the system panel. Passive skill. Swordsmanship LV1. Shooting LV1. Unarmed combat LV2. In addition, there are other life-related skills, such as cooking LV5, basketball LV1, singing LV2, etc. According to the system's usual behavior, the displayed LV indicates that you can continue to upgrade your level. Li Xian tried clicking on a few passive skills and discovered that there were two ways to upgrade them. One approach is to improve proficiency in the skill. For example, if he practices swordsmanship every day, his swordsmanship skill level can be improved to a certain extent. Another simple and direct approach is to use good guy points to level up directly. 100 good guy points equals 1 level. Li Xian looked at the 250 good person points he had received in the system and fell into deep thought. The others looked at Li Xian, who remained motionless, and whispered among themselves in curiosity. Why isn't he awake yet? Did he go crazy from the breakthrough? I don't know. Logically speaking, he should have woken up by now that the breakthrough phenomenon is over. Su Yafeng, standing among the others, interjected, could it be that he's deliberately staying asleep to reserve a spot? After this was said, many people echoed his sentiments. Su Yafeng's smug smile didn't last long before Li Xian suddenly opened his eyes. After locating Su Yafeng in the crowd, Li Xian quickly walked towards him. Su Yafeng was startled. Staring at the other person's serious expression, he assumed that Li Xian had overheard the bad things being said behind his back. Hey Li Xian, about that. Su Yafeng had just opened his mouth to explain when Li Xian interrupted him. Hey buddy, I gave you my seat earlier, haven't you thanked me yet? Su Yafeng, huh? He was taken aback at first, then looked at Li Xian's serious expression, which didn't seem like a joke, and said awkwardly. Thank you. Ding, thank you received, plus 10 good guy points. Yes, you're welcome. Li Xian nodded lightly, then looked at Su Yafeng's 3 roommates, and you guys? The 3 of them were baffled, but since their boss had already spoken, they couldn't very well remain silent. Thank you. 3. Ding, thank you received, plus 30 good guy points. Looking at the 40 good points he had just earned, Li Xian smiled like a proud mother. Good job, everyone practice hard. After saying that, he walked straight toward the 2 instructors. How many levels did you level up? Night Owl asked curiously. Level 3, exactly silver 1. That's right. Next, focus on consolidating your realm. The accumulation during the Bronze Age will manifest itself in the Silver Age, which will determine how well you go on your path in the future, Night Owl said seriously to the other party. Li Xian nodded solemnly, then said with an embarrassed expression. Night Owl instructor, I need your help. The owl looked at him with interest. Go on, it said. 10 minutes later, Li Xian was taken by Night Owl to the shooting practice area. Why did you suddenly decide to practice shooting? Night Owl asked, puzzled. Li Xian chuckled, it's nothing. Leaning there is a waste of time. It's better to practice other skills. Night Owl was somewhat surprised by what he said. She hadn't expected the boy to take it so seriously. Alright, you can use any gun here. If you run out of bullets, just ask the staff for more. After speaking, Night Owl turned and left, leaving Li Xian to train alone. Li Xian looked at the neatly arranged guns and bullets on the table and couldn't help but rub his hands together. It's against all reason not to take advantage of freebies. He picked up the most difficult sniper rifle, adjusted his posture, and started firing wildly at the target. After emptying more than a dozen magazines, Li Xian turned his aching shoulder. My shoulder was red from the recoil of the gun, but my shooting skill level didn't improve at all. Unconvinced, he reloaded and fired more than 10 rounds from the magazine again.
Ding, you have gained the passive skill, Sniper LV1. Wow! Li Xian exclaimed in surprise.
He hadn't expected that sniping and shooting were separate skills.
Li Xian excitedly picked up the sniper rifle again.
This time, he set his sights on a target 800 meters away.
As Li Xian held his breath, his entire body seemed to freeze. Bang!
The next moment, the sniper bullet burst forth, traversing a distance of 800 meters, and successfully hit the target.
Hit the target! Li Xian was excited.
Although he failed to hit the bullseye, he had previously struggled to even hit the target at a distance of 800 meters.
Li Xian was afraid it was just bad luck, so he adjusted his mindset and fired 3 shots in a row. All correct.
Good heavens, he thought to himself.
Li Xian began to look forward to it. If he could train his shooting and sniping skills to a high level, would he also be able to possess the gun feel that Night Owl had mentioned?
For the remaining day, Li Xian stayed at the shooting range without leaving for a moment, skipping lunch and practicing until evening.
The joy of getting freebies is much better than eating rice. If it weren't for his stomach protesting, he could have practiced until late at night. After Li Xian got his food from the cafeteria, Night Owl sat down at Li Xian's table with his tray. "Hey kid, how was your practice today?" Li Xian smiled and said, "Not bad, you've practiced well. Upgrading shooting to LV3 and sniping to LV2 directly saves him 300 good guy points." Night Owl nodded gently, took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Li Xian. "Take a look, this is a list of the number of bullets you used today.
4,480 rounds of 5.8mm bullets and 295 rounds of 7.62mm bullets, totaling 44,750 yuan.
Cash or card?" Li Xian? Chapter 64, Entering Another Dimension. Upon hearing that money was required, Li Xian immediately stood up. "What the hell? Why is it charging?" he asked, unconvinced. "What's the rush? Sit down." Night Owl pulled Li Xian back to his seat and said quietly,
"If you don't use firearms during training hours, you'll naturally have to bear the costs yourself."
Night Owl narrowed his eyes and cracked his knuckles. "What, you trying to renege on your debt? Refusing to pay? Can I renege on my debt?"
Looking at the other person's expression, Li Xian broke out in a cold sweat. I'm afraid if he utters even a single word like scoundrel, he'll be beaten to a pulp the next second. "Sister Night Owl, but I'm still a student, I don't have that much money," Li Xian asked weakly, sounding as aggrieved as a 150-pound baby.
Night Owl smirked. "Alright, then promise me one thing, I'll cover the cost for you." Li Xian was taken aback. "So you were waiting for me here?" Li Xian wondered, what is there to worry about for a high school student like me? He tentatively asked, "What can I promise you?" "I definitely won't do anything that goes against my principles."
Night Owl patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I haven't thought about it yet."
"I'll tell you when I do. Don't worry, I won't let you do anything immoral." Li Xian pondered for a moment, what if I continue to practice shooting in the future? "I'll take it all." "Deal." Li Xian nodded. "Good."
Night Owl patted his head like he was patting a child and replied with a smile.
After dinner, Li Xian led his entire dormitory to the gym.
Xinjiu and the others had learned that Li Xian had to practice extra every night, and fearing that they would fall behind, they clamored to come alone. Li Xian ignored Kolan and the other two, and met up with Xinjiu and Yang Kiki.
Yang Kiki asked curiously, "Li Xian, have you arrived in Baiyin yet?"
She hadn't had a chance to speak with Li Xian all day, so she took this opportunity to ask.
Li Xian nodded, then looked at everyone and asked, "And you?" "Xiaoqingga and I have both reached silver rank." Yang Kiki replied first. Xinjiu touched his nose. "I just reached bronze 9 today.
I estimate it will take some time before I reach silver."
Li Xian noticed that Xinjiu seemed a little embarrassed, so he put his arm around her shoulder. "No rush, take your time." Xinjiu nodded emphatically. Seeing that the two had a good relationship, Yang Ke covered her mouth and laughed. "I didn't expect that Li Xian, who was originally the lowest level, would be the first to break through to silver." Li Xian patted his chest and said, "What are you talking about? If I wanted to level up, it would be a piece of cake." After a few moments of laughter and joking, Li Xian looked at Xia Qingge. "Qingge, I'd like to ask you for a favor." Xia Qingge uttered a single word calmly, "Speak." Li Xian scratched his head. "Well, I want to learn swordsmanship from you." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingge frowned slightly. Li Xian could tell that the other party was in trouble, so he quickly said, "I was just asking. If it's really difficult, then forget it." Xia Qingge replied in a cool voice, "Not really." She hesitated for a while, then finally said, "Okay." Seeing that Xia Qingge agreed, Xinjiu and Yang Kiki also clamored to learn. With no other option, Xia Qingge led the group back to the first floor of the training hall. Practicing swordsmanship is tough, you have to start with the basics. She found 3 wooden swords and threw them over, then immediately assumed a fighting stance. Chop, flick, thrust. Xia Qingge demonstrated the basic sword techniques one by one. After she finished, she turned around and looked at Li Xian and the others. The look in his eyes conveyed the message, "Did you understand?" Li Xian nodded blankly. It was clearly the simplest of moves, yet in the opponent's hands, it had an ethereal, otherworldly quality. Then Xia Qingge demonstrated all the movements in a continuous sequence. This time, Li Xian's eyes followed, but his brain didn't. Li Xian wasn't the only one who found it difficult. Yang Kiki and Xinjiu were equally confused. When any skill is elevated to a professional level, it cannot be understood by a layperson at a glance. After finishing her sword dance, Xia Qingge cast another questioning glance at her. Yang Kiki gave an awkward laugh first, "I don't think I can learn it." Xinjiu chimed in, "I think so too." Xia Qingge did not mean anything by this. Li Xian was left alone, and he and Xia Qingge looked at each other. Li Xian sensed a hint of anticipation in the other person's eyes. "I studied." Li Xian resolutely picked up the wooden sword and began to swing it little by little, just as the other person had demonstrated. Chop, flick, stab. This was the first time Li Xian had taken the sword in his hand seriously. He had used long daggers before, but that was more about using them than mastering them. Before long, his clothes were soaked with sweat. Li Xian was so engrossed in practicing his swordsmanship that the others stopped disturbing him. Xia Qingge stayed and watched for a while, a strange light flashing in her eyes. When the new recruits arrived at the training hall one after another on the basement floor, they were all surprised to see Li Xian constantly swinging his sword at the air. Even Night Owl stood by and watched for a long time before leaving. Ding, swordsmanship skill level has been upgraded to LV2. Only when the system notification sounded in Li Xian's mind did he finally put down his sword. He looked around, but the huge training hall was already empty. Li Xian gave a wry smile and dragged his tired body back to his dormitory. For the next 2 days, Li Xian did physical training in the morning, asked Night Owl for permission to practice shooting in the afternoon, and practiced swordsmanship alone in the evening. He lived a fulfilling life every day. Several passive skills used in actual combat are also steadily improving. However, when they upgrade to LV3, it's like they get stuck. No matter how much Li Xian practiced, he couldn't improve. He didn't pay much attention, guessing that he might need real-world experience to continue improving. The day before the end of the training camp. Early in the morning, Xingjian gathered everyone together and had them board military-grade trucks in batches. Because it had been explained in advance, no one was curious about where they were going. Li Xian carried a backpack and sat in a carriage with his roommates. Kolan sat next to him and seemed a little nervous. "Are you all right?" Li Xian asked kindly, seeing that the other person's legs were shaking with nervousness. Kolan replied as if waking from a dream, I'm fine." Shiichi quipped in a low voice, "This is an old problem of his, he gets incredibly nervous whenever there's a test." Kolan sighed inwardly, glanced at Li Xian's composed demeanor, and asked curiously, "Li Xian, aren't you nervous?" Li Xian pointed to himself, "Me? What's there to be nervous about? Going to other dimensions for testing is just routine, isn't it?" That being said, the danger level of platinum level alternate dimensions is still very high, Kolan reminded. Most of the new recruits are in the mid to late silver stage. In the platinum level alternate dimension, even the weakest monsters are silver level. The most prestigious of them all is the platinum level. If you're not careful, you could really die inside. Li Xian nodded, "I know, I'll be careful once I'm inside." Kolan wanted to say something more, but fearing it would disrupt the other person's composure, she ultimately didn't continue. The car swayed and bumped along the way until it stopped at a desert. The new recruits assembled in the open space.
Xing Jiang and Yi Xiao walked to the front of the group and gave orders.
The final test begins today.
As he spoke, Xing Jiang pointed to the military camp behind him, where an entrance to another dimension was hidden.
You will be tested inside. You can work in teams or go solo. You are not allowed to bring anything in except your usual weapons and supplies. The test results will be determined based on the number of spirit orbs you obtain.
1 silver grade orb is worth 1 point, and 1 gold grade orb is worth 5 points. The orbs will be distributed among the team members themselves, and this will be included in your final score.
Once you go in, there will be no protection. Your lives will depend entirely on yourselves. Make sure you meet here before noon tomorrow. Did you understand?
Clear. Li Xian roared in the crowd, his eyes filled with fervent light, showing no fear whatsoever.
The interdimensional test? This is my favorite part. Chapter 65, Desert Centipede.
For the final test, Xia Lufang and Lin Yanner, who hadn't been seen for a long time, came along. Before the operation, Xia Lufang summoned Li Xian and the other 3 men and privately instructed them.
The risks of a platinum-level alternate dimension are too great. You 4 should form a group and remember not to separate. Everyone nodded. Understood. At this moment, Lin Yanner grabbed Li Xian's arm and said weakly, "Brother, I want to go too." Li Xian immediately refused. "No, what would you be doing there?"
Brother Lin Yanner drawled out the last syllable, and said coquettishly, "I've never been to another dimension before in my life. Besides, with you and my brothers and sisters around, I won't be in any danger." Li Xian wanted to refuse, but then he thought that his sister was already an awakened one, so she should also see what the other dimension looked like.
He looked at his 3 teammates. "What about you guys?"
Yang Kiki was the first to reply, "I don't think there's a problem." Xinzhou chimed in, "As long as we don't go too deep, there shouldn't be any major problems."
Xia Qingga nodded silently in agreement. "All right then."
Seeing that his teammates had no problem, Li Xian agreed, and then added, "Don't wander off once you're inside, stay close to me."
"I understand, brother is so kind." After discussing the matter, the group followed the troops ahead and entered the alternate dimension one by one. As they passed through the entrance, a desolate desert came into view. Separated only by a spatial portal, Blue Star had already entered early winter, while Li Xian and his companions were under the blazing sun. The surface temperature of the body is at least 30 degrees Celsius, and the temperature of the sand is even higher. The group immediately took off their coats, covered their heads with them, and then began to observe their surroundings. As far as the eye can see, there are only sand dunes, not a single patch of green in sight. Li Xinxin remarked with emotion, "Even the alternate dimension has such distinctive Northwest China characteristics." Then he led a few people to choose a direction to explore. After walking for a while without seeing any extraterrestrial creatures, they found a shady spot to rest. Lin Yanner sat next to Li Xian, muttering to herself. "I thought the alternate dimension would be a place filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, but I never expected it to be a desert." Li Xian smiled upon hearing this, and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a slight vibration in the sand beneath his feet. He immediately warned, "Quiet, something seems to be coming." The group assumed fighting stances, alerting their surroundings. Lin Yanner was the first to notice a raised sand dune in the sand not far away, moving rapidly toward them. "Brother, it's over there." The group looked in the direction of the sound and also discovered something unusual. "Coco!" Li Xian shouted. Yang Kiki immediately understood and conjured several ice spears to thrust out. Due to environmental factors, the effectiveness of ice-type skills has been significantly weakened. The ice spear, which had previously been invincible, failed to pierce the sand layer, nor could it stop the creature beneath the sand from approaching. "Careful!" Li Xian reminded them again, and the raised sandbags were already at their feet. The group quickly dodged. With a boom, the creature under the sandbag burst out of the sand, revealing its face. A centipede, over 10 meters long and nearly 1 meter wide, its entire body encased in a white exoskeleton, was staring at the crowd with its gaping maw and eerie red eyes. Li Xian's gaze sharpened, his heart filled with shock. Desert centipede? Judging by that physique, he's still at the gold level? Li Xian never expected that the first creature he encountered upon entering this alternate dimension would be a gold-level being. Others reached the same conclusion, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Without Li Xian needing to speak, Xinzhou took the lead, raising his shield to meet the enemy. "You beast, look at me!" Xinzhou went all out, immediately activating her taunt skill.
The desert centipede turned its head to look at Qinzhou, let out a silent roar, and charged at him. Xiaoqinga drew her longsword and, with incredible speed, circled behind the centipede, leaping into the air. Taking advantage of the moment when Qinzhou stopped mocking him, he drew his sword and slashed at the centipede's back.
Bang bang bang.
Xiaoqinga swung her sword several times in a row, but the desert centipede's exoskeleton was too hard and too dense. After a metallic clang, her sword failed to actually harm her opponent.
The desert centipede ignored Xiaoqinga and its wide-open mouth was already in front of Qinzhou.
The latter steeled himself and activated all his defensive skills, preparing to take the blow head-on.
Boom!
Another explosion rang out, and Qinzhou, shielded by his shield, was sent flying several meters away.
It was fortunate that his shield was sturdy, otherwise, it would have been reduced to dust in a second under the full force of the desert centipede's attack. The battle took place in the blink of an eye.
Seeing this, Li Xian knew he had to go on the field to provide support.
Coco, please protect my little sister.
He handed Li Nianer to young Kiki and then rushed into the battlefield. The desert centipede knocked away the annoying creature in its sight with a single blow, then turned its head to prepare to attack Xiaoqinga.
Xiaoqinga realized she was being targeted.
Grasping her 3-foot sword, she unleashed her strongest skill, the 7-star slash.
7 slashes instantly enveloped the centipede's head.
The damage had its effect. Many of the desert centipede's hard exoskeletons on its head were shredded like snowflakes.
It was enraged and tried to tear Xiaoqinga apart with its mouth. Step back. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Li Xian shouted anxiously and raised his hand to release holy light towards the centipede's head.
Caught off guard, the desert centipede was enveloped by a beam of light more than 4 meters thick, which covered half of its body.
Light shone through the gaps in the exoskeleton and penetrated the centipede's skin.
The burning pain of its life force caused it to curl up into a ball and grind its teeth incessantly.
There's hope.
Seeing that his opponent was under control, Li Xian prepared to unleash an infinite holy light buff. Yang Kiki, who was not far away, continuously provided long-range support with firepower. For stationary targets, she can simply close her eyes and unleash her skills.
Little did anyone know that the pain would unleash the desert centipede's ferocity.
Before Li Xian could release the third holy light, it sprang out of the area covered by the holy light and lunged at Li Xian.
You beast, look at me. At the crucial moment, Qinzhou, having regained some composure, launched a taunt. They forcibly diverted the hatred from the desert centipede. Seeing this, Li Xian raised his hand again. Holy light.
The beam of light fell, bringing the fleeing desert centipede back to its original position. As the light faded, Xiaoqinga circled around to the front of the centipede and unleashed the 7-star slash once more. After 7 strikes, numerous cracks appeared on the exoskeleton of the opponent's head. Li Xian seized the opportunity, used holy light to control the field a few more times, and then activated his liquid arm to enter running mode.
The hunt takes effect after 5 seconds. Li Xian raised his fist and smashed it hard into the other person's head.
With a sharp crack, the desert centipede was stunned by the force of the punch.
Li Xian remained on edge, not daring to relax for even a moment.
He clearly remembered that the textbook described creatures like desert centipedes, which usually appeared in groups. Now, this gold-level creature is almost killed by the 4 of them, and another one hasn't appeared yet, which is very illogical. As Li Xian was thinking, he suddenly heard a gasp from behind him. When he turned around, he saw that another desert centipede had somehow emerged from where Yang Kiki and her sister were. Meanwhile, the one that had been knocked unconscious recovered. Hundreds of long legs scraped back and forth on the sand, swirling countless grains of sand into the air.
Sandstorms are the desert centipede's signature skill. Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Something bad is about to happen. Chapter 66 Lightning Resistance LV1.
Li Xian rushed towards his younger sister immediately, completely ignoring the sandstorm that was gradually forming behind him. Too far away, Qinzhou's taunts couldn't reach her, so she had to turn around and grab the first desert centipede. Fortunately, although Yang Kiki looks gentle and weak, she has a strong mental fortitude. Faced with the sudden attack of the desert centipede, she was briefly taken aback before using her freezing spell to quickly freeze the water vapor in front of her, condensing it into an ice shield. However, there is very little moisture in the desert, and the thickness of the ice shield can only buy you a moment's time. Without hesitation, Yang Kiki pushed Li Nianer away from her. Immediately afterwards, the ice shield was mercilessly shattered by the desert centipede, which opened its huge mouth and bit down on her. Yang Kiki closed her eyes, unsure if she could survive the attack.
At the critical moment, Li Xian finally arrived.
He grabbed young Kiki and lunged to the side. Sizzle. Li Xian's shoulder was lacerated by the exoskeleton of the centipede's mouth, and blood gushed out. Having dodged the attack, Li Xian quickly asked, "Are you alright?" Young Kiki was still shaken. Seeing the blood flowing from the other person's shoulder, she said with concern, "I'm fine, it's your shoulder." "It's just a minor injury." Li Xian managed a weak smile, then joined Yang Kiki and Lin Yenner. The first desert centipede skill was interrupted by Qinzhou, and the sandstorm that had been brewing for a while dissipated into the air. Xiaoqinga activated the damage amplification buff, continuously leaving wounds on the opponent's head. Teammates are the most reliable. Li Xian felt a pang of emotion and quickly calmed himself down. He looked at the second desert centipede that appeared and found that it was smaller than the first one. Li Xian guessed that this should still be at the silver level. Both sides were 2 against 1, and Li Xian showed no mercy to the centipede who tried to ambush his younger sister. The unlimited Holy Light refill package is ready to be arranged. Combined with Yang Kiki's skills, they continuously whittle down the opponent's health. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of fighting, they managed to kill both desert centipedes. Li Xian sat on the ground, panting heavily. Without the spirit pearl, his spiritual energy cannot be replenished and he can only recover slowly on his own. The other team members were alright, they only had minor injuries. Only the wound on his shoulder was still bleeding, and he needed to use his skills to heal it quickly. Lin Yenner sat down next to Li Xian and said in a tearful voice, "Brother, you're injured." "It's nothing, just a minor injury." He raised his other, uninjured arm and affectionately ruffled the other person's hair without saying anything more. Li Xian thought that through this battle, his younger sister should be able to understand the dangers of becoming an awakened one and the importance of teamwork. After catching his breath, he got up and went to a secluded place. Li Xian looked at the lightning gathering in his hand, feeling 100 times unwilling. "Ugh, I'm about to get an electric shock again." He sighed, closed his eyes and covered his mouth, then aimed the electricity at the wound and released it. The next moment, a tingling sensation spread from my shoulder throughout my entire body. Comfortable. He unconsciously made a shy sound. Fortunately, they covered their mouths beforehand, so the sound that came out wasn't loud. After a series of treatments, his spiritual energy was almost depleted. Li Xian moved his recovering shoulder around and found the comfort completely addictive. Sigh, it's best to try to avoid getting injured next time. Just as he finished his sigh and was about to turn back, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, you have gained the passive skill Lightning Resistance LV1. Li Xian? How can I get such a pleasant surprise after just a few shocks? When Li Xian was puzzled, he remembered that he had been hospitalized by the lightning tribulation of causality and had been cured by continuously releasing lightning chains. He immediately realized that it wasn't from being shocked a few times, but from being shocked all night, and today he had just reached the cumulative value. Li Xian pondered for a moment, recalling his recent fear of the calamity of cause and effect, which had made him hesitant to use his blessing skills. He suddenly thought, could it be that if I increase my lightning resistance, I can resist or even be immune to the causal lightning tribulation? After thinking it over, Li Xian felt there was a chance. Moreover, improving lightning resistance is very inexpensive, you just need to keep getting shocked. Thinking of this, Li Xian looked at his hands. Well, I guess I'll have to keep getting shocked. When Li Xian returned to the group, he found Qinzhou using a knife to pry open the head of a desert centipede. Before long, Qinzhou, her hands stained with blue blood, came to Li Xian holding a spirit pearl. "It's a pity, we only found the large one, the small one," Qinzhou said regretfully. Li Xian glanced at the luster of the spirit pearl and confirmed that it was a gold-grade spirit pearl. "Winning is already quite good, and besides, a gold-grade stone is worth 2 points," he said, trying to comfort us. "Mum." Qinzhou nodded, then asked, "So, who will get this spirit pearl?" Upon hearing this, Li Xian was also in a bind. Indeed, it's not easy to divide a single spirit pearl. Yang Kiki, who was standing to the side, thought for a moment and said, "The desert centipede's spirit orb contains 2 skills. One is Sandstorm, which can stir up the surrounding sand and dust to launch an attack. The other is Stealth, which allows you to bury your body in sand or soil to launch an attack. Both of these skills have very high environmental requirements, and they don't match my skills at all." Li Xian nodded in agreement. Yang Kiki is right, the desert centipede's skills are indeed not a good match for her. After hearing this, Xiaoqinga shook her head, indicating that she didn't want it either. Qinzhou was in a dilemma. After hesitating for a while, she said, I don't think I'd be of any use to it, but I could sell it for money.
The three of them looked at Li Xin. Seeing them pushing and shoving each other, the latter shrugged and said, actually, it's easy to divide. Why don't we just go kill a few more gold level ones? Yes, my brother is right.
Ling Yan'er chimed in, hooking her arm around Li Xian's shoulder. My brother may not be good at anything else, but he's an expert at singing, dancing, rapping, and fighting spirit orbs.
Li Xin covered his face. Where did you learn all this nonsense from?
After resting for a while, the group continued onward. Along the way, they encountered very few creatures, and not a single gold-level creature.
Li Xin guessed that perhaps the daytime temperature was too high, and many creatures were unwilling to come out. As they ventured deeper into the area, darkness gradually fell. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is huge, so they put their coats back on and found a high vantage point to start a fire and rest. Li Xian took out a can of food and some compressed biscuits from his backpack and handed them to his sister, saying, There's not much to eat, just make do with this. Great, there's even canned beef to eat. Li Yan'er happily accepted the food.
During their meal, a shashasha sound suddenly came from the sand dune where they were.
What's that sound? Qingjiu asked cautiously in a low voice. I don't know, let's go check.
Li Xian gave a shout and, using the moonlight, led the group to quietly look down. On the sand, dozens of long snakes with black and white patterns are moving deeper into the alien space. Behind the swarm of snakes, there was another snake that was particularly large, and it looked to be at least 3 meters long. Above the snake's head was a white skull pattern.
Brother, it's a snake. Li Yan'er instinctively grabbed Li Xian's sleeve.
Li Xian hummed in agreement and gently patted his sister's hand to reassure her.
He recognized them as black and white ghost snakes, silver-level creatures.
Only after the snakes left did the group dare to peek out. These snakes looked very anxious, Yang could judge by the speed at which they moved.
I have the same feeling. Why don't we follow them and see? Li Xian suggested.
The group exchanged glances.
Let's go.
Chapter 67, I'll accept it without hesitation. The group followed the tracks left by the snakes in the sand, falling far behind. After crossing several sand dunes, Li Xian and his companion saw, through the moonlight, a group of snakes gathered in a distant spot. They approached cautiously, stopping when they were less than 100 meters away.
Qingjiu asked in a low voice, what are they doing? Li Xian shook his head, completely unable to figure out what the snakes were up to.
Just as they were wondering what was going on, more than a dozen yellowish-brown creatures emerged from the sand pit in front of the snakes.
Li Xian looked closely. Was this a sand dune brown cat?
He guessed that it must be a battle between two races.
But there was one thing Li Xian couldn't figure out. Why would black and white ghost snake come all this way to find the other side and fight? Let's go, let's get closer and take a look.
Li Xian called to his teammates and walked forward little by little. When we were less than 10 meters away, we were finally able to see the situation clearly.
The two sides are currently in a standoff.
The black and white snakes flicked their tongues, their eyes fixed on the brown cats with eerie gazes. The latter was crouching, lying outside the entrance of a sand pit, its fur standing on end, making threatening noises, ready to retaliate at any moment.
Li Xian carefully noticed that both of them had old injuries of varying degrees. They must have had many conflicts before.
After waiting patiently for a while, a brown cat, noticeably larger than the others, emerged from the sand pit.
With its arrival, Li Xian could clearly feel that the air pressure there had dropped significantly.
The lead brown cat on the dune meowed at the snakes, and then the two groups' minions started fighting. The individual strength of the sand dune brown cat is stronger than that of the black and white ghost snake, but it cannot withstand the opponent's large numbers. The two leaders stared at each other, neither showing any intention of making the first move.
Li Xian, what should we do? Yang Kiki asked Li Xian in a low voice for his opinion.
No rush, let's take another look. After giving a brief reply, Li Xian kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield ahead.
He realized something was amiss.
No matter how intense the fight got, the brown cats never strayed too far from the cave entrance. The leader, in particular, stood outside the cave entrance, using its body to protect it.
Could there be something in that cave? Thinking of this, Li Xian felt a little excited.
The two sides fought back and forth for more than 10 minutes, with the brown cats clearly at a disadvantage. At this moment, the leader roared and spat a fireball at the black and white ghost snake closest to it.
The firelight flickered in the moonlight, and the ghostly snake was caught off guard and hit by a fireball, almost being roasted alive.
Seeing that the other party had made a move, the leader of the black and white serpents no longer held back and used his eyes to cast an illusion. This is its signature move. The target hit will see extremely frightening scenes in the illusion. The brown cat in the lead stared blankly, and the serpent knew the illusion was working. It twisted its body and charged toward the other cat. As it charged across the battlefield, the serpent opened its jaws as it approached its opponent. On the two snow-white fangs, the bluish-gray toxins were visible to the naked eye. At the crucial moment, the brown cat broke free from the illusion. Faced with the enemy so close at hand, it raised its hand and swung it at the serpent's head, which was the size of a human head. They knocked the snake's head off. The serpent, having taken a hit, quickly adjusted its stance and continued its attack. The two sides exchanged blows for several rounds, with each side having its own victories and defeats. Li Xin and the others held their breath, afraid of being discovered at this moment. Seeing that both sides were entering a period of fatigue in the battle, he knew that the time had come. Kiki, use your skills to cover yourselves. Shinjo, try to hold back the big snake. Shinga, you take care of the big cat. Rush. He quickly assigned opponents to his teammates and was the first to rush into the battlefield. The snake swarm and the cat swarm were both taken aback by the sudden appearance of Li Xin and his group. They never expected that humans were lurking nearby. At first, they didn't know whether to continue fighting or to switch their opponents to those humans. Seizing the moment when the opponent hesitated, Yang Kik's ice spear entered the battlefield first. Whether it's a cat or a snake, launch an indiscriminate attack. Realizing someone was causing trouble, the leader of the serpents immediately turned and cast an illusion spell on Li Xin. You beast, look at me. Shinjo followed closely behind Li Xin, just within the range of his mockery. The serpent's spellcasting was forcibly interrupted, and it rushed forward to fight Shinjo to the death. Xiaoqinga was even faster, and had already circled around to the brown cat's side from the flank. While the lead brown cat was still wondering why the snake wasn't attacking it, Xiaoqinga struck with lightning speed, unleashing the 7-star consecutive slashes. The sword flashed, and 7 extremely fine wounds appeared on the brown cat's body. Fortunately, the lead brown cat's fur was like steel needles, which mitigated much of the damage. Otherwise, this blow would have been enough to kill it. The brown cat, in pain, was fully aroused and turned to spit fireballs at Xiaoqinga, but the latter dodged them all with nimble movements. The brown cat was angry and about to lash out when it suddenly heard Li Xion's voice from the other side. You stinky cat, eat my egg. As soon as it turned its head, it saw a dark, indistinct thing flying towards its head. With a bang, the brown cat was hit squarely on the forehead by the black iron egg. The remaining snake demon and brown cat henchman then realized what was happening and transformed the enemy into the human in front of them. It's in the way. Li Xin muttered. Anyone who tried to get close to him was paralyzed by his lightning chains and then kicked away. Li Xin rushed towards the cave entrance as if no one was there. The brown cat, having been hit by the black iron egg, recovered and roared at Li Xin, who was rapidly approaching, but was interrupted by Xiaoqinga. The sharp sword light forced the brown cat back several steps, creating an opening for Li Xin. Li Xin accelerated again, darting into the cave, and then his voice drifted out from the entrance. I'll go in first and see what treasures are inside. You can handle the outside for now. Fearing there might be some treasure here, and unable to guard it with the brown cat's eye, Li Xin destroyed the cave. That might be a case of losing more than you gain. As expected. After Li Xin rushed into the cave, the brown cat went berserk, but Xiaoqinga stopped it with her sword. The cave was neither high nor large, so Li Xin had to bend over to walk forward. The air inside is much more humid than outside. Deep within the pitch-black cave, there are many strange, glowing mosses that provide a faint light. He hadn't walked more than a few steps when he suddenly felt a chill. It was a chill unlike that of a desert night. It felt more like falling into an ice cave. He was curious what was going on. After taking only a few steps, Li Xin noticed something ahead emitting a faint yellow light. He crouched down and quickly stepped forward. The further in you go, the larger the space becomes. What comes into view is a tall, old vine, over a meter high, bearing 3 fruits that glow with a yellow light. This is? Even with his solid academic foundation, he didn't recognize what this fruit was. Driven by curiosity, Li Xin reached out and gently touched a fruit. Hiss. The icy touch on his fingertips made him gasp. It seems this is the treasure that the brown cat is guarding. Li Xin rubbed his hands together happily and said with a smile, I'll accept it without being polite. Chapter 68, A Little Sweet.
Having obtained 3 yellow fruits, Li Xian continued to look at the old vine. This vine should be a good thing, right?
While he was still thinking, his hand unconsciously drew his short sword and began digging at the roots of the vines.
After a great deal of effort, Li Xian dug out the entire old vine. Phew! Li Xian let out a long sigh of relief and carried the old vine outside.
By the time he emerged from the cave, Xiao Qingge and the others had already taken care of the outside. The leader of the black and white serpents was frozen into an ice sculpture, while the other surviving snakes had long since vanished without a trace. The leader of the dune brown cats was the only one left, and Xiao Qingge was holding a sword to its chest, its body covered in sword wounds. When it saw that Li Xian had brought the old vine out by the roots, it was so angry that it let out a series of low growls at Li Xian. Xiao Qingge squinted and moved the sword forward a few inches, and the brown cat finally calmed down.
Li Xian walked towards Xiao Qingge, who asked, "Killed him?" Li Xian's eyes darted around. "Wait, maybe we can keep this in case it comes in handy." After saying that, he summoned the black iron egg. Chirp! Black iron egg chirped in protest. It had just been summoned when its owner used it as a weapon and ruthlessly threw it out. This made it very unhappy. "Good boy." Li Xian squatted down and patted the other's head affectionately. Chirp! Black iron egg closed its big, bright eyes, enjoying its owner's loving caresses. Li Xian petted it for a while, then ordered it, "All right, ask that cat for me if it wants to live." Chirp! Upon receiving the command, black iron egg hopped and skipped over to brown cat. Chirp, chirp. Upon hearing this, the brown cat's eyes showed disbelief. Meow. Meow meow meow. Having received the answer, black iron egg turned around and called out to Li Xian, "Chirp." Li Xian? How embarrassing, I can't even understand what my summoned creature is saying. Li Xian sighed deeply and tentatively said, "Fine, let's just kill them." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingge was about to take action when the sand dune brown cat immediately began to meow loudly. "Stop." Li Xian called out to Xiao Qingge again and said quietly, "Since you want to live, then you need to show your value to me." He looked at the black iron egg with a serious expression. Ask it if it knows where other groups of creatures are. They know how to nod, but not how to shake their heads. Chirp. Black iron egg indicated that it knew, and turned its head to imitate Li Xian's expression, "Chirp, chirp, chirp." The brown cat was taken aback at first, then nodded quickly. "All right, then I'll spare your life." Li Xian said with satisfaction, "If you dare to have any wicked thoughts, I'll immediately have you and the ghost serpent brothers buried with you." After Li Xian finished speaking, he punched the black and white ghost snake, which had been frozen into an ice sculpture, into pieces. The brown cat was startled and nodded repeatedly. All that's left is to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. Li Xian, worried that the brown cat would be upset, moved it aside and gave it some minor treatment. Xinjiu was responsible for taking out the spirit orbs one by one. There are a total of 21 spirit orbs from the black and white ghost snakes, 12 from the sand dune brown cats, and the leader also dropped a gold-grade spirit orb. The group reunited, and Xinjiu was presented to everyone. Not bad, this trip wasn't in vain, even though it's so late at night. Li Xian smiled happily and gestured for the other party to put the spirit pearl away first. Then, the group looked at the old vine that Li Xian was carrying on his shoulder. "Brother, what's wrong?" Li Nianer asked curiously. "Oh, these." As he spoke, Li Xian took out the 3 fruits from his pocket. The girl's eyes were immediately drawn to the yellow glowing fruit. The brown cat, which was being watched over, saw the fruit and let out a heartbroken meow. Today is the day the fruit ripens. It had finally fought off other envious enemies, only to have it snatched away by this human in front of it. Li Xian glared at the brown cat, which immediately fell silent. "These 3 fruits were picked from an old vine, but I really don't know what variety they are," Li Xian explained. Xinjiu looked at the fruit and replied, "I don't recognize it either. There are some special plants in the other dimension that can be taken directly or made into medicines that can enhance some of the awakened's abilities." Yang Kiki echoed after a moment's thought. "I have eaten a kind of blue fruit from the northeast alternate dimension, which can enhance ice elemental abilities. I haven't seen yours before, so I'm not sure if it's the same. We can ask you after we get out." "All right." Li Xian handed the fruit and the old vine to Xinjiu. He himself still had to fight, and it was inconvenient to carry them with him. Li Xian stood up and said, "Sigh, I can't sleep well at night every time I come to this other dimension. Let's go, let the dune brown cat show us around."
After several twists and turns, the group was led by the brown cat to a scorpion's nest. 7 or 8 sand scorpions were enjoying the carcass of a creature whose appearance was indistinguishable. The brown cat pointed in that direction with its paw, then lowered its head. It didn't want to be discovered by the creatures in this alternate dimension. It was a traitor, otherwise how would it survive? Having found their target, Li Xin instructed Xiaoqinga, keep an eye on this cat and don't let it get away. After saying that, he led Yang Kiki and Qin Zhou up there. More than 20 minutes later. My god, these scorpion shells are so sinister, they're actually playing dead. Qin Zhou muttered, rubbing her arm. Let me see. Li Xin pried Qin Zhou's hand open and saw that the wound from the scorpion sting was already being eroded by the venom. Without saying a word, he pulled out an empty cup, clenched his fist, and placed it on the rim of the cup. Poisoning. After being reversed by the system, it becomes a skill that can detoxify. Quick, drink it. Qin Zhou looked at the cup of purplish-red, unidentified liquid in Li Xin's hand with horror. Li Xin, we shouldn't have any grudges, right? Qin Zhou asked timidly. Stop talking nonsense, just drink it. Li Xin grew impatient, grabbed Qin Zhou by the neck, and poured the antidote he had produced into her mouth. Cover it up, cover it up, cover it up. Qin Zhou wanted to resist, but had no choice but to succumb to Li Xin's tough attitude. How is it? What does it taste like? Li Xin asked curiously after finishing the Qin wine. Lin Hai forgot to ask this question after he finished drinking last time. Qin wine? So you've never drunk it before, and you want me to drink it? But as for the taste, it's a little sweet, Qin Zhou recalled, licking her lips. Put. The group almost burst out laughing, thinking of a certain advertising slogan. The group began to tally their spoils. Not bad, I received 4 silver-grade spirit orbs. After a short adjustment, Brown Cat led the group to the next location. After a night of running around, the group visited nearly 10 different places and obtained 44 spirit orbs. Adding to their previous gains, Li Xin's team now has a total of 81 silver-grade spirit orbs and 2 gold-grade spirit orbs. Total score, 91 points. As dawn broke, the group continued their exploration, gradually approaching the depths of the alternate dimension. I'm so tired. During a break, Lin Yener sat on the sand and complained. Li Xin calculated the time and suggested, after we rest, let's go somewhere else, and then go back. Several people nodded in agreement. The brown cat, which had been under guard, began to have wicked thoughts and glanced discreetly at a certain place in the distance. Chapter 69, Quicksand Trap. The sand dune brown cat led the group forward for quite a while, without encountering a single alien creature along the way. Li Xin finally couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Black Iron Egg, ask Little Meow where it's taking us? Upon receiving the order, Black Iron Egg squeaked a few times at the brown cat on the sand dune. The brown cat turned its head, meowing and pointing ahead with a smile. Seeing this, Li Xin asked the other party to continue leading the way, but a sense of vigilance arose in his heart. Their current location should be getting closer to the depths of the alternate dimension. However, we haven't encountered a single silver-level creature during this period, which is obviously a problem. But he also wanted to see what kind of trouble the little kitten in front of him could cause. Just as he expected. After walking for nearly half an hour, the sand on the ground suddenly began to shake. Be careful. Li Xin immediately warned. The 4 quickly formed a battle formation, with Lin Yener and Yang Kiki protected behind Qin Zhou. Hei Tai Dan, held in Li Xin's arms, sensed the dangerous aura emanating from beneath the sand. It huddled its head deep into its master's embrace, its body still trembling uncontrollably. Looks like it's a big one. Li Xin muttered to himself, be prepared to retreat at any time if things go wrong. As the tremors intensified, a massive stone giant, over 5 meters tall and composed entirely of stone, emerged from the ground. Li Xin froze for a moment, then pointed at the other person and his teammates and complained, can this thing be called a living thing? When did a monster made of stone become an organic life form? Upon realizing this, he immediately understood. The stone giant before us is not a living being, but rather a summoning ability. Li Xin had never seen such a summon before, but judging from the gold-level aura emanating from it, it was at least a platinum-level skill. In other words, the brown cat actually led them directly to the location of the overlord of this alternate dimension? You stinky cat! Li Xin glared angrily at the brown cat, only to find that while everyone's attention was drawn away by the appearance of the stone giant, the cat had slipped away 3 or 4 meters away. Trying to run?
Li Xian frowned and casually flicked out a lightning chain that struck his opponent squarely. Coco, help me freeze this stinky cat into an ice sculpture. Having said that, Li Xian temporarily ignored the brown cat, turned around and cooperated with Xiaoqinga to face the oncoming stone giant. Li Xian was extremely frustrated by the inanimate monster. His two main skills, Holy Light and Chain Lightning, had almost no effect on the opponent. Fortunately, he could still use his blessing to indirectly stop the stone giant's attack. The latter only uses simple attacks and has no other skills. Xiaoqinga became the main force in the attack. Each sword strike inflicts considerable damage on the giant. After she unleashed 2 consecutive 7-star slashes, the stone giant's left leg was severed. The enormous body then collapsed, stirring up waves of sand. Well done. Li Xian gave a heartfelt thumbs up in praise. Xiaoqinga's face was slightly flushed, and her breathing was a little unsteady. Presumably, releasing 2 gold-level skills in a row would be somewhat difficult for her given her current spiritual energy reserves. Thank you. Xiaoqinga paused for a moment and replied with 2 words in a calm tone. Ding, thank you received, plus 10 good guy points. Upon receiving the system notification, Li Xinla burst into bloom. Don't mention it, we're all teammates. He looked at the giant lying on the ground and said, let's get out of here quickly, there's no point in killing it. Xiaoqinga shared the same thought and nodded in agreement. Just as the two were about to leave, the giant behind them suddenly became agitated. It slammed its hands down on the ground repeatedly, creating a series of loud booming sounds. Li Xian turned his head and looked at the other person in surprise. What is it doing? The next second, Li Xian felt the sand beneath his feet soften. He was startled. Quicksand? This stone giant actually has the ability to create quicksand? Before he could react, the sand had already reached his ankles. Seeing how fast he was sinking, he realized this was no ordinary quicksand. Li Xian grabbed Xiaoqinga's wrist. In the instant their eyes met, he read a hint of panic on the other person's face. Don't be afraid. As he spoke, he used all his strength to pull Xiaoqinga towards him, and then shoved her away forcefully. Xiaoqinga was thrown to a place outside the quicksand. Li Xian, however, sank even deeper into the ground as he struggled. His entire lower body was almost completely submerged in the sand. Elder brother. Li Xian. Li Nianer and the other two were far enough away that they were not affected by the quicksand. They helped Xiaoqinga up and called out anxiously to Li Xian. I'm fine, don't come any closer. Li Xian quickly replied. When he turned around and looked at the stone giant again, there was no trace of the other person. They had long since turned back into sand and merged into the desert. Oh no, this time we're really in trouble. Li Xian silently complained. He took a deep breath before his head sank into the sand, glanced one last time at his sister not far away, and then slowly lost consciousness. Li Xian opened his eyes groggily. Is this the afterlife? He muttered something to himself and looked up at the darkness before him. As if sensing Li Xian's awakening, tiny yellow lights slowly illuminated the darkness. Hey, it's pretty. Li Xian reached out to grab a fluorescent light that floated in front of him, when suddenly a very ethereal voice came to his mind. Human, you're awake? Who? The voice seemed to appear directly in Li Xian's mind. He immediately stood up nervously and looked around. Immediately afterwards, Li Xian noticed a yellow glowing creature not far away, slowly approaching him. As the other party drew closer, he was able to see what it looked like under the light. This is a humanoid creature that is only about 30 centimeters tall, with 2 long, butterfly-like antennae on its head, pointed ears, and golden skin. Earth spirit? Li Xian was stunned. He hadn't expected to encounter an elf-like creature after he died. It's important to know that elves are extremely rare, and the weakest humans encounter are at the platinum level. Elf creatures also possess a unique ability. They can communicate mentally with any species, including humans. He then thought of the stone giant he had just encountered and a certain guess formed in his mind. Li Xian tentatively asked, I'm not dead yet? Did you put that stone golem there too? Yes. The earth spirit did not refute, but replied directly with its spirit. Its sound is very pleasant, but it sounds somewhat deep. After listening, Li Xian remained silent. Although he was secretly pleased to be alive, Li Xian had no idea what the other party was up to, so he could only wait and see. The earth spirit seemed to read his mind and continued to transmit its message. You're a little nervous. Nonsense.
Li Xian said bluntly, you summoned stone golems to kill me, then dragged me into quicksand, and now you're not killing me.
How can I not be nervous?
The earth spirit fell silent upon hearing this.
After a long while, it spoke again. Actually, I'm not killing you because I want to make a deal with you. Li Xian was taken aback at first, then smiled and said, okay. Earth Elf? You agreed without even asking about the details of the deal? Li Xian naturally retorted, then, can I refuse? Chapter 70, Transactions. Then, can I refuse? No.
The earth spirit felt its rhythm of speech being swayed by the other party, but there was nothing it could do about it, so it could only awkwardly continue. I need you to take care of Sand King Krishna, and I will pay you extra for it.
Shah Clitherin? When Li Xian first heard this name, and considering the environment of this alternate dimension, he tentatively asked, are you talking about the overlord of this place? The earth spirit nodded.
It was originally my subordinate, but when it secretly grew stronger than me, it betrayed me and severely injured me. I can only hide in this hidden space to recover slowly. You stole the fruit that I entrusted to the brown cat to cultivate. It was originally meant for me to restore my strength.
Li Xian was speechless for a moment upon hearing this.
I know it's not on you, and there's no way I can get it back, so I'm giving it to you. Upon hearing this, Li Xian stopped dwelling on the fruit and changed the subject, asking,
why choose me? I'm only a silver-level human. It's too difficult for me to defeat a platinum-level opponent, isn't it?
The earth spirit seemed to have anticipated this, and calmly said, so I'll give you a year to prepare, and I'll sign an elven contract with you.
Spirit contract? Just as Li Xian was thinking about how to deal with the elf in front of him, the other party directly took out an elf contract. This is a unique skill of the elven race.
Those who sign a contract cannot violate the terms of the contract, otherwise they will bear the elven curse for life.
Although the curses come in many forms, Li Xian was certain that if he dared to disobey them, the consequences would be dire. Li Xian fell into deep thought, and the earth spirit was not in a hurry, patiently waiting for his reply.
Can I ask for help?
Li Xian asked after a long while.
The earth elf replied decisively, no, you can't tell anyone else about this, because I can't trust any human who isn't bound by a contract. Alright, Li Xian gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, I promise you, but reaching platinum level within a year is still a bit difficult.
You see.
The earth spirit didn't respond, but instead spread its little hand and conjured a glowing piece of paper, which floated in front of Li Xian.
Seeing this, Li Xian understood. Well, it didn't even consider whether I would die. He took the contract, carefully read its contents for a while, and after confirming that there were no problems, he stamped his fingerprint at the bottom. An invisible spiritual force erupted from the paper, instantly engulfing Li Xian.
Moments later, the spiritual force and the glowing paper vanished.
Li Xian understood that the contract was in effect, and he had to help the earth spirit fulfill its requirements according to the contract.
The earth spirit stopped arguing and casually tossed over a spirit orb, saying, this is your advance payment. As soon as Li Xian caught the spirit pearl, it waved its hand, and Li Xian felt everything go black before his eyes, and the world began to spin.
Also, release the brown cat after you get out, it's one of my most loyal subordinates. Li Xian only heard the earth spirit's last words before he was back in the desert when he opened his eyes. He steadied himself, opened his palm, and stared at the spirit pearl in his hand. Li Xian was too anxious just now and didn't observe carefully.
Now that he could see that the spirit pearl contained a golden light, he was certain that it was a gold-grade spirit pearl. If it weren't for you, I would have thought it was all a dream. Li Xian gave a wry smile, and then a familiar voice called out from behind him.
Elder brother. Li Xian turned around and saw Li Nian'er running towards him crying.
He hugged his sister tightly, letting her tears soak his clothes, and gently stroked her head, saying tenderly,
don't worry, I'm fine.
Brother, I really thought you were dead, sob sob sob. Xiaoqinga stood by and watched this scene without saying a word, her eyes slightly reddening.
It took Li Nian'er quite a while to calm down. Li Xian learned this from the other party. 2 hours have passed since I fell into the quicksand.
Qinzhou and young Kiki, carrying their spoils, went to the entrance to the alternate dimension to seek help from Night Owl.
Xiaoqinga is responsible for protecting Li Nian'er and will stay here to guard her. As the two approached Xiaoqinga, she asked softly, are you alright?
Li Xian nodded, then looked at the sand dune brown cat, who was bound hand and foot and beaten to the point of barely breathing.
How could you, little kitty, have such a bad heart?
He sighed and, under the two women's surprised gazes, untied the brown cat.
Brother, what's wrong? Don't ask, I can't tell you even if you ask.
Seeing that Li Xin didn't explain, the quick-witted Li Nian realized something and wisely shut her mouth.
The Dune brown cat was equally shocked.
It couldn't understand why the human in front of it would let it go after it had tricked him. Seeing that the other party was standing there dumbfounded and wouldn't move, Li Xin patted its rump.
Get out of here before I decide to kill you.
After letting the brown cat go, Li Xin and his two companions quickly made some adjustments and headed towards the entrance to the alternate dimension. On the way, they encountered Night Owl and his men who had come to their aid.
Are you all right? Night Owl looked at Li Xin in disbelief.
The other person was completely unharmed apart from some sand still clinging to their hair. There was no indication that anything had happened to them.
Li Xin put his hands on his hips, looking smug. Of course. I'm lucky and have a long life. You think a little bit of quicksand can kill me? Forehead. You actually managed to put on that act, kid? But it's good that everyone is alright. Night Owl thought to himself, but with an angry look on his face, he kicked Li Xin in the butt. Li Xin couldn't dodge in time and gasped for breath, clutching his buttocks. If it's nothing, make me run this whole way for nothing. Go back and run 20 laps around the track. Wow, you wicked woman. After some playful fighting, Night Owl led everyone back to the entrance of the alternate dimension to regroup.
Once everyone was confirmed to be safe and sound, Xingjiang stood on the platform that had been set up.
Line up in an orderly fashion and come here to have your results checked.
The new recruit standing at the front walked up somewhat shyly. After counting, Xingjiang shouted to everyone, "Ensure, 5 silver grade stones, 0 gold grade stones, total 5 points, next."
One by one, the new recruits walked onto the stage.
To Li Xian's surprise, none of them had a single gold level score. Most were between 3 and 5 points, with the highest score being no more than 8 points. While the gold level score is high, the danger of hunting it is considerably greater. It's estimated that many new recruits didn't team up and chose to act alone, so their targets were all lone silver level creatures. As luck would have it, standing in front of Li Xian were Su Yafeng and his group, whom he hadn't seen all day.
Upon hearing Xingjiang announce the scores, Su Yafeng's face showed pride, while the rest of his expression was somewhat dejected.
On this day, they joined forces to kill a gold level creature and seized a gold level spirit pearl. However, in the final distribution, Su Yafeng, being the strongest, obtained the spirit pearl. The others can only share the remaining silver tier equally. Hearing the scores from the previous section, Su Yafeng turned to look at Li Xian, a smirk playing on his lips.
Kid, how many spirit pearls did you acquire? Seeing the other person's confident demeanor, Li Xian replied modestly, not much, not much.
Unexpectedly, Su Yafeng went even further, saying contemptuously,
That's true.
You noobs of bronze and silver rank are lucky to even survive.
How can you expect to obtain a spirit pearl? Li Xian? What? I didn't say much, I was just being polite. Li Xian, who was in a good mood, became very unhappy after being messed with by the other party. When it was Su Yafeng's turn to go on stage, Xingjiang counted the scores and announced, 6 silver level and 1 gold level, for a total of 11 points.
As soon as the scores were announced, the other recruits became nervous.
This is the first one to reach double digits. Su Yafeng put the spirit pearl away again, deliberately turned his head, and glanced at Li Xian behind him with a provocative look. Li Xian completely ignored the other person's gaze, walked a few steps to Xingjiang, and unzipped his backpack. Clang!
Li Xian threw a large bag of spirit pearls, which was wrapped in a cloth bag, onto the table with a crisp sound. The sound startled Su Yafeng, who had just left, causing him to stop in his tracks.
When he turned around, he saw Li Xian calmly speaking to Xingjiang. This is the score for our team of 4.
Instructor, please check how many points we got.
If it's not enough. As he spoke, Li Xian took out 3 more gold grade spirit beads of different sizes from his pocket. I have 3 more here. The entire venue was silent. You could hear a pin drop.
Every new recruit stood frozen in place, including Xingjiang, who was dumbfounded. He had been in charge of training many new recruits, but he had never seen anyone bring out such a big bag of spirit orbs.
Chapter 71: A Blunder. Xingjiang recovered from his shock.
He poured out the spirit pearls from the bag, patiently distinguishing the grade of each one and checking the quantity. After a long pause, he announced to everyone, 81 silver grade stones, 3 gold grade stones, totaling 96 points, 24 points per person.
Whoosh! The entire audience erupted in uproar.
The more than 200 new recruits whispered among themselves.
96 points.
They couldn't believe that this was a result achieved by a team of high school students. Even if you average it out on everyone, it's still a full 13 points higher than the current highest scorer.
They didn't see a single silver-level player all day. Quiet, Xinjiang snapped, turning to Li Xian and praising him. Well done. Xinjiang knew that Li Xian was in danger.
Like everyone else, he hadn't expected that this kid was not only full of energy but could also lead the team to such a high score. Xinjiang initially thought that these high school students wouldn't participate in the final assessment and that their grades were low. They'd only ever be minor characters in a platinum-level alternate dimension. I really didn't expect them to go this far. Xinjiang had been wondering why Instructor Night Owl was taking such good care of this kid, but now he seemed to understand a little. A hint of admiration for talent unconsciously appeared in his eyes.
Forehead.
Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine as the tall man, almost a head taller than him, stared at him with tender eyes. He quickly put the spirit orb back on the table and ran back to the group. After a while, the interdimensional training came to a complete end. All the new recruits boarded the vehicles and returned to the training base. In the car, Kalan and Shiiji huddled up to Li Xian.
Dude, you're amazing. How did you do that?
Yes, you didn't see that Su Yafeng's face turned green.
The two of them chatted back and forth, making Li Xian feel embarrassed. It's nothing really, just good luck. Li Xian changed the subject and asked, by the way, how are you guys doing? Are you confident you can get into the Northwest Army? Kalan and the other person exchanged a glance.
It shouldn't be a big problem, but I don't know which unit of the Legion I can join, Kalan replied.
That's good. Congratulations to you two in advance.
After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group returned to silence.
Li Xian took out the spirit orb he had obtained from the Earth Spirit.
His immediate priority is to improve his strength as much as possible within a year. Otherwise, when I come to this alternate dimension again, I will really become the Sand King's tooth-picking vegetable.
Li Xian examined the spirit pearl, thinking that since it was a spirit pearl specially given to him by the Earth Spirit, it couldn't be too bad. With a soft click, the spiritual power of the spirit pearl was released, and Li Xian quickly entered a meditative state. Ding, 3 skills have been detected in this spirit orb. We are checking if there are any reverse attributes. Here it comes. Li Xian's heart tightened.
Skill, Lucky Strike Gold has been detected to have a reversible modifier.
Summons a coin if it lands heads, it increases the damage of your next attack for 30 seconds.
The front side can be changed to the back side.
If the absorption conditions are met, will it be absorbed? That's it? You only absorbed one of the 3 skills?
Li Xian waited for a long time, but the system notification sound never came again. He glanced at the system notification panel and couldn't help but think to himself.
Whether you reversed it or not, there's basically no change, right?
And you need to flip a coin for it to work.
Wait, toss a coin? Remembering something, Li Xian quickly selected yes on the panel. Absorption successful.
Lucky Strike Gold, summons a coin if it lands tails, it increases the damage of your next attack for 30 seconds.
Not bad, not bad. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction.
The spiritual energy released after the spirit pearl was crushed attracted the attention of the other people in the car. When he opened his eyes, Xin Zhou guessed what had happened and leaned closer to ask, what skill did you absorb? Li Xian was worried about who would try out his new skill, so he smiled mysteriously and whispered, I'll find you later.
The car drove smoothly back to the training base.
The training camp for Li Xian and the others has come to an end today. In the afternoon they will leave this place and return to Jianhai City. After finishing his meal at the cafeteria, Li Xian found Xin Zhou.
Are you busy? If not, let's try out my new skill. Let's go.
Xin Zhou nodded in agreement without much thought.
The two arrived at a secluded spot, where Li Xian summoned the coins needed for his skill. May I get 100 heads? Blessing skill activated. Li Xian thought to himself in the car, if Lucky Strike is combined with Blessing, wouldn't it guarantee that the skill will be activated successfully? Sure enough, as the coin landed in my hand, it landed perfectly tails up. Moreover, there was no so-called causal tribulation lightning. A Lucky Strike has been triggered. Li Xian did not rush to attack, but continued to speculate on other ideas. He tossed the coin again, simultaneously activating the blessing this time. The coin landed tails once more. Given Li Xian's current spiritual energy reserves, releasing 5 consecutive blessings and lucky strikes should not be a problem.
He timed the 30-second duration and tossed the coin 5 times, getting 5 tails. Seeing that he wasn't attacking and was just tossing a coin in place, Jinzhou asked in confusion, Li Xian, are you going to try again? Don't rush, Li Xian said with a smile. Set up your shield, or I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it later. Forehead. Jinzhou felt slighted, but had a bad feeling about it, so she listened to him and held the shield in front of her. With his lucky strike ready, Li Xian moved quickly and activated his liquefied arm. He wanted to see if hunting and lucky strike could stack. 5 seconds later, Li Xian shouted to Jinzhou, watch out, I'm about to attack. Having said that, he rushed towards the other party in one stride. What seemed like an ordinary punch actually brought Jinzhou a great deal of pressure. He instinctively activated all his defensive skills and gripped the shield tightly against his chest. Boom! After a loud bang, clouds of dust billowed up from the ground beneath Jinzhou's feet. Immediately afterwards, a figure holding a shield flew backward out of the smoke and dust. Holy crap! Blood trickled from the corner of Jinzhou's mouth. He uttered a cry of national essence before crashing into the wall behind him, so hard that he couldn't be pried out. When the smoke and dust cleared, Li Xian stood there blankly. Wow, that's incredibly powerful. He was genuinely startled by his own punch. Li Xian exclaimed in surprise, then realized what was happening and ran to Jinzhou in a few quick steps. Are you all right? Li Xian asked with concern. I'm fine, damn it. Don't ever ask me to test my skills on you again. As soon as she finished speaking, Jinzhou's vision went black and she fainted. Forehead. Having no other choice, Li Xian carried Jinzhou to the infirmary. The commotion attracted the attention of the guards at the base. Several soldiers rushed over after Li Xian left. Where is everyone? The leading soldier looked around and found that the place was already deserted. Everyone else shook their heads. One of the soldiers noticed the human footprints on the wall and exclaimed, Captain, look. The group looked in the direction he was pointing, and there was a man who had been smashed into the wall, with bloodstains still wet on the ground. Quickly, sound the alarm. Enemy attack. The captain made a quick decision and immediately ordered his men to sound the alarm. Inside the medical room of the training base, Li Xian heard the sudden alarm outside and stared at Jinzhou, who had just woken up. The doctor who had been using healing skills on Jinzhou in the infirmary quickly walked over, looked at Li Xian, and asked, You just said that you made that noise? Li Xian looked bewildered. Yeah, what's wrong? What else happened? A base guard squad just arrived and saw the situation. They believe it's an enemy attack. After finishing speaking, the doctor ignored the two men, angrily took out his phone, and made a call behind their backs. After the call, the alarm was deactivated. The doctor said to Li Xian and the other man again, You two wait here. Instructor Night Owl said he wants to come and check on you in person. Li Xian imagined what Night Owl might look like when he came in and started acting up, and a million curses ran through his mind. Look at this mess you've made. I just wanted to try out a skill, why treat me like this? Chapter 72, The Holy Flame Organization. Not long after, Night Owl pushed open the door to the infirmary. Looking at Li Xian, who was sitting in the chair with his head down, like a chick admitting his mistake, Night Owl chuckled in exasperation. You little rascal, you're about to leave and you still can't give me a break? Li Xian lowered his head and said without looking up, I was just testing a skill, why are you making such a fuss? Night Owl glanced at Jinzhou, who was pretending to be dead on the hospital bed. You still have the nerve to say that? Look at how you beat your classmate up, and you say you just wanted to test a skill? Li Xian wanted to explain, but Night Owl interrupted him, saying, Stop talking. You broke the wall, pay for it. Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately looked up and exclaimed, You want money again? Nonsense. The wall you damaged was a load-bearing wall, the whole building needs repairs. I'll give you 100,000 yuan since it's your first offense, cash or card? Put. Li Xian almost spat out blood when he heard that it cost 100,000. Does it have to be this ruthless? Li Xian clutched his chest and struggled. Night Owl narrowed his eyes and said calmly, What, trying to deny it again? Looking into the other person's eyes, Li Xian knew that if he dared to renege on his promise, Jinzhou's position would immediately become his. No, let's talk this out. Li Xian immediately waved his hand. Night Owl nodded in satisfaction. That's a good boy. Li Xian couldn't come up with the money, and in the end, Night Owl helped pay for it. Li Xian owed her another favor. Li Xinxing sat on the stool, burying his head in his hands, utterly dejected.
What's going on here?
I came to participate in a training camp, but I ended up being extorted twice by the instructors.
A moment later, Li Xian remembered the yellow fruit in his pocket. By the way, do you recognize what this is? Li Xian asked, handing the fruit to Night Owl.
This is. Night Owl examined the fruit, wiping it on his sleeve as he did so.
Then, under Li Xian's expectant gaze, Night Owl took a bite. Smack! It tastes pretty good. Night Owl wiped the juice off his lips and said with satisfaction. Li Xian jumped up, yelling, "Damn it! I asked you what it was, not that I told you to eat it." Night Owl replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. How would I know what it is if I don't try it?" Li Xian? What you said makes so much sense. At this moment, Li Xian felt like he wanted to fight the other party to the death.
Seeing the other person's frantic yet hesitant expression, Night Owl decided to stop teasing him.
This fruit is called Earth Spirit Fruit.
Eating it will increase your affinity for the Earth element, making it easier to absorb Earth-based skills in the future.
That's it? Li Xian's eyes widened. Yeah, what else do you expect it to do? Huh?
Li Xian said, puzzled. He clearly remembered the Earth Spirit saying that these fruits were for it to recover its strength. What the owl said didn't seem to have improved much.
Oh, by the way, this kind of fruit is quite rare, Night Owl added casually. The market price is probably around 300,000 per fruit. Put. Li Xian almost suffered internal injuries from anger. Give me back my 300,000. After some playful fighting, Night Owl got up to say goodbye to Li Xian.
Before leaving, she mysteriously added, "We'll meet again soon."
Li Xian cried, "No, you are my good sister, I only ask that we never see each other again."
Night Owl smiled slightly, "I wish you good luck in the national competition, otherwise don't go out and say that you trained under me."
With that, the owl turned and left. Li Xian watched the other person's back and subconsciously clenched his fist. Don't worry, I'll never let you lose face. He thought to himself, then turned and woke Qin Zhou up, and went back to the dormitory to pack his things.
10 minutes later, the group followed Xia Lufang, retrieved their belongings, and got into a car that left the training base.
After just half a month of intensive training, Xia Lufang discovered that Li Xian was very different from before.
His skin is now a shade darker from the sun, giving him a more resolute appearance. Needless to say, the changes in the others were also very noticeable. On the way back, Xia Lufang said to the others, "The provincial competition starts in exactly 1 week, so we'll just fly back this time." When Li Nina heard that she was going to take an airplane, she was so excited that she danced with joy. She felt the trip was totally worth it. "I traveled by train and by plane, and I was with my brother."
Most importantly, she was even identified as an awakened one.
Although she didn't want to tell her brother the secret for the time being, she planned to give him a surprise after she turned 15 and completed her guidance. The others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "If I were to take the old-fashioned green train back, I'd probably go crazy from sitting so long." On the bus, Li Xian and several team members discussed how to allocate the cargo receiving space.
There are 3 golden spirit orbs in total. He has already absorbed 1, and Li Xian definitely cannot take the other 2. There are 81 silver spirit beads and 2 earth spirit fruits remaining. 1 earth spirit fruit is roughly equivalent to 1 golden spirit pearl. Yang Kiki and Xia Qingge weren't interested in the fruit, each of them took a golden spirit pearl. The fruit was given to Li Xian and Qin Zhou. Many earth-type skills are linked to defense, making them perfect for Qin Zhou. The probability of him absorbing earth-type skills from the spirit orb in the future will increase. Of the remaining 81 silver-grade spirit beads, Li Xian immediately distributed 20 to each person, and the group unanimously decided to give the extra 1 to Li Nyener. Although she didn't contribute much in the other dimension, the trip was indeed arduous, so this is a consolation prize. That evening, after a long journey, the driver successfully drove the car to the airport. After saying goodbye, everyone boarded their flight home. Training base, inside the Night Owl's office. The owl dialed a number. A slightly aged voice came from the other end of the phone. "The training camp is over so quickly?"
"Yes, old man, I found you a good prospect," Night Owl said bluntly over the phone.
"You little brat." He was clearly annoyed by Night Owl's nickname, but didn't seem to care. "Tell me, which recruit is it?"
The speaker was Yi Feng, the commander-in-chief of the Northwest Army Corps. "Not a new recruit," Night Owl said, keeping everyone in suspense.
"Oh? Could it be those high school students? Yi Feng guessed who the other party was referring to, then leaned back in his chair and said with satisfaction. Not bad, it seems the first collaboration between the Legion and the school was very successful. It's rare to find someone who can speak so highly of a promising talent. Night Owl's lips curled up. Come on, you old man, you're praising me indirectly. Yi Feng laughed heartily. Tell me, which child is it? He recalled that a total of 4 students participated in the recruit training. Don't worry, keep an eye out for the National High School Championships this year, and you'll see him then. By the way, you don't need to worry about him running away. That kid still owes me 2 things to do, Night Owl said smugly. Yi Feng chuckled upon hearing this. Even at the recruit training base, you still can't resist tricking others. Yi Feng then sighed, get back to the team as soon as possible, things are getting tense on the border again. Night Owl's eyes turned cold. Which scoundrel is plotting against my Dragon Kingdom? Yi Feng said, word by word, it's the Holy Flame organization. What? Night Owl's eyes widened in disbelief. Weren't those lunatics wiped out 10 years ago? Yi Feng's voice sounded even more weathered. All signs indicate that this organization has been resurrected, and quite a few people have already infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom, especially on the border. Okay, I'll rejoin the team right away. Chapter 73. A friend comes from afar, overestimating his own abilities. A day later, an exhausted Li Xian returned home with his younger sister. After a quick wash, Li Nianer went back to her bedroom and fell asleep immediately. Li Xian quietly took a towel, stripped off all his clothes, and lay down on the bedroom floor. The November weather was a bit chilly, and Li Xian shivered and muttered, Ugh, it's so cold. He took a deep breath and put the towel in his mouth. Prepare to be baptized by thunder. With a fierce determination, Li Xian gathered electricity in his hand and slammed it into his chest. Arcs of electricity instantly spread across his entire body, and Li Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. It feels so good, all tingly and numb. Fortunately, he had stuffed a towel in his mouth beforehand, otherwise his sister would probably have thought he was a pervert if she heard him. Li Xian spent the rest of his time torturing himself. When he ran out of spiritual energy, he would use the spiritual pearl to replenish it in time. He shocked himself all night, and his lightning resistance level remained at LV4. As for the spirit pearls he had collected, Li Xian sorted and put them away carefully. Considering that he currently possesses 10 skills, 9 gold and 1 silver, which is basically sufficient, he has not yet chosen to absorb any new skills. The next day, Li Xian arrived at school with huge dark circles under his eyes. He didn't go to the classroom, but went straight to Xia Liufang's office. Li Xian, what's up? Xia Lufang didn't understand why the other person was coming to see him so early in the morning instead of going to class. When he saw Li Xian's dark circles, he was really shocked. Damn, young people need to be more careful. Li Xian? What a load of rubbish. Li Xian waved his hand, then sat down in the chair in front of the other person and said seriously, Old Xia, I have something to tell you. What's up? I need to ask for leave. I won't be coming to school until the competition. Xia Lufang was taken aback. Why? Li Xian explained, coming to school means attending academic classes every day, or just reviewing, which doesn't improve my skills at all. When Li Xian said these words, his attitude was very sincere, and it didn't seem like an excuse he was making up for skipping school. Xia Lufang fell into deep thought. Li Xian's words do make sense. Based on his academic performance, he really doesn't need to come to class anymore. Or rather, the academic performance of the entire class is not bad, and the priority at present is to improve their awakened strength. Okay then, write me a leave note, and after the provincial competition, I'll discuss with the principal how to adjust your class's curriculum. Okay, I, Lao Xia, am easy to talk to. Li Xian happily bid farewell to Xia Lufang. He has already made plans during this period. In addition to daily physical exercise, swordsmanship learning and daily practice must be incorporated into daily routines. I aim to improve my skills to a level that satisfies me before the provincial competition. Over the next few days, Li Xian stayed home almost constantly, except when cooking for his sister, and began his seclusion. Li Nianer was also curious, and sometimes she would secretly press her face against her brother's bedroom door to eavesdrop on what was happening inside. All I ever heard was Li Xian either humming and hawing as he practiced his swordplay, or making soft aha noises for no apparent reason. After eavesdropping several times, Li Nianer blushed deeply. Finally, on the appointed day, Li Xian yanked open the bedroom door. Cool. He could not hide his excitement.
No wonder those immortals in novels like to go into seclusion when they have nothing to do. It turns out that improving one's strength after seclusion is such a great thing.
Li Xian looked at the system panel.
After several days and nights of relentless electrotherapy, his lightning resistance reached an astonishing LV9. Finally, he reluctantly spent 100 good points to upgrade his resistance by one level.
The lightning resistance rating in the system panel is now LVMAX. Unfortunately, he can't take shortcuts when it comes to swordsmanship. He's currently only at LV4, but that's enough for him for now.
After absorbing so many spirit orbs, his own strength also reached Silver 2. As for the Earth Spirit Fruit, Li Xian thought it over and decided to eat it himself. After consuming the fruit, an item called Earth Element Affinity LV3 appeared in his system panel.
Li Xian was very satisfied with this.
He looked at his younger sister, who was playing on her phone in the living room.
Let's go, let's pack up and meet at the high-speed rail station.
He was going away for a competition and it was estimated that he would be gone for several days. He was really worried about leaving his younger sister alone at home. When the two arrived at the high-speed rail station with their luggage, Xia Lufang and the others were already waiting at the entrance. After the group checked their tickets and boarded the train, young Kiki leaned close to Li Xian and asked mysteriously, "I heard you haven't been to school these past few days because you've been in seclusion.
What have you been practicing every day?" Li Xian showed off his biceps, saying, "It's nothing really, I just worked out my muscles." Ha! Young Kiki glanced at the other person's arm with a hint of disdain.
Hearing their conversation, Xia Lufang joined them and said seriously, "Provincial competitions are not like city competitions, where there are plenty of geniuses like young Kiki and Xia Qingga. You must not be careless."
Li Xian touched his nose. "Really? Are there any geniuses like me?" Forehead. Xia Lufang was speechless for a moment. "That's probably not true." "Oh, that settles it then." Li Xian waved his hand. "Old Xia, don't boost others' morale and diminish your own. I'm determined to lead our school into the national competition."
"Heh, I hope so," Xia Lufang said with a wry smile. It only takes a little over 2 hours to travel from Jianhai City to Yanqing City, the provincial capital, by high-speed rail.
Following the competition organizer's instructions, Xia Lufang led her team to the designated hotel. "Wow, so enthusiastic,"
Xinjiu said, pointing to the large banner hanging at the hotel entrance.
Li Xian looked up and saw a banner that read, "Welcome athletes from all cities to participate in the Provincial League. We wish all teams good results." "It's just average,"
Li Xian made a comment, which was overheard by a security guard standing nearby.
"Young man, why don't you say something?" the security guard said with a hint of provocation. Come on.
Without even thinking, Li Xian blurted out, "The contestants from each city can go home now. The champion is already from Jianhai City's first center."
Put. Li Xian's teammate next to him almost burst out laughing. "Kid, you're really arrogant."
A cold voice suddenly came from behind them.
Li Xian turned around and saw several people who also looked like high school students staring at them with disdain. The student standing in front said disdainfully, "Are you from Jianhai City?" Li Xian frowned slightly. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Heh, I remember Jianhai City has been eliminated in the first round of competitions for the past few years, hasn't it?" Faced with the other party's mockery, Li Xian asked, quite annoyed, "And which city are you from?" The student unconsciously puffed out his chest. "Suzhou City was first in the province the year before last, and second in the province last year." "Wow, that's amazing." Li Xian gave a smug look. "You." One of the girls from the Suzhou team pointed angrily at Li Xian. Li Nianer jumped in to defend her brother, saying, "What do you mean, you? Just because your fingers are long, doesn't mean you are."
As tensions rose, Xia Lufang and the teacher opposite them stepped in to stop it.
After a reconciliation, the two sides stopped their pointless verbal sparring.
The two teams went to the front desk to register. Su Hao, the captain of the Suzhou team, was still furious and uttered a harsh remark to Li Xian.
"I'll remember you, Jianhai No. 1 Middle School, right? You just wait." Li Xian shrugged indifferently, "Remember to come over after I've washed up." Su Hao stumbled and almost lost his balance. He glared angrily at Li Xian before leaving with the group. Li Xian chuckled, "You little punk, trying to mess with me." Li Nianer chimed in, "Bah. They're really overestimating themselves, having friends from afar." Li Xian, huh? Chapter 74, Selling the Analects Before Confucius.
After registering, the group went to their respective guest rooms. Li Xian and Xinzhou lived together, the three girls applied for a triple room, and Xia Lufan lived alone in a separate room. The first round of the competition doesn't start until tomorrow. Xia Lufan put down her luggage and went to the event organizers, saying there would be a pre-competition briefing there.
Li Xian was bored, and it just so happened to be lunchtime. He looked at Xinzhou. Want to go for a walk? Sure, Xinzhou readily agreed. The two of them called on three girls to join them and headed towards the city center. Along the way, Yang Kiki introduced to Li Nianer, let me tell you, the Yenqing roast duck here is especially delicious. Li Nianer's eyes sparkled. Really? Then I definitely have to try it. And there's also osmanthus cake, beef pot stickers, and duck blood vermicelli soup. It's all so delicious. Yang Kiki kept introducing things to Li Nianer, and the more the latter listened, the hungrier she felt. Brother, shall we all go and try it? Li Xian patted his wallet. Let's go, Xinzhou is treating. Qin wine? The group strolled around and soon filled their stomachs. Seeing that they still had some time, they went into another shopping mall to browse. Looking at the shopping mall, which had 8 floors, Li Xian couldn't help but sigh, big cities are indeed prosperous. As the group walked to the entrance of a mobile phone store, Li Nianer suddenly said, Brother, let's go in and look at some phones. Li Xian was puzzled, didn't we just buy you a new phone last year? Li Nianer quickly explained, it's not a phone for me, it's for you. Li Xian pulled out the old-fashioned mobile phone from his pocket, which could only make calls and send text messages and could not do anything else. My phone works perfectly fine. Yang Kiki laughed when she saw Li Xian's appearance. You should switch to another one. Everyone uses QQ now. Who still sends text messages? Xinzhou chimed in, besides, you don't have QQ, so you can't join the class group. There are a lot of things you don't know. Li Xian thought it over and over. The scholarship he had just received was enough for him, and getting a new phone would indeed make things more convenient. Alright then, let's go pick a cheaper one. As they entered the shop, a friendly female shop assistant greeted them and offered to introduce the products. Hey handsome young man, are you here to buy a phone? Li Xian had hardly ever been to a shopping mall before, and this was the first time he had been called a handsome young man, causing his cheeks to flush red. He looked at the gentle and lovely shop assistant and said, I'd like to buy a phone. Seeing that the customers all looked like students, the female shop assistant kindly asked, what price range are you looking for? Li Xian thought for a moment, are there any in the 100s or so? Female shop assistant? You're not here to cause trouble, are you? When Li Nianer heard her brother's stingy remarks, she quickly tugged at his sleeve. The female shop assistant gave an awkward smile and then pointed to a machine next to her. Sorry, we don't have the 100 yuan one, but this one is on sale right now, it's 1,000 yuan cheaper, only 1,999 yuan. Li Xian picked up his phone in disbelief, his eyes gleaming. It's 1,000 cheaper. He felt like he had struck gold. That's it. Let's buy it. Without saying a word, Li Xian took out his wallet from his pocket and counted out 20 crumpled 100 yuan bills. The female shop assistant was taken aback by Li Xian's generosity but amused by the way he pulled out cash. When it was time to pay, the female clerk asked seemingly casually, judging from your accents, you don't seem to be locals. Are you students here to participate in the provincial competition? Yes. When the female shop assistant saw Li Xian nod in agreement, a hint of envy flickered in her eyes. Youth is wonderful. It's a pity I didn't become an awakener back then. Upon hearing this, Li Xian rubbed his nose and said, actually, becoming an awakened isn't so great. There's always danger involved. The female shop assistant realized that Li Xian was trying to comfort her, and smiled instead, you're right, no matter what kind of person you become, you still have to live your life, right? Li Xian gave a thumbs up, absolutely. Then he remembered old Lu, who sold eggs, Grandma Ma, who sold tomatoes, and the food vendors he had just bought from on the commercial street. In reality, this world is mostly made up of ordinary people, with awakened individuals making up only a small portion. After saying goodbye to the female shop assistant, the group took the elevator all the way to the top floor. Brother, let's go back. Li Nianer said to Li Xian, feeling a little tired from walking around. Li Xian nodded, okay, let's go then. Before he could finish speaking, a loud bang suddenly came from downstairs. Amidst the terrified screams of those around them, Li Xian and his companions looked downstairs. Did someone jump off a building? Li Xian's pupils contracted, and he quickly grabbed his curious sister and covered her eyes. What's going on? As he was taken aback, he suddenly noticed something was amiss. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man with a blank expression, moving mechanically step by step toward the railing. Not good. Li Xian was startled, but running over a distance of 7 or 8 meters would definitely be too late. In desperation, he summoned the black iron egg. Seeing that the man had already climbed over the railing, Li Xian no longer hesitated and threw the black iron ball in his hand with all his might. Fortunately, he hit the target very accurately this time. The black iron ball struck the man precisely on the forehead, knocking him over. Just as Li Xian was relieved and prepared to go over to check, 7 or 8 more people in the same condition appeared where the man had fallen. There were both men and women among them, all with blank expressions, walking towards the railing. Li Xian's action of throwing the black iron ball just now attracted the attention of several companions, who all looked over there and noticed that something was wrong. Li Xian quickly shouted, "Save them!" Xiaoqinga darted towards those people like an arrow released from a bow. Yang Kiki immediately unleashed her freezing spell, targeting the ankles of 2 of them and freezing them to the ground. Qingjiu raised a sarcastic remark to the person closest to her. To his surprise, the man seemed oblivious and continued to climb the railing on his own. Li Xian had no choice but to resort to his old tricks again. He first deactivated the black iron egg, then summoned it again, and knocked the man unconscious. Xiaoqinga arrived at the crowd and knocked unconscious all the people who seemed to be possessed. Seeing that the danger had temporarily passed, Li Xian began to make plans in his mind. Judging from their expressions, it's clear they didn't agree to jump off the building together today. They seemed to be being controlled. The fact that the person Qingjiu mocked had absolutely no effect on further confirmed his suspicions. Lost in thought, Li Xian looked up and around. He keenly noticed that a man wearing sunglasses and a mask glanced at him from the crowd not far away, then turned and left. There's something wrong with this person. He immediately said to Yang Kiki and Qingjiu, "Stay here and take care of my sister." After saying that, he chased after the man without looking back. The man in sunglasses also seemed to have noticed Li Xian. He reached out and patted the shoulders of the passers-by, who immediately froze, then pounced on Li Xian. Damn it! Li Xian cursed angrily. He is now certain that the person threatening to jump off the building was the one standing in front of him. Moreover, the other party possesses mind control skills. Faced with ordinary people, Li Xian couldn't use his skills on them and could only try his best to dodge. For a moment, his pace slowed down. As the number of people controlled by the man in sunglasses increased, a wall of people formed in front of Li Xian. Seeing that the other party was about to disappear from his sight, Li Xian knew that if this continued, he would definitely let him get away. So Li Xian went all in and unleashed a lightning chain on the controlled crowd. The seemingly violent lightning failed to harm ordinary people, but the paralyzing effect left the crowd blocking the way stunned in place. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Xian quickly squeezed through the crowd and saw that the man in sunglasses had already rushed to the stairs. "I hope you won't fall at all," Li Xian shouted, and the blessing effect was activated. The man in sunglasses had never seen a reverse blessing before. While running, he tripped and fell down the stairs. Ouch! That roll really hurt him badly. Before he could recover, a dazzling beam of light enveloped him. Blessings accompanied by holy light. Li Xian's methods have proven effective time and again. The man in sunglasses couldn't help but scream, struggling to move his body to escape the range of the holy light. As the light faded, a figure leaped down. The man in sunglasses only had time to activate a protective shield-like skill, preparing to withstand the opponent's attack head-on. Li Xian activated the liquid state in mid-air. With the added damage from the hunt, his fist easily shattered the protective shield and smashed towards the sunglasses-wearing man's forehead. With a bang, the man in sunglasses passed out. Li Xian cracked his knuckles and said flippantly, "Pa, you think you can escape from me? You're like a vendor selling the Analects in front of Confucius's door. You don't even deserve it." Chapter 75. People fear becoming famous, just as pigs fear growing fat. Since it involved awakened individuals, the Bureau's personnel quickly arrived and brought the scene under control. Facing the people from the Administration Bureau, Li Xian naturally took out his student ID to prove his identity and then recounted what had happened. After taking brief statements and interviewing people at the scene, the management personnel took the man in sunglasses away and disposed of the body of the first person to jump from the building. The mall returned to calm, and Li Xian left with his companions. What they didn't know was that many people filmed Li Xian's attack and posted it online.
In no time, the topic of a young man who looked like a high school student bravely fighting off a thug in a shopping mall in Yenching City began to spread online.
Li Xian had just returned to his hotel when there was a rapid knocking on the door.
He opened the door and saw Li Nianer standing there. My sister exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, you're trending."
Li Xian was taken aback. Whose food went bad? Li Nianer was speechless. I mean, you've become an online celebrity. Ah. Li Nianer entered the room and showed him her phone.
On a social media app called Weibo, Li Xian's topic surged to the top of today's trending topics list. After Li Nianer clicked on it, she could see a high-definition video that was more than 5 minutes long.
Li Xian couldn't stop smiling as he watched the video of himself being so brave. I'm so handsome.
He then opened the comments section, and one comment after another appeared before him. That shot of safe people was so powerful.
I want to have this guy's babies.
Young man, you look quite young.
Are you here in Yenching to participate in a competition?
The person upstairs is right, I am that guy's younger sister.
Look at that beauty mark under his eye, he's absolutely smitten.
A hero who acts bravely and righteously is a role model for us all. Many comments praised Li Xian, and some wealthy women even offered high prices for his contact information.
In addition, some people expressed their concerns in the comments. For example, someone replied,
"We hope that the relevant authorities will be more strict in their control over awakened individuals, otherwise we ordinary people will have to live in fear every day."
Li Xian laughed off these comments, but his eyes revealed uncontrollable joy.
After seeing his sister off, he sat on the bed and began to think. There was still a question in his mind that hadn't been answered.
What exactly is that man in sunglasses trying to do? Is it revenge? Li Xian thought it didn't seem likely.
Those who were controlled and prepared to jump off the building appeared to have no relation whatsoever in terms of age or appearance.
Not to mention, what good would killing them do the man in sunglasses? Li Xian was completely baffled.
He waited until Xia Lufang returned and asked her, but he still couldn't get a good conclusion. This matter had to be put on hold for the time being. Xia Lufang gathered the participants in her room and said to them, "The schedule and the opponents for the first round have been announced."
Li Xian asked, "Who is it?"
Xia Lufang sighed inwardly, "It's quite a coincidence that your first opponent is the same team you had a conflict with during the day."
Li Xian clapped his hands and said, "What a coincidence."
Xia Lufang nodded, then said seriously, "Don't underestimate them, they are one of the favorites to win the championship this year."
Li Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Really? Which other teams are considered favorites?
Xia Lufang recalled for a moment and said, "There were 4 schools in total: Suzhou Zhigo Middle School, Yenching No. 1 Middle School, Xicheng Huishan Middle School, and Yangcheng No. 3 Middle School."
Who decided on these trending topics? It's completely illogical, there's not a single one from Jianghai City, Li Xian complained. There's nothing we can do, our city's performance in previous years has indeed been less than ideal.
Xia Lufang then explained the competition rules to everyone. There are a total of 13 cities in the province, and each city has 2 teams, for a total of 26 teams. The first 3 rounds are knockout rounds. If you lose just one match, you're out of the game, and only those who win all their matches advance to the semifinals. In the second and third rounds, one team will receive a bye and advance directly to the next round. The semifinals begin with a round-robin tournament, similar to the city-wide competition, and the champion, runner-up, and third-place winners are determined by the final rankings based on points. 2 points are worth mentioning. The first rule is that only the champion can qualify for the national competition and represent Huaiyan province.
The second point is very unfavorable to Li Xian.
The use of any potions or spirit orbs to restore spiritual power is not permitted during the competition.
Li Xian shrugged, indicating that he wasn't particularly concerned.
The group silently memorized the rules, then listened as Xia Lufang continued.
I don't know much about Jigao Middle School. I only know that all 4 of them are geniuses, and the captain is an electrician. Li Xian wasn't initially interested in the enemy's intelligence, but upon hearing that it involved electricity, he immediately became wide awake.
After Xia Lufang finished speaking, she picked up her suitcase again and took out 4 long-sleeved t-shirts.
Looking at the 4 bright green clothes, Li Xian had a bad feeling. Old Xia, what's going on? Hey, it's because everyone else has team uniforms, but we've never had one.
As they spoke, Xia Lufang distributed the clothes to everyone according to their sizes. I applied to the principal and had a set of clothes specially made based on your height and weight from the last physical examination. Xia Lufang urged, hurry up and put it on, it should fit you well.
Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble? Li Xian covered his face, feeling extremely unwilling.
He asked, unwilling to give up, why choose green?
Xia Lufang smiled and said, isn't green good? It represents vitality. Li Xian's eyes darted around.
Old Xia, do you trade stocks?
Xia Lufang asked, puzzled, stir-fry, but not much, why?
Oh, then I wish your stocks will also thrive.
Xia Lufang grabbed her slippers, you little rascal. Nothing was said that night.
The next morning, Li Xian and the others had breakfast at the hotel and then gathered downstairs. Before anyone knew it, reporters from major television stations in Yanqing City had already surrounded the hotel entrance.
For them, the annual provincial competition is undoubtedly great news.
Especially when interviewing the contestants each year, listening to those students throw tough words at their opponents is a very interesting part of the show. The early arrivals were already surrounded by major media outlets. Among the 4 teams considered favorites to win the championship, Suzhou, Xiqing, and Yangchang were the most sought after for interviews at the event. The Yanqing team, being locals, did not stay at a hotel.
Captain Su, what ranking do you think your team can achieve in this year's competition?
Su Hao, the captain of the high school team in Suzhou, said proudly, needless to say, will definitely be number 1.
What's your opinion on your first round opponent, brother Xian from Jianghai City?
Su Hao said arrogantly, Jianghai City?
They are not worthy of being the opponent of my great Su City. Su Hao really enjoyed this celebrity-like feeling.
As a star player in Suzhou, he has always enjoyed star treatment since childhood. He is not only confident in his own abilities, but also in his 3 teammates. Su Hao's team members all possess rare S-level talents, and he himself has absorbed 3 gold skills, all of which are explosive lightning-type skills. Almost none of his opponents could withstand 5 rounds of Su Hao's thunderous attacks. Before Su Hao could ask any more questions, someone in the crowd shouted, the guy who saved people in the mall yesterday is here. Immediately, the reporters surrounding the various participating teams all turned their attention to the hotel entrance.
Last night, the Yanqing City Awakened One's Administration Bureau held a press conference to report on the daytime incident in which awakened individuals injured people.
Considering Li Xian and the others' status as competitors, it was stated that they would be commended for their acts of bravery after the competition. Li Xian and his 3 companions, dressed in neat green long-sleeved shirts, walked out step by step with Xia Lufang and Lin Yan'er.
Li Xian walked at the very front.
Before he could figure out what was going on, all the reporters uniformly abandoned the person they were interviewing and swarmed around him. The reporters in the front row almost shoved their microphones into Li Xian's face. The reporter's enthusiasm left him momentarily at a loss. People are afraid of becoming famous, just as pigs are afraid of getting fat.
Li Xian had never seen anything like this before.
The usually playful boy suddenly stood there, at a loss for what to do.
Excuse me, sir, what's your name? Li Xian touched his nose. Ah, my name is Li Xian, huh? How did you discover the awakened criminal yesterday? Li Xian thought for a moment, I discovered it with my eyes. So what were you thinking when you faced the awakened criminals yesterday? Upon hearing this, Li Xian thought, isn't this just pointless talk? He then cleared his throat and said, what can we think? Let's beat him up. Reporters asked questions one after another, all of which Li Xian answered wittily. The remaining teams at the scene just stared at each other blankly. What kind of situation is this? Su Hao looked at the reporters who had originally interviewed him, now all surrounding Li Xian, and clenched his fists angrily, his eyes seemingly spitting fire. Li Xian from Jianghai City, is that right? I, Su Hao, will beat you to death today. Chapter 76. You may have some misunderstandings about support. The reporter's interview lasted for a long time, and as it was about time for the contestants to enter, Xia Lufang stepped forward and led Li Xian and the others away. The competition venue is the city stadium, which is only a 5-minute walk from the hotel. The place was already packed with people. In the contestants' waiting area, Li Xian saw Qiu Haomiao and the others whom he hadn't seen in a long time. They seemed a little nervous as they arrived on the stage in the entire province. After a period of preparation, a host specially invited from the TV station announced the entry of each competing team from the commentary booth. The first teams heading towards us are the 2 teams from Suzhou City, Haotan team and Qinglan team. They are youthful and full of energy. For each city's team, the host used a short script to explain their performance. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 13 cities had been visited, and Li Xian was getting impatient waiting in the contestant waiting area. Why isn't it our turn yet? Are we going to be last? He muttered unhappily. Xia Lufang sighed, that's normal. Who told Shanghai City to always be at the bottom in previous years?
When it came to the 12th person, the host finally called on Shanghai City.
Li Xian and Xiao Hongyo led their respective teams into the arena. Now approaching us are the extraordinary team from Shanghai City, and Brother Xian, the eating team? The host read out Li Xian's team name, as if afraid he had misread it.
The audience on stage were also taken aback by the unique team name.
How can anyone choose a team name like this? It's hilarious. Look, it's the guy who was trending on social media yesterday. Holy crap, he's alive. He's way more handsome in person than in the videos. Oh, so your name is Li Xian. Don't leave yet, let's add each other on QQ. As soon as someone recognized Li Xian, the audience seats became lively.
It has to be said that Li Xian's looks are very striking. He's the kind of guy who can make any girl swoon at first glance.
Li Xian wasn't shy at all, and waved enthusiastically to the cheering audience.
In comparison, XINGE's team's appearance surpassed all the teams before them. Especially the extraordinary team, which seems so superfluous at this moment.
Brother Su, look at that kid, he's starting to act tough again. Pang Guan, with his spiky hair, said unconvinced, standing next to Su Hao.
Su Hao snorted coldly, humph, let him pretend for now, but pay close attention to him during the competition later.
Pang Guan nodded, understood. After the two teams from Shanghai City took their positions, the last to enter were the two teams from Yanqing City, who were the host cities. Just like XINGE's team, both teams were greeted with cheers from the audience as soon as they appeared.
After all, they have a large fan base. Many viewers have been watching these two teams fight their way through the competition since the city-level competition.
Li Xian glanced sideways, secretly observing the two teams approaching them.
One team clearly had a stronger presence than the other. Surprisingly, the team with the incredibly strong presence was entirely composed of girls.
Li Xian muttered, my goodness, an all-female army.
He noticed that the 4 female team members were all carrying different weapons. The girl in the lead was carrying a large sword that was almost as tall as a person on her back.
Not only Li Xian, but Xia Qingge was also quietly observing the girl carrying the greatsword.
Seemingly sensing that she was being watched, the girl with the big knife looked in Xia Qingge's direction. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became tense. The girl noticed the long sword Xia Qingge was wearing, nodded to her, then looked away and continued leading the group forward. Li Xian inadvertently noticed their eyes briefly meet and couldn't help but ask curiously, do you two know each other? The Duan family of Yancheng. Xia Qingge uttered these 4 words and then ignored everyone else, closing her eyes to rest. Humph, sounds like another family with a long history of martial arts training.
Li Xian shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. All 26 teams have entered the venue.
Now, we will begin the much-anticipated segment, speeches by provincial leaders. They talked for more than half an hour before the other side announced the end of the opening ceremony and that the main competition would begin next. Li Xian and his team were the third to go on stage, so they could go back to the players' room to rest for a bit. Xia Lufang, standing below the stage, was already sweating nervously.
Once Li Xian and the others arrived, he quickly asked, how is it? Are you confident? Li Xian glanced at the other person's expression and said, hey Lao Xia, aren't you the least confident one among us?
Xia Lufang was taken aback when she heard this, and then looked at the other team members. Apart from Qinzhou being slightly nervous, Xia Qingge kept her usual stern face, while Yang Kiki and Lin Yan'er were already chatting happily together. Xia Lufang breathed a sigh of relief, okay, I was just too nervous. Li Xian smiled and put his arm around the other man's shoulder, don't worry, Lao Xia, I guarantee you'll win the first round. While waiting for the first 2 matches, Li Xian and his friends warmed up in the players' room and watched the live broadcast on TV to catch up on the match progress. Because the 2 teams from different cities will cross over in the first round of the competition, there will be no internal battles within the same city. The first match was between the champion team from Fireworks City and the runner-up from Deer City. As expected, Fireworks City won first. The second match was between the 2 champion teams from Zhongtong City and Anhui City. The atmosphere was tense from the very beginning of the match. The battle raged on until only one melee fighter remained from Anhui City, at which point Anhui City was declared the victor. There will be a break between each match for the audience, during which reporters from the provincial television station will conduct brief interviews with the winning team. Brother Xian, get ready to go on stage. A short while later, a staff member came to urge them to go on stage. Li Xian stood up, stretched his neck, and said to his teammates, "Let's go, it's our turn to perform." Li Nianer clenched her little fists. "Go for it, brother."
Li Xian pounded his chest. "Absolutely."
They followed the staff to the athletes' passage on one side of the venue to wait.
The host was already on stage, eagerly building up the atmosphere.
The Haotian team, representing Suzhou Zhigao High School, is slowly walking towards the center of the field.
The host looked at the contestant information on the table.
As an essential part of creating a lively atmosphere, the host will introduce the team's general situation to the audience. As a favorite to win the provincial competition this year, all members are S-level talents. Their captain, Su Hao, is hailed as a once-in-a-decade genius in Suzhou City and possesses 3 gold-level skills.
Suzhou City achieved excellent results, ranking first and second respectively in the previous 2 competitions. Will they continue their success this year? Let's wait and see.
After reading the contestants' introductions, the host paused briefly. To be honest, he has hosted several competitions, and the strength of this player and team is among the strongest he has ever seen. As the host introduced him, Su Hao, head held high, led his 3 teammates onto the field amidst cheers from the audience. Once the other side had taken their positions, the host continued, "Next, let's welcome the number 1 middle school of Zhanghai City, Team Xian.
Quickly, get on stage." The staff urged hurriedly upon hearing the voice.
When Li Xian and his group appeared, the host began to introduce the contestants. As the champion team of Zhanghai City, Xian's team can be described as a dark horse in the city competition, fighting their way through to the provincial competition. The team not only has 2 S-level talent players, but its captain, Li Xian, is also a support player who always takes the lead and uses his E-level talent to fight against every opponent. Whether they can continue their dark horse run this time remains to be seen. After the host's passionate explanation, only one thought remained in my mind. It's over, Li Xian's team is going to lose. He also saw yesterday's trending topics and had a good impression of the young man in the audience who had acted bravely. To his surprise, this young man named Li Xian was actually just an assistant. After the 2 teams were introduced, the audience on stage were also worried for Li Xian and his team.
What the hell? Li Xian is just an E-rank support? That can't be right. Is there a mistake in the information? It's over. Suzhou City is too strong.
I'm afraid this guy will be eliminated in the first round.
No, I want to see Li Xian a few more times.
Please don't lose the first match. Once Li Xian and the others had taken their positions on the field, exactly 15 meters apart, Su Hao couldn't help but speak up.
I thought you were some kind of genius, but I didn't expect you to be just a support, and an E-level talent at that. Is it because Zhanghai City really has no one else, so they're using your team to make up the numbers?
Su Hao's words were full of sarcasm, and his teammates burst into laughter.
Pang Guang, standing to the side, loudly echoed, "That's right.
I think you should admit defeat as soon as possible, so you don't embarrass yourselves later." Faced with the other party's mockery, Li Xian picked at his ear, pretending not to hear it. After all, he was almost sick of hearing that kind of trash talk.
Li Xian turned to the referee and asked, "We have no problems on our end, can we begin?" Once both captains confirmed there are no issues, the match can begin. Su Hao was furious when he saw that Li Xian was ignoring him. That kid's pretty arrogant. He turned to the referee and said, "We have no problems either, let's begin." At this moment, only Qiu Haomiao and a few others who were still in the athletes' room, and the students far away in the auditorium of Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School, knew the truth best. Is Li Xian a support character?
I'm afraid you either have a misunderstanding about Li Xian, or a misunderstanding about support characters.
Chapter 77, If it takes more than a minute, I'm a noob. No killing is allowed. The battle ends when one side is completely incapacitated or surrenders. The match begins now. As soon as the referee gave the whistle, the audience on the stage tensed up. Neither side on the field showed any intention of making a move immediately. Su Hao said quietly, "To be honest, it might take less than a minute to deal with you all."
Ha! Li Xian sneered and ignored him, telling the team to line up in the 2-1-1 formation. Li Xian and Xiaqinga were in front, while Qinzhou stood right in front of Yang Kiki.
Although Su Hao was arrogant, he would never make the mistake of underestimating his opponent.
As the team's main damage dealer, he had Pang Guang, the support, protect him closely, while the tank stood in front, ready to strike at any opportunity in close combat. Having done all this, Su Hao raised his right hand and aimed it at Li Xian.
"I can solve you in just 1 second.
He swung his hand down forcefully, shouting out the skill name in a very childish way.
Thunderclap.
Immediately afterwards, a bolt of lightning appeared in mid-air, striking Li Xian at a speed invisible to the naked eye. When the opponent raised his hand, Li Xian didn't know what skill he was going to use, and his body was already prepared to dodge. But when he heard that, a thunderclap? Lightning-type skills? Do you think my lightning resistance LVMAX is fake? With these thoughts in mind, Li Xian decided not to hide anymore. With a loud boom, the thick bolt of lightning that fell from mid-air struck Li Xian instantly, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing that he had succeeded in his attack, Su Hao laughed wildly. Ha, I'll show you how arrogant you can be. Li Xian's 3 teammates were closest to him, and at this moment they could vaguely see that the other party was wrapped in electric arcs through the dust. Li Xian. Yang Kiki called out anxiously. Qin Jiu and Xia Qingge gripped their weapons tightly. The audience members present also became worried. Has Li Xian gone mad? Why isn't he dodging? It's over, it's over. Thunderflash is a gold-level lightning skill. Even a gold-level awakened one would have to give it a wide berth. Brother, you must hold on. Su Hao's lightning-fast move put everyone who was watching Li Xian on edge. However, when the dust settled, everyone was dumbfounded. Li Xian stood there as if nothing had happened, and a coin had appeared in his hand at some point. Su Hao pointed at Li Xian with an incredulous expression. How could you? Li Xian's lips curled slightly, and he casually tossed a coin into his hand, saying in a profound tone. Kid, remember not to shout before using your skills next time, it really makes you look bad. Damn it! Su Hao cursed angrily and immediately unfolded the spirit map. Pang Guang, who was nearby, used his telepathic abilities to increase the damage of his teammates, and applied them all to Su Hao. Yushan holds the target, Wei Qi blocks the others. Su Hao then gave instructions to Huang Yushan, who was in the tank position, and Wei Qi, who was in the melee position. Huang Yushan immediately raised his shield, ready to grab any fleeing target at any moment. Wei Qi clenched his fist and cut into the opponent's back row from the side. Seeing that all his teammates were in position, Su Hao disregarded the depletion of his spiritual energy and forcibly used his strongest move. Gold tier skill, Dark Lightning Tribulation. At that moment, the world changed color. A thick, dark cloud gathered above the competition venue. Dark Lightning Tribulation, a gold skill that is almost platinum level, is already capable of triggering extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth. Furthermore, the more spiritual power Su Hao infused and the longer he charged up, the stronger the lightning tribulation that would strike next would become. The host on stage was so excited by this skill that he was speechless. Are you sure this is a skill that a high school student could use? The audience was on tenterhooks, and even the referees were ready to intervene at any moment. On the other hand, let's look at Li Xian's side. Qin Jiu and the other two had retreated more than 10 meters away without anyone noticing, showing no intention of offering any help. Li Xian, however, remained calm and composed. He kept tossing coins in his hand, muttering something unintelligible under his breath. A dozen seconds later, the clouds in the sky turned completely black, and violent arcs of electricity were faintly visible within them. Su Hao glanced coldly at Li Xian, who seemed oblivious to his own mortality. You, as a support player, dare to be so arrogant? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you won the city-level competition? Look at your teammates, they've all abandoned you. I really don't know how you became a captain. No matter what Su Hao said, Li Xian simply ignored him. It made him feel like he was punching cotton. Fine, since you're so arrogant, then I'll let you taste the price of arrogance. Su Hao's spiritual power was almost exhausted, and the Dark Lightning Tribulation had reached the maximum limit he could use. Prepare to die. With a roar from Su Hao, the dark clouds that had been gathering strength for so long could no longer contain themselves. A jet-black bolt of lightning, over 10 meters in diameter, crashed down on Li Xian's head. The referee instinctively reached out to help Li Xian block the attack, but when he saw the opponent's calm and collected gaze, he hesitated for a moment. It was during this brief moment of hesitation that Li Xian was struck by the black lightning. Black arcs of electricity instantly covered half of the competition field. Li Xian's original location was now covered by a huge black energy ball. Both teams took cover behind the tank shields, waiting for the black mines in the field to dissipate. Oh no, is Li Xian dead? The scene was originally quiet and silent when someone in the audience suddenly said that. These words reached Xia Liufang's ears, who was not far away. He jumped up from the bench and shouted loudly at the crowd. Li Xian, referee. He was about to stop the game when Lin Yin'er reached out and grabbed him. Don't worry, my brother dared to accept it, which means everything will be fine. After saying that, she pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds from somewhere and started eating them with relish. The black energy ball continued for several breaths before its energy gradually dissipated. Su Hao leaned weakly on Pang Guang's shoulder, a smug expression on his face. The next second, his smile froze on his face. Impossible. How could you be completely unharmed? Su Hao pointed at Li Xian, who was completely unharmed in the arena, and roared hysterically. Who said I'm perfectly fine? Li Xian retorted. Didn't you see my clothes were completely smudged by your electric shock? When the November wind blew, the electric-coated clothes on Li Xian's body scattered like black snow, and the grabber couldn't catch them. He was only wearing his underwear, yet he was still managing to stay upright. Holy crap, Li Xian isn't dead? Not only did he not die, but there wasn't a single mark on his body from the electric shock. It's amazing. Ah, what am I seeing? Such a handsome guy with fair skin and tender features. Am I the only one who noticed his Squirtle blue underwear? Upon seeing Li Xian completely unharmed in the audience area, they could no longer contain their excitement. The host even picked up the microphone and loudly announced, Li Xian survived the opponent's strongest attack. Although he was left with only his underwear, he's still alive. The referee in charge of the match breathed a sigh of relief. He managed to keep his job. Seeing Xia Lufang plop back down on the stool, Lin Yenner took out some melon seeds from her hand and mimicked her brother's tone, saying, Old Xia, am I right? Come and have some sunflower seeds. Another gust of autumn wind blew by, and Li Xian shivered from the cold. Enough with the nonsense, it's so cold, let's finish this quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xian rushed towards the four opponents. The coins he had been tossing had disappeared. Su Hao shouted anxiously, Yushan, stop him. Huang Yushan wasn't stupid either. He immediately activated all his defensive skills and simultaneously launched a taunt attack. You idiot, look at me. I'll give you a piece of my mind. Ignoring the mockery he received, Li Xian quickened his pace, calculating the time in his mind. 5 seconds, there. Hunting mode activated. The liquid arm is activated. Lucky strike stacks to max. Li Xian leaped into the air and slammed the shield in Huang Yushan's hand. Just then, the four opponents had gathered behind the enemy to avoid the damage from the black lightning. This is the perfect opportunity for Li Xian to wipe them all out at once. Facing Li Xian head-on, Huang Yushan felt that his opponent had a strong presence, but he was more confident in his own defensive capabilities. Come on, let me have a go at you. Huang Yushan shouted. He refused to believe that even the strongest support could break through his shield. Boom! A sound as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had split open rang out in the arena. Li Xian's fist passed through the opponent's defensive skill and slammed into the shield. In an instant, cracks appeared on the shield, which then shattered into countless pieces of metal. The fist seemed unaffected and continued forward. It crashed into Huang Yushan's abdomen. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backward uncontrollably like a shrimp. Wei Qi, who was closest to him, instinctively reached out to block him. Then he felt a cracking sound from his hand bones as Huang Yushan firmly slammed them in. Not only him, but Su Hao and Pang Guang also could not avoid this fate. With one punch, Li Xian sent 4 people flying 7 or 8 meters away. The scene fell into a deathly silence once again. Holy crap, this guy is awesome. What did I just see? A one-man kill against 4? Or a support tank taking down 4 of them? It's been less than a minute since the start of the match, and my heart is racing like it's on a roller coaster. The entire venue erupted in cheers. The audience exclaimed, this was so exciting. It was definitely worth the ticket. Li Xian held his punching stance for a long time before slowly retracting his fist. He calmly walked step by step to the 4 people, squatted down and looked at Su Hao, who was vomiting blood, with a bright smile on his face. I remember you just said that it wouldn't take you a minute to resolve this. Now I'm returning this sentence to you. Li Xian smirked and pointed his thumb toward the ground. I'll take you all down in a minute, or I'm just a noob. Chapter 78, Draw him for me. Faced with Li Xian's mockery, Su Hao was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood again, then closed his eyes and fainted. The other 3 members of Haotian team also lacked the strength to continue fighting and had no choice but to concede defeat. The referee's booming voice immediately echoed throughout the arena, the winner is Zhanghai City Xian Gui team. The host immediately picked up the microphone and excitedly began to comment.
They won.
Li Xian from Brother Xian's team single-handedly withstood 2 gold-level attacks, turned the tables on the entire opposing team, and pulled off a stunning upset against the championship favorites, Haotian team.
Li Xin. Li Xin. Li Xin. After the host ignited the atmosphere, the entire audience chanted Li Xin's name.
Li Xian watched as Su Hao and the others were carried away on stretchers. At that moment, the thing he wanted to do most was to quickly return to the player's room and find some clothes to wear.
It's so damn cold.
Moreover, his spiritual energy was almost completely depleted, leaving Li Xian feeling deeply exhausted. He ignored his teammates behind him and ran off the field on his own. Li Xian had just run to the player's passage when he was stopped by a small hand. He looked over in confusion and saw a very sweet-looking older woman with a photographer following behind her.
Hello, Li Xin. Fang Shu's face flushed slightly, and she didn't dare to linger her gaze on Li Xin.
Fang Shu, who was still an intern and a new reporter, had finally managed to get this opportunity to perform. Those teams that were considered favorites to win the championship were snapped up by the station's veterans in advance. She originally thought that she would only interview the team that was going to Shanghai City at most once.
I never expected them to win.
Fang Shu knew she had to seize the opportunity to conduct the interview while the topic was still trending, even if the other person was currently naked.
No, I'm not good.
To everyone's surprise, Li Xian pushed aside the other person's arm that was blocking his way and tried to walk inside.
Fang Shu was taken aback and quickly called out to stop him. Li Xian, don't go yet. What are you doing, conducting an interview? Li Xian turned around, somewhat annoyed, and awkwardly pointed to his body, his resentful eyes seeming to say, Sister, don't you know when to do an interview? It's nothing. Fang Shu reacted quickly and immediately smiled. We can put a mosaic on you. I see. Li Xian thought for a moment, then I'll give you 3 questions.
He felt that as long as his appearance wasn't affected, he didn't care about being in the cold for a minute or 2 longer.
But Li Xian didn't know that this was a live broadcast, and there was no way to add mosaics.
As a result, viewers across the province who were watching the live broadcast were all admiring Li Xian's well-defined 8-pack abs.
Okay. Fang Shu readily agreed and quickly took out the questions she had prepared beforehand, selecting 3 from them.
Li Xian, I'd like to know how you managed to survive 2 attacks from the other side unscathed.
Fang Shu's first question addressed the point that the audience most wanted to know. Sorry, I'm not in the know, I have no comment. Li Xian decisively refused.
Just kidding, I can't exactly reveal my systematic affairs to reporters.
Fang Shu didn't expect the other party to refuse so decisively.
But Li Xian was unwilling to talk about it, and she couldn't force him, so she could only ask a second question. We saw you almost single-handedly defeat 4 opponents, but you can only play the support role in your team.
Is it because the others in your team are better than you? The second question is also what the audience most wants to know.
If a support player is this good, then the other players on the team must be even stronger.
Li Xian was taken aback. There's such a thing as the support being the weakest member of the team? Fang Shu smiled slightly. What do you think?
Supports are generally considered to have the weakest damage output, often even weaker than tanks.
Li Xian raised the corner of his mouth and said, no comment. Now that you've asked your 3 questions, I'm leaving.
He then turned and walked away with a flourish.
Fang Shu? Didn't I just ask the second one? Moreover, your answers are essentially non-existent.
After a long while, she realized that, what do you think, was also a question.
Back in the players' room, Li Xian quickly found some clothes to put on.
Curious, everyone gathered around Li Xian, wanting to ask him how he managed to withstand 2 bolts of lightning, but he casually made up an excuse to brush it off.
Seeing that Li Xian was unwilling to talk, the others stopped asking. Their match today is over, and their next match is tomorrow morning. Xia Lufang asked, are you staying to watch the rest of the match?
They all shook their heads.
Okay, you guys go back first.
I have to stay and wait for the first round to end so we can draw lots.
After saying that, Xia Lufang unscrewed the thermos, blew on it, took a sip, and sighed, if only I could get a bye, that would be great.
Upon hearing this, Li Xian recalled the competition rules that the other party had explained to him before, and suddenly had a bold guess.
Hey Lao Xia, isn't it a piece of cake for you to get a bye? Li Xian grinned mischievously.
Seeing Li Xian's expression, Xia Lufang knew that the other party had come up with some wicked idea again, and asked curiously, oh, what do you mean by that?
Li Xian feigned mystery, that's easy, just say thank you and I'll tell you. Thank you? Don't ask questions, just be sincere. Okay. Xia Lufang composed herself for a moment. Thank you, Li Xin.
Ding, thank you received, plus 10 good guy points.
Li Xin was quite satisfied.
He casually crushed a spirit pearl to recover some spiritual power, then leisurely spoke. I hope you don't get a buy later.
Spiritual energy consumed, blessing takes effect.
Xia Liufang's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he patted Li Xian's shoulder repeatedly with joy, his mouth practically stretched to the back of his ears.
Good lad, you've got some talent. Ha, it's nothing, it's nothing.
Having spent so much time with Li Xian, Xia Lufang and the others naturally knew the power of his poisonous milk, a metaphor for a jinx. It's like they're openly cheating by using his poisonous milk, a Chinese idiom for using someone's bad luck, and the organizers can't even detect it. After Li Xian and the others returned to the hotel and rested for a while, Xia Lufang excitedly created a QQ group.
Ah, what a buy. Li Xian, I love you so much. Xia Lufang excitedly posted in the group chat. Really? Yang Kiki asked from below. Of course, I was a little skeptical at first, but then I drew a buy card right away.
Li Nianer, my brother is awesome.
Xia Qingya, okay. Seeing that his guess had worked, Li Xian arrogantly replied, never doubt your brother Xian. When you come back, you'll get a buy in the third round. At Old Xie. Good.
Over the next 2 days, while the other teams were competing hard, Li Xian and his 3 teammates were enjoying sunflower seeds and air conditioning in their hotel room.
Life can be as comfortable as it gets.
The audience members who came specifically to watch Li Xian's match were full of complaints and expressed their opinions on the official Weibo account of the provincial competition.
Li Xian got 2 buys, should I be happy or sad? Ah, I want to watch Li Xian's match.
Brother Xian's team is incredibly lucky, they made it straight to the semi-finals. Because of Li Xian's performance in the first match, tickets for the provincial competition are currently in high demand.
Many audience members came to the event to witness Li Xian's charisma firsthand. As a result, I didn't see him for 2 consecutive days.
Fortunately, the other team's matches were just as exciting, so the ticket-buying audience didn't feel like they'd wasted their money.
Li Xian and his friends paid special attention to the matches of Extraordinary High School.
After all, they are teammates in a certain sense now. They did quite well this year, making it to the 3rd day of the competition. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and faced another championship favorite in this round, the Longmen team from Xicheng.
Li Xian and the others stayed in a room, watching the live broadcast. The extraordinary team's strength is ultimately lacking.
Aside from some minor injuries sustained in close combat, the other 3 of the 4 opponents barely even broke a sweat. On the other hand, the extraordinary team fought until only Qiu Haomiao remained, and ultimately could not turn the tide. Finally, the opposing captain stomped Qiu Haomiao's head hard on the ground, winning the match.
After the match, the captain of the Xicheng Longmen team gave an interview. Captain Ikuan, what's your assessment of the team's strength just now? The seemingly mild-mannered AI Kuan casually uttered 2 words into the microphone. Rubbish. Holy crap. Upon hearing this, Li Xian almost jumped up in anger. The other teammates also had their brows furrowed. Hey, Lao Xia. Li Xian turned to Xia Lufang and shouted, draw him for me. Chapter 79, Garbage.
The teams that made it to the semifinals, besides Xian Gui Ding team and Xicheng Longmen team, also include Yangcheng Qinghua team and Yanqing Fengyu team. Apart from Li Xian and his team's upset victory over Haotian, the other 3 teams are all favorites to win the championship. The semifinals are a points-based tournament, held over 2 days. Each team will compete against 3 other teams. A win earns 2 points, a loss earns 0 points, and a tie earns 1 point. It sounds complicated, but if that team wins 2 games on the first day, they can basically lock in a top 2 finish.
Li Xian's first opponent will, unsurprisingly, be Xicheng's Longmen team.
The Yanqing City Gymnasium was packed with people early this morning. Some audience members even spontaneously formed a support group for Li Xian, and put up banners in the seating area.
Li Nianer tugged at Li Xian's sleeve, brother, you have fans now. Li Xian smoothed his hair back and said, of course, your brother is so handsome. Li Nianer's eyes lit up. Brother, why don't you register a Weibo account too? I reckon you can gain a lot of followers.
Upon hearing this, the other 3 teammates subtly moved closer to Li Xian.
Really? How do I register? Li Xian, oblivious to his teammates' subtle actions, took out his newly bought phone and handed it to his sister.
After fiddling with it for a while, Li Nianer said, "Here you go, just fill in your nickname and profile picture." Li Xian took back his phone, seemingly understanding but not quite, and saw that the phone screen displayed a prompt to enter a nickname. What should we call it? Li Xian thought for a moment, typed a few words on his phone, and then uploaded a selfie. Done. Li Nianer leaned closer again, acting all nervous as, "Brother, let me see your name, I'll keep an eye on you." When she saw the loud and clear characters of Li Xian's ID, she almost couldn't help but laugh. "Please sincerely thank me, bro. What kind of name did you choose?" Li Xian rolled his eyes. "What do you know?" Li Nianer tweaked it a bit more, and under Li Xian's nickname on Weibo, there was a new label, officially recognized Huaiyan Province competition contestant. When the phone was returned to Li Xian, the number of followers that was originally 0 had now increased to 4. Who followed me so quickly? Li Xian clicked on it out of curiosity and saw 4 IDs. Tang Sanzang is reciting the tightening headband mantra for you. I have wine, do you have a story? Can I or can't I? Xinga. Wow, you guys are really fast. Li Xian was secretly shocked, but glanced at his teammates without making a sound. No need to guess, it must be them. The first one is his own younger sister, the second one is Qinzhou, and the third and fourth ones are the easiest to guess, Yang Kiki and Xia Qinga, respectively. But this profile picture. Li Nianer is quirky and clever, so it's not a big deal that she uses Tang Sanzang as her profile picture. Qinzhou and Yang Kix are also fairly normal. Xia Qinga, doesn't your pink rabbit profile picture seem a bit out of place with your persona? Despite his complaints, Li Xian still followed back everyone one by one and then began to figure out how to use Weibo. After he had almost figured it out, he began to think about it. What should I post about my first Weibo post? You're the one. Li Xian quickly typed out a message and took a cool selfie. Release. As Li Xian pressed the publish button, the phones of Li Nianer and the other 3 people rang notification sounds almost simultaneously. They exchanged an awkward glance, and Qinzhou spoke first. Ouch, my stomach hurts, I'm going to the toilet. Yang Kiki also stood up, I left something by the door. Only Xia Qinga got up from her seat without saying a word and walked straight to a deserted corner. Li Xian thought to himself, what are they all doing? Only Li Nianer openly took out her phone and clicked on the Weibo notification. First day using Weibo, let's finish this battle in 1 minute today too. The accompanying picture is a selfie of Li Xian making a peace sign. Li Xian was still admiring his own beautiful photos when he accidentally refreshed the page, resulting in 4 new comments appearing in the comment section. Tang Sanzang, go, brother. You're awesome. I have wine, you can come alone today too. Coco can't, am I going to win again by doing nothing? Pink rabbit, my sword is itching to be used. Puff. Li Xian looked at their comments and forced himself not to laugh. As Xia Qinga sat back down with a cold expression, Li Xian couldn't help but steal a glance at her. Li Xian truly hadn't realized that Xia Qinga, who was so aloof in real life, could be so talkative online. After a brief interlude, Xia Lufan went to the players' room and announced the order of today's matches. The first match in the morning was against Shiqing, and the second match was between Yanqing and Yangchang. The afternoon's match order depends on the morning's results. The winning team will face the losing team from the other side. When it was almost time for the match, the staff came to urge the audience to come to the stadium. As the group arrived at the contestants' passage, the host once again led their opponents onto the field first. When it was Li Xian's turn to go on stage, the host immediately switched the script. 2 days later, the incredibly lucky Xian Gu will definitely return to the competition. Yesterday, another team from Jianhai City was almost completely crushed by the Longmen team. Can Li Xian lead his team to defeat them today and save face for Jianhai City? The host directly stirred up the atmosphere, even pointing out the extraordinary team's crushing defeat yesterday. Li Xian's eyes gradually sharpened. Even if you don't say it, I won't forget it. The 2 teams stood in their positions and formed their formations. Then it was time for them to start trash-talking each other. This time, Li Xian acted out of character. Before the other party could even speak, he gave them an international friendship gesture and kept tossing coins with his other hand. Faced with Li Xian's provocation, Ai Kuan, the talented player of this year's Shiqing team, had veins bulging on his forehead. His face darkened as he said, "Kid, what do you mean?" During the trash-talking segment, he started swearing with hand gestures even before he came on stage. Li Xian completely ignored the other person's feelings and muttered, "It doesn't mean anything. I just wanted to let you know. I'll take care of you within 1 minute."
Whoosh! These words caused an uproar among the audience. Brotherly Xin, you're so handsome. I want to have your babies. I always thought this guy was a low-key person, but I never expected him to be so handsome when he's being flamboyant. Wow, it's so great to be young. I want to play in the competition too. Hearing Lee Xin's words, Ai Kuan's eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Lee Xin smiled dismissively and turned to let the referee begin the match. Once it was confirmed that neither side had any issues, the referee officially announced the start of the match. Kid, don't think you can be arrogant just because you were able to defeat Suha from Suchong. We from Xiqing are much stronger than them. Ikuan was enraged and immediately summoned the spirit map behind him. As the team's main magic damage dealer, he wields fire skills with terrifying power. Li Xin smiled faintly and put away the coin he had been tossing. He started timing himself from the moment he appeared on stage. It's just now that the lucky strike buff is fully stacked. Li Xin simply raised his hand slightly. The next second, a huge beam of light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Ikuan and his three companions. With the help of the skill, this holy light is over 30 meters in diameter. It covers almost half of the entire stadium. The burning effect of the holy light caused Ikuan and his companions to let out a blood-curdling scream. Li Xin showed no sympathy and slowly uttered two words to them. Rubbish. Chapter 80, Dead? Rubbish. Li Xin's words were like a knife, piercing deeply into Ai Kuan's heart. He couldn't understand how the other party could possess such powerful skills. Li Xin knew perfectly well that this was the effect of the holy light blessing 5 lucky strikes, and also the result of his dedicated research. Previously, he couldn't directly calculate the specific damage increase effect of lucky strike using his fists. It is immediately clear with holy light. The holy light, which was originally about 4 meters in diameter, has now expanded to more than 30 meters, increasing the damage per hit by about 50%. Moreover, it's an exponential superposition. If you add the increased damage from hunting, it's no wonder he could punch through 4 people before. However, the spiritual energy consumed by such a large-scale holy light also increases exponentially. After the attack, Li Xin was almost completely exhausted. Before the beam of light dissipated, he stepped aside and turned to his companions, saying, "The rest is up to you. Remember, 1 minute." "No problem." Yang Kiki replied, her spiritual power erupting and her frost domain activating immediately. Xiaqingga had reached the edge of the pillar of light, gripping the 3-foot sword in her hand, ready to unleash the 7-star slash. In less than 50 seconds, Li Xin watched with satisfaction as the 4 members of the Longmen team were carried off the field one by one on stretchers. The host was numb. How do you explain this? The championship favorites, Wuxi City, didn't even get a chance to fight back before all their players were substituted off the field. He could only pick up the microphone and condense all his words into 2 words, awesome. The host wasn't the only one stunned, the audience members were too. Before they could even react, a blinding beam of light enveloped the West City team's half of the field. Once the light faded, the 2 girls from Brother Xin's team unleashed a flurry of attacks, and the match was over? Every year's semi-finals are a life or death struggle. How come when it comes to you, apart from Captain Ai Kuan making a tough statement, the other people on the other side don't seem to be involved at all? The entire scene was completely silent. Li Xin, supporting his back, called out to Qinzhou, "What are you standing there for? Help me up." Qinzhou was speechless, but she still stepped forward to help Li Xin up, and said reproachfully, "So you went to all that trouble to get me into your team just so you'd have someone to help you up?" Li Xin laughed heartily. "What, I'm already so impressed with you, isn't that enough?" Cut. The audience only realized what was happening when they saw Li Xin and his group about to leave. "Holy crap, buddy, you're amazing. I'd believe you if you said you were a diamond, let alone a silver one." Another 1 minute. 2 consecutive matches where they crushed the championship favorites, and each one ended in just 1 minute. What kind of skill does that take? Hey buddy who just said he wanted to play in the match, how about you consider being Li Xin's opponent? Hee, brother Li Xin, are you still short of people? I'm a master at shining shoes. As Li Xin and his group walked into the contestant entrance, they found Feng Shu waiting there for quite some time. Fearing that the other party might not speak well again, Feng Shu, without saying a word, shoved the microphone in front of Li Xin. Li Xin, may I interview you? No, Li Xin said irritably. He learned from his sister that his last interview had not been censored at all.
This caused him to make a fool of himself in front of the people of the entire province. When he saw Fang Shu again, he naturally didn't give her a friendly look. Fang Shu was praised by her superiors for asking good questions after the last interview, but she didn't manage to get any useful information out of him. She was also implied that if she was being led by the nose by the interviewee, she could pack her things and leave. Upon hearing Li Xian's resolute refusal, Fang Shu's eyes welled up with tears, and she hurriedly chased after him.
Li Xian, can I ask you just one question? Fang Shu's tone was pleading.
Li Xinxin softened his stance. All right then.
Okay, I'd like to ask.
Fang Shu had just opened her mouth when Li Xian interrupted her. Stop, you already asked one question, and I've already answered it. After saying that, Li Xian, supported by Qin Zhou, left without looking back, leaving Fang Shu standing there bewildered.
Fang Shu? So you're okay then is already considered the answer?
Li Xian returned to the players' room to rest for a while, and then waited for the results of the match between Yanqing City and Yangqing City. Several people sat in front of the television, watching the live broadcast. Yang Kiki suddenly asked, "Who do you think will win between these two teams?" Qin Zhou thought for a moment and said, "It's hard to say, but I'm more optimistic about the Yangqing team.
I've heard of their tank player, he's very powerful." Li Xian chimed in, "I also think it's Guangzhou."
Judging from the players' information, their team has a very well-rounded lineup.
He paused and then continued, "Look at the Yanqing team, for melee fighters?"
The four melee fighters are commonly known as the Cleaver team.
Li Xian really didn't know what Yanqing was thinking with this team configuration.
Xiaoqinga then said softly, "Yanqing."
The implication is that she favors the Yanqing team. Why? Li Xian asked, puzzled. Xiaoqinga didn't explain much, only saying, "See for yourself." All right.
The group stared at the screen, paying attention to the battle on both sides.
The match started quickly, and the four melee female players from the Yanqing team charged towards the Yangqing formation in unison. The tanks from Guangzhou took the lead and blocked two melee fighters. Yangqing's melee fighter grabbed another enemy, leaving the girl with the greatsword to charge towards Yangqing's two backline enemies alone. After 5 minutes of intense fighting, a loud bang was heard in the arena.
The girl wielding the giant sword suddenly leaped into the air, jumping 10 meters high before slamming the sword down onto the ground.
An invisible shockwave then spread out, knocking out the two closest people in the back row.
She then dispatched the two men with 2 sword strikes.
The battle has become 4 versus 2.
No matter how powerful the Guangzhou team's tanks were, they were powerless against 3 melee fighters and ultimately had to admit defeat in frustration. In less than 10 minutes, the Yanqing team won a complete victory with 0 players eliminated.
Li Xian watched the entire match, nodded meaningfully, and stroked his chin, saying, "Not bad, the Yanqing team has some talent."
Xiaoqinga, standing to the side, didn't respond, her gaze fixed on the girl wielding the giant sword.
The opponent for the afternoon match has now been determined. Xiange's team will play against Yangqing team in the first match, and Yanqing team will play against Xiqing team in the second match. After a short rest at noon, the afternoon's competition began. Once recovered, Li Xian faced the Yangqing team and won without any doubt.
Before the match, he still gave his opponent a one-finger salute.
However, instead of using the middle finger, the index finger was used. 1 minute. 1 minute later, the entire Yangqing team was rendered unable to fight.
The remaining match is between Yanqing and Xiqing. This time, the Xiqing team went all out, with Ai Kuan channeling all his hatred for Li Xian into a raging inferno. The two sides fought fiercely for nearly 20 minutes. The victory was declared when the captain of the Yanqing team pressed a giant sword against Ai Kuan's neck.
After the match, Li Xian returned to his hotel. The provincial competition has only 1 day left until tomorrow.
They and Yanqing both have 4 points, while the other two teams have 0 points. Tomorrow, Li Xian and his team will compete against Yanqing to determine the champion and runner-up.
Li Xian sighed, time really flies.
He then happily took a hot shower, changed his wine, and went to shower again.
Li Xian was lying in bed watching TV when suddenly there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" he shouted. But the person outside didn't answer, they kept knocking. Coming, Li Xian said impatiently as he got out of bed.
When he opened the door and saw who it was, he froze. A man in a dark green military uniform was standing in front of him.
"Instructor Xingjiang, what brings you here?" Li Xian looked on incredulously.
He thought that after leaving the Northwest Army Corps training base, it would be difficult to see them again.
"I never expected that we would meet again in less than half a month."
Moreover, judging from the situation, the other party had traveled a long way to find him. Xinjiang didn't seem to intend to go, and he took an envelope out of his pocket and handed it over.
I came to bring you this.
The envelope was well preserved and showed no signs of being excessively crumpled.
Li Xian also sensed a deep-seated sadness in the other person's eyes.
He took the envelope with a puzzled look and saw several large characters written on it: Zhanghai City, Li Xinqi Night Owl.
A letter from the owl? Why did she send me a letter?
Li Xian carefully opened the envelope, and when he read the first line of the letter, he froze on the spot.
Boy, by the time you read this letter, I should already be dead. Chapter 81: Night Owl's Letter and Li Xian's Decision. What's going on? Is the owl dead? Li Xian was somewhat unwilling to believe it. How could a powerful owl, at the diamond level, die?
Li Xian slowly recovered from his shock and continued reading.
Boy, by the time you see this letter, I should already be dead.
Don't doubt or be surprised, just read the letter quietly. Before leaving the training base, I accepted a particularly dangerous mission, and after much thought, I decided to write this letter. If I do not return safely, Instructor Xinjiang will deliver this letter to you on my behalf.
Don't think you're so important that I have to write to you. There are just some things I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. Ahem, let's get back to the main topic.
I'm so sorry I won't be able to see you participate in the national competition.
I've also thought about the 2 things you promised me you wouldn't do yet.
I have already introduced you to the commander of the Northwest Army Corps, and he will be watching your performance in the national competition. The first thing is to win the national championship. That's your ticket to directly join the Northwest Legion. The second thing is, you must promise me you'll cultivate diligently. Don't rush to investigate the cause of my death. You're not capable of getting involved in these matters right now. Once you're strong enough, in a few years, at least at platinum level, remember to find the Northwest Legion commander. He'll tell you the cause of my death.
Then, help me get revenge. Finally, I have one more request, albeit one that seems unreasonable.
I have a younger sister named Gui Wen, who is several years younger than me and is currently a first-year high school student at your school. If you have time, please take good care of her. Oh, and when you visit my grave, remember to bring a bouquet of camellias.
I quite like those flowers. This is the first time I've ever written something like a will. I'm really not used to it. Young man, don't be troubled, move forward bravely. Good luck in the game, and live well. Above.
Your charming older sister, Night Owl. Li Xian held the letter, bowed his head, and remained silent for a long time, his hands trembling slightly.
Are you all right?
Xinjiang patted his shoulder and asked with concern.
Li Xian raised his head, revealing his red-rimmed eyes. How did she die?
At this moment, Li Xian's voice became unusually hoarse, yet his tone remained calm. Xinjiang knew that the other person was in great pain, but was still trying his best to suppress it. I don't know the specifics, but I do know that Night Owl was tracking 2 criminals who had infiltrated from overseas when she happened to encounter a newly opened alternate dimension.
The 3 of them went in and never came out again.
Later, the Legion sent people in to search, but none of them came out.
So, what happens when you encounter unexpected events while hunting down criminals? Li Xian didn't understand. What if she's still alive?
Xinjiang sighed helplessly.
There's no other way.
That new alternate dimension is too eerie, and it's located in a busy urban area.
Based on the leak's spiritual energy, it's at least a diamond-level alternate dimension. We must seal it off as soon as possible. After listening, Li Xian keenly grasped a key point in the other person's words. So, you actually don't know whether Night Owl is dead or not?
Xinjiang was taken aback, then admitted, that is true, but judging by the time, that alternate dimension will be closed by the day after tomorrow at the latest. At that point, it will be even more impossible for those who go inside to get out.
Li Xian nodded calmly, I understand.
Xinjiang was afraid that the other party would take it seriously and make some impulsive decision. Now it seems he can relax a little.
But Li Xian's next words immediately made him lose his composure. Can you help me get in touch with the Northwest Army Corps commander? Xinjiang?
Under Li Xian's insistence, Xinjiang had no choice but to make several phone calls before finally delivering the specially made phone to Li Xian.
Hello, Li Xian, I am Yi Feng, Commander-in-Chief of the Northwest Army Corps.
A weathered yet kind voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Xian spoke calmly and politely, without any nervousness, saying, Hello, Commander Yi, I would like to ask you for a favor.
Go ahead and tell me what it is. I'll help as long as it's within my authority. Yi Feng replied in an approachable manner to the young man that Night Owl had specifically recommended over the phone.
Li Xian stated the purpose of his call directly. I want to go to the alternate dimension where Night Owl disappeared.
You're being ridiculous. Yi Feng refused decisively.
Just kidding, a high school student at the silver level going to a different dimension that even diamond level experts can't handle to save people is simply a fantasy.
Li Xian seemed to have known that the other party would say that.
He took a deep breath and replied slowly, I'm not being reckless, nor am I acting impulsively. I'm well aware of the dangers of going to that other dimension, but I have to go. Yi Feng paused for a moment upon hearing this, then said, that alternate dimension has been rated as diamond level. Currently, a total of 6 warriors, including Night Owl, have entered, and all of them have lost contact.
Are you sure you want to go?
Sure.
Li Xian's attitude was firm. Tell me the address, and I'll fly there tonight. And
I have the ability to protect myself.
Yi Feng was visibly taken aback when he heard Li Xian's tone. After a long pause, he spoke again. I remember you should be in a competition right now, right? Are you going to give up the competition too? To this question, Li Xian only said 3 words. I'm not playing anymore.
Then came an even longer silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, Yi Feng seemed to have made a decision and said, I'll postpone the match for you.
I'll have someone send the address to Xinjiang.
But considering the eeriness of that alternate dimension, we can't let any more people risk their lives, so you'll have to go alone.
Are you sure you want to go? Li Xian replied crisply again, confirm. Give me 3 days. If I can't get out, please have someone close that entrance to the alternate dimension. Okay, I promise you.
No need to book a plane ticket, I will arrange a plane to pick you up at Yanqing Airport.
Thanks. Li Xian thanked him and then hung up the phone. Li Xian, are you sure you want to take this risk? You're only a silver rank player. Xinjiang asked anxiously.
He couldn't interrupt the conversation between the two of them.
Li Xian's eyes were incredibly firm. Instructor Xing, there's no need to persuade me anymore. My mind is made up.
Besides, I've said it before, I have the ability to protect myself. After saying that, he returned to his room alone, left a note on the table, grabbed the small bag he usually kept his spirit orbs and his usual short sword, and then quietly left the room.
Li Xian took a deep breath and slowly uttered 2 words. Let's go.
When Xinjiao came out after taking a bath, she was completely unaware that Li Xian had already left. While he was still wondering where Li Xian had gone, he found a note left by the other party on the table. The note read, going out for a while, will be back as soon as I'm done, don't worry.
Li Xian. Xinjiao was utterly shocked. Holy crap? The finals are tomorrow, where are you going? An hour later, on the tarmac of Yanqing Airport, a military transport plane was hovering in front of Li Xian.
Go on, the plane will take you directly to your destination, Xinjiang side.
Li Xian asked curiously, aren't you coming along?
I have other tasks to complete, so you'll have to go by yourself.
Okay. Li Xian didn't waste any time and jumped onto the plane.
Xinjiang wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't say it and watched the plane leave. At this moment, he didn't know whether to worry about Li Xian's impulsiveness or be happy that he had taught such a loyal and righteous student. Xinjiang had asked Night Owl during recruit training why he was giving special attention to one particular student. Night Owl said that he had dealt with Li Xian twice, both times when Li Xian was in mortal danger and Night Owl had come to his rescue.
However, Night Owl said that she saw a possibility in Li Xian.
A possibility that, if it grows, it can change the world. Meanwhile, at the distant Northwest Army Corps headquarters, Yi Feng hesitated for a moment before finally picking up the phone on the table.
There's no way around it, you have to keep your promises.
Once the call connected, he said to the other end, connect me to Gaoke, the governor of Huayang province. A moment later, Gaoke's voice came through the phone.
Mr. Yi, what brings you here by calling me personally? Gaoke asked respectfully.
Yi Feng coughed twice and said slowly, it's nothing important, I just wanted to ask you for a favor. Gaoke immediately said in a flustered manner, Elder Yi, please speak freely.
Well, I'd like to suspend your provincial competition for a week. Gaoke, huh? Chapter 82. Your logic is backwards.
That evening, the organizers of the Huayang provincial competition issued an emergency notice that the final day of the competition would be suspended for a week. Everyone who saw the notification was stunned.
What happened? The game was suspended? Many people started complaining online.
The organizers had no choice but to issue another notice, explaining that the competition had been disrupted by force majeure. The organizers did not specify what kind of force majeure it was. Meanwhile, Li Xian, after more than 5 hours of flight, finally arrived at his destination Taching region on the northwestern border. Looking down from the plane, Li Xian discovered that the suddenly appearing entrance to the alternate dimension was located right on the main street in the center of a town. The area within a 1-kilometer radius of it was cordoned off. Various types of firearms surrounded the entrance, and the soldiers would ensure that any extraterrestrial creatures that appeared there would be immediately covered by fire. Li Xian bid farewell to the soldiers who had brought him there and disembarked from the plane. When his phone signal was restored, he checked it and found more than 20 missed calls, all from his sister and several teammates. Li Xian sent a text message to his sister, telling her not to worry, and then handed his phone to the guard at the entrance. Through conversations with the guards, Li Xian discovered that this alternate dimension was indeed very strange.
For so many days, not a single creature has come out of the entrance. It was so quiet that it seemed as if there were no living beings inside. However, through professional instrument measurements, it was discovered that there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy in this alternate dimension, at least at the diamond level. It also contains many signals from gold or platinum level organisms. At the same time, there are usually 2 ways to completely shut down an alternate dimension. The first and most common method is to send awakened teams into the alternate dimension to explore. After so many years of research, humanity has discovered that every alternate dimension has a spatial core. If that core is destroyed, the entrance to this alternate dimension will collapse within 30 minutes. If the core cannot be found, we need to ask a diamond level or higher expert with spatial skills to destroy the entrance. Some entrances are easy to destroy, but for those that cannot be destroyed, you can only use spatial skills to continuously block them. This is one of the reasons why some alternate dimensions in China that are classified as high risk always have powerful figures in charge. But doing so would also confine this powerful individual to the vicinity of the entrance for the rest of his life, thus depriving him of his freedom. The soldiers guarding the entrance thoughtfully prepared water and military rations for Li Xian. Li Xian thanked him and, without further hesitation, stepped into the alternate dimension. After a wave of dizziness subsided, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a dark tunnel. On either side of it were smooth stone walls, with stones that emitted a faint green glow embedded in the top of the walls. When Li Xian turned around, the entrance that should have appeared behind him was gone, replaced by another smooth stone wall.
What's going on?
Li Xian was a little confused.
He had entered several alternate dimensions before, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Judging from its appearance, this space is not a self-contained world, but rather a place similar to an ancient castle. The entrance and exit do not appear to be in the same place. Li Xian dared not be careless and cautiously explored forward. He wasn't sure if, like in the TV dramas, there might be some kind of trap in this tunnel. But after walking for more than 10 minutes, and seeing that he was about to reach the end of the tunnel, he did not encounter any traps. Just as Li Xian was wondering, a large door, taller than 2 people, appeared in front of him. After observing for a moment and confirming that this was the only path to take and that it was not a trap, Li Xian gave it a strong push. The gate was heavy, as if it had been in disrepair for many years, and it made a creaking sound. As the door was pushed open, a magnificent hall appeared before Li Xian. The style of the entire hall resembles that of a Western aristocratic house from the 1990s. The intricately designed crystal chandelier, the luxuriously decorated Roman columns, and the precious marble floors all highlight the homeowner's status. While Li Xian was still immersed in the luxury of the hall in front of him, the door behind him suddenly slammed shut with a bang.
Li Xian reached out to pull, but the door wouldn't open no matter what he did. At this moment, a female voice that Li Xian recognized very well came from the 2nd floor of the hall. Li Xian, what brings you here? Li Xian turned around and froze on the spot in shock. Night Owl? He thought he might not be able to find the person even if he searched the entire alternate dimension, but he found him so easily? Night Owl strode down the stairs and stood before Li Xian. Silly boy, didn't I tell you not to come looking for me now? Night Owl scolded playfully. Li Xian recovered from his shock and hugged the other person tightly. I'm glad you're all right, he said softly, his voice trembling with a hint of tears. Night Owl felt the other's body trembling slightly and said with a smile, silly boy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Night Owl pulled Li Xian to sit down on the sofa. Li Xian asked curiously, Sister Night Owl, are you trapped here and can't get out? Night Owl looked puzzled. No, I was invited here as a guest by the owner. Master? Li Xin immediately tensed up upon hearing this. Seeing through the other's thoughts, the owl reassured him, "Don't be nervous, the owner here is very easy to talk to. He also said he would send me away from here in 2 days." Night Owl's words only made Li Xin more nervous. "Where is the owner now?" Li Xin asked. Night Owl chuckled and replied, "I had something to do outside, I'll be back later." Li Xin recalled his phone call with Yi Feng and pressed, "Commander Yi said that he later sent 5 more people to look for you. Did you see them? And what about the 2 criminals you were chasing? How are they doing now?" Night Owl gave a thoughtful look. "I didn't see the people who came looking for me, but I caught up with and killed those 2 criminals when they entered this place." "Where is the body?" "The body was disposed of by the owner of this place." "All right." Li Xin sat on the sofa, feeling a sense of unease. For example, isn't the owl in front of us being too optimistic? And who exactly is the owner of this house that she keeps mentioning? Even though this place looks like a house, Li Xin didn't forget that he came from another dimension. The atmosphere grew quiet as Night Owl sat cross-legged on the sofa, idly picking at his fingers. Li Xin sat to one side, recalling the scene of his encounter with Night Owl. Suddenly, he thought of something, turned his head, and asked in his usual tone, "By the way, Sister Night Owl, since you're still alive, I don't need to spend money to buy camellias and send them to you, right?" Night Owl rolled his eyes at him. "Look at you, so stingy. You won't even pay for a bouquet of flowers." Upon hearing this, Li Xin immediately jumped up from the sofa. "No, you're not Night Owl." Night Owl looked on with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong with you?" Li Xin chuckled and got into position. If Night Owl hadn't died, but was trapped in another dimension, her first reaction upon seeing me would probably be, "What are you doing here?" Instead of saying, "Didn't I tell you not to come looking for me now?" Li Xin paused for a moment before continuing. "Because the real Night Owl is still trying to survive, she wouldn't know that she has been abandoned by the Northwest Legion, let alone that Xingjiang thought she was doomed and gave me the letter in advance. So when Night Owl sees me, he'll be surprised why I came, not why I came after reading the letter. I brought up the camellia issue on purpose to make the final judgment." At this point, Li Xin's expression turned serious, and he said sternly, "Your logic is backwards." There was one more thing Li Xin didn't say. How could a real Night Owl, with her personality, constantly refer to her as master? He. Night Owl, exposed by Li Xin, lowered his head and let out a chilling laugh. Li Xin's heart was in his throat, ready to strike at any moment. Immediately afterward, the owl in front of her suddenly looked up, and a line of bloody tears flowed from her eyes. The owl seemed to be in great pain, letting out a silent roar at Li Xin. Immediately afterwards, her face and body began to melt, like a heated candle. It wasn't just her who melted, the entire building melted too. Li Xin broke out in a cold sweat. This was truly the first time he had ever encountered such a bizarre situation. The melting owl's body suddenly burst into a blinding light, and Li Xin instinctively shielded his face with his hand. When the light faded, Li Xin slowly opened his eyes and was immediately dumbfounded. At this moment, he was no longer in the old castle, but standing in front of the gate of his own home in Zhanhai City. This? Chapter 83. Son, don't be troubled, move forward bravely. Li Xin took out his keys from his pocket, but did not open the door immediately. He was still replaying everything that had just happened in his mind. Is it an illusion? Or what? Li Xin looked at the stairs beside him and noticed a thin layer of mist floating in the air. The mist seemed to be trying to prevent him from going downstairs. Li Xin took a deep breath to calm his tense mood and reached out to insert the key into the keyhole. Whether it's an illusion or demons and monsters behind your door, I'm not afraid at all. As he was thinking this, he opened the door and heard a familiar yet unfamiliar voice coming from the kitchen. Xin is back. The owner of the voice was a middle-aged woman with a kind face, wearing an apron. She heard the door open and came out to see what was happening. Mom? Li Xin felt a lump in his throat. The woman before him was none other than his mother, whom he had been longing for day and night. Even though the other person had a few more wrinkles on her face than the mother Li Xin remembered. But Li Xin would never mistake her face or her voice for anything else. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and change your shoes and come in, Li's mother urged, feigning anger, before turning and going into the kitchen. Dinner will be ready soon. Your dad went to pick Nyener up from school. You can do your homework on the sofa first. His mother's voice came from the kitchen. Li Xin was still standing at the door. Tears silently streamed down his face without him even realizing it. After a while, Lee Xian changed his shoes and came to the sofa. He put down the bag behind him. The spirit pearl that was originally in my bag has somehow turned into a high school textbook. Lee Xian gave a wry smile and took out all the books. He then immediately began doing his homework on the coffee table, though his eyes would occasionally dart toward his mother who was busy in the kitchen. A short while later, the sound of a lock being opened rang out again at the door. La la la, la la la, I'm a little expert at selling newspapers. Tonight I'll go to the brothel to listen to some music, and tomorrow morning I'll buy lots of tangerines to eat. Wow, bro, you got out of school so early today. When Lin Yenner saw Lee Xian on the sofa, she stopped singing abruptly, put down her school bag, and was about to pounce on Lee Xian. Lee Xian reacted quickly and caught his sister, who jumped on him. Lee Xian replied with a smile, yes, school ended early today. He gently patted his sister's back, feeling that her body was not thin due to malnutrition. Tears welled up in my eyes again, much to my dismay. Lin Yenner sensed that Lee Xian was in a bad mood, and propped herself up on her arm to ask, brother, why are you crying? It's nothing, it's just from you pressing down on me, Lee Xian muttered, wiping his eyes casually. At this moment, a middle-aged man carrying a bottle of wine and a roast goose walked into the living room. Lee's mother happened to come out of the kitchen and witnessed this scene. Buying wine again. Buying wine again. Mother Lee glared at her and said angrily. The middle-aged man chuckled, not much, just one bottle. I also bought your favorite roast goose. That's more like it. Lee's mother rolled her eyes at him and went back to the kitchen. Get ready, let's eat. The man put down what he was holding, took off his coat, and replied, okay. After saying that, he sat down next to Lee Xian. Son, how's your homework going? Looking at the familiar face, Lee Xian didn't know how to respond for a moment, and called out in a slightly hoarse voice, Dad. Mr. Lee frowned. What's wrong? Were you bullied at school? No. Lee Xian tried his best to control his emotions and then smiled, who would dare to bully me? I'm already being nice by not bullying them. Lee's father laughed and patted Lee Xian's head, that's true. Who told you to be my son? You're the kind of person who doesn't like to suffer losses. Lee Xian nodded emphatically. Feeling the warmth of his father's hand, he looked at the graying hair on his father's head and felt a sudden tightness in his heart. Before Lee Xian could say anything more, Lee's mother, carrying dishes, called out, come and eat. Yo ho, dinner's ready. Lin Yenner excitedly ran to the table and sat down first. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were placed on the table. There was my sister's favorite scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and also roast goose that my father specially bought. Just as Mr. Lee was about to pick up the wine bottle and pour himself a glass, Lee Xian suddenly reached out and grabbed the bottle first. Dad, let me pour you some. Mr. Lee was taken aback, suddenly realizing that his son was acting a little differently today. Lee Xian also felt his father's gaze and said with a smile, I'm just pouring you a glass of wine, don't look at me like that. Mr. Lee smirked and boasted to Mrs. Lee, see? My son knows how to be filial to his father. Don't be envious, ha ha ha. Lee's mother scoffed and ignored the other person. Lee Xinxin felt this deeply. I remember how mischievous and naughty he was when he was a child, often making his parents angry. Later, after his parents disappeared, Lee Xian felt extremely regretful every time he thought about it. After pouring wine for his father, Lee Xian sat down silently and quietly enjoyed the food his mother had prepared. The meal was very enjoyable. After dinner, Lee's mother went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Lee's father watched TV with his children in the living room. Dad, why do you, a grown man, watch Empresses in the Palace every day? I've watched it with you for the 4th time. Lin Yenner complained, reaching out to grab the remote control from her father. Mr. Lee turned away, asking, then what do you want to see? Lin Yenner retorted, I want to see the West 8th District of the East 8th District. Mr. Lee? What the hell? I'm not giving it to you. Lee Xian stood quietly to the side, watching the father and daughter playfully bicker. A moment later, Lee's mother brought out a plate of fruit with a smile, here, have some fruit, and then go do your homework. After she finished speaking, she was about to go back to the kitchen to continue her work when Lee Xian suddenly called her back. Mom, wait a minute. Lee Xian's voice was soft, but it possessed an irresistible power. What's wrong, son? Lee's mother turned around and asked in surprise when she saw the affectionate look in her son's eyes. It's nothing, please have a seat, I'll go wash the dishes for you.
As they were talking, Li Xian pulled his mother to the sofa and went to the kitchen to wash and tidy up.
What's wrong with our son?
Li's mother asked, looking at her husband, puzzled.
Mr. Li shrugged. Probably some kind of homework assigned by the teacher.
Li Xian skillfully washed all kinds of bowls and basins until they were spotless, and also cleaned the kitchen stove. When he came out of the kitchen, the whole family looked at him with disbelief.
Li Xian smiled gently, then bowed deeply to the three of them, murmuring, If this is a dream, I wish I would never wake up.
But there is someone very important to me, and she is waiting for me to save her. As he spoke, Li Xian's voice began to choke up. When he stood up again, tears streamed down his face.
Dad, Mom, Sister, I'm sorry, I have to go.
Li Xian bowed to his parents again, and the surrounding scenery turned into specks of light and began to dissipate.
In his hazy state, he seemed to hear his father whispering to him, Son, don't be troubled, bravely move forward. Chapter 84 Escape from the Cave. When Li Xian opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by complete darkness.
Feeling the hot tears still in the corners of his eyes, he subconsciously reached out to wipe them away, only to find that his whole body was restrained.
Li Xian was startled. What's going on?
He tried, but no matter how he twisted his body, he couldn't break free from the restraints.
Li Xian calmed himself down and analyzed the current situation.
Since he stepped into the alternate dimension, he has inexplicably experienced two illusions.
At this moment, Li Xian was unsure whether he was in an illusion or in reality. Li Xian tried to break free again, but still couldn't move, and couldn't even pull his arm out. This method of binding is similar to that used on mummies. Only his head wasn't tied up, leaving him able to breathe. But Li Xian could sense that the air he was breathing was not fresh. It's as if he's been tied up and thrown into some kind of box.
Soon, he discovered something even worse. The spiritual energy within him is being slowly drained away by something.
Li Xian now had less than half of his original spiritual power left.
No, we can't wait any longer. He understood that, whether it was an illusion or reality, he had to save himself now. Fortunately, his skills are still usable. After a moment's thought, Li Xian decided to use his phantom clone technique. However, the phantom clone's ability to reposition itself was not triggered at all, and Li Xian remained bound.
However, he did manage to create a clone.
Li Xian had his clone check the field of vision outside while he patiently waited for the clone's duration to end.
A bronze-level phantom clone can be maintained for 10 minutes.
Now that we've reached the gold level, the clones can last for up to half an hour.
Li Xian suddenly regretted it, wondering why he had upgraded this skill to gold. Time passed second by second. Li Xian himself was unaware of any other commotion outside.
The clone disappeared after 30 minutes.
The memories he brought back sent chills down Li Xian's spine.
In the scene from the clone's memory, Li Xian is currently in a dark, huge cave. There is a small opening on one side of the cave, the only place where light can pass through. The walls were covered with countless white cocoons, wrapped in some kind of silk netting. These white cocoons vary in size. Some are as big as a small rabbit, some are as big as a person, and some are even larger than an elephant. A rough count reveals that there are nearly 100 of them.
Li Xian was inside a white cocoon.
He could roughly guess that these white cocoons were meant to be food for some giant creature.
The white cocoon has excellent sound insulation, making it difficult to hear distant noises.
But the clone could clearly hear a faint, sucking sound coming from deep within the cave.
Li Xian knew he had to break free quickly.
He used the phantom clone technique again. Due to the nature of the skill, it will copy the original character's clothing by default. Li Xian's bag is still on his person, so his clone will also copy the bag. The spirit orb in the copied bag was useless, but the short sword inside was the real thing. He ordered his clone to use the short sword to cut open the white cocoon. After doing all this, he closed his eyes, tried to remain still, and reduced his breathing frequency to help his physical and spiritual energy drain away too quickly.
The outside of the white cocoon.
Having received the instructions, the clone is carefully cutting through the white cocoon. The silk that forms the white cocoon is made of an unknown material. It is extremely strong. In addition, he dared not make any big movements, for fear of making any noise and attracting the attention of the creature in the cave.
It took him 2 or 3 minutes to cut a single thin white thread.
If things continue like this, he might not be able to rescue the original body within the allotted time.
But being impatient won't help. He can only proceed step by step.
More than 10 minutes had passed, and the clone was already covered in sweat. He only cut off a small portion of the cocoon's outer shell. Suddenly, he paused, a strange sense of crisis welling up inside him. He immediately stopped what he was doing and listened intently. They discovered a very faint sound coming from deep within the cave, like the sound of stones being crushed underfoot. Moreover, the sound was getting closer and closer, rapidly approaching this location. The clone immediately understood that the cave's owner was about to arrive. What to do? If the other party is not full, they can come here and drag away a few more white cocoons, and they might just choose the main body. He could hide, but it's hard to say whether he'll be found. In a moment of desperation, he quickly came up with an idea and looked at the several very large white cocoons not far away.
Li Xian's true form is in a semi-dormant state within the white cocoon.
He didn't know how much time had passed when the entire white cocoon suddenly shook violently a few times, startling him awake. Immediately afterwards, he felt a sudden, unexplained pain in his abdomen. Hiss.
Li Xian forced himself to keep his mouth shut as memories of his previous clone, Xian, flooded his mind.
Dead? He quickly checked the memory images. It turned out that the clone had discovered that the cave's owner was preparing to come over. He went to the several large-looking white cocoons and cut them open in front of them. The intention was to mislead the other party into believing that the clone letter and those white cocoons were in cahoots. When the cave chief arrived and saw the scene, he was successfully enraged. In a fit of anger, it used its forelimbs to pierce the abdomen of the clone letter, and even chose those large white cocoons as its next meal.
After reading it, Li Xian couldn't help but want to give it a thumbs up.
That's so true to me, I'm so clever. This time, he also saw the true face of that master through his memories. It was a spider covered in sharp, spiky hairs and had 8 bright green eyes on its head. It is very large. The forelimb that pierced through the clone is about 5 or 6 meters long. Judging from the opponent's aura, Li Xian believed that his strength was at least at the diamond level or above.
That's terrifying.
Even in the spider cave, there's a purple cloud, but here there's only an 8-eyed giant spider.
Li Xian estimated that if he were to face his opponent one-on-one, he would have absolutely no chance of survival.
Based on this memory, Li Xian can basically determine that these white cocoons are made of spider silk. Moreover, cutting spider silk with a short sword is far too slow. He simply cannot afford to wait. After much thought, he decided to try summoning the black iron egg. Black iron egg's body, like his liquefied form, is extremely hard. It might even be able to bite through these spider silks.
Li Xian summoned another clone and then summoned the black iron egg.
He ordered his clone to let the black iron egg try biting it. When black iron egg was summoned, it was initially confused, but it sensed the presence of its two masters. Just as it was about to make a squeak sound, its clone covered its mouth with its hand. "My dear ancestor, you absolutely mustn't make a sound, or we're all doomed," the clone whispered. Whether black iron egg understood or not, it was unclear. It twisted its body as if nodding. Then, under the command of its clone, it took a bite out of the white cocoon.
Sizzle.
The originally incredibly hard spider silk, in black iron egg's mouth, was like white chocolate, immediately biting a hole in the white cocoon.
The clone's eyes lit up. There was hope. "Hurry up, keep going," he urged in a low voice.
Black iron egg looked displeased, spat out the spider silk from his mouth, and looked at the clone with a resentful gaze.
"That's like saying, what is this thing? It's disgusting."
The clone patted the other's head. "Good boy, when your dad comes out, you'll reward the little spirit pearl with some." Upon hearing about the little spirit pearl, black iron egg worked diligently and no longer complained about the spider silk not tasting good.
Before long, the white cocoon covering Li Xian was completely bitten open by the black iron egg.
However, looking at his arms and legs covered in teeth marks, Ben Shershin felt like crying but had no tears.
"My dear clone, is this how you give orders?"
If black iron egg hadn't bitten the wrong spot and then knew to close its mouth, the precious treasure meant for carrying on the family line would probably have been bitten away. Once Li Xian was completely freed from the spider silk, he stretched out a big yawn. He was so frustrated by being trapped in the white cocoon. Then he picked up the black iron egg and looked at the white cocoons covering the wall.
Li Xian murmured to his clone beside him. "Do you think the night owl might also be inside these white cocoons?" Chapter 85. You did well this time, don't do it again next time.
When Li Xian was trapped in the white cocoon, he roughly figured out how he was caught by the spider. The moment he entered the alternate dimension, he was controlled by the other party using some kind of mental skill, and his consciousness entered an illusion. His body was bound hand and foot with spider silk and dragged into this cave to be eaten by his opponent. This explains why the portal behind him disappeared when he entered that illusionary tunnel.
Because that's not a real alternate dimension at all.
Li Xian also guessed why no creature had invaded the city through the entrance for the past few days. Because those creatures were all captured by the spider. Similarly, including Night Owl, the humans who entered this place should have had similar experiences to him. At this moment, Li Xian only hoped that Night Owl could hold on and not become food for the spider too soon. Li Xian first took out a few spirit beads from his backpack to restore his lost spiritual power. While the clone's message was still active, he had the other party find white cocoons about the size of a person, while he took the black iron egg and bit them one by one. Because by simply biting open the top of the white cocoon, one can see who is inside and whether they are still alive, so this time the process is much faster. The clone found a total of 7 white cocoons that matched its body shape among the many white cocoons. After biting open the black iron egg one by one, apart from the alien creatures that were about the size of a human, there were 2 humans he didn't recognize, who were still in a coma. Fortunately, both of them were still breathing. Li Xian guessed that they were probably still immersed in the illusion and had not yet woken up. He dared not wake them up rashly, because he was unsure whether the 2 criminals being chased by the Night Owl were inside. But where is the Night Owl? Has it really been eaten? He couldn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. Li Xian looked into the cave and could hardly find any white cocoons about the size of a human body. He was extremely anxious. "Hey, there's another one over here," the clone whispered to Li Xian. The latter saw a white cocoon in a crack in the stone in front of the other person. Li Xian took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and commanded the black iron egg to take a bite. The person hidden in the white cocoon is revealed. Through the dim light, Li Xian discovered that it was a woman with golden hair, fair skin, and more defined facial features. Foreigners? How come there are foreigners within the territory of China? Just as Li Xian was surprised, the blonde, white-haired girl's eyelids twitched slightly, as if she was about to wake up. Ha! Li Xian immediately thought of the 2 criminals that Night Owl had been chasing, who were said to have infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom. He was worried that what if the other person was a criminal and things went wrong when he woke up? Just as the blonde, white-haired girl was about to open her eyes, Li Xian grabbed the black iron egg in a moment of panic and smacked her hard on the forehead. Whether it's a criminal or a teammate, let's wait until we find Night Owl. The big white girl, who had just woken up, was knocked unconscious by this blow, and a bump the size of a steamed bun gradually swelled up on her forehead. Not bad. Li Xian looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction and stuffed the other person back into the crack in the stone. After doing all that, he started to have another problem. Where exactly is the Night Owl? We've searched all the white cocoons we could find here, so there can't be other caves, right? Li Xian felt the possibility was very high and prepared to leave to go outside and see what was going on. The clones were ready at the appointed time, and Li Xian had no immediate plans to summon them again. He carried the black iron egg and tiptoed to the cave entrance, looking out. Outside the cave, it was pitch black, with only scattered green stones on the walls emitting faint glows. Li Xian walked along the wall into the room. A short while later, a cave even larger than the one before appeared before him. The ground was covered with countless destroyed white cocoons, and the stench of rotting corpses inside filled the air. Li Xian almost threw up. When he looked up, he saw the enormous spider perched on the cave ceiling. The other party's 8 eyes, which had been glowing green, had dimmed and now looked as if they were asleep. This created an opportunity for Li Xian. He surveyed the cave and noticed 2 more entrances on the other side where he was. One was pitch black, the other let a sliver of light shine through. Li Xian roughly judged that the one with light was very likely the exit. He carefully pressed himself against the wall, inching his way toward the dark opening. After walking a few steps, Li Xian arrived at another cave filled with spider webs. The white cocoons, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, were everywhere on the ground and walls. The green light emitted by the stone shone on the white cocoon, making it look particularly eerie. A rough count revealed at least 1,000 white cocoons. Li Xian was truly shocked by this scene. But how difficult it is to find the owl among so many white cocoons. Li Xian pondered for a moment and decided to try offering a blessing. I hope the next white cocoon I find will definitely not be a night owl. Spiritual energy consumed, blessing takes effect. Li Xian felt there was a chance. He scanned the cave and locked his gaze on the white cocoon closest to him. Li Xian muttered to himself, heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, believe me, I can definitely do it. When the black iron egg broke through the white cocoon, he looked over nervously. Feet? When a pair of fair, tender feet, still covered in mud, appeared in front of Li Xian, he was completely taken aback. You bit the wrong one, try again.
Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, this time it will definitely work. Li Xin prayed silently.
Seeing its master full of fighting spirit, Black Iron Egg spat out the spider silk in its mouth and bit down on the other end of the white cocoon. The owl's face emerged from the white cocoon.
It's done. Li Xin quickly stepped forward and gently patted Night Owl's cheek, trying to wake him up.
After filming for quite a while, the owl showed no signs of waking up.
Wow, he's sleeping really soundly.
Li Xin recalled the training base and how Night Owl had treated him, and suddenly felt a surge of anger. He listened outside the cave and, after confirming that there was no movement, silently rolled up his sleeves.
Sister Night Owl, I'm not doing this for personal revenge, I really did it to save you. Li Xin muttered to himself, then went up to Night Owl's face and slapped him hard across the face. With a snap, the owl's tightly closed eyelids began to loosen slightly. Li Xin regretted it as soon as he finished slapping the spider outside the cave, fearing that the sound of the slap would wake it up. Fortunately, the spider was fast asleep. He listened for a while, but there was no sound outside. Not long after, the owl slowly woke up. When she realized that the person in front of her was Li Xin, she almost cried out in surprise. Li Xin reacted quickly, stepping forward to cover Night Owl's mouth and making a shushing gesture with his other hand. The owl reacted quickly, immediately understanding the situation. After recovering from its shock, it nodded to the other party. Li Xin then released his grip and whispered a teasing remark in Night Owl's ear. My dear Night Owl sister, what sweet dreams are you having? You're sleeping so soundly. The owl ignored his words and instead asked the question that concerned him most. What are you doing here? Upon hearing this, Li Xin finally felt relieved. He was certain that the person in front of him was indeed Night Owl. Li Xin raised the corner of his mouth and replied with a smile, of course it's because you didn't pay for the camellias, so I've come to ask you for the money. Camellia? What camellia? Night Owl looked puzzled, then remembered the letter he had written several days ago. You received the letter? Night Owl asked, puzzled. Of course, young man, don't be troubled, move forward bravely. Li Xin said with a smile, while having Black Iron Egg bite off the spider silk from the other's body. Seeing that Night Owl still didn't understand, Li Xin briefly explained what he knew. After hearing the whole story, the owl, who had just broken free from its cocoon, was so angry it wanted to stomp its feet. Damn it, that old bastard, I'm not even dead yet, and he's already arranged for my will to be delivered? After venting his anger, Night Owl suddenly touched his face. Why does this half of my face feel so hot and painful after I woke up? Li Xin awkwardly looked to the side, it's just my imagination, it must be because you slept for too long and pressed your face down while sleeping on your side. Night Owl squinted at Li Xin. Is that so? Yeah, haha. Li Xin quickly changed the subject. Besides this, there's another cave nearby. Let's hurry over and take a look while that big spider is asleep. I also found a foreigner who looks like a criminal. Upon hearing the name of the criminal, Night Owl cracked his knuckles and neck. Let's go over there. Li Xin nodded, but was about to lift his leg when Night Owl called out to him again. Wait. Night Owl chuckled and said slowly, you did well this time, but don't do it again next time. Hearing the words that Night Owl had said when they first met, Li Xin smiled. Clear. Chapter 86 Massage Guy Li Xin. Faced with thousands of white cocoons, the Night Owl had no good solution. Li Xin had no choice but to summon his clone again, and the three of them searched together. It feels like opening a blind box. The group searched the entire cave and found only a dozen or so white cocoons of roughly the same size. And without exception, none of them contained a human being. After a while, the owl sat down on the ground to rest. Li Xin could tell that the other party had been in the white cocoon for too long, and even someone as strong as a diamond-level being couldn't replenish her spiritual energy in a short time. Li Xin glanced at his bag. Although the spirit pearl inside couldn't directly restore the other party's health, it could serve as a bridge. He walked up to Night Owl, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Hey, I can help you replenish your spiritual energy. Night Owl turned around in surprise, oh right, I almost forgot you're a support. She placed her hands on her knees and said, come on. Li Xin awkwardly touched his nose. My skill only works when I attack someone else. Night Owl? Li Xin explained the skill principle of spiritual energy absorption to the other party, while Night Owl stood there thoughtfully. 2 minutes later. A little to the left, a little higher, yes, that's it, apply a little more pressure. That feels so good. The owl looked like it was enjoying itself. Li Xian stood behind the other person with a black line on his face, transforming into a massage boy.
They pinched and tapped the other person's back and shoulders.
But there's still a problem. The skill requires Li Xian to make an attack judgment, which means that Li Xian needs to be malicious in order to transfer spiritual power to Night Owl. And so it was. Li Xian dared not show any impatience as he massaged Night Owl.
What I was thinking was, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Once his spiritual energy is depleted, he will have to take out a spirit pearl from his bag to replenish it. However, the spiritual power of a diamond-level Night Owl seems to be a bottomless pit. Li Xian produced one spiritual pearl after another, without stopping. More than 20 minutes later, he looked at the spirit pearls in his bag with heartache. More than half of them were gone, and tears almost welled up in his eyes. It's just a few trash spirit orbs, what a stingy big man like you is. Night Owl's tone was playful. Li Xian glared at the other person. First of all, I'm still under 18, I'm still a child. Secondly, I collected these with great effort, and they can fetch a lot of money on the black market. Night Owl spread his hands. Alright, I'll give you a platinum-grade spirit pearl later as compensation. Upon hearing that it was the platinum extreme spirit pearl, Li Xian's gloom vanished.
Real? Why would I lie to you? It's just a platinum-grade spirit pearl. Thank you, big sister. You can ask me for a massage anytime you want, I'll be there whenever you call. Li Xian was so excited he almost took off. Night Owl rolled his eyes at the other party's shamelessness. Once the Night Owl's spiritual power had recovered sufficiently, he led Li Xian back to the cave they had previously entered. As Night Owl passed by the giant spider on the ceiling, he glanced at it a couple more times, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Night Owl, do you recognize that creature? Li Xian asked quietly, pointing at the spider. This level of creature is not covered in high school curriculum. Night Owl steadied himself. The broodmother spider, judging by her strength, is around Diamond 3, a little weaker than me. Oh, okay. Li Xian nodded, then asked curiously, Sister Night Owl, what's your strength? Night Owl pointed to himself, me? Diamond V. Oh, what a eligible bachelor. Ignoring the other's expression, Night Owl continued. The opponent possesses a domain-type skill that pulls the target into an illusion. Fortunately, the human brain has a certain degree of self-recognition of the same illusion, which can ensure that the target will not fall into the trap a second time in a short period of time. Its main weapons are its spider silk and forelimbs, but what? However, what makes it most troublesome is not just its strength, but its ability to command many small spiders. After saying that, Night Owl clicked his tongue softly inside. If I had known that this was the kind of creature in this alternate dimension, I would never have come in even if you killed me. Li Xian secretly made a mental note of it, becoming even more vigilant. If the spider could make the Night Owl feel troubled, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to defeat it. The two secretly returned to the cave where they had started. Li Xian dragged the white cocoons that had previously revealed human bodies to Night Owl so she could identify them one by one. Night Owl, do you recognize any of these three? Night Owl glanced around, then went straight to the blonde, fair-skinned woman and squatted down. Li Xian thought to himself that he had indeed guessed correctly, and asked to confirm, is this person a criminal? To everyone's surprise, Night Owl said quietly, no, they're allies. They were on missions with me back then. Forehead. Not long after, Black Iron Egg bit through all the spider silk, and the blonde, white girl was awakened by Night Owl. After confirming each other's identities, the former covered his forehead. When she touched the bump on her forehead that was swollen bigger than a steamed bun, she instantly lost her composure. What the hell? How did I get this huge bump on my head? The blonde, fair-skinned woman spoke with a strong northeastern accent. After listening, Night Owl touched his still slightly aching face, then squinted at Li Xian. Maybe he was thrown off the wall and accidentally hit his head? Li Xian said guiltily, not daring to look at Night Owl, and made up a random excuse. Really, the owl drawled. Knowing he couldn't dwell on the topic, Li Xian quickly changed the subject, saying, by the way, how come you, a foreigner, speak Chinese so well? The blonde, fair-skinned woman looked puzzled. Foreigner? I'm a genuine Russian from China, okay? Are you Russian? Seeing that Li Xian still seemed somewhat skeptical, Night Owl helped explain. Her name is Nina, she belongs to the Northwest Legion's reclamation unit, and she is a genuine Chinese. Okay. Li Xian felt guilty for making a fool of himself, so he extended his hand and greeted her. Hello Nina, my name is Li Xian,
and I am currently a senior in high school. This time, it was Nina's turn to lose her composure. She had thought Li Xin didn't look very old, but she didn't expect him to be a high school student.
Ignoring the other person's astonished gaze, Li Xin instead looked at the other two people in white cocoons. Then these two people?
Nina glanced at it and shook her head. I don't know it. As soon as he finished speaking, Night Owl pulled out two collars from somewhere and put them on the two men.
Li Xin recognized that the material of the neck ring was the same mineral as the handcuffs used by the two thugs at the school. Faced with the identities of the two criminals, he couldn't help but ask Night Owl, what exactly did these two criminals do? After thinking for a while, Night Owl decided to tell Li Xin.
They belong to an awakened criminal organization called the Holy Fire Organization. Nina looked at Night Owl in disbelief. The Holy Fire Organization isn't. Night Owl interrupted, yes, but all indications suggest that this organization has been resurrected.
Li Xin was completely confused. What are you talking about? What exactly does this organization called Holy Flame do?
Night Owl gathered his thoughts and continued. The Holy Flame Organization originated in the United States and is an organization composed entirely of awakened individuals. It has since spread to various parts of the world. They would have flame patterns tattooed on their bodies, and their ranks were determined by the number of flames, ranging from a minimum of 3 to a maximum of 7. This organization adheres to rather extreme principles. They want to create a world entirely ruled by awakened individuals. They believe that the emergence of other dimensions is essentially a process of selection in this world, and ordinary people are the ones who are eliminated.
Hearing this, Li Xin muttered under his breath, are these guys out of their minds? Will the awakened rule the world? Even the most powerful awakened one can withstand a single shot from a little boy?
Night Owl nodded without refuting. Indeed, many people in this organization are like madmen, and some extremists even treat ordinary people like cattle and sheep, slaughtering them indiscriminately. Back then, a case also came to light where someone found a secret base of the Holy Fire Organization and discovered a pigsty inside.
Li Xin's eyes widened.
They won't treat people like pigs. Yes, just as you thought, this also made countries determined to destroy the Holy Flame Organization.
Night Owl's expression darkened. I just never expected that after 10 years, the Holy Flame Organization would be able to make a comeback. The atmosphere was slightly somber. As Li Xin listened to Night Owl's introduction, he suddenly remembered the awakened criminal in the Yenching City shopping mall.
He felt that the other person was very similar to those lunatics from the Holy Fire Organization.
Li Xin told Night Owl about this guess. The latter nodded after listening, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes.
If they really are from the Holy Fire Organization, then their infiltration of our country is far worse than we imagined. Li Xin also realized the seriousness of the situation, and then comforted him, don't think too much about it.
The most important thing right now is for us to get out of here as soon as possible. Chapter 87. What are you saying? Night Owl and Nina each carried a criminal, cautiously following behind Li Xin as they walked out of the cave.
Fearing that the two criminals might suddenly wake up, Li Xin took special care of them, stuffing one of his smelly cotton socks, which he had been wearing for who knows how many days, into each of their mouths. The group left the area and arrived at the cave where the broodmother spider was located. It seems like they ate too much before bed, and the other person still hasn't woken up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Xin led the two towards the cave entrance where the light was coming from.
As they approached, Nina muttered to herself, Commander Night Owl, isn't this going a little too smoothly?
Pa, stop babbling and hurry up and go back to report the situation here to the old man, Night Owl urged. When they quietly approached the entrance to the cave with light, they were utterly astonished by what they saw inside. In the cave, which is more than 100 meters deep, dense spider silk formed spider webs of varying sizes. The web was covered with countless spiders of all sizes. The light from outside shone into the cave, casting dappled shadows on the ground.
Li Xin was shocked. How the hell was he supposed to get across?
Trying to sneak past is definitely not feasible. If a spider discovers us, all our efforts will be wasted. If a breakthrough is achieved by force, then the country will be attacked from both sides. The three looked at each other and finally decided to leave and find another way out.
Just then, Nina accidentally kicked a small pebble.
Unfortunately, the pebble happened to be covered in spider silk. As the stone was gently kicked aside, the spider silk throughout the cave swayed slightly. Almost simultaneously, countless spiders turned around to look at Li Xin and his companions.
Holy crap! Nina felt a chill run down her spine. Li Xin reacted quickly, grabbing Nina's arm. What are you standing there for? Run! Where to run? Night Owl looked at Li Xian, wanting to hear his opinion. Li Xian's mind raced, and he quickly made a decision.
The cave where Nina woke up also had light on the walls.
If we could break down that wall, maybe we could escape. Night Owl nodded. Let's go.
The group rushed back to the cave they had come from, and along the way they saw the brood mother spider's 8 eyes slowly glowing green.
The other person is waking up. The situation instantly became tense.
Fortunately, the group successfully reached the cave they had been in.
Night Owl glanced at the hole in the wall that let in light and shouted to Nina, "Hold them off for a moment, I'll break down the wall." Receive.
Nina shouted, displaying the imposing presence of a woman from northeast China, and faced the brood spider.
Seeing that food had actually come out, the latter angrily raised its forelimbs and stabbed at Nina. Nina wasn't intimidated.
She conjured an air shield in front of her, barely managing to block the opponent's attack.
Taking advantage of this opportunity, Night Owl unleashed his full power.
The spiritual image, shaped like a long sword, unfolded rapidly behind her. After some time, the number of skills on the Night Owl spirit map increased from 7 to 8. 2 diamonds, 1 platinum, 2 golds, 2 silvers, and 1 bronze, each shimmering in its corresponding color. At that moment, a diamond and a platinum on the spirit map flashed, and Night Owl instantly activated 2 skills. The platinum technique, Wolf Transformation, allows Night Owl's body to exhibit wolf-like characteristics, significantly enhancing his stamina, speed, and strength. Diamond technique, Thousand Army Breaker, a skill that uses a fist to shatter the air and generate a powerful shockwave. The owl had already taken its stance, its limbs transformed into wolf claws, and its fists gathering power in its chest.
Li Xian now understood why the other party wasn't wearing shoes while inside the white cocoon.
When the brood mother spider's first attack failed, it launched a series of attacks.
Its forelimbs are like steel spears, with immense strength.
Nina was quickly becoming overwhelmed and turned to Night Owl, shouting, "Sir, hurry."
Night Owl didn't waste any words, and roared, "Open it for me." A terrifying aura emanated from her, and the invisible pressure made Li Xian unable to even open his eyes. With a loud boom, the entire stone wall shattered under the Night Owl's fist. The sunlight outside shone into the dark cave without reservation. It's done. Li Xian was overjoyed and quickly walked to the broken stone wall. But when he looked down along the edge of the stone wall, he felt completely numb. The cave is located on a cliff hundreds of meters high. At a glance, there was almost no place to stop along the way. Unless you have a skill like flying, jumping directly off will definitely kill you.
Night Owl, who had come to Li Xian's side, also frowned upon seeing this situation. If she had jumped directly down, she might have managed to save her life, but her fate would certainly not have been good. But if she had to balance both Li Xian and Nina, she was confident she didn't have the ability. When Nina briefly sealed the cave entrance with her skill and came to meet up with Li Xian and the other person, this usually strong-willed northeastern Russian woman almost sat down on the ground. But soon, a resolute look appeared in her eyes. "I'm sorry, it was my mistake." "Don't say that," Li Xian interrupted without hesitation. He could already guess what Nina was thinking from her eyes. Li Xian looked at Night Owl with a serious expression. "Do you believe me?" Night Owl was taken aback, then looked into Li Xian's eyes. She sensed a hint of determination in the other person's eyes. Without giving it much thought, Night Owl nodded emphatically. "Good." Li Xian pulled a handful of spirit pearls from his bag. "I hope the 3 of us will surely die if we jump from here." "Nina? What are you saying?" Night Owl was utterly shocked. She knew that Li Xian possessed the causality skill. Li Xian wanted to use the law of causality to force the 3 of them to jump off the cliff alive. But what about the causal tribulation that follows? Using the law of causality to save the lives of 3 people, how much divine tribulation must one endure afterward? In Night Owl's eyes, Li Xian's actions were tantamount to courting death. But Li Xian's eyes were surprisingly calm. As the blessing took effect, she immediately felt the spiritual energy within her body flowing out like a tide. Without saying a word, Li Xian quickly crushed the spirit orbs one by one to replenish the loss of spiritual power. In the cave, the brood mother spider has removed the obstacles left by Nina. The enemy, accompanied by countless spiders, was swarming towards Li Xian. Finally, just as the spiders were about to attack, the blessing energy was depleted. Li Xian grabbed his 2 older sisters' hands and, before they could refuse, jumped off the 100-meter cliff together. The wind whistled past their ears. Nina was stunned and shouted in midair, "You can't do this. You haven't even asked me if I believe you or not." The three of them darted through the air, only to find the spider army stopped where they had just been. Just when Owl and Nina thought the other wouldn't chase after them, the broodmother swiped its forelegs, and countless spiders swarmed down the cliff. It also used its own spider silk to stick to the cliff face, and its huge body leaped down from a height of 100 meters. Broodmother spiders will not let humans who destroy their home go unpunished.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Nina was utterly heartbroken, but thankfully she wasn't a fool. All of their defensive skills are now activated.
The owl also transformed into a wolf, and scales sprouted from its skin.
Li Xian activated liquefaction in his chest to protect his body's organs.
As the three of them jumped down, a sudden, inexplicable gust of wind swept through the valley. The strong winds swept the three of them away from their original landing point, causing them to fall into a denser jungle not far away. Just as the three of them were about to fall to the bottom of the cliff, Night Owl threw the white cocoon he had been carrying under Li Xian.
This is another layer of insurance for Li Xian. As the three fell, the trees at the bottom of the cliff rustled. The dense tree branches cushioned their fall. With a bang, the three landed almost simultaneously. Li Xian let out a cry of ouch, and slowly got up from the ground. As he fell, a branch he hit cut a bloody gash on his cheek. One of his legs was also broken in the collision. The other two were also in a similarly dire situation, with only Night Owl faring somewhat better thanks to his strong physique. In contrast, the two white cocoons that were used as cushions were crushed and mangled. But the three of them knew in their hearts that they couldn't rest yet. The broodmother spider was the first to fall after them. Then came countless smaller spiders crawling down the cliff face towards them. Nina clutched her broken left side, shouting, "Quick, let's run!" But then Li Xian looked up at the sky and a smirk appeared on his lips. "Why are you running? Since they dare to chase after us, then leave all the spirit pearls behind." Chapter 88, Kill. The once clear sky gradually accumulated layers of dark clouds, as if they were about to unleash a violent force at any moment. The broodmother spider, standing opposite Li Xian, was waiting for all her minions to arrive, completely oblivious to the dark clouds overhead. In its eyes, this is just normal thunder and rain. It was more curious as to why these humans weren't running away. As the dark clouds grew thicker, Li Xian gradually felt a sense of crisis. Judging from this, Li Xian knew that this causal tribulation would be far more terrifying than the last one. Even with LMAX lightning resistance, he was still a little panicked. Hopefully it can hold up. Li Xian muttered something and looked at Night Owl beside him. "Throw me over there in a bit." Night Owl didn't say anything, but gave him an okay sign. She could roughly guess what Li Xian was thinking. She could also tell that Li Xian was confident he could withstand this tribulation. But Night Owl didn't know where the other party's confidence came from. In this situation, we have no choice but to believe him. As the entire spider army assembled, the broodmother spider unleashed a silent roar at Li Xian and his companions. It was at this moment that Li Xian's sense of crisis reached its peak. Li Xian roared, "Now!" Night Owl seized the opportunity, grabbed Li Xian's arm, and threw him in a 360-degree Thomas spin. Li Xian flew towards the broodmother spider with pinpoint accuracy, like a shot put flying backwards. The latter was taken aback, clearly not understanding what was going on. "I was just thinking of catching you when you suddenly flew over here." The brooding spider showed no mercy, attempting to spray its silk at Li Xian, who was suspended in mid-air. Li Xian didn't waste any words and offered his blessings. "I hope you can hurt me 100%. Spiritual energy consumed, blessing takes effect." The spider silk that shot out almost missed him by sheer coincidence. Li Xian flew past the other's 8 bright green eyes and landed on its furry back. An inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly arose in the broodmother spider's mind. Before it could retaliate, a torrent of violent energy poured down from the sky. At this moment, thunder descended upon the world like divine punishment. Those who defy the law of cause and effect will never escape the punishment for doing so. Compared to the dark lightning tribulation that Su Hao used in the previous match, this time the thunder is hundreds of times stronger. Li Xian only had time to strike a pose and shout, "Shatter the darkness with thunder." The next second, the pale blue lightning, like a hungry wolf plunging into a flock of sheep, swallowed him up in the blink of an eye. Then, centered on him, it surged forth in all directions. The dense army of spiders became the best conductor. The speed at which the electric arc jumps is such that no spider can escape it. Meanwhile, the broodmother spider, at the epicenter of the lightning strike, is currently experiencing the terror of being completely bathed in lightning.
Fortunately, Night Owl, who had anticipated this, pulled Nina back to a safe distance the moment he threw Li Xian out. Nina, seeing this for the first time, was so surprised that her jaw almost dropped to the ground.
Li Xian can still be alive? The owl didn't speak, but silently clenched his fist. The lightning in the field lasted for more than 30 seconds.
When the light faded, what was revealed were spiders as black as charcoal. Wisps of black smoke rose from each spider. A gentle breeze carries a burnt smell. The largest brood mother spider no longer looks the same as it used to. The green light in his eyes went out, and all life was gone. A moment later, a noise came from the spider's back. A little black man shakily got up, then tumbled off the spider's back. With lightning speed, Night Owl appeared behind the other person and caught him.
Li Xian, are you alright?
Nothing too serious, just a little sleepy, Li Xian said, flashing a bright white smile.
I'm going to take a nap first.
Remember not to waste these spirit orbs.
After saying that, Li Xian's head lolled to the side and he fainted.
No matter how much the Night Owl shouted, he could not wake up. After an unknown amount of time, when Li Xian opened his eyes, he smelled the familiar scent of disinfectant again.
Awake?
Night Owl, who had been keeping watch all night, asked when he saw Li Xian wake up.
Li Xian nodded slightly, gave a soft and sighed inwardly.
As expected, they still came to the hospital. It still has lightning resistance, otherwise it would have been 100% wiped out this time. To Li Xian's surprise, even with maxed out resistance, he could not be completely immune to the damage from the causal lightning tribulation. This made him even more curious about what exactly the causal law lightning tribulation was.
It's good that you're awake.
The doctor said you're fine, you just fainted because your brain was exposed to electricity for too long. As Night Owl spoke, a hint of scrutiny crossed his eyes. She is becoming increasingly interested in Li Xian. Night Owl felt that the young man in front of him seemed to be hiding more and more secrets.
Oh, Li Xian responded, then, as if remembering something, asked. Have all the spirit pearls from that other dimension been collected? And those white cocoons, have you checked to see if there are any living people who were missed?
Night Owl reassured him, don't worry, all those spirit orbs have been handed over. Later, a unit was sent in to search for them, and it was confirmed that 2 awakened individuals were still alive.
Li Xian was stunned. What? It's been handed over? Why should I hand it over?
That was a giant spider I risked my life to defeat.
Li Xian panicked.
There might be a genuine diamond-grade spirit pearl hidden on that brood mother spider.
The owl smiled wryly.
You, a mere silver-ranked newbie, managed to take down a diamond-ranked brood mother, along with a bunch of platinum and gold minions.
I doubt anyone would believe it if I told them. Night Owl narrowed his eyes and continued, you don't want to be a guinea pig, do you? Forehead. Li Xian understood that Night Owl's implication was that if he wanted those spirit orbs, he had to say that he was the one who killed them. He would likely be used as some kind of strange experimental subject. You won't even be able to cry then. Night Owl couldn't help but laugh when he saw Li Xian's pitiful look. Well, Commander Yi specifically asked to see you. You should get some rest tonight, and I'll take you there tomorrow morning. After saying that, Night Owl got up and left the ward, leaving Li Xian alone. Commander Yi? What does he want with me?
Li Xian muttered something under his breath, then felt dizzy and lay down on the bed to sleep again.
The next morning, Night Owl took Li Xian into an off-road vehicle. On the way, Night Owl told Li Xian some things to keep in mind when they met.
I can call him Old Man Yi, but you can't call him that casually. You have to respectfully call him Commander Yi or Old Man Yi. Also, don't be reckless over there. Li Xian was getting tired of hearing this, so he interrupted, Good sister, my brother Jiang Haixin is a worldly man. Don't make it sound like I have no sense of propriety.
Night Owl rolled his eyes after hearing this. Okay, as long as you know it.
With Night Owl leading the way, entering the Northwest Legion's headquarters became much easier. The two entered a building and knocked on the door of the innermost room on the top floor.
Please come in.
A kind male voice came from behind the door. Pushing open the door, a man with a full head of white hair and a rugged face appeared before Li Xian.
Night Owl spoke first, Old Ji, I've brought the person you wanted.
Yi Feng nodded in response. The two exchanged a glance, then Night Owl closed the door and left the other's office. Nice to meet you, I am Yi Feng from the Northwest Legion. Yi Feng looked at Li Xian with a smile, introduced himself generously, and gestured for Li Xian to sit down. Li Xin was initially a little nervous, but the other party was so polite and didn't act like a leader at all, which eased his tension considerably. He plopped down in the chair opposite Yi Feng's table.
Hello, Mr. Yi, this is Li Xin from Shanghai.
Yi Feng looked Li Xin up and down and praised him. Not bad, indeed a hero emerges from among the young, a man of great talent.
You flatter me, Elder Yi. Li Xin was pleased with this and then asked. Mr. Yi, why did you call me here? Oh, it's nothing, I just asked you to come and thank you.
After saying that, Yi Feng clasped his hands together and rested them on his chin, saying solemnly, "Thank you for your bravery in saving 4 of my warriors and resolving a serious emergency in another dimension. Therefore, on behalf of the Northwest Army Corps, I have decided to make an exception and award you a third-class merit."
Li Xin was stunned and asked incredulously, really? Chapter 89 Rewards.
Yi Feng did not answer, but took out a small square box that he had prepared in advance from the drawer.
Open it and take a look. Li Xin took a deep breath, took the box, and gently opened it. Inside, a badge lay quietly.
The upper part of the badge is a red flame, and the lower part is inlaid with a silver star.
Li Xin asked curiously, "What's this? A Martian badge?" Yi Feng?
What the hell is this Martian badge?
Yi Feng coughed lightly. This is the Starfire badge. He explained, the Starfire badge is inherited from the earliest awakened individuals in the military.
In addition to this one, there are also the Mooning badge and the Sun Stealth badge, which correspond to the third-class merit to the first-class merit respectively.
Li Xin nodded thoughtfully. What about the special merit?
The special merit is the Dragon badge, which is quite rare. The number of people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who possess that badge can be counted on 2 hands.
I see. Li Xin looked at the Starfire badge in the box, liking it more and more as he looked at it. In any case, this is an affirmation of his efforts. After Li Xin had finished admiring the boxes, Yi Feng took out 2 more.
I heard you like material rewards, you'd probably really like these 2 things. No, who said I'm materialistic, huh?
Li Xin refused while bringing the 2 boxes in front of him. Yi Feng was amused by the other person's appearance. Li Xin opened the 2 boxes, which contained a platinum-grade spirit bead and a diamond-grade spirit bead, respectively.
Huh?
Li Xin suddenly felt a little embarrassed to accept it.
It's worth noting that a platinum-grade spirit pearl can fetch over $1 million on the market.
Diamond-level diamonds are worth tens of millions.
These 2 spirit orbs are truly far too valuable. Yi Feng saw through Li Xion's thoughts and said, "Take it.
The platinum spirit orb was given to me by Night Owl to deliver to you. As for the diamond spirit orb,
you displayed great power in the other dimension this time, causing the Northwest Legion to see so many spirit pearls.
Giving you a diamond grade 1 is perfectly reasonable." Li Xin smiled knowingly. "Thank you, Elder Yi.
Elder Yi is the best." With a fatherly smile, Yi Feng continued, "By the way, this diamond spirit bead isn't from the broodmother spider.
The one I'm giving you might be more suitable." After saying that, Yi Feng kindly reminded him, "But don't absorb it now. Wait until you've reached at least platinum level, so as not to waste it."
Awakened individuals of different levels have varying success rates in acquiring skills by absorbing spirit orbs of different grades. The success rate of absorbing different skill categories also varies. This is why it was so difficult for Yang Kiki and Xia Qingge, who were at the bronze level, to possess a gold level skill. Based on Li Xion's current silver rank, the probability of absorbing a silver skill is about 50%, and the probability of absorbing a gold skill is about 30%. The probability of absorbing platinum skills is less than 10%, and the probability of absorbing diamond level skills is even less than 1%. But as soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, Li Xian couldn't wait to crush the diamond grade spirit pearl.
"Yi Feng? Do you think I'm ignoring what you're saying?" Yi Feng wanted to stop him but couldn't, and let Li Xian close his eyes and enter a meditative state.
The spiritual power contained in a diamond grade spirit pearl is terrifying.
Despite Li Xian's desperate efforts to absorb the spiritual energy, he could no longer prevent most of it from leaking out.
Since that's the case, Li Xian simply ignored it and patiently waited for the system notification sound to ring. Ding, for skills have been detected in this spirit orb.
We are checking if there are any reverse attributes. He was overjoyed, there were actually 4. Hidden affix detected for the skill, tracking mark platinum, reversible.
Releases a stealth marker on the target. The target's location can be detected for the duration of the marker.
You can change it from invisible to visible.
Hidden affix detected for the skill, swap mark diamond. It can be reversed. Releases a stealth mark on the target. The target can swap positions with the player during the mark's duration.
You can change it from invisible to visible. Skill, Storage Space Diamonds has a reversed attribute detected.
It has a storage space and can be carried around. You can change can to cannot.
Should we merge and absorb them?
After reading the descriptions of the 3 skills that could be absorbed, Lee Xin exclaimed inwardly, wow. Unexpectedly, there are 2 super rare space-type skills. Although the invisibility effect of the mark is sacrificed, gaining 2 useful skills at once is still very good.
As for the storage space skill, does cannot be carried around mean it must be used in a fixed location? After thinking for a moment, Lee Xin chose yes without hesitation.
The next second, the system notified that the skill had been successfully absorbed.
Lee Xin looked at the brilliance of a diamond shining in his yin-yang Pisces spirit diagram and felt a surge of joy.
When Lee Xin slowly opened his eyes, Yifeng, who was sitting opposite him, became uneasy.
It's been absorbed? Yifeng asked incredulously, judging from his expression. Yes, not bad. I absorbed 3 skills at once. Thank you, Elder Yi, Lee Xin said gratefully. Yifeng?
In all my years, this is the first time I've ever seen a silver-level high school student successfully absorb a diamond spirit orb on the first try, and even absorb 3 skills at once.
This is simply unheard of. Yifeng looked at Lee Xin with the same gaze one would give a monster, which made Lee Xin feel a little uneasy. Lee Xin laughed awkwardly. Elder Yi, you don't need to look at me like that.
Although I successfully absorbed it, with my current level, I probably don't have enough spiritual power to use a diamond-level skill. Yifeng covered his forehead, speechless for a moment.
Is that what I meant? Alright, I'm all set here.
I should head back early so I can make it to the competition.
Yifeng dismissed Lee Xin. Lee Xin was sensible and got up to say goodbye and leave.
He had just reached the door when Yifeng called him back. Wait a minute, about the case at the Yanqing City shopping mall that you told Night Owl about. I had someone there investigate it, and the culprit is indeed a member of the Holy Flame organization. I suspect that the other side has a secret base in Huayang province.
Be careful of their retaliation when you go back. Lee Xin paused, turned around, and solemnly replied, understood.
After leaving Yifeng's office, Lee Xin ran into Night Owl, who was waiting for him at the end of the corridor.
Let's go, I'll take you to the airport. On the way, Lee Xin kept thinking about the Holy Flame organization. Night Owl noticed he was lost in thought and asked, Kid, what are you thinking about? After a moment's thought, Lee Xin asked, Sister Night Owl, do you think the Holy Flame organization might be very strong? You're worried about this? Night Owl looked at Lee Xin with amusement and continued, they were indeed very strong 10 years ago. When various countries were besieging them, the leader of the Holy Flame organization had already reached the star glory level. Holy crap, star level? Lee Xin was stunned. Yes, but he couldn't withstand the combined attack of 3-star glory level experts and died in the end. And now? Lee Xin pressed. Right now? I really don't know. Night Owl noticed that Lee Xin was still a little nervous and reassured him, you don't need to worry too much. The other side has only resurfaced this year, so I estimate that the members lurking in the Dragon Kingdom are not too strong. The Huayang Provincial Administration has already begun investigating the other side's secret strongholds. Be careful when you get back. Good. Lee Xin verbally agreed, but he still felt a vague unease in his heart. Chapter 90, I have an idea. Lee Xin returned to Yanqing from the northwest. At this point, 6 days had passed since he left. After getting off the plane, Lee Xin went straight to his hotel room. Although the competition was delayed by 7 days, the organizers still extended the rooms for the contestants. Lee Xin was stunned when he pushed open the door. He saw that everyone was in the room. Brother, where did you go? Upon seeing Lee Xin again, Lin Yenner's eyes reddened, and her voice trembled with tears.
Something urgent came up, it really is urgent, huh?
Lee Xin awkwardly scratched the back of his head.
Lin Yenner pouted and turned her head away. Humph, you stinky brother, I'm never talking to you again.
Oh dear, my dear sister, don't be angry. Lee Xin quickly put on a smile and went to Lin Yenner's side to coax her.
After coaxing him for quite a while, Lee Xin finally managed to appease him with a meal of Peking duck from Yancheng.
You stinky brother, if you suddenly disappear again, I'm really going to stop talking to you. Lin Yenner pouted and said angrily. Lee Xin patted his chest and said, okay, I promise I'll never do it again. Seeing that the tension between the two had finally eased, Xia Lufang couldn't help but ask curiously, "So, Li Xian, where have you been all this time? This really needs to be kept secret." Xia Lufang sighed, "Alright, it's a good thing the competition was postponed, otherwise all our efforts would have been in vain." "Ha, really? Ha ha." Li Xian kept making excuses to cover it up. He was at a loss. He couldn't very well say that he had risked his life to go to a diamond-level alternate dimension and casually struck a giant spider with lightning. For the next 2 days, Li Xian stayed almost entirely in the hotel and didn't go anywhere else. Unfortunately, his roommate Qinzhou became the subject of Li Xian's new skill experiment. Li Xian planned to try out the storage space skill when he got home. According to the skill description, he was afraid that once he used it, he wouldn't be able to change the location again. The other two skills require Li Xian to physically touch the target in order to apply the mark. The tracking marker looks like an eye drawn with a white pen. After marking the target, Li Xian can sense the approximate location and distance of the mark with his eyes closed. Only one tracking marker can be released on the same target, with almost no distance limit, and the duration is approximately 1 day. The transposition markers are individual symbols, including triangles and circles, with completely random patterns. This skill allows Li Xian to swap positions with a marked target, with a maximum distance of 1 kilometer. The transposition mark can be released to a maximum of 3 targets. The mark can be reused for transposition and lasts for 10 minutes. With Li Xian's current spiritual energy reserves, he can release a maximum of 5 tracking markers at once, but the more markers that exist at the same time, the more spiritual energy he consumes. The release of the position swap mark consumes almost no spiritual power, but after using the position swap mark a maximum of 3 times, the spiritual power will be depleted. It's worth mentioning that the 2 markers can be used on both people and objects. Furthermore, the duration of the mark cannot be erased, not even by washing with water. After thoroughly studying the new skill, Li Xian came up with a tactic and called over all 3 of his teammates. "Hey, I have an idea, how about we do this during the competition?" Li Xian quietly gave instructions on tactics, and after hearing what he said, Yang Kiki covered her mouth. "This is so cheap." Li Xian waved his hand, "Oh, it's a competition, as long as we win. Besides, didn't you say before that you never felt involved?" He looked at everyone again. "Did you remember what I said?" All 3 teammates nodded. Time quickly came to the day of the competition. With the organizers announcing the resumption of the competition, Yancheng, which had been busy with daily life, became lively again. Early in the morning, those who managed to snag tickets to the finals gathered at the Yancheng City Gymnasium. Reporters from local television stations arrived to prepare for live broadcasts of the match. The first match today is between Yangqing team and Xiqing team. Both teams had 0 points before this match, and it will determine the 3rd and 4th place. Next up is the match between Li Xian and Yancheng. The winner is the champion, and the loser is the runner-up. After the winter break, the champion teams from all 26 provinces and municipalities of the country will begin the national competition in the capital, Kyoto. Li Xian and the others were warming up in the players' room. They weren't interested in the 2 teams they had defeated, but instead talked about the Yancheng team. Recalling the opening ceremony of the competition, Li Xian asked curiously, "Xinga, do you know much about that girl surnamed Duan?" Xia Qinga shook her head, "I don't know much, but the other party is very strong." "Stronger than you?" Li Xian asked rhetorically. Xia Qinga didn't respond this time, but silently wiped her sword, her eyes filled with seriousness. "All right." Li Xian could tell from the other party's attitude that the girl surnamed Duan was not simple. "By the way, after the competition, can I come to your house to learn swordsmanship?" Li Xian asked. As the saying goes, having many skills is never a burden. Improving swordsmanship is similar to practicing firearms. While the improvement isn't as significant as acquiring a new skill, the benefits are still obvious. For example, Xia Qinga, with her understanding of swordsmanship, used the 7-star slash skill, which was faster and more accurate than that of ordinary awakened individuals. This also applies to improvements in physical fitness. This is reality, not an online game, where whoever has the higher level and better skills will definitely win. There are too many factors to consider in actual combat. Li Xian currently has no way to improve his 2 passive skills, shooting and sniping. But when it comes to swordsmanship, he has a ready-made candidate in front of him. Even a diamond-level night owl couldn't gain an advantage in a simple swordsmanship contest, which shows that Xia Qinga's family has a very strong swordsmanship tradition. When Li Xian asked this question, Xia Qinga's hand visibly paused as she wiped her sword.
Her brows furrowed slightly, as if she had something difficult to say.
Li Xin scratched his head. Is it not allowed?
Xiaoqinga hesitated for a moment, then said, I'll go back and ask. Fearing the other party might change their mind, Li Xian quickly said, alright, it's a deal. The match between the teams from Guangzhou and Wuxi lasted for a long time. In the end, thanks to the heroic efforts of the Yangqing team's tank, who single-handedly withstood the full-force attacks of Shiqing Zikuan, creating opportunities for his teammates to attack and ultimately securing the victory. The rankings for third and fourth place in the provincial competition have been determined.
Shiqing team finished fourth, while Yangqing team took third place.
After a 20-minute halftime break, the next round will be the championship battle between Li Xian and his team in Yancheng.
Before Li Xian even appeared, the audience sitting in the stands were already discussing him.
I haven't seen brother Li Xian for a week, I miss him so much. Honestly, after watching a few of his matches, watching other matches just doesn't seem interesting anymore.
Brother Li Xian, where are you?
Come out quickly so your sister can give you kisses, hugs, and lift you up high.
Do you think Li Xian can win the championship? What's the big deal? It's inevitable.
The audience member sitting next to the person who said this expressed his dissatisfaction.
Many of the audience members present were locals from Yancheng.
They watched as the Yancheng team's women's team made it all the way to the finals. Our Yancheng team's Phoenix Feather team is not to be underestimated either. For melee fighters are right in front of us.
I ask you, who can withstand that?
That's right, Yancheng has a very good chance of winning the championship this year.
Pa! Even if he's strong, can he be better than my Li Xian?
He can take on 4 opponents every single time.
The audience's discussion was divided into 2 camps.
Moreover, as a local team, Yancheng team has another advantage. Special seats were reserved in the stands for the Phoenix Feather team's cheerleaders. The debate over who was stronger quickly intensified. Upon seeing this, the host at the commentary booth picked up the microphone and joined in to liven up the atmosphere. As the halftime break was about to end, staff members came to the players' rooms on both sides to urge them to start playing.
Brother Xin, get on the team. Players, get ready to go on stage. Li Xian stood up and stretched his limbs.
Let's go, it's our turn to perform.
Chapter 91. We won. We are the champions. The 2 teams in the finals arrived at the players' tunnel. The audience is already very familiar with them and doesn't need much introduction from the host. As Li Xian and his teammates went up on stage with their opponents, the finals officially began. The 2 sides stood still, and the referee asked, "Do either of you have any questions?" Li Xian immediately replied, "Wait a moment."
After saying that, he looked at the troops from Yancheng.
"I believe that competition comes first, friendship second. Things may change, but we can meet again in the future." As Li Xian spoke, he walked towards the Yancheng troop. When he reached the opposing captain, Li Xian generously extended his hand, a fawning smile on his face. "Hello, Li Xian from Zhanghai, welcome to Zhanghai City."
Duan Fian, the captain of Yancheng, didn't understand why Li Xian was doing this, but as the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face.
Duan Fian reluctantly smiled and shook hands with the other party.
However, Li Xian didn't stop after shaking hands with one player. He turned around and looked at the next Yancheng player.
"Hello, seafood is cheap in Zhanghai City.
You can bring Yancheng roast duck with you when you come." And so, Li Xian shook hands with each of the 4 men before reluctantly returning to his own group.
The referee looked at Li Xian with a strange expression.
I've heard people make boastful remarks before a competition, but this is the first time I've seen someone trying to get close to someone.
Li Xian's action stunned the audience on stage. Wow, Li Xian is such a gentleman.
Pa, I think it's just for show, and a chance to hold the hands of the girls from our Yancheng team.
How can you have such vulgar thoughts? What kind of person do you think my Li Xian is?
After a brief incident, the referee, seeing that there were no problems on either side, announced the start of the match. Neither side made a move first, and Duan Fian took out the greatsword she was carrying and slammed it into the ground with a bang.
"Duan Fian of the Duan family of Yancheng, please enlighten me."
She was saying this to Xiaoqinga. The latter nodded slightly and drew his sword, Zhanghai Xiaoqingu.
Sigh. Li Xian sighed inwardly upon hearing this.
He had just tried to be friendly but was met with a cold shoulder. The other person's attention wasn't on him at all.
"Alright, I'll show you all how powerful brother Jiang Haixin is in a moment. Don't accuse me of being ruthless when the time comes."
As the 2 introduced themselves, the atmosphere became tense. Yang Kiki activated her domain immediately, Xiaoqinga silently prepared her skill activation stance, and Xinjiu set up her shield and activated all her defensive skills. The four close combat teams in Yanqing also made tactical arrangements before the match, and immediately widened the distance between each other. They need to be wary of Li Xian's wide-range Holy Light.
Li Xian had no intention of using Holy Light at all.
With a slight smirk, he vanished into thin air before the other party could disperse. And where he had been standing, Duan Fian suddenly appeared.
Duan Fian's original target was Xiaoqinga.
Just a second ago, she was using her skills to increase her speed. The next second her vision blurred, and she found herself in the middle of the three people in Brother Xian's team.
Li Xian then took Duan Fian's place and landed in the middle of the three opponents.
The transposition marker made its first successful appearance to the public.
Go! Li Xian shouted excitedly to his three teammates from a distance of more than 10 meters.
As per the previous tactical plan, Xinjiu did not hesitate to use her taunt skill to hold Duan Fian back, ensuring that she could not escape.
Xiaoqinga's 7-star slashes, poised to strike, were aimed precisely at Li Xian's previous position.
The next moment, a flash of sword light appeared. Still not understanding the situation, Duan Fian could only hold the greatsword horizontally in front of her chest and desperately try to defend herself.
This isn't over yet.
After Xiaoqinga's skill ended, Yang Qi's freeze technique and ice spear technique were seamlessly connected.
It instantly froze Duan Fian into an ice cube.
At this moment, Duan Fian was stunned, and her three teammates were even more stunned. Seeing their captain fall into a trap for no apparent reason, they stopped in their tracks and turned their attention to Li Xian. They didn't know how Duan Fian got there, but they knew that Li Xian was now surrounded by the three of them. There was no time to go and support the captain, so the three of them decisively prepared to unleash their strongest skills on Li Xian.
Seeing this, Li Xian laughed loudly. Well done.
Seeing that the three people's skills were about to hit him, Li Xian did not show the slightest panic. In the blink of an eye, he and Duan Fian exchanged blows again.
Li Xian escaped unscathed and returned to his own team. The three Yanqing players tried to back down, but it was too late. The three men's full-force attack landed squarely on Duan Fian, who was frozen into an ice sculpture. Ice shards flew everywhere. Duan Fian was severely injured and unconscious without even making a move. Looking at Duan Fian lying on the stretcher, ready to receive treatment, Li Xian smiled and waved. Remember to come visit Jianghai City. Puff.
Duan Fian heard these words in a daze and was so angry that she vomited blood on the stretcher.
The most dumbfounded people at the scene were the audience members on stage.
They saw the captain of the Yanqing team suddenly appear in the enemy's encirclement and take a set of damage.
Then he reappeared in his own team and was attacked by his teammates. Li Xian seemed to perform magic, leaving everyone completely baffled as to how he did it. Instantly eliminate the strongest opponent.
One of the Yanqing team members then realized what was happening and looked at the hand that had shaken hands with Li Xian earlier. A small white triangle mark appeared in my palm without my noticing. One of the other two team members had a circular mark of the same size on the palm of his hand. The three Yanqing team members were sweating profusely. It turns out that the opponent had already started planning even before the match began.
Although it's unclear why one player wasn't marked, it didn't hinder Li Xian's tactics from being very successful.
The situation became 4 against 3, and the remaining 3 Yanqing players were unsure how many more times the opponent could use this move, so they became extra cautious. Li Xian's 3 teammates, however, played with complete freedom and showed no fear whatsoever. Xiaoqinga single-handedly held off 2 opponents, Xinjiu and the remaining one fought back, while Yang Kiki provided long-range fire support. Li Xian, having exhausted more than half of his spiritual energy, temporarily retreated to the side to rest and observe the situation. After resting for 2 or 3 minutes, he went to Yang Kiki's side and whispered a few words in her ear.
Wow, that's great. Right? We'll definitely look for the right opportunity later.
The two were speaking in unison, seemingly plotting something.
Now let's look at Xiaoqinga's side.
Despite the 2 men locked in combat, she did not fall into a disadvantageous position due to her strength. However, the fact that Yanqing team was able to reach the championship shows that each player is indeed very strong. Xiaoqinga was unable to gain the upper hand for a while, and her stamina was gradually being worn down by her opponent. The cheerleaders from Yanqing in the stands were not discouraged at all after Duan Fian was the first to leave the stage. On the contrary, they cheered for the Fengyu team even more enthusiastically. The other spectators on stage watched the game and kept discussing it with the people next to them.
What is brother Li Xian doing? Why isn't he making a move? That's right. We clearly have the advantage now, let's press our advantage. However, Li Xian wasn't refusing to act, he was waiting for the perfect opportunity. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. After Xiaoqinga blocked the opponent's attack, her back was left wide open. Another opponent seized the opportunity, taking the chance to circle behind her and leap up, preparing to launch a fatal blow. This person is the one with the circular mark on his palm. Li Xian knew that when a person is at their most triumphant, that is often when they are most relaxed and careless. Now! Li Xian shouted and used his remaining spiritual power to switch positions. The female contestant who launched the sneak attack was smug and thought victory was in her grasp when suddenly, everything around her blurred and ice shards flew everywhere. Ice Spin Spell. Upon receiving Li Xian's command, Yang Kiki unleashed the Ice Spin Spell, a crowd control ability, at the latter's location. The opponent's attack missed, and he then had to face dozens of eager ice spears. When all the ice spears fell, the athlete was frozen solid and carried off the field. With her crisis averted, Xiaoqinga smiled and nodded her thanks to Li Xian. Li Xian chuckled, "Don't be so polite, we're all teammates. The remaining 4 pairs are too." Even though Li Xian's spiritual power was almost depleted, the other 3 team members were enough to win the game. Xiaoqinga defeated her opponent in a one-on-one match in just 3 minutes. 2 against 1, Qinzhou and Yang Kiki, with Qinzhou's tight defense, made it impossible for the opponent to break through. In the end, they were taken down by Xiaoqinga and Yang Kiki, who arrived at the scene. "We won. We are the champions." With a perfect record of no players leaving the field, XINGE's team won the first provincial championship in Shanghai City in recent years. Chapter 92. Your questions are insufficient. We look forward to your next recharge. When the last Yincheng player was carried off the field, the huge stadium suddenly fell silent. Moments later, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted at the scene. "Awesome! Brother XIN is definitely right. Brother XIN will definitely win. Champion, champion, champion." Amidst the cheers at the scene, Li Xian and his 3 companions could hardly contain their joy. Li Xian hooked his arm around Qinzhou's shoulder and looked at the other 2 girls. "We have fulfilled your request. Not only did we win the city championship, we also won the provincial championship, and now we aim for the national championship." Good. The players left the field to rest for a while. Inside the contestants' room, Xia Lufang and Lin Yener were celebrating for Li Xian and the others. Xia Lufang was so excited that she said good 3 times to the 4 contestants, her face wrinkled with joy that it almost swallowed her eyes. This is a provincial champion. Not only will it bring honor and prestige, but it will also receive special financial allocations next year, ensuring a steady stream of students. When you get back, you'll be counting your bonuses until your hands cramp. As expected. Not long after, Xia Liufang's phone rang with a pleasant ringtone. "Shu, it's the principal." He gestured for everyone to be quiet, then went to a corner to answer the phone. After hanging up the phone, Xia Lufang excitedly returned to her team members. "The principal told us to go back today, as he's going to hold a grand ceremony to recognize us." "Yay, that's great," the crowd cheered. The podium inside the venue was quickly set up, and staff came to notify them. Several people, dressed in bright green team uniforms, headed there. Unfortunately, Li Xian's clothes were damaged by lightning in the first match, so he had to wear his own clothes. Otherwise, if everything is neat and uniform, it has a unique charm. When they arrived at the center of the venue, the entire audience remained seated, waiting for the final awards ceremony. Governor Gaoko of Huaiyan Province presented medals and awards to the top 3 teams one by one as the award presenter. The third-placed Yangqing team won the bronze medal, while the second-placed Yincheng team received a silver medal and an additional prize. When it was time for the champion, Li Xian rubbed his hands together expectantly, waiting for the award to be presented. The etiquette lady only handed Gaoko 4 championship medals, without even a small box. Li Xian's face immediately fell. No way? Will it follow the same pattern as the city-level competition? Li Xian vowed that he never wanted to go back to the Legion's training base to suffer again. Gaoko presented awards to the 4 people. When it was Li Xian's turn, he seemed to see through his thoughts and said with a smile, "Young man, don't be in a hurry. Your rewards as champions haven't arrived yet." "What do you mean?" Li Xian asked, puzzled. Gaoko said kindly, "As champions, you can choose 1 spirit bead from the provincial spirit bead resource bank. There is no limit to the number you can choose until you successfully absorb it." Li Xian's eyes lit up. "Really? Even a star-level spirit pearl will do?" "Gaoko? Star level? This level of Spirit Pearl is probably only found in national level Spirit Pearl repositories, right? Besides, even if you were given it to me, could I absorb it? Seeing his predicament, Li Xin laughed and said, I was just kidding.
If you don't have the star grade, the diamond grade will do.
Gao Ko? Do you think the starry diamond spirit orbs are as common as cabbages?
Gaoko was momentarily stumped by the young man in front of her, and coughed lightly, saying, You definitely don't have what you're talking about, but there are plenty of gold-grade spirit beads.
Li Xian's interest vanished instantly. Hey kid, you still don't want a gold-grade spirit pearl? Gaoko was both angry and amused by Li Xian's appearance. Li Xian accepted the gold medal, waved his hand, and said, Alright, something is better than nothing. Gaoko was completely speechless. How come this opportunity, which so many high school students are vying for, is completely looked down upon by the other party? What Gaoko didn't know was that Li Xian wasn't very interested because he already had diamond-level skills. On the other hand, instead of giving him a gold-level spirit orb, it would be better to throw him into a low-level alternate dimension to farm endlessly. It's estimated that Li Xian can upgrade a bronze-level skill to platinum within a week.
Before Gaoko could dwell on this, she turned to signal to the etiquette lady. The latter brought out a banner with the 4 characters Heroic Act written on it, along with the signature of the Yanqing City Awakened Administration Bureau.
Li Xian was taken aback. What is this?
Gaoko laughed and said, The Bureau owes you a banner for subduing the criminals before.
Of course, there is also a 10,000 yuan bonus.
I hope your story can inspire more people to stand up for bad people.
Li Xian's eyes were gleaming with greed, and he didn't hear Gaoko's next words at all.
He muttered to himself, a prize of 10,000. Li Xinjin never expected that he could receive a reward of 10,000 yuan for his act of bravery. Although he had the scholarship that Xie Lufang had promised, he and his sister still had to live and spend money.
For Li Xian, 10,000 yuan was an absolute fortune.
Otherwise, when they were being blackmailed by the owl, they wouldn't have been so easily manipulated.
Li Xian accepted the banner, secretly delighted. Are there any more criminals like this? Give me another stack. The award ceremony ends here, but there's one more step before the group photo.
The flag of the Republic of China was raised on site, and everyone stood up and sang the national anthem together. As the rousing melody began, the bright red flag of the Dragon Kingdom slowly rose into the sky, and an unprecedented feeling quietly sprouted in Li Xian's heart. Not only those inside the stadium, but also those watching the live broadcast on television, were all moved by the atmosphere and unconsciously stood up, softly singing along to the melody. As the song ended and the national flag was raised to its highest point, Li Xian, standing on the champion's podium, had tears welling up in his eyes.
Strangeness. Li Xian muttered to himself and quietly wiped his eyes.
After they finished taking a group photo and stepped off the stage, Fang Shu, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately surrounded them with the cameraman. She had previously lamented that her interview subject was Li Xian, but now she has become the station's designated reporter to interview Li Xian. This was mainly due to the fact that after the first 2 live interviews, Fang Shu's helpless and manipulated demeanor by Li Xian prompted many viewers to leave comments under their TV station's official account. The comments section was almost entirely filled with praise. This kind of interview is truly interesting. As a top student who graduated from Yanqing Media University, Fang Shu was naturally summarizing her experiences from the previous 2 interviews.
This time she was determined to win and would not let Li Xian lead her by the nose again. Li Xian, no matter how you are now, I have to ask you 3 questions. You can't say anything like no comment. As she spoke, Fang Shu had already shoved the microphone into the other person's face. Li Xian looked surprised. It's you again?
And judging from her tone, this female reporter seems to have learned her lesson.
But who is Li Xian? Jian Haixin, brother. How can we let others manipulate us?
His eyes darted around, and his expression suddenly turned serious.
I think even if I'm not the champion, shouldn't you at least be more polite in your tone, for example, by using words like excuse me? Fang Shu was stunned upon hearing this. Li Xian was right. She was so focused on saving face that she completely forgot that a reporter should approach their work with humility. After all, Li Xian has no obligation to give interviews. Excuse me, may I ask you 3 questions? Sure, Li Xian said with a warm smile. The first question is done. What's the second one? Fang Shu? It's over. Despite all precautions, you still fall into their trap. Fang Shu could imagine that once this interview video was posted on the official WeChat account, the comment section would be filled with laughter.
No, Fong Shu, you need to pull yourself together. We've fallen into a trap, and now we have 2 more problems.
Fong Shu secretly cheered herself up and asked her second question. What preparations did you and your team make during the week the competition was suspended?
Pretty. Fong Shu felt that the question she had prepared was amazing, and that it was definitely a topic that many viewers would want to know.
Upon hearing this, Li Xian's 3 teammates casually moved closer to him. Li Xian's face clearly showed his embarrassment. You really know how to bring up the very thing you shouldn't have said.
Ha, I did some private business, it has to be kept secret.
Are you kidding me? Do you expect me to tell you that I took down a diamond-level giant spider? That would scare you to death.
Okay.
Fong Shu sighed helplessly. Li Xian used personal matters to avoid the question, so she didn't press him further. One last question, now that you've won the championship, do you have any acceptance speeches? And what are your plans for the upcoming national competition? Faced with this old-fashioned question, Li Xian calmly put on a sincere expression and spoke into the microphone. First of all, I want to thank CTV, the country, the school, the opponents for their leniency, and myself and my teammates for being so strong. As for the national competition. Fong Shu's face was full of anticipation. Your question is insufficient.
We look forward to your next recharge. After saying that, Li Xian led his teammates away without looking back, leaving Fong Shu alone, bewildered in the wind.
Chapter 93, The Holy Flame Arrives.
After lunch, Xia Lufang led the group to Yanqing High-Speed Railway Station. As for the gold-grade spirit orbs that are the rewards of the competition, Yang Kiki and her friends already had their own desired targets. Xia Lufang has already compiled the report and submitted it to the organizers for preparation, and it is expected to be delivered to Zhanghai City in 3 days.
Li Xian was the only one who hadn't made up his mind yet.
There are at least tens of thousands of types of gold-grade spirit beads in the world, and he needs to go back and study which one is more suitable for him. Several people dragged their luggage through the ticket gates and entered the station.
Brother, what's wrong? You've seemed a bit restless ever since we left the hotel.
Ling Yin'er noticed that her brother was acting strangely, and finally couldn't help but ask him. It's nothing, I was just a little sleepy after lunch, Li Xian explained with a smile.
Oh. Upon hearing this, Ling Yin'er stopped worrying about it. Li Xian felt a little strange.
He always felt that as soon as he left the hotel, someone was watching him from behind. He had this feeling the whole way, except when he was in the taxi. Even when Li Xian entered the high-speed train carriage, he could vaguely feel the gazes of those watching him.
But every time Li Xian turned around, he couldn't see anything unusual.
No, we can't just sit here and wait to die.
Li Xian began to have doubts.
He recalled Night Owl's instructions to him, realizing that the Holy Flame organization might already be targeting him. Whether it was a misperception or not, he had to take action now. The first step is to check if there are any suspicious people in this carriage. Li Xian used the excuse of going to the restroom to get up from his seat and walk behind him with the half-finished bottle of mineral water. He pretended to be calm and quietly observed the other passengers, especially those who boarded the train at the same time as him.
Li Xian had been careful when he got into the car.
He recalled that there were 7 passengers who boarded at the same time. One of the men sitting in front of him was a man in his 30s wearing a trench coat. Li Xian had been carefully observing him since he sat down, but he did not find anything suspicious.
Moreover, the spying gaze came from behind Li Xian.
The remaining 6 were behind him. Fortunately, Zhanghai City is not a big city, and today is a weekday, so there aren't many people taking the high-speed rail. Before boarding the train, Li Xian memorized the physical characteristics of the passengers boarding at the same time and observed them with his peripheral vision as he walked. The 6 people behind him were an elderly couple and a mother with a boy who looked about 7 or 8 years old. The remaining 2 people were a girl who looked like a college student and was listening to music with headphones on, and a man who looked very businesslike but was wearing sunglasses and using a computer. The group sat far apart from the couple who had a double seat. Everyone else had an empty seat next to them.
That's really strange. Li Xian walked all the way to the toilet in the back carriage and didn't notice anything unusual about the others. He fiddled around in the toilet for a while, then came out, washed his face to calm himself down, and prepared to take the initiative. Judging from their identities, if members of the Holy Fire organization were among them, the businessman would undoubtedly be the most threatening. Back in the carriage, Li Xian took advantage of the businessman's inattention and plopped down next to him, casually patting him on the shoulder. This action startled the businessman, who instinctively closed his laptop. Is there something you need? The businessman adjusted his sunglasses. Li Xian chuckled, can't I come over for a visit if there's nothing else going on? The businessman looked speechless. Is this some kind of slut? Taking the opportunity, Li Xian pointed at the other person's computer and asked, Uncle, what are you looking at? Uncle. Uncle? The businessman frowned. Do I look that old? I'm only 29. How come a high school student is calling me uncle? The businessman didn't want to talk to Li Xian much, so he moved his computer to the other side. None of your business, go back to your seat. Oh, okay. Li Xian got up and left without saying another word. Businessman? This kid is toxic, isn't he? Li Xian ignored him and went straight to the seat next to the girl wearing headphones, patting her on the shoulder. The girl wearing headphones turned her head to look at them. Their eyes met, and Li Xian, who hadn't noticed before, now realized that this girl was quite quiet and reserved. Hey, miss, what song are you listening to? Li Xian asked generously. The other person didn't show any surprise, but gently took off the earphones and handed them forward. Want to hear? Ah, it's fine to listen to it. Li Xian didn't expect the other party to be so direct, so he had no choice but to take the earphones. The song playing was Sad People Shouldn't Listen to Songs by Junday. He was curious how could such a quiet-looking girl listen to rock music, unless just broke up with your boyfriend? Seeing that Li Xian was engrossed in listening to the music, the other person took the initiative to ask, What, want to add me on QQ? No. Li Xian quickly refused, returned the earphones to the other person, and then got up and returned to his seat. After some conversation, Li Xian felt that the two people's reactions were too normal, not at all like the madmen in the Holy Flame organization. As for the remaining elderly couple and mother and son, Li Xian felt the possibility was too small and did not choose to test them for the time being. He sighed inwardly, thinking to himself, I hope it's just my imagination. Qinzhou had been watching Li Xian closely, and when he returned, she chuckled softly, your way of flirting is so corny. Go to hell, who's unsophisticated? Li Xian rolled his eyes at him, then turned away and fell into thought. As the train crossed the bridge over the Yanqing River, a shout from inside the train interrupted Li Xian's thoughts. Snacks, bottled water, fast food, boxed meals, playing cards, anyone interested? The train attendant pushed a cart and slowly walked from one end of the carriage. When she walked up to Li Xian, she suddenly looked at him. Sir, do you need anything? Annoyed by being interrupted, Li Xian casually said, No need, thank you. At that moment, the carriage suddenly shook violently, and then the entire moving train came to an emergency stop. The immense inertia caused Li Xian to slam against the seat in front of him. Before anyone could react to what was happening outside, Li Xian suddenly sensed something was amiss. The flight attendant beside him remained perfectly unaffected by the inertia, standing steadily in the same spot, smiling at him. But that smile sent chills down Li Xian's spine. There's a problem. Li Xian immediately understood. The other party didn't hesitate either, and a spiritual diagram lit up behind them. The female flight attendant raised her hand, purple gas swirling in her palm, and before Li Xian could regain his footing, she slapped him on the forehead. It was a deadly move from the very first strike. Li Xinjin never expected that the danger would come from the train attendants. Fortunately, he was prepared. The swap mark is activated just as the opponent's palm is about to touch his face. Female flight attendant, Li Xian's figure vanished in an instant, her palm striking the half-full water bottle solidly. With a bang, the purple aura seeped into the bottle and exploded. Holy crap! This scene startled Qinzhou, who was sitting closest to the camera. Li Xian was also in a bad mood. After switching places, his face made intimate contact with the toilet wall. He didn't dare to delay and staggered out of the toilet. Just as Li Xian was about to shout assassins, he discovered that three figures were already locked in combat. One of them was a female flight attendant, and the other two were a businessman wearing sunglasses and a female student wearing headphones? Holy crap! What's going on? Chapter 94, How long will you keep reading? The businessman caught sight of Li Xian rushing out of the restroom and shouted without turning around, Get out of the way! This guy's a platinum level player. Li Xian was a little confused. He never expected that these two people were actually helping him. What are their identities? Are they from the administration bureau? The train came to a near standstill, and the other passengers, including Xie Lufang, had already fled the carriage.
With no immediate worries, Li Xin quickly climbed to the car window and looked out. Several columns of water were seen rising from the river below the bridge, continuously attempting to impact the train. More than a dozen awakened ones were standing beside the railway tracks, using shield-like abilities to stop the water jets. Besides, many people were also fighting on the railway tracks, throwing dazzling skills around as if they were free.
Li Xin was stunned after reading it. Holy crap, what grudge do they hold against us that they'd send so many assassins? Judging by the looks of it, it seems like they're going to plunge the entire train into the river. Li Xin withdrew his gaze from the shock and took out a spirit bead to recover some spiritual energy and calm his nerves. It's more dangerous outside than inside the car now. He could only pray that the people from the external control department would defeat the other side. Inside the car, the businessman and the girl with headphones were equally impressive. With the two working together, the female flight attendant quickly found herself at a disadvantage. After being shoved 3 or 4 meters away by the businessman, the female flight attendant coughed up blood and then slammed her body against the window, leaping out of it. The other two exchanged a glance.
"Xiaohe, go after them," the businessman said. Without saying a word, the girl with the headphones dashed out. The crisis was temporarily averted, and only Li Xin and the businessman remained in the carriage.
Was that assassin from the Holy Fire Organization? Li Xin broke the silence and asked.
Yes, including those people outside, they are all from the Holy Fire Organization.
The businessman nodded and continued.
But don't worry, our bureau has mobilized a lot of people this time, and I believe we can resolve the issue quickly.
As they were talking, the businessman started to walk towards Li Xin.
However, Li Xin, alert, called for a halt to the other party's actions.
Don't come any closer.
Please show me your Bureau of Management credentials. The businessman was taken aback for a moment, then smiled broadly. You're too cautious, kid. After saying that, he reached into the pocket inside his jacket.
Since you want to see,
he said, slowly pulling his hand out.
Then go to hell and see for yourself.
The businessman's face suddenly turned cold, and he gripped his hand as if it were a pistol. A spiritual energy arrow carrying terrifying power burst forth from his fingertips, aimed directly at Li Xin.
The businessman noticed a hint of panic in Li Xin's eyes during the sudden attack.
He was full of confidence. Even though the other party killed one of his men in the mall, he was still just a student.
If this strike hits, the opponent will be severely injured, if not killed.
As the spirit arrow flew close to him, the panic on Li Xin's face vanished, replaced by a triumphant smile.
The next moment, the businessman's vision blurred briefly.
When he could see the situation clearly again, the spiritual energy arrow was already in front of him.
Holy crap!
The businessman had no time to dodge and had no choice but to raise his arms to take the hit.
Bang! Spiritual energy explosion. The businessman's arms were instantly covered in blood and gore. He endured the pain and gritted his teeth as he demanded, "When did you do that?" Li Xin interrupted, "Nonsense, you've already finished fighting and you're still not putting away the spirit map? Do you really think I'm stupid? Businessman?" He then realized that he hadn't actually put away his spirit map. "Well, I really underestimated you."
A red glow emanated from the businessman's body, and his flowing blood congealed into a pair of spiked boxing gloves, which he then lunged at Li Xin.
His idea was simple.
If ranged attacks don't work, then I'll fight you in melee.
I'm a platinum player, how could I possibly defeat a mere silver player like you?
The businessman moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he was close to Li Xin.
Li Xin remained completely calm, a cold smile playing on his lips. Is that all you've got?
He didn't even try to dodge, letting the fist covered in blood spikes smash down on his face. Just when the businessman thought he had succeeded, the man in front of him suddenly found himself in the woman wearing headphones.
The latter looked blank, then terrified.
Because the fist was less than 10 centimeters away from her head. The businessman had no time to stop and could only try to control his strength. After the punch, the girl with headphones was sent flying 3 or 4 meters away, with several bloody holes on her face.
Damn, when is this?
The businessman suppressed his anger and went over to help the woman with the headphones up.
Are you all right?
The girl with headphones covered her bleeding face and said coldly, "What do you think?"
The businessman awkwardly turned his head away. "Be careful, this kid's skills are a bit weird.
Let's team up and take him down and then run away, otherwise the administration bureau might not be able to get away if they step aside."
"Wow, you're not very bold," Li Xin's voice suddenly rang out. "Businessman?"
When he turned around, he was met with a fist as black as ink.
Pound. Li Xian punched him so hard that both of his nostrils bled. Fuck you. Enraged, the businessman raised his fist again and swung it at Li Xian. Clang. Hiss. The businessman clutched his wrist and gasped. Li Xian, who was just behind him, has now turned into a black poop? But why is this poop so hard? The impact made his wrist ache terribly. Chirp. Black Iron Egg blinked. The businessman was stunned. Holy crap? This dad can be cute? While the businessman was lost in thought, the Black Iron Egg was replaced by Li Xian. The dark fist struck the opponent's fragile nose bone once again when he was off guard. Damn it! The businessman covered his nose and took a few steps back. We can't afford to drag this out any longer, we must end this quickly. The businessman hardened his heart, and a burst of blood-red light erupted from his body. He's wasting too much time on Li Xian. If this continues, he might end up being kept here by the outside management bureau. The blood that had been flowing from the businessman seemed to have no gravity, swirling around him. His target was no longer Li Xian, but the entire train carriage. Li Xian also realized that his opponent was preparing a powerful move, and roared. How long are you going to keep watching? Li Xian was speaking to the air in the carriage. It was impossible to tell who he was talking to. The businessman's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, then he sneered, "Kid, you almost fooled me." After saying that, the businessman's smile widened, and his hands moved faster and faster. Then, he stopped laughing. He was punched in the abdomen for no reason, and the force was so great that it almost made him vomit stomach acid. He lay on the ground, curled up like a shrimp, his ultimate spell being forcibly interrupted. "Kid, how did you find me?" A man in a trench coat appeared beside the businessman at some point and asked Li Xian curiously. This man was the same one who had gotten into the car with Li Xian earlier and was sitting in front of him in the trench coat. Li Xian laughed and said, "Nonsense, there are so many people from the bureau outside, how could there not be any in my carriage? It's just a matter of what method they use to hide themselves." The man in the trench coat looked Li Xian up and down with interest, then uttered two words indifferently, "Not bad." Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "By the way, even if I don't come out, you can handle it, right?" Li Xian awkwardly touched his nose. It's not impossible, but it would waste 1 or 2 spirit pearls. Chapter 95, Bait Letter. The businessman lay on the ground and gagged twice before struggling to get up. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Who are you?" "Me?" The man in the trench coat pointed to himself, Xiao Xingqi, the team leader of the Awakened Ones Administration Bureau of Huayang Province. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xingqi's phone rang. He looked at it for a moment and read out the message sent by the provincial bureau. Xiao Wei, 29 years old, mid-level manager at XX Life Insurance Company in Yanqing City, registered member of the Awakeners Association. Xiao Xingqi praised, "That's good. You're an awakened person from the grassroots, yet you're doing the work of an ordinary person." Xiao Wei chuckled, "It's all right. Tell me, how did the Holy Flame organization approach you?" Xiao Xingqi put away his phone and questioned. "What Holy Fire organization? I'm not a member of the Holy Fire organization." Xiao Wei denied it outright, his eyes secretly glancing at the window on the side of the train. Xiao Xingqi saw through his thoughts and laughed contemptuously, "Stop looking. If you can escape from me, my time as team leader will be over." He clenched his fist and slowly approached the other person. Xiao Wei knew that the other party must be quite capable to become the captain of the provincial bureau's first team. With his Platinum 3 level of skill, he's probably not even worth a second glance. His only option was to escape. Moreover, they must escape in the chaos before their subordinates outside are dealt with. Xiao Wei gathered his spiritual power and condensed the spilled blood on the ground into a blood python. "Kill!" He roared, and the blood python, like a dragon crossing a river, lunged at Xiao Xingqi. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiao Wei jumped towards the window. When faced with the attack, Xiao Xingqi neither dodged nor evaded. Suddenly, his arm swelled to more than twice its original size, and he slapped down at the flying blood python. The blood python was slammed to the ground, turning back into a pool of blood. Then, with a speed imperceptible to Li Xian, he grabbed Xiao Wei by the neck just as Xiao Wei was about to climb out of the window. "I told you, you can't escape." Xiao Xingqi pulled back forcefully. No matter how much Xiao Wei resisted, he couldn't break free from that big hand and could only be slammed to the ground. Xiao Xingqi put handcuffs on the other person to seal their spiritual power and then clapped his hands. "Done." Just then, the fighting outside the car stopped. Xiao Xingqi carried Xiao Wei out of the car, with Li Xian following behind.
The tracks were a mess, and many parts of the train's exterior were damaged, so it looked like it definitely couldn't run anymore. Fortunately, Xiao Xingqi's men came to report that the attack only injured some passengers and no one died. Meanwhile, the awakened from the administration bureau escorted the other assassins to meet up with Xiao Xingqi. Li Xian looked closely and saw a total of 6 assassins, including Xiao Wei, as well as the female flight attendant and the girl with the earphones. Seeing that the battle was over, the other passengers in the carriage got off the train one after another.
Li Xian was reunited with his sister and the others, who were safe and sound.
The group left with the crowd immediately after the attack.
Lin Yenner grabbed Li Xian's arm and asked anxiously, "Brother, are you alright?"
"I'm fine, not hurt at all," Li Xian said with a smile. Xinjiu glanced at the 6 assassins not far away, then looked at Li Xian and asked with a puzzled expression, "Why would assassins come to kill you?"
"Yeah, brother, who did you offend?" Lin Yenner chimed in.
Not only the 2 of them, but everyone else was also curious. Seeing that everyone was looking at him like curious kittens, Li Xian had no choice but to tell them about the Holy Flame organization. In short, the criminal we subdued in the mall last time was a member of this organization. After Li Xian finished speaking, he added, "Be careful when you encounter people with flame tattoos on their bodies in the future, because they may very well be members of the Holy Flame organization."
Everyone nodded.
Among the crowd, passengers who had recovered from their shock began to discuss the matter.
How could there be an assassin on the train? That doesn't make sense. You know what, I'm still shaken. I almost died just now.
I was in the car when I saw a column of water gushing out of the river and crashing into our train. Luckily, the people from the bureau were here, otherwise our whole carload of people would probably be finished. Some people noticed the condition of the train and tracks and worriedly asked, "There's no village or shop in sight here.
What are we going to do now?"
These words reignited the atmosphere of unease. Seeing this, Xiao Xingqi stepped forward and addressed the crowd.
"Don't worry, everyone.
The rescue team will be here soon. They will take you safely to the nearest station and arrange for you to board a new train." The passengers felt much more at ease after hearing his words.
Xiao Xingqi gave a few instructions to his men and walked towards Li Xian in the crowd.
At this moment, Xiao Xingqi's arms returned to normal size, but his rather expensive-looking trench coat had its sleeves torn apart. Li Xian chuckled and joked, "Captain Xiao, I think you look better in a tank top."
Xiao Xingqi glared at him and said irritably, "Get out of here.
Wearing a tank top in this cold weather, you'll either freeze to death or be laughed at like an idiot by people wearing down jackets on the street.
Come with me, I need to talk to you alone." He led Li Xian to a secluded corner and said emphatically,
"This attack basically confirms that the Torch Relay organization has infiltrated the country more deeply than we believed. Xiao Wei and his team failed in this operation and lost 5 of their men.
I reckon you and the Holy Flame organization are now locked in a life or death struggle." "Is it that serious?" Li Xian frowned slightly.
"Yes."
Xiao Xingqi nodded.
"These people are crazy and extremely vengeful. Therefore, I will go to Jianghai City with you and cooperate with the local management bureau to protect you secretly."
Li Xian pondered for a moment, then looked up and asked, "What do you need me to do?"
"Nothing is needed, just go to school as usual."
"You mean you want to use me as bait?" Li Xian asked, sounding somewhat annoyed. Xiao Xingqi didn't try to deny it, saying, "You can understand it that way." Li Xian was puzzled. "Why can't we take the initiative? Didn't you arrest 6 people today? Just interrogate them."
"It is possible, but it will take time."
"Why?" Xiao Xingqi didn't hide anything and said directly, "Based on past experience, the Holy Flame organization only maintains single-line contact."
Among the 6 people, probably only Xiao Wei has seen his superior. Moreover, every member of the organization has been placed under some kind of restriction, making them keep the organization's secrets a closely guarded secret.
It will take time to break this restriction.
By then, other members lurking in Huaiyan province will likely get wind of it and move away.
Li Xian's eyes widened. So complicated? Xiao Xingqi nodded. What do you think?
Otherwise, the countries wouldn't have allowed this organization to grow so large back then, and only when they could no longer tolerate it did they finally decide to join forces to eradicate it.
So, have you made up your mind?
Seeing that Li Xian was deep in thought, Xiao Xingqi did not urge him but waited quietly for his reply. After a long silence, Li Xian raised his head, his face serious.
I can agree, but there's a condition. I must ensure the safety of the people around me. Okay. Chapter 96 Preparation. Li Xian and his group finally made it back to Zhanghai City before nightfall. Chao Xingqi also returned with them, but Li Xian's companions were unaware of this.
As usual, Li Xinru took his younger sister home.
Because I returned too late, the school's awards ceremony has been postponed until tomorrow. Li Xian did nothing else at home but took a nice hot bath and then lay down on his bed for a comfortable sleep. Nothing was said that night.
The next day, Li Xian arrived at school early. As soon as he stepped into the school gate, he was recognized by many students.
The school even organized a special viewing of the provincial competition live. No student at number 1 middle school dared to utter a word of dissatisfaction regarding Li Xian's performance. Wow, is this Li Xian, a senior in high school?
Looking at him up close, he's just as handsome as he is on TV. Not only is he handsome, but I also heard that he always gets first place in academic subjects, leaving no room for other men to live.
You're absolutely right, I feel like a clown right now. Ignoring the whispers of the other students, Li Xian walked straight toward the senior high school building. Halfway there, someone suddenly put their arm around Li Xian's shoulder from behind. Li Xian turned his head and saw Lin Hai. He gave a thumbs up, his face beaming with pride. Brother Xian, you're awesome. Li Xian rubbed his nose. Hee, of course.
Seeing the forest again, Li Xian felt a strange sense of familiarity. After all, he's been busy with training camps and competitions lately, so he doesn't dare to take advantage of those around him. Lin Hai was the only one who could pull without any burden.
Li Xian looked at the other person with a smile. It's been so long, do you want to thank me? Lin Hai was taken aback. Why? Is that even a question? Li Xian prepared to begin reasoning with him.
Lin Hai immediately interrupted. Wait a minute, the homeroom teacher wants us to go into the classroom early, brother Xian, goodbye. After saying that, Lin Hai ran off in a flash, leaving Li Xian bewildered.
Hey kid, when did you become so clever? Li Xian muttered to himself and walked back to the classroom.
As always, he sat in the last row, his own reserved spot. Several students in the class who had previously clashed with him now looked at him with a hint of admiration. The morning self-study time passed quickly, and at 8 o'clock sharp, the homeroom teacher, Hu Jianmen, summoned everyone to the school training ground.
Li Xian could tell that his homeroom teacher was in a very good mood. He must be proud of his student winning the championship. Li Xian saw all of this but remained silent, following quietly behind his classmate.
Upon arriving at the training ground, a podium had already been set up in the center, with a small platform next to it and a microphone on it. At 8:30, when all the students from the 3 grades were seated in the stands around the stadium, Principal Xinshi strolled slowly to the microphone in the center of the arena.
Dear students and teachers, today our school is solemnly celebrating.
As soon as Xinshi spoke, the entire room fell relatively quiet. The principal's speech was quite long, but you could tell he was in a very good mood. Xinshi talked on and on for almost an hour before finally getting to the main event of the day.
Next, let's give a round of applause to the students who are being honored today, Li Xian, Yang Kiki, Xiaoqingge, and Qinjiu.
The entire audience erupted in applause and cheers.
Li Xian and his 3 companions exchanged glances, smiled, and walked towards the podium.
On the podium, Li Xian looked at the certificate that Xinshi personally handed him, as well as a reward for everyone else, and he couldn't hide his joy.
At this moment, Li Xian felt as if he were a good student being recognized by his teachers and principal. Perhaps this feeling can only be truly understood during one's student days. After a while, the commendation ceremony ended, and Li Xian did not return to the classroom, but went directly to Xia Liufang's office.
Unbeknownst to him, his 3 teammates were quietly following behind him.
Li Xian, why are you here so early in the morning instead of going to class?
At the office desk, Xia Lufang looked at Li Xian with a puzzled expression, but instead of shooing him away, she poured him and herself a glass of water.
Li Xian took a sip and said slowly, I've come to ask you for help with 3 things, Lao Xia. Three things?
Xia Lufang asked in surprise, taking a sip of water to calm himself down before gesturing for him to finish.
Li Xian didn't mince words and got straight to the point. The first thing I need is for you to help me get a long leave of absence before the final exams. Puff.
Xia Lufang almost spat out the water she had just drunk.
Another invitation? And this one's been going on for so long? Keep in mind that it's not even December yet. There are still more than 2 months until winter break. No problem, Lao Xia, I believe you can do it, Li Xian said with a smile. This isn't a matter of belief. Xia Lufang said speechlessly. Tell me the second thing first. Li Xin organized his thoughts. The second thing is, can you contact the provincial competition organizer for me?
I need the spirit orb of the Slime King from the Spring City alternate dimension.
Xia Lufang stared wide-eyed in confusion. Didn't you already absorb the skill of that spirit orb? Why do you still need that thing? Others might not know what Li Xin's dark-colored summon creature was, but Xia Lufang and his teammates did. Don't worry about that. I'll definitely be useful. Just remember to keep it a secret that I've already absorbed the skill. Xia Lufang looked at Li Xin's mysterious expression and nodded as if she understood. The third thing, and also the most important thing. Li Xin sat up straight and said seriously, Zhanghai City may be a bit unsafe recently. Please inform the school to strengthen security, and also be careful on the road. Xia Lufang was clearly stunned, but he quickly understood what Li Xin meant. You mean? Li Xin immediately interrupted, whispering, yes, I've been targeted by that organization. The authorities allowed me to attend school normally, but after the last kidnapping incident, I felt that I would be too conspicuous at school and could easily cause collateral damage. So after thinking it over, I've decided to take a vacation at home. Please keep this a secret for me for now. After listening, Xia Lufang hesitated for a moment, then said, alright, I'll take care of your leave. We'll talk about it again when you've resolved things on your end. Also, please be careful in everything you do. Good. After Li Xin finished speaking, he got up to say goodbye to Xia Lufang. As soon as I opened the office door, I saw 3 teammates squatting at the doorway, still in the position of eavesdropping. Xia Qingge and Yang Kiki reacted the fastest, standing up straight and brushing the hair behind their ears. This. Only Qin Jiu looked embarrassed. Li Xin smiled. You heard everything? I didn't hear much, except that you're going to take another long leave? Li Xin nodded, without denying it. The scene fell silent for a moment. Li Xin looked at his 3 teammates fighting side by side and shook his head helplessly. He knew that since these 3 people could hear about the vacation, they should also be able to hear about the other 2 things, but they just didn't want to say it. But Li Xin didn't want to involve the 3 of them. I also have something to ask you guys to do. Li Xin broke the silence and looked at Yang Kiki. Coco, can my little sister stay at your house for a while? Yang Kiki agreed without hesitation, sure, I'd love for Nyener to come. We happen to have a guest room at home for her. Thank you, Li Xin said, then looked at Xia Qingge. Can I come to your house every weekend to learn swordsmanship? Xia Qingge nodded slowly in agreement. Okay, I'll visit you this Sunday morning at 9 a.m. Li Xin then looked at Qin Jiu. Qin Jiu pointed to herself, me? What can I do to help you? Li Xin thought for a moment and replied, just go straight home after school tonight, that'll be helping me. Qin whine? After explaining everything, Li Xin felt a sense of relief. He looked at Yang Kiki again and said, I will take your sister to your house before school ends this afternoon. We'll contact each other then. No problem, Yang Kiki readily agreed. Okay, thank you for your help. The group left the office building, while Li Xin headed straight home. He still needs to continue improving his strength in order to deal with any possible surprise attacks. Chapter 97, The Black Market. Li Xin returned home, greeted his sister, and then went into his room. He took out all the spirit orbs he had collected and arranged them on the table, categorizing them accordingly. Li Xin doesn't have many spirit orbs left, he only has some left from the training camp. As for those golden spirit orbs, Li Xin has not yet considered using them. He had taken the time to think about it. Currently, the best level of spirit orbs he can choose to absorb is bronze or silver, and he can encounter a large number of creatures carrying such spirit orbs. In this way, he can use the system to upgrade his skills to platinum or even diamond. The other option is a skill at the platinum level or above, which allows him to reach that level in one step for the time being. Especially after trying Swapmark, Li Xin found that high-level skills are indeed useful. As for the gold-level skills, they are neither good nor bad for Li Xin, and he can't get a lot of spirit orbs. The only way to upgrade gold-level skills is through the help of good people. Li Xin saved these good guy points to unlock the next level of yin-yang reversal. Therefore, he ultimately chose the Slime King as the spirit orb as the reward for first place in the provincial competition. He was very much looking forward to seeing what the black iron egg would look like when it was upgraded to platinum level. Li Xin looked at the award that the principal had personally presented to him this morning. It was still a small square box, but it was larger than the usual box for storing spirit orbs.
Curious, he opened it and found that inside was a plant that looked like a carrot.
Unlike the orange-yellow of carrots, this plant, like its leaves, is entirely green.
There was also a small note in the box with the name of the plant and its uses written on it.
Green ivy ginseng, when swallowed directly, can increase affinity with wood element.
It can also be used as medicine, which, after consumption, increases affinity with wood element and temporarily enhances the effects of wood element skills.
Li Xin put down the note and fell into thought.
It must be a good thing the principal must have put in a lot of effort to get this kind of otherworldly medicinal herb.
But he doesn't need it right now.
Besides, he doesn't have the ability to make it into a medicine right now. Even if they exist, there is currently a lack of other materials for medicinal use.
Li Xin was still debating whether to use it first when he suddenly remembered a place. Black market.
That's a place where you can buy lots of good things.
He might be able to find something helpful on the black market.
However, Zhanghai City is too small to have a black market.
If you want to go to the black market, you have to go to Guangzhou, which is next door.
However, the black market in Guangzhou was said to be small, so Li Xian decided to go to what was known as the largest black market in the province, located in Suzhou.
Once you've decided on your destination, how do you get there?
He is very likely being watched by the Holy Fire Organization right now, and going out casually could easily lead to danger.
Besides, even if you go, you might not be able to find the black market if you're unfamiliar with the area.
When Li Xian was in trouble, he thought of one person, Zhao Xingqi. If he goes with us, there's absolutely no need to worry about his safety.
Let's get right to it.
Li Xian took out his phone, found the number Zhao Xingqi had given him, and sent him a message. Come to my house at 1 p.m. today.
Done. Li Xian packed his things and went to find his sister.
He used the excuse that he had to go out again to tell the other party that he would be staying at Young Keek's house temporarily.
Who are you going with? Is it dangerous? Will I still be your sister when I come back? Li Nianer blinked and asked. What are you saying?
Of course you're my sister.
Li Xian continued irritably, I'm going with the provincial bureau officer who rescued me in the car yesterday, so don't worry about safety. Li Nianer nodded upon hearing this. How long will you be gone? Li Xian thought for a moment. It will probably take a while.
You can stay at Coco's house without worry.
I will pay for her food and other expenses.
I'll cook, you tidy up, I'll bring it over for you at noon.
Okay.
Li Nianer skipped back to her room.
Li Xian was moved by the other person's appearance. My little girl and Coco have such a good relationship.
When he dropped his sister off at Coco's house, it was almost 1 o'clock when he returned.
Li Xian pushed open the door and found a man in a trenchcoat sitting on the sofa. Young man, what do you want? The speaker was none other than Zhao Xingqi. Li Xian was taken aback at first, then asked curiously, how did you get in? He glanced at the window, which was still closed.
He had specifically checked the door when he put it down, and there were no signs of the lock being pried open.
I was the one who asked you first, okay?
Zhao Xingqi made a comment, then took out a thermos and took a sip.
It's actually very simple.
I'll just come in before you when you open the door.
Li Xian? He recalled the other person's behavior on the train and asked in return, do you have the ability to become invisible?
More or less, Zhao Xingqi replied very casually.
Getting back to the point, what made you call me here? I'd like to ask you for a favor. Take me to the black market in Suzhou, Li Xian said seriously. The black market? Zhao Xingqi was surprised. You're a high school student, why aren't you studying properly and instead going to the black market? By the way, do you have money?
Li Xian patted his pocket symbolically. Yes, I just won 10,000 yuan in prize money from the provincial competition. He continued, I went to the black market, of course, to buy or exchange things to improve my strength.
Zhao Xingqi nodded thoughtfully.
It's not impossible for you to go if you really want to, but I told you to come back and attend school normally.
I heard today that you took a 2-month leave from school? Li Xian awkwardly touched his nose. This is because if something happens at the school, it will involve more innocent people. That shows you don't trust the administration bureau.
Zhao Xingqi said after denying it, however, it's understandable that you think that way.
But how do you know I'd agree to go with you?
Zhao Xingqi took another sip of water, looked up, and asked with a playful expression.
Li Xian slowly said, if you won't come with me, then I'll go by myself.
Then I'll let the Holy Flame Organization take me out, and they can continue to lurk in the shadows, slowly developing their power.
Then, Stephen Chow. Stop, when are we leaving?
The sooner the better, today is the best, I'm going to my classmate's house to learn swordsmanship this Sunday.
Chao Xingqi was taken aback. Do you still need to learn? You could be the grandmaster of the shameless Taoist sect. Li Xin? There's a MMP here, but I'm not sure if I should say it. The administration acted swiftly. At 3 p.m., Li Xin and Chao Xingqi boarded the train to Suzhou.
After a journey of more than 2 hours, the two arrived at the train station in Suzhou before dark.
Neither Li Xin nor Chao Xingqi were hungry, so they decided to go to the black market first. The two took a taxi through the city and finally stopped in a place in the northern part of Suzhou. It was already past 6 p.m.
Li Xin pointed to the bustling, vibrant commercial street in front of him, teeming with people.
Is this the black market? What do you think? Have you been reading too many novels? Chao Xingqi laughed.
The so-called black market is a market that was spontaneously organized by awakened individuals a long time ago after they made their fortune in another dimension. Back then, because it had no official backing, it was called the black market. Now that there is the Awakened Association and the Administration Bureau, this kind of market trading has gradually become official, but it has always retained the name of the black market.
I see. Li Xin understood and looked at Chao Xingqi. Shall we just go in? Chao Xingqi glanced at the time.
No, the people who really sell the good stuff on the black market only set up their stalls after 7 p.m.
Let's go eat first. Li Xin asked in surprise, how do you know so much about the black market? Chao Xingqi chuckled, because the black market is now also under the jurisdiction of the Administration Bureau. Ah. Chapter 98, The Black Market Storm. The two ate a quick dinner and then entered the black market.
Contrary to expectations, there were no security guards blocking the entrance, and the vendors didn't try to hide their goods, they openly displayed their otherworldly products on their stalls.
Don't miss out. Genuine dragon bones from Longkou at an absolutely fair price. Selling spirit orbs. Bronze to gold, everything you want is here.
A precious sword that can cut through iron like mud, an imperial sword bestowed by the emperor, a limited edition ninja tool from the kingdom of Sakura.
Come and take a look if you want it.
Li Xin found it somewhat amusing to listen to the various shouts and calls from the vendors lining both sides of the street.
This was the first time he had ever seen vendors shouting so energetically. The two strolled around for a while, and then Chao Xingqi asked, "Young man, is there anything you like?" Li Xin thought for a moment, then took out the small box the principal had given him from his bag and quietly opened it for the other person. "This was a reward from the school, but I don't need it right now. I was wondering if I could come here to exchange it for something useful to take back." Chao Xingqi peeked out and exclaimed, "Wow, not bad. Green ivy ginseng. Looks like your school is quite generous. If you were to buy this on the black market, it would cost around 100,000 to 200,000. 100,000 or 80,000? Li Xin was stunned. He really didn't expect this thing to be worth so much money. Seeing the other party's surprise, Chao Xingqi explained, "Of course, this thing can be preserved for a long time and can be used in medicine, so it is more expensive. But this is not considered expensive. Some rare plants from other dimensions are even more ridiculously expensive, and they are often in a state of being priced but not available." Li Xin was puzzled. Really? Then if I go to other dimensions and collect these kinds of medicinal plants, wouldn't I be able to get rich easily? Chao Xingqi laughed and said, "You're dreaming. The kind of job you're talking about has been done by people for a long time. The low-level alternate dimensions that are still preserved have been almost completely harvested. If you really want to do this kind of thing, I'm afraid you'll have to go to a higher-level alternate dimension or a newly opened alternate dimension. Or, you could just become a pharmacist that would be more lucrative." Li Xin listened thoughtfully. Suddenly, a peculiar hawking cry from not far away caught his attention. "Take a look. All sorts of magical plants from other dimensions. Men who eat them can get pregnant, women who eat them will have flat chests, children who eat them will get constipated, and the elderly who eat them will age 10 years. The vendor, who was hawking his wares, was about 40 years old and had a small mustache. Li Xin walked up to the stall and said, "Boss, give me one that can make me pregnant." "Stall owner? Are you here to cause trouble?" Unable to figure out Li Xin's tactics, he stroked his mustache, feigning composure. "The pregnant ones are all sold out. How about you look at something else?" "Okay, then give me one of each of the other three." "What?" The stall owner was stunned.
Seeing that Li Xian looked like a student, he guessed he didn't have much money on him and was convinced that this kid was here to cause trouble, so his tone became impolite.
They're all sold out. Take a look at the others. If you're not buying, don't keep me from doing business.
Li Xian put his hands on his hips and said, "Hey boss, you have nothing to offer but you're still shouting like this.
Aren't you just trying to scam people? What do you know? Can't you see how crowded this place is?"
"If we don't come up with some special jokes, how can we attract customers?" the stall owner said confidently.
All right then. Li Xian pointed to Chao Xingqi beside him and said to the stall owner, "This is from the Provincial Administration Bureau.
I'm reporting you for deceiving consumers right now, and the Administration Bureau will shut you down."
Ha! Huh? Seeing that the stall owner didn't believe him, Li Xian nudged Chao Xingqi with his elbow. The latter looked at Li Xian speechlessly, only to find that the other was winking at him. He reluctantly pulled out his identification from the inside pocket of his trench coat.
"Chao Xingqi, captain of the first team of the Provincial Administration Bureau, this is my identification."
The stall owner stared at the document in his hand, and when he saw the red stamp on it, he was completely taken aback.
"I was just making up a joke. Why did I have to invite such a big shot from the Administration Bureau?"
The stall owner's gaze toward Li Xian became obsequious. "Young man, let's talk this out. Look, I have quite a few other amazing plants here. Which one do you like? I'll sell it to you at a discount." Li Xian narrowed his eyes. "Is that so?" The stall owner nodded quickly. "Absolutely, I guarantee everything here is good quality." "All right then." Li Xian gestured for Chao Xingqi to put away his ID, and then squatted down to look at the merchandise. Chao Xingqi almost couldn't help but cover his face. "So you brought me here not to protect your safety, but to use my identity to get a discount?"
Because of his connection with Stephen Chow, the stall owner was very serious when introducing his products.
"This is a blue heart grass that we acquired from an expedition team.
When made into a potion, it can enhance the affinity with water elements.
This is the root of the fire tree, which can also be used in medicine to enhance the affinity with fire elements." Li Xian listened to the introduction while browsing the pages.
Soon, a purple fruit resembling a mangosteen in the middle of the stall caught his attention.
"Boss, what's this?"
"Young man, you have good taste," the stall owner said, holding the purple fruit in his hands. "This is a thunderpool fruit, a fruit that grows in a different dimension on the South Sea Island.
It is extremely rare.
It can be taken directly and can significantly increase affinity with lightning elements."
Oh? Li Xian became interested and took it from the stall owner to examine it carefully. Li Xian thought this fruit should be able to improve his lightning chain skill, and he wanted it. He tentatively asked, "How much is this fruit?"
The stall owner stroked his beard.
"Seeing that you're really interested in buying, I'll give you a fixed price, 300,000. Li Xian's eyes widened. "How much?" 300,000. "Damn it, you could have just robbed me, but you still tried to sell me a fruit instead?" Li Xian didn't even have 300,000 yuan in all the money he had. "Boss, you're ripping me off."
"Give me a discount," Li Xian said irritably, while subtly signaling to the stall owner that Chao Xingqi was right next to him.
The stall owner glanced at Chao Xingqi and didn't dare to insist any further. What discount would you like?" Li Xian thought for a moment. "Would you sell it for 30,000 at a 10% discount?" 30,000? The stall owner's face turned green.
He didn't even recoup his costs of 30,000.
The stall owner quickly waved his hand.
No, I can't sell it for 30,000.
"Can't sell it?" Li Xian tugged at Chao Xingqi's trouser leg.
"He said he can't sell it for 30,000.
Chao Xingqi was also shocked by Li Xian's audacity.
But since he was pushed to the forefront, Stephen Chow had to say something.
"Hey boss, why don't you name a price?"
The stall owner thought for a moment and then held up one finger.
100,000 yuan, consider it making you my friend, little brother. 100,000? Li Xian touched his waist pouch.
In fact, he didn't even have 100,000. Just as Li Xian was considering whether to take out the green ginseng, a boy's voice suddenly sounded behind him. "I'll take it for 300,000.
"Who is Naniai?" Hearing that someone was trying to cause trouble, Li Xian turned around angrily, only to run into an old acquaintance. "Su Hao." Li Xian? Chapter 99, The Truth Revealed. "Li Xian? How come it's you?" Upon seeing Li Xian again, Su Hao looked like he had just eaten shit. "I was just about to say that. What are you doing here?" Li Xin was equally annoyed by his interference.
After saying that, Li Xin ignored Su Hao and turned to the stall owner, saying, I don't have 100,000, but I have this. He took out the box of green ginseng and handed it to the shopkeeper.
Oh, this. The stall owner was suddenly caught in a dilemma.
The item the student had was indeed worth around 100,000, but as a businessman, he wouldn't make much profit from buying it and reselling it. Another person directly asked for 300,000. Normally, he would definitely prefer the latter, since the highest bidder wins.
But now. The stall owner glanced at Chao Xingqi behind Li Xin without realizing it. Students who can get in touch with big shots in the provincial bureau must be extraordinary.
Seeing that the stall owner was still hesitating, Li Xin added, How about this, I'll give you another 10,000 yuan in cash, and you can sell this fruit to me.
Su Hao panicked upon hearing this. Bullshit, what do you need the thunder pool fruit for?
It only increases affinity with lightning elements, you won't get any use for it.
Boss, 300,000. I'll transfer the money to you directly. Li Xin retorted without hesitation, who said it's useless. I think it will work as long as I stop giving you food. You.
Su Hao was furious, clenching his fists in anger.
Li Xin immediately rebuked, What, you think you can use your skills in public?
Upon hearing this, Su Hao calmed down.
Well, you really don't know the status of the Su family in Suzhou, do you? Li Xin smiled dismissively, What, you can't win, so you resort to threats?
He inwardly thought it was pointless.
Li Xin gradually lost patience and looked at the stall owner with a stern face. Are you selling or not? If not, I'm leaving. Selling. One pothose plant will be sold for 10,000 renminbi in cash.
The stall owner quickly packed up the lychee fruit and handed it to Li Xin. He didn't care who Su Hao was, he only knew he couldn't afford to offend the young man in front of him again. Offending him is the same as offending the Provincial Administration Bureau. No matter where he sets up his stall, he'll inevitably face difficulties. Of course, this is just the stall owner's inner monologue. In reality, Chao Xingqi couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters.
Li Xin, you just wait. One day I'll find a chance to kill you.
With the money exchanged for the goods, Su Hao looked at the stall owner's fawning smile, feeling both furious and powerless.
He left dejectedly after uttering a harsh remark. Li Xin snorted coldly, boring.
Then he got up and said goodbye to the stall owner. As they continued strolling around, Chao Xingqi asked, Young man, you seem to have made quite a few enemies.
Li Xin laughed awkwardly, That's not true. The opponent just lost to me in the match. Oh. Chao Xingqi glanced at the time, then asked, Is there anything else you want to buy? Li Xin thought for a moment, Since we're already here, let's wander around a bit more. Alright, Chao Xingqi added, but don't use me as a shield anymore. Li Xin nodded and smiled, Don't worry, it won't happen.
The entire commercial street is very long, and the vendors inside are basically selling goods related to awakened ones.
Li Xin walked around, stopping whenever he saw something interesting.
There were also things he liked during that time.
Unfortunately, the price was too high, and Li Xin couldn't afford it, so he had to give up. Having been to the black market once, Li Xin understood one thing. Awakening is so expensive.
What appears to be an ordinary little blade of grass was priced at tens of thousands, or even more, by the shop owner. Some vendors were also selling the remains of creatures from another dimension. A random polar unicorn horn sold for 1 million, and Li Xin didn't even know what the horn could be used for. He suddenly felt a pang of regret.
When we rescued the night owl, if we hadn't electrocuted that giant spider. Is it possible to sell any organs from the other person's body for money?
After much thought, Li Xin realized that he not only needed to complete his studies, but also needed to find a way to make money. The two walked side by side and unknowingly reached the end of the commercial street. Just as the two were preparing to return, a huge fireball suddenly exploded in the sky above the black market.
Sparks flew everywhere.
Many vendors fled from the area where the fireball appeared. Among the crowd, a woman wearing high heels and black stockings, with slightly disheveled hair, was the most eye-catching. Because behind her, there were 7 or 8 people with spiritual diagrams shining on their backs and their faces covered with black cloths chasing her.
Who dares to cause trouble in the black market? Chao Xingqi frowned, then looked at Li Xin. I'll go help.
You find a safe place to stay.
Before Li Xin could reply, Chao Xingqi had already disappeared.
I was thinking of going to join in the fun, Li Xin muttered. He looked at the chaotic street and the woman walking further and further away, and after thinking for a moment, he decided to follow her. Just kidding, when there's injustice happening, how could I, a good Samaritan, be left out?
Li Xian casually picked up a small pebble from the ground and marked it with a transposition mark.
In this way, even if he goes and can't win, he can still escape unscathed. Li Xian chased after them in the direction they had left, and along the way, he also found a pair of high heels left behind by the roadside. After chasing for 700 or 800 meters, they finally saw Chao Xingqi fighting with the masked men on an empty street.
Li Xian hid in the shadows and observed for a while.
Although the masked men were individually weaker than Chao Xingqi, they relied on their numerical advantage to prevent Chao Xingqi from gaining much of an advantage in a short period of time. The woman from before was now leaning against the edge of the green belt. Her high heels were gone, and her stockings were torn in several places. Just when Li Xian thought Chao Xingqi could solve the current trouble, he suddenly noticed that 3 masked men were quietly approaching from behind the woman. Neither Chao Xingqi nor the woman noticed the 3 people who came out later.
Li Xian was secretly alarmed. Oh no, there's danger. Li Xian quickly measured the distance between himself and the woman and approached her rapidly from the shadow of the streetlight.
Just as the 3 masked men were about to make their move, Li Xian reached the maximum range to unleash his skill.
Chain lightning.
A violent arc of electricity shot out from Li Xian's palm, instantly paralyzing the 3 people in place.
The commotion caused by Li Xian's actions caught the woman's attention.
She first looked at Li Xian, who was in the shadows not far away, and then subconsciously turned around.
Ah!
The woman screamed in terror and conjured a large fireball in her hand, which she then hurled at the 3 of them. With a loud bang, 3 masked men were thrown several meters by the fireball.
Li Xian seized the opportunity to step forward and help the woman up.
The woman looked at the young man in front of her, who wasn't very old but had stepped forward, and whose profile was quite handsome. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she thanked him, saying, "Thank you."
Ding, sincere thanks received, plus 20 good deeds points. Li Xian listened to the information that hadn't popped into his mind for a long time, concealing his inner joy. These are your shoes, right? Li Xian said, handing the high heels he had found to the woman and shielding her behind him. This small gesture warmed the woman's heart. The 3 masked men struggled to their feet. Seeing that the sneak attack had failed and that his companions on the other side were falling one by one at Chao Xingqi's hands, he began to consider retreating. One of the masked men clutched his chest and asked coldly, "Who are you, kid, ruining our plans?" Adhering to the principle of doing good deeds anonymously, Li Xian put his hands on his hips and said, "I am Suhao from Jigao High School in Suzhou City. Come and get your revenge if you dare." "Fine. You just wait." After saying this, the 3 masked men abandoned their companions and ran away. Seeing this, Li Xian decided not to pursue any further and turned to look at the woman beside him. What kind of expression is that? He had just turned his head when he saw the woman looking at him warily. The woman covered her collar, looking suspicious, and asked, "Who are you? Why are you impersonating my brother?" Li Xian, huh? Chapter 100 YYDS. Li Xian felt so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. What a coincidence! The woman in front of me is actually Su Hao's sister. Li Xian forced a smile and said, "Well, actually Su Hao and I are friends, and I wanted to give him this good deed of doing a good deed." The woman sized up the young boy in front of her, then, as if remembering something, squinted and asked, "You must be Li Xian? The captain who won the provincial championship." Li Xian laughed awkwardly, "You recognized me." Upon learning Li Xian's identity, the woman lowered her guard and smiled, saying, "It's all right. My brother has been spoiled since he was a child. Giving him a setback is a good thing." "Ha, is that so?" Li Xian could only agree. After some communication, Li Xian learned that the woman's name was Su Ling, the eldest daughter of the Su family in Su City, and she also had a younger sister and a younger brother. Su Ling rarely contacts her family and was unaware that her younger brother had also come to the black market today. Her awakened talent is not high, she is still in the gold stage. Therefore, after graduating from university, Su Ling chose to start her own business and establish a pharmaceutical company that specializes in providing medicines for awakened individuals. Aside from work, she rarely does anything else. As a result, the company performed well, but it also aroused the jealousy of its competitors. She had nothing to do today and wanted to browse the black market, but she didn't expect to encounter danger. Su Ling guessed that these masked men were likely awakened individuals hired by her rival company. While the two were chatting, Chao Xingqi had already finished his business.
He knocked out all 7 masked men, piled them up into a small hill, and left them aside before walking towards Li Xin.
Kid, didn't I tell you to find a safe place to wait for me? Chao Xingqi questioned as soon as he opened his mouth. Li Xin touched his nose. Well, I feel the safest place is right next to you. Su Ling, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but chuckle as she listened to Li Xion's witty remarks. And who is this? Su Ling asked. Li Xian introduced, Chao Xingqi is the captain of the first team of the provincial bureau. Su Ling was secretly shocked. Good heavens, it's from the provincial bureau. She suddenly realized that the student in front of her was unusual. Not only was he able to lead his team to the provincial championship, but judging from his interaction with Chao Xingqi, he also seems to have a good relationship with the provincial bureau. Chao Xingqi was also stumped by Li Xian's words. Furthermore, if Li Xinrua hadn't come, the 3 masked men who had missed him might have already succeeded. He then stopped pursuing the matter of the other party's unauthorized actions. Li Xian took the opportunity to tell Chao Xingqi about Su Ling's guess. The latter frowned slightly. Miss Su Ling, don't worry, the people from the Su City Management Bureau will be here soon, and I will have them investigate this matter thoroughly. Thank you, Captain Chao. Su Ling thanked her, and the atmosphere became slightly silent. Su Ling, being a businesswoman, offered to treat the two to dinner. Li Xian and Chao Xingqi didn't eat much in the evening, and after the fight, they were even hungrier. Li Xian patted his belly and happily agreed. Su Ling smoothed the stray hair behind her ear. Alright, I'll go back and change my clothes first, then I'll come pick you up. Li Xian gave an okay sign. Not long after Su Ling left, Li Xian and his companion were greeted by the belated arrival of the Suzhou City Administration Bureau personnel. After a brief handover, Chao Xingqi gave a few instructions, and the masked men were all towed away by the other party in a car. The two waited for another half hour before a red car stopped in front of them. Su Ling rolled down the car window. Please get in, both of you. Once Li Xian sat in the passenger seat and looked at the luxurious interior, he couldn't help but exclaim, Sister Su Ling, how much did this car cost? Su Ling smiled and said, it's not much, less than 2 million after landing. 2 million? Talent? Li Xian froze, sitting in the car without daring to move, afraid of damaging something inside. Upon hearing the price Su Ling mentioned, Chao Xingqi simply chuckled. He thought to himself that with his current salary, he would have to save for 10 years without eating or drinking to afford such a car. They still have to do exhausting work every day. Su Ling glanced at Li Xian's reaction, wanting to laugh, and tried to find some topics to ease his tension. Li Xian, is this your first time in Suzhou? Su Ling asked. Li Xian nodded mechanically, yes, the first time. Alright, how about I take you to a very famous restaurant in Suzhou? Okay. Su Ling's car drove through the streets and alleys, eventually stopping in front of a noodle shop. After getting out of the car, Li Xian looked up at the signboard at the entrance of the shop, which read Masked Saburo in large characters, and his face was full of doubt. Seeing his puzzled look, Su Ling smiled and explained. Haven't you heard that the most delicious food in a city is found in these humble, unassuming restaurants? Li Xian chuckled, disagreeing. He really wanted to say, look at the name of this noodle shop. Who else would those 3 masked men attack if not you? Before the group even entered the door, they saw that the noodle shop was already full of customers. Su Ling led the 2 of them and finally found an empty seat to sit down. The shop owner was clearly familiar with Su Ling, and came over to greet her as soon as he saw her. Boss, the usual, Su Ling said. Alright, what about these 2? Li Xian stared at the menu on the wall, lost in thought. From all aspects, poop noodles, spicy strip-fried noodles, what kind of nonsense is this? Li Xian felt that the darkness of this restaurant was even more terrifying than the meal he had cooked for Lin Hai. He and Stephen Chow were at a loss for words. Finally, after being recommended by the boss and Su Ling, Li Xian chose the instant noodles, while Chao Xingqi chose the spicy fried noodles. When the noodles were served, Li Xian immediately felt regret. What the hell is this lump of dark dough shaped like? Really, poop? Li Xian was initially reluctant, but after Su Ling's repeated assurances, he reluctantly picked up a noodle. Omega! Despite its unique shape, this bowl of noodles tastes quite good. The springy noodles were probably buckwheat noodles, which soaked up the broth in the bowl. The accompanying sauce was also quite good, with just the right amount of saltiness. Chao Xingqi watched Li Xian eat one bite after another with his chopsticks, then lowered his guard and took a bite. Chao Xingqi's eyes lit up, and at that moment only one thought occupied his mind. Spicy fried noodles, why this? As the group ate their noodles with gusto, Li Xian was still thinking about how to make money. Remembering Su Ling's identity, he tentatively asked, Sister Su Ling, is your company still hiring? Su Ling was taken aback for a moment, but replied without much thought, sure, I remember you're from Jianhai City, right? I just opened a branch in Jianhai City and we're currently short of pharmacists. Medicine, a pharmacist? Li Xian rubbed his nose. Are pharmacists well paid? Put. Su Ling was drinking her noodle soup and almost spat it out. It's definitely high. Su Ling explained after a pause, think about it, the price of refining a bottle of potion ranges from several thousand to tens of thousands. Pharmacists usually take a 20% cut of the price of a bottle of potion. Hiss. Li Xian gasped. If I refine a potion that costs 100,000, I can earn 20,000? Su Ling nodded, that's right. Xiao Xingqi listened to their conversation while burying his head in his noodles. Not so good. The medicine I made cost as much as a month's salary. Li Xian thought for a moment and then asked, is it difficult to become a pharmacist? It's difficult, extremely difficult. Usually, a novice needs to be taught by a master, and then have 3 to 5 years of experience in alchemy before they can become a junior pharmacist. If your company wants to train a new pharmacist, will you provide some materials for practice? Li Xian asked. Su Ling replied without hesitation, that's no problem. We can even provide some scraps of cheap materials for free. Upon hearing this, Li Xian made up his mind and looked at Su Ling seriously. Sister Su Ling, I want to try. Su Ling was so startled she almost dropped her chopsticks. You? This recipe is purely fabricated, please do not imitate it when serving it to others. Chapter 101 Fate is truly wondrous. You? Su Ling asked incredulously. Li Xian nodded calmly, yes, I want to give it a try. He wasn't being reckless by saying that. Given the nature of the system, it's not impossible to concoct potions if one has the skill. After listening, Xiao Xingqi interjected, young man, stop fooling around. Tomorrow, you'd better come back to Jianhai with me obediently. Li Xian retorted, I'm not joking, I'm serious. Seeing the other person's serious expression, Su Ling pondered for a moment and then gestured for Li Xian to take out his phone. This is my number. Come to the address I sent you at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Seeing that the other party agreed, Li Xian happily said, thank you, Sister Su Ling. You're too kind. I should be thanking you for saving my life today. Ding, thank you received, plus 10 good guy points. After they finished eating the noodles, Su Ling took the two of them back to their hotel. Before going to sleep, Li Xian swallowed the Thunder Pool fruit, gaining the passive skill Thunder Element Affinity and instantly reaching level 5. He secretly marveled at how effective it was, as expected of something Su Hao had been scrambling to get. Nothing was said that night. The two arrived at the agreed location at 7:50 a.m. the next morning. Li Xian looked up at the 30-plus story building in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. This is Sister Su Ling's company? It's huge. Xiao Xingqi took out his thermos, took a sniff, and said, stop reminiscing, kid, hurry up and go inside. Okay. Li Xian walked toward the building, but was unexpectedly stopped by security guards. Stop right there, what are you doing? I'm here to apply for a pharmacist position. You? The security guard looked at him in disbelief. A high school student-looking man, wearing a cheap jacket bought from a street stall, came to apply for a pharmacist job. Although he was just a security guard, he still had a keen eye. Go away, stay out of the way and don't come in and cause trouble. I'm not here to cause trouble, I really am here for a job interview, your company's boss. Li Xian was interrupted by a voice from behind him when he was only halfway through his sentence. What's all this noise about so early in the morning? Is this how my sister usually trains her employees? Li Xian recognized the voice and turned around to find it was Su Hao again. Li Xian? It's you again? When the two met again, Su Hao was completely stunned. Li Xian felt the same way, and said to Su Hao meaningfully, fate is truly wonderful. Su Hao spat without any politeness, who said we're destined to be together. It's just that we're enemies on a narrow road. The security guard, adept at reading people, noticed the discord between his boss's brother and the young man before him, and immediately stepped forward to complain. Young Master Su, this kid just came to apply for a pharmacist position. I think he's just causing trouble. I'm about to fire him. A pharmacist?
Su Hao chuckled, clutching his stomach.
You? I bet you can't even concoct the most basic recovery potion, right? Li Xian frowned after hearing this and said to the security guard, "Could you let me finish what I have to say?"
It was your boss who agreed to let me come for the interview today. Su Hao found it increasingly amusing.
Boss? You mean my older sister?
I might believe you if you said it was someone else, but you actually said it was my older sister who agreed?
You're really making me laugh to death. Li Xian was displeased. Why would I lie to you? Pa, you're lying to me. Su Hao retorted confidently, how could you, an outsider, possibly know my sister?
I advise you to get lost and stop embarrassing yourself here.
You. Li Xian was furious at Su Hao's rude attitude.
He was about to retort when he saw a familiar figure walking up behind Su Hao.
What do you want by making such a racket downstairs at my company this early in the morning?
Wearing sunglasses, Su Ling exuded a powerful aura, and her rebuke silenced everyone present. Upon seeing her appear, Su Hao quickly ran to her side. Big sister, you finally arrived.
Su Ling glanced at Su Hao and said, little brother, why aren't you in school? What are you doing at my company? Is your allowance from mom and dad not enough again?
Su Ling's tone was blunt and unfriendly, showing none of the approachable demeanor she had displayed the night before. Su Hao hurriedly waved his hand. No, the academy is organizing a training trip to another dimension soon. I went to the black market last night and saw a thunderpool fruit, but...
He looked at Li Xian and said, it just so happens that this kid forcibly bought it. That's why I came to see you today, sister, to see if you have any extra lightning element potions.
Su Ling directly denied it, saying, no, there are very few items that can enhance lightning element, and I'm out of stock right now.
All right.
Su Hao's expression darkened, and then he pointed at Li Xian, big sister, this guy came here to swindle people, and he even said that you agreed to let him apply for the pharmacist job. Su Ling finally understood what had happened and said coldly, he's right, it was indeed me who invited them.
Ha! Su Hao was dumbfounded.
At this moment, he felt that his older sister must have been deceived by Li Xian's sweet talk.
Big sister, don't believe him. How could a high school senior like him know anything about alchemy? Li Xian heard this but didn't say anything, trusting that Su Ling would handle it well.
Su Ling understood that there was a grudge between the two, one was the person who saved her last night, and the other was her own younger brother. Although she didn't have a very good relationship with her younger brother. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ling looked at Li Xian with a serious expression.
Li Xian, tell me honestly, do you really know how to make medicine? Li Xian gently shook his head, no.
Su Hao clapped his hands, sis, look, he admitted it himself. Su Ling glared at him without any politeness, and Su Hao quickly shut up. Li Xian continued, but if you provide me with some scraps to practice with, I can refine the potion within 3 days.
Li Xian's almost arrogant remarks amused most of the people present.
Even Stephen Chow looked incredulous.
Su Hao laughed loudly, you're just bragging. 3 days? You might not even learn it in 3 years.
However, looking at the determination in Li Xian's eyes, Su Ling felt that this young man really could do it.
Okay, I'll find you a mentor, and you can learn from him for 3 days.
I'll come back in 3 days to check on your work, Su Ling said in an unquestionable tone.
Li Xian nodded, okay, no problem. What?
Su Hao was stunned again.
His older sister actually believed it?
Big sister, you. Su Hao wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Su Ling.
My mind is made up. Li Xian, come with me. After saying that, Su Ling walked towards the elevator without looking back.
Li Xian ignored Su Hao and turned to look at Chao Xingqi.
Captain Chao, why don't you wait for me at the hotel? Chao Xingqi shook his head. It's okay, I'll wait for you in the lobby downstairs. That works too. Li Xian stopped arguing and followed Su Ling into the elevator.
In the end, only Chao Xingqi, who was sitting in the waiting area drinking tea and reading the newspaper, and Su Hao, who was stomping his feet in anger, remained in the hall.
Su Ling led Li Xian all the way to the 20th floor.
She arranged a laboratory for the other party and then personally went to find a pharmacist.
Li Xian, this is our company's most skilled pharmacist. You will learn from him for the next 3 days.
Li Xian looked at the pharmacist, who wore thick glasses, had messy hair, and was around 40 years old, and generously extended his hand.
Hello, my name is Li Xian.
The other person extended their hand and shook it gently.
Hello, my name is Jiang Ruizhi. You can call me Master Jiang. My current professional title is intermediate pharmacist.
After exchanging greetings, Su Ling prepared to leave to attend to other matters. Before leaving, she specifically instructed Li Xian, study hard, and feel free to ask me anything you don't understand.
Remember, I will come to check on you in 3 days. No problem. Li Xian smiled back, then looked at Jiang Ruizhi expectantly. Master Jiang, where shall we begin?
Jiang Ruizhi calmly pushed up his glasses and said slowly, no rush. First, decide whether you want to learn machine-based medicine refining or the ancient method.
Li Xian, huh? Ancient methods of medicine making? Chapter 102. The mind understands, but the hands don't.
That's right, ancient methods of medicine making. Jiang Ruizhi said slowly and deliberately, let me first explain the difference between the two types of alchemy. For example, machine-made medicines save a lot of manual labor and are easier to operate. But the drawbacks are also obvious, the potions produced are not very effective and the yield is low.
After understanding, Li Xian asked, what about the ancient methods of alchemy? Traditional medicine refining is actually a manual process using a crucible. It requires mastering many things, but the effects of the resulting medicine will vary depending on the skill level of the pharmacist.
But there is no doubt that even if a pharmacist apprentice uses ancient methods to refine medicine, the effect of the medicine is better than that of machine-refined medicine, the yield is also higher, and there is no need to be restricted by the location.
Li Xian fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Seeing that he was thinking, Jiang Ruizhi reminded him. If you're smart, you can actually learn how to make medicine using machines.
As long as you can remember all the steps, it's not impossible to make the medicine within 3 days. Jiang Ruizhi didn't mention one thing, teaching the other party how to use machines to refine medicine would save them a lot of trouble.
Li Xian nodded after listening. Alright, then I'll choose the ancient method of alchemy. That's right, you chose machine-based medicine refining. You want to learn ancient methods of medicine refining?
Jiang Ruizhi realized, looking shocked.
Yeah, what's wrong? Li Xian asked curiously. No, it's nothing. Jiang Ruizhi sighed inwardly. He originally wanted to slack off, but now it seems he can't. He continued, Chairman Su told me that if you can refine the lowest level of recovery potion within 3 days, you will pass the test. After saying that, Jiang Ruizhi led the other party to a small warehouse next to the laboratory. Looking at the bottles, jars, and equipment like crucibles in the warehouse, Li Xian asked curiously, what's this?
Jiang Ruizhi didn't respond, and instead rummaged through the back of the warehouse and pulled out an old-fashioned crucible.
This is a crucible I used when I was young. It's a bit old, but it's still usable. I'm giving it to you.
His generous behavior deeply moved Li Xian.
Thank you, Master Jiang. Don't mention it. Since I've introduced you to this field, you're practically my apprentice.
Jiang Ruizhi adjusted his glasses and continued, come with me to get the medicinal herbs.
A few minutes later, Li Xian returned to the laboratory carrying a large pile of medicinal herbs.
I'll demonstrate the process of making the recovery potion for you first.
I'll remind you of the important parts, so watch carefully.
As Jiang Ruizhi spoke, he started boiling water in a pot. First, you need to learn how to control the fire. When the water boils, you need to pay attention to adding.
The entire process of refining medicine was extremely complex. It took Jiang Ruizhi nearly an hour to demonstrate it to Li Xian from beginning to end. When Jiang Ruizhi finally poured out exactly 1 test tube of red medicine from the pot, he looked at Li Xian and asked, did you remember that? Li Xian nodded. I've got it. Who is Li Xian? He's a top student. Her memory is absolutely phenomenal.
Jiang Ruizhi didn't care whether Li Xian had truly memorized it or not, and let him try it out himself.
A bottle of recovery potion costs about 1,000 yuan on the market.
Using the measuring table I just gave you, these scraps should yield about 1 tube per batch. If it's not enough, come to me for more, Jiang Ruizhi explained to Li Xian. Remember, to judge the quality of medicine, first look at its color and smell. For recovery potions, the best color is bright red, and the smell should be a light herbal scent, not too strong. After telling Li Xian the basic common sense and the standards for judging the quality of medicines, he left the other party alone in the laboratory to tinker.
Li Xian didn't stand on ceremony.
He weighed the medicinal herbs and began to follow the steps.
As expected, he failed.
The final brewed medicine wasn't red at all, but green.
Huh? What's going on here? Li Xian looked at the failed potion and fell into thought. He is currently in the following situation. Brain, I've learned it, I can be a pharmacist now. Hand, bah, you've got it, but I haven't even gotten it yet. After thinking it over, Li Xin concluded that it might be a matter of timing. He started cooking again, ready to do it all over again. 1 hour later. Hey, is this Chinese medicine I'm brewing? Li Xin was not satisfied, so he cooked another pot. And so another day passed. Around 2 a.m., Li Xin came down from the elevator and saw Chao Xingqi fast asleep on the sofa. He felt a little guilty. Captain Chow, wake up. Li Xin gently nudged the other man. Stephen Chow woke up from his sleep. Is it over? His voice was still sleepy. I'm sorry, I got so busy I lost track of time, Li Xin apologized. It's nothing. Chao Xingqi took a pancake out of his pocket and handed it to Li Xin. You haven't eaten all day, have you? Eat something while it's still warm. Li Xin was moved and took the cake from the other person and ate it in big bites. Hey, is there any water? I'm choking. Li Xin was indeed hungry and had been eating rather quickly, so he asked Chao Xingqi for a glass of water. Stephen Chow unscrewed the thermos cup. Don't be disgusted, have some. We're all grown men, what's there to complain about? Li Xin took the cup, and when he saw the thick layer of goji berries floating on the surface of the water, he was stunned. Is this water? Is this goji berry porridge? Li Xin held the cup, but for a moment he didn't know where to start drinking. Chao Xingqi asked in confusion, why aren't you drinking? Li Xin awkwardly probed, Captain Chow, how old are you this year? Born in 2090, you're 32 this year. Why are you asking this? Chao Xingqi asked, puzzled. Are you married? No way, I'm risking my life to earn money every day, how could I possibly find a wife? Li Xin sighed inwardly. Are people born in the 1990s now paying so much attention to health? Li Xin choked and felt uncomfortable, but in the end he still gave in and drank a mouthful of the wolfberry porridge. You know what, it's surprisingly sweet. After eating a piece of bread, Li Xion's hunger was mostly gone. After returning to the hotel, the two slept for a while. At 7:50 a.m. the next morning, Li Xian reappeared in the lobby of the office building. Unlike yesterday, Chao Xingqi dropped him off at the door and then went back. When Li Xian entered, the security guard stopped being aggressive and instead bowed and scraped obsequiously at him. Li Xian didn't say much and went straight to the laboratory on the 20th floor. Next, another day of experiments was conducted. Around 9 p.m., Su Ling dragged her tired body to the top floor and took the elevator, and inexplicably clicked on the 20th floor. She was also curious about how far Li Xian's alchemy skills had progressed in just 2 days. Su Ling tiptoed toward the laboratory and happened to run into Jiang Ruizhi, who hadn't left work yet. Chairman Su, Jiang Ruizhi greeted respectfully. Su Ling nodded in response with a straight face. How is Li Xian inside? Su Ling asked, looking at Li Xian behind the glass. Jiang Ruizhi shook his head. How could anyone learn to make medicine in 3 days? Back then, it took me nearly 8 months of continuous attempts to make my first qualified recovery potion. However, Jiang Ruizhi paused for a moment and continued, this young man is indeed hardworking. I heard from the security guard that he didn't come out of the lab until after 2 a.m. last night. Su Ling was not surprised to hear this. As the owner of the company, she naturally knew how difficult it was to become a qualified pharmacist. Let's go, let's not disturb him. Good. Li Xian, completely absorbed in alchemy in the laboratory, was unaware of Su Ling and the other person observing him from behind. Li Xian was waiting for a voice in his mind. And so he waited for 3 days in a row. As the third night quietly arrived, he didn't know what time it was, and his eyelids were almost glued together. Bite. Li Xian instantly regained his senses. It's here. Chapter 103 didn't hear it? Play it 10 more times. Ding, you have gained the passive skill, Alchemy LV1. Here it comes. He finally caught up with us at the end of the 3rd day. Li Xian rubbed his hands together excitedly, all sleepiness gone. He glanced at the 240 good points in the system and decisively allocated 200 points to his alchemy skill. Ding, the passive skill alchemy has been upgraded to LV3. As the system notification sounded, Li Xian gained a deeper understanding of the art of alchemy. It was as if he had practiced not just for 3 days, but hundreds or thousands of times. Should be enough? Li Xian muttered to himself, looking at the remaining scraps on the table.
He started boiling water again and added the medicinal herbs in the correct proportions.
This time, Li Xian could clearly feel the intensity of the fire at the bottom of the pot.
According to Zhang Ruizhi, he methodically poured in the necessary auxiliary materials in batches. Li Xian took out a stirring rod, and he could easily achieve the required consistency in refining the potion, both in terms of the stirring force and speed.
In less than an hour, Li Xian poured the bright red liquid from the pot into a test tube. It's done.
It filled the tube perfectly, and the taste was just as Zhang Ruizhi had described, a light herbal flavor.
Li Xian looked at the recovery potion he had concocted with delight and glanced at the time.
It was nearly 4 a.m.
Li Xian yawned 3 times in a row.
Forget it, I'll just make do here for the night. He cleaned the table and fell into a deep sleep, slumped over it.
It continued until 8 a.m. the next day. Li Xian was awakened by the sound of the door opening. Good morning, everyone.
He rubbed his sleepy eyes and greeted the people who entered the laboratory.
There were quite a few people here this morning.
Not only Su Ling and Zhang Ruizhi, but also Su Hao and Chao Xingqi came in.
Chao Xingqi didn't see Li Xian when he woke up in the morning, so he followed him out of concern. Did you sleep here last night? Su Ling asked curiously, staring at Li Xian's just woke up appearance. Li Xian rubbed his sore arm. Yeah, we finished too late last night, so I didn't think about going back.
Upon hearing this, Su Hao scoffed with a look of disdain and muttered under his breath, show off.
Li Xian pretended not to hear and took out the recovery potion he had prepared the night before. Here, this is the last tube I successfully produced last night.
Zhang Ruizhi stepped forward, took the test tube in his hand, and adjusted his glasses to observe it.
This. He only glanced at it, his eyes filled with disbelief. Su Ling asked, what's wrong? Zhang Ruizhi looked at Li Xian with surprise, did you really make this? Yes, it's the real deal, Li Xian affirmed.
Zhang Ruizhi opened the test tube again and smelled it.
My God, I can't believe you made this potion in just 3 days. You even made it better than me.
Hearing this, Su Ling was even more surprised and took the potion made by Li Xian into her hand.
Are you telling the truth?
Zhang Ruizhi recovered from his initial shock and slowly explained to Su Ling, Chairman Su, look at the quality of this vial of medicine.
It's bright red in color and has a just right herbal scent, neither pungent nor bland. I imagine the recovery effect must be quite good.
In all my years in this industry, I believe that the recovery potions I make are not as good as Li Xian's.
My God. Su Ling looked at Li Xian as if he were a monster. Li Xian blushed and felt shy after receiving Zhang Ruizhi's unreserved praise. How is that possible?
Su Hao suddenly jumped out, pointing at Li Xian's nose and saying,
he's just a high school student, and he's never been exposed to alchemy before. How could he possibly master it in 3 days?
Su Hao's eyes darted around, and he said loudly, he must have stolen someone else's finished product to try and fool people.
Su Hao's nonsensical outburst left the others staring at him like idiots. Who is Zhang Ruizhi? He is Su Ling's most skilled alchemist.
He himself admitted that this medicine was better than his own.
Could there be someone in this building who was more capable than Zhang Ruizhi?
Li Xian found it both infuriating and amusing, always feeling that the other person was like a child who hadn't grown up.
Is it because they are spoiled too much by their families and don't know how dangerous society can be? Li Xian chuckled and asked, then how can I prove that I did it? Su Hao, hands on his hips, said defiantly, it's simple. You do it right here. If you can do it, that will prove it. Okay, no problem. Li Xian readily agreed, then continued, but this isn't very interesting. How about we make a bet? Li Xian's words were exactly what Su Hao wanted to hear. In his mind, Li Xian might be quite skilled in combat, but alchemy and fighting were two completely different things, and he would never believe him. Fine, if you lose, you have to give me that thunderpool fruit and never come to Suzhou again. Li Xian nodded in agreement, and then said, if I succeed, how about you say thank you, brother Xian 10 times in front of everyone? No problem. Su Hao was secretly delighted and agreed without thinking. What he didn't know was that Li Xian had already eaten the thunderpool fruit that very night. After both parties agreed, Li Xian looked at Su Ling and said, Sister Su Ling, could you help me find some more scraps? There's not much left from before.
Su Ling waved her hand, no need for scraps, I'll give you the whole one. After saying this, she ordered someone to bring a whole red blood flower, which is the main ingredient for making recovery potions. Thank you, Sister Su Ling, Li Xian said quickly. Although the red blood flower is not expensive because it can be artificially cultivated in another dimension. But the trust the other party showed still warmed Li's heart. With all the materials ready, the next step is to refine the medicine. Li Xian first cut off the excess parts of the red blood flower, leaving just enough for a crucible to hold. This was the first time he had used a single piece of material, so he was extremely careful. Whether it was controlling the fire or weighing the auxiliary materials, Li Xian devoted himself wholeheartedly to it.
The process of refining medicine is undoubtedly tedious and lengthy. But Li Xian was enjoying it. An hour later, as the others were almost falling asleep, a faint herbal aroma wafted from the crucible. It's done. Li Xian immediately turned off the fire and took out the test tubes he had prepared beforehand. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, he slowly poured the medicine from the pot into the test tube. Once one was full, he immediately replaced it with the next one. In this way, Li Xian filled exactly 6 test tubes without wasting a single drop. Zhang Ruizhi was the first to run to Li Xian's side and examine each vial of medicine. 2 minutes later, he abruptly took off his glasses and wiped his eyes. Seeing this, Su Hao quickly chimed in, even Master Jian can't bear to watch anymore. Zhang Ruizhi responded with silence. What's wrong? Su Ling asked, puzzled, when the other person didn't speak. It's nothing, I'm just feeling a bit sentimental. Zhang Ruizhi put his thick glasses back on and looked at Li Xian with a doting gaze. This young man is no ordinary person. A pharmacy apprentice can make about 3 vials of a recovery potion from one whole red blood flower. A mid-level pharmacist like me can only make 5 vials if I go all out, but he made a full 6. This. Su Ling was so shocked by these words that she couldn't speak. Zhang Ruizhi paused for a moment, then continued, the key is that the quality of each vial of medicine is top-notch. It's hard to imagine that this is something someone who has only studied medicine making for 3 days could achieve. Being praised again, Li Xian became even more embarrassed, blushing slightly as he humbly replied, No, it was just good luck. No, there is no luck in the profession of pharmacist, only hard work and talent. Zhang Ruizhi said firmly. He looked at Su Ling and said, Chairwoman Su, I think Li Xian has passed the assessment. Su Ling nodded gently, her eyes filled with undisguised joy. She was not only surprised that Li Xian received such high praise, but also happy that her company had encountered a genius in alchemy. Not only Su Ling, but Chao Xingqi, who was silently standing to the side, was also speechless with astonishment. He truly hadn't expected that this young man, with whom he hadn't known for long, possessed such terrifying talent in alchemy. Only Su Hao, after hearing Zhang Ruizhi's emotional speech, didn't know where to put his face and quietly walked towards the laboratory door. Wait a minute. Li Xian noticed the other person's subtle movements and stopped him. Trying to run? Say thank you 10 times. Li Xian said sternly, showing no regard for Su Ling's feelings. Su Hao, like a frightened bird, blushed deeply and asked reluctantly, shouldn't I be saying sorry? Ha? Li Xian glared at him. I asked you to say sorry, can you even bring yourself to say it? Su Hao thought about it and realized that what he said made a lot of sense. Unexpectedly, Li Xian actually thought of him. After hesitating for a moment, Su Hao lowered his head and whispered to Li Xian, thank you, brother Xian. Ding, thanks received, plus 10 good guy points. Didn't hear me? Say it 10 more times. Chapter 104 Xia Hong shocks Li Xian. It was lunchtime when I left Su Ling's company. At Su Ling's insistence, Li Xian and Chao Xingqi had another meal with her. Considering that Li Xian was a minor, Su Ling did not sign a contract, but only gave a verbal promise. Su Ling also gave Li Xian a letter of recommendation to prevent a repeat of the blunder from that morning. However, Li Xian still trusted Su Ling's character. During the meal, Li Xian learned from Chao Xingqi that the attackers who assaulted Su Ling that night were awakened individuals hired by a company called Penghai Pharmaceutical Group. After interrogation, the evidence was conclusive. The 3 who fled and the head of Penghai Group were all apprehended, which brought an end to one of the matters. Li Xian calculated the time tomorrow was Saturday, and he should probably return to Jianhai soon. Besides, my sister is staying at someone else's house, so she can't stay out of sight forever. He told Su Ling about his plans, and she thought for a moment and asked, Are you coming again next week? A restaurant with good reviews just opened a couple of days ago, and I was thinking of taking you to there. Li Xian said somewhat embarrassedly, if we have the time, we should come, right? Su Ling sensed that the other party was politely declining, and a flash of disappointment crossed her eyes before her face was filled with a smile. Okay, contact me if you want to come. Aha!
After saying goodbye to Su Ling, Li Xian and Xiao Xingqi boarded the train back to Jianghai City in the afternoon.
On the way, Li Xian asked Xiao Xingqi in a low voice, "It's strange, how come the Holy Flame organization hasn't made a move after so many days?"
Xiao Xingqi rolled his eyes at him.
"What do you think? I'm with you every day, so they won't have a chance to make a move." Li Xian stroked his chin. "That seems to make sense. So what should we do?"
Xiao Xingqi sighed slightly. "Forget it, those people are crazy, not stupid."
"They're probably not making a move now because they're brewing something big." Li Xian's heart tightened upon hearing this. A big commotion? Like what? For example, wouldn't the assassination attempt on the US vice president by the Torch Organization 11 years ago be considered a big deal? Holy crap! Li Xian was stunned. So the Torch Organization did this?
Compared to that, the last train assassination attempt was nothing. Upon learning of this, Li Xian became even more convinced that he needed to find a way to quickly improve his strength before the other party came knocking on his door. Upon returning to Jianghai City, Li Xian first went home and then visited his younger sister.
On Saturday, he went to the address Su Ling had given him to report for duty.
There, I officially registered as a pharmacist for Su Ling Company. He spent the rest of his time locking himself in his room to meditate and cultivate, and successfully reached Silver 3.
Li Xian pondered his next course of action.
I'll go to Xia Qingga's house on Sunday, and then go to the school to find Xia Lufang on Monday.
The spirit pearl I won as a prize for the provincial competition should have arrived by now. And so, it was Sunday morning.
Li Xian, dressed in sportswear, headed to the address Xia Qingga had given him.
Xia Qingga's home wasn't far. He arrived in about 20 minutes on foot, buying some fruit along the way. This was Li Xian's first time visiting a female classmate's home, and he was a little nervous.
He looked at the 4 characters written on the plaque above the other party's house, Xiaji Jianguan. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingga's family really did run a sword fighting school.
Li Xian knocked on the tightly closed door.
A boy of about 13 or 14 years old opened the door, and he looked somewhat similar to Xia Qingga.
"Are you Brother Li Xian?" the little boy asked with a hint of wariness and doubt. "Yes, is Xia Qingga home?" Li Xian replied politely. "Yes, come in with me." The little boy led the way, guiding Li Xian to the training area inside the sword hall. Xia Qingga started training here early.
She was wearing a black tracksuit and had her hair tied in a high ponytail.
Glistening beads of sweat covered her fair cheeks.
At this moment, Xia Qingga was practicing the basics very seriously, sword by sword. Besides her, there were other people learning swordsmanship at the training ground.
There weren't many people, and they all looked quite young. Li Xian counted 12.
A very few boys would occasionally steal a glance at Xia Qingga's back. In front of these people was a middle-aged man wearing a white kendo uniform. It appears to be their master, supervising their sword practice. "Sister, your classmate is here," the little boy shouted, immediately attracting everyone's attention.
"What are you looking at? Keep practicing."
The man in white shouted authoritatively, then looked at Xia Qingga. "Go ahead."
"Yes." Xia Qingga, carrying her sword, approached Li Xian.
"Hey Qingga, I brought you some apples," Li Xian said warmly.
Xia Qingga was usually quiet and reserved at home. She led Li Xian to the inner hall and sat him down.
A moment later, a man dressed in white pushed open the door and came in.
"Hello, I am Qingga's father. My name is Xia Hong." "Hello Uncle Xia, my name is Li Xian, and I am Xia Qingga's classmate," Li Xian replied politely.
"Yes, I watched your match live on TV," Xia Hong said calmly, maintaining a straight face throughout.
Li Xian now understood whose personality Xia Qingga took after. Before Li Xian could speak, Xia Hong continued, "Little Li, do you want to learn swordsmanship?" "Yes, uncle," Li Xian replied respectfully. Xia Hong took a sip of water and said slowly, "How are your grades?" "Academic performance?" Li Xian was puzzled. How did learning swordsmanship relate to grades? But when facing Xia Qingga's father, Li Xian truthfully said, "She's alright, getting into a 311 or 995 university shouldn't be a problem." Actually, Li Xian was just being modest.
According to his estimate, if he doesn't perform poorly in the college entrance examination, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University shouldn't be a problem.
"That's right. Have you considered going to the same university as Qingga?" Xia Hong asked again.
Li Xian couldn't figure out what the other party was up to, so he braced himself and said, Xia and I are on the same team.
If we can go to the same university, I would definitely be willing. Okay.
Xia Hong picked up the teacup and borrowed Xia Qingge's sword without asking. Watch closely, Xiao Li. I think this is the kind of sword you should learn. Before Li Xian could react, Xia Hong tossed the teacup into the air and then swung his sword. An invisible sword aura was released from the sword's edge, and the teacup in mid-air shattered in response.
Li Xian was stunned. Holy crap! Is this some kind of martial arts novel coming to life? That's so cool.
After the first move, Li Xian keenly noticed that Xia Hong was somewhat exhausted, as if he had been injured, and sat back down in his original position, panting slightly.
After resting for a moment, Xia Hong looked at Li Xian and asked, "So, is this the kind of thing you want to learn?" Li Xian recovered from his shock and nodded quickly.
He originally only wanted to improve his swordsmanship, but he never expected to learn such a powerful skill.
Of course he's willing to do so. Li Xian asked curiously, "How did you achieve this sword energy? Is uncle also an awakened one?" Xia Hong shook his head.
It's a pity I'm not, but I can use spiritual power.
Li Xian? Can non-awakened beings use spiritual power? But ordinary people shouldn't even be able to sense spiritual power.
Xia Hong noticed Li Xian's confusion and slowly explained. Actually, a long time ago, the blue star was also a planet full of spiritual energy. But for some reason, the spiritual energy was depleted, and all martial arts were left with only moves. 20 years ago, the sudden appearance of another dimension caused the spiritual energy of Earth to recover. These martial arts families gained an additional skill by relying on what their ancestors left behind.
Xia Hong paused, as if recalling some memory, and sighed.
Back then, I also rediscovered the secret techniques left by our ancestors, and relied on these moves to protect the blue star together with the original awakeners. After saying that, Xia Hong lifted the shirt over his chest in front of Li Xian, revealing the horrifying scar on his chest.
"Uncle, what's this?"
Li Xian's heart tightened when he saw the wound that stretched from his chest to his abdomen.
It's hard to imagine that someone could survive such an injury. Xia Hong smiled calmly, "It's just a memory left over from back then." He put his clothes back on and looked at Li Xian meaningfully.
"Xiao Li, once you get to college, you can start dating my daughter."
Li Xian, Sigma what? Chapter 105 Xia Hong's Past. Li Xian, Sigma what? Fall in love? Li Xian was completely stunned and stiffly turned to look at Xia Qingge.
A rare blush appeared on the latter's fair cheeks, and she called out to Xia Hong in a shy voice, "Dad." After saying that, Xia Qingge left the inner hall without looking back, leaving Li Xian completely bewildered.
"Uncle, this." Li Xian scratched the back of his head, completely confused about what was going on.
Xia Hong sighed heavily, his face full of somber expression.
"Xiao Li, don't blame me for being impatient." Li Xian touched his nose and tentatively asked, "Uncle, is there something you're having trouble telling me?"
After a moment of internal struggle, Xia Hong sighed again, "Then I'll tell you the truth.
Have you ever heard the saying that there are three great sword-wielding families in Jiangnan, the Duan family of Yanqing, the Wang family of Beitong, and the Xia family of Zhanghai? Li Xian nodded. I've met the Duan family before.
They were our opponents in the provincial competition finals.
As for the Wang family, I really don't know anything about them.
Xia Hong gave a soft The swordsmanship of these three families is unique, but the focus is not on them, but on the other two martial arts families in Zhanghai City, the Sun family of Jin Zhongsha and the Zhou family of Tianlingshu.
The Sun family and the Zhou family? Li Xian was surprised. How could he hear so many aristocratic family names in such a short time?
Xia Hong explained, the Dragon Kingdom has a long history, vast territory and abundant resources, and its martial arts have flourished for a time. It is not surprising that so many martial arts families have been able to pass down their traditions. However, when the alternate dimension appeared in the world back then, the Sun family and the Zhou family chose the approach of most reclusive families. Li Xian asked, puzzled, what method? Xia Hong exhaled a breath of stale air and said, preserve our strength and stay out of the world.
Ha! Li Xian was surprised.
He remembered that his elementary school textbook had described how perilous humanity's situation was when the alternate dimension first appeared 20 years ago.
Why would these powerful and influential families choose to live in seclusion?
Xia Hong said calmly, these things are nothing after all, everyone has the right to choose. However, after I was seriously injured back then, it became very difficult for me to mobilize my spiritual power, and my body deteriorated day by day, so I had no choice but to withdraw from the front line.
Mum. Li Xian had just seen the scar on the other person's chest.
Seeing that horrifying sight, he naturally understood how dangerous it was to resist the other dimension back then. Xia Hong seemed to sense something, and his mood became slightly downcast. After I retired from the front line, I kept my injury a secret, but as I got older, the Sun and Zhou families still noticed something was wrong. Last year they invited me to some martial arts forum and used reverse psychology to force me to participate in this year's competition. Given my current physical condition, I might really have to. Xia Hong didn't finish speaking, but Li Xian guessed what he was going to say next. He frowned slightly, suppressing his anger towards the Sun and Zhou families, and asked Xia Hong, "Uncle, could you please not compete?" Xia Hong gently shook his head. "Little Li, you don't understand. For those who run martial arts schools, honor and face are sometimes more important than life itself." I guessed it too. Their real purpose wasn't the martial arts competition, but rather their confidence in the inheritance of my Xia family's swordsmanship. For me, it's enough that I've survived this long after such a serious injury. There's only one thing I can't let go of, and that's my two children, Xingge and Xingxuan. Li Xian nodded, seemingly understanding. "You mean?" Xia Hong sighed. "My wife passed away early. Xingge's personality is like mine, she's rather introverted. It's really tough for a girl to learn swordsmanship. Xingxuan isn't interested in swordsmanship, so I want to find a successor to carry on the Xia family's swordsmanship." Xia Hong put on a serious face and continued, "Little Li, we martial artists like to be straightforward. I've watched your matches and Xingge often mentions you. I think you're pretty good, and I can also tell that Xingge has a good impression of you. Once you go to university, get into the same school, date for a few years, get married, and then help me pass on the Xia family's swordsmanship." Hearing this, Li Xian finally understood the other party's true intention. Xia Hong was afraid of encountering unforeseen circumstances during the martial arts competition and wanted to find a reliable successor to the Xia family. Who are the most reliable people? For him, only the option of having a son-in-law remained. Li Xian pondered for a moment, then said seriously to Xia Hong, "Uncle Xia, I think Xia Qingge is a very good person, but we are still in high school, and it's too early for us to be dating." Xia Hong frowned, sensing the rejection in Li Xian's words. "Why is this kid so ungrateful? I'm offering you such a beautiful daughter, and you don't even want her." Xia Hong was about to speak when Li Xian immediately interrupted him. "Uncle Xia, if you take me as your last disciple, I'll participate in the martial arts competition on your behalf and defeat the Sun and Zhou families. Would that be acceptable?" "What?" Xia Hong stared wide-eyed at Li Xian in disbelief. He always felt that it wasn't a bad thing for young people to be a little wild. After all, he was quite arrogant when he was young. But when Xia Hong heard a young man spouting such arrogant words in front of him for the first time, he was still somewhat uncomfortable. However, since Li Xian's words were ultimately for his benefit, Xia Hong couldn't bring himself to do it. He thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "It's too late. There are only half a month left before the competition. Even if you start learning now, you'll only learn the basics at most." Xia Hong was being polite in saying that. "Do you really think the Xia family swordsmanship is so easy to learn, like 1 + 1 is equal to 2? Li Xian was not discouraged upon hearing this. Instead, he looked at his opponent with renewed fighting spirit. "Uncle Xia, I think I can do it." Xia Hong was about to refuse again when he suddenly saw the clear look in Li Xian's eyes. Those eyes, as clear as a babbling brook and without a trace of impurity, made Xia Hong's heart skip a beat for no reason. "Are you sure?" Xia Hong asked, almost as if possessed. "I'm sure," Li Xian said firmly. Upon hearing this, Xia Hong remained silent for a long time. After a long while, he suddenly stood up, said, "Wait for me here," and then quickly left. When he returned, he had a small blue booklet in his hand. "Take a look first. If you don't understand, come ask me. Don't lose it." Xia Hong handed the booklet to Li Xian and left again. Li Xian examined the booklet with some confusion. The cover had 4 large characters, Xia Family Sword Manual. Wow, so Xiao's father has agreed? Li Xian glanced through it for a while, then carefully slipped the booklet into his inner pocket. After making sure the booklet wasn't lost, he walked from the inner hall to the training ground and saw Xia Qingge and Xia Qingxuan leading other students in practice. Li Xian walked over to Xia Qingge naturally and greeted her. To everyone's surprise, Xia Qingge glanced at him, and then, with lightning speed, stomped on Li Xian's foot. "Whoa." Li Xian clutched his foot in pain, then looked back and saw that Xia Qingge had already left without looking back, while Xia Qingxuan covered his mouth and chuckled.
What happened to your sister? Li Xin asked, puzzled. My sister, Xia Qingxuan said with a smile, she was standing at the entrance of the inner hall and overheard your conversation with my dad. Li Xin, huh? Chapter 106. I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength won't allow it. After his initial surprise, Li Xin realized something. With Xia Hong and Xia Qingge both absent, only Xia Qingxuan remained at the training ground. Who was he supposed to practice swordsmanship with? Just as he was considering whether to find a place to study the sword manual Xia Hong had given him, a boy practicing swordsmanship in the training ground suddenly spoke up. Hey, is your name Li Xin? Li Xin frowned, sizing up the boy in front of him who looked younger than him. What's up? The boy slung the wooden sword over his shoulder and asked with a defiant look, do you dare to fight me one-on-one with this sword? Li Xin's eyes narrowed. You think you're worthy? He doesn't want to pay any attention to people who speak rudely. Li Xin's attitude completely ignited the boy's emotions, and the others, who were also combative, began to stir up the atmosphere. He chickened out. The provincial champion captain was intimidated by Chang Ji's aura. Brother Chang is amazing, Brother Chang is invincible. When it comes to swordsmanship, aside from Sister Qingge, Brother Chang is undoubtedly number one. Li Xin? He felt somewhat speechless. What were these kids doing? He hadn't said he wouldn't hit them. Li Xin looked at Xia Qingxuan and asked, who is this person? Xia Qingxuan, always eager for a good show, pulled Li Xin aside and secretly pointed at the boy, saying, his name is Zhao Dongxiang, and he's the best fighter among the dozen or so students. They were so excited when they heard you were coming a couple of days ago, they were eager to spar with you. Li Xin was puzzled. Why are they so excited about my arrival? Because you're the champion. They're all ordinary people who can't participate in the competition, so they're hoping to exchange a few sword moves with you, Xia Qingxuan explained. Li Xin asked in surprise, an ordinary person? That's right. Xia Qingxuan continued, these days, practicing swordsmanship is a tough job. Awakened individuals are more willing to absorb a few skills, and very few are willing to learn swordsmanship. The students in my school are all ordinary people. Their parents send them here to learn a few moves so they can protect themselves in case of danger. I see. Li Xin nodded thoughtfully. He borrowed a wooden sword from Xia Qingxuan and walked up to the group of boys. A sword fight, is that right? Sure. Zhao Dongxiang twirled the sword in his hand. Let's agree on this first, we can't use awakened skills, we have to rely purely on swordsmanship. Li Xin nodded, no problem, but I have to add a wager, that'll make it more interesting. Zhao Dongxiang thought for a moment and agreed, sure, but I don't have any money. What do you want to bet? Without hesitation, Li Xin said, let's bet on whoever wins this time. Whoever wins will be the other's boss. Okay. Zhao Dongxiang readily agreed. Both parties agreed that the students present would make room for them. Xia Qingxuan acted as the referee. A friendly sparring match, stopping when the point is reached. Ready. As the referee gave the order, Zhao Dongxiang assumed a sword-wielding stance. In contrast, Li Xin was just casually carrying his sword, looking like he was full of openings. What he was thinking at that moment was, just kidding, my swordsmanship is LV4, what are you two talking about? I think LV4 is too low because I have the LVMAX skill, so it's definitely much lower in comparison. Start. At the referee's whistle, Zhao Dongxiang shot towards Li Xin like an arrow. In his eyes, the other party was indeed full of flaws. He was confident that if it were just a simple swordsmanship contest, his 3 years of hard training combined with his talent would definitely allow him to defeat Li Xin, who had not received any special training. Zhao Dongxiang raised his sword and thrust it straight at his opponent's heart. Li Xin raised his sword to block as he approached. However, this was just a feint by Zhao Dongxiang. His real killer move lies in his next change of tactics. Zhao Dongxiang's thrust turned into a horizontal one, this sword aimed at Li Xin's neck. This is his signature move, and 9 out of 10 people who encounter it for the first time will fall for it. Just as Zhao Dongxiang was showing a smug expression, Li Xin yawned. Slow, too slow. The change of tactics is good, but it's too slow. Li Xin remained calm and collected, striking Zhao Dongxiang's wrist with the wooden sword before his opponent could succeed. The latter immediately felt pain, and the wooden sword fell from his hand. Li Xin used his foot to flick the fallen wooden sword away, and his own sword was already positioned 2 centimeters in front of Zhao Dongxiang's Adam's apple. One move. Li Xin defeated Zhao Dongxiang with just one move. Everyone present was stunned. They couldn't believe that Zhao Dongxiang, the strongest swordsman, had been taken down in a single move. Did you guys see Li Xian's movements clearly? That was too fast, I didn't see it clearly, how did he do that? Hiss. Are you sure Li Xian hasn't practiced this? Ignoring the whispers outside, Li Xian glanced calmly at Zhao Dongxiang. You lost. Although Zhao Dongxiang was unwilling, he gritted his teeth and whispered, I lost. Li Xian's eyes narrowed. A bet's a bet. What should you call me? Big brother. Okay. Li Xian performed a beautiful sword flourish, sheathed his sword, and walked towards Xiao Qingxuan.
I didn't realize you were so capable, Xiao Qingxuan said with a smile, recovering from his shock. Li Xian sighed, I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it.
Xiao Qingxuan rolled his eyes at him and then said, that's fine too.
From now on, you'll be their eldest brother, and the task of watching them practice swordsmanship will be entrusted to you.
Li Xian, huh?
To resolve this matter, Li Xian asked Xiao Qingxuan to find him a quiet place where he could practice his skills, as he wanted to carefully study the sword manual given to him by Xia Hong. The latter took him directly to the backyard. Li Xian leaned against a tree, carefully flipping through the contents of the sword manual. The sword manual mainly records the moves of the Xia family swordsmanship, with illustrations and annotations.
Li Xian could easily see that the Xia family's swordsmanship focused on speed and agility.
Victory comes from speed, and surprise is achieved through clever changes of tactics. However, these were not his focus. What he wanted to learn was Xia Hong's ability to shatter teacups with sword energy.
When Li Xian turned to the last page of the sword manual, the content recording this move was clearly visible on the paper. After studying it for a while, Li Xian understood the underlying principle. The goal is to connect the spiritual energy within the body to various acupoints, ultimately gathering it in the hand and using the sword as a medium to unleash the spiritual energy. But there are quite a few acupoints that need to be connected. Starting from Lingshu on the chest, the path passes through acupoints such as Tianqi, Tianqi, and Kufang, and then extends to Jianliao, Tianjing, and Zhigo on the arm, totaling 42 acupoints. Moreover, the distribution of acupoints is winding and circuitous, with not a single straight line missing. If even one acupoint is misdirected by spiritual energy, all previous efforts will be wasted. Li Xian scratched his head. This is a bit difficult? After he made sure he had memorized all the necessary acupoints and their order, he prepared to try it for the first time. Li Xian drew his sword and slowly gathered his spiritual energy into the Lingshu acupoint. On his first attempt, he didn't dare to mobilize too much spiritual power. The book also says that if spiritual energy flows to the wrong acupoints, the practitioner may get injured. He guided the spiritual energy, following the route shown on the diagram, little by little, to the next acupoint. As a result of being too cautious, the speed was too slow. The spiritual energy was exhausted when it reached the fifth acupoint. Hiss. Li Xian gasped, preparing to try again. This time, he increased his speed slightly, guiding the spiritual energy through the first 7 acupoints. However, when it came to the 8th acupoint, Li Xian's guidance was slightly off target. Suddenly, an invisible explosion of spiritual energy occurred at this acupoint. Holy crap! Li Xian cried out in pain, breaking out in a cold sweat. When the pain subsided, he found that his entire arm was numb. Li Xian covered his arm, sighing inwardly. This is not a little difficult. This is incredibly difficult. Chapter 107 Playing Tricks on Worry. Li Xian fell into thought. To learn this technique of transforming spiritual energy into sword energy, one must first have a deep memory of the distribution of acupoints and also improve the speed at which one guides spiritual energy. The most important factor affecting the power of sword energy is the total amount of spiritual energy channeled. He didn't know how long it would take to practice to be able to channel spiritual energy through all the acupoints as easily as Xia Hong. The key is that the other party is not an awakened one, so spiritual power must be introduced from outside the body. As he was pondering, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him without him noticing. Chinga, what brings you here? Xia Chinga didn't say anything, but reached out and handed him a towel. Thank you. Li Xian took the towel and wiped the sweat from his face. Xia Chinga remained silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat quiet. Li Xian thought for a moment and asked, do you know how to use sword energy? I've never seen you use it before. Xia Chinga nodded and plucked a dead branch from the tree. As he gathered strength in his hand, he tossed the tree branch into the air, then swung his sword down.
With a distance of more than 10 centimeters, Xiaoqing's sword energy cleaved the tree branch in two. This is the best we can do for now, Xiaoqing said calmly. Hiss.
Li Xian felt he had boasted too soon.
Xiaoqing must have practiced for quite some time, yet she only managed to unleash this small amount of sword energy.
How long will it take him to practice?
Xiaoqing seemed to sense his worry, took out a slip of paper from her pocket, and handed it to Li Xian.
Take it. Xiaoqing only said 2 words before turning and leaving. Li Xian unfolded the note, which contained the other party's insights on the sword energy technique. He was deeply moved as he watched Xiaoqing's retreating figure. A cheat sheet from a goddess is priceless. Following the instructions on the note, Li Xian redirected the spiritual energy within his body.
If it doesn't work the first time, try again. If it doesn't work the second time, try a third time. Before I knew it, the morning had passed. Xia Hong's family was preparing for lunch, and the students were also heading home.
Li Xian sheathed his sword.
After a morning of hard work, he reached the 18th acupoint in this technique. Just as he sheathed his sword and prepared to take his leave, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the training ground.
Li Xian was curious and went to see what was happening.
As soon as they entered the training ground, they saw a smartly dressed young man who looked to be in his 20s, who was being surrounded by Zhao Dongqiang and others.
Zhao Dongqiang and his group were agitated, repeatedly saying things like "You are not welcome here."
On the other hand, the young man remained unmoved, with a deep sense of smugness in his eyes.
Li Xian walked over to Xiaoqing and her brother outside the crowd and asked, "Who is this person?"
Xiao Qingxuan's eyes were full of disgust as he coldly said, "Sun Wuri, the eldest grandson of the Sun family, always comes to provoke our sword hall. Just kick him out, then break his legs if he comes back," Li Xian said nonchalantly. He has no interest in this kind of person and believes the Xia family can handle it. Hearing Li Xian's tone, Xiao Qingxuan glanced at her older sister, her eyes darting around, and as if casually mentioning, "By the way, he seems to have a crush on my sister.
He keeps giving her flirty looks. Damn it, is that true?" Li Xian rolled up his sleeves.
"I'll break his legs."
After saying that, Li Xian squeezed into the crowd. "Who is it, Li? Big brother?"
Zhao Dongqiang was annoyed when someone tugged at him from behind, but when he turned around and saw it was Li Xian, he immediately lost his temper. Sun Wuri sized up the unfamiliar face that had suddenly barged in, then put on a smug expression and asked, "Who are you?"
When he first saw Li Xian in person, he didn't recognize him at first glance. Li Xian cracked his knuckles.
"I am a man of my word, and people call me Brother Zheng Haixin."
Sun Wuri recognized him at this moment and asked with slight surprise, "You are Li Xian?"
"What, scared? If you're scared, get lost and stop hanging around in front of me," Li Xian said rudely.
"What a joke." Sun Wuri sneered. "Do you think I, a member of the prestigious Sun family, would be afraid of a self-taught amateur like you?" Li Xian became interested. "Ha, do you believe I can make you kneel down right now?"
Sun Wuri, hands on his hips, said, "Why don't you try it?" Just when everyone thought a conflict was about to break out, Li Xian suddenly smiled obsequiously. "Ah, just kidding, Brother Sunday. How could I let you kneel? I hope you won't be kneeling today." After saying that, Li Xian stepped aside and said, "Come in, brother." His attitude changed 180 degrees, leaving everyone present completely bewildered. Only Xia Qingge secretly chuckled softly.
Seeing Zhao Dongqiang and the others standing there dumbfounded, Li Xian quickly urged, "What are you standing there for? Make way." Li Xian pushed aside the people blocking his way and gestured for Sun Wuri to come in. The latter was also completely bewildered. Why doesn't this person play by the rules? Saying the harshest words while doing the most cowardly things?
Sun Wuri felt that Li Xian's words were strange, but given the other party's submissive attitude, he didn't think too much about it and lifted the corner of his clothes to prepare to go inside.
Who would have thought that he would trip over his own foot while walking normally? Smack!
Before anyone could even finish taking a step, Sun Wuri knelt down on the spot.
Zhao Dongqiang and the others were even more dumbfounded. What kind of godlike move is that? Li Xian didn't give Sun Wuri a chance to think, and immediately went forward to help him up in a fake manner.
"My dear brother, there's no need for such a grand gesture today. It's still several months until the new year, and I haven't prepared any red envelopes."
"Fuck you."
Sun Wuri was so angry at his words that he almost cried.
Unexpectedly, Li Xian pulled down hard halfway down. Smack!
This time, Sun Wuri looked like a dazed hen. It felt like some kind of light had disappeared from his eyes. As the eldest grandson of the Sun family, he actually knelt down twice in front of so many people.
It's over.
Sun Worry felt that the concept of face was something he was completely alienated from.
Li Xian suppressed a laugh and apologized. Sorry, my hand slipped.
Sun Worry glared at him fiercely. He didn't want to stay in this place for another second. He refused Li Xian's offer to help him up again, got up from the ground on his own, pointed at Li Xian's nose, and shouted without any regard for decorum.
Li Xian, I'll remember you. Li Xian dropped his fawning smile and calmly said, many people remember me. Who do you think you are?
You. Sun Worry was furious, but with so many people around, he couldn't make a move. You just wait, he could only say harshly before slinking away. It took a long time after the other person left for the others to realize what had happened.
Zhao Dongxiang nudged Li Xian's arm. Big brother, how did you do that? That's amazing. Li Xian laughed heartily. Keep it low-key, it's just a base tank. After this maneuver, those in Zhao Dongxiang's group who were initially dissatisfied with Li Xian are now completely convinced.
After chatting for a while, Zhao Dongxiang and his group left the sword fighting hall and went home.
Xia Hong then invited Li Xian to stay for lunch. Li Xian thought about it and figured he'd have to cook something when he got back anyway, so he readily agreed.
At the dinner table, he returned the Xia family sword manual to Xia Hong.
The latter asked in surprise, "What, you're not going to learn anymore?" Li Xian smiled and said, "I've memorized all the contents of the book, so I think it's best if you keep it safe." You remembered it? Xia Hong was incredulous, not expecting Li Xian to be so quick-witted.
When he practiced back then, it took him almost half a year to memorize the contents of the sword manual. Seeing Xia Hong put the sword manual away again, Li Xian thought for a moment and asked,
Uncle Xia, do you think that guy named Sun Worry might have some kind of secret manual from the Sun family?
Upon hearing this, Xia Hong paused, his chopsticks still.
Shaoli, what do you want to do? Chapter 108. The secret manual is in hand. Shaoli, what do you want to do? Li Xian scratched his nose. Nothing, I was just asking.
Xia Hong thought for a moment. It's really hard to say, it might really be him.
Oh, okay. Li Xian didn't say anything more.
After the meal, he found Xia Qingge and her brother.
Brother Xian, what's up? Xia Qingchuan asked. After Li Xian taught Sun Worry a lesson, he started calling Li Xian brother Xian to him.
Li Xian chuckled and lowered his voice, saying, I just placed a tracking tag on Sun Worry.
I can sense his location for a day. Xia Qingchuan narrowed his eyes, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. So, what do you mean? Li Xian then grinned mischievously and said, how about we? Li Xian spent the entire afternoon practicing peacefully in the backyard. Xia Qingge had nothing else to do, so she stayed by his side. Xia Qingchuan said he would strive for his dreams.
So he went back to his room and started playing computer games. Time flew by and it was already 10 p.m., so Xia Hong went to bed early.
Li Xian returned home and changed into a black outfit with a hood, then met up with the two at the intersection near the Xia family's house.
The December evening breeze carried the chill of winter, and Xia Qingchuan wrapped his coat tighter around himself, exclaiming how exciting it was.
Li Xian laughed and said, stop provoking me. Have you prepared what I asked you to prepare? Absolutely. Xia Qingchuan took out 3 masks and gave them to the two of them.
I am Tang Sanzang, and you are Sun Wukong. You are responsible for protecting me, Xia Qingchuan said.
No problem, no problem.
Li Xian took the Sun Wukong mask and looked at the Shawujing mask in Xia Qingge's hand.
It actually fits Xia Qingge's persona of not liking to talk. Li Xian wondered, would it be better if we used a white dragon horse instead? The group followed the location marked by Sun Worry.
More than half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a bar called Nightclub. Looking at the large sign at the entrance that read minors are not allowed to enter, Li Xian said somewhat awkwardly, children shouldn't be allowed in a place like this, right?
Xia Qingchuan rolled her eyes at him. TCH, you're one to talk. I don't think you're even 18. Li Xian thought to himself that this was bad luck.
He originally thought the other person should be at home at this time, but who would have thought that they would actually be out partying at a nightclub?
What do we do now? Xia Qingchuan asked. Li Xian said helplessly, let's wait and see.
And so, the three of them waited in the alley outside the bar until almost 2 a.m. Sun Worry finally emerged from the bar, drunk.
Damn it, you made me wait in the cold wind for so long. Li Xin said unhappily. Xia Qingxuan was equally eager. Brother Xin, shall we take him on? Li Xin's eyes lit up. Wait, I've got a great plan.
Sun Worry stumbled and staggered on his way home. He drank quite a bit tonight, but unfortunately he couldn't win over the pretty girl at the next table. Sun Worry's residence was not far from the bar, so he chose to walk back. In a daze, he had already entered the residential area and arrived at his apartment building. Suddenly a passerby bumped into him from behind, almost knocking him over.
Can't you even see where you're going? Sun Worry cursed.
Excuse me, the passerby who bumped into him said hoarsely, pulling his hood tighter, before running away.
You're sick.
Sun Worry didn't think much of it and went upstairs to his home.
Because of the alcohol, Sun Worry didn't even take a shower.
He simply took off his coat and crawled into bed to fall into a deep sleep. On the other side, Li Xin, who had successfully applied the swap mark, timed it perfectly. The transposition marker is valid for only 10 minutes. He wasn't sure if Sun Worry had gone to bed or done something else during those 10 minutes.
Li Xin instructed Xiaqinga to be ready to strike the moment he switched positions.
When the countdown on his phone stopped at 9 minutes and 50 seconds, he summoned the black iron egg and placed a mark on it. At 9 minutes and 59 seconds, the engine switched positions and started.
Li Xin appeared on Sun Worry's large bed.
A few seconds later, he received a message from Xiaqinga confirming that the target was asleep, and only then did he feel relieved.
On Xiaqinga and her brother's side.
Looking at Sun Worry, who was only wearing pajamas and curled up in his sleep, Xia Qingxuan worried that he might wake up from the cold at any moment.
Xiaqinga noticed her brother's worry and silently took out a brick from Kobe. Take it. Xia Qingxuan was shocked. Holy crap? Sis, how do you have something like this? Xiaqinga said calmly, I found it.
Xia Qingxuan didn't hold back either, taking the brick and smashing it hard on the forehead of the sleeping Sun Worry. With a bang, Sun Worry fell into an even deeper sleep.
Xiaqinga?
I told you to wait until he wakes up before calling him, not to call him now.
Xia Qingxuan looked at his sister's expression and instantly understood what she meant.
He awkwardly scratched the back of his head.
It's okay, as long as the result is the same. Li Xin sighed.
He didn't know if the other person's home had surveillance cameras installed.
Adhering to the principle of caution, Li Xin put on the mask and quietly got out of bed. Next, it's time for the fun part, finding the secret tips.
He first searched through all the cabinets in the bedroom, but couldn't find it. He then went to the living room, the kitchen, and the bathroom.
Li Xin never missed a chance to hide anything. It must be said that Sun Worry's residence is indeed large. Li Xin roughly estimated that it was at least a large single-level apartment of 200 square meters.
He searched all the rooms, but still couldn't find it.
They didn't even find a safe. He had less than 2 minutes left. Li Xin had to get Sun Worry back before the mark on Hei Taidan disappeared.
Otherwise, if he wanted to leave this room, he could only do so through the main door. If the other party discovers later that the hidden manual is missing, it's easy to leave clues.
Is it really not true? Li Xin muttered to himself and returned to the bedroom.
Without realizing it, his gaze fell on Sun Worry's bed.
Could it be? Li Xin quickly went to the bedside and, after searching around, found a small booklet under the mattress.
By the light of the moon, he could make out the 3 large characters Jin Zhongsha written on it. Sure enough, the more important things are, the more likely they are to be placed on the bedside table.
Just like a man's hidden stash of money. Having obtained the secret manual, Li Xin did not linger.
He quickly restored order to the scene and then initiated the role reversal.
Black Iron Egg and Li Xin successfully swapped.
Just as Li Xin was pinching a spirit pearl to restore his spiritual power, he noticed a very obvious bump on Sun Worry's forehead.
What is this? Li Xin asked curiously. Xia Qingxuan felt guilty. He was sleepwalking and bumped into a tree. All right. Li Xin didn't ask any more questions.
He remarked Sun Worry and, after some maneuvering, successfully moved him to his own bed.
All done, retreat.
The next morning, Sun Worry woke up slowly from his sleep.
Achoo!
Hiss. He sneezed, and the pain in his forehead made him gasp. Sun Worry reached out and touched it, finding a huge bulge.
What's going on? Did you fall off the bed and hit your head last night?
He vaguely sensed something was wrong and reached for the secret manual hidden by the bedside.
Holy crap, where's my cheat code? Chapter 109 Enhancing Strength. Li Xian read through the manual once before handing it to Xia Hong. The latter was clearly stunned. You really managed to get it? Xia Hong asked in surprise. Actually, it wasn't just me, your two children also helped, Li Xian said awkwardly.
Xia Hong took the booklet, flipped through it briefly, and then handed it back to Li Xian.
My body is no longer suitable for training, so you can keep this manual. Faced with Xia Hong's generosity, Li Xian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement.
Given the other person's pre-existing health condition, it's indeed not advisable to undergo any further treatment. Li Xian also assured Xia Hong that once he had learned it, he would pass on the contents of the golden bell gauze to Xia Qingda. Xia Hong was pleased and then asked, which acupoints can you guide your spiritual energy to? Li Xian touched his nose with a hint of embarrassment. My best result so far is reaching the 34th acupoint. 34? Xia Hong was shocked. He never expected Li Xian to progress so quickly, reaching 34 acupoints in just one day. He remembered that on his first day guiding spiritual energy, he didn't even understand the first 10 acupoints. What's wrong? Li Xian asked curiously. Seeing Xia Hong's surprised expression, he thought he was making too slow progress. It's nothing. Xia Hong quickly changed the subject. By the way, Qingda went to school, why don't you have to go? Upon hearing this, Li Xian blushed and said, yes, I'll go right now. After leaving the Xia family, he still chose to go to school. It wasn't that I was going to class, but rather to find Xia Lufang. Since winning the provincial championship, Li Xian has become a celebrity at the school. He explained the situation to the security guard and then went to Xia Liufang's office. Old Xia, has the spirit pearl I asked for arrived? Li Xian asked directly upon seeing the other party. Upon seeing that the visitor was Li Xian, Xia Lufang quipped, oh, what a rare guest. He then pointed to a black box in the corner of the office. It's stored in that box, take it yourself. Okay. Li Xian happily carried the box to the desk and excitedly opened it. The box contained 3 gold-grade spirit orbs, which were the Slime King that Li Xian had asked for earlier. According to the organizers, they would continue to provide Lao Xia with spirit orbs unconditionally until Li Xian obtained the skills within them. This gave Li Xian the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. In front of Xia Lufang, he crushed the 3 spirit orbs one by one. Li Xian, what are you doing? Don't you have the skill to summon slimes? Xia Lufang asked, puzzled. Li Xian chuckled, I just wanted the other skills of the Slime King. Xia Lufang was speechless for a moment, and asked, did you absorb it? No. Li Xian looked regretful, but he was secretly overjoyed. In the system panel, the liquid skill has been successfully upgraded to Gold LV3, and the silver level summon slime has also been successfully upgraded to Gold LV2. Li Xian thought that since a skill was at the silver level, a single gold level spirit orb could directly upgrade it to the gold level, which showed that the system was quite user-friendly. Just as Xia Lufang was saying she would contact the organizers to prepare more spirit beads, Li Xian thought, if we keep taking 3 at a time, when will we ever reach platinum level? So he suddenly put on a pitiful look. Old Xia, look how poor my talent is. My skill absorption efficiency is not as good as others. Why don't you just have them prepare 10 and send them over? Xia Lufang? You're a champion, how could you lack talent? I know you have so many skills that I can't even count them on one hand. This is way beyond the level of a high school student. Xia Lufang instinctively wanted to refuse, but given Li Xian's tantrums and pitiful act, she had no choice but to call the organizer. The organizers were equally surprised to hear this and jokingly asked. The province's resource treasury still has 12 spirit orbs that he wants. Why don't we give them all to him? I think even a pig could learn the skill. When Xia Lufang relayed this to Li Xian, the latter immediately agreed, is there really such a good thing? Please treat me like a pig and feed me well. Xia Lufang was speechless and rolled her eyes at him. But after all, they are his students. If he doesn't care, who will? He immediately replied, okay, then 12 will do. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things. There won't be any waste. Can it be delivered tomorrow? The person on the other end of the phone was stunned. I was just being polite, why did you take it so seriously? After some discussion, the two finally agreed to send all 12 over tomorrow. At this moment, Xia Lufang shone brightly in Li Xian's eyes. After leaving school, he returned home to continue practicing the sword manual that Xia Hong had given him. Before this, he hadn't decided where to put the storage space, so he decided to put it by the bedside. It's really hard for anyone to think of putting important things under the bedside table. However, after Li Xian finished making the storage space, he discovered that it was completely invisible except when he summoned it. I can't even touch it. There's no need to worry about the items inside being stolen. Li Xian roughly examined his storage space. The whole thing is a cube with a length, width, and height of 1 meter. What's amazing is that there is oxygen inside, and the flow of time is the same as outside. This place seems to be a self-contained alien space, and sending electronic devices inside has absolutely no effect. Li Xian thought for a moment, then ran downstairs to the convenience store and bought some food and water that could be stored for a long time, and put them into the storage space. I also put 2 small stools inside. In case of any danger, this is an excellent shelter. It's just a pity that it's a bit small. Otherwise, if he sets up a bed and goes to sleep at night, no one can ambush him. Having done all that, Li Xian began practicing swordsmanship in the living room. He only has half a month left. He must master this move before he can take Xia Hong's place in the martial arts competition. Aside from eating, Li Xian spent all his daytime practicing. By combining the notes Xia Qingde gave him, he was gradually able to glean some patterns from them. In the evening, Li Xian would go to Su Ling's company in Jianghai City and find a laboratory to refine medicine. He mainly refines recovery potions now. According to the market price, if 1 vial of medicine sells for 1,000 yuan, he can get a commission of 200 yuan. Li Xian can produce 6 potions in 1 batch, which means he can earn about 1,200 yuan per hour. Su Ling also gave him preferential treatment. Based on the standard that Zhang Ruizhi refines 5 bottles of medicine in 1 batch, Li Xian can be given 1,000 yuan for any extra medicine produced in each batch. This means that Li Xian had the right to sell the extra bottle of medicine and sold it directly to Su Ling Company. Of course, Su Ling also benefited from doing this. That is, Li Xian can guarantee a high yield of 6 pills per batch every time he refines medicine. Therefore, he actually received 2,000 yuan per pot. Li Xian would go there promptly at 8 p.m. every night and return home around 1 a.m. He can earn 10,000 yuan a day in 5 hours. If he works continuously, he can earn 300,000 yuan a month. After taxes, I can still get 260,000 to 270,000 yuan every month. This made him realize that being a pharmacist is truly a lucrative profession. His daily income exceeds the monthly earnings of many white-collar workers in cities. His monthly salary is even higher than that of some corporate leaders and senior executives. This pleased Li Xian greatly. And so, Li Xian repeated this routine every day for the rest of the week. Except for going to school the next morning, where, in front of the person who gave out the spirit orbs, I crushed all 12 spirit orbs. Liquid skill reaches Platinum LV5, Summon Slime reaches Platinum LV4. When liquid is converted to platinum, the change is not particularly significant. Aside from the body parts becoming darker and harder after using the liquid, the biggest change is the significant reduction in spiritual energy consumption. He can now liquefy all 4 of his limbs at the same time, and the spiritual power he consumes is less than a quarter of the spiritual power in his body. Even if the whole body is liquefied, the total consumption of spiritual power is only half, and it can even maintain this state for nearly 20 minutes. The black iron egg has changed quite a bit. The black iron egg, which was originally only the size of a head, has now grown dramatically in size. If calculated based on a spherical shape, the diameter of the black iron egg reaches an astonishing 1 meter. Its weight is even more astonishing. Even with all his strength, Li Xian couldn't lift the other person off the ground. It was no longer the black iron ball that Li Xian could casually throw out as a hidden weapon. In addition, Li Xian was finally able to transform his spiritual power into sword energy and release it. However, the released sword energy was too weak and was practically useless in actual combat. In addition to swordsmanship, his system panel now has a passive skill, Sword Chi LV1. It's Sunday again. Li Xian figured he definitely couldn't follow the rules, he had to rely on being a good person to quickly level up. Ideally, you should be able to level up to the maximum level directly. He stroked his chin, realizing that today should be the day Zhao Dongxiang and the others went to practice their swordsmanship. Li Xian sighed inwardly, thinking to himself. The future of 1,000 good deeds points and the Xia family sword hall depends on you. Chapter 110 Sword Chi LVMAX. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Li Xian arrived at the Xia family's sword hall. As soon as they entered the training ground, Zhao Dongxiang and the other students shouted in unison, "Good morning, big brother." Wow, that's great. Li Xian nodded calmly and walked over to Zhao Dongxiang. Your collar is askew. He carefully straightened Zhao Doqiang's collar.
Zhao Dongqiang was deeply moved. Thank you, brother.
Ding, thank you received, plus 10 good guy points.
Ah, you're too kind.
Then he noticed that another young man's shoelace was untied.
Li Xian muttered to himself, it's so dangerous when shoelaces come undone, what if I trip and fall?
So she bent down and tied his shoelaces for him.
Thank you, brother.
Ding, thank you received, plus 10 good guy points.
Oh, you're too kind, Li Xian said, beaming with joy.
Looking at these 12 young men, they were like looking at a bunch of plump, muscular lambs. Throughout the morning, the most frequently heard phrase on the entire training field was, "Thank you, big brother."
Young man, you're not holding the sword right. You have to do it this way. Thank you, brother. Young man, you must be tired. Here, have some water. Thank you, brother. Dongqiang, your zipper is open. Thank you, brother. No, you have to thank me twice. Thank you, brother.
When Xiahong passed by, he saw Li Xian taking good care of his students and was deeply moved.
He just couldn't understand why the atmosphere was so polite today.
When Zhao Dongqiang and the others left, he dared not look at Li Xian again.
At first, they thought Li Xian was concerned about them.
No one can stand saying thank you an average of 10 times a morning.
Later on, whenever they saw Li Xian smile, they would get nervous and check if they had done something wrong. However, Li Xian didn't care, because he had already earned 99 good points. With the remaining good points, he can now raise his sword energy to the maximum level in one go. Li Xian arrived at the Xia family's backyard and leaned against a tree, lost in thought.
He still really wanted to activate the third level of Yin Yang reversal first, but he decided to improve his sword energy first to deal with the immediate priority.
Li Xian summoned the system and added all the good points to his sword aura skill. 100 good points will level you up.
When he opened his eyes again, his sword aura level had reached LVMAX. Not only that, it was upgraded to the maximum level in one go.
Suddenly, Li Xian had a lot more understanding of sword energy skills.
The system even simplifies the 42 acupoints that should have been visited in the information it provides. The original 42 acupoints can now be accessed by accessing only 12 acupoints to unleash the same powerful sword energy. And there's no need to use a sword, as a medium 2 fingers are sufficient.
Is this even possible?
Li Xian muttered to himself and used his sword energy according to his new understanding.
There were almost no obstacles. The spiritual energy guided within the body moved as easily as an extension of one's own limbs. The next second, a sharp sword aura crashed into the stone wall not far away with a loud boom.
Hiss, hiss.
Li Xian looked at the cracks in the stone wall and gasped twice.
One of them was amazed at the incredible power of the sword energy he had casually released.
The second one was, oh no, we've damaged someone's wall.
The commotion in the backyard quickly attracted Xiahong and his 2 companions.
They looked at the cracks in the wall and at Li Xian standing not far away. Xiahong asked incredulously, you did this?
Li Xian lowered his head awkwardly, I'm sorry, uncle. I didn't control my strength well the first time, and it just went out in a flash. Xiahong came over to comfort him, it's okay, men usually finish quickly the first time. After saying that, he brought over a wooden stake.
Try it with all your might. Okay. Li Xian nodded in agreement, and began to gather spiritual energy within his body.
A moment later, he pointed his fingers together to form a sword, and a magnificent sword aura burst forth. The wooden stake didn't split in two, instead, it exploded into a shower of wood chips. The sword energy remained undiminished in its power, crashing straight into the stone wall that Li Xian had just attacked. With a loud bang, the stone wall shattered, turning into countless flying stones. The stone wall separating the backyard and the training ground died.
He passed away at the age of 36.
Li Xian quickly took out a spirit pearl, crushed it, and replenished the spiritual power in his body.
This all-out attack nearly exhausted all the spiritual power in his body. When he turned his head, Li Xian looked at Xiahong. The latter was already speechless with astonishment.
It was Li Xian's words that pulled him back from his shock.
Uncle Xia, I'll pay for the repairs.
Xiahong completely ignored the money issue and pointed to the rubble on the ground, asking, how did you do that? He knew perfectly well that even in his prime, he couldn't unleash such powerful sword energy.
Moreover, the opponent didn't even take a sword, he could use it with just his fingers. Li Xian awkwardly touched his nose, actually.
He shared his understanding of sword energy with Xiahong without reservation.
After all, it was a secret manual of the Xia family. Li Xian felt that he had made systematic improvements and it was perfectly reasonable for him to tell the other party. Of course, this is on the premise that Xia Hong is Xia Qing's father and treats her well. After listening to Li Xian's explanation, Xia Hong was even more astonished. You mean, this move only requires 12 acupoints?
Xia Qingge, who had been silent to the side, took the lead and followed Li Xian's instructions, putting her fingers together to guide spiritual energy through 12 acupoints. Immediately afterwards, a sword aura was unleashed. Although this sword energy was not very powerful, it was enough to prove that what he said was true.
Really?
Xia Hong felt that the young man in front of him was incredibly impressive.
The secret manual that his family had passed down for hundreds of years had actually been modified by the other party. Moreover, its power is no less than before.
Thinking of something, Li Xian continued, "That's right, not only can you use one hand, but you can also use both hands to unleash sword energy at the same time." As soon as he finished speaking, he controlled a small portion of his spiritual power and unleashed two sword energies from both sides.
Li Xian added, "If we have weapons as a medium, the power can be increased even further." Genius. No, this must be a monster. This is simply a prodigy in swordsmanship. Xia Hong was at a loss for words to describe Li Xian. The opponent had only been exposed to sword energy for a week, yet he was able to achieve this. Sigh, I'm getting old. Xia Hongxin was filled with emotion. He looked at the young man in front of him, thinking that the other man might really be able to shine in the competition a week later. Li Xian felt a little embarrassed under Xia Hong's gaze, and after thinking for a moment, he lowered his voice and said,
"By the way, Uncle Xia, I also have a manual on the Sun family's Golden Bell Silk.
I'll see if I can improve it after I learn it." Xia Hong, huh? Xia Hong was startled, then realized that what Li Xian said might actually be true. "I think it should be okay," Li Xian said with a chuckle, touching his nose. With the system's support, as long as his proficiency reaches LV1, he can reach the maximum level by relying on good points. Li Xian couldn't help but look forward to seeing what the effect would be once Jin Zhengsha reached its maximum level. Chapter 111: The Holy Flame arrives.
In the afternoon, Li Xian returned home and took out the Golden Bell Silk manual from his storage space. After a quick glance, he discovered that practicing this move was similar to practicing sword energy.
All of these methods involve guiding the spiritual energy within the body through different acupoints, ultimately transforming the spiritual energy into physical form. The difference is that one transforms into sword energy and releases it.
Jin Zhengsha, on the other hand, gathers spiritual power in her palms, forming a gauze-like shape for defense. The Sun family's Golden Bell Silk needs to be guided by spiritual energy, passing through 49 acupoints. Having had the experience from the first time, it wasn't difficult for Li Xian to learn. In just 2 days, he was able to condense a thin layer on his fist.
Li Xian looked at the fist emitting a faint golden light and exclaimed in amazement.
The system panel also prompted at this time that a new skill had been mastered, Golden Bell Veil LV1.
After much deliberation, Li Xian used the remaining 300 plus good points to upgrade Jin Zhengsha to LV4.
The effect was immediate. Suddenly, his mind was filled with a wealth of knowledge and understanding that was not his own.
I see, so that's how it works.
Li Xiang muttered to herself and recondensed the essence according to the prompts in her mind.
The acupoints used this time are different from those recorded in the Sun family's secret manual, and the number is more concise.
A moment later, Li Xian's entire upper body was wrapped in golden bell gauze.
The color is no longer gold, but more transparent. If you're far away and don't look closely, you probably won't be able to tell.
Most importantly, the thickness can be adjusted freely. The thickness of some exceeds 3 inches, resulting in stronger defense. He used a knife or similar object to test the defensive capabilities of the Golden Bell satin.
They discovered that they couldn't penetrate this transparent barrier at all.
When he holds the knife, he can also coat it with a thin layer to enhance the weapon's defense. The only drawback is that it consumes a lot of his spiritual energy, and the duration is a maximum of 3 minutes.
Not bad, not bad. Li Xian was very satisfied with this skill. That evening, Li Xian copied the Sun family's secret manual and gave it to Xia Hong, along with his own personal interpretations. Xia Hong was somewhat shocked when he saw Li Xian deliver the secret manual. "You've already learned it?" He clearly didn't believe it. Yes. Li Xian was full of confidence and went all out in front of him. Xia Hong was so surprised that he couldn't pull his jaw back. This isn't just learning, this is even more impressive than the head of the Sun family.
In his memory, Sun Wine, the head of the Sun family, could at most condense an inch of energy on his 2 arms. This made Xia Hong feel that he was very difficult to deal with. The young man in front of me was able to cover his entire upper body at once. He felt that Li Xian had not only learned it, but had created a new kind of golden bell silk. Or perhaps this is what Jin Zhongsha truly looks like. According to Li Xian, his current state is not final and there is room for further improvement.
Xia Hang couldn't help but sigh. I'm getting old, the era belongs to the young.
After saying goodbye to Xia Hong, it was already late when Li Xian came out, and there were almost no pedestrians on the road. A gust of evening breeze blew by, and he instinctively wrapped his coat tighter around himself.
Wow, why did the weather get cold so quickly? Li Xian's phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket.
He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Chao Xingqi.
Why did he message me? Li Xian muttered something casually.
But when he opened the message and saw just 7 words inside, he was completely dumbfounded. Be careful tonight, something's up.
Li Xian, huh? Why did the Holy Flame organization wait so long before finally making a move against him? He quickly typed on his phone, where are you?
A moment later, the message came, it's at your school, so you can't get through anytime soon.
School?
Li Xian immediately realized that the Sacred Flame organization might have gathered a large number of people this time. The goal is not just himself, but may even involve multiple aspects. If that's the case, other people in the administration are very likely also being constrained. This means that he can only rely on himself now.
Li Xian was glad he had the foresight to send his sister to Yang Keek's house ahead of time.
As mayor, Yang Chuanfu would certainly have his home surrounded by strong defenses. After thinking for a moment, Li Xian decided to go to the school to meet up with Chao Xingqi first. On the one hand, the senior high school students hadn't finished their evening self-study at this time, and he was afraid that the Holy Flame organization would directly target the students. On the other hand, staying by Chao Xingqi's side was the safest option at this time.
Having made his decision, Li Xian didn't delay any longer.
But before he could take 2 steps, snowflakes began to fall from the sky.
Li Xian immediately became alert.
The weather forecast didn't say there would be snow in the next couple of days.
The snowflakes fell heavier and heavier, and gradually everything in front of Li Xian was a white expanse.
Not far away, a man in a black jacket leaned against a roadside utility pole and silently lit a cigarette. His stubble made him look somewhat forlorn.
Li Xian stopped and kept a safe distance from the other person. He had a feeling.
The person before him was stronger than any opponent he had ever faced.
Li Xian asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The man exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking calmly and unhurriedly.
Sang Ji, the person in charge of the Huayang region. As he spoke, he rolled up his wrist. From a distance, Li Xian could see the flames on the inside of the wrist that was being displayed.
Upon closer inspection, they were 5 flames.
Hiss!
Li Xian gasped.
He remembered that Night Owl had once said that the highest level of the Holy Flame organization was 7 flames. This demonstrates his strength.
Li Xian forced himself to calm down, but the other party also showed no sign of rushing to make a move. After finishing a cigarette, Sangji looked down at his watch.
It's almost time, he muttered to himself.
The next second, a dazzling firework bloomed in the sky to the north of the city. With a loud boom, Li Xian could even faintly feel the shockwave from the explosion. He looked in the direction of the sound. That's the direction of the power plant? Li Xian's guess was correct. After the explosion, the streetlights went out one by one, plunging Zhanghai City, which was once brightly lit, into darkness. Li Xian smiled wryly and looked at Sangji under the telephone pole through the moonlight. I said, is it really that serious? I'm just a high school student who stepped in to help a criminal. Sangji did not deny it, and a faint smile appeared on his face. You're absolutely right, it's definitely not that bad. But the key point is that you are a provincial champion. What do you mean? Li Xian asked, puzzled. In Sangji's eyes, Li Xian was already a dead man, so he told him the truth.
It's not just you, my organization has already identified talented students from all the provinces of the Dragon Kingdom. The first batch of names includes the provincial champions from each of your provinces. It's just that you're more conspicuous, so we're using you to show our power to the Dragon Kingdom.
Li Xian was shocked. You mean? Sangji smiled. That's right. The more talented you students are, the more likely you are to become an obstacle to our organization in the future. Killing you in your butt is undoubtedly a good thing.
Sangji flicked his wrist, and the endless snowflakes in midair eerily stopped at that moment.
That's enough chit-chat for now, it's time for you to hit the road.
As soon as he finished speaking, snowflakes transformed into flying blades, surging towards Li Xian.
A single strike is guaranteed to kill. Li Xian understood that unless he used the causal law tribulation, he was no match for Sangji. But let's not even talk about how he fell into a coma after the causal tribulation. If his opponent wasn't the giant spider, he might not be confident that the lightning tribulation would strike him.
The only way to survive is to stall until Stephen Chow arrives, or until he makes it to the school alive. Faced with an attack covering an extremely wide area, Li Xian knew he had no way to dodge it.
What's meant to be will be if it's meant to be, you can't escape it. Li Xian straightened his body and assumed a defensive stance. Come on, let me take your first move. Chapter 112 Escape. As countless snowflakes were about to fall on him, Li Xian activated the golden bell veil to its maximum extent, and his lower body activated its liquid state. Li Xian unleashed both of his defensive skills simultaneously, withstanding the blizzard. Snowflakes fell on it, making a clanging sound.
Although the sound was not loud, it was as if someone were really ringing a deep golden bell.
The attacks continued relentlessly. Li Xian soon discovered that his golden bell gauze was being constantly consumed and repaired. Fortunately, he replenished his spiritual energy completely and was able to withstand the attack. In the blink of an eye, the snowflakes had already wrapped Li Xian up like a snowman. Sangji was confident that this move would be more than enough to deal with a silver-ranked high school student. But he soon realized something was wrong. The image of snowflakes piercing through my body and staining the white snow red did not appear in my mind. You're quite the surprise, kid. Sangji sighed slightly and stopped his attack.
Li Xian was able to catch his breath for a moment and used his spiritual power to remove the golden bell veil. A thick layer of snow fell off him, and Li Xian grinned as he took out a spirit pearl to replenish his spiritual power.
That's it? Kid, being too arrogant isn't a good thing. Sangji responded simply to his provocation, channeling his spiritual power to gather the surrounding snow.
In an instant, two snowmen, each over a meter tall, appeared on either side of Sangji.
Golden Skill Snowman Bodyguard. Li Xian sneered, I'm not bragging, but the thing I'm least afraid of is gang fights.
As soon as the words were spoken, both sides moved simultaneously.
Two snowmen attacked Li Xian from the left and right.
Sangji activated the spirit map, and 4 large ice rings appeared in front of him.
Platinum Technique Ice Blast Ring.
When ice rings strike a target or collide with each other, they will cause an area of effect ice crystal explosion.
It's another skill with wide area damage. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Xian rushed towards a snowman.
As the opponent swung his fist to smash it, Li Xian quickly dodged to the side and touched the snowman's body with his hand.
The transposition marker was successfully placed.
He then ducked and jumped, dodging another snowman's attack while simultaneously increasing the distance between himself and the first snowman.
The remaining 4 ice rings, controlled by Sangji, flew towards them. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian leaped into the air and swung his liquefied arm at Sangji. Madness. Sangji murmured a sentence.
In his eyes, jumping into the air meant becoming a sitting duck.
The 4 flying ice rings instantly turned around and rushed towards Li Xian.
The latter remained calm and unhurried the moment the ice ring made contact with him.
Transposition. Ice crystals exploded.
The snowman at the center of the explosion was instantly blown to pieces. At the same time, the powerful impact, combined with the scattered ice crystals, blocked Li Xian and Sangji's vision.
Now. Li Xian rolled half a circle on the ground, and as soon as he got up, a beam of holy light shone on Sangji's position. Even if I can't beat you, I can still control you? Li Xian and the snowman were left to face off one-on-one. Li Xian ignored the other person and turned to run away.
The light faded on the other side, revealing Sangji with messy hair. He no longer had his previous composure. Instead, he felt inexplicably irritable.
This kid is as slippery as an eel. How could a diamond-level awakened be unable to defeat a silver-level opponent in such a short time? Sangji ordered the Yeti and himself to pursue them. Compared to Li Xian, he was much faster. Li Xian watched as the distance between them was gradually being shortened. He ran for 2 blocks, then suddenly turned into an alley. Without hesitation, Sangji followed the other person inside. Sangji made a questioning sound.
Facing the empty alley, only a small pebble was rolling gurgle-gurgle to the corner of the wall at his feet.
Sangji's face was filled with a big question mark. Where are they? On the other side. Li Xian successfully returned to the street where he started by switching places. He had already planned his escape during the previous battle. Just now, after he and the snowman switched places for the first time, he casually picked up a small pebble and put a mark on it indicating that they had switched places. The half-circle motion he made on the ground was to cover up the additional markings. Having temporarily escaped Sangji, Li Xian roughly determined the direction and quickly headed towards the school. He definitely can't go to the Awakened One's administration bureau. There might be a trap waiting for him in some corner nearby. He wasn't sure how far the Holy Flame organization would go, and the safest place right now was right next to Stephen Chow. In the darkness, Li Xian took off running. The 10-minute walk to school now seems exceptionally long. As he cautiously approached the school, he witnessed a scene of gods fighting from afar. Skills are flying everywhere, as if they're free. The school gate was blown to pieces, and the security room next to it was still burning. A cordon was set up 2 meters away, and countless city defense troops surrounded the school. In addition, a large number of reporters came here to follow up and report on the event. Li Xian quietly approached a reporter. "Excuse me, what's the situation inside?" The reporter, being a journalist, recognized Li Xian at a glance. "Li Xian, don't go in now, it's too dangerous inside." "How so?" "According to current intelligence, at least a dozen platinum-level criminals are causing trouble inside." Li Xian's heart tightened. "What about the students?" "Many students have been evacuated, but I heard that some students are still trapped inside, and the management bureau is trying to rescue them." "Damn it, that damned sacred flame." Li Xian stomped his foot angrily, pondering how to get in. The reason why the Holy Flame organization chose the first middle school as its target was largely due to him. Li Xian didn't want to regret this for the rest of his life. "In short, you just stay outside and wait." The reporter was still chatting when Li Xian disappeared. He looked around and found that the other person had quietly slipped into a corner. There was a big tree in that spot, which blocked part of the view. The reporter wanted to call Li Xian back, but then thought better of it and called the cameraman behind him to follow. He's already thought of a name for tonight's report. Li Xian, captain of the provincial champion team, went to the school alone to rescue his classmates. It's definitely going to go viral. Li Xian threw a pebble behind the wall, and the next second he vanished into thin air. "Quick, keep up," the reporter whispered, using the tree branches as cover to successfully mount the camera on the wall. From his perspective, Li Xian had somehow managed to sneak into the school. The reporter and cameraman told each other, be quiet, we'll set up here, and film when we see Li Xian." Li Xian entered the school in the dark. He prayed silently that nothing would happen to the students who remained at school. Given the scale of the attack on the Olympic torch, the administration should have been well prepared. After a rough calculation, Li Xian realized that if the other side sent a dozen or so platinum-level awakened ones from the school, plus the power plant, there were at least 20 awakened individuals in total. Even if the Sacred Flame organization in Huayang province wasn't completely wiped out, it will likely suffer significant damage and won't dare to cause trouble for a while. However, Zhanghai City will definitely suffer some losses tonight. Li Xian circled around in the shadows, but apart from encountering a few battlegrounds, he didn't see a single familiar face. So here's the question. The school is so big, where is Stephen Chow? Chapter 113 Preparing for Action. After a moment's thought, Li Xian decided not to deliberately search for Chao Xingxi, but to first find out where the trapped students were. He quietly went to the senior high school building. It was completely dark here, and I didn't hear any fighting sounds. Strange, shouldn't they be targeting high school seniors? Li Xian was puzzled, so he went around to the other 2 grades. There was still no gain. Just as he hesitated, a loud bang came from the direction of the cafeteria. Li Xian didn't delay and quietly approached the cafeteria. At this moment, the school cafeteria became the core of the entire battle. Chao Xingxi, along with several uniformed officers from the bureau, blocked the only exit but hesitated to launch an attack inside. Li Xian guessed that there must be students inside being taken hostage. He sneaked to the cafeteria window and peered intently inside. There were 5 masked criminals inside, surrounding more than 10 students with flashlights. 5 criminals, each with a gun. Li Xian looked closely and found that there was someone he recognized among the students. It was at the beginning of this semester that he took a walk around the campus with that freshman girl. This.
Li Xian was at a loss for what to do, so he took out his phone and sent a message to Chao Xingqi.
Captain Chow, I'm near the canteen, why don't you try to break in?
Chao Xingqi, who was not far away, received the message and quickly replied with his head down.
How do I attack? These people know my skills.
As soon as I disappear from their sight, they'll kill a student.
Upon seeing the message, Li Xian exclaimed, wow.
I didn't expect the intelligence on the Olympic torch to be so good. After a brief pause, Chao Xingqi sent another message. How did you get here?
No assassins came looking for you? Li Xian quickly typed, don't even mention it.
I was being chased by someone with 5 flameflowers. I just managed to get rid of them and came to you for help.
5 flowers? Kid, you must have burned some really good incense today. Li Xian was too lazy to reply to him.
Now that he knew the students were trapped here as hostages, Li Xian naturally wouldn't ignore it.
He had to figure out a way to get into the cafeteria.
Li Xian pondered for a moment and was about to get up when he looked up and saw a masked face staring intently at him from behind the window.
Holy crap! That scared me to death.
Their eyes met, and the scene became extremely awkward.
Li Xian thought to himself, how did he find out about me when I was so well hidden?
Unexpectedly, the masked man seemed to understand Li Xian's expression and pointed at his phone through the glass.
Cell phone? Li Xian looked down at the brightly lit phone screen. I said an old-fashioned phone is better. The screen on my old-fashioned phone won't light up.
Li Xian stood there awkwardly, while the masked man gestured for him to come in through the main gate.
I was just wondering how to get in, and then they let me in openly? Li Xian was speechless, but he could only do as instructed. He arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria.
Chao Xingqi looked surprised. How did you get exposed? Li Xian shrugged and turned to walk to the cafeteria entrance.
Hello, is anyone there? If not, I'm coming in.
He knocked politely on the door and, to the astonishment of Chao Xingqi and the others, entered the cafeteria with an air of nonchalance.
Stephen Chow? What's this kid up to?
Li Xian pushed open the door and entered, and all the flashlights shone on him immediately. The scene became somewhat awkward for a moment.
Hey everyone, I'm Jaja Xian. If you're a bro, come and get me.
The leader of the masked men looked them over in the light.
You are Li Xian? Li Xian shook his head, no, I'm Trash Xian. Okay, as long as you admit it. Li Xian?
As soon as he finished speaking, the man ignored his reaction and took out his phone to send a message.
Li Xian knew without guessing that the message was sent to Sangji.
He glanced at the students behind the 5 people, and the students recognized that the newcomer was Li Xian. Guo Wen, hidden in the crowd, initially showed a hint of surprise in her despairing eyes, which was then replaced by worry.
It's Senior Li Xian.
But even if he came, he wouldn't be able to handle the current situation. Li Xian glanced at everyone and noticed that one student's situation was not very optimistic. It appears he was shot in the thigh. Despite the simple bandaging, the wound continued to bleed. The students' faces were also extremely pale due to excessive blood loss. The other students were fine, with only minor injuries at most.
Li Xian mustered his courage and said, now that I, the Trash Li Xian, have come, can you please leave that dying student alone?
The masked man at the head of the group sneered, if we let him go, who will let us go?
Li Xian shrugged. Who told you to be brainwashed by the Olympic flame?
Brainwashed by the Olympic flame, the man retorted dismissively.
Do you know why I was brainwashed? I, a Platinum 2 awakened one, am living the same life as an ordinary person.
I'm forced to work 996 hours a day by my disgusting boss, and I can only survive by living among ordinary people. They all deserve to die. Only the awakened ones are worthy to control this world. The man became more and more agitated as he spoke, and Li Xian picked at his ear as he listened.
Hey bro, Platinum 2 isn't that impressive, is it? I'm Silver 3 now.
Normally, you'd be Platinum around the time you graduate from college.
You.
The man was speechless, choked by Li Xian's words. He threw Li Xian those specially made handcuffs that sealed spiritual power.
Stop talking nonsense and copy it yourself. Brother, can we discuss not wearing it? Li Xian asked, looking reluctant.
The man raised his pistol and shouted, if you say another word, I'll shoot you dead.
Okay. Li Xian put on the handcuffs with practiced ease and blended into the group of students. At such close range, a pistol is far more intimidating than a skill. With Li Xian captured, the mission for this group of Sacred Flame organizing committee members was essentially complete. The rest is to get the tools to leave from the management bureau, or to buy some time. The 5 people had clearly defined roles. The masked man in the lead was responsible for negotiating with Chao Xingqi, while the other person was responsible for keeping watch. Another character, who possesses Earth-type skills, was quietly digging a tunnel nearby. The remaining 2 were responsible for guarding the student hostages. Li Xian understood that the negotiation was a pretense. Their real intention was to leave through the tunnel. He secretly moved closer to the female student he knew. Taking advantage of the moment when the 2 masked men guarding the hostages were not paying attention, Li Xian grabbed their hands and wrote words on their palms with his fingers. "Don't be surprised later." Guo Wen stared at him with wide eyes. "I'm really surprised." When she saw Li Xian being handcuffed, she realized that no matter how capable he was, it wouldn't make a difference. Who knew this senior would cause trouble again? Guo Wen nodded gently. Li Xian continued writing. "Are you confident you can handle someone?" Guo Wen shook her head slightly. "She's just a lowly bronze-level player. Does she think everyone is as brave as her?" Li Xian sighed inwardly. "Okay, I guess I'll have to rely on myself." At this moment, Guo Wen wrote in Li Xian's palm, "If all the students are together, maybe we can contain one of them." Li Xian secretly gave an OK sign. He began to calculate in his mind. He dealt with the 2 closest to him using his sword energy, and left the other to his student. The masked man in the lead could paralyze his opponent for a short time within the range of the lightning chain, and then use the black iron ball to subdue the one he was watching. If everything goes smoothly, the person in charge of digging the tunnel might not even realize it yet. Li Xian had plenty of time to throw a holy light at that tunnel. Finally, with the help of Stephen Chow from within and without, there's a chance. Li Xian acted immediately. The moment the 2 guards turned their heads, Guo Wen felt a blur before her eyes. Immediately afterwards, the handcuffs on Li Xian's hands disappeared from her sight. Guo Wen was stunned. "How did you do that?" A few seconds before Li Xian's handcuffs disappeared, Chao Xingqi's phone simultaneously received a message. "Prepare for action." Chao Xingqi glanced at the contact who sent the message. "Is it Li Xian?" Chapter 114 Sweeping through the campus. Guo Wen was curious about how Li Xian did it, but the latter made a shushing gesture. "Hey girl, be quiet, don't give me away." It turns out that before Li Xian entered the cafeteria, he secretly used the blind spot at the corner to summon a phantom clone and added a position swap mark to the clone. He quietly hid in a corner outside the window, observing the situation in the cafeteria. The clone message fooled everyone present. The one wearing handcuffs is also a clone, and it will not affect the original body. When the 5 assassins realized they were handcuffed and lowered their guard against him, Li Xian seized the opportunity to switch places. "By the way, before switching places, I sent a message to Stephen Chow that I was ready to take action." Li Xian gave Guo Wen a look that signaled that he was about to take action. Guo Wen didn't mince words and secretly communicated with the other students. Their target was the masked man closest to them. "Everything is ready." Taking advantage of the moment when all the masked men's eyes were not on Li Xian, Li Xian suddenly attacked. The pent-up sword energy sliced through the air and struck the first masked man squarely in the back. The masked man let out a scream, attracting the attention of others. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Xian pointed his finger into the air. The upgraded platinum-grade black iron egg fell without warning from above a masked man's head. He pinned the man to the ground. Li Xian didn't even glance at it, and unleashed another lightning chain with his backhand. Just as the masked man in the lead was about to make a move, he was paralyzed in place by the lightning chain. Li Xian's movements were fluid and graceful. It gives the other party absolutely no room to react. The assassin responsible for digging the tunnel just managed to peek out, wanting to know what was happening outside. Without turning his head, Li Xian sent a beam of holy light descending from above the tunnel. Despite no visual prediction, the shot was successfully hit. Li Xian finally had a moment to look at the assassins that Guo Wen and the others were dealing with. The latter was bombarded with skills by more than 10 students in turn. Although there was a significant difference in individual strength, the assassin was unable to break free in a short period of time. Li Xian followed up with a lightning chain and a holy light, firmly controlling the 2 assassins he was dealing with. Just then, the cafeteria door was kicked open. Stephen Chow led the administration bureau into the venue.
When they saw 5 assassins, 1 was seriously injured, 1 was unconscious, 2 were restrained, and 1 was being harassed by students. Everyone in the administration was stunned for a moment.
How did these students suddenly become so strong?
After the initial shock, the authorities quickly brought the scene under control and subdued the 5 assassins with specially made handcuffs. At this point, all the trapped students have been rescued.
Chao Xingqi found Li Xian in the crowd. You did this, kid? Keep a low profile, these are just a bunch of small fry, nothing to worry about. Li Xian smiled modestly and followed the group out of the canteen.
Currently, there are still some assassins fighting outside the school cafeteria, but they are no longer a threat.
Li Xian instructed the students to evacuate the school first, especially the student who had been shot in the leg, and told Guo Wen to take him to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. He followed behind Chao Xingqi, quickly moving through the final battlefield. Faced with the enemy's final counterattack, Li Xian remained calm. Someone wants to get him? It's okay, we can run. Was someone ambushing us?
Don't worry, we have golden bell gauze and liquid protective gear.
Normal skills really can't hurt you. Li Xian used all 18 martial arts skills without missing a single one. In less than 10 minutes, all members of the torch relay organization at the school were apprehended. The city defense troops took over the site and began the final cleanup. What Li Xian didn't know was that the cafeteria was located in a spot that the reporter could easily photograph.
From the moment he entered the cafeteria, to the moment he came out with the rest of the group, and finally, to the moment he joined forces with Stephen Chow to wipe out the last remaining members of the gang. The reporter was thrilled.
Exclusive. This is top secret, exclusive news. He's about to become famous.
The Holy Flame organization's large-scale attack on Jianhai City was completely thwarted by the Administration Bureau's prior preparations. The destroyed power plant was restored to power an hour later. The municipal government launched an investigation and ultimately determined that there were 3 locations in Jianhai City that suffered losses. First, a power plant; second, a middle school; and third, a company that forces its employees to work 996, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. But the casualties were eventually brought under control. The only student at the number 1 middle school, which is of greatest concern to the entire city, was seriously injured but has recovered.
The administration interrogated the arrested members of the Torch Relay organization overnight. Although we didn't gain much useful information, one thing is certain. The Torch Relay organization in Huaiyang province suffered a severe blow. That evening, the events in Jianhai City spread rapidly online.
A news outlet exclusively reported on the battle at Jianhai number 1 middle school and included a montage video.
The title is very marketing-oriented.
Li Xian, captain of the provincial champion team, went to the school alone to rescue his classmates. Within 3 minutes of its release, it garnered over 100,000 views online, immediately dominating the top trending topics that evening.
Numerous netizens left comments under the video. It's Li Xian again, he's so handsome. Haven't seen you for a few days, and you're already able to handle platinum-level opponents? Please tell me, what exactly happened in the cafeteria? Could you tell me if this guy is over 18? I want to date him.
At that moment, Li Xian was in the Jianhai City Administration Bureau when he came across this video.
How can you lie so blatantly? You took such a blurry picture of me, yet you still think I'm handsome? So what if you tank a platinum player? Haven't you heard of making up for insufficient damage with crowd control? What happened in the cafeteria? Of course, it was a feast with the assassins. Except it was their own feast. Li Xian shamelessly replied to every single comment.
There was nothing he could do, it was just too boring, and Stephen Chow wouldn't let him leave. After commenting on each comment for a while, Li Xian was also tired. My sister and several friends sent messages one after another to confirm that everyone was safe and sound.
Li Xian closed his eyes and sat quietly on the stool. He found something strange. Where did Sangji go? Li Xian and Chao Xingqi confirmed that Sangji was not on the list of those arrested. After being outmaneuvered by Li Xian the first time, the other party never showed up again. It seems I'll have to be more careful in the future. Li Xian muttered to himself, then, unable to resist the drowsiness, he fell into a deep sleep.
Meanwhile, the council hall of the Sun family in Jianhai was brightly lit.
Because of what happened tonight, the entire Sun family didn't dare to sleep.
Sir, please look at this video. A man who looked like a butler handed the phone to the head of the Sun family.
Sun family patriarch Sun Fake took the phone, which was playing a video of Li Xian that was going viral online.
Sun Worry, the eldest grandson, moved closer to his grandfather.
What's so interesting about this? It's just Lee Xin, isn't it? He had seen the video before and even commented, I could do that too.
The result drew a barrage of criticism from netizens, which annoyed him so much that he shut down his Weibo account. Sun Fake gestured for him to be quiet. As the progress bar was about to end, Sun Fake suddenly stood up and crushed his phone.
Grandpa, what's wrong?
Sun Worry asked, puzzled. Sun Fake's eyes were filled with anger as he asked in a deep voice, why does this person possess my Sun family's Golden Bell silk?
Sun Worry, huh? Golden Bell silk? How come I didn't notice? Chapter 115 The Sun family finds trouble. The next morning, Lee Xin returned home from the administration bureau.
The entire city of Jianhai was busy, and basically no one had time to pay attention to him.
Sangzi and others who escaped were listed as first-class fugitives. The management bureau also promised to continue to secretly protect Lee Xin until they are caught.
With the crisis temporarily averted, Lee Xin prepared to bring his sister home.
He went home and took a hot shower.
When he was leaving, he received a call from Xia Lufang, asking him to come to the old campus this afternoon. It turns out the school was vandalized last night. Although the students were unharmed, the campus was indeed badly damaged.
The school is currently carrying out emergency repairs. Students in grades 10 and 11 have moved to the old campus for classes.
Senior high school students were arranged to study at home because they had no new lessons to learn.
Wow, is this for real? It seems that if I go to pick up my sister, I might run into young Kiki who is at home. Lee Xin muttered something and went out onto the street. It seems that last night's riots did not have any impact on the city.
Street vendors selling breakfast are operating normally, and commuters rushing to work are anxiously waiting for the green light to come.
As Lee Xin walked, he spotted a familiar figure at a coffee shop by the roadside. Captain Chow, you can drink coffee too? Lee Xin naturally walked over and sat down opposite Chao Xingqi. Chao Xingqi smiled wryly and took a sip of his bitter Americano. You don't understand, coffee is a haven for every working person's soul. He, I really don't know. Lee Xin chuckled and continued, is there something you need?
He didn't believe it was a coincidence that he met the other person here. Chao Xingqi placed the coffee on the table and said calmly, things here are almost settled, I should head back now.
Go back, is there anything else you haven't done? Lee Xin said dismissively.
Chao Xingqi was speechless for a long time after hearing this, you really don't hold back when it comes to feelings. He made a casual remark before explaining his purpose.
Are you interested in working for the provincial bureau in the future? I can pull some strings for you. Wow, they're recruiting talent. Lee Xin thought for a moment. Going to the provincial bureau is indeed a good choice. Although it's tough and tiring, at least it's a secure job.
However, with his current income, he is not short of money at all.
See?
If you can't get into college or find a job, then go.
Chao Xingqi laughed and scolded, you little rascal, this is the first time I've ever seen someone treat the provincial bureau as a backup plan. Alright, it's getting late, I have to go too.
You still need to be careful. Chao Xingqi said, then got up and left.
Clear. Lee Xin watched the other person leave, feeling a sense of emptiness in his heart. If I hadn't gone to the provincial bureau, I don't know if we would have ever met again. Before long, Lee Xin arrived at Young Keek's building.
He texted his sister in advance and waited for her to come downstairs.
Yang Kiki came down with Lin Yenner. Brother, you still know to pick me up?
Lin Yenner pouted, her face full of displeasure.
What's wrong? Not used to staying at Coco's house yet? Lin Yenner quickly denied it, of course not. I just missed you, but you didn't even come to see me. Lee Xin patted her head. It's all over. Let's go home. He thanked Yang Kiki.
Without the other person, he really wouldn't know what to do with his sister.
Yang Kiki smiled and asked, Lee Xin, what are your plans next? Lee Xin thought for a moment, let's take care of Chinga's father's competition first, then there'll be nothing else to do. Upon hearing this, Yang Keek's face fell instantly. Oh, then you go ahead and do your work. Tell me when you're done. She finished speaking and went upstairs without looking back. What's wrong with Coco? Lee Xin was completely baffled. How could a woman change her mind faster than turning the pages of a book?
Only Lin Yenner, seeing her brother's puzzled expression, covered her mouth and chuckled to herself.
Brother, Coco is jealous. Jealous? Li Xin asked, puzzled. Why are you being jealous if you haven't even eaten dumplings?
Li Nianer rolled her eyes.
Have to.
My older brother is truly a model of straight men.
Li Xin took his younger sister to the market and bought her some of her favorite ingredients.
When I got home, I found several people standing at my door. One of them, whom Li Xin recognized, was Sun Worry, the eldest grandson of the Sun family.
There was also an elderly man and 2 bodyguards wearing sunglasses beside him. Seeing that the other party was hostile, Li Xin frowned and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Sun Worry immediately jumped out, "Boy, confess honestly, did you steal the Sun family's secret manual?" Secret manual? What secret manual? I don't understand what you're talking about. Li Xin pretended to be clueless, but was puzzled inside. That's strange, how did they find out? Logically, he shouldn't have left any loose ends at the time. Sun Worry narrowed his eyes and said excitedly, "You still dare to deny it? That video online clearly shows you using my Sun family's Golden Bell silk." Video? Li Xin realized that there was indeed a scene of him using Jinzhong Sha in the video last night. Damn it, how could I forget about this? However, Li Xin was not flustered, because he had long been prepared to be discovered.
How can you be so sure that the yarn I used last night was from your Sun family? This Sun Worry was speechless for a moment. The elderly man on the other end then stepped forward and took over the conversation. "Young friend, I am Qian Huang, the old steward of the Sun family.
There is video evidence, so you don't need to deny it. Our Sun family is not unreasonable.
As long as you return the manual, promise not to teach its contents to others, and never use the Golden Bell gauze again in the future, our Sun family can let bygones be bygones."
Li Xin really wanted to give him a big smack. Do you think you're beautiful, or are you just being too optimistic? I've already said that this isn't the kind of gauze you're talking about. If you don't believe me, have Sun Worry use it, and I'll use mine too. We can compare them, and that'll be fine. Fine, you said it yourself. Sun Worry guided the spiritual energy in his body to various acupoints.
After holding his breath for 4 or 5 seconds, his fists began to glow with a faint golden light. Without saying a word, Li Xin activated the Golden Bell veil, and a nearly transparent shell of spiritual energy covered his upper body. The whole process took less than a second and was extremely smooth. You're saying this is the same? Are you blind? Li Xin showed no mercy to the group that blocked his way. Sun Worry was dumbfounded.
You might say this is the Sun family's Golden Bell gauze. Why is it that the effect of Li Xin, an outsider, using this technique is so much stronger than that of the eldest grandson of the Sun family? However, in Qian Huang's view, the Golden Bell gauze that Li Xin used was more like a high-level use of Golden Bell gauze left by their ancestors. However, he currently has no evidence to directly refute this, and he doesn't know how Li Xin mastered such an advanced technique without a teacher. Qian Huang appears gentle, but his eyes conceal a murderous intent. I heard from our young master that you are still learning swordsmanship at the Xia family? Are you deliberately trying to cause trouble for my Sun family? He gestured to one of the bodyguards with his eyes. The latter quickly understood the force he was applying and blocked Li Xin's escape route with a sidestep. Seeing this, Li Nianer tugged at Li Xin's sleeve with some concern. She was worried about her brother. What if he lost his temper and beat those people up in front of their house, sending them to the hospital? That old man looks quite old. What if he tries to take advantage of them? Li Xin gently patted his younger sister's hand to reassure her. What, does it bother your Sun family who I learned swordsmanship from? Isn't your Sun family being a bit too nosy? Li Xin never had a good impression of the Sun family.
According to Xia Hong, when the country was in crisis 20 years ago, the Sun family had the ability to help, but they chose to hide and preserve their strength.
This behavior has already disgusted Li Xin. They sent people to block the door again today. Since that's the case, then don't blame me, Li Xin, for being impolite. Chapter 116, Making Your Sun Family Famous Nationwide. Faced with the threat, Li Xin remained calm and composed. What, does your Sun family hold a high position in Zhanghai City?
When Sun Worry heard this, he thought Li Xin was admitting defeat. I suppose you're such a bumpkin that you wouldn't understand.
Let me tell you the truth. Dare to offend the Sun family? We'll make sure you can't get anywhere in Zhanghai City from now on.
Looking at Sun Worry's arrogant demeanor, Li Xin scoffed. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Sun Worry and the others did not stop them. They investigated and found that Li Xin was an orphan with no parents and no powerful backing.
The call connected, and Coco's voice came from the other end. What's up? Coco, could you ask your dad for me? There's a family surnamed Sun in our city who brought people to block my door. What should we do? Hearing Lee Xian's affected tone, young Kiki immediately understood. No need to ask. I'll have my dad call the city defense forces. They'll be at your house in 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. Lee Xian hung up the phone and looked at the Sun family with great interest. Who were you talking to on the phone? Sun Worry asked nervously. Oh, no one, just the mayor's daughter. Sun Worry, mayor? Lee Xian sneered, preparing to give them something even tougher. Amidst the shocked gazes of the Sun family, he dialed another number. After ringing 4 or 5 times, a weary voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey kid, what's up with calling me again? The person who answered the phone was indeed Yi Feng. Commander Yi, I must have something to tell you. I'm being blocked at my door and they're saying that if I offend them, I'll be in big trouble. Yi Feng suddenly felt a headache coming on. Why are you calling me when someone is blocking your way? Go find someone in charge in your city. You're usually so capable, aren't you? Yi Feng regretted giving him his number. Seeing that the other party remained silent for a long time, Lee Xian's voice was trembling with tears. Commander Yi, you can't bear to see the young man you personally awarded the third-class merit citation to be threatened and unable to make a living. Yi Feng rubbed his temples. Who was blocking your way? The Sun family of Jianhai City is said to be a family that has practiced martial arts for generations. Yi Feng perked up. When he led his troops to resist the invasion from another dimension, he invited many such powerful families to come out of seclusion. But in the end, very few people responded to him. Yi Feng speculated that a family that would go so far as to block the door of a high school student was probably no good either. Fine, got it. I'll call your municipal bureau. Who told you to be unable to work here? I'll make sure you can't work here anymore. Okay, thank you, Commander Yi. When he hung up the phone, not only Sun Worry, but also Qian Huang were dumbfounded. Commander? Third-class merit? He even personally conferred the title? Is this person someone important? Sun Worry probed, who did you call this time? Lee Xian, Northwest Army Corps Commander, Commander Yi Feng. Puff. Sun Worry laughed unkindly. If he were told it was the mayor's daughter, he might believe it to some extent. Northwest Army? Legion Commander? He actually dared to say something about a high school student with whom he had absolutely no connection. Sun Worry and Qian Huang exchanged a glance, confirming that Lee Xian was just showing off, and then they had no more worries. Kid, if you don't listen to us, we'll have to forcibly bring you to the Sun family. Qian Huang lost patience and finally warned Lee Xian. Just then, Sun Worry's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his grandfather calling, so he quickly answered. Hello, Grandpa? Sun Worry dared not be the slightest bit negligent in the face of his grandfather, who was always strict with him. Sun Fake's tone was annoyed. What exactly did you do? Why did Mayor Yang call me personally? It's one thing for Mayor Yang to call, but why did Deputy Director Yen from the Administration Bureau also call me? Sun Worry asked timidly, what did they say to you on the phone? What did you say? Sun Fake was furious at the thought of being treated like a grandson when he answered the phone. Those who say I'm arrogant, disrespectful, and lawless are going to invite me over for tea and a chat. Sun Fake paused for a moment, then roared in a low voice, now, immediately, get back here. Yes, yes. Sun Fake's voice was very loud even though Sun Worry didn't turn on speakerphone, everyone present could hear him. Now it was Sun Worry and Qian Huang's turn to be embarrassed. 1 second they were laughing at Lee Xian, the next they were slapped in the face by reality. Sun Worry felt a burning pain on his cheeks. He glared at Lee Xian and called out, let's go. Seeing the group of people arrive arrogantly and leave in a huff, Li Nianer immediately seized the opportunity. Pa! You're just a sworn brother, who do you think you are? Offend the Li family, and we'll make sure you can't survive in Jianhai City. Upon hearing this, Sun Worry nearly lost his footing and fell down the stairs. You all just wait. In the end, he could only utter a harsh remark before hastily leaving. That felt so good. Li Nianer crossed her arms and looked smug. All right, let's go inside and cook. Lee Xian smiled as he spoke, but secretly he was thinking to himself. Since the Sun family has the audacity to come today, Lee Xian is no pushover either. Didn't you say I shouldn't teach Jin Zhongsha to others? It's easy. When I went to school in the afternoon, I gave this thing to Xia Lufang. Make sure every student in the school learns it once. Li Xian thought to himself, still feeling unsatisfied. That would be too easy on the Sun family. He decided to wait until the students of number 1 middle school finished learning the technique before selflessly offering the improved Golden Bell Silk Manual to young Chuanfu. The basic martial arts movements mentioned at the beginning of the manual have been incorporated into the 9-year compulsory education textbook and are studied throughout the city. Send another copy to Yifeng so that the Northwest Army Corps can learn from it. My goodness, they'll be promoting this nationwide eventually. Let your Sun family become famous throughout the country. The children all had the physiques of martial arts practitioners, and the awakened ones were all draped in golden bell-shaped gauze. Just imagine how spectacular that scene would be. Let's get right to it. As soon as school started in the afternoon, Li Xian arrived at Xia Liufang's office on time to report for duty. The other person was the only one in the office at that moment. Li Xian went straight to sit down in front of his desk. Old Xia, I brought you something good. Xia Lufang asked curiously, huh? Look. Li Xian placed a modified version of the Golden Bell Silk Manual, which he had copied from memory, directly on the table. Golden Bell Silk? Xia Lufang picked up the handwritten booklet with a puzzled look. As he turned the pages one by one, his eyes gradually revealed shock. Where did you get this from? You don't need to worry about that, Li Xian said mysteriously. Would it be convenient for you to teach him to other students at our school? This is so convenient. It's incredibly convenient. That's fine then, but you'll have to change the name. Li Xian thought for a moment, then continued, how about Golden Bell Shield? What do you think? Okay, whatever you say. Xia Lufang was so excited that he didn't care what his name was. By the way, aren't you afraid this thing will get out of the school? Xia Lufang asked worriedly. Li Xian shrugged. It doesn't matter. I was planning to promote it nationwide anyway. Even if the Sun family knew about the improved version of the Golden Bell gauze, he wouldn't care. After all, Jin Zhongsha is only LV4 now, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Even if the Sun family is shameless, they still managed to learn his version. Li Xian was also able to counterattack by taking out the LVMAX Golden Bell gauze. Okay. Xia Lufang quickly agreed. After a moment of silence, Li Xian asked, by the way, Lao Xia, why did you ask me to come to the school? Xia Lufang smiled slightly, of course it's a good thing. Chapter 117 My Sister's Accident. Xia Lufang went outside to make a phone call, asking Li Xian to wait patiently. More than 10 minutes later, a group of parents brought their students to the office, each student holding a bouquet of flowers. Principal Shunshur also came along. Shunshur grabbed Li Xian's hand, his tone full of affection. Li Xian, you've worked hard. The sudden outpouring of concern left Li Xian at a loss for words. What are you doing here? Xia Lufang stepped forward to explain, these are the students and their parents that you rescued in the cafeteria last night. They absolutely must thank you in person. I see. Li Xian touched his nose, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Wei Wen, as a student representative, stepped forward and handed over the flowers. Senior Li Xian, thank you for that night. From now on, I will take you as my role model, study hard, and strive to improve my abilities. Ding, sincere thanks received, plus 20 good deeds points. You're too kind. Li Xian looked at the junior who had given him money and good points back then, and the more he looked at her, the more pleasing she seemed to him. If all female students in the world were like her. What a beautiful and peaceful world that would be. Li Xian blushed slightly as he accepted the flowers from his opponent. He felt that he and the other person were somewhat destined to meet, so he asked, by the way, what's your name, junior? Guo Wen replied confidently, my name is Guo Wen. Oh, Guo. Guo Wen? Li Xian's pupils dilated in shock. Guo Wen asked, puzzled, what's wrong, senior? Li Xian quickly waved his hand, it's nothing, it's nothing. But in his heart he was thinking, why does this name sound so familiar? Isn't she the sister mentioned in the Night Owl's letter? He couldn't help but take a few more glances. Looking at it this way, it does indeed resemble a night owl somewhat. Li Xian then looked at Guo Wen's mother beside her. Looking at it this way, Night Owl is basically a carbon copy of her mother. He still clearly remembered that Night Owl said in the letter that her younger sister was a first-year high school student at number 1 middle school. Well, there's no escaping it now. Li Xian was truly embarrassed.
Since he eventually rescued Night Owl, he didn't think about the other party's sister. But fate is truly wondrous. They are clearly unrelated, yet they are subtly connected. Li Xian thought to himself that he had saved Ji Zhao's sister again, and when he saw her again, he would definitely ask her to treat him well. Otherwise, Li Xian would feel resentful because of all the trouble he had caused before. With Guowen taking the lead, the other dozen or so students stepped forward to express their gratitude. Only the student who was still lying in the hospital didn't come. However, his mother, acting as his representative, presented the flowers to Li Xian. Looking at the energetic students. To be honest, Li Xian was quite moved. The good points, which had already run out, instantly surged to nearly 300 points thanks to the gratitude of more than a dozen students. Aside from that student, could you please put the flowers down? I'm not dead yet, why are you sending me chrysanthemums in broad daylight? The principal and Xia Lufang were also very happy. The students' parents surrounded the two of them, praising the school's excellent education and the students' outstanding performance. Their beards were practically blown into the sky. Such a heartwarming scene was suddenly interrupted by Li Xian's words. Well, the students have already expressed their gratitude, shouldn't you parents also express yours? Everyone, huh? The parents looked at each other, and the joyful atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Li Xian, how should we express our gratitude? One of the parents asked tentatively. Li Xian waved his hand, no need for so much thanks, just a simple thank you from each of you will suffice. How could he let such a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation pass him by? Oh, I see. Thank you, Li Xian. The parent immediately expressed their gratitude. If someone saves your own child, as a parent, what's wrong with saying thank you? Ding, thank you received, plus 10 good guy points. With one parent taking the lead, other parents followed suit. In a short while, Li Xian's good guy points increased by more than 100 points, bringing the total to over 500 points. The needle is nice. After everyone left, Li Xian patted Xia Lufang on the shoulder. Old Xia, please invite me more often for these kinds of good things in the future. Xia Lufang was speechless. Is this something that can just appear out of nowhere? What, you want to go to school again? Next, Li Xian stayed in the office to discuss with Xia Lufang the specific details of the Jin Zhongsha teaching program. The two eventually reached an agreement. Tomorrow morning, we will add an extra class period for first and second year high school students every day, specifically for studying. Each semester, a separate exam item for Kim Jong essay is added. Online classes will be fully implemented for senior high school students, without any mandatory assessment requirements. I imagine that even if the school doesn't make it mandatory, students will practice diligently as long as they're not stupid. It was already past 4 in the afternoon when we said goodbye to Xia Lufang. Seeing that it was still early, Li Xian turned a corner and went to Xia Hong's house. Uncle Xia, are you home? Li Xian knocked on the door, and Xia Qingge opened it. Oh, it's Qingge. Is your dad home? Xia Qingge nodded and led Li Xian into the inner hall. Little Li, what brings you here today? Xia Hong was drinking tea when he saw Li Xian and was surprised. Li Xian thought for a moment, then said, Uncle Xia, I have something to tell you. He told Xia Hong about the incident that happened this morning when the Sun family blocked his door. Upon hearing this, the latter crushed the teacup in his hand. Outrageous! How dare the prestigious Sun family make things difficult for a junior? Li Xian looked at the broken teacup in the other person's hand with a sense of regret. What, does the Xia family have a grudge against teacups? 2 of them have already been crushed. Li Xian stopped Xia Hong from attacking. Uncle Xia, I'm fine, and I've already sent them away. By the way. He then told Xia Hong about his plan, and the latter went from being angry to delighted, bursting into laughter. Good lad, you've got guts. Xia Hong was lost in memories. Indeed, when I was injured back then, I also resented the Sun family and the Zhou family. They clearly had the strength to stand up, but they chose to be cowards. But neither I nor the country have had a chance to properly vent our anger. Now this is the perfect opportunity. Xia Hong looked at Li Xian with satisfaction, finding the young man more and more pleasing to the eye. But you have to be careful. If you do this, they will definitely get angry and might do something bad. Li Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, uncle, if they dare to make a move, I'll make them. He was only halfway through his sentence when he suddenly froze on the spot. Li Xian sensed that the tracking tag he had placed on his sister before leaving the house had moved. He quickly closed his eyes and realized that the marked location was already far from home.
Ron.
My younger sister is such a homebody that she almost never goes out on her own initiative.
Therefore, there is only one possibility.
Thinking of this, Li Xian became anxious and wished he could rush to find his sister immediately, fearing that she might be in danger.
Xia Hong noticed that something was wrong with him and asked anxiously, "What's wrong, Xiaoli? What happened? My sister seems to have been taken away." What? Xia Hong's eyes widened. How come something happened to Li Xian's family right after he finished speaking?
Upon hearing this, Xia Qingge jumped up from her chair.
"I'll go with you." Although Xia Qingge didn't say much, Li Xian could see the hidden anger in her calm eyes. Good. Chapter 118: The Ruthless Sun Family. As darkness fell, Li Xian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar.
In his mind, the marker representing his sister's location was rapidly receding.
Judging from the speed, they must be in a car.
This made him even more certain that his sister had been kidnapped. The two of them couldn't keep up on foot at all, but luckily Xia Hong had a car.
Following Li Xian's directions, they proceeded towards the marked location.
After chasing for more than half an hour, Xia Hong parked his car on a deserted side road in the suburbs of Jianhai City.
The location marked by Lin Yenner was not far away. Looking from here, you can see an abandoned factory warehouse over there. A black sedan was parked next to the warehouse.
"Uncle Xia, just wait for me here," Li Xian said calmly. But Xia Hong could hear the anger hidden beneath that calm.
"Okay."
Xia Hong said, "I have already called the police, and the city defense forces are on their way."
"Thank you, Uncle Xia," Li Xian said, preparing to get out of the car. He couldn't wait. Li Xian feared that the people inside had already harmed his sister. Xia Qingge carried her sword and followed behind Li Xian.
Watching their retreating figures, Xia Hong called out softly,
"Be careful." Li Xian nodded emphatically. It was so quiet all around. Li Xian walked very carefully, not daring to make a sound.
He carefully recalled that during this period, the only people he had offended were the Sun family and Sangji. This time, it might be the Sun family resorting to desperate measures, or it could be the disappearance of Sangji.
But no matter what, his sister is his Achilles heel. Anyone who dares to touch her will pay the price.
The two men lay in wait around the warehouse. After confirming that no one was watching him, he gestured to Xia Qingge to go inside, while she stayed behind to provide backup.
The latter nodded slightly. Li Xian arrived at the warehouse gate alone.
To be on the safe side, he used a phantom clone.
Without the slightest hesitation, the clone pushed open the warehouse door.
He then jumped onto the roof to look for any gaps that would allow him to see inside the factory. As the power of the clone's credit increased, the long-neglected warehouse door began to creak under the strain.
"Who?"
First, a man's voice came from inside the warehouse, followed by a series of gunshots. The clone immediately realized that the other side had more people and guns. They clearly came prepared.
However, it can be largely ruled out that it was done by Sangji. If it were the other side, there would be absolutely no need to use firearms.
The clone felt a little relieved and focused its gaze inward. The dimly lit warehouse had been temporarily rewired, and a few dim lights illuminated the space. There were 4 people in total, all men, with 2 handguns and 2 rifles.
Li Xian was certain he didn't know a single person.
Behind them was a girl with her head covered, tied to a chair.
The clone recognized it at a glance. It was the outfit Lin Yenner was wearing today.
He suppressed his anger and approached the 4 men step by step.
"Stop. Come any closer and we'll shoot."
The leader of the 4, a man with a full beard, unceremoniously aimed his gun at the clone, Xian. He was genuinely surprised. "I had barely arrived here and hadn't even had a few minutes to rest when I was found." With the help of the light, he could also see Li Xian's appearance clearly. She is one of the 2 people in the photo provided by the employer. The clone stopped in his tracks, and the bearded man said coldly, "I know you're this girl's brother, but sorry, I'm paid to do something." His voice was mocking, "I know you're an awakened one.
Don't try anything clever.
Put your hands behind your head and crouch down there, or I'll shoot this girl.
Let's see if you're faster, or my bullet is faster." "Okay, don't be impulsive. There is no other way but to follow the instructions."
Hearing her brother's voice, Lin Yenner, who was tied to the chair, struggled excitedly. Her mouth was clearly gagged, and she could only make muffled sounds. Upon seeing this, the bearded man kicked the chair.
"Girl, if you move again, I'll shoot your brother first."
Upon hearing this, Li Nianer immediately became obedient. The clone, however, was enraged.
Don't touch my sister. I'll cooperate. What a touching scene of brotherly and sisterly affection. If only they had done this earlier, everything would have been fine.
The bearded man muttered a complaint and gestured for one of his men to go out and scout ahead.
He has already sent the location to the employer, who will be coming over in person soon.
They just wanted to collect the money and leave, and didn't want to cause any more trouble.
The atmosphere fell silent. The clone tentatively asked, "Can you tell me who hired you? So I can die knowing why."
The bearded man chuckled.
"I told you not to try anything clever.
I may not be a professional in this field, but I still know the rules. If you dare to try to get any more information out of me, I'll make this girl suffer."
Okay, I'll shut up and not ask anything.
The clone was surprised to find that these men were incredibly intelligent. Unbeknownst to the four, Li Xian himself, standing on the roof, had a clear view of the situation inside the warehouse. What troubled Li Xian was that he couldn't figure out what these people were doing here. Since they don't know each other, someone must be hiring this group of people behind the scenes.
So they're waiting for their employer? With this in mind, Li Xian decided to wait a little longer.
Although this would make my sister suffer a little longer, dealing with the people in front of us would be completely useless if we didn't find out who the employer was. He sent text messages to Xia Qingge and Xia Hong respectively, informing them of the situation and instructing them not to take any rash actions for the time being. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the person who had been scouting at the door ran back to the warehouse.
"They've arrived."
The bearded man nodded in agreement and instructed his men, "Get ready.
We'll leave as soon as we get the final payment." Sitting on the roof, Li Xian was now on high alert, watching for anyone coming from the doorway.
A short while later, a familiar voice rang out in the warehouse.
"Wow, not bad. I didn't expect you to have kidnapped both of them." Li Xian knew who it was even before he could see the person through the gap. It is Sun Worry. Li Xian clenched his fists tightly. The Sun family deserves to die.
He shakily took out his phone and filmed the scene inside through the gap, to keep as evidence later. Along with Sun Worry, the old butler from this morning and a group of bodyguards also appeared.
Before the Sun family could make any further moves, the bearded man spoke first. "I've completed what you asked me to do, but what about the final payment?"
Sun Worry waved his hand, and a bodyguard led 2 leather suitcases to him.
"Here is 3 million in cash. Adding that to the previous 2 million, we're even." Upon hearing this, Li Xian became even more enraged.
The Sun family actually wanted to buy the lives of the brother and sister for a mere 5 million. At that moment, a flash of excitement crossed the bearded man's eyes, and he gestured for one of his men to step forward and check.
"Boss, it's true." "Okay, let's go."
Seeing that his employer was not making things difficult, the bearded man was slightly relieved and directed his 3 henchmen to carry the boxes out. Unbeknownst to them, as they approached the door, Sun Worry had already begun to plot his scheme. As they were about to step out of the warehouse, a series of gunshots rang out behind them. Before they could react, all 4 lay in pools of blood. The bearded man was cautious enough, but he still fell at the last step. Sun Worry sneered at the stubble-faced man who still had his eyes open, who said you could leave.
"If we really let you go, what if people find out and blame us, the Sun family?"
After saying that, he walked step by step to his clone and squatted down in front of him. Sun Worry's smile was already so kind and amiable, but his clone looked at him as if he were looking at a devil.
He truly hadn't expected the Sun family to be so ruthless. Chapter 119: The Zhou Family. "Kid, now that you're in my hands, do you have anything to say?"
Sun Worry stared at the clone's message with a smile.
The latter scoffed, "What did you say? Wishing you a long and healthy life?"
Sun Worry reached out and patted his face.
"Still being stubborn? Let's see if you can still get hard when we hear your sister's screams." The clone remained silent, but another voice, Li Xian's voice, rang out behind Sun Worry. "You don't need to worry about that. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if I get hard." "Sun Worry?" Upon seeing another Li Xian appear, he instinctively took a half step back. Looking again now, Li Nianer was nowhere to be seen. Just now, the mastermind behind it all surfaced, and Li Xian was no longer going to wait. He found a small pebble, attached a sign indicating the switch, and then tossed it through the gap to his sister. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being focused on the clone Xian, Li Xian quickly switched places 3 times, sending his sister out of the warehouse and handing her over to Xia Qingge for protection. What kind of clone skill is this?
Sun Worry hadn't expected the opponent's clone to be so realistic. The two Li Zins had exactly the same aura, and there was no question of which was stronger or weaker, making it difficult to tell them apart for a moment.
As Li Xian approached, the bodyguards brought by the Sun family raised their guns, ready for action.
The bodyguard captain shouted sternly, "Stop, or we'll shoot." Li Xian ignored them, casually opened the golden bell gauze to its maximum extent, and then activated the liquid state on his vital parts. When the warnings were ignored, Sun Jia fired his guns.
However, the bullets from the pistols seemed to be stuck in a quagmire when they approached Li Xian.
Several bullets hovered eerily in front of him, unable to advance any further, and eventually all fell to the ground. The 360-degree defense, with no blind spots, gave Li Xian the ability to fight head-on.
Young man, don't be too arrogant. Remember that there are always people more capable than you.
Since you and your sister haven't suffered any losses, let's just let this matter go. The old steward, Shen Huang, spoke up at the opportune moment, trying to stop Li Xian from getting closer. Although the other party was not afraid of firearms, Shen Huang was not afraid of a real fight. He himself is an awakened one of the Golden Eight, while Sun Worry is a Golden Four.
Li Xian was just a high school student.
Even if the rumors outside are outrageous, he doesn't believe the other party can be that powerful.
Just let it go? Li Xian's voice was low.
If I hadn't been careful today, I might have really been in your hands.
Li Xian didn't want to waste any more words, so he put one finger together.
The next second, a sharp sword aura burst forth from his fingertips, slashing straight at Sun Worry. The latter, upon seeing this, was not angry but rather pleased. I didn't expect you to have learned the Xia family's sword energy. But you probably don't know that our Sun family's martial arts are the best counter to sword energy. Sun Worry, who was prepared, raised his fists, which were glowing with golden light, ready to take the blow head-on. But when the sword energy was about to reach his face, Sun Worry realized he was wrong.
Why does this sword energy seem a little different?
Immediately afterwards, the golden bell gauze on his fist was torn open. After a scream, Sun Worry's hand was neatly severed, and there was a bloody gash more than 20 centimeters long on his chest. The intense pain caused Sun Worry to faint instantly.
Holy crap!
Shen Huang caught Sun Worry, his eyes filled with anxiety.
Kid, you're asking for it.
He slammed his hand on the ground, and several stone spikes burst from the soil, heading straight for his opponent.
Li Xian remained calm and summoned the black iron egg to shield himself.
The sharp stone spikes were all blocked when they hit the black iron egg's body. It turned into stones and scattered all over the ground.
Li Xian countered with a lightning chain, immobilizing his opponent in place.
The remaining bodyguards were all enveloped in a pillar of light by his holy light. The warehouse door was kicked open, and the city defense troops rushed in and immediately took control of the place.
After Li Xian explained the situation in general terms, he then showed the video. With conclusive evidence, the entire Sun family was taken away by the city defense forces. Xia Hong led the two women to Li Xian.
Brother, that scared me to death. Lin Yenner threw herself into Li Xian's arms, her body still trembling with fear.
It's alright, I've taken care of the bad guy. Li Xian kept trying to comfort him.
On the way back, Lin Yenner fell into a deep sleep in Xia Hong's car.
Damn it, the Sun family is a real scoundrel.
Xia Hong was indignant, but afraid of waking Lin Yenner, he could only mutter curses under his breath.
Li Xian didn't speak, but the anger in his eyes didn't dissipate at all.
Little Li, be careful of the Sun family's continued revenge when you get back, Xia Hong instructed with concern.
Actually, Li Xian knew this without him saying it.
This feud is only getting bigger and bigger, and given the Sun family's nature, they're unlikely to let it go so easily. He had to sever ties with his sister so that she wouldn't have to go through the same thing again.
For example, completely subdue the Sun family. Li Xian pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, Uncle Xia, are the Zhou family members easy to talk to? The Zhou family?
Xia Hong frowned slightly. The Zhou family isn't any better either, at most a little better than the Sun family.
Why are you asking this? Li Xian smiled faintly. Of course, I have something to discuss with them.
That evening, the Zhanghai city media reported on the Sun family's scandal. Sun Worry and Shen Huang, the Sun family's steward, are about to be prosecuted by the city's defense department for crimes such as kidnapping and condoning their subordinates' double-crossing. Upon seeing this news while sitting in the council chamber, Sun Fake was so enraged that he shattered the table beside him with a single blow. He glared angrily at Sun Worry's father. Is this how you usually raise your son? They've made a complete fool of themselves. Mr. and Mrs. Sun knelt on the ground, trembling with fear, not daring to raise their heads, and cried out, "Father, please calm down." Sun Fei continued his tirade, "Shen Huang is the same, daring to act without my permission." As he spoke, he smashed everything in front of him. After his anger subsided somewhat, Sun Fei's eyes turned icy cold. Li Xian, is he really not someone our Sun family can handle, just because he's a mere high school student? He looked at Sun Worry's father and said, "You're coming with me tomorrow morning. I want to meet him in person." "Yes," Sun's father quickly replied. On the other side, the Zhou family compound. Zhou Xi, the current head of the Zhou family, looked at the three people in front of him, puzzled. "Xia Hong, what are you doing here at my Zhou family's house in the middle of the night?" Zhou Xi took a sip of tea and slowly said, "Are you confident about this competition?" Xia Hong awkwardly replied, "Grandma Zhou, what are you saying? Can't I just come over for a visit if there's nothing wrong?" Zhou Xi glanced at him, "I'm afraid your real intentions aren't what they seem." "How could that be?" Xia Hong denied it outright, then pointed at Li Xian. "Look, this is my newly accepted eldest apprentice, Li Xian." "I know him," Zhou Xi said calmly, then took another sip of tea. "This young man is quite good. He's so young but capable. He managed to make the Sun family look foolish." Li Xian ignored Zhou Xi's veiled meaning and sat upright to state his purpose directly. "Grandma Zhou, I've come to talk to you about something." "Speak." Li Xian said, "Word by word, I want to learn the heavenly silk technique from you." Puff. Zhou Xi, what the heck? Chapter 120 Fans plus 1. What the heck? Zhou Xi lost his composure and spat out a mouthful of tea onto Xia Hong's face. She wondered if she was getting old and her hearing was failing. Zhou Xi only burst out laughing when Li Xian repeated his words again. "Do you know that the Xia family's sword chi technique, the Sun family's golden bell silk technique, and even our family's heavenly silk technique are all kept secret from outsiders?" Li Xian nodded, "I know, but so what? We are from the same country and the same nation. I don't treat you as outsiders." "Zhou Xi? Is that what I meant?" While Zhou Xi was stunned, Li Xian directly performed the original version of the golden bell gauze for her. That is, the version passed down from the Sun family. "Look. You stole the Sun family's golden bell yarn technique?" Zhou Xi was stunned for a moment, then felt relieved. "No wonder the Sun family attacked you so fiercely." Li Xian didn't speak. What he really wanted to show was what he was going to say later. He removed the golden bell gauze from his body and made another one according to the LV2 level. He then repeated this process level by level until he reached his current highest level. At this point, Zhou Xi could no longer speak. What is this?" But as the head of the family, Zhou Xi was not stupid. She quickly understood Li Xian's intention in doing so. She fell into deep thought, and Li Xian did not disturb her. After a long time, Zhou Xi finally raised his head and looked at Xia Hong. "Your family's sword chi technique is also like that?" Xia Hong nodded solemnly. With this in mind, Zhou Xi had a general idea of what was going on, and then looked at Li Xian. "Are you sure you can do it? That you won't fail?" Li Xian nodded confidently. "If you treat me well, that's a sure thing." Zhou Xi pressed further, "Tell me first, what are the conditions?" Li Xian understood immediately the other party was indeed a cunning old fox. "Since that's the case, let's not beat around the bush. I can guarantee that it will be passed on to others without the Zhou family's permission, and what I want is actually very simple." Li Xian's eyes were resolute. "Help me bring down the Sun family." This. Zhou Xi discovered that the young man in front of him, though not old, was quite ambitious and shrewd. After considering it for a moment, Zhou Xi said calmly, "This matter is too big for the Zhou family. I can't make a decision on my own. I need to consult with other people." Li Xian was not surprised. "No problem, can you get back to me by tomorrow morning?" "Okay." Zhou Xi nodded. Li Xian handed over a note, "Then come find me at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I live here." Good. That night, the Zhou family compound was brightly lit. All members of the Zhou family in Zhanghai City received an urgent notice to gather here for a meeting. Back home, Li Xian wasn't worried that the Zhou family would change their minds tomorrow. Xia Hong had told him that Zhou Xi was basically the one who made the decisions in the Zhou family. Moreover, he wanted the Zhou family to join in and trip up the Sun family. This is entirely beneficial to the Zhou family. Since Li Xian has already won Zhou Xi's heart,
it's almost certain that the Zhou family will agree. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Li Xian was having breakfast with his sister when there was a knock on the door. He looked up at the time. It was only a little past 8 a.m. Strange, it's not 9 o'clock yet. Li Xian muttered, "Who is it?" as he opened the door.
Standing outside the door was a neatly dressed old man, followed by a middle-aged man.
"Who are you?" Li Xian asked curiously. Sun Fake forced a smile. "Greetings, young friend.
I am Sun Fake, the head of the Sun family."
"The Sun family?" Li Xian frowned.
He didn't expect the head of the Sun family to come to his door in person.
"What's up?" Sun Fake didn't mind his coldness and said with a smile, "Aren't you going to invite us in? Is this how you treat your guests? My family's way of treating guests is not something you need to teach me. Please leave." Li Xian snorted coldly and prepared to close the door.
Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man behind Sun Fake grabbed the door.
"Kid, don't push your luck." Li Xian lost his temper. "Have you no shame? I'm already showing good temper by refraining from attacking you." "Young friend, you've misunderstood," Sun Fake explained.
Actually, I was completely unaware of what happened yesterday. It was entirely my grandson and the steward who acted on their own.
Li Xian refused to believe that the old man in front of him knew nothing about it.
Seeing her brother standing at the door, Li Nianer curiously approached.
"Brother, what are you doing?" "It's nothing, just 2 flies. You go inside first." Li Xian shoot his sister back. "Wait a minute, this must be your sister." Sun Fake's eyes lit up, and he said, "I apologize on behalf of my grandson's rudeness."
The clever Li Nianer immediately understood the other party's identity. "I will not accept apologies. I will only accept your self-inflicted punishments as atonement."
"You."
Sun Fake was speechless. He didn't expect the brother and sister to be so sharp-tongued. Just as Sun Fake was about to break off all pretense of civility, a mocking voice came from behind him.
"Old man Sun, what a leisurely stroll you're taking so early in the morning." That voice. Zhou Ci?
Sun Fake turned around in surprise, puzzled, and asked, "Why are you here?"
"What? Aren't you going to let the old lady take a walk?" Zhou Ci laughed.
Behind her was a young woman in her early 20s. Zhou Ci walked to the door and patted Sun Fake on the shoulder, signaling him to move aside.
"Young friend, may I come in and have a seat?" "No problem, Grandma Zhou, please come in." To Sun Fake's astonishment, Zhou Ci brazenly entered Li Xian's house.
As the door slammed shut, his face darkened.
"Father, what's wrong with the Zhou family?" Sun Worry's father asked curiously. "Can't you tell?"
Sun Fake flicked his sleeves.
"Let's go."
He truly hadn't expected the Zhou family to choose to cooperate with them. No wonder Li Xian had something to rely on. Sun Fake pondered. He had to rethink his plans.
On the sofa, Li Nianer served fruit to Grandma Zhou and Grandpa Zhou. Li Xian glanced at the time. It was exactly 9 o'clock. It seems the Zhou family is very punctual. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Grandma Zhou, it's fortunate that you came.
Otherwise, I don't know how much trouble that old man from the Sun family would have caused me today."
Zhou Ci laughed heartily. "Actually, even without me, you wouldn't be afraid of him, would you?" Li Xian awkwardly touched his nose. "Why don't you praise this person?" But he was still grateful for the Zhou family's attitude.
The fact that Zhou Ci is here today means that the other party has decided to break ties with the Sun family. However, Zhou Ci could have waited until Sun Fake left before showing himself. In this way, her action can be seen as a pledge of allegiance. Zhou Ci looked at the girl who had come with him. "Xiao Chen, please give the things to Li Xiaoyu."
Okay. The girl named Zhou Qian blushed slightly and pulled a booklet out of her bag. Li Xian, this is the Zhou family's heavenly silk technique."
"Oh, okay." Li Xian reached out to take it, but the moment the other person handed him the booklet, he quickly pulled his hand back. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Xian. Her face flushed red.
"Li Xian?"
Zhou Ci, noticing Li Xian's confusion, smiled and explained.
"My eldest granddaughter is a big fan of yours.
She has been to watch every single one of your matches since the city-level competitions."
"Wow, is that so?"